I rented the most expensive spiritual field in the cultivation world, yet I was growing worthless, withering spiritual plants in it. Everyone thought I was crazy, but they didn't know I possessed a special ability. I could bind dying spiritual insects to withering spiritual plants, and once they regained vitality, I would receive generous rewards. Not long ago, after transmigrating into this world, I discovered that the original owner had exhausted all their wealth to rent this top-tier spiritual field in order to grow silver moon grass, a requirement for the sex entrance exam. But who would have thought that one of the spiritual plants would wither unexpectedly? The original owner lost control of their emotions while practicing their cultivation technique, suffered a chi deviation, and ultimately lost their life. According to the residual memories of the original owner, I now face a double dilemma. Not only is the rent for the spiritual field about to expire, but the original owner's body is also in terrible condition. This starting point is nothing short of a nightmare. Struggling with my weakened body, I stared at the wilted silver grass by the well. Blinking my eyes, a translucent screen suddenly appeared before me. Name, silver moon grass. Mood, depressed. Status, lacking vitality, on the verge of withering. Bindable, vigorous fire element spirit beast. These silver moon grasses were obtained by the original owner with great effort. Once matured, they can gather the lunar energy from moonlight and condense it into moon dew pearls, the primary material for crafting moonlight elixir. Each pearl can fetch about 20 spirit stones, and more importantly, it's a crucial item for the entrance examination of the nearby major sect, the Four Seasons sect. In other words, these silver moon grasses are my only hope for a turnaround. I took a deep breath and left the small courtyard, heading toward the market. Along the way, I spotted a red tree bearing lantern-shaped fruits. Curious, I stopped to examine it closely. At that moment, the light screen appeared before my eyes again. Name, lantern tree. Mood, elated. Status, good. This tree cannot be bound, and I couldn't help but wonder, what exactly are the conditions for binding? The moment this thought arose, a flash of inspiration crossed my mind. It turns out that only spirit plants or spirit beasts I have cultivated or raised, or at least those that belong to me, can be bound in symbiosis. Moreover, each binding consumes varying amounts of vitality essence. Currently, I only have 20 points of vitality essence. To obtain more, I must consume spirit plant fruits or spirit beast flesh that contain vitality. After pondering for a moment, I arrived at the entrance of the official shop in the market. Entering the shop, I walked straight to the counter, only to find no shopkeeper or attendant behind it, just a verdant vine with a small white flower growing on it. The flower glanced at me like an eye, and then, from somewhere unknown, a voice sounded, "So it's you, kid, what do you want to buy?" I blinked, knowing this vine was cultivated by the Four Seasons sect and possessed intelligence. Only markets affiliated with the Four Seasons sect would have it stationed there. Looking at the information displayed on the light screen, name, juvenile spirit vine. Mood, joyful. Status, well rested. So even vines need sleep. After observing for just a moment, I respectfully said, "Esteemed elder, I wish to purchase a fire attribute spirit insect or beast." The Lingji vine seemed curious. "Last time you took spirit plants from the Four Seasons sect here, how did you become so weak in such a short time?" Sigh, I suffered a chi deviation. I thought if I could find a fire attribute spirit beast with vitality, it might help warm and nourish my meridians. I explained helplessly. The Lingji vine seemed particularly concerned about those silver moon grasses, as this was related to completing missions issued by the upper sect and its own performance evaluation. It asked, "How many spirit stones do you have?" 5. I answered truthfully. The spirit vine clearly conveyed a sense of speechlessness. I could only awkwardly chuckle and say, "Senior vine, for those silver moon grasses, I've already given my all and truly have no extra spirit stones left." Hearing this, the spirit vine let out a sigh. "Then the only thing I can give you is this," it said, lightly tapping the table as a box materialized before us. When the box opened, it revealed several translucent red worms with tiny red sprouts on their heads, scurrying rapidly inside. The moment the box was opened, I felt a wave of heat rush towards me, and colorful specks of light flickered around the panel. The display read, name, flame crystal worms. Mood, irritated. Status, craving a cold environment. Bindable, inattributed spiritual plants. I was genuinely surprised at how easily I found a suitable spirit insect. The spirit vine introduced, "These are first-grade spirit insects. In winter, they emit their own vitality, and by summer, they burrow into the soil to transform into spirit plants. Awaiting the next winter, the vitality they emit can be directly absorbed, making them excellent healing spirit insects." That does sound good, but these spirit insects don't look cheap at all. Can I really afford them? Sure enough, the spirit vine changed its tone. However, these little ones had some issues during hatching and probably won't survive until summer to turn into grass. Still, we shouldn't let them go to waste. Originally, one would cost 100 spirit stones, but now they're just 1 spirit stone each. Time-wise, they should last until your silver moon grass matures. By then, You can come back to buy other elixirs from me. After speaking, a flash of spiritual light appeared on the table, revealing a jade slip. The spirit vine motioned for me to take it, explaining that the slip contained methods for raising fire crystal insects and advised me to study it carefully. If I had any questions, I could always return for guidance. After thanking the spirit vine, I placed my last 5 spirit stones on the table, picked up the box containing the fire crystal insects, and took my leave. After returning to the courtyard, I immediately brought the fire crystal bugs to the silver moongrass. The spirit insects in the box seemed to sense something and stopped moving. One of them arched its body with effort, poking its tiny head out curiously to look around. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the light screen. Would you like to bind the fire crystal bug in silver moongrass? Binding requires consuming 20 points of vital essence. Binding just one silver moongrass would consume 20 points of vital essence, and after the binding, my vital essence would drop straight to 0. After a brief consideration, I still chose to bind. As I confirmed, the panel shimmered with a multicolored glow, displaying, binding successful, fire crystal bug silver moongrass. After the binding was complete, a small fire crystal bug jumped out of the box, its entire body sinking into the thick snow. It struggled to wriggle forward, carving a narrow path through the snow as it slowly crawled toward the silver moongrass. Then, it happily coiled itself around the grass, wisps of warm vapor rising from its body. The previously withered silver moongrass absorbed the warm air, its leaf color gradually deepening and becoming more vibrant. At the tip of the tender silver sprouts, moon-like seeds exuded a few drops of silvery liquid, thick and crystalline, emitting a cold, silvery glow in the frosty night. Is this moon dew pearl? Seeing this, I quickly took out a teacup and carefully collected the liquid. The droplets didn't stick together, eventually forming 3 round, pearl-like beads. I then looked at the fire crystal insect, which was domineeringly coiled around one of the silver moongrass's leaves, soon falling into a deep slumber. A yin-attributed spirit plant and a yang-attributed spirit insect, naturally incompatible, now coexisted in harmony, as if they were always meant to be. This binding had given 2 lives that should have perished a new lease on life, brimming with renewed vitality. Outside, the cold winds still howled. After one last glance at the spirited silver moongrass, I returned indoors with the teacup. The silvery beads inside emitted an unusual aura, as if urging me to consume them soon. According to the original host's memories, these spiritual plant juices were the main ingredient for refining a certain type of elixir and also the first task in the 4 seasons sex entrance examination. Submitting 50 moon essence pearls before the spring equinox would complete the mission. Normally, a single silver moongrass plant could only produce 1 moon essence pearl at a time, but this time it unexpectedly yielded 3. The mission jade slip mentioned that moon essence pearls could be consumed directly. Licking my lips, I thought these pearls must also contain vital essence. Without further hesitation, I carefully picked up 1 moon essence pearl. Its texture was similar to the pearls in bubble tea, but it melted instantly in my mouth. A faintly sweet liquid trickled down my throat and into my stomach, where the energy automatically flowed into my meridians. Not only did it temporarily suppress the pain from my damaged meridians, but it also enhanced the spiritual energy within me. Just 1 moon essence pearl provided a spiritual energy boost equivalent to a month of arduous meditation. Li Yi was a bit stunned, but on second thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, this is his golden finger. If even the immediate predicament cannot be solved, he is afraid that he can only consider how to cross back. Compared to those who traveled to become an ancestor, a Mahayana cultivator, or a plug-in with 1,000 miles of cultivation, his golden finger seems to be a bit mediocre. However, the most important question at the moment was, how long would it take for one of these lunar liquid beads to be produced? Does it still produce one every 3 days after maturity as before? Was the effect still so remarkable? As well, how much had his vitality essence increased? When he thought of this, he had a flash of light in his mind of 5. A number came to his mind. A moon liquid bead had only increased 5 points of vitality essence? If this was a disposable product that consumed 20 points to bind at a time, and a lunar liquid bead could only provide 5 points, it would definitely be a bloody loss. Fortunately, this was a sustainable output, and since you can have meals if you eat, you should be able to have them too, right? Big deal is getting better materials. He looked at the 2 silver beads left in the tea light and casually put the lid on the tea. Although it was only natural to enjoy the spiritual plants that one had planted oneself, it was always necessary to keep some reserves. After putting the tea light away, he lay back down on the bed, covered by a thin but warm blanket. The sound of burning charcoal was heard in the distance. It does sound quite reassuring. Before he went to sleep, he suddenly felt that there were some benefits to crossing over. The white noise that he used to have to rely on his cell phone to play was now something he could listen to directly. Perhaps this was just going with the flow. He soon fell into a deep sleep and had a dreamless night until morning. End of chapter. Chapter 4, a feat that operates automatically. The next day, Li Yi opened his eyes in a daze and habitually touched the side of his pillow, but only touched the flint crystal insects that were placed in the box. The crystal insects that were originally huddled together to sleep were startled and immediately gave off a burning heat. Hiss! Li Yi was scalded and retracted his hand, and the sleepiness that was already not much dissipated instantly. You little guys. Even though he was scalded, he first looked to see if the flint crystal insects were injured, and was relieved to see that they were unharmed. And I don't know what time it is. He couldn't tell the time exactly, so he had to get up, pushing open the window. The snow flurry outside was even bigger than last night, and the sky and earth were white. Such heavy snow was a sight he had never seen in his previous life. Last night's snow wasn't quite this heavy, but snow is a good sign, so maybe this is a good sign? He stared at the snowy landscape for a moment before turning his attention to the silver moon grasses by the courtyard well. One of them was exceptionally spirited, with chubby flint crystal insects hugging the leaves and sleeping soundly. How it feels more cozy than me. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and his mind was much more settled. This little guy was the root of his peace of mind, and if anything went wrong, it would be troublesome. Hoo-hoo! The window had been open for a long time, and cold air mixed with snow drifted in. Li Yi couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly closed the window and went to wash up through a small door on the side. The water source inside the house came from a spring that continued to gush even in the middle of winter. The spring had no aura fluctuations. It was just ordinary warm water, but it was extraordinarily sweet. He looked around the spring for a while and wondered. This spring looks like it was specially arranged for human use. Cultivation World also has a word for tap water? The original owner's memories did have some information about this house lingering in them. After all, this was the Immortal cultivation realm, so naturally there were some convenient spell formations in spells. For example, in front of us is this clear spring that keeps gushing. Not far away is the stove fire that can be lit with a single press on the stovetop, the machine mouse that automatically clears the snow outside, and even the machine box that delivers the goods to the door after inputting the required items. It's kind of funny. After washing up, he walked to the yard, picked up the organ mouse in the corner, and gently pressed the button. The tiny wooden mouse immediately began to clear the snow in the courtyard. It was extremely fast, traveling through enough snow to bury itself. The snow melted at a speed visible to the naked eye by the hot wind it emitted, and then flowed through the waterway into a pool off to the side. The yard is not all fields. Only the center area of about an acre or so is used for planting. The rest of the ground is bluestone slabs featuring culverts for waterways designed to never collect water. In just a few moments, the snow outside the field was cleared away, leaving only the field still covered with thick white snow. Li Yi's gaze swept across the field and was attracted by the vegetables growing in the ground. Cabbage. He just crossed over yesterday and didn't pay attention to what was planted in the field, and only now did he realize that it was actually a large cabbage. The outer skin of the cabbage was green with a little white, as crystal clear as jade, about a foot in height, standing neatly in the field. So the Immortal cultivation realm eats cabbages even in winter? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he recalled that in his previous life, his family had stocked up on large quantities of cabbages during the winter, only to stop doing so later because of the ease of shopping. I didn't realize there was so much cabbage growing here. Squeak! At that moment, after completing his task, the organ mouse returned to his feet and stayed still, as if it were a carved wooden toy. Still amazing, guys. In just this moment of work, all the convenient objects he saw were new to him. There was no lack of people who liked to research and create amongst immortal cultivators, and these magical artifacts were their masterpieces. Li Yi picked up the organ mouse and inspected it, and accidentally found the words Maja Organ Workshop underneath the mouse's body, and even labeled its address in the workshop at the back. The familiar words reminded him of the advertisements he had seen on buses and subway stations in his previous life. So the Immortal cultivation world also had such marketing tactics? He couldn't help but mutter something in his mind, rubbing the smooth body of the rat and casually placing it back in the corner. He then approached to check out the silver moongrass and the flint crystal worm. Standing a little farther away from the window just now, he hadn't even noticed that a very small red bead, only half the size of a moon liquid bead, had abruptly grown out of the top of the silver moongrass. It was red and translucent, like a solidified ball of fire, and even on a cold snowy day still emitted a hot breath with an aromatic odor. Just by smelling it, Li Yi couldn't help but drool. Wait, if it mutated, did the little one mutate too? Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly bent down to check the flint crystal insect that was covered by the leaves. Sure enough, a strand of silver-colored shoots was found on its back, reflecting a cold, hard metallic luster under the winter snow light. The silvery shoot replaces the otherwise stunted red shoots and is full of life. He recalled the jade slip he read last night and pondered. Emitting vitality in winter. It buries itself in the ground in summer to produce grass to draw in vitality and wait for winter to come. This seems similar to Cordyceps sinensis. They weren't going to make it through this winter, and now they're fixed because of symbiosis? It's really marvelous. I'm going to have to produce a good output for helping you guys out like this. I don't know if it was because they heard Lie's voice, but the bodies of the silver moon grass and the flint crystal insect slightly trembled, and a stream of pure aura poured out, carrying two very different feelings of slight coolness and warmth. At the same time, he could vaguely feel the slight consciousness from this spirit beast spirit plant, which seemed to be thanking, as well as saying that was not yet completely ripe, don't pick it. The mood shown on the panel is also grateful. Lie instinctively inhaled this aura into his body and instantly felt a wave of relief. This aura that had been filtered through them was simply more effective than swallowing pills. What was even more amazing was that his Gongfu, 5-element spirit ascension technique, was actually running spontaneously, like a water wheel that suddenly gushed with water, spinning rapidly, completing a circumference in just a few breaths. The injuries in his body were warmed and soothed by the breath, but there was still no substantial healing effect. He was somewhat surprised. This gong method came from the mysterious and powerful Four Seasons sect, and it was a mass cultivation method issued for cultivators with 5 spirit roots, and it had always been known for being mediocre. So why was this happening? He made a mental note of it, intending to inquire about it if he had the opportunity to do so in safety. Although he didn't understand it, he was still quite happy. This aura that was filtered and purified by the spiritual beasts and plants was extremely pure, and after refining it was worth about 10 days of hard training. Today's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of chi refining, and with that moon liquid bead from last night and the aura drawn from today, it was estimated that it would soon reach the 4th level. The most important thing was that he basically didn't need himself to run the power to run the circumference and cultivate himself. He gently breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that he would next find a way to obtain more of these types of spirit beast spirit plants and gain the benefits after binding them. Whether it was the vitality essences or the gains they could bring as well as the increase in mana, it was all what Lie needed. He also wanted to see if all spirit beasts and plants would produce aura for him like this. If that was the case, then it would really be a beautiful thing. Wouldn't you be able to grow your cultivation just by lying down? Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of something and inquired to Silver Moongrass, "Can you produce 3 moon liquid beads every 3 days?" The Silver Moongrass conveyed a very vague sense of certainty, the blades trembling slightly. Sure enough, it's true. It must have been that magical panel that was working. He was actually vaguely able to communicate with the spirit plants. If he could sustain the output, he should think about how to exchange it for more spirit stones for his own profit. However, before going out or to review the original body will be the spells, not that go out to fight. The world of fairy cultivation always need a little bottom in the body. He could just honestly stay home and develop without taking the initiative to fight, but he couldn't just not have the means to deal with it. However, as he was about to go practice his spells, he suddenly felt a wave of hunger coming from his belly. There was also a cooing sound. He blinked and looked silently at the cabbage that littered the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Glazed Snow Lotus. Half an hour later, Lie casually made a pot of rice and fried cabbage, and couldn't wait to eat it, and I don't know if it's because the ingredients in the immortal cultivation world are extremely good, but this rice tastes with a hint of sweetness, and the elasticity is just right. Combined with the cabbage stir-fried with some random salt and chili peppers, a bite of the vegetable and a bite of the rice was a good way to appease his restless stomach. By the time he finished eating, a number floated in his mind, 0. 1. It represents a meal that provided him with 0.1 points of vitality essence. This made him feel happy. If he could add vitality essence just by eating, it would be a beautiful thing, and he would be happy to eat more and savor the excellent delicacies of the immortal cultivation world. A little goes a long way. Once he had satisfied his stomach, he leaned back and sat by the window, listening to the sound of snow rustling down outside, and began to review the spells his original body knew. There weren't really that many. Counting the basic dust removal spells, there were only about 15 of them. He began to review them one by one, but something unexpected happened when he was performing the fire attribute spell Flame Light Finger. The flame at his fingertips actually had a touch of the unique flint aura of the flint crystal worm. The flames at his fingertips actually had a touch of the flint flavor unique to the flint crystal insect. The so-called flint in the jade slip given by the spirit vine is described as a special flame. The source can be traced back to the characters in the myths and legends. Of course, the flint fire of the flint crystal worm is only a minuscule amount of power. Their only means of attack was to spit out flint fire, which possessed the magical effects of long lighting, stabilizing, and repelling evil spirits. If they had this kind of flame, they would have the power to fight in the face of spectral ghosts and phantoms that were 2 small levels higher than themselves. This smudge of firelight on Lie's fingertips was extremely stable, with a hint of gold color. It burned slowly, leaping and bringing a hint of warmth. Through the perception of his own spiritual energy, he could barely feel that the aura given to him by the flint crystal worm was working. If the aura was exhausted, he would not be able to continue to make the flame take on the flint attribute. Flint, could it be the flint I know? Before crossing over, of course, he was bored when he read some online novels and mythological stories. Just do not know whether this flint is the flint legend of the Big Brother. Is it also the power of the flint crystal worm? And what will happen to the power of the silver moon grass in me? If he said that he really didn't know much about the silver moon grass's natural aptitude, he knew that this thing would condense the moon liquid bead of the tie-in attribute. Other than that, the 4x sect didn't say anything about it, and he really didn't understand it. So he went through the spells he currently knew, and finally made a discovery in the light side of the spell. The original light spell only used spiritual energy to briefly illuminate the surrounding area, and now the light spell formed a small silver sphere after its release, emitting a gentle and cool pale silver glow that shone as if it had spread a layer of silver frost on the ground. As for the effect, cannot be seen for the time being. However, casting in this way was extremely consuming for the spiritual energy, and the silver-colored orb slowly collapsed due to Lie's lack of spiritual energy after barely glowing for a dozen breaths of time. These two suddenly mutated spells did delight him, not to mention how useful it would be for the time being. If all spells could be mutated in the future, wouldn't it be the equivalent of stealing from spirit beasts and plants? You have to know that there are many different kinds of spirit beasts and plants in the world, and there are too many strange things. Spells that are difficult for monks to learn are also natural abilities in them. Looks like it's time to take a trip out. Let's see if this moon liquid bead can be exchanged for some rewards first. Even though it's a cycle quest, it should be possible to take it one by one and turn it in, right? It's about time to get something out of it anyway. He got up decisively after a brief moment of contemplation, placing the tea light and the moon liquid bead inside it directly inside his storage bag, and then decisively left the warmth of his home in the face of the snow flying in the sky. Headed over to the bazaar again. The bazaar is bustling with people in the daytime. There wasn't even a trace of snow on the ground yet. The snow melted directly after it drifted down to the ground, and the water flow should have followed the waterways designed long ago, and there was no stagnant water. It was very dry. Lie's target was still that spirit machine vine senior from last night. His luck was good. When he arrived in front of that counter from yesterday, the spirit machine vine was half submerged inside the liquid that was emitting aura, and when he saw him coming, he slowly straightened up. "It's you, boy, again. What's the reason for coming this time?" It's not clear if there's something joyful going on. The panel shows that the spirit machine vine is in a joyful mood. "Senior." Lie had the same smile on his face. "Look at this." The tea was gently placed on the table by him, then opened. Inside, 2 rounded beads of moon liquid lay quietly at the bottom of the tea light. "Ha, your kid is lucky. I think the care of them is also quite attentive. A plant can produce 2. Think the rest of the moon liquid beads will also slowly produce." The spirit machine vine was quite satisfied after scrutinizing the 2 moon liquid beads, with obvious admiration in its voice. It continued, "According to the mission, you need to turn in 50 moon liquid beads, and one will give you 20 spirit stones as a reward. My 4-season sect never treats those who have merited. Not to mention the excellent quality of this moon liquid bead of yours. It's a superb product amongst the so many moon liquid beads I've seen. I can give you an additional 5 spirit stones." It knocked on the tabletop, and immediately 50 spirit stones surfaced, held up by the mechanism. The crystalline spirit stones emanated abundant aura. 50 spirit stones. This was the reason why the 4-time sex mission was so sought after. Not only were they able to receive a generous reward, but they were also able to get involved with the 4-time sect, living up to their name as a great sect. They were really wealthy. It was said that the later quests could even yield tens of thousands and more of spirit stones if done consistently, one ring after the other. In fact, it's a screening, and you have to be able to make it to the back. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were a bit far away from him. He thought about turning in his quests all at once after a while. Wouldn't he have thousands of spirit stones in his pocket? Lie's eyes instantly lit up and smiled. "Many thanks, senior. There is no need to be polite." The spirit machine vine retracted half of its body back inside the spirit liquid. "Even though I think highly of you, the quality of the moon liquid beads in the future should not be poor. This is natural. Senior will continue to take care of them carefully." Lie inquired after his assurance. "The late generation would like to buy some spiritual plants with abundant spiritual chi that can be eaten, preferably with a shorter growing time." His gaze was clear and upright, and he didn't hide his poverty. "But that's all the spirit stones the late generation has. If it's possible, please ask Senior to give the late generation some defective spirit plants that can be cheaper." "You're a direct kid. If we're talking about spiritual plants with shorter growth cycles, there are some." After a brief moment of silence, it suddenly said, "Are you afraid of the cold? If you're not afraid of the cold, there is a spiritual plant for you." Saying that, it took out from under the counter a spiritual plant held in a glazed marigold, which was a lotus about the size of a palm, accompanied by lotus leaves next to it, with its roots and whiskers buried in the snow, abnormally translucent as if it had been carved out of ice and snow. The panels work immediately. Name, glazed snow lotus. Mood, calm. Status, will die in January. Bindable, vibrant ice attribute bird spirit animal. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Shomai and Maidan. This thing belongs to the ice attribute of the first order spirit plant, extraordinarily fond of the fluctuating icy cold snow gas. If it is just planted somewhere for a long period of time, it will not have much spirit. If you're not afraid of the cold, willing to take it out for a walk, when it opens, the lotus seed inside is an excellent ingredient for spiritual energy after removing the core. And taking it together with the moon liquid bead is also somewhat beneficial to the body. Of course, it has some flaws, and it dies after January. Make a price of 10 spirit stones. The spirit machine vine waited for Li Ye's reply after he finished speaking. Li Ye's first thought was that this senior Fuji was really exaggerated enough to actually feel that he had eaten a moon liquid bead. But this was just what he was thinking right now. He needed to gradually show off his ability to plant and cultivate spiritual plants. He didn't need to show too much, but he also needed to be somewhat different from the next person, so that he could pave the way for his entry into the Four Seasons sect. After all, the injuries in his body had not been healed so far, and according to the spirit machine vine and the original owner's memories, it was true that only the great sects had some pills that could heal. Even if a few trickled out sometimes, that price would be too high for him to afford. Dispersal is good, but resources are hard to come by. Entering the 4x sect was indeed not easy either, but as long as he proved his ability, there would always be a way. Senior, the late generation has some questions. Li Yi inquired about some issues, such as how much icy cold snow chi this lotus actually had to draw from, and how it could be considered to be out and about. Inquiring in great detail, Reiki Vine answered them all. It didn't resent such instructions, quite the contrary. It quite wished that everyone could ask in such detail, and that those spirit plants and spirit beasts could have a good home after they were sold. Thank you, Senior, for informing me. Li Yi placed the 10 spirit stones that were still warm on the table, then intended to leave. But before leaving, the spirit machine vine suddenly spoke. The disciples in the door said that the snow will last for about 15 more days, and when the spring winds blow we should prepare to plant spirit wheat. It's interesting to say that both rice and wheat are considered to be the stuff that the disciples and masters of the sect love to eat, and that spring planting and fall harvesting are largely the same. Li Yi was slightly stunned. Then it dawned on him, this was clearly prompting him for the next part of the quest. Silver moon grass grows in the bitter cold winter, sucking the winterine chi and moonlight convergence into moon liquid beads. If it is in the spring, there will certainly be other spiritual plants need to be planted. He turned back with a smile. Many thanks, Senior. The late generation also enjoys eating delicacies made of rice and noodles, but I don't know what seniors love to eat. Me? The spirit machine vine seemed rather surprised. The rain when the spring thunder explodes, the vibration of vitality that breaks through the cold winter's biting cold, and the rebirth of all things is an excellent delicacy. It's not just me. Many of the Taoists are like that too. Late generation knows. Li Yi nodded and wrote this down before bidding farewell and leaving. Spirit machine vine looked at his back as he left and couldn't help but mutter, "This heart is good." But the rain of the spring thunderbolt explosion, which is so easy to collect, if it can really be collected. It thought about its current authority and felt that it seemed fine to give Li Yi a chance to enter the 4x sect as a recommendation. The master said that people who cultivate immortality are to follow their hearts and minds. It looks good to the eye, and this kid is a bit witty, so it is reasonable in the sense that it is reasonable. Leaving the store of the 4x sect, Li Yi was carrying a huge amount of 40 spirit stones. It was called a fortune. With money in his hand, he thought of strolling through the bazaar, and incidentally seeing if he could gain something. Compared to those bird markets before crossing the border, this place is obviously less noisy, and those who really want to buy will lower their voices or communicate directly with divine sense sound transmission. Most of the people selling also had calm faces. He turned around for a while, first looking for if there were any spirit wheat and spirit rice related spirit plants, not to mention that task. Even if it was for his own food, it was worth planting some. The results were unexpected, not too little, but too much. Just a cursory glance alone had found dozens of spiritual wheat and spiritual rice. Rice and wheat were considered to be two of the most important crops among the 5 grains, and were certainly numerous within the 4 seasons sect sphere of influence. What 5 elements of spiritual rice? Ethereal spiritual wheat, mutant spiritual wheat, harvest spiritual wheat. One name is quite bluff. In fact, it is with some dead air or fast growth speed. Think also, if really magical or rare, why sell in this bazaar? Go to the official store to sell the price to give absolutely fair. Here may have good things, but will be very few and far between. He walked slowly, suddenly he was drawn to a stall not far away. There was a small tripod over there, in which was planted a clump of spirited wheat, the ears of which could be clearly seen to be extremely full and of a translucent texture, and the blue-colored kernels of wheat inside could be seen through the skin. Leaf narrowed his eyes as the panel took effect instantly. Name: Yellow Order Lower Grade D Grade Cold Ice Wheat. Mood: bored. Status: matured and in the process of breeding mctan. Bindable: any kind of ice attribute spirit plant that can produce seeds. Mctan? It's really something that hasn't been heard before. Somewhat curious, he walked forward and inquired to the young stall owner in the Taoist robe. What is this spirit plant called, fellow Taoist? The young stall owner hurriedly replied back. This spirit plant is the cold ice wheat cultivated by my family, a first-order spirit plant, sourced from the 4 times upper sect. It grows extremely fast in the ice and snow and produces a lot, and can be harvested in about 5 days. Its wheat grains taste icy sweet, and will also explode to form flour when ripe, making some pastries with an excellent flavor. Dao Yu, you'll never lose out if you buy it. Li Ye's expression did not change in any way, but in his heart there was some doubt. Looking at him, it seems that he does not know about my dan. Is it intentional to hide it, or that he does not know it either? After thinking about it, he came closer to those wheat and exclaimed, it really is a pure ice attribute spirit plant, but it's still a lot worse than the spirit pill aura I ate a few days ago. The corner of the young stall owner's mouth twitched a little. That's a funny thing to say, fellow Taoist. How can a first-grade spirit plant be compared to a spirit dan? If it's the legendary Maidan, it's more or less the same. His heart is still a little slander. This is what place to come to the rich. Actually take the first order of spiritual plants and spirit dan comparison. Is not taking me for fun. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that you, fellow Taoist, would know about Maidan. That kind of thing where vitality and aura converge is really hard to come by and hard to find. Anyway, if the spiritual plants were to nurture the elixir, it would probably be the convergence of vitality that would do it, and he pretended to know it well and said so. The young cultivator nodded his head along with a bit of sadness on his face. My father has cultivated Maidan, and I have clearly followed his techniques but have not been able to succeed so far. If we could cultivate the wheat dan, not only would it be able to be sold as a substitute for the grain-preventing dan, the spiritual power would also be close to that of the same attribute dan, but it's a pity. He looked at the cold ice wheat he had worked so hard to cultivate and sighed deeply. If you, Taoist friend, truly like these cold ice wheat, you can take 20 of them away for a single spirit stone. That's a pretty cheap price. Generally speaking, first-order spiritual plants would have different prices depending on their utility and rarity, and similar to spiritual rice and spiritual wheat, which were in high demand, the price was even cheaper. Li Yi got the information he wanted, not to mention the fact that this thing had wheat dan breeding. He scanned the spirit wheat through the panel and smiled. I don't think you don't mind me picking it out, do you, fellow Taoist? Of course I don't mind. So Li Yi nonchalantly picked all the ones with Maidan in it, totaling more than 30 trees. He thought about it and simply put together 40 trees, then gave the cultivator 2 spirit stones. The other party was quite happy, and specially gave a book with a simple planting method for cold wheat. Li Yi was also quite happy. On his way out, he didn't forget to ask about the time when the cultivators were out of their stalls, in case there was still mctan to pick up in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Planting Spiritual Plants. Pretentious Lotus Flower. Chapter 7, Planting Spiritual Plants. Pretentious Lotus. After loading the purchased cold ice wheat into his storage bag, he was in an extremely good mood and continued to stroll inside the bazaar. He had wanted to find a suitable spirit bird that could be bound to that cold ice snow lotus, but I don't know if it's because just now picking up mcdan had already exhausted his luck, and after searching for half a day he had nothing to show for it, but instead he bought an interesting and unimpressive magic weapon. It's the Mercurial Organ Workshop again. It's a shame it's not open and only available outside, or else High and Low would have to go in for a long time. On the way home he rubbed the mirror in his hand. This mirror only needs to be placed somewhere. You can see the things reflected inside the mirror through the other mirror. It can be called the cultivation world's version of a surveillance camera, and there's no need to rip a wire to connect it. It's wireless, only the distance is very limited, only a few hundred meters away, coupled with the fact that it is easy to be detected by the divine sense, and there is only a picture without sound. It is an interesting object. After all, the cultivation world, if you just install monitoring to be seen, people are really able to follow the spiritual fluctuations of the magic weapon to find the door. However, it was still very useful to Li Yi. With this item he could always observe the situation of the spiritual plants planted inside the courtyard from inside the house. In case there was anything, he could go and deal with it in time. When he got home he first went inside to warm up his body, and incidentally took out both the glazed snow lotus and the cold ice wheat. In fact, just now he was thinking, This cold wheat described on the can be bound to any kind of seed-producing spiritual plants. So, is this glazed snow lotus viable? Aren't lotus seeds standard? The problem lies in this: is it possible to bind when there is only a one-sided demand? And is it possible to bind with the glazed snow lotus again in the future when a suitable spirit bird is found? Try it. But do I have enough vital essence? He focused his spirit on the two different spirit plants, and he could vaguely sense that the cold ice wheat was willing to bind, but that glazed snow lotus was sending out a sense of resistance. 30 points of vitality essence need to be consumed. Is that so? Li Ye's eyes lit up. This time, the binding was unsuccessful, not unable to bind, which meant that if he could convince the glazed snow lotus, he would be able to bind. That's so strange. Is the glazed snow lotus considered a spirit beast? Aren't spirit plants and spirit beasts the only ones that can be bound? Could it be that these spirit wheats are special? This failure would not make him feel disappointed. On the contrary, it would show that his idea did work. Was the golden finger not such an inconvenient thing? It was just good to discover its usage. The only dilemma is that this guy is going to die in January, and I don't know if binding will solve the problem. He let out a breath and grabbed his chillwheat and went inside the yard. According to the instructions on top of the book given by the young cultivator just now, cold ice wheat needed to be rooted in pure snow. This pure snow could be the sky falling snow, but the requirements for the environment would be very high, because snow is bound to get on quite a few things as it falls. Apparently, the snow still doesn't work too well here, so Li Yi could only think of a way to make his own snow, which wasn't too difficult. Just use spiritual energy to compress the water droplets, then spray it inside the air, and it would directly turn into snow. But what he cared about was what water he used to make snow. Thinking about it, he simply tried to communicate directly with Cold Ice Mai, and set up the water he had gotten from the well, the water after filtering it, and the water with some spirit stone dust added to it over there. Then inquired, "Which one do you like?" Long silence. Just when he thought whether these spirit plants were too spiritually weak to communicate, he finally vaguely sensed the fluctuation of the consciousness of these chili wheat. It's pointing to the well water. Speaking of which, this well is the only source of spiritual chi in this compound, and because of it, it costs a full 20 spirit stones a month to rent it. Fortunately, the original owner had just finished paying the rent not long ago when he came. Then this would be good. Li Yi immediately took the well water and went out to make snow. Then he drew an area for the 40 spirit wheat in the outer circle of the silver moon grass and began to patiently plant it. He admitted that he was really still a novice when it came to growing, and even after reading those books, sometimes the control of depth or whatever was hard to perfect. However, he can vaguely sense the consciousness of these wheat. As long as they feel comfortable, that is the most suitable. The big deal is to adjust more adjustments. Practice makes perfect, and he didn't feel certain that if he couldn't now he wouldn't later. In this way, he quickly planted the 40 cold wheat plants. In fact, the planting is not very well organized, and even the interval between the wheat is a little dense and a little sparse, crooked and also varying depths. But this is really what they feel most comfortable with, and even 2 of the wheat plants have a sense of wanting to stick it. After planting it, Li Yi observed it. Their so-called Maidan has not yet been birthed, and it seems that it will take some time. He really wants to taste the elixir produced by the wheat after the breeding is completed. Grow hard, little ones. As usual, he said a few cheering words to these chilly whelps. After the planting was done, he found a place to set up the mirror to make sure he could see this side clearly, then returned inside the house and took out the glazed snow lotus. The glazed snow lotus that had been inside the storage bag capable of storing spirit plants and spirit beasts for a while was quite a bit shriveled, but when it came into contact with the outside world after the cold wind wrapped in snow, as if alive, the original closed bracts have a tendency to bloom, but once Li Yi stopped, it immediately continued to wither. Is this a joke? He looked around. The cold wind was still blowing. Even if he didn't move, it would still feel very cold. Not to mention, how could he take a few random steps? How could there be a difference in the cold and snowy air? According to what was just learned from the spirit machine Vineside, this spirit plant seemed to be averse to being rooted in a certain place for a long period of time, and it was said that its favorite was the flowing snow of the snowy mountains. You can walk around without moving. He really didn't understand it, but since he had already bought it, plus its lotus seeds were really quite important, he could only keep moving, and in the process he had been sensing the fluctuations in the consciousness of the glazed snow lotus. It still turned out to be nothing. It just seemed to simply have to go around drawing in the so-called cold ice snow chi. After walking for a while, Li Yi felt that he really couldn't stand the cold outside and placed it with the bottle by the well and hurriedly hid inside the house. He patted the snow from his body, then lay back down on his bed, silently contemplating what to do next. What was there now was already taking up not much of his energy, and if he got greedy for more, it was obviously not worth the effort. So stay home honestly during this time. First, get the lotus and spirit wheat. Restore some vital essence to bind all the silver moon grasses and flint crystal worms. When this batch of silver moon grass produces a sufficient number of moon liquid beads, then we will go to the spirit machine vine to turn in the quest, and incidentally, we can buy some spell tome. The spells that the original owner knows are still a little too few. With that thought, he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep went straight into the night, and when he woke up he glanced at the mirror hanging next to him and suddenly saw a somewhat bizarre scene. It was a moment of mental shock. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Gathering Moonlight, Taking Mactan. At this point the wind and snow stopped for the time being. The clouds dispersed and the moon came out, only to see the bright moonlight spilling down from the sky, like water streams shining on the white snow. It looked almost like it was flowing. Just inside the courtyard, the blades of the silver moongrass pushed up the fat flint crystal insect, and the silver shoots on top of the insect's head greeted the moonlight, a scene that was quite similar to some legendary demons worshipping the moon. Bright moon, white snow, plus that head up straight body efforts to catch the moonlight bug. I have to say that this scene is really beautiful. If the painting is definitely considered a masterpiece, but it's also weird. The marvelous greatness of natural life unfolds. It was also at this moment that Lee finally had a substantial feeling he had arrived in a light and strange world of immortal cultivation. Naturally there were many mysterious things. It's a good thing this mystery thing is my own. Ugh. This is? Lee watched silently through the mirror, and suddenly realized that the moonlight around the silver moongrass seemed to be a bit different. The moonlight converged extra brightly, as if it was being illuminated by a spotlight. This is the silver moongrass's natural aptitude? He remembered the scene yesterday when he performed his lighting technique. It was all related to light, and it did make him a bit skeptical. Could it be that his lighting technique needed to be performed under the moonlight to be a bit different? He really couldn't wait to try it, but he didn't go right out. Now that the silver moongrass and the flint crystal worm were obviously undergoing some changes, if he went out now, in case he was affected, the one who suffered losses would be himself, so he planned to wait a while. He walked to the window and looked at the crystal clear night sky muttering. In the daytime, the spiritual vine said that the wind and snow would stop after about 15 days, but it ended up stopping at night. It turns out that the weather forecast in the immortal cultivation world can be inaccurate. Time passes slowly while waiting. After about a tea's work, the flint crystal worm finally hopped down from the top of the blade with a hard wriggling body, and curled back into the blade of the silver moongrass. The bright moonlight that had been coalescing around them also gradually dispersed, restoring the normal scenery. Lee could clearly see that at the top of the silver moongrass, 3 rounded pearl-like beads appeared, glowing silver under the moonlight. Obviously those were the moon liquid beads. In that case it's the flint crystal worm that accelerated the speed of converging the moon liquid beads. I should get out there. He pushed the door open and walked out, stung by the cold night air, and rushed to the front of the silver moongrass. Alas, the damage to his meridians had indeed still made his resistance a little worse. Lee first observed the grass and bugs to make sure that there was nothing going on with these two before reaching out and picking off the 3 moon liquid beads, and then casting the spell, accompanied by a burst of spiritual energy. Then the magical scene appeared. The small ball formed by the light spell seemed to be absorbing the surrounding light in the moonlight, gradually coalescing into shape, and then falling lightly to the ground, floating on the snow layer. Apparently not very heavy. Light-formed substance? Lee was quite shocked as he carefully picked up the small ball. It was slightly cool in his hand and had a tendency to rapidly melt after coming into contact with his body temperature. So this thing is actually an outer layer made up of water vapor, which wraps around the light and then takes on this form. Can you freeze and store moonlight? He was somewhat moved. From what had just happened, these silver moongrasses clearly had to draw on the moonlight in order to change. Perhaps they have some way of storing moonlight as well, and that's why they changed their light magic form. So can you store more and use it at other times? Or even simply grow them directly inside the house? With this in mind, he began to frequently cast the lighting technique, but unfortunately the power within his body that belonged to the silver moongrass had completely disappeared. He also made just 10 of these pucks and was unable to make any more, but it was rare to have such a good moonlight. He once again communicated with the silver moongrass, gained some more aura, and finally made 20 of them to fit inside an icebox before taking the moon liquid beads and leaving satisfied. He decided that the moon liquid beads produced during this period of time would first be drunk by himself. On one hand, it would speed up the binding process. On the other hand, it would also enhance his strength. And around now, there was no particular thirst for something to buy, and so the time passed quickly. He had spent a few days saving up enough 80 points of vitality essence to bind all the silver moongrass and flint crystal worms. It wasn't known if it was because of the large number of them. The auras they emitted converged on each other, almost taking over that small piece of land. These 5 silver moongrasses were able to produce 15 moon liquid pearls every day, compared to the original output of only 1 every 3 days. It was simply a world of difference, and that task could naturally be completed with ease. He didn't just take enough to turn in straight away, though. intending to go a little earlier than the scheduled time he should have finished. As for that extra moon liquid bead, of course he was going to make something to eat together with the flour produced by the cold ice wheat and the lotus seeds of the glazed snow lotus. I also wonder if this mixing together of the power of vitality has improved. Li Yi stood about 3 meters away from the cold wheat and looked at the cold wheat that was already about to mature. They now became abnormally swollen, and the kernels of wheat inside were as if confined to the sheaf. A few breaths later, bang bang bang, one by one, the ears of wheat exploded, and the grains of wheat were directly dehulled and turned into dust, instantly turning the surrounding area white. If the snow hadn't been so light by now, I imagine it would have been difficult to mix with it. Li Yi had long been prepared, pinching in his hand to cast magic power. A clear wind instantly wrapped in white flour fell into the prepared urn. This? It was at this time that he realized that the flour had some very, very small, rounded beads trapped inside it, and they fell into the urn together. In the end, these 40 cold wheat plants actually produced half a kilogram of flour. There were even more than 30 magical McDanes, silent in the urn, white really as snow dust. That's a horrible yield. 40 plants will produce half a kilogram of flour? Wouldn't there be no possibility of famine ever again? He looked at the wheat that had completely wilted after the explosion, picked up the bucket with the well water and made them some more snow with aura, before taking the urn back to the house, washing his hands and picking up a rounded wheat dan. The particles of this maidan were really extremely small, and one couldn't even notice its existence without looking carefully, and it didn't have any flavor, looking like small white stones. Eating something like this is something that really requires mental construction. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and carefully taking a bite. It's sweet and silky in the mouth with a little bit of flour gooiness. It wasn't hard to eat, and when he had eaten it he felt that his stomach appeared to have been filled with something, and an aura entered his body, and he didn't feel hungry at all. At the same time a number 2 surfaced in his mind. That means such a single one provides 2 points of vital essence. He smashed his mouth. It's not bad. The aura is really comparable to an elixir, and there's also a satiating effect. If the output can be sustained it does save a large amount of expenses on elixirs. But, he looked at the lotus seeds, moon liquid beads, and flour he had already prepared, and fell into deep thought. I was planning to make a lotus seed cake to eat. This suddenly full stomach. It seems that you can only make it a while before eating. End of chapter. Chapter 9, A New Mission. The Mysteries of the Feats. Li Yi stayed at home for a few days, seeing that the deadline for delivering the mission was approaching, and that the snow and wind were getting less and less, showing signs of gradually stopping. He looked at those silver moongrasses and sighed slightly. According to the quest, silver moongrass is a very typical festival spirit plant. When everything recovers after spring, they will gradually stop producing moon liquid beads until the arrival of the next winter. He didn't know what kind of changes would be made, if it would destabilize the flint crystal worm. The vibrant spiritual energy that these little guys provided him with on a daily basis was truly soothing, and every time it was as refreshing as if he had been in a sauna. Changes that he did not want to see. Yet the sun and the moon and the seasons do change, and it really can't. The only way is these beads I've been hoarding, and this time I'll turn in my quest to see if I can buy a spell to transplant the silver moongrass into. That's just it. Let's go and ask Senior Spirit Machine Vine first. By the way, also solve the problem of spiritual plants. This glazed snow lotus is estimated to be unable to keep snow melted out, and then find the cold attribute of the bird is also difficult to do. He muttered and stood up, tucking in the box that held the 50 moon liquid beads and the other 2 boxes with 10 moon liquid beads each, and headed out the door to the bazaar once more. The Spirit Machine Vine side already knew that the silver moongrass he cultivated could produce more moon liquid beads, and it was never good for him to be stuck with the task to hand it in. Not to mention that he didn't know if handing in more would affect the task evaluation. If he could influence it, he'd take the other 2 boxes as well. If it didn't affect him, he would have to save up some moon liquid beads. Spirit stones could still be earned again, but the products of such seasonal festive spirit plants were no longer difficult to obtain after the season, so it was always necessary to stock up on some. Soon he arrived at the store of the Four Seasons sect, but this time, the Spirit Machine Vine Senior didn't seem to be in a very good mood, and the emotion shown by the panel was anger, which only changed to anger when he saw Li Yi. Well, it looks like he's done a pretty good job of painting this face over here. At least it didn't turn out to be very angry or anything like that after seeing himself. There you are. How many moon liquid beads have been collected? I'm talking to you. Most of the moon liquid bead missions this time around weren't done very well, and the quality was poor. The alchemist within the door just came to talk to me. If you have more than one, take them all out. We'll not let you kids suffer. Li Yi blinked and took out all 3 boxes, then lined them up and placed them on top of the counter. The neatly placed moon liquid beads inside were glowing with silver under the light. It really is like a small moon. This is all that the late generation has gained by doing their best. Elders, see if it's okay. He was actually a bit vain in this statement. Since the last time he came it had been 10 days, counting the days of accumulating vitality essence. It was also enough to hoard close to 100 of them. seeing as how spring is just 3 days away, we'll be able to stock up on another dozen or so. But the spirit machine vine didn't know. It looked at this neat 70 moon liquid beads, slightly froze, its mood improved with the naked eye, and the white small on the temples and vines all bloomed. Well, it repeatedly exclaimed. It's really good, counting the 2 you gave the other day. It's a full 72 lunar liquid beads. It's considered the second best in this assessment mission. Count your kid 30 spirit stones apiece. Here, this is 2,100 spirit stones. Count them. As soon as the words fell, a pile of spirit stones suddenly appeared on top of the counter. The spirit light was overflowing and colorful. Looking at Li Yi slightly gulped. It was clear that the spirit vine was trying to achieve a shocking effect. The spirit stones piled up were able to bury it completely. If not for the fact that this counter was big enough, it probably wouldn't fit. Over 2,000 spirit stones. Just one quest and you got it? No wonder the original owner fought with so many people to try to get it in the first place. And no wonder seeing the silver moongrass wither would directly unbalance his mind. Then Senior will take it first. Li Yi quickly put all the spirit stones into his storage bag, and the smile on his face could hardly be concealed. The spirit machine vine is also clear that the storage bag to collect spirit stone as long as a little attention must know exactly how much spirit stone. But Li Yi such a quick or let it feel pleasant, perhaps it really is looking at the eye how to look at all comfortable. It said slowly, since you have already completed the first ring of tasks, then the old man will tell you about the second ring of tasks. Li Yi nodded. Please speak, Senior, I'm all ears. This second ring has the same spirit plants as the first ring, and is still my 4 seasons 6 unique festival spirit plants, starting from the beginning of spring and ending at the end of the valley rain. As the saying goes, food is the only thing that matters to the people, and this second ring of the quest calls for a kind of spirit wheat, and one that is for the mortals under my sect and the lower-ranked cultivators to consume. Don't look at this as inconspicuous, but how many senior brothers and sisters within the gate cultivate by eating spirit wheat? If the spirit wheat is planted well, after entering the gate, even if one achieves nothing as a spirit wheat master, one will still be able to cultivate without worry. This mission is not bound by how much spirit wheat, but still, the more the better. Here, these are the seeds of spirit wheat. A box full of spiritual wheat seeds was placed in front of Li Yi. Every seed in there was verdant and unusual, emitting abundant spiritual energy. If not said, it would be thought to be some small piece of emerald jade. He looked at it, and the panel immediately took effect. Name, for seasons wheat, spring wheat. Mood, longing to germinate. Condition, good. There's actually no binding this time? He was slightly stunned, but on second thought this was a seed cultivated by the 4-times sect, so perhaps it really didn't have any flaws. It seemed that planting this thing couldn't be too speculative. He reached out with the intention of putting the box away, but suddenly thought of something and feigned curiosity. Elder, when my senior was strolling around the bazaar the other day, I saw someone selling my dan. What kind of object is that? Oh, the spirit machine vine said casually. The elders in my sect believe that pills are refined by human power with all kinds of materials supplemented by utensils, but there are many spiritual plants in the world. So is it not true that the seeds of conception are not their dan? Natural greatness must be even more special if it becomes a dan. The so-called wheat dan is the spirit wheat in a special environment within the wheat embryo contact with some kind of spiritual power or coincidence, accidentally fused with the flour into something similar to a potion. Most of the spirit wheat is mainly used to replace the grain-preventing dan, and it is subjected to the vitality aura nurtured by the wheat in it is also somewhat beneficial to the physical body, and the specifics still depend on the type of spirit wheat. Take these Lichuan wheat. The vigor of spring, coupled with the spring rains, is definitely comparable to a spirit elixir with dual attributes of wood and water. That price is even extremely high, so high that you can't imagine. Here it paused. If you kid has the ability to raise the spirit elixir of Lichuan Mai, I'll take the initiative to let the physicians within the sect take a look at your injuries. Li Yi smiled ecstatically. Thank you, Senior, for your love. Then he scratched his head in embarrassment. But the late generation still has a doubt. I don't know if I can. Just say it. The spirit machine vine was happy to have accomplished its task and wouldn't mind some more pointers. Its master said that he wanted to make more good karma. In case this kid was capable in the future, it would be considered a good thing to do. Only then did Li Yi inquired. What I cultivate is the 5-element spirit rising decision of the 4 seasons upper sect. This technique only goes as far as refining chi. I wonder if I might get a follow-up. The spiritual vine looked at Li Yi for a while. Li Yi's face was puzzled, as if he was wondering why he was looking at himself like this, but his heart couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. This spirit vine also didn't know what cultivation level it was. The divine sense alone actually gave him a feeling of being seen through. He was silent and unmoving. Suddenly, the spirit machine vine said meaningfully, the 5-element spirit rising decision is a very interesting technique. I remember that there is an entry test that requires one to cultivate to the 10th level of chi refinement, and one needs to have 5 different types of spirit plants or spirit beasts that are genuinely entrusted to them, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. If you want to cultivate the 5 elements spirit ascension decree to a high level, this is essential. Li Ye's heart instantly had a number. It turns out that this is really the magic that the gong method brings to him, and he had thought that it was the panel. And it seems that it can really show a little bit now. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Mission 2. By Big. A wisp of fire ignited at Li Ye's fingertips, extremely stable with a warm golden glow. The spirit machine vine nodded slightly at the sight of this smudge of fire. You've got your first wholeheartedly entrusted fire attribute spirit insect at only the 4th level of chi refining, so I guess you must have used some method to allow it to continue its lifespan. Li Yi had anticipated this in his heart. He had panels that could barely sense the other party's emotions that were without malice. That's why he dared to reveal something magical. I'm afraid you're not apprehensive in your mind if you're willing to put this on display. A small micro blossomed at the top of the spirit machine vine. I've seen a lot of loose cultivators, all of them pacing cautiously as if there were a trap heavily disaster in every step. Caution is good, but caution can lead to missed opportunities. There are thousands of chances and wonders in the world, and those who can cultivate to a high position all have chances, and yours naturally belongs to you. Li Yi was slightly stunned. The spirit machine vine, however, did not say any more. It pondered for a moment. The flint fire of the flint crystal worm is extremely restraining of ghosts and evil spirits, but they are not very spiritual. I do have a task I would like to give to you. I don't know if you are willing to accept it? Li Yi finally let out a sigh of relief and slightly arched his hand. Of course the late generation is willing. The table in front of him also turned some kind of mechanism and creaked with a clear sound. A small, compact box with golden runic marks drawn on its surface appeared in front of Li Ye's eyes, and with a turn of the Taiji 8 trigrams at the top, the box slowly opened. A black gas with a fishy odor gushed out from it. The smell is a little too weird. Li Yi was a bit uncomfortable when he smelled it. The place where he had been living all this time was very clean, and there were spiritual plants and wells to provide spiritual chi. That air was simply comfortable. He took a breath and looked toward the inside of the box, only to see the box inside is a small piece of mori white bone block, on top of which grows a magnificent. The petals show purple-red color of the dough. The white bone block and the magnificent contrast is extremely sharp. Name: hungry bone. Mood: resentment. Status: craving for food. Bindable: spirit animal that can hoard sufficient food. This object came from a region that had been poisoned by a demonic sect, and the millions of mortals in that area all died of famine due to the methods of the demonic sect, and such a demon was born on the ground. Spirit Machine Vine's voice became heavy. I, the Four Seasons sect, am a prestigious sect, so I naturally have the obligation to exorcise these demons born of grudges and liberate the souls inside that are trapped by the evil arts of the demon sect. This mission is not unique to you. There are missions scheduled down in all the workshops, but whoever completes it the best will have a higher evaluation and better rewards, and extremely high-quality spirit weapons will be within reach. Li Yi stared at the strange demon for a while and wondered, then how is it considered completed? And how is it considered completed well? The suffering of most people's lives doesn't end until they die, but the devil's sex methods make it possible for the suffering to never end, to stretch on forever, perhaps, only to die completely. But maybe there's a better way too, so figure it out and come back to me to claim it after you've solved this one. The Spirit Machine Vine suddenly changed the topic after finishing. How is the spiritual chi of the courtyard you live in nowadays? I remember when you first came to rent it, it seemed that there was only one level 1 spirit well. Now would you like to add more sources of Reiki? I'll do the honors and give you a cheaper rate. Li Yi was speechless as he watched the spirit vine suddenly turn into a trader, but it was indeed necessary to add some sources of aura to his residence. With the increase in the number of spiritual objects planted, the spiritual chi emanating from that one spiritual well was already a bit insufficient, and spirit wheat was a big devourer of spirits, so it was indeed necessary to make preparations early. It's not easy to come out, so let's just get it all taken care of. Elder, teach me, now that I'm planting spirit wheat and also raising some spirit beasts and other spirit plants, just how much spirit chi is appropriate? He politely asked for guidance. The Spirit Machine Vine directly took out a jade board. Spiritual light rippled on that jade board, and moments later there appeared such things as spiritual springs, spiritual vein diversions, spiritual wells, spiritual trees, and many other spiritual objects capable of providing spiritual power, ranging from the first to the fourth order. Li Ye's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the jade board. This really seems to be a tablet computer in the cultivation world. This item is the earth vein conditioning array that my Four Seasons sect has set up in the migratory end of the world market, capable of increasing or decreasing the source of spiritual chi in a certain place at will. You only need to pay the spirit stone rent, and it can be added for you right now. To be in your situation, it is estimated that 1 spiritual spring is sufficient. Li Yi looked at it. The price behind the first order spirit spring was 20 spirit stones per month. This price was the same as the price he was renting this small courtyard. Knowing that this small courtyard came with a first order spirit well, He was a little puzzled, so he asked his query. Elder, this small courtyard of mine was originally just 20 spirit stones a month. How come a first-order spirit spring costs 20? That adds up to 40 spirit stones a month. One's own district is a refining chi, and one has to rent a mansion for 40 per month. It's really extravagant. The spirit machine vine replied. Of course, spirit stones are needed for the earth vein formation to function. If you're willing to move and find a mansion with 2 sources of aura, that's only about 30 spirit stones. Asking you for 10 spirit stones is really not much. What's more, hey, the spirit stones required for you to live here are really too cheap compared to the gate, and it's still not favorable to the scattered cultivators. Otherwise, what do you think the migratory end of the world market has to vet every cultivator who wants to rent and has to be tested for? The sect is giving you ladders to climb the path. It spoke with some emotion at the end. The spirit plant masters within the gate who had a little bit of skill would have hundreds of thousands of low-rank spirit stones in a season's harvest of spirit plants. This side of the immortal cultivation world was extremely prosperous, and there were people who wanted all sorts of spirit materials. Compared to the mining of low-grade spirit stones was just very convenient. The gate was even able to create low-ranked aura sources and low-ranked spirit stones, which was why it was this cheap. But high-ranked could be a different story. High-ranked spirit stones were the true trading currency of middle and high-ranked cultivators, and the value of high-ranked spirit sources was even higher. I don't know if this kid is really capable later on. Remembering what it's like for him to haggle for just a few dozen low-grade spirit stones nowadays, it actually looked forward to it a little. Li Yi instantly had no more doubts and took out 20 spirit stones and handed them to the spirit machine vine. The latter collected the spirit stones and continued to ask, "Do you need anything else? Spiritual beasts and plants or spells and spirit weapons? We have everything here." Listening to it, it sounded as if it wanted to give back again all that it had just earned. But one has to admit there is a real need for it. The latecomer would also like to buy some basic spells. Before the words left his mouth, a row of books such as 5 Elements Technique Refining Stage, Agriculture, Mulberry and Taoism, Spirit Beast Taming First Edition, the complete book of basic talismans, and strange sect minor spells appeared in front of him. Li Yi simply begged to the end. The juniors have only learned some minor spells. Can the seniors give some advice? This time the speechlessness changed to the spirit machine vine, which said rather helplessly, "You're quite good at getting an inch. If I were you, I'd learn this and this first." It nodded the 5 Elements Technique Refining Stage and the strange sect minor technique, and then stopped talking. Li Yi nodded his head directly. How many spirit stones are these 2 tomes in total? Since the spiritual vine had recommended it to him, he wouldn't have too many questions. Now that he has taken over its mission, and it favors him, he will definitely not do anything to intentionally cheat him of his spirit stones. Don't be so skeptical and distrustful when people recommend it. 50 spirit stones for the 5 elemental spells and 70 spirit stones for the strange sect minor spells. The spirit machine vine took the 120 spirit stones Li Yi gave him before he said in a nonchalant manner, "You're at the chi refining stage now. You're not considered to have officially stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. Just work hard to improve your cultivation. The interior of the workshop is absolutely safe. Wasting too much energy cultivating a bunch of spells is rather a downfall. When you have the extra energy to come back and learn more spells after foundation establishment, you'll be fine. The late generation understands." After that, Li Yi asked if there were any formations that could retain and isolate the cold, and the spirit machine vine gave him a formation flag worth 20 spirit stones. So far, Li Yi had harvested 2,100 spirit stones here and used out another 160, but the rewards are kind of all over the place: spells, future quests, and even improved conditions in the settlement. If you can earn it, you can, but it's just not as comfortable to hoard it as to use it to speed up your own gardening, and you have to make the right trade-offs. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Square Inch Mountain and River Box, Microschwan Beaver. Leaving the store, Li Yi continued to stroll inside the bazaar. If we talk about it, it's definitely better to buy everything at once inside the Four Seasons sect store. For example, what kind of spiritual plants that can bear seeds or spiritual beasts that love to hoard food that are missing right now? However, it was just that he had a clear tendency to want spiritual plants and beasts once or twice, but to buy them multiple times like this was a bit of a problem in the end. Besides, he wanted to see if he could keep picking up the slack. With the winter season looking to be over, there are now some farming tools above the bazaar to buy, such as what can be automatically plowed hoes, plows, boxes that can be used for breeding, spray cans to maintain the concentration of water aura, and stone monuments. In terms of the entire process from breeding to sowing to planting, one could find corresponding magic weapons, estimating that even a little cutie can also rely on these magic weapons to manage a field. Li Yi would like to buy a little, but thought better of it. He is now but 2 acres of land. To buy so many magic weapons is really some luxury. If it is really more in the future and then buy it is not too late. He turned a few steps and accidentally found the young cultivator who was selling cold ice wheat last time. This time the other party's face seemed a little more sad. He looked at what the other party was selling and was immediately shocked. Name, Spring Thunder Wheat. Mood, expectation. Status, immature, with a chance of breeding McTan. No, what kind of son of fortune is this? The cold ice wheat sold last time had wheat Dan, and this time the spring thunder wheat actually had a chance of breeding wheat Dan. Could it be that there was some method of cultivating wheat Dan without realizing it? He immediately walked forward and said familiarly, "Isn't this fellow Daoist Joe here to sell wheat again?" Last names were exchanged last time. The young cultivator surnamed Joe saw it was Li Yi, and there was no excitement. Taoist friendly. "I'm here to change another kind of wheat cultivation. This spring thunder wheat, if planted more than one, can attract a touch of spring thunder bombardment, powdered when the formation of thunder flower. Taoist friend may want to buy some? Isn't what our friend Joe sold last time cold ice wheat? Oh, that cold ice wheat is already out of season. The seasons change, so of course we should plant new spiritual plants with the seasons. Here, these spring thunder wheats are what my elders got from the Four Seasons upper sect. Then, did you cultivate my Dan? Of course not. Perhaps I'm truly talentless. It's better to sell spirit wheat honestly. So do you want these spirit wheats or not, fellow Daoist? The spring thunder wheat that has a chance of breeding wheat Dan. Of course he wants it, but this thing has to be planted quite a lot to attract the spring thunderbolt bombardment, and his 1.5 acres of land is just too little. He had no choice but to shake his head. My place is small, but I really can't plant it in large quantities. Alas, I've been setting out this spirit wheat for 2 days now and no one has bought it. If you don't want it, I'll simply take it back and wait for the rest of the spirit wheat to ripen to eat it myself. Cultivator Joe was very lost. When Li Yi heard him say this, he simply said mysteriously, "Everything has a spirit. Perhaps these spirit wheats you planted are trying to offer their essence to you?" After saying that, he waved his hand and turned directly away in a dashing mess. But truthfully, it's a real bit of heartache that he may have missed out on a bunch of McDanes, and Cultivator Joe felt that there was some truth in what this Taoist Li had said. Obviously their own hard work breeding planting, but once have not eaten in the end, what is the taste? Around the same cannot be sold. Simply take back to eat themselves. Next time, if you have the chance to meet this Taoist Li, you can send him some flour made from the wheat you grow to try. As Li Yi walked on, he quickly released his mind. Maybe it really can't be forced. There are always too many good things in the world that you can't get for yourself, and it's my fate to lose them, but my fortune to gain them. His attention was now drawn to the huge chest that was placed in front of a cultivator not far away. The box was about 20 feet long and 10 feet wide and stretched across that side. Inside, there was a flowing spring as well as mounds of dirt and some green plants, and it looked almost as if a stream and the landscape along its banks had been cut down and fitted into it. What's even more amazing is that there are some chubby, round beavers about the size of a baby's paw in there, gradually building their own little dams, dividing the whole stream into pieces. Name Weichuan Beaver. Mood, pleasure. Status, eager to share their food. Bindable, any kind of spirit plant that craves spiritual energy or nutrients. Just as Li Yi was observing them, there were cultivators around them chatting and talking long ago. That should be the square-inch mountain and river organ box from the Maja organ workshop, right? Yes, it seems to be subordinate to the streams and rivers that came out last year. Is that box really able to provide an absolutely tranquil and perfect environment for spiritual beasts and plants? This last sentence was asked by Li Yi. Hearing his inquiry, the surrounding cultivators didn't mince words, or perhaps that cultivator was kinda enjoying the feeling of being noticed. The Emo clan's square-inch mountain and river organ box was assembled with the assistance of the spiritual plantsmith of the Four Seasons upper clan. The aura environment inside can be set, and no matter what kind of spirit beasts and plants, as long as you can afford to pay for a customized one, you can definitely cultivate and raise them inside. Seeing that there are more and more people, this cultivator also talked about the spirit beast. This spirit beast should be a spirit creature nurtured by the micro-spirit river within the mountain gate of the Four Seasons upper sect. They had been nurtured by the great powers of the upper clan for generations, and their favorite thing was to comb the water veins and clean the dirt left behind by the spirit beasts and spirit plants. If there's a spiritual spring and river in the yard, keep a few beavers and you won't have to bother cleaning. Li Yi silently lined up inside the crowd. It always felt as if this person was a trust. The benefits of that organ box and the Weichuan beaver were really very suitable trust, but I have to say that he really kind of wanted to buy one of these boxes, just like the micro landscape that he bought in his previous life, and put it inside the house. That is definitely eye-catching, and can also keep some things that are not convenient to keep in the yard. For example, that's silver moon grass. It would be really convenient to have this kind of box. However, when he mixed in the crowd and heard that the cheapest of these things would cost several hundred spirit stones, and if the customization requirements were more, the price would be even higher, he immediately wilted. Although he had earned more than 2,000 spirit stones, but he had just bought the formation, and there was no particular need for this item, so it was better to need it again. With that, he was well on his way to getting in line for 5 microglacial beavers. Surprisingly, the price was cheap. One actually only cost 5 spirit stones. He had thought that such special spirit beasts were extremely expensive. Or as I heard later in the crowd as I was leaving, the spirit animals had been treated with some spells and were unable to procreate. That means buying a few is a few. What can I say? It was a bit of a surprise but always expected. Cultivated spiritual plants need special breeding methods to give birth to seeds, and these spiritual beasts must be the same. Or else wouldn't they just buy a pair and take them out to be bred and sold? Think about it and know it's not possible. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Waiting for spring. When Li Yi pushed open the door and returned home with a full harvest, he saw at a glance that in the corner of the yard, a clear spring had suddenly gushed out. Under the gradually falling snow it still flowed outwards, gradually soaking the ground around it. Obviously this spring also required planning by Li Yi. He was about to put the beavers down and go take care of them when the tiny beavers suddenly stirred, passing on the realization that they wanted to get out. He glanced at the spring and then at the looking beaver, and was instantly struck by the realization. You're going to take care of that spring? The beavers nodded in unison, their tiny beady eyes shining as if they were such rare treasures, and their innocence could be seen in their eyes, and it was delightful to see. Go on then. I expect you to do a good job for me. After Li Yi placed the box diagonally, they couldn't wait to run towards the spiritual spring that was gushing outwards, collecting some mud and dead leaves dropped by the plants in the courtyard along the way. When they got close to the spirit spring they gibbered and seemed to exchange a few words. Then, as if by instinct engraved in their bodies, the 2 beavers and the mud, one beaver nibbling and cutting branches, the other 2 beavers weaving in and out of the current to build the mud and branches into tiny dikes. The division of labor was done quite perfectly. At first the dam would still be breached by the water flowing from the spring, but they were only reinforced 2 or 3 times, and the water flowed honestly and very peacefully through the gaps formed by those branches of the dike. And the dam, which was clearly made of mud and randomly taken dead leaves, actually filtered the water flow, and the spring water that flowed through it seemed to become clearer. There's something magical about it when it's true. He walked up to the front of this tiny dike and looked at the beavers who were continuing to busily digging to build themselves a den, and thought for a moment. Finding one of the steadiest of them, put it in the palm of his hand. Immediately after that, he took out the hungry bone that emitted an ominous aura. The beaver looked up curiously at his other hand, his eyes full of clear curiosity within them. That means it doesn't exclude. Binding requires 100 points of vitality essence. Fortunately, this period of time to eat a lot of spiritual objects, but also every day to take the moon liquid beads. I did not expect that this binding actually won 100 points. Silver moon grass and flint crystal worm can only 20 points. Binding. As his mind moved, there seemed to be some kind of mysterious connection between this hungry bone in his hand and the tiny beaver, who blinked his little black bean-like eyes and stared at the hungry bone, and then the whole beaver hugged it directly. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. Li Yi actually vaguely felt that the hungry bone was resisting, but in the end, he was defeated by the beaver's enthusiasm. As Li Yi placed them on the ground, the microglacial beaver dragged the bone, which was twice its size, very laboriously to the nest under construction, seemingly to place it inside the nest. It was reasonable to say that the hungry bone that emitted the aura of resentment would feel solid even if a cultivator held it, and would even be affected. But it was marvelous that it actually didn't affect the beaver one iota. No, there was still the effect that the other beavers, dragging their hungry bones, were separated into a separate place by their own companions, and pressed to come nearer for fear of being stained. But it also seems to be happy and willing to part. After observing from the sidelines for a while and realizing that nothing had changed either, Li Yi began to point at the beavers' work. He needed the beavers to divert the water from the spirit springs through the dikes to the side of the land where he was about to do the planting. After a few pointers, he realized that the intelligence of these little guys was really exaggerated. Just a little bit of advice, and they listen with perfect accuracy, cleaning up the floor as they go about their business. It's just quite energizing. I should have gotten a few more, and I don't know if it's too late to go back and ask for some more. Such peculiar spirit beasts were really rare to see, and with their help, one would save himself the effort of having to always pay attention to watering and tending to the yard. For the next few days, Li Yi had been busy preparing an environment where silver moongrass could grow. For this reason, he even used a spirit stone to replenish its aura, and then used the aura it fed back to make the iceling beads. The wheat is also being soaked and seeded by some means, and the yard is plowed, waiting for the spring to come when it will be ready to be sown directly. The glazed snow lotus withered in the end during this period, because Li Yi also didn't know if finding an ice attribute bird could save it. Not to mention that winter was about to turn to spring, and by then what place would there be for it and the bird to spread around? So you can only watch its lotus petals gradually wither. The lotus leaves droop and become weak, and finally only a lotus seed remains, lying quietly in the urn that originally held the snow. He put the lotus away intending to continue planting it in the winter. As for those coal ice wheat, he still didn't understand why it was the only one that could be bound to a spirit plant, but that didn't stop him from trying to bind it to the Lichuan wheat he had just gotten. But it was a pity that just 30 or so plants of coal ice wheat also possessed the need to spawn wheat danes and carry out bindings. He could also only bind with more than 30 wheat seeds one after another and then take care of them carefully. So these days he ate as many good cumulative vitality essences as he could. What with the moon liquid beads, the hoarded spirit wheat flour, and the occasional trip over to the bazaar to buy some spirit fruits mixed with spirit spring water. Delicious indeed. The only problem was the lack of meat. But honestly, this golden finger is really good, and it doesn't need to do anything by himself. Just eat it to accumulate enough vital essence. He likes to eat the most. That's why I'm still so young to be on a regimen. In his spare time he would sit in front of the window, with pastries and cheap spirit tea and water on the table beside him, and leisurely read the 2 tomes he had bought. What he now held in his hands was the small spells of the strange doors. It's full of little spells that are very practical and handy. For example, Li reached out his hand towards the pastry placed in front of him and cast the fetch art he had just learned. The piece of pastry trembled and barely flew, like a bird that had just learned to fly, a moment high and a moment low, but eventually it landed in Li Ye's hands. He took a bite of the pastry and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. No wonder the Spirit Machine Vine recommended that I buy this book. The small spells in here aren't as systematic as those of the 5 elemental spells, but they're still really rare if you want to live a comfortable life. Finishing the pastries in 3 bites, he looked at the pastry crumbs on his clothes and merged his fingers into a sword inflicted. An invisible spiritual force immediately collected all the dust and pastry crumbs together into a small cluster. It was casually thrown inside the trash can with his fetch spell. He then silently chanted a meditation incantation to temporarily repel distracting thoughts from his mind, and patiently began to learn up more spells. And time passes slowly, until one night, he was supposed to be sleeping, when suddenly the sound of a gong being struck came from outside, and at the same time there was a majestic male voice resounding through the marketplace. Fellow Taoists, as spring arrives and everything recovers, the 4 Seasons sect has a gift for all of you. The seasons rotate for good luck. When Li Yi quickly climbed up to the front of the window to look, the scene instantly made him slightly open his mouth. Should I say it's worthy of the 4 Seasons clan? It's really rich and powerful. End of chapter. Chapter 13, The Flint and the Flint. The spring rain. Only the sky full of smoke bloomed abruptly. Bang bang bang. The magnificent beautiful flowers like in the air bloomed a fireworks garden. All kinds of strange bloom one after another, lit up the night sky at midnight, dispersed the heavy clouds, so that the bright moonlight sprinkled the earth. Li Yi saw it clearly. The panels are able to distinguish the original form of the dough. It was actually a spiritual plant called time-sharing smoke tree, and it seemed that its petals had been activated by the spiritual chi in the sky, creating such a strange landscape. Of course, the bigger deal is the gift when the smoke falls. That meteor-like point of light falling from the dome of the sky was clearly an elixir, and it was also a pill surrounded by aura. Coincidentally, there was that one that fell straight down towards here. Li Yi saw this and hurriedly picked up the array disc that was manipulating the array and made it crack open. The elixir immediately passed through the gap in the formation and fell silently to the ground. The beavers who were still hard at work during the night sensed the aura and immediately put down the work in their mouths and gathered around. Li Yi also walked forward to pick up the elixir. Just by holding it, the abundant scent of the elixir went straight to his nose. Smells soothing to the body, simply comfortable beyond words, even a kind of floating feeling. Along with the elixir landed a very small jade slip. Second rank spirit elixir pure spirit pill. The effect is the ability to continuously purify spiritual impurities. Can be used to purify spiritual energy for breaking through the foundation establishment stage. He felt his breathing become heavy for a moment. A second order spirit pill, or a spirit pill that was effective for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. And the 4 Seasons sect just gave it away for nothing? Wealthy, dang it. He muttered a few words and quickly placed the spirit elixir inside the bottle of elixir he had already finished, tightened the cork, and took a few deep breaths before he was able to calm down. Immediately after this gain he decided not to go out. As good as the other spirit pills were, so many cultivators outside would surely fight for them, and although the 4 sect didn't allow fighting inside the workshop, the beam would still be formed. Who knows if this will spark something in the future to bury the hatchet. Don't be greedy for more, don't be greedy for enough. This is sufficient. The smoke in the sky dome was still blooming, but Li Yi had already started to get busy. He properly transferred the silver moongrass and flint crystal worms inside a small field inside the house that was covered by a formation. During this process he had sensed the weakening of the silver moongrass. Clearly yesterday it was still in high spirits. It seemed that just across the span of a day it had begun to become weakened, its silver blades of grass drooping. The flint crystal worm was also starting to get a little annoyed. Don't worry, it'll be fine by here. He calmed the silver moongrass and the flint crystal worm, carefully transplanting the former inside the soil he dug up from next to the spirit spring, and then filling in all around them with those ice balls he had crafted. But just as he placed the silver moongrass and flint crystal insects, those silver moon grass and flint crystal insects suddenly began to release their own pure aura, which was so abundant that it was almost as if it had drained them dry. Li Yi saw that the hint on the panel about their status changed to preparing for hibernation, and after they released this aura to give to Li Yi, the fusilier crystalline insects started digging holes to bury themselves in. The small silver-white buds on their heads fell off one by one, and the red moon liquid beads that the silver moongrass had not been able to nurture to maturity slowly dripped down. Seeing this, Li Yi hurriedly collected all these things, then watched as they slowly collapsed into a piece, wrapped into a ball, and although their breath became extremely weak, the vitality was much better than the half-dead situation before. There was even a vague case of spiritual power ascension occurring. It seems I was overthinking it. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt at ease. It was also at this time that he suddenly realized that his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of chi refining. He had been devouring all kinds of spiritual objects during this period of time, and coupled with the aura they released, it directly allowed him to cross a layer. He was still at the 3rd level of chi refining when he first arrived. I didn't expect to cross 2 levels that quickly. Eating and drinking and planting fields and raising spirit beasts can advance. There really is nothing more comfortable than this, but it's only the lower ranks that are this rapid. With this good food and drink on their own, it's not like they're going to be stuck in chi refining for a decade or so. He took the red moon liquid beads and the shoots dropped by the flint crystal insects back to the room he lived in to observe them properly. As a result, he suddenly realized that the former actually had a small flame burning inside it, and the latter was hard like iron, cold to the touch, with wisps of comforting breath pouring into his body. My God! Fire? Li Yi froze. Legend has it that there are all sorts of strange flames in the world, and that by possessing the fire seeds, one can harness these flames, and now he actually has a full 5 flint fire seeds in front of him. Granted, these are the faint flints of the flint crystal bug, but it is flint. If Li Yi took out these fire seeds to sell them now, it was estimated that they could be exchanged for a few hundred spirit stones, but I don't have a firebox. He could only temporarily set these 5 fire seeds aside carefully, intending to go to the Magia organ workshop tomorrow to buy a special box for fire seeds. Without that, the loss of fire seeds would be too great. He kept these fires in silver shoots, when he suddenly heard a loud boom from outside, only to see that the color of the moon, which had been clear and radiant just a moment ago, had disappeared, and gloomy clouds locked the sky. Silver serpents threaded their way through the dark clouds, teeth and claws flaring, and thunder followed one another as if to shake open the dead silence frozen by the cold winter. Ha! It's about to rain? Li Yi still felt quite strange. Could it be that there are some magic treasures or magical powers that manipulate the weather? This spring rain has come a little too punctual. He had already prepared pots and urns in the yard, just to catch the spring rain to give the gift to the spirit of the vine. So after going out to inspect the area, he sat under the eaves patiently waiting for the spring rain to fall. It didn't keep him waiting too long. After a couple of thunderclaps, the sky landed with a pattering spring rain, which was a little different than he expected and seemed to have a faint glow to it. Looking towards the distance from the eaves of the house, countless raindrops glittered with glittering purple light, descending from the dome of the sky and connecting to form a curtain of rain, much more spectacular than that rain of pills and smoke distributed by the Four Seasons sect just now. He instinctively sensed something was wrong and braved the rain to the basin, but found that after the spring rain fell, do not know when dispersed, that thunder brought the purple light. Is very ordinary with a little aura of water accumulated in the basin. Nope, that one with a purple glow is the spring rain that the spirit machine vine wants, right? Why don't I have that kind of rain here? Li Yi was a little anxious as he scanned a glance at his compound, and suddenly realized that over the beaver's embankment, accurately speaking, it should be over the beaver's den that was bound to hungry bones, there was glistening purple light. It floated above the rainwater like grease, and it was dense with wisps of lightning light. End of chapter. Chapter 14, The Alchemist Comes to Your Door. So spring rain is actually an adjective. Li Yi stood in front of the beaver's lair. Their lair was underwater, and the top of the lair was quite sturdy with a mixture of dead leaves and dirt, even with holes around the edges for air to come out. The puddle of spring rain was in the depression at the top of the nest. It's clearly not the same as common water, and has a very distinct boundary with the rain around it, giving it a viscous texture, and it's true to say it's oil. He reached out with his hand intending to use his water control technique to collect these spring rains, but just as his hand reached out, a black resentment aura emerged from the ground and blocked his way. This was obviously the aura emitted by the spirit plant called Hungry Bone, with a very domineering possessiveness. Li Yi instantly understood that this spring rain was clearly its power to possess. Why are Hungry Bones able to gather real spring rain? He was a little puzzled, but at that moment from under the surface of the water on the side of the nest, a small head suddenly poked its head out. This little guy's sleepy eyes were still a little hazy, and when he came in front of spring rain, the black mist instantly dispersed. The beaver buried its head and drank 2 mouthfuls, and then greatly barked Kirikou at Li Yi. Then that black fog instantly dispersed. That's pretty obedient. Li Yi stroked the beaver's head. then used a jade bowl to fill this small puddle of spring rain inside. By the time he finished loading, he was clearly able to detect some strange aura fluctuations here, converging the spring rains over. He took the matter in stride, deciding to sidestep what exactly the Reiki vine was about when he went out tomorrow. Now he had things to keep him busy. On the day of spring, that spring wheat should be planted quickly, and it must all be planted on that day. Otherwise it can't be called spring wheat after spring. Earlier he had roughly counted about 1,000 seeds. Now it's not easy to plant them one by one and be aware of their very young consciousness being picky about their environment. And so he went about his business in the yard in a straw raincoat. It wasn't until the light of day that it was finally all planted. When he carried out the watering, he also specially mixed a little bit of spring rain into the spiritual spring water. After doing so, he returned inside the house and was just about to make breakfast when the sound of knocking on the door suddenly came from outside. Who could this be? He was a bit surprised. The original was always alone, but he didn't expect someone to come to his door. Could it be someone asking for rent? It wasn't even time. The knock on the door outside was unhurried and seemed to have quite a rhythm to it. He simply walked over and opened the door. Outside was a young male cultivator wearing white clothes that remained spotless amidst the rain patter. Seeing Li Yi open the door, he directly stated his intentions. "Fellow Daoist Li, I'm a cultivator from the Four Seasons sect stationed at the Migratory End Market. This is my token." The male cultivator took out a token branded with a 4-hour sundial. He then clarified his intentions. "Do you have any remaining moon liquid beads? If so, I'm willing to purchase them at a price of 100 spirit stones apiece. Or if you need them, you can exchange them for pills." His tone was obviously very eager, and his eyes were even more thirsty as he looked at Li Yi. Vaguely can also see the bloodshot eyes all over the corner of the eyes. The corners of the mouth is also a little dry, just like a look of staying up too late. 100 apiece? Are you out of your mind? Or are you a young master from somewhere? The spirit machine vine side only gave 31 when they collected it. Li Yi blinked. "How did you know that I have the moon liquid bead?" "It was Uncle Spirit Machine Vine from the workshop store who spoke with me, fellow Daoist Li, and I won't hide it from you. This moon liquid bead is the main ingredient for refining a kind of elixir, and I was also assigned the task. The quality of the moon liquid beads submitted by the others varies, but only you, fellow Daoist, have yours that is considered to be of the highest quality. Fellow Daoist can help me overshoot this sect's mission, and in the future when I am stationed at the workshop market. If you want to purchase some pills despite being able to come to me, is there any reason not to want the connections that are delivered to your door?" "Alchemist, hey." Li Yi thought for a moment. "I have 20 more here." The other party directly took out a storage bag and handed it over without saying anything. "You count." The convenient thing about the storage bag was that it could be seen with a sweep of the divine sense, and there were indeed 2,000 spirit stones inside there. Not at all. This made Li Yi quite emotional. He had only just refined his chi before the spirit machine vine got 2,000, and now another 2,000. 4,000 spirit stones. This alchemist hadn't been too generous, hadn't he? Enough to flip it over than the spirit machine vine side. In the past, it was very difficult to read those immortal cultivation novels to fight for spirit stones, and it took a lot of hard work to save up for a single foundation establishment pill. Since the other party was so generous, Li Yi didn't hesitate and handed him the box containing 20 lunar liquid beads, leaving him with 10 for himself. The young male cultivator opened the box and looked at it. A look of uncontrollable joy sprang up on his face. "This is the thing. I think that my potion will finally be finished." He took a deep breath, closed the box, and smiled at Li Yi. "I am Suya. If you, fellow Daoist Li, have a need to go to the Four Seasons sect store in the future, just report my name. I'm still in a hurry to go back to alchemy, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he actually directly took out a small flying boat magic weapon from inside the ring on his hand, and the whole person drove the flying boat to instantly disappear. Is actually a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Li Yi was still a bit shocked. Flying was by definition not allowed in the marketplace. There was a ban on airspace, and cultivators who violated the law would have to pay a huge fine. What kind of temptation could make him do that? It does seem that the price of those moon liquid beads you planted yourself is a little hard to measure. However, mentioning the spirit machine vine, he saved himself for 2 more days to bring Chunyu to meet it. Since he promised it, then he had to do it to get it done. Suya, who was riding the flying boat, broke through the prohibitions and quickly returned inside the store of the Four Seasons sect. Today is the beginning of spring, and even the stores of the Four Seasons sect are suspended. After all, the Four Seasons sect was holding a ritual for the establishment of spring within the sect, and if one could make some gains there, it would simply be a greater harvest than planting a year's worth of land. "Su boy." Spirit machine vine slowly straightened up from behind the counter. "You just went to search for Kidley? How many spirit stones did you take to buy it?" 2,000. As soon as Suya said this, the spirit machine vine couldn't help but laugh. When this batch of moon liquid beads was sent to the gate, you didn't ask for them, but now you're overpaying to buy them, so it can truly be said that you're eating the consequences, enough to double what was sold to you within the gate. Do you feel comfortable? The derided Suya sighed and arched his hand to beg for forgiveness. Senior uncle, don't talk about disciple. He immediately changed the subject. But that fellow Taoist Lee has an aura that makes me feel comfortable. Is he going to enter our 4x sect in the future? The spiritual vine said nonchalantly. If he intends to enter, why don't we? I think highly of this boy, and if he can do well on the 2 festival tasks this year, I will recommend him for initiation when the fall harvest comes. That would be a good thing. He. With such a senior brother who was good at cultivating moon liquid beads in, me and the other senior brothers can also breathe a sigh of relief. The demand for moon liquid beads within the gate is increasing nowadays. Is it not that, senior? His words of temptation had just been uttered when many dense vines silently appeared around him, directly binding him and even stuffing an unknown spirit fruit in his mouth. He didn't even have time to say the words to beg for mercy before he was sent into the den. Before actually refining the elixir, it was estimated that it would not be able to come out. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Golden Red Dragon Carp, Party Invitation. Another few days later, the steady spring rain is finally a complete stop. Belonging to the spring sunshine through the clouds shines on the earth. Can obviously feel the body warm up. The yard of wheat seed in the time of these few days has actually grown lush. It is verdant and looks extraordinarily pleasing to the eye. More than 30 of them grew extraordinarily tall, verdant with a slight cold blue color, and beside them were the less spirited chill wheat. Ice wheat, well, listen to the name, also know is like the cold environment, but also to draw enough ice attribute aura to grow. The current environment is obviously not suitable for them, but I don't know if it's tied to the standing wheat or not. It's still growing, although it's not growing very spiritedly against a spring breeze with some warmth. It's just not producing wheat, but it doesn't matter. Live and let live. At least the live binding is still in effect. Li circled around inside the courtyard to the beaver's side of the den. At this moment, they had already constructed a ring of dikes around the entire spring, and the spring water would divert out from inside the mouths they deliberately left behind. Even they were smart enough to listen to Lie's explanation, and would observe whether the wheat was short of water, and at a certain point they would open the gate and release the water, which could really save too many things. Li picked up the raw he had bought and threw them one by one, watching them raise their paws in worship before each taking the raw and returning inside the nest to enjoy it slowly. It's time to plant some aquatic spirit plants. Be able to make food. Inside this yard wheat takes up 1 acre. There is still a full acre of land empty. Li intends to go buy some spiritual plants back to plant, and then solve some chores, and incidentally bring the spring rain to the spiritual vine. When he said he was leaving, he went straight out the door after packing his things. The inside of the bazaar was extraordinarily busy. In the spring, everything recovered, and many spiritual plants were able to start planting, and there were more spiritual beasts, and they were even starting to get a little noisy. As Li strolled along, he was soon attracted by a large vat in front of a cultivator. Sold there were tails of golden red koi carp that looked extraordinarily festive, but they had tiny bumps on their heads, as if they had horns hidden underneath. Name: golden red dragon carp. Mood: stifled. Status: eager to jump. Bindable: any not too tall aquatic spirit plant that requires that it can be jumped on and is hard enough. Do you have your eye on this golden red dragon carp of mine? The one who came out of the stall was a middle-aged cultivator. He laughed. This golden red dragon carp will drop a scale every 7 days, and that scale can be eaten directly after deep frying, with an excellent flavor. That name sounds very atmospheric. I just don't know what good the scales will do if I eat them. Li surveyed those swimming carp. They said koi koi koi. This golden red color is really good looking. If there are some enough benefits, he really want to buy some to go back and put inside the spring water to raise. Seeing that Li had the idea of purchasing, the middle-aged cultivator hurriedly said, "This scale comes from a great source. It is said that this fish once swam with the dragons in the smoky Great Lake and had the honor of eating the dragon's scales. Taking the scales of this fish for a long period of time will not only nourish your face and appearance, but also enhance the strength of your physical body. It is really extremely beneficial." Of course, Li is clear that there must be some exaggerated claims, but for one thing, this fish is really good looking, and for another, it can be bound, and he also happens to need to buy some aquatic spiritual plants as a 2-for-1 deal. So after a brief hesitation he decided to buy it. Just then, too, a voice of some surprise suddenly came from the sidelines. "Hey, if it isn't fellow Taoist Li." He turned his head to see that it was actually the cultivator surnamed Zhou who had been selling spirit wheat some days ago, and at this time, he was all red and smiling, as if he was having some kind of happy event. Cultivator Zhou quickly drove to this side, curiously glanced at it, and was instantly surprised. "Third uncle, how could you be here? You actually dared to fish for these golden red dragon carp." Apparently he and the cultivator selling the fish knew each other. The middle-aged cultivator was helpless. "Nephew, these fish were originally raised by me. Of course I can take them out and sell them, but is this Taoist friend your friend? Exactly. Not only is it my friend, but it's also a favor to your nephew me. So sell this golden red dragon carp of yours to Taoist Lee cheaper. You kid, elbows out. The middle-aged cultivator laughed and scolded. Originally this golden red dragon carp should be 100 spirit stones apiece. I can be cheaper. 80 spirit stones apiece. This uncle and nephew, some communication. Let the sight of Li Yi looked a little dumbfounded. This scene always feels like this is some kind of fairy jump, but this golden red dragon carp is indeed a second-order spirit beast. There are special effects. 80 spirit stones apiece is not expensive. Perhaps his puzzled gaze was detected. Cultivator Joe hurriedly explained. This golden red dragon carp is a spirit animal unique to my third uncle's family, obtained from the migratory end, which was an ancient cultivator's cave. You will know if you casually inquire. I have absolutely no intention of swindling, not to mention that I came today just to look for you, and I have brought you some gifts. He took out a package of about 10 pounds and a locket from inside his own storage bag and came closer to lower his voice. Thanks to fellow Taoist Lee's blessing, that batch of spring thunder wheat really did produce wheat Dan. Here are 10 pounds of fine flour and 20 wheat Dan. Fellow Taoist must accept them. After he finished speaking, he resumed his original form and said gratefully, if it wasn't for the reminder from you, Taoist friend, that day, I guess I would have sold that batch of wheat long ago. Where would I have such a good harvest? I am truly grateful. He also gave a slight salute. Li Yi directly dodged. Those wheat were cultivated by fellow Taoist in the end. It's only right that they have these harvests. I'm just speaking off the top of my head. Hey, Cultivator Joe waved his hand. You can't say that. There are some things that are just short of a pointer. You Taoist pointing out the confusion is a favor to me. Speaking of which, do you have any spare time in 3 days? We spirit planters have organized a gathering in the peach garden in the migratory end market, so we can get to know each other then. That's a good thing. Immortal cultivators' circle is sometimes so difficult to enter. If there is no one to lead the way, how can not enter? Their own cultivation is not a lonely immortal. Surely it is necessary to have intercourse with other cultivators. So he nodded his head rather cheerfully. Fellow Taoist Joe has invited me. I will squeeze out some time even if I don't have any. I will definitely go to the appointment 3 days later. Cultivator Joe was quite happy. His family was considered to be a small power here, so he naturally knew who all the missions of the 4 times sect were taken by, and his grandmother guessed that this cultivator named Li Yi would most likely enter the 4 times sect in the future. It would be a waste not to make a good connection at this point. Moreover, he himself felt that this Taoist Li was special and wanted to make friends. Li Yi had no choice but to accept his good intentions, and eventually bought 5 golden red dragon carp, intending to raise them first and see. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Autumn Harvest Token. Just a few random pointers and you get a gift? After saying goodbye to Dao friend Zhou, Li Yi remembered that this matter was really ridiculous. At that time, he only said a few words due to a moment of kindness, not expecting that the other party would actually come to give a return gift. 10 pounds of flour, 1 box of Maidan. That's not really a bad gift when it comes down to it. From this matter alone, this Zhou Daoyu was able to come and go. 3 days later, to be on time for the appointment is, Li Yi pondered, his pace unceasing. Unfortunately, there were no suitable aquatic spirit plants to be seen along the way. Around the same time, I have to go look for the spirit machine vine in a while, so let's see if there's any suitable ones over there that I can buy. After about half a tea time, he had arrived before a rather peculiar iron pavilion. This entire pavilion stands in a corner of the marketplace, and although the windows are also decorated with carvings, they feel unusually regular, square, like it was made by OCD. He surveyed the building for a moment and stepped into it. As a result, the floor under his feet shook slightly the moment he went in, and even the surrounding area had a feeling of falling, and after about a few breaths of time he appeared inside a room decorated in a very simple manner. Behind the counter in front of him sat a clean-looking female cultivator. She looked at Li Yi with a faint smile and reached out her hand to invite, fellow Taoist, please have a seat. It's your first time coming to our Maja organ workshop, isn't it? For the sake of your fellow Taoist's privacy, each person will be sent inside a separate room by the organs. Concubine Mo Dinglu, meet fellow Taoist. Li Yi heart some small surprise, should be said worthy of the Mahist contraption. Actually, there is this kind of small ingenuity. Privacy is indeed very consistent with the thoughts of most cultivators. He also revealed a smile and sat down. I came here to buy a fire casket this time, the kind that can hold 5 fire seeds. 5 fire seeds? Mo Dinglu nodded and immediately took out a box made of rosewood and placed it in front of Li Yi to open it. This is the best-selling kindling box of my Maja organ workshop, and it can hold 5 kinds of fire inside. If needed, it can also provide fuel for the fire through the organs at any time, and it is very stable whether it is for refining weapons or alchemy. The box, which was about a foot long, had 5 grooves inside. Strange flame runes were depicted around the pit. Just, inexplicably, have a gas stove. There really are some similarities. Seeing Li Yi's silence, Mo Dinglu also knew that some cultivators were unwilling to take their treasures to people, so he took out a display fire that had been prepared long ago. Fellow Dioist, look, she was seen placing the kindling inside the groove, which was encased in a gelatinous pink liquid that slowly sank to the bottom. She then pressed the button below the alcove. Phew, a very steady flame burned right from inside the alcove. Even if the box is closed, the flame will come out from inside the holes on the surface of the box, and you can also adjust the size of the flame, so the more you look at it, the more it looks like a gas stove. How many spirit stones for this item? Li Yi decided to buy it. 200 spirit stones. If there is any damage or problems at any time, you can come to my Mo Family Organ Workshop to repair. You can rest assured that my Mo Family Organ Workshop's things are absolutely fine. The price is honestly a bit steep. A first order spirit weapon was only a few dozen spirit stones depending on its effect, and only second order and above spirit weapons would be sold for more than 200 spirit stones. But this thing is really hard to define. After all, it belongs to the Chi Men magic weapon. Those who need it do need it badly. This is 200 spirit stones. Li Yi took out 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed it over. And Mo Dinglu put all the spirit stones away, sharply changed a box, and then handed over a token. This item is a voucher for repairs. Fellow Daoist must keep this. You must come over with this voucher before my Magia Organ Workshop will recognize it and carry out the repairs. She asked again after carefully explaining. Do you have any other needs? Is there a smaller sized viewing mirror? The so-called viewing mirrors were the mirrors that Li Yi had previously bought to observe the flint crystal worm and the silver moongrass, and he wanted to buy some more for observing the beaver with that peculiar hungry bone spirit plant. Naturally, Murden 6 took out different sizes of viewing mirrors, the smallest of which was actually the size of a grain of rice. I don't know what this size is meant to be used for. Is it the Immortal World's version of a pinhole camera? He certainly wouldn't buy one that small. He also bought 3 baby palm-sized ones, costing a few dozen spirit stones. Then he left the Mo Family Organs Workshop under the respectful escort of Mo Dinglu, and without stopping his footsteps, he directly headed towards the store of the Four Seasons sect. After seeing the spirit opportunity vine, he directly took out the jar that held the spring rain. Inside was the sticky rainwater that showed a hint of purple, and a halo of light lingering around it. This is what the latecomer promised in the first place. Spring rain. Elder, can you look at it and see if it still fits your eyes? The spirit machine vine obviously did not expect Li Yi to be able to really fetch the spring rain, and his mood instantly changed from calm to surprise and pleasure. His voice tinged with satisfaction. You kid is really good. It stretched out a vine and slowly disappeared inside the jar, the vine twitching as if it was moaning out in comfort. As the rainwater dwindled to the naked eye, small crackling arcs of electricity appeared on top of that vine of its, the epidermis bursting open before growing back again, and for just a moment it seemed to have a much stronger aura. Soothing, the spirit machine vine said with satisfaction. Earlier when I spoke with you, I did not think that you actually managed to find the purple oil spring rain. I don't know what method you used, but this spring rain is excellent medicine for our spiritual plants that possess spirituality. If you have any spiritual plants that you want to carefully cultivate, you can also use this to water them, but the amount should not be too much. 1 or 2 at a time would be enough. With that said, it removed a box from under the counter and placed it on the table. You've given me such a nice object. I'm going to gift you something as well. Open it up and take a look. Then the late generation will be flattered. Li Yi opened the box. Inside the brocade quietly lying on a token. Written on it, Autumn Harvest, 2 words. In addition to the clean, no more lines and words. However, Li Yi's heart stirred. With a surprised gaze, he looked at the spirit machine vine. The latter nodded gently. This item is my 4-season sex entry assessment token from the fall harvest. If you can complete the 3 festival quests by then, initiation will be the nail in the coffin. You kid, and wait. Today it's a coincidence that there is an alchemist here. It's just right to let him help you take a look at your injuries. It's not as good as a true door physician, but an alchemist has some skills. As soon as it spoke, it pushed the door and walked in a white-clad male cultivator. At this time, Suya has long since, not before that bloodshot eyes and dry mouth appearance, cleaned up. Estimate casually to what place is a typical immortal style. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Combined Spirit Lotus Flower. Spirit Water Phoenix Eye Lotus. Chapter 17, Combined Spiritual Lotus. Spiritual Water Phoenix Eye Lotus. Fellow Dioist Li, I guess it's time to address you as Senior Li soon. A genuine smile appeared on Suya's face. The quality of those moon liquid beads given to me by fellow Dioist is truly excellent, and my pills were appreciated by the elders of my division after I handed them in. Li Yi quickly stood up and waved his hand. This is Senior Su's means of alchemy. Suya shook his head. Shouting senior would be a bit boring. I didn't say that I was some kind of foundation establishment cultivator when I met you back then, and you're shouting senior now. That was under the impression. Li Yi scratched his head and shouted in a submissive manner. Senior brother Su, some time ago, my meridians were damaged due to being in a hurry and catching fire. Nowadays, even though I'm much better, I still have some hidden pains occasionally. He described his current symptoms. Honestly, it didn't feel particularly hard to be fed with good food and drink all this time, but I just hadn't been able to find a doorway. It would certainly be nice if it could be cured. So, Suya didn't say anything about taking a pulse and diagnosing or anything. If the situation was not really critical or the relationship was extremely good, the cultivator would not show his situation to outsiders. He only needed to know what kind of disease Li Yi was suffering from, and that would be enough. Damaged meridians are considered a common disease among cultivators, but it's quite difficult to completely cure it. Fortunately for you, Taoist Li, your cultivation is still shallow today. I can give fellow Daoist Li 2 prescriptions. One of them is to purchase a vein restoration pill from the Dan room when you enter our 4-season sect. That elixir is excellent for meridian damage, and just one of them will restore it as good as new, and it won't have any effect on future cultivation. A vein restoration pill within the gate is about 2,000 spirit stones, but if it's released outside, I'm afraid it'll cost nearly 10,000 spirit stones. The second is to practice some pulse-nourishing spells. When you advance to foundation establishment, you may be able to rely on spiritual power to directly repair your injuries, but there are some unknowns in there. This is said to be 2 prescriptions, but it is obvious that it is recommended to enter the 4-times sect to buy that what the restoration of the pulse Dan. Li Yi has also long been psychologically prepared. Plus, the 4-times sect he had seen so far were indeed all good, not to mention the fact that they had even given him a recommendation token for entry. Of course, the most important thing was that he felt that he should be able to heal slowly if he continued to warm up with his vitality, and so far it hadn't had any effect on his cultivation. If it really had an impact, he would definitely have to hurry up and earn enough spirit stones to buy it first. He arched his hand. Then I will have to work hard on my cultivation so that I can successfully enter the 4-season sect at the time of the fall harvest. Suya instantly smiled with joy. I'll first prescribe you some soothing pills to make sure it won't worsen, and I'll take you to the Dan room to buy the pills once you're inside the clan. That batch of moon liquid beads of incredibly good quality had long made him forget about Li Yi. Fortunately, he didn't compete with his fellow disciples at that time. Otherwise, where would he have the opportunity to come out of the clan to make friends? Although it cost 2,000 spirit stones, the rare experience of that alchemy and the rewards of the clan were much more important than the spirit stones. After joining the sect, one's own proximity to the water would be a guarantee of the annual moon liquid beads. Li Yi looked at Suya's expression of uncontrollable joy and was slightly curious. Fellow Taoist Su, are there very few spirit plant masters in the sect? A clan that big isn't so small that it has to rely on the outside world's casual cultivators to supply the materials. That would be a little too strange. Quite a few, but there are too many alchemists. Mentioning this matter, Suya was still a bit speechless. You also know that my 4-times sect is the dominant level sect in the eastern domain, with countless spirit plant masters and beast masters within the sect, and the vast amount of resources have piled up too many alchemists. Supplies are plentiful, but good things are scarce, coupled with the fact that most spiritual planters work with regular alchemists. This has led to the fact that we alchemists who are just starting out on the path surprisingly don't have anything good to use to practice with. That's why the gate puts out some tasks in the various markets. Firstly, to screen talented people like Dao Yuli, and secondly to give us low-level alchemists refiners to use for practice. He was rather indignant. This reply was indeed something Li Yi hadn't expected. As far as he originally thought, an alchemist should be one of the most honorable professions, but I didn't expect that in the 4-times sect it was actually the other way around, asking alchemists to go to the door to beg for raw materials for alchemy. That's not because your level of alchemy is not enough, the spirit machine Vine said nonchalantly. If it's at the same level as my masters, which spirit planter would reject your door-to-door request for spirit materials? Suya immediately nodded his head coyly. Teacher Uncle's lesson is right. He apologized while squeezing his eyes at Li Yi. Leaf blinked. Elder Spirit Machine Vine. Latecomer still wants to buy something this time. Just this raw method of changing the subject. How could the Spirit Machine Vine not know about it? But it originally just couldn't help spraying a couple sentences, and when it heard Li Yi speak it simply took the opportunity to let Suya go prepare the pills. Instead, it had a more casual attitude. What would you like to buy? Aquatic spiritual plants. Latecomer just purchased a few tails of golden red dragon carp at the bazaar, and a few H1 beavers some time ago, so I need to prepare some food for them in order to do so. Reiki Vine was surprised. Oh, so you also had the honor of buying a H1 beaver. That litter was bred by my master's senior sister, and would not have been released if it were not for the sake of completing the clan's mission. They are all extremely resourceful. Sect mission? Li Yi was curious. My 4-season sect will release some inexpensive spiritual plants or spiritual beasts from time to time. This is a benefit that can only be found in the workshop under the 4-season sect. Who would sell those good objects to you cheaply in any other place? It muttered while taking out 2 spiritual plants and placing them them on the counter, the first being a pavilion lotus, while the second was a phoenix eye lotus, a contraption commonly known as a water gourd. Lotus benefits you should also know. Whether it is the leaf or lotus root or petals and lotus seeds are useful. This lotus is a senior cultivated within the clan, called the hoping spirit lotus. It's nothing special, but rare in that it's full of aura from root to root, so it's good for you to raise fish and beavers or to eat yourself. Finished lotus. It pointed to the water gourd. This thing is slightly interesting. Its shell is born extremely strong, and after picking can not rot for 100 years. Inside is will gather a mouthful of water spirit essence. Water nourishes everything, and the essence of water spirit is naturally beneficial to you as well. The only thing that is somewhat problematic is that this spiritual water phoenix eye lotus will purify the aura inside the water. If you don't have enough aura in the spring in the future, come and find me, and upgrade it to a second order spiritual spring that is. Apparently it's sort of handpicked. Li Yi naturally had nothing to refuse or doubt. Not to mention that he had just seen clearly that this spirit water phoenix eye lotus was capable of being bound, and all it needed was any spirit beast that could consistently hit the gourd. Doesn't this just happen to be able to bind with your own golden red dragon carp? But, when their own luck so good, out of a trip actually need to get their hands on, there are unexpected gains, when it is strange. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Spirit Gathering Technique Mutation, Hungry Bone Change. In the end, Li Yifi 1,000 spirit stones each bought 20 plants, and 300 spirit stones from Suya Sai to get some stabilizing drugs. This money can be said to come fast and go fast, but if you can earn it, you can. At least these spirit stones were not wasted, but turned into their own sustainable assets that could still grow in value. He returned home quickly with a full harvest. Then first, he released the golden red dragon carp that had been inside the storage bag for a while, and directly threw it into the long-prepared cistern that had been excavated in the past few days. It's about 2 squares or so. It's still more than enough to keep a few fish. Beavers dig dikes that feed a steady stream of living water, and the dikes on the other side provide a controlled discharge of water. In this way, the characteristics of living water are maintained without having to worry about becoming a warm bed for mosquitoes in the summer and fall. The carp entered the water with a splash, its golden red scales reflecting brilliantly in the sunlight. Their appearance alone is enough to qualify them as koi, and it is soothing to watch them swim in the water. The only ones who were a little unwelcoming to them, and shivering, were the beavers who were looking left and right at the top of the dike. Their size was just too small. If they really landed inside this pool, they would definitely be eaten by the golden red dragon carp. Li Yi looked at them, and decided to see if he could convince the golden red dragon carp after binding it in a while. As a spirit beast, it should have some spiritual intelligence anyway. He took out the spiritual water phoenix eye lotus and started planting it. Once he waited for the planting to be completed, he went straight to binding. Consume 100 points of vital essence. Previously, when the Weichuan beaver in the hungry bone made a binding seems to be 100. Is it based on the highest grade to judge it? This spiritual water phoenix eye lotus is a first order, but the golden red dragon carp is a second order. Second order is 100? First order is 20? As he pondered, he completely bound the golden red dragon carp and the 5 most powerful spiritual water phoenix eye lotus plants he had planted. The moment the binding was completed, the carp swam towards the spirit water phoenix eye's lotus and began to hit the latter's gourd with its head. Even though these spirit water phoenix eye lotus were merely seedlings, their nature made their gourds unusually hard, and the carp soon hit their heads so hard that their scales fell off, and scarlet blood swirled in the water. Ha! Li Yi was slightly surprised, but from the golden red dragon carp and the phoenix eye lotus both passed on extremely pleasant fluctuations in consciousness, which really made him a bit puzzled. Could it be that both of them were masochists? He didn't quite understand. You definitely can't eat those little ones next to you. Must remember, golden red dragon carp also do not know whether to understand or not understand. Anyway, is to use their own head dong 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 hit the water gourd. Scales scattered, head broken blood, and even fainted to continue to hit. Line it. Looks like these guys are addicted to crashing, but when he wanted to leave, the spirit water phoenix eye lotus suddenly released an aura, as well as a subtle fishy odor, which directly landed around Li Yi. The 5 elements spiritual ascension decree operates automatically. What a pure aura! This aura was a purer aura than the one he had previously drawn from the silver moongrass and the flint crystal worm emanating from it, and certainly more than those spirit wheat, but it just smelled like a strange bloody fish. If the power of these spiritual plants will strengthen spells that are closely related to themselves, then the spiritual water phoenix eye lotuses is capable of purifying water and condensing the essence of water spirits. So, he thought about the spells he knew now and held out his finger to shake it gently. Spirit gathering. A faint, undetectable luminescence flickered at his fingertips. Immediately afterward, those water auras around him spontaneously converged towards his side, and even coalesced into a small water ball that floated lightly on his fingertips. It's still true. He was instantly surprised. It wasn't as if he hadn't performed this kind of spirit gathering technique earlier. However, At that time, to perform it was to draw the limited spiritual chi from the surrounding area, and to run the spiritual power in the body non-stop. How could it be as easy as now? Not to mention that he was actually able to gather water aura into a ball. Wouldn't that mean that he could collect the water spirit essence himself? To know that this water spirit essence that is a good thing, used to water spiritual plants to feed spiritual beasts, are much better than ordinary spiritual spring water, but also can accelerate the growth rate. If used in conjunction with a spell like the small cloud rain technique, it would be a rain of abundant spiritual energy. Dang good. Li Yi nodded with satisfaction, took out the lotus and started planting it inside the stream that was so gentle that it was almost stagnant. The lotus was crystal clear. Each one was a deep blue-purple color. When Li Yi's busy and sweaty head was finally planted, they had swayed with the wind, attracting the Weichuan beavers who were eyeing them. The beavers are quite sustainable, so they nibble on lotus leaves and lotus roots. Originally they were only the size of a palm. These 20 plants were enough for them to eat, not to mention that these guys also stole the fallen ears and leaves of wheat from time to time. Speaking of this, Li Yi suddenly thought of the viewing mirror he had bought. He came over to the beaver's den and hesitated or nonchalantly reached down and dug it up. The tiny beady eyes of the beaver bound to hungry bones bulging out. Kara kiri, it called out anxiously a few times, then took the initiative to pick up the viewer mirror, leapt into the water, and burrowed inside its nest, hanging the viewer mirror directly above the wall of the cave. So smart. Li Yi once again lamented this little guy's resourcefulness, then took out the matching viewing mirror and looked at it. I have to say that this mirror is really amazing. Even if the beaver lair is pitch black, you can clearly see what's going on inside. The ground was covered with soft hay and wheat leaves, and a falling ear of wheat and the food it had gathered piled up right around the hungry bone. The morose white bones had been buried. Only the mysterious fuchsia bloom remains bright, but it always felt like it lacked the aggressive and resentful aura from before. Instead, it still looked a bit honest and pathetic because it was being stacked up with a bunch of clutter. Underneath all that clutter, a golden glow could be vaguely seen, the only light inside the entire pitch-black lair. What's that? Li Yi pointed at the mirror and pointed at the golden glow underneath the hungry bone. Go get it. I'll give you a small bottle. The beaver obediently nodded, then held the small jade bottle given by Li Yi and went into the nest, took the jade bottle and filled it with all the liquid underneath the hungry bones, then ran out in a frenzy and handed it over to Li Yi like a treasure. The latter picked up the jade bottle and brought it to his eyes to take a look. A very obvious look of surprise flashed in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Peach Garden Gathering. Mountain God's Jade Reward. Gold. Inside the bottle is obviously flowing gold. It exuded an extremely aromatic smell. Just smelling it made Li Yi feel refreshed, and the color was also pleasing to the eye, when it was really something peculiar. What is it? Is this the harvest that the spirit vine was talking about? Li Yi silently corked the bottle and carefully placed it in a corner of his cabinet, next to the shoots dropped by the flint crystal insects. He was going to wait until he collected some more incidentally to sidestep the conversation with someone and see if he could find out what the hell it was. Only he didn't realize that a flash of golden light silently blended inside his body as he tucked in the cork. Time passes in an instant. 3 days later, Li Yi left his home on time and went to the peach garden that Taoist Zhou had mentioned. That so-called peach garden was to the east of migratory N Square City. Li Yi just casually asked a few passers-by and easily found that bright peach garden. Obviously at this moment is just the beginning of spring. The air is still a little cool, but this endless peach has already bloomed extremely colorful. Each peach tree is tall and unusual. Gnarled branches and trunks, obviously live for a long time. Pink petals as if with a haze, flying when there is incense and aura together with the influx. Almost standing here, the aura straight to the body inside drill. Name, Wangchun Pink Peach. Status released the accumulated aura to open the mood, joyful, fellow Taoist Li. Just as Li Yi was captivated by the beauty, Taoist Zhou, who was dressed in a gray Taoist robe, rushed over. Sure enough, it's you. I just heard the forest guards say that one person was coming over, so I rushed over to pick you up. Hurry up and go. Today Elder Su and a few other seniors have bagged this place together. All the aura that has been accumulated for a winter has been released with the blooming of these peaches, and in a while we'll have to compete to see who sucked in more aura. He was very enthusiastic and led Li Yi through the path surrounded by peach trees to the front of a small lake. Stepping on the stone steps built up in the lake to the small island in the center of the lake, there were already a dozen or so cultivators sitting here at this time. Surrounded by the crowd of cultivators there was one person in white clothes. It was none other than Sultan Master Suya of the Four Times sect. Ha, it's really you. Suya instantly revealed a smile when he saw Li Yi, and without saying a word, he squeezed away the surrounding cultivators and came over to pull Li Yi's sleeve to introduce him. This is my good friend, Li Yi. The alchemist of the Hall of Four Seasons sect was introduced like this, and for a moment they couldn't figure out what this cultivator who looked just a little better looking was all about, so they nodded their heads one after another. Fellow Taoist Li, fellow Diowisli is a bit of a stranger. Do you usually come here to party? Obviously each of these cultivators was a human savant, with a smile on their face and just the right amount of enthusiasm in their tone. The atmosphere was instantly quite harmonious and cordial. Li Yi naturally returned the greetings one by one. When this mutual pleasantries were over, Li Yi sat beside Taoist Zhou and felt his face stiffen with a smile. A female cultivator proposed. Since fellow Taoist Li is a newcomer and has never met before, how about fellow Taoist Li summoning the spirit first? I would like to play a harmony for fellow Taoist Li. This female cultivator sat next to Suya, a foundation establishment cultivator. Evocation? The doubt in Li's mind had just risen when Suya laughed. Naturally, it's good. Fellow Taoist Li, the peach forest of this peach garden comes from my four-season sex Taohua mountain, and it's a branch that was broken off by the god of the mountain himself. They have hoarded a whole winter's worth of aura, and release the accumulated aura when spring opens. And this first crop of aura can call upon the mountain god of Taohua mountain to bestow blessings. If it weren't for me and fellow Taoist Jiang and fellow Taoist Xiao having some meager strength, wanting to be the first to occupy this peach garden discourse on rewarding the evocative spirit. Hey! The female cultivator surnamed Zhang quickly waved her hand. It's mainly the work of Brother Su, so let's not talk about anything else. Fellow Taoist Li, are you willing to summon the spirit? She had heard about Li Yi long ago and knew that this young cultivator was definitely on his way into the four-times sect. Plus Suya valued him so highly, she didn't mind selling a good deal. Li Yi pondered for a moment and stood up. Senior's generosity. I am naturally willing to do so. I just don't know what kind of statute the spirit summoning is. The female cultivator didn't say anything. She just pulled out a bamboo flute with an overflowing aura and placed it on her mouth to gently blow. And the melodious flute sound slowly flowed out like a stream of water, seeming to resonate with the surrounding peach aura. Flakes of pink petals fluttered around the plum leaves. In a trance, Li Yi seemed to see a sky-shading peach tree standing on top of a high mountain, and every time it opens, it rains like rain, and the peach rain stretches for I don't know how many thousands of miles. A lofty consciousness glanced at Li Yi from afar. Then a gentle, watery voice rang out. Funny kid, you have the favorites of many little ones. Oh, and their thanks. The thanks of that which is free from infinite affliction. It's a good thing you're still learning that kung fu. Go, and fold a peach that seems most agreeable to you, and that will be the reward for calling the spirits. As the voice disappeared, Li Yi instantly woke up. Ha! Fellow Taoist actually got a response this quickly. The female cultivator surnamed Jiang was quite surprised. This evocation of the spirit is not to say that it can definitely succeed. It depends on whether that mountain god is willing to respond or not. Generally she's familiar with it, but I didn't expect that this chi refining cultivator would actually get a response from the mountain god so quickly. It seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. Li Yi was in a bit of a trance as he nodded. The mountain god told me to. Just go and do it. Suya sat up straight and looked at Li Yi almost as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Good. Li Yi also felt strange. As he walked to the side inside the peach grove, he felt that all these peach trees that should be gaudy didn't have much color, except for one branch, which glittered in his eyes. Naturally, he broke it off without hesitation. With a click, the branch that had detached from the peach tree suddenly began to jadize from the crack, and the few peaches on it followed suit, remaining quietly in his hand. Name, Peach Jade Branch. Status, blessed by the mountain goddess Taohua. Mood, joyful. Bindable, any kind of wood attribute can be open spirit animal. The aura that surged into his body from the jade-colored peach branch quickly transformed into his cultivation, directly jumping one level, instantly going from the 5th level of chi refining to the 6th level of chi refining. This, so horrible. He muttered a sentence taking the branch back to the island in the center of the lake. The cultivators were waiting for him to come back, and when he returned, the female cultivator surnamed Zhang was the first to look into his hands. It's actually jade reward. The female cultivator was obviously very surprised. Gold, jade, iron, copper, and wood. The Taohua mountain god actually loves you so much that he gave you a jade reward. Thanks to your blessing we can taste what a peach tastes like. A smirk rose on his face as he finished speaking. This reaction made Li Yi a little curious as well. This peach should be very special, right? What kind of marvelous peach could make a foundation establishment cultivator make such a fuss? End of chapter. Chapter 20 Peach Blossom Avatar. Shi Yunyao Jin. His doubts were soon answered. Suya pointed at a tree on the side. This peach branch is blessed with the divine power of the Taohua mountain god. It can rapidly ripen plants, and if it's a peach tree, the effect will be even better. It so happens that these peach trees can grow delicious peaches only under this avatar, or else they would never drop their fruits to be born once the spring blooming season is over. Although this avatar is attached to the peach branch, if you study perception diligently, it is not impossible to learn it, and in the future it will be an avatar spell that you yourself will know. With that, he intentionally scanned the surrounding area. This object was given by the mountain god of my 4-times sect, and the mountain god's bestowal naturally only belongs to those whom her old man favors. Others who take it nonetheless will not be able to learn the divine spells in there, and may also incur misfortune. The Shao Suji wearing a strong suit who hadn't opened his mouth followed. This is natural, within the migratory end of the world market. Of course it's not allowed to arbitrarily snatch other people's chances. Others chimed in. Cultivator Joe also urged, fellow Daoist Li, quickly cast your spells. We've never tasted a peach spawned by the divine power of the mountain god. Since all of you Daoist seniors are waiting, then I'll make an offering as well. After he said that, the slightly tense atmosphere just now naturally disappeared, and everyone watched with anticipation as Li Yi held a peach branch and walked to the side in front of a peach tree that was not very tall. Jade-colored light accompanied a gentle sweep of peaches' pink-hued streamers. The tree full of blooming peaches then fell in droves, and a large, white and red fruit quickly grew. The aroma belonging to peaches was immediately welcome. This is a more delicious and tangible aroma than the aroma of peaches, and just smelling it makes you want to taste the delicious peaches quickly. And coincidentally, there were 17 cultivators present, and there were exactly 17 of these peaches. The peaches were wrapped in an inexplicable wind after they had grown thoroughly ripe and fell into the hands of each cultivator. Unsurprisingly, Li Ye's hand is the biggest and reddest. What follows naturally needs no further comment. All the cultivators had enjoyed the delicious peaches. The juice was sweet and the meat was fragrant. Although the increase in spiritual chi was not much, it was already very good to be able to enjoy this rare and excellent food. After enjoying the peaches, Suya was the first to speak. Next we'll ask the Taoists to draw lots. Let's see who will have the honor of calling the spirits. He casually took out a signature cylinder to let all the cultivators to grab the signature successively, and in the end, it was actually the other 4 chi refining cultivators who accidentally grabbed it. Looking at them they looked ecstatic, obviously not expecting to actually catch it. Honestly speaking, Li Yi also thought that the next few foundation establishment cultivators were bound to succeed in drawing their signatures, and he knew very well that he could be the first to evoke the spirit or because he had enough value to make Suya look high. At this time, Daoist Zhou, who was sitting beside Li Yi, came closer and said, these few friends were invited by us to each other. They are all casual cultivators and the migratory end cultivators. Fellow Taoist doesn't have to feel like he's taking someone else's place. Originally Senior Suya should have occupied one. This time it's considered to be given to you. So it is. Li Yi nodded and sighed slightly in his heart. This Taoist friend Suya valued himself so much just because of the moon liquid bead produced by that silver moongrass. It seems that silver moongrass is also a very important object in the Four Seasons sect. Looks like we'll have to be more careful in the future. Even if nothing would happen inside the migratory end market, who knew if they would encounter cultivators outside who they wanted to kill and seize the treasure? But then again, a few days ago to hear the spirit of the vine said that the words are also right. Although good to be careful, but fewer chances if they really just a meticulous, hidden sharp, really can come to so many resources and chances? He thought this and shook his head. It has to be fought, but it depends on how appropriately and reasonably it is done. At least not to put yourself in danger of being unable to resist. Reaching for the drink that had been placed on the table, he took a sip. The drink was refreshingly sweet, not at all spicy in the sense that it burned the throat and stomach, but instead dispelled the boredom in the brain. He looked into the distance, and those few cultivators who were fortunate enough to be given the chance to evoke the spirit were doing so one after another. But obviously their luck wasn't as good as Li Ye's. The best cultivator had only gotten a bronze reward, and the rest were wooden rewards. But even so they are exceptionally happy. This is an accidental acquisition, if the greed for more is not good. After finishing the evocation, the crowd began to talk about the strange and interesting things they had come across lately, and unsurprisingly, they talked about the demonic clan infestation that the Four Seasons sect was trying to find a way to solve. That demon sect is truly hateful. A young cultivator said hatefully. They went so far as to use mortals to study that hell method, and this time, they even used the most appalling hungry ghost method to refine many cities. To know that nowadays we spiritual planters can casually cultivate food that can feed the mundane people for several years. Such a prosperous time, but we let that demon sect take advantage of the situation. The female cultivator surnamed Jiang let out a soft sigh. Alas, that demon sect is indeed abominable. I heard that the 4 times upper sect is already trying to find ways to exorcise the demons that grow all over the place. If that devil really has the Qi Yao gene after resolving his grudge? She looked over at Suya. The latter's face did not change in any way and nodded. All of you should believe in my 4 times sex ability, and should have heard some rumors that the devil does have Qi Yu gold if he uses the right method to dissolve his grievances. That strange spirit material is a contract that my 4 Seasons sect signed with the heavenly Tao of that realm with the help of the power of the goddess of transformation ancestor. And no matter what you all think, as long as you can resolve your grievances, the Qi Yun Yao Jin can be taken despite yourselves. Of course, if one is willing to trade with my 4 Seasons sect, then of course there are many benefits as well. The nominal extreme spirit weapon is just one of them. Here he paused, his tone heavier. But you all should also know that even though we can eliminate the effects brought about by the demon sect, we cannot undo these sins. And most importantly, where exactly do these afflictions come from? Mortals are born to suffer from all sorts of afflictions until the end of their lifespan when they can rest. The devil's sect is indeed hateful, and the cause of the afflictions is the root cause. There are several fellow Daoists clans present that are famous clans near the migratory end market. So don't let my four-season sect's inspector emissary find out that there's an active oppression against mortals. He scanned the crowd of cultivators. It was obvious that a few cultivators were flabbergasted. This also included Daoist Zhou, who was sitting next to Li Yi. Immediately after that, the female cultivator surnamed Jiang laughed. Fellow Daoist Su's words are a bit distrustful of all the fellow Daoists here. We're all from prestigious clans, so how could we do something that would oppress mortals? That's natural. Suya also revealed a smile. In the near future, until the time of the Lichuan wheat harvest, we will also have to trouble your clans to distribute this batch of Lichuan wheat to the mortals under their respective command. The cultivators naturally nodded their heads in agreement. Li Yi mingled in the crowd with some emotion. This Su Yaodao friend before or a look of unreliable. Did not expect to be powerful up or will be powerful. Really is a disciple of a large sect. But, so that thing is the luck flare gold? Couldn't it be that it boosts your chi? Wasn't this kind of thing related to chi precious? Why would it be released so lightly? End of chapter. Chapter 21, The Terrifying Soprano Spirit Scroll. He was puzzled, but no cultivator spoke about this aspect next, instead discussing the spells they each practiced. What are the cloud and rain techniques, the plowing techniques, and the earth chakra channeling techniques? Don't look at the fact that there were only 3 foundation establishment cultivators present, and the rest were chi refining cultivators, but what they knew was still really quite a lot, and the various kinds of spells opened Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi silently hid in the crowd and listened to them discussing the Tao, recording the insights that were occasionally spoken by someone, intending to go back and directly keep a file inside the jade slips, and then after he built his foundation, he would definitely study it properly. Just now the wind is out enough. This moment is better to honestly hide in the sullen aside. It was good that no one came to trouble him while he was hiding like this. After the discourse ended, the cultivators took out their own treasures to exchange. Suya and the other 2 foundation establishment cultivators took out pills, tomes and magic weapons respectively. Among them, the female cultivator surnamed Zhang's magic weapon had caused Li Yi to look at it a little sideways. It was a disc cast in iron. It automatically unfolded when the spirit stone was put in, and the iron bars that extended out went deep into the land, able to deliver the water flow and the aura to the area that the iron pipe extended to with precision and accuracy, and it could also control the flow of the water and the aura. Up to 8 tubes can be extended. The name of this object is the Earth Vein Healer. It's a simplified version of the Divine Avatar Earth Pulse Synthesis element, which can encompass an area of about 10 acres. Even though the power is not as powerful as the original version by a million, it is still very economical to use it to grow spiritual plants or raise spiritual beasts. She eloquently introduced, my Jiang family and the Mo family seniors have a cooperation. If it were outside such a spiritual artifact, how could it take 500 spirit stones? Now it only takes 200 spirit stones. Li Yi was slightly moved. The thing looked just like the droppers from before the crossing, able to supply aura directly at the root position, and while he had the beavers to help him, they would only be watering after all. Plus the beavers are digging just a little too many dikes and streams, and their own yard is looking a little messy, which would be alleviated quite a bit by having this. So he immediately spoke out, Senior Jiang, this item is wanted by me. When he shouted this, other cultivators who were still a little hesitant immediately gave up helplessly. 200 spirit stones can be taken out, but just for the sake of convenience, or a little reluctant to give up. Good. The female cultivator surnamed Zhang collected his 200 spirit stones and directly handed him the shrunken disc, explaining, 1 spirit stone will allow it to operate for a week. Remember to replace the spirit stones in time. If there is any damage, feel free to come and find me at the Zhang family's refinery workshop. Thank you, Senpai. Li Yi nodded and collected the disc, silently backing away. He surveyed the objects sold by the cultivators to see if he could find anything useful. As a result, with a sweep of his gaze, he suddenly looked at a book placed in front of a cultivator, which looked plain and ordinary, and was also slightly yellowed. But that was actually a spirit beast. Name, Sephora Spirit Roll. Status, permanently asleep, unable to awaken without the influence of a special power. Mood, none. Bindable, any kind of spirit plant that possesses the ability to supply it with aura, allowing it to awaken. Oh, a scroll made by a spirit animal? He held back the excitement in his heart and came in front of the monk and asked politely, I see that what you are selling seems to be all ancient books and books. What kind of profound spells are recorded? The cultivator shook his head in a hurry. This is not some profound spell tome. It contains some folklore chirography. My elders collected these contraptions, and there are just too many of them, so I thought I'd take them out and exchange them for some spirit stones. If you, Taoist friends, find it interesting, Feel free to look through it. Just one spirit stone per book as well. Li Yi pretended to be curious, casually flipped through 2 books, and then logically took the soprano spirit book in his hand and opened it. Surprisingly, it contains not only neatly written small seals, but also drawings to go with them. The general idea seems to be a compound has a 1,000-year-old acacia tree. This 1,000-year-old acacia tree is the yin attribute of the spiritual plant. Years of natural birth of some strange things. Don't tell me, there's something to this story. Just this book and this one. Li Yi took out 2 spirit stones right on the spot and took the Sephoric spirit scroll and the other book in his hands. The cultivator selling the book was also smiling. His family's ancestors collected all sorts of stories or just a little too much, have piled up. He is just sneaking a few books to see if he can exchange some spirit stones. I didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to take a spirit stone in exchange. In his excitement he didn't forget to try to fish for this silly, big-moneyed Li Dao fan. I still have some of these ancient books of chirography at home. If you like it, you may as well come to the east corner of the marketplace in January to find my bookstall, and the stories will surely satisfy you. Li Yi nodded. Good point. He also expects the bookseller to give him some surprises. Both parties were happy with the deal. As for Li Yi, after buying a magic artifact and 2 books, he no longer found anything he wanted to buy, so he simply hid on the side to savor the fresh fruits and pastries as well as the wine. With that, this little peach orchard meeting ended in laughter. It was getting late at this point. Li Yi declined Dao friend Zhou's invitation of wanting to accompany him, and returned to his home in the midst of the roiling evening sun. First checking on the spirit beasts and plants in his home, all of which were fine. Then he put that earth vein healer disc into the ground and controlled it to insert the ion pipe near the roots of wheat, water gourd, lotus and other spiritual plants, and then instructed the beavers to just put water into the entrance of the disc in the future. The beavers, smart as ever, understood him immediately, and even destroyed some of the extra dikes and carried the material back to fortify their lairs. With fewer dikes and waterways, the inside of the courtyard immediately looked much more refreshing, and the earth pulse healer also accurately transported the water flow near the soil layer of each spiritual plant, which was really quite convenient. This does feel good to not have to work hard to get your hands dirty. Li Yi took that soprano spirit scroll and turned around or came next to the lotus, feeling that at the moment, he seemed to have slightly more aura from this lotus as well. Turns out he just tried to use the panel. Not only was that lotus trembling and conveying a sense of awe, even he himself felt that something was wrong. Unable to bind. Binding requires 2,000 points of vitality essence. This number made Li Yi unconsciously gulp. 2,000 points. Wasn't it only 100 points when he had bound that second-ranked golden red dragon carp before? This had directly soared to 2,000 points. What kind of level spirit beast was it? No, this can't be a spirit demon. He looked down at the ancient book in his hand. If it was not clearly written on the top of the panel that it would sleep permanently without special circumstances, he would have scornfully thrown it out directly. Who would have thought it was this horrible? End of chapter. Chapter 22 Peach Blossom Fairy Brewing Rain. Fish Scale Harvest. Chapter 22 Peach Fairy Brews Rain. Fish Scale Harvests. He took the soprano spirit scroll and returned to his house. Gazing into the sunset haze at the already dim and faded handwriting on the surface of the book, the texture in his hand was that of very ordinary paper. To be honest, no matter whether it's scanning with divine sense or rubbing with your fingers, you really can't feel that this thing is a spirit beast that needs 2,000 points to be bound. Having previously bound the first and second orders, that's only 20 and 100 points, respectively. According to the ranks of the spiritual beasts and spiritual plants issued by the Four Seasons sect, the first to third ranks were those from Qi refining to foundation establishment, and the third rank and above involved Jindan, so it's a golden elixir. If he speculated like that, he really felt that it was a bit hot, but it would be a bit of a shame to throw it away. Concentrate on cultivation first, and then find out if there is a divine ability or magic weapon that can control it after foundation establishment and entering the Four Seasons sect. A Jindan book demon can provide a little too much help. After deciding so, he put the Sephoric spirit scroll inside a box and put it over to the side of the cabinet, separating it from the sign of the chakra flare gold from the seedlings of the flint crystal worm. He then took out the peach branch. The peach branch was still warm as jade in his hands, and the few peaches on it even had a pink haze aura, and he could vaguely smell the sweet and light aroma belonging to peaches. According to what Elder Suya said, he placed the peach branch on his brow and touched it gently. A slightly cool aura then suddenly surged into his aura, along with the pink haze halo of the swaying peach tree. Some words that were marvelously pulsing suddenly appeared inside his mind, in ancient seal script, yet miraculously he understood their meaning. Peach Fairy Stuffed Rain. This is not the same as what Li Yi thought of the direct casting of spells. To promote the spell is not the same. It needs a certain amount of materials to assist, but also with the previous study of the small clouds and rain, this kind of spell is somewhat related, and even comes with the secret method of brewing wine. Peach brew is made from peach petals, spring water, morning dew and vermilion sand. Then with a special technique, it will form a cloud of rain, and the plants that are watered by the rain will have different degrees of ripening effects. The most important thing was that this peach branch itself could replace the peach petals. There was nothing better than a peach that had been blessed with jade by the mountain god. This peach branch alone was a constant source of spirit stones. The rest he just needs to go on a quest for morning dew and vermilion. No wonder fellow Taoist Suya said to me meaningfully as he was leaving that someone would soon be begging for his head. So it turns out that he's here to beg for peach brew. It's still a good money-making business. If it is morning dew, you can collect some in the morning. But what about vermilion? Li Yi silently picked up the organ box on the side that had never been used. This was a contraption of the Maja organ workshop. As long as one wrote down the object they needed inside, a mortal would deliver it directly to their door. The mortals in the marketplace make their living through small businesses that serve the immortals. Just, kinda like a delivery boy. Now he wrote the words good vermilion sand on the wooden board inside the box, and the amount of spirit stones needed immediately appeared behind it, because he wanted the best, so it was 1 spirit stone or 2. Let's start with 10 taels. After he wrote down the quantity he needed, the writing on it instantly disappeared and turned into the words wait. Li Yi waited like this for about a tea time. There was then a knock at the door. Quite fast, he came to the door and opened it. Outside the door stood a young man wearing a grayish-white robe, without any fluctuation of aura on his body, and there were also the words Lu Ji Grocery on the robe. The young man was very respectful and removed the box he had been protecting. Elder Immortal, this is the 10 taels of vermilion sand you asked for. Inside that box was vermilion sand in a dusty state, presenting a bright red texture and exuding an abundant spiritual chi. Definitely a fine vermilion sand without a doubt. Aha, nice. Li Yi directly took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to the young man. Thank you, senior. If there is nothing else I will return. It's okay. The latter hurriedly thanked him again and quickly left with the spirit stones. Looking at his cautious appearance, he must have encountered something less than wonderful, and immortal cultivators would have an unspeakable sense of superiority when facing mortals anymore. This was still the marketplace of the famous sect. If it was replaced by the marketplace on the side of the devil's sect, the mortals would probably live a little more difficult. He shook his head and went back to his preparations. After staying up half the night to memorize all the knowledge required for this divine ability, and incidentally getting a big tank to draw all the formation patterns mentioned in the divine ability, he quietly waited for tomorrow. The next day, it was still light. Li Yi then yawned and came out from the house. The slightly cool air of early spring gave him a jolt and his sleepiness quickly faded away. Morning dew. The so-called morning dew was naturally the dew of the early morning, and he soon found a lot of it on the side of the lotus and the water gourd. The drops of dew stayed above the blue-purple petals of the lotus and the leaves of the water hyacinth waiting for him to pick them. According to the inheritance of the peach fairy brewing rain, morning dew is considered a flavor of the primer, and cinnabar and the petals need to be placed in the vat inside the drawing of a good array pattern and the spirit of the spring water to fully mix the fermentation, sealing 779 days after the can be taken out. The amount of water depends on the quality of the peach petals and the amount of morning dew in cinnabar, but Li Yi didn't have to worry about the peach petals, so naturally he could get a full tank, that is, 50 pounds. He spent the following days collecting morning dew in preparation for brewing wine, and around the 6th day, he suddenly noticed some strange changes in the gourd of that spirit water phoenix eye lotus. The original water gourd was round and verdant, but at this moment the surface was densely strewn with cracks, and inside the cracks flowed a golden red bloodlight. He squinted and looked closely, suddenly jumping into the pool. Wow! The pool water instantly made huge ripples, and one by one, the golden red dragon carp that were hiding under the water gourd swam out, and the golden red color of their heads became more and more obvious, and even the tiny bumps were a bit bigger. Li Yi pondered, slowly separating the pool water covered by the spiritual water phoenix eye lotus, and suddenly discovered that at its roots, there were scattered about 24 scales sinking to the bottom of the pool. The scales were as crystalline as golden red jewels, glowing with a bright color in the morning sunlight. Drop one every 7 days, but now there are clearly more than 20. Wasn't it really just you guys banging on that gourd indiscriminately that caused more to fall? The mood state of the fish swimming in the distance was still pleasurable. His body was full of aura, and he seemed to have pressed on with no signs of injury or damage to his aura. Instead, he was much more cheerful than when he bought it. Since they were fine, then Li Yi could only collect all the scales, and pondered for a moment on his way out, trying to want to pick the gourd that had blood-colored cracks all over it. As a result, the spirit water phoenix eye lotus transmitted a realization that had not yet matured. He had no choice but to stop. Then let's go back and prepare the peach brew first, then taste and savor what the fish scales really taste like. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Hungry Bones Weathered. Souls Ascending to Heaven. The process of handling those dewy cinnabar was smooth. Li Yi placed them on the bottom layer of spirit water layer of the vat after mixing them evenly, and then gently inserted that peach branch inside. Finally, using water control techniques, The spiritual water that he had purified once with the spirit gathering technique was slowly injected into the tank, and as the water flowed slowly into it, the peach's branches were actually magically growing along with the water level. The array patterns depicted in vermilion sand around them flickered with a subtle light. The peach branches grew slowly and eventually grew into thick branches large enough to cover the entire vat. There was absolutely no need for Li Yi to cover the lid again or anything. It directly sealed the vat. In addition, its original refreshing aroma has completely disappeared. It seemed that all the spiritual energy had internalized into the vat. So amazing. Just by looking at this alone, it's no wonder that the mountain god's jade reward will be the envy of so many people. 49 days? Really looking forward to it. He took one last look at the vat full of peaches and turned to deal with the fish scales, which could be eaten straight away with a little frying in oil. There is no special flavor to eat, just chewing crunchy, like eating potato chips. When he finished eating and licked his lips, he felt that there didn't seem to be any obvious changes. The aura inside was quite a lot, and it was very pure. As for the other effect, resident, he touched his face and shook his head as he continued to go about his business. Time passed slowly in his daily meditation and cultivation, reading the books and taking care of his spirit beasts and plants, calm and leisurely, watching the sun rise and set every day, watching the beavers work hard. It was a different kind of fun. Half a month later, he was in the middle of sleeping when suddenly one of the viewing mirrors hanging off to the side flashed with a golden glow that was hard to contain. Li Yi was instantly awakened and raised his eyes to see some changes in the beaver's lair inside the viewing mirror. The bloom that was originally buried inside a pile of various foodstuffs on top of the hungry bones began to change from an ominous purplish-red color, and since the edges of the bloom metamorphosed into a golden color, a drop of liquid dripped down onto the ground. Or a flare gold? So many. Li Yi was dumbfounded. But what made him even more dumbfounded was yet to come. As dough morphed into a golden color from the edges, the eerie white bones that carried it began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye, and wisps of a milky white halo slowly emerged. It was actually the shadow of a man. Thanks to the rather clear picture of the viewing mirror, Li Yi could even see that it was a young man wearing worn-out rough clothes with a sort of clean-cut look. He seemed to have glanced at the distant microglacial beaver that was still smothering its head and huffing, and his figure then crumbled along with the white bone chunks and disappeared inside this narrow cave. The golden dough also dripped the last drop of gold. Then all the light disappeared. The inside of the beaver's den became completely dark. Li Yi was silent as he looked at the beaver, who blinked his eyes and suddenly woke up. The latter looked at the place where he had piled up the grain. It should have yipped a few times and completely froze. The Four Seasons Zone Shop. The spirit machine vine, which had been sleeping inside the spirit liquid, woke up with a start, and it stretched out its vines a little, and complex organ walls made of jade appeared in front of it. On it, a jade tablet called Li Dog-air changed from dark black to milky white. Ha! Isn't this the task given to that Li Yi kid? He's actually finished, and it's still purifying souls filled with resentment. How on earth did this happen? He's only refined chi. The spirit machine vine couldn't believe it. It hesitated for a moment, and its flexible vine body went to press a certain mechanism, and a figure slowly appeared in front of it. It was a white-robed male cultivator with a handsome look. Little Linger. The cultivator wore a warm jade-like smile. If it wasn't something important, you certainly wouldn't have woken me up in the middle of the night. But what are some of the changes in that hungry bone? Yes, the spirit machine vine said in a hurry. I gave one of them to a loose cultivator named Li Yi, and it's only been half a month since then, and that hungry bone has been completely purified, not burned. The matter is so important that I had to wake you up in the middle of the night. Oh, isn't Li Yi the one who completed that silver moongrass task extremely well? There are really some surprises hidden. After the cultivator finished speaking, he pondered for a moment. Li Dogger, aged 15, unfortunately lost his life under the demon sex hell path hungry ghost method. This hell road hungry ghost method is to famine all over the world. Easy to eat to perform the horror of the avatar. According to the elders in the door said that if you really want to dissolve this resentment, you need to be pure of heart for the generation to open up. According to you, is that Li Yi considered a person with a pure heart? The spirit machine vine replied, that kid has an aura that makes me feel comfortable, and he has also been recognized by the flint crystal worm. But if you're talking about true purity of mind, he's still a bit short. How many people can be truly pure of heart when the world is so dusty? That's it. The cultivator couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. This is a wonderful matter. And since you said he was grateful by the spirit beasts, he must have used them to settle the matter, having the magic or talent of the sentinel beasts in his possession. Isn't this kind of interesting person what our clan needs? Not to mention that pure-hearted spirit beast is willing to drive for him. His heart will definitely not be too bad. The spirit machine vine hemmed and hawed. Had. I've already given him the autumn harvest token. did I do a good job? Little Linger is just resourceful, the cultivator immediately complimented. Then this Li Yi is the inner disciple of this sect. You take care of him in the migratory end market, and incidentally give him more hungry bones, if he is all able to dissolve the grievances in them one by one. I will personally meet him when I have the leisure to do so. Your master ancestor is always urging me to take on a disciple. I remember if that little guy Suya was in the migratory end market. His sister is always complaining with me that no spiritualist is willing to befriend her brother. So isn't this just the right one? Tell Suya to go and befriend Li Yi more. Tell him about the matters within the door. Senior brother should have brought a junior brother who just joined the door. This is also a good thing for him. By the way, you and take a look for me. What kind of spirit beast is it? If that spirit beast has Buddha nature, it may not be impossible to cultivate it. You will give that object I gave you to Li Yi. The disciple leads the way. As the spirit machine vine formed its vines into a clasped fist, the cultivator's figure had already left, and the jade plate around it quickly shrunk, turning into a palm-sized jade plate that stayed quietly on the table. It also did not sleep, and around now it was also already the third night, so it might as well wait for the day to come. He thought that Li Yi should come to seek himself to hand in the quest, just in time to give him more hungry bones as well. However, what the spirit machine vine didn't expect was that it waited from night until day, and then waited from today until tomorrow, and time passed day after day until a week later, when Li Yi finally came here. It had been a bit at a loss for what to say when it saw Li Yi's handsome face that was obviously a lot whiter, even a bit of a ghost. End of chapter. Chapter 24, The Beaver Learns the Law. Li Yi's complexion was slightly tired. It wasn't just that he was trying to hide the unnatural speed at which he was solving the task so quickly, it was also that he was placating the microglacial beaver. He hadn't expected the beaver to actually be that upset after the weathering of the hungry bones, and for the first few days he didn't even eat or drink, not even bothering to do his favorite thing, hoarding food. The weathering of the hungry bones was a huge blow to it. Symbiosis. This is a friend to the beaver completely dissipated away. This spirit beast's emotions may be much more sincere than the human race. He patiently pacified it until today before finally letting it slightly come out of the shadow of the sudden weathering of the hungry bones. And there were indeed some doubts in his heart that he wanted to ask the spirit machine vine senior to answer. So he got straight to the point after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Elder, is there a human soul inside that hungry bone? The spirit machine vine had originally waited for Li Yi for a few days and was still a bit stifled. But today, when it saw the fatigue on Li Yi's face, its heart suddenly moved. Exactly, it replied. Each of those hungry bones is made of mortal souls, and it was my 4x sex god transforming elder ancestor who, with great greatness as well as the sect's most precious treasure, spared them from the agony of eternal degradation into the hungry ghost path. I've already guessed that you're about to use the method of harnessing spirit beasts to cleanse the souls amongst these hungry bones of their hunger, unraveling the knots in their hearts, and ultimately wind up reincarnating. Your spirit beast, alas, is indeed bitter. At a guess, is it the microglacial beaver? As a part of the spiritual plant, the lifespan of the spirit machine vine was far longer than that of an ordinary cultivator, and to it if its master failed to make it all the way up the ladder, sooner or later it would face parting hardship. Li Yi sighed slightly. Things were as he thought they would be. Elder's guess is exactly right. Forgive the late. He was actually somewhat intent on declining the quest. He did feel pity for the beaver, and the other's original love of sharing food could bind had actually disappeared. Microglacial beavers are naturally inclined to hoard and share food, but to actually be like this at the moment, it would be obvious that they were hurt badly. But the spirit machine vine interrupted him. I also know that you love their hearts, but do not be in a hurry. Listen to my words, that the Weichuan beaver is the door of an ancestor cultivated, although small but very intelligent. A Buddhist master once said that they are happy to share despite their wealth, and that they are happy to give despite their food hoarding. That's why I want to point you to a cultivation method that will be feasible in its future. Do you think it's okay? How could Li Yi not understand at this moment? That beaver was actually going to have cultivation methods regarding the Buddhist sect, but shouldn't the Four Seasons sect be a pure Taoist sect? How could there be a method about the Buddhist sect? His confusion was seen by the Reiki vine. The latter explained, my 4x sect is also considered to be a large family, and there are many cultivators as well as many spirit beasts and plants within the sect. There are naturally more paths to take, not to mention that as long as you are a disciple of my Taoist sect, why can't you collect a Buddhist spirit animal? After a pause, it added, the main reason is that I don't have any suitable sutras in my hands for our Taoist sect to help people. So let's take this and learn from it first. The late generation wants to ask the little one first. Li Yi felt that it wasn't a good idea to be depressed like this obviously. If the Dharma of the Buddha's gate was truly useful, it would be a good aid to oneself if carefully cultivated in the future. However, he still took out a small half bottle with around 2 taels of Qi Yinyaojin first. That's where the beavers come in, but it's also thanks to you. The spirit machine vine checked the vial of Qi Yinyaojin and was instantly elated. The purity of this Qi Luck Flare Gold is extremely high, although it is not as good as those Jindan master siblings, but it is definitely excellent under the Jindan stage. I'll mark it down for you first. It's 2 taels of Qi Luck Flare Gold. If you want to exchange for spirit stones, I can give you 2,000 first right now, but I suggest you save them all together. They will have their own surprises when the time comes. Here, this object is the Dharma of Buddhist cultivation. Li Yi curiously received the book and took a look at it. It was written as the heart phase saving bitter lotus method. He couldn't help but flip it open and read it. This Dharma was extremely simple. It belonged to a very special method of cultivating the mind. According to the description, he is able to cultivate the lotus seat of the heart, carry suffering in the lotus seat, purify the suffering of the wronged souls with himself, and ascend to heaven in a transcendental way. But the problem was that one's beaver was only at the 2nd level of cultivation, at most within the 10th level of Qi refining. Could it really cultivate such a complex divine spell? Really quite look up to him. Take this kind of divine spells to let a beaver cultivate? He asked bitterly about his doubts. The spirit machine vine, however, did not think so. Since you can communicate with it like this, you speak the Dharma for it, that is. This Dharma mainly looks at the cultivation of the heart, and is not a gong method that can increase the Dharma power. I give it the law. Didn't I just refine my Qi and not yet reach foundation building? Isn't this too much of a hardship for a little monk like me? Even though Li Yi wanted to spit out too much in his heart, it was obvious that the spirit machine vine was thinking that he had used a very special beast robbing method to do so, and this kind of beast robbing method would definitely be able to communicate with the spirit beasts. All he could do was nod. The late generation will go back and communicate with it properly. Well, then this object you will take is, if it wishes, you will use the organ box to contact me, and I will send someone to send more hungry bones to your side. Li Yi nodded his head once again and took this heart-saving bitter lotus method back to his home. Finding the beaver who was sitting on top of the embankment, his back turned to him, facing the sun. Phew, try it. He carefully stepped forward and held out his hand to the beaver, who froze and climbed onto his hand, meandering back up to the top of his shoulder. Li Yi then began to persuade it. This guy should have drank a lot of purple oil spring rain and probably ate some Qi Yinyaojin, getting smarter and smarter. Li Yi just said that this divine spell could help it better transcend those friends, and it actually nodded its head and agreed immediately. This made Li Yi very surprised. You're that smart? Get what I'm saying? The beaver rubbed his cheek slowly, not dirty at all despite swimming in the water a lot and digging up dirt and dead leaves, and kind of soft, like a slightly cool sticky ball. Carrick, it probably means, you will not hurt me and I am willing to learn. That realization was childish and still fuzzy, but it did mean that, and it was really hard to detect without the panel's ability. Turns out this guy was trying to learn from me, when it really makes some. Li Yi instantly fell silent as he shook his head after a long time. You guys gibbering twice have this complicated meaning, but smart or not, I'll read this Dharma with you now. He took out the books and slowly turned them over. Lotus Doom. Heart phase saving suffering. Although Li Yi didn't know if it could understand him if he read it like this, he had tried as much as possible to use his own understanding of the words and phrases right when he read them, and then passed them on to the beaver through the panel. The latter listened with considerable attention. The oily fur on its body seemed to glow with a golden halo if anything, and it was impossible to tell whether it was its own glow or the streams of light spilled by the rising morning sun. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Qi practicing 8th level. Invitation of stinging. A few more days passed in the blink of an eye. Only after making sure that the beaver had restored the panel prompts that could be shared and bound did Li Yi receive a few more hungry bones from the spirit machine vine side one after another. As it turned out, this guy could only tie one, but he was smart enough to push his clan mates out as well, even have something to do with the same clan gathered together, while nibbling and carrying lotus petals, lotus root pieces, wheat ears, while gibbering. Its companions, though their faces were far less animated and dull, seemed to be really listening attentively. It's almost like preaching a sermon. It was so smart that Li Yi felt incredulous, thinking if he couldn't even compare to a beaver anymore. In order to avoid being outclassed by the spiritual pets he raised, he also began to cultivate with vigor, making daily rounds of his crops to get his daily portion of aura from their side. Just like that, he quickly raised from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 8th level of Qi refining. And this was only just a month after the last time he had absorbed the peach aura at the peach gathering and ascended to the 6th level. And that pure aura from the spirit plants and spirit beasts made his foundation incomparably solid, and there was still no sign of confusion at all. It was truly miraculous. Just about the only thing that made it hard for him was the meridian damage. This injury is really pestering like a hawk. he exhaled a deep, cloudy breath. At this moment, one could clearly feel that the injury formed by the fire that had gone off and the collapse of the meridians in his body still had a tiny scar coiled around it. No matter how much he used his spiritual energy to cultivate and sow, that wound just stubbornly stayed over there. From time to time, it made him feel some tingling, and the spirit elixir given by Elder Suya could not cure it. It did seem that the only way to completely cure it was to enter the Four Seasons sect and purchase the vein restoration pill. Lee stood up and looked at the rolling blue-purple lotus in the yard as well as the verdant spirit water phoenix eye lotus next to it, as well as the lush weed not far away and the beavers that were gabbling on top of the dike further away. The small side of the compound was vibrant and full of aura. Spirit Machine Vine Sr. said that at the time of the 10th layer of refining chi to build the foundation, it is best to have the spiritual power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth spirit beasts or spirit plants, which I now have. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. A wisp of golden red flame flared at his fingertips first, and then a hazy cloud of vapor gathered. There was a halo of peach looming in it at the end. He casually dispersed his aura. The 3 different spiritual powers of wood, water, and fire had now entered inside his body, and there were just 2 more gold and earth left to go. Looks like it's time to go to the appointment. A few days ago, when the Spirit Machine Vine sent someone to deliver a new batch of hungry bones to him, they also brought an invitation from Suya. It said there that the hibernation was approaching and invited him to see the wonders of the spring thunder wheat planted by the Chow family. He was, of course, glad to accept it. As a result, the next day, Taoist Joe personally came to the door to invite him again. It was at that moment that he finally learned Taoist Joe's real name, Cho Cho Mai. The name, Li Yi still couldn't help but laugh a little. It is no wonder that at first, Dao friend Joe stammered and was not quite willing to say his name, which is really a bit rustic, but it is indeed also very grounded. He shook his head to push the odd thought to the back of his mind. Counting the days tomorrow was the hibernation. It would be a good time to go to the appointment and see if you could purchase a spirit beast or spirit plant with the golden earth attribute in the meantime. The next day, when Li Yi went out, he unexpectedly saw a young girl with a clean appearance waiting outside the door long ago. She was wearing a simple cloth dress. Her looks were not particularly excellent, but it was very soothing to look at. There was also a carriage parked next to her, which was a grade 1 spirit beast, the Force Spirit Horse. But the woman had no cultivation and was immortal. The young girl rushed forward when she saw Li Yi come out and took out a token. Immortal Li, my little sister is a son of the Zhou family, and was ordered by cousin Zhou Qiumai to come and take Immortal Elder to my Zhou family. Li Yi glanced at the token to make sure it was Zhou Qiumai's object, before nodding casually, then let's go. He directly got into the carriage, and then the young girl very sharply and skillfully first fed that spirit horse a bunch of tender leaves before she harnessed the carriage and started to move forward. The inside of the carriage's compartment was cleaned up, and there were no strange scented pouches placed. It was just simply clean, which made Li Yi feel very comfortable. In his previous life, he remembered that when he was riding in the car there was always some strange smell inside the car, smoked him to feel very uncomfortable. Nowadays his sense of smell is even more acute. If there is a bad aroma, I'm afraid that it will be even more difficult. Not bad at all. Li Yi leaned against the window and surveyed the scenery along the way flying backwards. With his eyesight nowadays, it is completely visible. Although the carriage is fast but not bumpy at all, it's leaving the migratory end market. The original he was from the outside. However, the current one was the first time he had ever left the workshop, and the migratory end workshop was located in the sphere of influence under the Four Seasons sect, and was surrounded by no sects, only clans. These clans supplied the Four Seasons sect with all kinds of materials, as well as well-talented immortal cultivators, and the Four Seasons sect would give them different spells and all kinds of elixirs and medicines. Thinking of this, he lifted the curtain and asked the maiden driving the carriage outside, "About how many hours will it take?" "Oh, it will only take half an hour to get there." Half an hour, that is an hour. According to the speed of this horse, estimates that an hour can run more than 100 miles. The Zhou family is really far away from the migratory end of the market. After receiving the reply, he let out a hum and rested his eyes inside the carriage, incidentally recalling the various spells he had learned in the meantime. Half an hour passed in a flash. When Li Yi felt the carriage stop and opened his eyes to look out of the window, he only saw that the window had long been covered in dark clouds. The sun, which should have been high in the sky, was obscured, and silver snakes swam amidst the dark clouds, and the wind blew furiously. But amazingly, the skies further away were clear, and it seemed to be the only place where this was happening. Is this what Elder Suya called a miraculous scene? He got out of the carriage and unsurprisingly met the smiling Zhou Qiumai Zhou Daoyu, who nodded to the young girl driving the carriage, and the carriage was driven away, and Zhou Qiumai pulled Li Yi's arm. fellow Dioist, this is the spring thunder wheat field that my Joe family relies on every year. He pointed into the distance. It was just a stretch of wheat field. A tall tree like wheat with a slightly bluish skin glistened in the somewhat dark light of day, standing tall as if waiting to be examined by the thunder of the sky. At a cursory glance, how this wheat field is several hundred acres. If we look at it according to the fact that spring thunder wheat needs to be blown up by spring thunder in order to be harvested, several hundred acres of land accepting heavenly thunder at the same time. I'm afraid this scene is no worse than heavenly calamity, right? The most important thing was how on earth did the Zhou family manage to be certain that there was a heavenly thunder to help with the harvest? End of chapter. Chapter 26, The Thunder God Sends Down Thunder. Spirit wheat gives birth. Li Yi walked outside a pavilion with Zhou Qiumai with doubts. Like this octagonal pavilion, there were many more near the wheat field, and it could be seen that there were more or less a few cultivators sitting inside. And the only person sitting inside this pavilion was Suya. Suya was quite surprised after seeing Li Yi come over. This is the 8th level of qi refining? Although it was considered normal to make rapid progress in the refining stage, but this was outside the clan, without the benefits of some spirit beasts and spirit plant seniors, and without the courtyard cave tailored to one's own aura attributes, to be able to make such godly progress outside. It seems like this Taoist Li should not have eaten a lot of good food, estimated that now also because of the cultivation of friends. Not long after, the fear is not going to call him a senior brother. He smiled and got up. It's rare to see Taoist Li come out for a trip. It seems that this hibernation harvesting of spring wheat by the Zhou family is really attractive after all. Don't you think so? Taoist autumn wheat. Zhou Qiumai's expression was almost taut. The name was indeed something he could not help, but he didn't reject his name, and immediately said, "This name of mine can eat and be full. Being able to eat and wear warm clothes. Is this name not good?" Suya's expression changed for a split second before he suddenly clasped his fists and said, "This is indeed me being abrupt. Don't be offended, fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Qiumai did not expect Suya would apologize so solemnly. The whole person is a little overwhelmed. Li Yi, watching from the side, can only make a sound to change the topic. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, this name is very good, but I'm new to your precious land. But I'm curious about what exactly is the constitution of this hibernation wheat harvest. I hope that you will not be stingy with your advice." With him changing the subject like this, Zhou Qiumai was relieved and explained, "This is also thanks to the blessing of the Four Seasons sect. There is a heavenly sound thunder leaf that has been ordained as a god within the Four Seasons sect's gates. It is his old man who performs the magic spell for us, the families who plant spring thunder wheat, at this time of the year. When the thunder starts, all the spring thunder wheat in these 500 acres of land will mature, and the wheat flower emitted will cover the sky. There might even be some elves or mctans hidden in there, so whoever gets it is the one who gets it." It was only after hearing him say this that Li Yi came to a realization. It turns out that the Four Seasons sect is still using the god's power. Previously in the Peach Garden Party, also know a Taohua mountain god. The Four Seasons sect in the end, how many god? He was indeed curious, not to mention that it was a reasonable curiosity, so he inquired, "I wanted to ask fellow Taoist Su last time, what exactly is this god?" Suya sipped his tea with a bit of pride on his face. "My 4 times sect has raised many spirit beasts and spirit plants, and even has divine beasts of blood. Some of these seniors received the edict when they operated their natural aptitude like a god, to be able to exert godlike greatness within my 4 times sect's sphere of influence. Tianin Leye is the Tianin thunder god, can exert power as great as a god." Li Yi was truly breathtaking. There was also no telling how much effort and cost it would take to cultivate a plant or a god who could be enthroned. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, when a rumble of thunder suddenly came from the sky, and the sound of thunder shook 100 miles. Before the thunder arrived, the purple lightning was already showering down like a torrential downpour. The flowing thunder light traveled through the wheat field, and some of the wheat obviously couldn't withstand the power of the thunder light and was completely scorched. However, there were also some that were energized by the power of the lightning in general, and the huge ears of wheat burst open one by one. Bang bang bang! The mist formed by the light blue wheat flower came in all directions right in the middle of the lightning and the gusty wind sweeping around. The scene was really extremely spectacular, as if the fog that covered the sky came in, and all you could see was a foggy tide formed by flower. "This is the moment." Suya couldn't wait to get up. "Fellow Taoist Li, now have any means that can gather spirit and induce spirituality despite using them. The Zhou family only has half a tea to let the spirit power disperse like this. You and I will split the harvest later. Take enough first." With that, he had taken out a small bronze cauldron and held it in his palm, and from within the cauldron a wisp of fragrant smoke emanated, instantly attracting quite a bit of flour. Flour can be attracted like this. Is this flour also endowed with some spiritual properties? No, time and a half for tea. Isn't that only about 7 minutes? Li Yi squinted his eyes and tried to see the surging tide of flour, but there was an extremely complex aura inside as well as the unbroken might of thunder, so it was really a fool's errand to try to see it clearly. All he could do was hold out his hand. First, he cast the spirit gathering technique that had been modified by the spirit water phoenix Lotus. He had intended to try it out, but as a result, he didn't expect that after casting it for about a few breaths of time, a tide of flour and a few blue wheat danes immediately flew to his side. The speed of that, if not Jochomai helped, I am afraid that he will be drowned in the waves of flour, directly paste of face all over the body. Fellow Dioist, be careful. Jochomai was in the back holding a storage bag. I didn't expect you to actually be able to recruit this much spiritual wheat powder and also wheat dan all at once. Before his words fell, since not far away, a green ball of light with a slight bluish color flew over abruptly and slowly landed on top of Lia's shoulder, quietly staying over there. This scene immediately caused Suya and Jochomai to freeze. In fact, Li also froze a bit as he silently looked over his shoulder. Just over there, quietly, was an old yellow cow, which was almost exactly like a real cow, only shrunken a million times. Name, male Lin yellow cow. Mood, pleasant, happy. Free at last. Condition, excellent. Bindable, any kind of wheat spirit plant. Breath gives birth to essence. Nature gives birth to spirit, and thunder gives birth to life. It took such a three-pronged approach to give birth to so many wheat spirits in the midst of hundreds of acres of wheat. Suya sighed with emotion. Fellow Taoist, this luck of yours is really good. Such a wheat spirit if properly cultivated. In the future you planted what wheat is estimated to be easy and comfortable. Really envy you. Li Yi, however, had some bitterness in his heart. A few hundred acres of land gave birth to so many of them, and one was even found by himself. Would he really not be besieged by those cultivators? Not to mention what was the attitude of the Zhou family? Jochomai, who was at the side, spoke up. There is no need to worry. Now that there was Lord Thunder God's thunder and the aura bursts from the 100 acres of wheat fields, no one would notice. Besides, since my Zhou family invited all of you here, they won't say anything about heartache loss. It's just that, Dao Yuli, if it's possible after you've built your foundation, I hope to come to my Zhou family as a guest secretary. This my Ling is even a token of my Zhou family's sincerity in inviting you. And there are offerings to be sent for the position of guest secretary. He said this with a flourish, not to mention the fact that there was a cultivator from the 4-time sect here next to them. Even if it was just a casual cultivator, the Zhou family would have done the same. Those who were fortunate enough to receive the wheat spirit must have either good fortune or special aptitude in their possession. Offending such a cultivator for a wheat spirit would really not be worth it. Both to send, that will be sent in a generous way, so that the people to make a good relationship, the future may not be useful on the time. This was the teaching of the old Taijun of his Zhou family. Because of this act, a lot of good karma was made. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Zhou Family Banquet. Golden Horned Ants. Fellow Taoist Zhou is right. This is the consistent tradition of the Zhou family. Their family also has disciples practicing within the sect. In the future you will also be shouting senior sister and brother when you meet them. There is no need to worry about anything. Suya's words dispelled Lie's last qualms. He also felt that he was really a bit of a small man with a small mind. In the end, it was still not particularly familiar, nor did it have a hegemonic sect behind it. In the future, it is indeed necessary to change the concept as appropriate. He nodded at Jochomai. Then, I'll accept my compliments. In the future, if there's anything I need this little guy's help with, fellow Taoist Zhou can come and find me. This is exactly where it was born. Good to say, good to say. Jochomai's face was full of smiles. The two of you don't stand still either. There's still some time left. Quickly collect some more. Li Yi and Suya smiled at each other, and the two of them continued to cast their respective spells and began to collect the wheat flour and the occasional wheat dan that came from the roiling sky. Coincidentally, Suya also found a ladybug like my Ling in the end. Only when he saw that my spirit being caught by Suya's hand did Li Yi disperse the peach blossom avatar that he had quietly used. Pretending to be surprised, he congratulated. Fellow Taoist Su's luck isn't any worse than mine. Suya had actually discovered that Li Yi was secretly casting divine abilities just now. He didn't pick a fight either. He just laughed. It seems that you Taoist friends' chi luck has also been shared with me some. You and I have collected thousands of pounds of wheat flour and 100 grains of wheat dan. It's really quite a harvest. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist is wrong. Now the two were laughing at each other. Jochomai on the side was also happy. The two people he was in charge of receiving had this kind of luck and aptitude, and the old ancestor was sure to have treasures to reward them in a while. As for the wheat dan and wheat flour, he was raised inside this wheat field of the Zhou family. Will he still not be able to eat? Half a tea time passed. From the dome of the sky drops down a golden circle, split into countless golden shadows. It encircled the entire wheat field, and all the wheat flour and mitan in it, as well as the elves that didn't flee, were caught and sucked up. Immediately afterward, the dense drumming sounded out of nowhere, accompanied by a female voice that was old but in high spirits. Thank you for your grace, Thunder God Sama. What remains is your sacrifice. Thunder God Sama. for the thunder fire sacrifice. As the words fell, a rumble of thunder came from the sky. Li Yi had just split this harvest with Suya, getting 1,000 pounds of flour and 52 wheat danes, and incidentally hiding the wheat elf inside his clothes. When he saw a scene like this, a purple thunderbolt landed. Immediately after that, the thunder fire suddenly rose up. These hundreds of acres of wheat fields had just been under the cover of thunder, and then they were filled with thunder and fire, and those wheat seeds turned into ashes in the thunder and fire. But there was a fragrant smell overflowing out. Compared to the thunderous divine might just now, this sea of burning fire gave him an inexplicably bleak and desolate feeling, clearly a sacrificial ritual. Li Yi stood inside the pavilion, just a step away from the thunder fire, but he couldn't feel the burning temperature at all. Instead, it was like a warm breeze on his face, with the burnt flavor of wheat. He could even see some small creatures like field mice leaping around inside the wheat field, ignoring the thunder fire and enjoying the ashes of the years and wheat that hadn't been harvested. Ha! Fellow Taoist Joe, what kind of spirit beasts are these voles? Zhou Qiumai glanced at it and replied, these guys have lived inside this wheat field for generations, and even when we sons and daughters see them, we have to call out to them as mouse seniors. They collect dead branches and leaves, then treat the pests, and they are already beneficial beasts in our Zhou family. Naturally, you won't get hurt. Let's go to fellow Taoists. Next we, the Zhou family, will also prepare wheat-related delicacies for you to enjoy, and all of you fellow Taoists and seniors will also take out your own objects in exchange. He pushed open the portal at the back of the pavilion. Behind that was actually a deep corridor over the lake, which was blooming with 10,000 lotuses and some golden-red dragon carp swimming in it. Just one door away from hundreds of acres of spiritual wheat fields on one side and such exquisite beauty on the other. It was really something. Then go. Suya walked in front, Li Yi and Zhou Qiumai followed behind, and the three of them soon arrived at the site of the 100-wheat banquet prepared by the Zhou family. A maid with a beautiful figure and appearance brought over a variety of flour-made delicacies in a flowing stream. There are steamed buns, and exquisite pastries, even noodles and big cakes have everything, and even drinks are made of wheat juice, although it looks less sumptuous than those what banquets come. But, it's really real. Each of those big buns was twice as big as his fist, but any food that is not fresh is removed. According to Zhou Qiumai, all of this leftover food would be distributed to the mortals under their command, and the food made by Spirit Mai was excellent for mortals. After coming here, Suya and Zhou Qiumai temporarily separated from Li Yi. They still had their own things to do, and Li Yi did want to go and see if he could exchange any spirit beasts. It's quite funny to say the least. On one side, there were cultivators eating with food, and on the other side, there were some cultivators setting up stalls over there, and it was just kind of fun, even though there weren't many people, and there were only a few hundred people who could make the Zhou family invite them. Li Yi turned around in here for a while, and also tasted the steamed buns and other food made by people. That tasted pretty good if you don't say so, and he ate 3 large buns and drank some water before he noticed a stall selling something. That's an ant up there. No, it was an anthill to be exact, and inside the anthill, which was obviously made of metal, there was a golden ant going about its business, with a pair of golden horns on its head, which looked very eye-catching. Name golden horned ant. Status, busy. Mood busy. Bindable, any spirit plant that can help them gather metals. Li Yi blinked, swallowed the last bite of the sweet and strong steamed bun, and walked forward. Opening his mouth, he inquired, what kind of spirit insect is this? Fellow Taoist, what can be said about it? It is pleasing to look at the golden splendor. The one selling these spirit ants was a female cultivator. She had also just swallowed a mouthful of the vigorously made noodles and said with some embarrassment, I am a bit hungry. Do not be offended, fellow Taoist. How come? Li Yi was very polite. It was quite rare to see a cultivator who didn't care about his image eating noodles here like this. The female cultivator wiped her mouth and introduced herself. This spirit ant is called the golden horned ant. It is a second-order spirit insect. If you want it, you need to take it along with this anthill. The price is 1,000 spirit stones, and there is a queen inside that can constantly produce new spirit ants. As for its role, is able to collect and purify some metal spiritual materials. The more precious metal spiritual materials can help them metamorphosis evolution. However, I see that you have a good face. If you do not have a spirit mine near your cave, it is still a bit troublesome to raise them, and you have to prepare enough metal spirit materials for them to devour at all times. She stated the pros and cons in one breath and waited for Li Yi to make a reply. Thank you for all the big brother's recommendation with the support of the monthly ticket. If you can, little brother would like to cheeky point collection and read after. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 28, The Decomposed Spirit Vein Willow. Do you need ore? That's a pain in the ass. Then if we want to raise these golden horned ants, how much metal ore do we need in a day? And how much ore is appropriate? He inquired. The female cultivator shook her head. If you, fellow Taoist, really want to buy it, then I'll make it clearer. These guys can purify mineral materials just by keeping them. Then I won't put them up for sale. they only like to dig downwards, and will not even look at the mineral material if it is placed next to them. I often need to whimper and dig, bury some spirit materials inside, and then watch them being carried out of it one by one. If not for that, I would not be willing to sell. Should I not say that this Taoist friend is quite honest? Just by looking at it, he knew that the Tao robe this female cultivator was wearing couldn't even hide her well-proportioned figure. It is indeed stronger than those slim female cultivators, not like those who cultivate immortality but like female warriors in the rivers and lakes. Do they have to be buried in the earth for them to like the mineral material? Right. Alright then, I'll buy it. This is 1,000 spirit stones. Taoist friend, count it. Li Yi casually took out 1,000 spirit stones. Honestly, this thing was a bit of a pain in the ass, but luckily he had Microgawa Beaver to help him out. Those little guys were also good at digging, so the big deal was to ask them to bury some spiritual materials into the soil. It's a bit redundant, but it's not like he's laboring. Fellow Taoist is really quick. Seeing that she was finally relieved of her burden, the female cultivator smiled joyfully and placed the ant nest inside a box while taking out a jade slip and handing it to Li Yi. This is my summarized experience about what spiritual materials golden horned ants love to eat, and the fact that you, Taoist friend, should be careful of them escaping, and you need to demarcate the range with some special spiritual liquid. Apparently she still liked these spirit ants. Rambling on for a while, listening to Li Yi felt strange. Fellow Taoist should like them very much. Why would you take them out for sale? The female cultivator sighed. Alas, it's not as if they've been raised more than they should be, and it takes a lot of time every day just to bury them in spirit materials. Not to mention that I have limited energy, breeding that many will definitely not be able to take care of them all. So I might as well carefully cultivate a few litters. So it is. Then let's wish you, Taoist friend, to get what you want. Li Yi picked up the box containing the spirit ants and excused himself, casually putting it inside his storage bag, taking out the jade slip and sitting in a corner to flip through it with his divine sense. The writing in there was sort of detailed, at least listing out several kinds of mineral materials that golden horned ants like to eat. For example, what kind of turbid iron ore, sharp gold ore and other ores. According to the description, it should be a grade 1 ore. There were only 200 worker ants, 100 males, 1 queen and 50 soldier ants inside this one nest. You have to eat about 3 pounds of ore per day. Li Yi fell silent after seeing this number. If all of these needed to be bound, wouldn't it cost tens of thousands of points of vitality essence? This large number of spirit worms seems to be really unsuitable for you. There was no doubt that he can only go the qualitative route if he wanted to maximize the power of his golden finger. If one was greedy and wanted to bind many, then I am afraid that one would have to use up an unknown amount of energy and vital essence. The matter of raising the Weichuan beaver made him realize that actually wanting to raise a good spirit animal was not a simple thing and required a lot of effort. It is no wonder that there are only a few famous spirit plants around the gods in the myths and legends. It seems like the gods can't juggle that much, since I've already bought it. Let's see if I can buy some mineral materials over here as well. He stood up and continued to stroll. Zhou family's banquet. Well, not many people are invited, but there is a relationship with the Zhou family, and the cultivators may know each other. Plus there is also so much food, so the whole venue still seemed a bit strange. Sometimes Li Yi could see 2 cultivators chatting and eating while turning the corner, and there might be stalls selling things next to them. He smiles kindly when this happens, then keep looking for what you need. After about half an hour of busy work, he bought 100 pounds of sharp gold ore, which were the basic first-order spirit materials needed to build some kind of flying sword or other magic weapon. Flying sword, well, is considered the standard configuration of the cultivator. Li Yi now has a first-order magic sword inside the storage bag. He had also encountered some earth attribute spirit beasts or spirit plants during this period, but none of them were to his liking, and he hadn't even seen one that could be bound. After that, he fell back on finding earth attribute spirit plants and spirit beasts without hope. But while strolling around, I accidentally found a small island located between the lotus cover. There were only a few stalls scattered around this island, and one of the stallholders was the middle-aged male cultivator who had sold the golden red dragon carp earlier. What a coincidence! It's you again, fellow Taoist. What kind of objects are you selling today? Li Yi went forward and looked at the stall after saying hello. On top of that stall were scattered some weird roots or half-dead grasses, but how it looks is like it's not selling out of a random pocket with the intention of a big sale. Uncle Joe was shaking his head at the back of the stall with an ancient book, and even when the buyer came, he just glanced at it. I don't know if these objects are good or bad. 100 spirit stones per plant. Take them if you want. 100 spirit stones? The golden red dragon carp that Senior sold me the other day was only 80 spirit stones apiece, and these are actually selling for 100 spirit stones. He was very capable of making money, and had earned a lot of spirit stones since he came here, but that didn't mean he could accept such an expensive price. Even if there are gold finger cheats to be seen, that's no way to just be an ingrate. Bargaining is a must. Uncle Joe, however, immediately shook his head. These objects are all taken from inside the migratory end of the cave. I sold them and had to exchange them for wine. If you want to buy it, 300 spirit stones for 5 plants. 500 spirit stones for 8 plants. Li Yi instantly felt speechless. This Uncle Zhou is really witty. Actually take this price to sell. If you buy 500 spirit stones, you can directly take 8 plants. Although the breakdown actually makes the 500s in turn more expensive than the 300s per unit, he's clearly trying to get you to buy more. At least it sounds like that at first glance. What a crooked businessman. But Li Yi did feel curious. He looked down and pretended to use his divine sense to observe the oddball spirit plants, trying to think of the strength of the aura. But it turned out that all of these spiritual plants had weak auras, or even exactly the same. Without the divine sense through the aura speculation. No wonder this week 3 uncle said what 100 a plant. Together all depends on luck. In that case then don't blame me for opening up. Li Yi began to scan through the panel. The results of the heart suddenly rose up a huge wave. This pile of different spiritual plants, actually all is part of a spiritual plant. Name: spirit vein willow leaf. Status: decomposed. Sleeping. Mood: none. Bindable: after putting it together completely, it can be bound to any spirit animal that loves the aura vein or spirit vein. There were so many, 20 to 30 pieces of various sizes, all of which were actually in various locations of the spirit vein willow. What kind of grade of spirit plant was this? End of chapter. Chapter 29, The Price of Peach Blossom Wine. Spelling Willow Dilemma. Chapter 29, The Price of Peach Wine. The Spelling Willow Conundrum. To break down like this sporadically into more than 30 pieces of spirit plants that were still alive and could still be pieced together, the strength of this vitality alone was very terrifying. Thinking in his head, he examined the spirit plants one by one and determined that the various locations of the spirit vein willow were here. But the problem was that there were more than 30 plants. How many spirit stones would he need to buy them all at once? Not to mention that if you buy them all at once, you will inevitably give the impression that you are an ingrate and a fool. It would be really troublesome if this got out, and he would have to leave the Zhou family in a while, so who knows if someone would try to rob him. Then, he glanced at Uncle Zhou San's empty gourd held in his hand and his alcoholic expression. Suddenly, he remembered hearing Zhou Qiumai say that Uncle Zhou San regarded wine as his life but was unwilling to farm, so he didn't have many spirit stones. Plus his treacherous behavior just now, Li Yi instantly had an idea, and it looked like he would have to act it out. Thinking like this, he pretended to be helpless, intending to get up, not a trace of aura, and not being able to see the root. And the price is still this expensive. It seems that there is nothing more that the late generation can do. As he walked, he thought that if Uncle Zhou San was indifferent, he would have to see if he could come back to buy these through Zhou Qiumai in the future, or simply find a cultivator to help him. Hey, don't go away. I can lower the price. Uncle Zhou San's otherwise calm expression instantly became taut and hurriedly blocked. Although these objects were brought out by him from inside the migratory end cave, they were casually thrown aside by several Foundation establishment cultivators. At that moment, he was only able to refining chi, but also thought it was some kind of treasure. Take it and run. The result is just like this put a few years no one wants. The last time I went to fish for golden red dragon carp had already been cleaned up by the old Taijun with a cane. Seeing that the wine was going to be finished, he didn't have any spirit stones in his pocket. It was rare to run into someone who was interested in buying. Even if Li Yi was trying to suppress the price, he could only accept it. But who knew that he had just said that he wanted to lower the price? Li Yi unexpectedly walked even more resolutely. Oy vey! He was instantly dumbfounded, and not caring about the ridicule of the other few brothers beside him, he hurriedly followed. Little friend! Uncle Zhou snapped and laughed as he stopped Li Yi. The latter's face sank. Senior is trying to forcefully buy and sell, is it? Just now, he also said that 100 spirit stones would not be bargained for, but now he is lowering the price and blocking me. Does he think that I am really an ingrate? His face was unsettled, but his heart was relieved. It seems that Uncle Zhou's wine is still more important. That's not what I mean. Uncle Zhou rubbed his hands together. I see that you have a good face, not to mention that you have bought my carp before, and you are good friends with my nephew Qiumai, so this fate is really rare. If you are willing, you can take all 500. 600 spirit stones. He gritted his teeth and quoted a price. Li Ye's face cleared up slightly, but he still shook his head. 600 spirit stones to buy a bunch of useless things is still too much. If these things were really useful, Senior should have already gone to the 4x sect to exchange spirit stones. So, 300 spirit stones, for the sake of Taoist friend Zhou Qiumai. In a few days I can send Senior a bottle of wine. A bottle of peach wine. Peach wine. Could it be the peach wine from the migratory end market? Uncle Joe-san's face was delighted. Naturally, it's good. After saying that he was still a bit embarrassed, that's what I've earned. The peach wine from the mountain god Jade reward is going to cost 200 spirit stones a bottle anyways. That's a good item. 200 spirit stones? According to this world, a bottle of wine a liter is equal to 2 pounds to sea. Their own 50 pounds of liquor should be able to sell 5,000 spirit stones. This can really be a way to enrich themselves. After selling out, he could still continue with the brewing process until the entire spring season was completely over, and he should still be able to brew once, which would be 10,000 spirit stones, of course. He definitely had to keep some of it, and wouldn't sell it all. He memorized this message and took out 300 spirit stones and handed them to the other party. Then said, "Alas, Senior, this gave a bunch of spirit plants that might be useless. I'm going to go back and try them out. I won't be attending the rest of the banquet. Please also ask Senior to speak to me and Taoist Joe." Well, Uncle Joe-san did have to go to Jochiomai and had to buy wine, while Li Yi put those spiritual plants inside his own storage bag. He left straight away, and on the way, he bumped into Suya and went up to greet him. The latter also knew that some immortal cultivators were not very fond of this kind of banquet, so he nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Li Yi arrived at the place where he had just come in, and that mortal woman from the Zhou family had actually been waiting here for a long time. She smiled at Li Yi. "Is Senior going back? Please get on the carriage. Little sister will send Senior back to the workshop." Aha! Li Yi got on the carriage. Today's harvest was already not small. 1,000 pounds of spirit wheat powder and more than 50 wheat dan and a wheat spirit, golden horned ants and spirit vein willow, were needed to go back and organize them properly. No words on the way. There was no such thing as someone stopping the road to rob or encountering demons and ghosts. Very calmly entered the marketplace to the door of their own small courtyard. "Good driving skills. I'll praise you a few times with fellow Taoist Joe. Senior's great kindness. My little sister will never forget it," he casually remarked to the woman driving the car, who was immediately grateful. This assignment was also something she had begged for, and being able to come into contact with an immortal cultivator, even if it meant getting a few kind words, would make life easier for her and her family. Well, there you go. Li Yi returned home after first checking out his spirit beasts and plants. There were no changes. After all, he had only been there for a few hours. Then he released the whelp that had been in his pocket. This little guy was obviously suffocated hard. As soon as he came out, he drifted to the side of the wheat planted by Li Yi, and casually found a wheat to lie down, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Coincidentally, the wheat plant it was lying on also happened to be chill wheat. Since it was such a coincidence, Li Yi simply let the my spirit bind with the cold ice mai, which also cost 100 vitality essences, which should be calculated according to 2 orders. This month's time Li Yi had as usual eaten and drank a lot of ingredients with spiritual chi, and had accumulated 830 points of vitality essence. This was his limit. Any more and he'd be in trouble. It wasn't just his appetite that was not working. So much aura had accumulated inside his body that it wouldn't work if he didn't refine it. Surprisingly, he had experienced what an overflowing aura really felt like. Shouldn't we use these spirit materials to find an alchemist to refine some spirit pills to replenish vitality? The spirit elixir should provide more vital essence and be a bit better to digest. Right, or else a lot of the aura would be wasted. Which was a shame. Alchemist? Li Yi shook his head and took out a large pile of 100 pounds of raw sharp gold. All of these ores had stone impurities on the outside, but according to the jade slip given by the female cultivator, the golden horned ants just loved the process of disintegration and transportation. So he asked the beavers to bury these raw ores in shallow underground layers that wouldn't touch the area of the workshop spell formation. Then take out the nests of golden hornworm ants and let them run around at will. It was only after completing this that he finally had the time to properly deal with the mysterious spirit vein willow. It always feels dirty. Alas, this Uncle Joe sells things, don't know to clean it first. Or do you think dirty old is like a treasure? He spat as he quickly washed these large and small blocks, and struggled with how exactly to put it together, which seemed to be overwhelming. In front of him, these really looked like completely separate spiritual plants. There were 3 of what looked like tree branches, 2 densely packed rhizomes, and a whole bunch of branches and leaves. Honestly, if it wasn't for the panel showing that these were part of the spirit vein willow, anyone else would probably think that these should be separate spirit plants. He looked at the pile and got into a tangle. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Inverted Spring Cold, Recovery. This is where the deficiency in knowledge base comes into play. Even though Li Yi knew that this was the spirit vein willow, he knew nothing about what the original one was supposed to look like or how it should be put together. He wondered if he should buy a tome that recorded various spirit beasts and plants to look at, but those kinds of books were usually very expensive, so he calculated the amount of spirit stones he currently had. Last time I sold the moon liquid beads, I got a total of 4,000 spirit stones, and these days I've spent more than 3,600 spirit stones on buying things sporadically. so this spirit stone is really not enough. With this kind of calculation, Li Yi instantly felt that he should save himself, at least until the harvest of the spiritual plants he had planted could be exchanged for benefits. It was necessary to save. Besides, what he had raised was indeed enough, and there should be no need to add new spirit plants and spirit beasts in the short term. Weichuan beaver, lotus, golden red dragon carp, spirit water crested lotus, golden horned ant, lichuan mai. Those spirit plants and spirit beasts did provide themselves with a lot of aura and ingredients, but just eating them himself obviously wouldn't do. He needed to find a way to cash in on them. Can flint kindling, for example, be leased to alchemists? Or those scales of the golden red dragon carp, the gourd of the spirit water phoenix eye lotus, and the materials of the lotus? All of these things had been carefully cultivated by him, and it was only right that they could be exchanged for some spirit stones no matter what. Then there were the golden horned ants, which he would have to gradually feel his way through to see how to bind, both so that they can follow their own orders, the purification of the ore, but also to fill the lack of gold deficiency in the 5 elements. Although the amount of spirit stones exchanged may not be much, accumulating them over a long period of time in a small stream of water is also a considerable amount of harvest. Li Yi pondered like this for a while before looking down at the pile of spirit vein willows, feeling his head start to hurt again. Do you want me to get a spirit vein to test it? It's just a matter of going to ask Senior Spirit Machine Vine tomorrow, and incidentally bring everything along for it to estimate the price. He held a basin of spiritual water and soaked all of the spirit vein willows in it to keep them energized, and also dropped in a few drops of purple oil spring rain along the way, before tossing it aside and leaving it alone. He still had to go and put the flour he'd gotten today into the vat, and there was the daily cycle of circumference to run, and there was a lot more to do, the sort of thing that couldn't be dealt with right now, but would have to be put aside for the time being. The next day, Li Yi was originally sleeping, but he suddenly felt a furry and soft thing crawling onto his face. The soft fur accompanied by the sound of kirakiro instantly woke him up. What are you doing? He opened his eyes to see that it was indeed the Weichuan beaver. The little guy was pointing out with an anxious face and yipping at him. A bad feeling surged to his heart. Li Yi took a deep breath and looked towards the outside. Only the gusty wind swept the dust and fallen leaves in the yard. The sky was gloomy, and a piece of white snow was slowly falling. It was as if he had slept straight through the winter. No good. Inverted spring. It actually happened. He slapped his head with some chagrin, forgetting that there was a good chance that there would be an inversion of the spring cold during these days between the hibernation and the clearing of the sky. A sudden turn of cold weather can be very troublesome for crops. Li Yi immediately put on his clothes and went straight out the door. However, when he looked at his biggest worry, he discovered that the 5 cold ice wheat plants planted in the center and the wheat spirit that was originally yellow but had now turned light blue were working together to hold up a halo of light, only to see the rest of the approximately 1,000 or so standing wheat plants seem to be pulled by the power of the wheat spirit, spitting out a trace of aura. Then it entered the light screen through the transformation of the standing wheat bound to the 5 cold wheat plants in the center. The flurry of snow was blocked by the curtain of light, which seemed to have dissipated the cold spiritual energy as it fell. The snow silently piled up where the roots and stems of the wheat were, like a quilt generally covering the latter. They seemed to be quite cozy. The anxiety in Li Ye's original heart instantly dissipated a bit. He was most worried about the wheat. The inverted spring cold had a pretty huge impact on the wheat. If something went wrong with the wheat, his own mission would be a bit of a problem. But it really doesn't seem to be a problem now. The connection between the wheat spirit and the cold ice wheat plus those few plants of standing spring wheat formed a perfect closed loop, blocking the cold air brought by the inverted spring cold, which was really an unexpected blessing. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked to the other spirit plants and spirit beasts. Lian in the middle of the stream was a bit shriveled, but at least she was still alive. Her mood changed to shivering, and her status changed to attacked by cold. Facing this situation, Li Yi could only put down a few fire spirit stones and bury them inside the stream. As long as its roots would not be completely destroyed, it would always be able to survive. The spirit water wind eye lotus is also doing okay. By the time he observed the golden red dragon carp, he realized that these fish had long ago used their heads to dig among the mud deep in the pool water, hiding between the dense branches and leaves of the spirit water phoenix eye lotus. You guys are pretty smart. The beaver on his shoulder also braved the snow and hid inside his den in a flash after the reminder. The nest was warm and cozy, and if it hadn't been worried about its master, it wouldn't have come out at all. If we were to say the most unlucky one, it would be the golden horned ant that had just arrived here. The nests of these little guys were originally metal, all shrunk inside the anthill. Li Yi hurriedly brought them inside the kitchen and put them there. And then, it's fine. I was expecting some effort, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. He leaned against the doorpost, looked at his compound, then at the snow suddenly falling from the sky. and muttered, "It stands to reason that the Four Seasons sect should be able to predict this cold wave right. Could it also be part of the mission?" Well, Li Yi suddenly sensed something. A touch of joy bubbled up on his face as he quickly stepped to the place where he placed the spell formation, then bent down to look towards the bottom. A ball of shiny silver snow piled up inside the spell and melted extremely slowly, waving the moonlight gathered inside by the light spell to ensure that the silver moongrass in hibernation was still alive. Buried underneath was a somewhat shriveled silver-colored grass, and flint crystal insects that had been asleep inside the soil but had woken up. Is that right? Li Yi's first thought was that this inverted spring cold was not a real winter after all, and if these little guys awakened like this, would it have some effect on the future? However, seeing them in such high spirits, Li Yi was still relieved and immediately brought the dust after breaking it with the fire spirit stone and placed it in front of the flint crystal insects. The flint crystal worms that had been hibernating for a while immediately feasted. The silver moon grasses also began to slowly revive, drawing up the solidified moonlight inside the ice balls cast by the moonlight around them at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and even began to condense the situation of moon liquid beads. Li Yi's face was suddenly beaming with joy. Originally thought that this snow will bring him some troublesome things, but did not expect that it is actually a good thing. But the inverted spring cold is not a winter. Actually can also make the silver moongrass and flint crystal worm recovery? End of chapter. Chapter 31, Snow Devil. Invitation to Alchemy. The snow drifts down. It's directly above the Four Seasons store. Ling Jivine looked at a woman with white hair standing in the clouds and couldn't help but say, "Senior sister, how many days do you intend to let Dongbao stay in the workshop?" The migratory end market has been stabilizing its internal temperature since its establishment. Unless there is a change in the weather, there will never be any very heavy rainfall, cold snap, blizzards, etc. But it can't be stopped by an elder who wants to test the ability of the cultivators here to withstand the sudden inversion of the spring cold. The white-haired woman in the clouds sniffed. Her body instantly appeared in front of the spirit machine vine, and she put the fan in her hand that was clustered with white snow and cold plums into her body, and laughed. 10 days. Seeing as how you look like this, are you forgetting that there are such trials within the clan as well? My clan was meant to follow the times and recognize the signs of the heavens. A small inverted spring cold is just that. Thanks to that, I even personally intercepted a portion of the winter's cold air from the sect's divine snow cave. That's a cave. As long as these cultivators can withstand the cold, the subsequent aura will be a good thing for the crops. That is indeed true. Within the Four Seasons sect, there are often powerful cultivators who create some heavenly phenomena through ordained gods or magic treasures. But the problem is, nothing like this has ever happened in Migratory Place. Senior sister, this matter might have some effect on the cultivators in the workshop, causing them to distrust my Four Seasons sect's abilities. And what do you plan to do? Senior sister? Spirit Machine Vine's voice was somewhat serious. Without thinking, the white-haired woman said, "Just blame it on me afterward is all. It's not a big deal to carry some curses if I can give these monks such a rare experience. Not to mention that I plan to preach for the monks here after the power of the winter treasure disappears. Let's talk about my best bean scattering technique." After she said that, the Spirit Machine Vine was also silent and speechless. If some crop failures could be exchanged for a sermon by a Yuaning, that would be a heavenly benefit, and those who were more entangled would find the deal very profitable. But just when it had just felt that this senior sister of its own was too generous, it suddenly took out a jade board and took a look at it, and then its entire vine body turned a little red, not knowing whether it was angry or frightened, because some snow devils actually appeared inside the workshop. When it looked at the white-haired woman again, the latter's face was filled with an innocent expression as she spread her hands. "Don't look at me. Who let the divine snow cave sky snow demon demonic chi not be cleaned up? And it doesn't matter. These snow devils can be a good aid to some cultivators." Spiritual Vine. It sort of knew that it couldn't convince the senior sister no matter what, so it could only send a message and wait for the senior uncles in the door to deal with this guy. Li Yi watched the flint crystal bugs as they finished eating the crystal powder, and the gibbering of the beavers suddenly came from his ears, which was as loud as if they had encountered some deadly threat. He rushed out of the house, only to see a grotesque humanoid shadow silently protruding from within the falling snow, as if it were some kind of yeti monster that he had seen in a previous life. He twisted and turned toward the beavers, before it could pounce. However, a black aura rose violently from the beaver's den, wrapping the snowman and melting it in an instant. Only one white crystal fell on the snow. "Ha! What is this?" Li Yi felt creeped out. How could such a thing appear inside one small courtyard protected by a formation? That ominous aura was definitely not something good. Karakiri. Perhaps it was because it saw the black breath devouring a snow devil. The smartest beaver was bold, only to see it suddenly sit that way on its knees on its den. Tiny paws were clasped together and the words were mouthed. Kirby. Immediately after that, a colored halo rose around it. The halo was so peaceful that it vaguely formed a colored light lotus. That light lotus spread out a circle of ripples right after it was formed, instantly sweeping all the snow within the courtyard. 3 or 4 more weird snow devils ran out one after another since inside the snow pile. The result was naturally still swiftly resolved by the black gas. Aren't you guys also a little too powerful? Lie's fingertips had long since burned with golden red flint fire, but he didn't expect that he actually didn't have to make a move himself at all. He shook his head and walked over to the white crystal that had fallen to the ground, wrapping it in his aura and holding it in his hand in front of his eyes for a closer look. It was a triangular-shaped crystal, and there seemed to be some strange chi trapped inside. What the hell is going on today? Another inversion and these monsters. Li felt very strange. The original body had investigated this migratory end market before coming here. Basically nothing would happen here. That's why he came here wanting to spend his days in peace. He didn't like this sudden event very much. Even if there were some crystals to be harvested after killing these strange snowmen, he would never leave his house at this time, so he chose to wait all night. During that time, he killed dozens more yetis and obtained a dozen crystals. At the same time, he paid attention to listening to the sounds outside and realized that there were indeed sounds of cultivators running around outside. It seems like they're still excited about it. Like, don't let that snow demon get away. This is a spirit crystal nurtured by demonic energy. There's pure white marrow in it, and so on. He listened to all of them and remained silent, and so it was only after daylight that he finally grabbed his spells and silently made his way out the door. Luckily, he had Beaver and Hungry Bones to help him, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to leave like this. It was daytime at the moment, but the snow still kept falling, and from time to time on the road, he could see cultivators traveling in groups, seemingly searching and hunting for something, but he didn't care about it and buried his head in the road. They didn't come over with the intention of stopping them. Li smoothly arrived at the marketplace and entered the store, but he didn't find the spiritual opportunity vine. Instead, he saw Suya, fellow Taoist Su. Li went up and greeted him. The latter was not surprised to see him, but simply pulled him to a secluded place, before saying, "This inverted spring cold is something done by a senior uncle in my sect. Take care of your wheat, and when it is ripe, Uncle Sherfu will come and preach for you. The better you finish, the better you will sit in the front." These words made Li a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, this did come out of nowhere. Not to mention that with the strength of the 4 times sect, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. It turns out there really is a higher will interfering. Suya suddenly thought of something after uttering the news in one breath, and hurriedly asked, "Do you have the flint of the flint crystal worm in your hand? I have something I need you to help with. Don't worry, it's for you to assist me in refining pills. There are some snow devils amongst this cold snow released by Senior Uncle, and the spirit crystals they drop are capable of extracting pure white medulla liquid from them, which requires a stable flame to scorch in order to melt the outer shell, and flint fire is a good kind of fire." Li nodded, "Yes, there is still fire in my hand, then get a move on." Before he could finish his words, he was pulled by Suya into the interior of the 4 times sect store, and was suddenly helpless. Was this senior a little too anxious in nature? "Thank you for all the monthly votes and recommendations for my little brother. Every time I see a prompt I'm happy. I'm here to bow and thank you all." End of chapter. Chapter 32, The Wonderful Use of Flint. The Covenant of Initiation. Underground. There are hardly any guests coming in here. It was certainly Li's first time here, and he looked around curiously. It was found that there was a sunlight-like light source here, and the surroundings were extremely spacious, as if they were walking inside some sunny street. It didn't have the somber feel that the underground should have at all. "This is the 4 times house." Suya walked ahead and introduced. "All of my 4 Seasons sect's regular workshops will have a 4 Seasons building built in cooperation with the Mo-Plan." Inside, a mighty cultivator had inscribed formations involving space. Not only was the 4 Seasons building spacious inside, but it was also able to exchange supplies from within the sect, or from other workshops, through the array. Otherwise, the road is a long way, and those delicate spirit beasts and plants might have to shrivel up on the way. So it is. Li dawned. This has given me insight. That's it. In the past, when he thought of what secret rooms and organs those immortal cultivators had to build in the gloomy underground, he always felt strange and a bit sneaky, and this is the right thing to do. The terrain was wide and sunny, and with the divine and incomparable spell aptitude of the immortal cultivators, it must not be difficult to do it. In the future, you will be able to know this when you join the 4 Seasons sect as well. As he said this, he had already arrived in front of a portal engraved with the word Suya, and placed his palm on it and gently pushed it. Crunch! The portal did not open, but became square and reorganized, and the sound of the mechanism's operation could be heard. A moment later, the wall simply disappeared. Inside, a room with a huge Dan furnace appeared. "Come on." Suya couldn't wait to pull Li to the front of the Dan furnace, stretching out a finger and pressing it on top of the trigram represented by the ligua of the Dan furnace. The strange patterns on the surface of that Dan furnace instantly began to change. The original bronze color looks ancient and atmospheric Dan furnace slowly becomes transparent. Can clearly see inside the pile. full of white crystals. How to instantly feel is not very right. The Dan furnace also has a perspective function. Alchemy is not all with divine sense? Seeing his curious expression, Suya explained, your divine sense shouldn't be enough to enter this Dan furnace. You can only make it more transparent. Later you will inject flint fire into here. Seeing that senior brother Suya was about to enter the state of alchemy, Li Yi hurriedly said, fellow Daoist Su, I have the fire seed box here, which contains the flint flame. He took out the fire seed box in his storage bag and handed it over. Ah, Suya was slightly stunned. Then he took the kindling box and gently pressed it, and with a whirring sound, a golden red extremely stable flame erupted. It's really a flint fire? Asterisk. Suya no longer knew what to say. Although the flint crystal worm had a certain probability of being able to produce fire seeds, but that was a very small probability. As a result, Li Yi actually had a full 5 fire seeds, which was really a miracle. Fellow Taoist is really good at this. Let me try the power of this fire. He smiled and placed the firebox under the Dan furnace, then pressed the mechanism above the furnace. Crunch! The kindling box was immediately wrapped into the entirety of the Dan furnace, and the kindling inside was united under the supply of spiritual energy, gathering into an extremely bright golden red fire. The flames scorched the pile of spirit crystals, and it was reasonable that such powerful flames should scorch very quickly. But the fact was that even though these flames wrapped around the spirit crystal, the latter still melted extremely slowly. However, during the melting process, one could observe with the naked eye that there was a grayish-black mist being cauterized, turning into drops of white liquid that slowly flowed down the walls of the Dan furnace, and finally entered the small cup on the side. You see, Suya picked up the small cup containing the white liquid and handed it to Li Yi. This is the pure white pith liquid obtained after the refining of the snow demon's demonic chi and spirit crystal. Placed within the bronze cup was a cloud of pure white liquid. Exudes a peculiar smell, makes people feel extremely cool and wake up the brain aroma. It was just a little too potent, like a handful of ice-cold snow water had been sprinkled directly into the brain. Anyway, Li Yi was directly irritated. Ha ha, this item is just this interesting. It can make some elixirs that stimulate the divine sense. If you fall into any kind of maze and ghostly techniques, take a snow marrow elixir and you can definitely have a turnaround. Suya was silent for a moment after he finished speaking. The fire of flint is considered a very special kind of fire. These fire seeds of yours are of the first rank, unfed and uncultivated, and it is reasonable to say that the monthly lease price is only 100 spirit stones. Hey, Li Yi waved his hand. If fellow Taoist Su has a need, just take it away and use it. Whenever you don't use it, I'd be grateful if you could help me find the person who rented it. After all, I don't know many people, and this still needs to be pointed out by fellow Taoist, right, as a fee for asking for your guidance law. He spoke directly, laying out his intentions directly, and this alacrity made Suya unable to hold back his laughter. Fellow Taoist Li is straightforward enough. This inverted spring cold is going to last about 10 days, so I'm going to use the flint kindling for about 15 days. When it's over, I'll help you find a few needy, reputable ones. That said, do you know that? Flint fire is not only excellent for dispelling evil demons and foreigners, but it is even more useful for making delicious dishes as well as piscatorial pills. Oh, please also enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Li Yi, this really didn't know. It wasn't written on the fire seed given by the spirit machine vine in the beginning. Suya glanced at the Dan furnace and made sure there was no problem before slowly saying, flint fire was originally a special fire used by the ancient gods to disperse wild beasts and make food. On a larger scale, having flint fire ended the era of drinking blood. You also know how many delicious dishes in this great world are cooked with fire, which is more important than warding off evil spirits and animals. Only nowadays, the flint fire kindling is a bit manic, far less stable than the real flint fire, and naturally it can't be used for cooking, but I see this fire is very stable. I think it should be feasible to use it to make delicious food. I'll ask one of my fellow Taoists to come over and take a look when things are done on my end, and if it's okay, I'll ask her to rent it for a long period of time. In January, it is estimated that there are 300 to 500 spirit stones anyhow, and after that, Dao Li will buy some spells to cultivate the fire, learn them attentively, and continue to cultivate them. This is a constant stream of treasure pots. It was obvious that this fellow Taoist Suya was already treating him as a fellow disciple. Li Yi of course wouldn't refuse when he heard this and arched his hand. Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Su. Well, it's this flint fire kindling of fellow Taoist that saved me a lot of trouble. He stretched, his expression suddenly becoming sultry. AI. Fellow Taoist looks quite talented in the spiritual planting Tao. but I hope that after entering the gate, you won't be fought over by your senior brothers and sisters and forget about me." These words coupled with Suya's somewhat subtle expression made Li Yi instantly speechless. Last time he had heard him say that the relationship between spiritual planters and alchemists within the Four Times sect was subtle. I didn't expect it to be subtle enough to come and hint at him, a cultivator who had yet to enter the sect. In that case, he was not an ungrateful person, not to mention that the other party was really kind to him. Rather than having to be troubled in the future, it would be better to just settle for it, he said bluntly. "Fellow Taoist Su has helped me a lot. If one is truly fortunate enough to be initiated, of course I won't forget about you, Dao Yu. Speaking of which, I have some harvests of spirit plants and spirit beasts, and you, Taoist friend, we'll see if you can need them." A pile of materials was taken out of him. There are spirit water phoenix eye lotus gourd, lotus petals, lotus root and lotus leaves, and golden red dragon carp scales, scattered. Actually also have a large pile. End of chapter. Chapter 33, The Situation of the Spirit Vein Willow, the need for spirit veins. That's a lot of there's something interesting about this spirit material of fellow Taoist. Suya inspected one piece at a time, and the expression of joy on his face became more and more obvious. Although the materials were of low grade, almost every one of them was full of aura, and there was also a kind of natural beauty that didn't look like it was cultivated by a cultivator, but instead looked like it had grown recklessly in the wild. He had also come into contact with many different spirit plant materials as an alchemist. There are many planting methods within the sect, but those disciples always like to plant what should be different spiritual plants into the exact same virtue. Even like the mortal rice planting general, planted neatly, the daily supply of spiritual water and spiritual chi how much are completely in accordance with the rules to do. This is really good, but it always lacks some meaning and loses some spirit. In his opinion, it was absolutely inferior to these spiritual plant materials of Li Yi that had more or less spiritual chi but were natural. Spiritual plant materials that did not have a large span of aura for low-level alchemists and were stable were of course good. The door had always used this method to produce the required spiritual pills in bulk as well, but for alchemists who wanted to make progress in the alchemy path, this was not very good, and required experiencing the different spiritual powers of multiple spiritual materials, and skillfully controlling and mastering them. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the rarer and even more unique the spirit materials collected would be, and not being able to improvise would definitely make it difficult. These spirit materials that were now in front of him instantly gave him the idea of alchemy. Immediately, he categorized it. The scales of this golden red dragon carp can be used as a beauty and skin improving elixir material after grinding the powder. Some lotus materials are all processed, and can refine a few lotus pills. Oh, there is also the spiritual water phoenix eye lotus gourd, actually integrated into the blood of the golden red dragon carp. Inside the spiritual chi was already abundant. This is even more can be refined some nourishing chi and blood pills. Suya quickly arranged for the handling of these materials, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. "Do you want to sell me all of these spirit materials directly, or do you want to split them after I refine them into pills? If it is divided into, we'll have the risk of refining failure. If all of them are sold to me, these spirit materials, I directly give Dao Yu 400 spirit stones. That's a really generous price. You know how many spirit stones did Li Yi buy these spirit plants in the first place? Today is only selling the output material. Later there is a steady stream of harvest. Not to mention that as he cultivates, the time to increase the aura growth quality increases. Certainly more expensive." So he directly said, "I believe in your alchemy level, and I'm also confident that my spirit materials are extremely good, so I'll wait for your good news law. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist, this spirit material is indeed good, and I cannot drag my feet. We'll have to ask you to go back by yourself. I will now start closed-door alchemy." This Taoist Suya was clearly a paragon of doing what he said he would do as he reached out and tapped the ground. The original translucent Dan furnace instantly moved aside, and another smaller Dan furnace appeared in its place. Then there are what pestle and mortar, table scale, yellow paper, vermilion sand, a bunch of all kinds of materials appeared over there. See Li Yi eyes dazzled. "I'm really not cut out to learn alchemy." Li Yi simply shook his head and said to Suya, who was already engrossed in it, "Fellow Taoist Su, then I'll leave first." The latter just waved his hand. Seeing him so engrossed and focused, Li Yi really had some curious thoughts about the spirit elixir he had refined, and returned from the original path with anticipation. "This time is full of harvest. The only problem is that I didn't have time to ask about the situation of migratory end cave. If that spiritual vein willow is the specialty of migratory end market, Suya should know, but there's no rush. I can ask around elsewhere afterward. The migratory end cave should be famous." When he came out from the underground, the inside of the store was already crowded with cultivators, bustling with activity, and there was absolutely no more of the quiet atmosphere that was usually present. "Boss, Is there a spirit liquid to increase vitality? A spell against the cold will do. Spells. I need some spells to resist the wind and snow. Many cultivators were trying to come to buy some spiritual liquids or magic weapons that would allow the spiritual plants to increase their vitality and resist this severe cold and snow. Apparently this sudden inverted spring cold had caused the spiritual plants planted by many cultivators to suffer. He lamented that it was fortunate that he had a powerful golden finger, avoiding also looking like a headless fly searching for a law. Li Yi mixed into the crowd and quietly left, then came outside to the bazaar and found a small store that specialized in selling news. To the female cultivator who came to receive him, he asked, "I want to know the news about the spirit plants in the migratory end cave sky." The female cultivator was ordinary looking and spoke dryly. "We have detailed, ordinary and simple ones here. Which one do you want? It's 1,500 and 100 spirit stones respectively. The detailed ones have atlases as well as detailed information we've collected. The normal ones only have detailed information, and the easy ones are just some simple messages. Naturally, 100 spirit stones, I think." Really shy Li Yi can only buy the simplest book, pulling out 100 spirit stones and handing it over. The female cultivator directly gave him a dim yellow book. "It's a thin book, so it's fair to say it's a pamphlet. Farewell." Li Yi took the pamphlet and left. The wind and snow seemed to be a bit bigger on the way home, but he felt that the spiritual energy in this wind and snow was unusually abundant, as if it was like some kind of snow made from spiritual water. The spiritual water that he had previously given to those cold ice weed making snow and filtered with the spirit gathering technique didn't have such an abundant aura. Of course the cold ice wrapped around the aura, making the coldness more and more terrifying as well. This inversion seemed to him more severe than the previous snow, but well, it's also an opportunity for him. He quickly walked back to his home, and then planned to use the Mo clan's organ rats to melt the snow and ice, and then purify and hoard the melted snow water. After activating the organ mouse, he sat down in front of the window, first preparing lotus petals as well as a simple tea brewed with spirit water, and then taking out a plate of pastries and maitan made from spirit wheat flour. Eating nonchalantly, he flipped through the pamphlet. The content inside the booklet that should say no to 100 spirit stones was really simple to the extreme, just text descriptions, but he didn't flip through a few pages before he found a record about the spirit vein willow. It was a second-order spirit plant. According to the description inside, it was recorded that if it could be cultivated, it would be able to accumulate spiritual energy for a long period of time, and even be able to transform into a spiritual vein. So it can recover even if it is divided, but it needs a spirit vein to nourish it, which means I have to mess with a spirit vein in order to revive that spirit vein willow? Li Ye's heart was pounding. A spirit vein that could move at will. This was something he could just take with him if he moved in the future. Not to mention that the spirit vein willow should also have a spiritual nature, so planting or growing it should be more convenient. Then the situation is now clear. He needed a spiritual vein, and the price of a real first-order spirit vein leased was roughly 1,000 spirit stones a month. If one wanted to buy it, I'm afraid it would cost around 10,000 spirit stones. Spirit veins were much more precious than these spirit wells and springs, and it would be even more expensive if one wanted to buy it outright. And there is also the most important point, is the need to get permission and approval from the 4x sect. Spirit veins are after all precious things. Renting and selling are naturally completely different. Only those who are recognized by the 4x sect can purchase it, and the difference in price is considered a means of enlisting people, as well as one of the ways to keep the resources from leaking out. I'm afraid he's a little short on goodwill these days, and not enough money. Now it's up to peach wine, wheat, and fellow Daoist Su's elixir. He felt that when his wheat was ripe, he might be able to brush up enough goodwill to successfully purchase a spirit vein. Li Yi closed the pamphlet in his hand. Things really couldn't be rushed either. He slowly picked up the pastry and ate it, taking a sip of tea every now and then, looking out the window at the snow and the busy organ rats. It's a different kind of fun. Thanks to struggle, upward. Big Brother, your reward, and all of you Big Brother's recommendation and monthly vote support. I can actually get so many things. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Peach Blossom Wine. Beaver playing with dragon carp. Chapter 34, Peach Wine. Beavers playing with dragon carp. The wind and snow that had been summoned by the 4x sect's mighty cultivators continued to howl. This inverted spring cold was unusually fierce. Li Yi, however, just stayed at home and loomed large every day. He will not go out to look for snow devils to hunt for white crystals, nor will he talk about becoming a doctor to heal other people's spiritual plants. As far as he's concerned, those things are just flies in the ointment. Neither could he get enough white crystals for his adventures while staying safe and not clashing with people, nor could he say that he could improve himself by healing people. Naturally, there is no need to waste time. He has more important things to do these days. Collect snow water and purify the aura. The aura contained in this sky of snow was what he needed. Not only aura, but also flint crystal worms and silver moon grass hibernation. as well as daily draw consumption needs. It's rare to have such a great opportunity. It's a must to collect more. Although he didn't know how this inverted spring cold could cause the silver moongrass to start gathering moon liquid beads once again, he had already brought out the silver moongrass and placed it outside along with the flint crystal worm. It would be nice to produce some moon liquid beads. Li Yi looked at the rejuvenated silver moongrass and flint crystal worm, and the movements in his hands were unceasing, using the spirit gathering technique to purify all the spirit liquid inside the melted snow water. The process is very laborious. Because he wanted excellence, he had plenty of spirit water that wasn't pure enough, but this kind of extremely pure spirit liquid was really rare to come across. He used the spirit gathering technique moment by moment, and it took almost a stone of snow to get out about 3 taels. Fortunately, now that the snowdrifts were falling endlessly, he had specially used the formation to accelerate the speed of collecting snow again, and tried his best to collect snow water day and night without the outside world noticing anything strange. In a day, he could probably collect about 30 stones of snow, and then after processing, he could almost get out about 90 taels of spiritual liquid in a day. The form that these spirit liquids took was pure clear blue, like the color that was haloed by the intersection of the white blue sky and the deep sea, placed inside a jar. It's beautiful, like the sky and ocean were cut off and brought together here. With his knowledge base, although he didn't know what these snows were, it was definitely more important than going to collect the white crystals of that whatever snow demon. Not to mention that there were quite a few snow devils that had appeared these days before they were disposed of by the combined efforts of the beavers and hungry bones. As time slowly passes, Li Yi became more and more skillful in using the spirit gathering technique. In the past, one would still need to control the flow of spiritual energy to pinch, but now one could use it with a casual wave of the hand. The only thing that was dragging him down was that the spirit water phoenix eye lotus was a bit unable to keep up with the aura it provided him. No matter how chaotic the outside world was because of the sudden snow, he always stayed at home and took care of his business in an organized manner. That's all. 10 days passed in a flash. The silver moongrass helped him produce another 120 moon liquid beads. Not as many as before, but it was indeed an unexpected blessing. When Li Yi pinpointed the time to move the silver moongrass and flint crystal worm back inside the house's spell formation, the heavy clouds outside that had been shrouded for 10 days had miraculously dispersed quickly with the sound of the night watch at midnight. Bright moonlight sprinkled down from the fading clouds, and in just a few breaths of time, it shone in the entire migratory end market, illuminating the snow-capped peaks. With the wind comes the warmth of spring. It seemed that the spring breeze, after being suppressed for 10 days, began to rebound. The snow began to melt as far as the eye could see, and the melted snow water emitted an aura that was several times clearer than before. It was also at this time that quite a few cultivators realized that there was so much spiritual energy inside these snows. However, by the time they noticed, some of the aura contained in the snow had been captured by the spirit plants or spirit beasts planted inside the courtyard. Some of them flowed into wells or inside springs, but the vast majority seeped into the ground and disappeared completely. Li Yi could hear the voices of the cultivators even as he stood inside the courtyard. Why is the aura in this snow running so fast? The spirit gathering technique can't gather it either. Oi, if I had known, I would have collected more snow water at home. The voices were one by one mid-air, but the chagrin inside their tone couldn't be concealed in any way. Li Yi listened to their voices and silently turned around to go back inside the house. He looked at the vat that sat inside the house. Inside, it was full of pure clear liquid, as much as 60 pounds, and this was what he had gained after 10 days of hard work. After his experiments, this liquid contained quite a lot of spiritual chi, several times more than the spiritual spring water after purification. There were also about 50 or so white crystals collected by the beavers as well as those hungry bones together. He also used flint fire to cauterize in his spare time and collected some pure white medulla. It's really better to stay home. Li Yi nodded with satisfaction. Then with delight and excitement in his gaze, he looked towards the large vat placed inside the corner. The peach branches up there were already in full bloom, and all the aroma that had been internalized was spilling out. He took a deep breath. It was a peculiar peachy aroma accompanied by the wine, neutralizing the possibly overly spicy taste of the wine and leaving behind nothing but a mesmerizingly rich aroma. That smells good. Although Li Yi didn't like to drink alcohol before he crossed over, but if it was this kind of wine, which could be called immortal brew, he felt that he could still drink some of it. So he couldn't wait to get to the front of the vat, reached out and grabbed the jade peach branch in the center, and gave it a gentle tug. The vat full of peach branches dissipated like a bubble with the departure of the jade quality branches, leaving only the vat of pink liquor inside. The aroma was suddenly even more intense, and he stood in front of the tank even slightly intoxicated just by smelling it. Kirikou. Just as he was about to take the bottle he had long ago purchased and fill it with liquor, the figure of a beaver appeared furtively behind him, led by the largest of the beavers. The string of beavers all stared at him with longing in their little round eyes. Even the inside of his voice carried some euphemisms and curtness. You guys want to drink too? Carrick. At his words, the beavers came out in unison with small cups made of clay that flowed with a golden halo, a stark contrast to the arguably crude clay cups. Chakra you gold. Li Yi was simply amused. These guys had even learned to come and exchange. He had specifically left some for these little guys when he took the Qi Yin Yao Jin, just so that they could eat a little bit as well. After all, it's the result of someone's hard work in probation. You guys come over here. He didn't take the beavers you gold either, but simply said, consider these a reward for your labor. He was generous enough to give 1 or 2 drinks per beaver. Looking at the small bowl placed in front of them holding pink wine syrup, the beaver's eyes shone brightly, and they immediately pounced in and drank heavily, drinking up the 1 or 2 glasses of wine in a few breaths of time. Then he watched as the beavers huddled together crookedly, like balls, and rolled away from his house and all over the inside of the yard. Maybe it's the booze. That seems to work in the case of beavers. At this time they even dared to jump inside the pool and the gold and red dragon carp to have fun, and some of the bold ones even grabbed the whiskers of the dragon carp. But the good thing was that the golden red dragon carp were sort of familiar with these neighbors who hardly dared to come close to them under Lie's continuous chanting during this period of time, and didn't harm them, just nibbling with their mouths on the liquor left around the beavers' mouths. The Weichuan beaver tangled with the golden red dragon carp into a ball. Watching Li Yi could really do nothing about it, not knowing whether to laugh or be helpless. He thought that if only he had learned to paint, this scene would be like a beaver playing with a dragon carp under the moon. It's kind of funny. End of chapter. Chapter 35, 9th level of Qi refinement. Elixir sales meeting. He watched for a while to make sure that the beavers would not be hurt. Then he turned back to the house and took a cup full of peach fairy brew. These days he had already learned the peach immortal brewing rain spell, which could be called a divine ability, by heart. Now that he had the materials he needed to cast the spell, of course he couldn't wait to try it. It should be. Taking the cup to the door, he exerted his spiritual power to take in this cup of 2 taels of liquor, and then violently extended his hand toward the front of him with a wave of sprinkling. Swish! The wine actually formed a pink peach in mid-air. The wine mist changed into clouds, and wisps of imperceptible rain drifted down along the spring breeze, landing on top of the spiritual plants in the courtyard. The first to react were the wheat that were mixed together, and under the leadership of the wheat spirit, the wheat even swayed and used their aura in gathering the falling rain, which was then distributed by the wheat spirit for every wheat plant to enjoy. And then, it didn't rain much. After all, Li Yi only used 2 or 2 wine attempts, and the other spirit plants were pressurized to compete, but not these gangs fighting, and the wheat of the leading cattle. After all the mess they've made, the remaining rainwater is pitifully sparse. The wheat fell into high spirits after being drenched in this peach fairy brewing rain, and even their surfaces glowed with a shimmering light, and their moods instantly changed to one of euphoria. But the other spirit plants didn't get much of a shower. Their emotions were all longing, and they even took the initiative to give off their auras to try to exchange. Li Yi was also clear that he was getting less rain, since it was his own spirit plant that wanted to drink. He simply went back and filled a full 5 pounds of liquor at once, and after many spells, the courtyard was filled with peach clouds and pink haze in the mid-air, and silk raindrops drifted down. All the spirit beasts and spirit plants enjoyed this heavenly rain, stretching their branches and leaves that had just been eroded by the inverted spring cold, stretching and enjoying the nourishment of the rain. The Weichuan beavers and the golden red dragon carp quit pestering each other and hopped around to start catching the falling raindrops. Even the golden horned ants had crawled out one by one at some point, carrying the water droplets that had fallen to the ground. A warmer spring breeze, mixed with the fragrance of peaches and the intoxicating aroma of wine, dispelled the lingering chill. Obviously not long ago it was snowy and cold, but now it was warm. Even Li Yi was a little bit in a trance. After experiencing this inverted spring cold, spring has finally come completely. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pure aura towards him. It is. He jerked his head toward the source of the aura, only to see those spiritual plants that had enjoyed the rain of peach immortal brew generously releasing their own aura towards him after being polished by the wind and snow and moisturized by the immortal brew. Li Yi absorbed this aura. His body was as comfortable as if he was immersed in warm water, and the threshold of the 8th to 9th level of Qi refining was even more easily broken. His body shuddered slightly. He had already entered the 9th level of Qi refining, and was only 1 step away from the 10th level of Qi refining where he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. And at this time, it had only been 3 months since he had crossed over to the 3rd level of Qi refining's basic cultivation, 3 months' time to break through a full 6 levels. What a relief! Li Yi, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Aside from the injuries left behind by that meridian damage that was still vaguely painful, the rest of the area was quite comfortable. This feeling of being infused with aura could really be described as floating, and it was no wonder that so many cultivators loved to meditate and cultivate. Thanks for your auras. He smiled at the auroras in the courtyard. These spiritual plants might not be of high grade, but he had treated them all equally, and had even successively irrigated them with purple oil spring rain, and now it's paying off. It was also at this time that he suddenly felt as if his 50 pounds of booze wouldn't last long. He was going to sell it, but then he thought about the fact that it could only be brewed in the spring and was an absolute rarity. It seems that it is better to keep all of them, at most as a favor to each other. Such treasures really take to the explicit price to sell spirit stone or cheap. And I'm nearing a bottleneck in this cultivation. The foundation building pill should also be considered. Since he was at the 9th level of chi refining, he planned to poke around tomorrow to find out about the foundation establishment pill. It wasn't so bad that he had to go into the Four Seasons sect in order to purchase the foundation establishment pill as well, was it? Hopefully it won't be such a hassle. The next day, Li Yi had just planned to go out when he saw the mortal woman who had transported him to the Zhou family standing outside the door, and she rushed forward when she saw Li Yi. Elder Li, it was Uncle Sam who asked me to come. She took a bag out of her own arms and handed it over. He said your peach wine here should be almost ready, and told me to come by daily and let me buy a bottle if I had any. Uncle Zhou-san really can't wait. Li Yi, however, didn't ask for the bag of spirit stones and readily took out a bottle of peach wine. Since you said you'd give it away in the first place, to bring spirit stones now is really a bit belittling to Mr. Li. Tell him when you get back that I'm pissed. He slipped the bottle with the peach wine to the hitherto unnamed mortal woman and waved his hand. Do not worry, just do as I say. He will not make it difficult for you. Saying that, Li Yi had walked away slowly. The woman surnamed Zhou looked at Li Yi's dashing departing figure somewhat lost in thought. This is the immortal cultivator, this kind of free and unrestrained. She stared blankly for a few breaths of time before coming back to her senses, quickly placing all of the wine and spirit stones into the hidden box inside the carriage, and driving her horse to leave immediately. As for Li Yi, he was walking over to the bazaar at this moment, and he didn't know if it was because the snow had dealt a devastating blow to many of the spiritual plants, but there were a few more cultivators selling spiritual plants today, but he was shy. Plus the ones he sold were basically not complete spirit plants or were already dead. He just had to look at it, and there was no picking up the slack. As soon as there were more people, it seemed crowded, and it took him some time to arrive outside the Four Seasons sect store with great difficulty, only to find a red notice posted on the store's outer wall. There were several big words written on it. Master Suya Dan had refined the latest batch of pills, and would be holding a small sale in the A-box on the second floor of the Four Seasons sect store. Below the notice, the elixirs to be sold were also clearly labeled directly. Li Yi took a cursory look, and saw a few pills such as Golden Red Facial Nourishing Pill, Lotus Clear Plague Pill, and Gourd Forging Body Pill, which were really somewhat familiar. Obviously these should be refined from those materials he handed over to Suya. Fellow Taoist Su was still really swift, 10 days time to refine all of them, and there are so many other pills. He thought about it and decided to check it out as well. How many spirit stones could one sell these materials plus the pills made by the 4-time sex alchemists, and whether they were popular or not? As usual, thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation support. At the same time with all the readers Big Brother said now the new book period 2 a day to cha recommended, and so on the shelves will absolutely burst more. End of chapter. Chapter 36 Expensive Pills, Crazy Cultivators. The second floor of the Four Seasons clan store, said to be the A-size box. In fact, the inner space is very large, about the size of an acre of land, and I do not know if there is some kind of spatial array expansion. Li Yi had wanted to follow the crowd and directly blend in, quietly hiding to see what was going on. As a result, he just went in and was discovered by Suya. The latter's eyes lit up, but he didn't shout. He just pointed to a screen next to him. He had no choice but to walk over. Then he entered inside the screen with Suya, who was waiting over here. Once inside, it seemed to be completely cut off from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, but you could clearly see the outside through the screen. Fellow Taoist Li has stayed at home all these 10 days? Suya picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea. Laughing softly, he said, 9th level of chi refining. It seems that right away you and I will be able to truly call each other Taoist friends, and then master and brother to each other. Upon hearing this, Li Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said modestly, I've gotten here by a fluke, but I'm looking forward to calling out to a senior brother. By the way, I've brought a gift for fellow Taoist. He reached out and took out a bottle of peach wine from his storage bag and placed it on the table, saying, Fellow Taoist Su, take a look. This is the peach wine I brewed, using peach branches from the peach garden gathering. Oh, Suya immediately took the bottle and opened it directly, sniffing it slightly and taking another shallow taste, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Truly delicious. This peach wine is also a good material for alchemy. If you trust me, it just so happens that you have recently obtained some spiritual liquid from the snow water, and can take the water to refine a potion. Spiritual liquid in snow water? Li Ye's heart fluttered as he asked along with the words, by a fluke. I have also discovered a special spiritual liquid in the snow, so I'd like to trouble you to explain what that spiritual liquid actually does. Oh, that aura was drawn out by my clan's Yuaning ancestor from a cave. That cave sky is extremely special. The snow and the light of the heavenly sea intermingle, and the auras collide, giving birth to a spiritual liquid. Divine snow spirit liquid. Suya's palm spread out, and floating in his palm was a liquid that was a mixture of the clear blue of the sky and the deep blue of the deep sea, which looked so much better than Lie's purified one. This item has various functions, but the most important thing is that it can perfectly blend with spiritual water, except for some special spiritual liquids and spiritual water. Take this peach beauty brew of your friend. Adding some divine snow spirit liquid will certainly make the flavor better and the potency will also be enhanced. Li Yi nodded his head like he was being taught. So that's how it is. At this moment, while the two of them were talking, the auction outside had also begun to take place. A delicate-looking female cultivator walked up to the center stage and introduced herself with a smile. Concubine Mo Dingwu, entrusted by Sultan Master Suya to preside over this auction. All the pills sold today are from the Sultan Master's hand, with certification from the 4 times sect. I won't repeat myself if I am redundant. Today's first item of trade is the clear snow spirit pill that the Sultan Master refined from the snow demon's white crystal. She pulled out a brocade box. On the golden red silk satin there were 3 ice-like pills, still emitting a silky white cold aura that float outward along the box. The role of this thing you may not know. If you are caught in the barrier, take a moment to break the barrier to clear the spirit. Fellow Taoists who want to explore outside and enter the cave to find treasures can't miss it. This spirit elixir is a second-order spirit elixir, a special elixir. The starting price is 200 spirit stones. As soon as her words fell, several cultivators immediately scrambled to start raising their cards. In the end, it was surprisingly sold at 400, 402, and 460 spirit stones respectively. And that's just a second-order spirit elixir. It's not a waste of my hard work to refine the spirit pills. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Taoist Li, for those 5 flint flames, or else they wouldn't have been able to melt so quickly. Suya was full of smiles. I've even reserved 2 more here especially for you, Taoist. He handed Li Yi a box, and inside were 2 round white pills. How's this? Why are you embarrassed? You and I are friends, so just consider it a gift from me to you. Isn't it normal for friends to give each other gifts? If you and I both think it's feasible, don't care about the value of the gift, this object. It's just a gift, so how can it be judged by its value? Suya pushed the box a little closer. The Sultan Master in front of him really made Li Yi feel some emotion, and he simply smiled freely. Then thank you for this gift, fellow Taoist. There's no need to be polite. Look, the elixir we worked together is going to be auctioned. Suya pointed outside. Li Yi looked along and saw that Mo Dingwu had already taken out yet another brocade box. What was placed inside that brocade box were clearly 2 pills with gold and red coloring that seemed to have dragon scale patterns. The name of this item is the golden red nourishing pill. It was the Sultan Master who used the scales of the golden red dragon carp as well as the juice of a special spiritual plant, along with many spiritual materials, and painstakingly refined them for 991 days before finally obtaining these 2 pieces. After taking this pill, you will be able to maintain your appearance unchanged for 20 years, and you will also be able to beautify and nourish your face. If it loses its effectiveness within 20 years, the purchaser can always go to the 4 Seasons sect to seek a claim from the Sultan. Murden 5 stroked his pretty face after the introduction and sighed softly. If my concubine wasn't the auctioneer of the auction, I would have wanted to compete with all of you for this elixir. Just how many spirit stones to start the auction? There was already a cultivator below who was impatiently waiting. Like this kind of elixir that resides in the face, the number of outputs is really extremely small. But on the contrary, the market is large. It was a rare encounter, so of course he wouldn't let it go. As usual, it remains at 200. As soon as Mo Dingwu's words left his mouth, the shouts from the stage rose and quickly went from 200 over the 500 mark, and it was still rising all the way up. There were both male and female cultivators competing, and those hundreds of spirit stones seemed to be the same as the stones on the side of the road. Li Ye's eyes widened in shock. This golden red dragon carp and spiritual water phoenix eye lotus he just bought more than a month ago, and the materials were actually able to refine an elixir that maintained the same appearance for 20 years. Really? It looks like fellow Taoist Li is very surprised. Suya explained, not to mention the fact that the formula for this kind of elixir is hard to find. That special spirit material of fellow Taoist is also truly marvelous. The grade is poor, but it's special. The scales of the golden red dragon carp incorporated some of the gourd's watery aura. The gourd maintained the toughness of the aura along with some of the golden red dragon carp's special blood chi, and the two blended together, the quality of which was simply rare. What's even better is that this fusion is not a hint of the rawness of external intervention. It is all natural. There is absolutely no need for me to use any method when refining the Dan. The water will become the Dan. He was truly feeling amazing. That natural feeling when refining pills mesmerized him immensely, and the two different kinds of spiritual energy blended very smoothly. He felt that if he were to come into contact with any other spirit materials in the future, he probably wouldn't be as good as the ones he got from fellow Taoist Li Yili. For an alchemist, this was too rare. Even if the other senior brothers in the sect knew about it, they would definitely refer to each other as peers. That's why he was so enthusiastic, and also genuinely felt that Li Yi was a special person and wanted to make a serious friendship. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Foundation Establishment Mystery, Pill Harvest. It was also at this moment that Li Yi truly felt how powerful his golden finger really was, according to what he had learned from reading some books during this period of time. It wasn't difficult for cultivators to cultivate spiritual plants and beasts, but similar to as such both sides are willing, and even each other to achieve the situation is indeed very few. Forced and willing, that brings the result is naturally a world of difference, but he wasn't proud of it. Taoist friend fallacious praise. I just have some small skills, cultivating spiritual plants and spiritual beasts together and complex and profound, but I hope that in the future I can enter the 4 times upper sect and see the skills of the cultivation seniors. I'm also looking forward to the day when you enter the sect. Suya's perception of Li Yi was better. If he had this kind of ability, he would definitely be a bit proud. I didn't expect this fellow Taoist to not be arrogant. It was really rare. The two men smiled at each other. The outside auction for the golden red facial nourishing pill had also ended 200 spirit stones and 500 spirit stones respectively, and this price was not only due to the special nature of the facial nourishing pill, but there was also the reputation of the 4 Seasons sect and Suya's reputation in it. You and I will split it 50-50. Do you think it's okay? Suya took a sip of tea and looked at Li Yi. Of course. Li Yi nodded. The matter of alchemy has materials also have to have the level of Dan formula. This is not to say who take advantage of particularly more. So 50-50 achievement is the most appropriate. Just these 2 pills alone had already given him a full 1,950 spirit stone income, and there were still pills he had collaborated on ready to sell in the back. It seemed that working with Suya was indeed a wise move. The successive auctions of the 2 pills were not unsold, but instead sold at a high price, which was shocking to the other cultivators who had intended to watch the spectacle. Originally perhaps they were just going to take a look, but this moment was also mobilized interest. The atmosphere in the auction house became more and more enthusiastic. Li Yi and Suya stayed in the screen but moved in the middle. The two of them were drinking tea and chatting. He also took this time to ask his question. Speaking of which, I'm about to build my foundation. Fellow Taoist Su, is the foundation building pill a good buy? Foundation establishment pill. Suya was dumbfounded. That thing is to help cultivators enhance their ability to break through the foundation establishment bottleneck. You only need to enhance the purity of your spiritual energy, and the bottleneck isn't a difficult task. However, if you, Taoist friend, prepare some spirit stones, the next festival task is completed well, plus those hungry bones are not unable to get some once-in-a-lifetime opportunity benefits. There was a clear look of regret on his face as he said this, as if he was remorseful for missing out on the benefits he was talking about. Li Yi, who can make the 4-time sect alchemist feel remorseful, moved in his heart, picked up the teapot and refilled some tea for him, and solemnly said, "Please also enlighten me, fellow Taoist, when it comes to your own path, you must be more solemn." Ugh. Suya picked up the cup and sipped the piping hot tea down in one gulp, his face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye and his expression cracking a bit. Li Yi didn't have time to block it at all. Who knew that the piping hot tea he just drank it off? However, Suya still pretended as if nothing had happened. Hiss. Both of these tasks are considered to be selecting qualified disciples for my 4-time sect. You'll be able to achieve first place in both quests, plus you'll have the autumn harvest token given by senior uncle Lingjivine, and another 10,000 spirit stones or so, and you'll be able to get a chance to enter the temple of 10,000 mountains of the 4 Seasons sect. Inside there are all the gods accumulated by my 4-time sect's generations of predecessors, 10,000 years of reserves. This is an opportunity that can only be accessed before foundation establishment, and it is even possible to receive the blessing of a mountain god predecessor at the level of transformation god. At worst, you'll get the same avatar that belongs to you. You have to know that divine powers are like the Taohua mountain god jade reward that you received in the beginning, a special spell that can only be bestowed by a mountain god after being ordained. Divine and unbelievable. I had a chance to enter in the first place, but unfortunately I didn't make it. He let out a long sigh after finishing quickly. then pulled out a bottle from inside his storage ring and ton and exhaled freely again. Li Yi was a bit silent as he sniffed. 10,000 spirit stones was not a difficult thing. If one had the ability to achieve the first of the two tasks, one would certainly be able to take it out. Instead of being a necessary price, these spirit stones gave the impression of going through a process. The four-season sex mountain god bestowed blessings. This was evident by looking at the jade peach branch he had gotten in the first place, which was a stable and constant source of spirit stones every year. Now that he had both the 10,000 spirit stones and the autumn harvest token, he was just short of first place, and it was a bit of a shame not to put up a fight. That's why he only thought for a few breaths of time, and his face was calm. I will definitely try my best. From the conversation he had just had, he already knew his own advantage. All his materials were very natural, the so-called heavenly nature, although he did not think he could do so exaggeratedly. But this is really where his advantage lies. He could not hurry, nor could he pass his nervousness and eagerness onto the whelps and beavers. He did what he could, and the next thing was to listen to God. He calmed down quickly after making his decision. As usual, he talked with Suya with a smile and laugh, watching the next auction situation in the meantime. Suya also felt that Li Ye's mindset was really extremely good. When he first heard this news, he was also excited for a long time. Was this Taoist Li really capable? Or was he so confident that he could definitely do it? Or is it both? He looked at Li Yi with an increasingly curious expression, and the latter felt a bit weird even by his look. Time passes slowly. The other two types of pills that Li Yi and Suya collaborated on were also sold one after another. The price that the Lotus Cleansing Plague Pill was sold at was not too high, and it could even be said that it was in stark contrast to the Golden Red Facial Nourishing Pill from just now, which was only sold for 100 spirit stones each. It couldn't be helped. After all, their effects included detoxification and cleansing of turbid chi from the body, and I'm afraid that to mortals they were elixirs of immortality, but to immortal cultivators they belonged to a purely eccentric elixir. The good thing was that there were a lot of them, 15 of them. The last thing sold was the Gourd Body Forging Elixir. Unexpectedly, this elixir only had 3, but the starting price was 500 spirit stones, and the one with the highest final price even reached 2,000 spirit stones. In response, Suya just smiled and said, I have the Dan formula as well as the ability to concoct pills, coupled with your friend's excellent materials. Not at this price, I'd even prefer it to go to auction. Not to mention that refining the body is inherently a complicated matter. These pills want to be bought casually. Ha! Li Yi could only lament over it. Is this the alchemist? In the end, he did a little math. These pills were sold for a total of 8,400 spirit stones, and with a 50-50 split he would get a full 4,200 spirit stones, and that was just for the materials he had accumulated over this period of time. There's a steady stream of revenue to come. It seems that farming together is really a big money. He must be tied to this Su Taoist friend. You are good. I also good. End of chapter. Chapter 38, The Beaver's Spell. Waiting for the Valley Rain. Fully loaded. While Suya was surrounded by cultivators wanting to know when the next pill auction would be held, Li Yi had then carried 2 clear snow spirit pills as well as 4,200 spirit stones and mixed in the crowd to leave the store of the 4-times sect. Even though Suya said that he could introduce him to the crowd as well, a powerful spirit plant master was also worthy of respect. The auction within the 4-times sect was to list both the names of the alchemist and the spirit plant master. The quality of the spiritual plants cultivated by a good spiritual planter was guaranteed, and when combined with an alchemist, it was a powerful combination. But he immediately refused without hesitation. It wasn't the time for him to pretend. All he needed was to build up capital for himself. These false names are useless now, and will also divide his energy, which is not worth it at all. Respect will always be there, as long as he's strong enough and also has the strength as well as the unique ability to be surrounded by clusters of people. So he kept a very low profile and went back to his home. Familiar environment. Very quiet, but also beavers are making noise in the small courtyard. Li Yi looked long breath. The whole person relaxed. He looked toward the field of wheat. It's only about a month and a half from hibernation to rain, and these wheat seeds will soon be harvested. When you hit them, they grow lushly, each one positioned as they want it to be. So much so that although it looks a bit cluttered, it is just the most comfortable for them. Each wheat plant was stretching its branches in the midst of the aura, and their joy could be clearly felt. The 3 of them, the wheat spirit and the chilling wheat as well as the Lichuan wheat, almost formed a stable triangle, transferring aura to each other and supporting each other. The situation suddenly made him think that these wheat were really something to save. There is no need to worry about pests, and there is a wheat spirit to distribute when you need aura, and each plant thrives. In fact, nowadays there is really no need for him to pay too much attention. As long as you give the right amount of spiritual chi and spiritual liquid to irrigate it, it is the water that will come to fruition. It's not good to be too provincial. I'd better keep an eye on those beavers over there with hungry bones. Li Yi walked over to the beavers' side of the lair. The beavers' lairs were now connected. Since they are all bound to hungry bones, there is certainly no case of anyone disliking or fearing anyone. They had built a circle of dikes around the spring of the spirit spring, with some unimpressive spirit grass growing on it. Between the grass cover, the beavers would often play and meditate on top of their lairs. Carrick, the largest beaver, spotted Li Yi and burrowed out from inside the den. Its body was still draped with colored light that had not completely dissipated, and the light of compassion was dense in its fur, with an indescribable feeling. That heart-phase-saving bitter lotus law had already been read by Li Yi one after another to all these beavers, scriptures that were somewhat obscure to Li Yi. They adapted quite well. The lotus light phase on his body was even much more solidified to the naked eye than the day the snow first fell. You were just purifying the hungry bones? Li Yi extended his hand, and the beaver immediately jumped on top of his palm, enjoying the touch of his fingers. Kirikiri barked. That probably means that this batch of 5 hungry bones is almost purified as well. It was still a bit proud when Kirikou barked, raising its head so that Li Yi could touch the fur on that part of its neck, so cozy that his little eyes squinted. Li Yi is also happy to enjoy the pleasure of jacking beavers. These little guys are not only cute, but also help themselves to do things, and save their heart. Simply an excellent choice for a spirit pet. Is that so? You'll feel bad. He looked at the beaver. You are supposed to be able to feel the presence of the souls inside these hungry bones, and even communicate with them, and you don't feel bad that they are going to ascend and leave? The beaver froze, then barked Carrick. This answer belongs to Li Yi. Did not expect. It said that this is a good thing. Of course, it will not be difficult. Trapped inside the hungry bone is painful and painful. Like, so painful. The beaver suddenly clasped one of his fingers. Zip, zip, zip. The oily and shiny fur from the beaver's body suddenly surged with a strand of black aura, which instantly passed inside Li Yi's body through the contact. In just this one instant, Li Yi felt an unspeakably terrifying feeling. Hunger, endless hunger. That horrible feeling of not being able to eat anything and only being able to experience the infinite hunger that torments you until you die in the midst of starvation. Trapped inside your hungry bones, continuing to experience the endless pain of starvation forever, stretching on and on. The warm sunlight and the surrounding vibrant compound were drenched in pitch black, and Li Yi's body shook for a moment before finally returning to normal. He breathed heavily, his eyes in a bit of a trance. Well, that's what. That less than a breath of time seemed to stretch into eternity. The horrible hunger made Li Yi not slow down for a long time. His expression was very ugly. Is this what the soul inside the hungry bone feels like? If that was the case, he could really understand why even the Four Seasons sect had to be taken so seriously. He'd had moments of embarrassment and overwhelm before and after he crossed over, but such hunger has never really been experienced before. And only by experiencing it for yourself can you realize how horrible it really is. Suffering in life cannot be eliminated, and suffering after death stretches with existence. It's horrible. Carrie. The beaver nodded affirmatively as it dug inside its rounded fur and took out a piece of flap with a slight golden glow amidst the pitch black and handed it to Li Yi. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Li Yi was really a bit uncomfortable by the sudden feeling that came just now. Only after making sure the thing was okay did he take it in his other hand and hold it in front of his eyes for a closer look. From the looks of it, it looked like the petals of a lotus. The material should be Qi Yun Yao Jin, and there were some very shallow, engraved marks on it that could only barely be scanned with divine sense. It is available at a spell capable of transferring the pain it had endured to others, as the beaver had just delivered to him, and hidden within this dark metal was the pain left behind by hungry bones. How many surprises do you have that I don't know about? That you can actually produce spells now? Where did this spell come from? He had so many questions, but the beaver had no way of answering them very definitively, just held his head high and proud. Li Yi had no choice but to praise it a few times. Nice. Well done. Keep up the good work. Still, there was some vague uneasiness and trepidation as he looked at the pitch-black lotus petals in his hand. If this is accidentally leaked out, I'm afraid that he will have to have a crack in his Dao heart on the spot. It's really not a joke. Thank you so much. It's better for you to take it and play with it. Li Yi reshoved the lotus petal to the beaver. I'll ask you for it if I need it. In his opinion, this thing should really be useful if in a fight, but the chances of staying at home every day and pressing yourself now were better placed on the beaver's side. The latter gave a little chirp and tucked the tiny flap back into his fur, hiding it somehow. Since this batch is going to be settled, I'm going to keep looking for the spirit machine vine for more. By the way, I'd like to get you some more partners. What do you say? He was now considered a friend with Suya, and buying a few more Weichuan beavers from the other party's channel wasn't too troublesome, and if the number could be higher, he could also complete the task faster. But the beaver in his palm immediately shook its little head. That furry face was full of denial. Listening to it seemed to mean that it was unwilling to have more companions, and the dislike was quite obvious. It and the remaining few beavers had all eaten purple oil spring rain and drank Shi Yunyao gold. Their resourcefulness is exaggerated. It's pretty normal to not see the new partner, Since this was the case, Li Yi did not mention it again. He stayed at home for the next period of time to purify his mana and read the canonical books, and waited until the rain came. That is, the day when the wheat is ripe. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Ripe Wheat, Huge Gains, Grain Rain. Again, this is quite an important day in the festival. Temperatures are rising and rain is increasing. For spring plowing, this is the critical time of year. Just like the name of this festival, it started to rain in the sky after the Z hour. Li Yi braved the rain and placed some oil lamp spells inside the courtyard that provided a light source. He looked at his wheat with a joyful face. The wheat planted in the 2 acres of the yard had all matured, and it was clear that when I looked at them the day before they were still unripe. But as soon as the time of the grain rain passed, they all ripened as if they had suddenly metamorphosed. Each stand of spring wheat is 2 meters tall, with ears of wheat heavy and golden. It's time to harvest. All of it will be harvested within today. After the day of the rain, it is not considered a qualified spring wheat. He took a deep breath and began to pick up his scythe for the harvest, during which of course the inevitable sheaves of wheat fell, but all of them were carried back one by the long-awaited beavers, who incidentally gave some back to the golden red dragon carp. Harvesting is still pretty tough, but according to the mission statement given by the spiritual vine is that these wheat must be harvested on their own. It was a good thing that Immortal Cultivator's physique was good. He had at least reached the 9th level of chi refining. It would be too much if he couldn't even do some farm work. His movements were extremely fast, and it took him 2 hours to harvest all of the standing wheat, bundle them up, and pile them up in a clearing to the side. The wheat that he had finished harvesting rapidly lost all vitality after losing the essence of the sheaf. Only those few strains of wheat that were bound to the chili wheat were still alive after the stalks were cut away. He carefully protected the plants and the chili wheat. Mai Ling stayed silent above his shoulders in the process, like a really capricious old bull, watching the wheat he had protected for so long being harvested. After all the wheat had been harvested, Li Yi exhaled deeply and began to count the amount of wheat Dan produced, a total of 1,150 wheat plants. None of the plants died. They're all alive and well. All the wheat ears are very full. According to his calculation, it is estimated that this mu yield are high to about 10,000 pounds, is really a very horrible number. To know that the total number of wheat is only more than 1,000 plants, and the number of mitans that are born, there were actually a full 520 plants. Li Yi was surprised by the number he had tallied up, but the truth was right in front of him. These 520 wheat plants that he had singled out all showed the words, mitan gestation completed, inside the status column. Why so much? He was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that even with those 5 special strains of wheat for binding, plus the catalyzing of the wheat spirit, it should be tops to come up with 100 or 200 strains, but it turned out that there were actually a full 500 strains. Yet success cannot be replicated. This time of planting wheat is really happening too many things, like that inverted spring cold, followed by the aura in the snow, peach fairy brewing rain, sort of a multitude of coincidences that created this miraculous scene. He had done his best and now he did get a good deal. It's time to turn in the mission. Li Yi put these spirit wheat inside the special large capacity storage bag, then tucked in the storage bag as well as some small gifts and left the house. On the road, there were also people in a hurry like him, thinking that they should also be going to hand in their tasks. If it was anyone else, he was afraid that he would have to worry about whether he would stand in line, but he had just arrived and was beckoned by Suya to bring him into a quiet room. Inside of this quiet room sat a clear-looking foundation establishment cultivator who appeared to be just a teenager. When he saw Suya bring someone in, he smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, this is fellow Daoist Li, right?" As a foundation establishment cultivator, he actually took the initiative to exchange pleasantries with Li Yi, and even had some currying favor and enlisting intentions in his words, making Li Yi feel a little strange. Yes, Suya sat on the side, his tone casual. "Daoist Li, this is Master He who specializes in collecting wheat within the gate. Just bring out the Lichuan wheat for him to take a look at." Turns out they specialize in wheat harvesting. Li Yi suddenly realized that he had learned about these things when he talked to Suya before. The 4-time sect would have special people to collect almost every kind of spirit plant, and even an entire family was in this kind of business. Because of this, a spiritual planter who can consistently produce excellent spiritual plants is simply a god of wealth to them. And it is no wonder that this Taoist friend he will be like this. He also really wanted to see how his wheat was doing, so he simply took all of it and piled it up in this quiet room. When Taoist he saw this pile of wheat, his eyes lit up. "That's great. This standing spring wheat aura compelling, and wheat grain full. I look at more than 1,000 plants. Surprisingly, a plant is not less all survive." The teenager came closer to take a look, picked up a wheat ear, and said in surprise, "It's actually birthed a wheat Dan. Senior brother Su, it's the wheat Dan of the Lichuan wheat." There was no longer just excitement within his voice, there was a very obvious thrill, and his fingers were trembling a little. Really? Although Suya was also a bit surprised, he was still able to stabilize himself and said directly, quickly tally up how many mitans there are, and if they've produced mitans then there's definitely more than one. Yes. The teenager hurriedly began to check carefully, only to see that he took out a jade sheaf and flicked it at the Lichuan wheat piled up on the ground. The breeze suddenly appeared, and all the standing wheat was swept by this breeze, and one by one it fell back to the ground, and the teenager got the detailed information. 520 plants. Senior brother Su. This wheat, the heart he had been hanging on to after the number came out, died completely. This was no longer something he could make a decision on. 1,150 wheat plants produced 520 grains of mitan, a quantity that was simply terrifying. It was only the Jindan master teachers within the gate who could do it. What are you panicking about? Suya reprimanded. This is the migratory end of the world market. It's the territory of senior uncle Ling Jivine. Are you still afraid that someone will suddenly come out and rob you? The priority now is to quickly go and tally out the harvests of everyone on this Lichunmai mission, and then go and invite Uncle Ling Jivine back. After he said this, the young cultivator surnamed he immediately nodded his head. Good, I'm going now. He didn't forget to look at Li Yi pitifully when he was leaving. Fellow Daoist, this batch of Lichuan wheat must be collected by me. I'm willing to give you 200 spirit stones for each grain of wheat dan, the rest 3 spirit stones per wheat plant. Suya really felt that this guy was a bit of a disgrace. Stuck in the time when he finished, took out a duster from inside his storage ring and smoked it. You still don't have time to go. Will you still be missing out on your credit when Uncle Spirit Machine Vine comes back? Hey, he rushed out. Suya was left to smile awkwardly at Li Yi. Fellow Taoist doesn't know that Lichuan wheat is planted since the beginning of spring, and harvested after the descent of the grain rain. It accumulates the power of vitality since the remnants of winter and after being brewed in spring. Lichunmai's Maidan is the cream of the crop. It is reasonable to say that the original is the vitality of the convergence of the Lichuan wheat is unlikely to produce wheat dan, but once the output, it is a treasure. At that price, it's not excessive. Li Ye's expression was calm at this moment, but his heart was already about to roar. 200 spirit stones for one Maidan. He had 520 of them. That's 144,000 spirit stones. As far as he was concerned, it was indeed comparable to a huge amount of spirit stones. Thank you for the reward from Thousand Peaks, and thank you for your monthly votes and recommendations. Thank you very much. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Spirit Stones in Hand, Summer Mission. The results came out quickly. There were a total of 1,500 people in the migratory end of the world market who participated in this trial of Lichuan wheat, and among them, there were even the sons and daughters of those surrounding families, but the ones who were able to cultivate the wheat dan were few and far between. Only 100 out of 1,500, and the one who can really cultivate nearly half of the wheat to produce mitan. There is and only one Li Yi. This result was expected for Li Yi. Not only did he have a golden finger, but he also gave almost all the good things he could to those whelps. How could other people be as generous as him? With unlimited spiritual liquid, plenty of aura, and my Ling to help watch over them. But he was still slightly in a trance. He had kept a low profile for so long, and this took first place, hoping to still hide the sharpness slowly developing. After the trance comes the excitement, because there's going to be spirit stones arriving soon. Fellow Daoist, you can see that the total I've calculated is just like this. That Daoist he, after tallying up the results, traded with Li Yi on the spot without saying a word. 520 wheat dan. The wheat was 1,150 plants, and the wheat dan and the wheat didn't affect each other. For my dan alone, he gave Li Yi 140,000 spirit stones, and Mai also gave 3,450 spirit stones, totaling 170,450 spirit stones. It's a big pile of spirit stones. Li Ye's storage bag was really a bit difficult to hold these spirit stones, and Dao friend he simply sent him a large storage bag directly, putting all of those 100,000 plus spirit stones into it. He seemed to be in a hurry to make the deal, afraid that someone would steal it from him. After getting this batch of wheat he was full of joy and arched his hand at Li Yi. Fellow Daoistly, when you come to 4 times sect in the future, make sure you let me treat you to a meal at Ingzhan House. When he finished, he couldn't wait to leave, humming a cheerful little tune, and Li Yi watched him leave. He was holding this nothing more than a palm-sized storage bag in his hand, and his divine sense probed inside, but he could see streams of colorful spirit stones piled up. 177,450 spirit stones, plus the 4,200 spirit stones he had gotten earlier and the remaining scattered spirit stones. Li Yi, who still had almost nothing in the winter, now had a quantity of more than 100,000 spirit stones, a quantity that even Li Ye's mind had been excited about for quite some time. Why be so blasé now? He didn't even have that much in savings before he crossed over. However, he was also clear that this mission was a festival mission, just that once a year, plus the timing was perfect. It is doubtful that even future plantings will yield as much as this. 1 year, 100,000 spirit stones. At first glance it does seem to be a large amount, but this is a task that is measured in years, not very stable to be honest. This feeling of being rich was indeed wonderful, but he was still better off growing crops that could produce a steady stream of spirit stone income all year round in a thin stream. But with these spirit stones, plus the nearly 2,000 points of vitality essence he had accumulated over the past few days, both the Sephora spirit scroll and the spirit vein willow should be manageable. The courtyard could also be slightly remodeled, at least separating out an area that could be used for meeting guests, although he himself was planning to enter the Four Seasons sect in the fall. But after all, there was still a whole summer to go. Previously, Suya had suggested that he wanted to come to his home to discuss the Tao and gossip, but the courtyard was really inconvenient. Thinking this way, he quickly calmed down. This was just a small success. Just by looking at Suya's expression, he could tell that he was envious of Li Ye's ability to cultivate spiritual plants, not the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. As long as one was capable, spirit stones would naturally come quickly, and it was important to improve one's bottom line and one's ability. He put the storage bag containing the spirit stones inside his own pocket. Suya looked at Li Ye's expression from the side and reminded, the migratory end market is one of the tens of thousands of marketplaces under the sect, and the prices of goods are actually not that high. When Dao Yu Li really enters the sect, there will naturally be places to spend spirit stones. To put it bluntly, the workshop market was currently inhabited by low-ranking cultivators, and the prices of some items were controlled so as not to prevent cultivators from practicing. 100,000 or so spirit stones is certainly a lot, but in the future, Dao Yu Li will have to create his own cave with spirit veins and spirit springs and rivers. There were even special spell formation flags to be purchased, all of which required the consumption of spirit stones. I thought that I was considered to be well loved in the beginning, and the elders of my family gave me millions of low-ranking spirit stones to get started, but I consumed them all just to build a cave. There are good things within the gates, but the good things are also expensive. So expensive that you'll want to buy them while gritting your teeth. He couldn't help but give a bitter smile. When Li Yi heard this, his already stable state of mind became even more stable. When he heard low-grade spirit stones, he knew that there were naturally different currency grades in this prosperous cultivation world. This is also normal. From all the signs indicate that the cultivation world is definitely more than what one sees in the marketplace. So simple. It's better this way. You get to see more of the scenery. He smiled at Suya. I am but only the first place in the migratory end of the world market task, and it's only good to hold on to the occasional gain. If you are too famous, there will definitely be some people who will come to disturb my life, so please don't publicize this matter. And if you have any friends, I would be happy to make friends. Suya couldn't help but laugh. This ranking was originally not publicized. Only the deacons in charge of these matters within the sect knew about it. After all, it has to be archived and recorded into the leaves of the Ginkgo Master. Earlier, I spoke with my fellow Taoist to say that if you complete the 2 festival quests, along with the Hungry Bones quest, and the Autumn Harvest token from the Spirit Vine Elder, you will be able to enter the Temple of 10,000 Gods before Foundation establishment. Now that the Taoist is finished, it's just a matter of that Hungry Bone. However, as far as I know, there is a follow-up to the festival quest. Would you be willing to continue? In between the brief pause in his voice, a familiar voice suddenly interjected. You, this fellow, are still distributing tasks for me? Are you idle? Then go and preside over the distribution of wheat. This voice, Li Ye's eyes lit up and he arched his hand at the source of the voice. Spirit Machine Vine Senior, you finally returned. A bouncing emerald green vine came into view. It raised its head and looked at Li Yi and said, well done. When Hungry Bones' mission is completed, there is a chance waiting for you. This vine is mysterious, and does not say what exactly is the chance. Just strutting and jumping to the top of the chair, Suya automatically went to the back of the chair and stood respectfully. The valley rains are coming, and summer is near. When I left the sect before, the refiners stepped up and expedited their production because several sects in the southern region were begging for fire-piercing spirit silk clothes. That's why there was only one festival task for the entire summer, which was to raise silkworms and plant mulberry. It paused, its tone a little more serious. Inyao spirit mulberry and tilting age silkworm. Both of these are third-order spirit items equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. Li kid, your cultivation is a bit worse after all. Li Yi frowned slightly at what he heard. He was definitely going to get the chance to enter the 10,000 Gods Divine Temple. In contrast, if this mission needed to require him to break through the foundation establishment, he would even prefer not to accept it, or think of some other method. The Spirit Machine Vine observed Li Ye's change in expression and knew that he was weighing it. If it were usual, it would definitely want to speak slightly more seriously again to satisfy its own bad taste. But favoring Li Yi, it really doesn't want to banter too much. So he continued to speak. But it's not impossible. Although these two spirit creatures are at the foundation establishment stage, after all, they have been bred by the elders of my Four Seasons sect for generation after generation, and have long since become accustomed to enjoying the care of cultivators. Through the panel, Li Yi could see that Spirit Machine Vine's mood had turned into one of selling in derision. Where else could he not know that he was being teased by this Spirit Plant Senior who was a bit smarter than some human races? This big gasp from Senior has caused me to get tangled up. Li Yi was helpless. It's only right to get tangled up involving the Tao. If it were me, I'd also let you build your foundation later. That mulberry tree and silkworms probably won't all be transferred over until 3 days later. Well, you kid has harvested a large amount of spirit stones this time. You should always buy something, right? Tell me, what do you want to buy? Reiki Vine, who had switched to the merchant state, said. It should be said not to say that it guessed really quite right. Li Yi did have something he wanted to buy. After working so hard for so long, it was time to spend. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Shopping. Jindan Prohibition. The latecomer wants a first-order spirit vein, the kind you buy. Li Yi made his first request. First-rank spirit vein. What attribute do you want? Or do you want an attribute-less spirit vein with the 5 elements balanced? The Spirit Machine Vine asked. It was reasonable to say that the Four Seasons sect stores would not easily sell spirit veins. Even if it was for sale, it had to be related to the Four Seasons sect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a problem if an outside sect took a large amount of spirit stones to buy away a large amount of spirit veins? Li Yi had this authority now. To the forces and disciples under the sect, the Four Seasons sect had always been very generous. Well, earlier when he was inspecting that spiritual vein willow, Li Yi had already noticed that it was an earth-attributed spiritual plant. So he replied, an earth-attributed spiritual vein, 10,000 spirit stones. As he spoke, the Spirit Machine Vine rolled out a small crystal clear ball from somewhere, and one could see a thin light scar like a plant root curled up inside, glowing with an earthy yellow halo. Is this a spiritual vein? It fits in one ball. So amazing. Li Yi hurriedly took out 10,000 spirit stones, which were placed on the ground and were then directly put away, and the small ball containing the spirit vein was also delivered to his hand. Leaf, who had never touched such a thing before, was worried that it would be heavy. The result was that it was light in the hand. One could even say that it had no weight, and one could not feel the aura inside. Just like a mortal object, the Spirit Machine Vine said, it's very simple to use this item. All you need to do is to pierce it with a golden needle and then bury the spirit vein in the soil to make it take root. But I don't think you have a spiritual vein disc in that courtyard. I suggest you buy a spiritual vein disc for another 1,000 spirit stones to lock the source of the spiritual vein and to plan the area where it should circulate. Otherwise it might run away. This was indeed the money that was due. So Li Yi took out another 1,000 spirit stones and exchanged it for a jade disc that looked like a bagua disc. Only the trigrams on it were all burgundy, and there were grooves just right to put in the spirit vein beads. When you go back, just put the spiritual vein bead inside a random alcove and then use your own divine sense to divide the threads of spiritual energy. Remember, this item will record your divine sense fluctuations once you use it. It can't be changed or turned on in the future except by powers exactly like your divine sense. So if you use it, you can't return it. After the explanation was completed, the Spirit Machine Vine continued, seeing that you should have other needs, say it in one breath, and save the same to come. Latecomer also wants to look for a forbidden system that can control spirit beasts and repair his compound to isolate a place where he can chat and discuss with his fellow Taoists. Li Yi said, your compound is good. Originally next to the spacious, and then give you a partition of an acre of land is also enough. As for the control of the spirit beasts of the forbidden, how many ranks of spirit beasts are you trying to control? Li Ye's face remained unchanged. Jindan, 2,000 points of vitality essence to make a binding is definitely not ordinary. Simply take the golden dan. Otherwise it would be a real pain in the ass if you bought poorly and couldn't get it under control. Suya's expression changed slightly, and the spiritual vine also made a tisk sound somehow. You kid is really bold. You dare to disclose this matter to outsiders. It's natural that the latecomer will not cover up when he sincerely seeks advice. Now that Li Yi had proved his ability, and he could feel the 4 times sex regard for him, this was perhaps the boldest and riskiest decision he had ever made. He was apprehensive in his heart. Suya and Lingji Vine were even more emotional. This Taoistly/little friendly is really sometimes bold and unusually powerful. Really not a sound, but a sound. Precisely because they were clear about how difficult to move cautiously for loose cultivators, they felt more and more that Li Yi was not ordinary, and it was really not easy to give trust. But this was indeed a pleasure for them to see. In the future this would be the sect's senior brothers. A sense of belonging naturally needed to be cultivated. Suya winked and hinted, fellow Taoist Li, it's safe inside the workshop. If there's really any problem that can't be solved, you can come to Spirit Machine Vine Master Uncle's site to find help. Its old man is very strong. The Spirit Machine Vine tried to act majestic, but it was such a vine that it really didn't feel that way no matter what. It gave Li Yi 3 choices. Looking at you, that Jindan spirit beast is presumed to have fallen into a deep sleep or suffered a serious injury. Otherwise you must have had a method to cure it a long time ago, and naturally you wouldn't have come to seek the method of prohibition. This golden ring can work on Jindan level beast beasts. This blood prohibition technique specializes in imprisoning spirit beasts that don't have a physical body. This forbidden character is good at restraining the spirits of grass and tree creatures. The 3 objects given here basically covered the vast majority of spirit beast types, with the remaining being extremely rare types. The latecomer wants the 3rd. Soprano Spirit Volume. Well, how to look at the spirit of the birth of grass and trees. This way the object counts as cheaper for you. 50,000 spirit stones. What a high price. 50,000 spirit stones. If it wasn't for the batch of spirit stones that had just been harvested, this much spirit stones wouldn't have been able to be bought even if Li Yi had been sold. But in fact, this kind of prohibition was generally speaking sold to lower-ranked cultivators. If they were really high-ranking cultivators, they would be able to beat spirit beasts casually, and they would have more or less a few types of beast control techniques in their hands. If you can really beat a spirit beast without the ability to resist before placing a ban, it is also for the descendants to hold for defense. So the cultivation level of those who needed to use this kind of contraption wouldn't be high, and the price wasn't really that high. Li Yi paid out 50,000 spirit stones to buy the word forbidden written on a piece of yellow paper. The spirit stones that had just arrived had gone most of the way at once, but being able to settle the matter of the Sephora spirit scrolls and the spirit vein willow was also considered a good thing. Many thanks to Senior Spirit Machine Vine. This is the peach wine brewed by the late generation and the purple oil spring rain collected. He took out the gifts he had prepared long ago and handed them over to Spirit Machine Vine. Oh, good. The latter happily laughed it off. Of course, after all, Suya was still here, so Li Yi didn't forget to give him another bottle of peach wine. Li Yi then excused himself and prepared to leave, but before leaving Suya called out to him, "I'm going to deliver wheat to my 4-time sex mortal territory in a few days, so why don't you come with me and remember to bring along some Chiluk flare gold? Have it your way." Suya waved his hand and left after he finished speaking mysteriously. Li Yi's mouth twitched as he watched, talking in half. Is it true that all people who cultivate immortality have this kind of nature? That was a million riddlers, but he really didn't care too much. Now that he had something he had been looking forward to for a long time to do, he really couldn't think about much else. Let's deal with this first. Soprano Spirit Roll, Spirit Vein Willow, and I wonder how much they can surprise themselves? End of chapter. Chapter 42 Continuous Binding. After returning to his home, Li Yi took out the spirit vein disc and placed it in the corner of the courtyard, then pushed his divine sense in. Under the effect of the spiritual energy, he could clearly feel his divine sense flowing out along with a strange mist. Areas that need spiritual veins to circulate are being outlined and mapped outwards. The burgundy gua halo on top of that spiritual vein disc flickered gently, and the crystal spiritual vein bead also flickered with a burgundy gua halo, and the spiritual veins inside began to shake. After about half a tea's work, Li Yi raised his head and rubbed his somewhat distended head. Is that a done deal? He saw that an earth-colored spirit vein had flowed out, presenting gaseous aura slowly moving forward along the ground. The soil in the area it flowed through became loose and moist, and the ordinary yellow soil was being changed by the power of the earth spirit vein, and was gradually turning into spiritual soil. This is the magic of the spiritual vein, which is more encompassing than other sources of aura. It was also at this time that Li Yi quickly took out the spirit vein willow that had been immersed inside the spirit liquid. Then they were all thrown directly into the spirit vein that was flowing forward. The spirit vein willow fragments that were originally ordinary and without much aura suddenly seemed to melt, and all of them merged into the main body of the spirit vein. That's pretty much it. Li Yi looked at the melted spirit vein willow fragments. They seemed to be repairing themselves. The vast majority of the aura gushing out of this spirit vein was all absorbed by the spirit vein willow. When Li Yi was slightly relieved, suddenly, click, a crisp ringing sound caused his otherwise soothing frown to tighten completely, only to see a small section of roots appear inside the spirit vein bead that housed the spirit vein's body, hardening and shattering the bead. Immediately afterward, a small willow tree that was roughly only half an inch tall grew straight out from the location where the spirit vein had originally flowed. It was completely different from an ordinary willow tree. An earth-colored willow branch wriggled underground, and where it flowed through it actually turned all into a small spiritual vein. However, if Li Yi hadn't been quick to hold the spiritual pulse disc in his arms, it was estimated that even the spiritual pulse disc would have been damaged. That's a spirit vein and a spirit vein disc that he just bought. Spirit vein willow. It's really a spirit vein. Wait, then is this item able to bind with the acacia spirit scroll? He narrowed his eyes and reached out his hand to try and stroke the body of the spirit vein willow. The latter raised a willow branch very spiritually and gently rested it on the back of his hand, and he could feel the aura flowing through the soft willow. Apparently the guy was also aware that he had saved it. This is very good. At least is also their own 10,000 spirit stones to buy a spirit vein to save. If it does not know the kindness to repay, that is also to hurt their hearts. He slowly stroked the spirit vein willow's willow branches that were soft with some toughness in them, and the gong method had already begun to change, and the special effects belonging to the 5 elements spirit rising decision began to take take effect. Now he had been gifted with the auras of the flint crystal worm, silver moon grass, spirit water phoenix eye lotus, golden red dragon carp, peach jade branch, Weichuan beaver, hungry bone, spirit wheat, lotus, and other spirit plants and spirit beasts. If he were to be any other cultivator, he would be afraid that he would have already labored hard because of the daily purification of these auras with different attributes, but he happened to be studying the 5 elements spirit ascension decision. In the casual conversation with Suya, he learned that the most prominent thing about this technique was the adaptation to aura. There were not as many requirements as other techniques. It was almost as if a bit of aura could be used for cultivation. This is considered a basic ability of the Kung Fu. As for being able to make the power of spirit beasts and plants affect spells, it is considered a special hidden ability, and this kind of ability looks at intimacy and close ties. As it happened, Li Yi was equivalent to having an extremely close connection and mutual achievement after using his own vital essence to make them bind to each other through the symbiosis panel. So now it emerged that the spirit beasts and plants that received his symbiotic panel treatment were more affectionate towards him, and the ones that aren't accepted are simply appreciated and loved. And the connection isn't as strong. Spirit Vein Willow gave him the ability to. He tried to gently crook his finger at the land in front of him, accompanied by the surge of aura. The dirt on the ground was actually like an arm, forming a small beaver statue, carved as if it were a living thing. Nope, this was the earth control ability. Originally his earth control ability was only able to turn over the ground, but it turned out that it could actually be strengthened to this extent. That means the Spirit Vein Willow originally had such a powerful ability to control the earth. It's really good. Li Yi tried controlling the dirt again to dig trenches in the ground. It turned out that I was able to control the dirt up to a foot above and below, not if it was any deeper, and overall it was kind of an enhanced control. You can help me take care of the spirit plants and spirit beasts inside the courtyard in the future. I'll have something else for you to help with later. He gently patted the Spirit Vein Willow, took a deep breath, got up and went back inside the house, and took out an ancient book from amongst the brocade box on the other side of the cabinet. Soprano Spirit Scroll, 2000 points of vital essence. If you're really a Jindan, I'll have a card to play in the future. Li Yi muttered a few words and gently pressed the purchased forbidden word prohibition onto the cover of the Soprano Spirit Scrolls book. Immediately after that, he injected the spiritual energy that was unique to him into the forbidden word. The forbidden words that had stayed honestly on the surface of the yellow paper melted all around it, and the yellow paper turned into a sticky spiritual liquid that slowly penetrated into the Soprano Spirit Scroll, and it is itself firmly branded on the cover of the volume. There was no change in the Soprano Spirit Scroll during the entire process. It worked. Then the next step is symbiosis. The smoothness of this process was not out of his expectation. When the Acacia Spirit Scrolls completely awakened, that was when the focus would be. He took the Sephoric Spirit Scroll and came over to the side of the Spirit Vein Willow, but he suddenly realized that a single golden horned ant had appeared around the Spirit Vein Willow at some unknown time. They were whimpering and carrying the soil that had been moisturized by the Spirit Vein Willow. The golden horned ants seemed to like the Spirit Vein Willow very much, and the Spirit Vein Willow didn't reject their proximity. You guys are really coming along. But can it be triple symbiosis? Li Yi felt that he could give it a try. But of course, he certainly couldn't use all the panels at once for so many golden horned ants, or else the amount of his own vitality essence would definitely not be enough. He chose the queen of the golden horned ants. When he took out the queen from inside the nest and came over to Spirit Vein Willow's side, he first tried to make contact between the two sides, and then decisively unleashed the panel's ability. Binding successful. His vital essence was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It ended up being a full 600 points short. Previously, when they performed the first and second order symbiosis, it was 20 and 100 respectively, but it turned out that this time it was a full 600 points less, which meant that the third order was 600. 2000 points is at least fourth order. It's too late to save up slowly. I need to fix it now. He put down the golden horned ant queen and silently pulled out a few pills from inside his pocket and swallowed them. These pills were all pills that he had purchased from Suya's side that could make up for his vitality and strengthen his flesh. Once a few elixirs were consumed, the 600 points lost were immediately returned. I'd like to see what's so divine about you. Taking a deep breath, he willed the Sephora Spirit Scroll and Spirit Vein Willow to choose symbiotic binding once again. The Spirit Vein Willow was still happy to share its spiritual energy, and it could also vaguely sense the unique grass and wood spiritual energy inside this scroll, so very willing to engage in symbiosis. Binding successful. A full 2000 points of vitality essence were rapidly passing away, and even he felt some discomfort, while the Sephora Spirit Scroll in his hand was undergoing indescribable changes. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Avatar, Breath and Spirit Scrolls. That Soprano Spirit Scroll was like it came to life. It resorted to one of the Spirit Vein Willow's willow branches that flowed with spiritual energy, and the willow branches continuously channeled spiritual energy to it. As for the rest of the willow branches, all of them withered and turned into pieces. Only this willow branch still existed. Logically speaking, drawing aura like this should be painful for the spirit vein willow, but Li Yi could only feel its cheerful mood and seemed to be a bit impatient. At the same time, drops of ink dripped from the pages of the soprano spirit scroll. Tick, tick. When the ink splashed down onto the ground, the ripples that erupted formed a patch of grass and trees depicted in ink, filling Li Yi's compound in just a moment. In a moment, the ink is dipped and the yard is full of blooms. What's even more strange is that these grasses and trees depicted in ink are like living things, swaying with the wind. It even gave off the aroma of ink and grass, like a mighty cultivator waving a brush to paint, splashing ink to draw mountains and rivers. The beavers surveyed the sudden landscape curiously, but didn't dare move at all, staying honestly above their layers. Obviously they knew something was wrong too. The extremely terrifying spiritual pressure caused Li Yi's mind to go into a bit of a trance. Jin Dan. This must be a powerful spirit demon at the Jin Dan level. Time passed slowly, and about half a tea time later, a black cat with a pitch-black body and not a single stray hair suddenly surfaced on the surface of that soprano spirit scroll. It looked at Li Yi with its dark eyes open. Meow. The soft cat's purr seemed to percolate directly into his heart, causing his divine sense to instantly ripple, and an ink-dipped acacia tree bloomed in the tiny lake of his divine sense. It stood within Li Yi's divine sense and was completely under Li Yi's control. Even if Li Yi wanted it to disperse, it would be able to disperse in an instant, as smooth as breathing. That's what. It stands to reason that acacia trees are ominous within many legends. What a ghost tree, for example. The acacia tree is prone to giving birth to some haunted things. Even the acacia spirit scroll itself has some strange things recorded within it. However, this acacia tree gave Li Yi a very tranquil feeling. Its outstretched branches and the leaves on them look like they have been drawn by ink and stayed as a marvelous thing for eternity in the middle of the scroll. And when Li Yi deeply felt the acacia tree that had taken root in his divine sense and was drawn by ink, a bright realization shone in his heart. The ink realm has died in all its splendor, and the breath of life is transformed into a spirit. Breath of life spirit transformation scroll. His eyes widened at once, not to mention the fact that this acacia tree was rooted in his divine sense and was able to stabilize it. This message alone was terrifying enough. This was a divine ability to paint scrolls with the residual breath of living spirituality, which could retain a trace of spirituality to live on. Special avatars that can be summoned to help you when needed. The tree today, as well as the cat, and even the Sephoric spirit scroll itself, are all remnants from this avatar. This divine ability was complicated, but clarity flickered in his mind, and he understood all the information of this divine ability with no effort at all, even memorizing it as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. To be fair, this is a very powerful avatar, but he never learned the technique of painting at all. Knowing the magic of the avatar but not being able to perform it because you can't draw? That's a bit too bleak. However, when such a feeling had just risen in him, the black cat lying on top of the acacia spirit scroll in the distance gave another meow to him. Since those ink depictions of grass around him formed a pen that fell into his hand, if Li Yi hadn't understood it wrong, it meant painting would be fine. Just paint? Is it really okay to just draw? Holding this brush, Li Yi was still really a bit hesitant. What's good to draw? To this day Li Yi saw the spiritual beasts and plants died really not much. To say impressive should only be. He recalled the glazed snow lotus, and the brush in his hand gently waved. The ink and water converged in midair and miraculously drew a marvelous image of a lotus, which seemed to be sucking in some drifting spiritual energy. That was the spirituality that remained after the glazed snow lotus withered and died inside this courtyard in the first place, and now it was gathered by this force and remained in the glazed snow lotus generated by the water and ink. A few moments later, this glazed snow lotus that looked a bit scribbled but was full of divine charm was completely formed. It quietly stayed in front of Li Yi, can be detected from the inside flow out of the cold, and belongs to the glazed snow lotus aroma, as if the real existence. The black cat meowed a few times in satisfaction. This is the little trick its owner left behind to draw the scroll in the first place. As long as one really understands the divine, then one only needs to splash ink, and the picture will be drawn by oneself. However, if one was completely unaware of it and wanted to retain that remnant of spirituality through this divine ability, it was absolutely impossible to do so. Instead of saying that this is a painting technique, it would be better to say that it is to paint with the divine consciousness and thoughts. If there is a God, there is a form. If there is no God, there is no form. Even the best painting technique is not as good as having a God. What a marvelous divine ability. Surprisingly, I was able to paint with the residual lifeblood. But, don't you have something else? Li Yi carefully put down the glazed snow lotus in his hand and looked at the black cat, who also looked at him quietly and softly meowed a few times. My book does still have something left in it. That was sealed inside by the mighty cultivator who left this divine ability behind. If Li Yi wants to get their power, he still needs to work on it. After saying that, it jumped lightly and burrowed inside the acacia spirit scroll. The ink grasses that filled the courtyard also followed the turning of the scroll into countless inks, re-entering inside the scroll. Then the soprano spirit scroll flew into his hand and fell gently. It seems like nothing ever happened. Li Yi looked down, and the originally blurry cover had a picture. It was a huge inked acacia tree with a black cat resting among the branches. The painting could even be described as a bit scribbly, but it's divinely beautiful. Your master, that senior, must love you very much. Li Yi gently stroked the scroll, and the cat inside seemed to look up at him, clawing at a piece of golden characters, then tossing it that far outward at him. Whoosh! The forbidden word then fell directly into his hands, accompanied by the black cat's somewhat derisive meow sound. The forbidden word quickly dimmed, but even the aura is completely gone. Obviously suffered a heavy blow. It should not be wasted. My 50,000 spirit stones. This means that this cat is either not at any Jindan stage, or it's extremely special, even capable of stripping away the imprints that have been branded. Or perhaps the book itself is an aggregation of countless spiritualities that naturally cannot be restricted. The corner of Li Ye's mouth twitched. If I had known that this soprano spirit scroll was the inheritance of a mighty cultivator, then I wouldn't have bought it. Facing a possible loss of 50,000 spirit stones, even Li Yi was a little heartbroken. But when you think about it, it's okay, at least you managed to unseal the acacia spirit scroll. Instead of restricting it with a ban, it's good to be able to communicate instead. As for the lost spirit stones, that didn't matter. If you have it, you earn it. You can earn it by working hard at farming. Having harvested such a powerful divine ability today, this divine ability alone was more than 50,000 spirit stones to be able to take. After convincing himself of this for a bit, he even subtly felt like he'd earned it. But why? Still, could he not help but want to sigh when he saw the forbidden word in his hand? How about asking if you can get a warranty? End of chapter. Chapter 44, A New Courtyard. Arrangement of ink and ants. The warm spring sun pours down, and the breeze wraps the fragrance of grass and trees on the face. On the second day, Li Yi returned home. A person who claimed to be from the migratory and square market Deacon Hall came to him, saying that he wanted to help him expand his compound. Ask him if he has time now. Fellow Taoist has come at the right time. I do have time now. Li Yi naturally wouldn't refuse, and now there was actually a large open space left out around his compound. There was a distance of 2 or 3 acres between it and the neighbor's compound, which was the reason he had not met with the neighbor. Well then, what kind of courtyard do you want, fellow Taoist? See, here's the chart. He took out a book of hand-drawn drawings that were of various compounds. There are very classic pavilions, and rustic grass hut fences, and even the messy gravel beach style. It can be described as having everything you need. Oh, look at that underneath. After carefully flipping through, Li Yi still chose a slightly simpler, as long as there are pavilions and running water. It looks comfortable. The other he can slowly fill. Is good enough? After carefully asking Li Yi about his request, Deacon Yang patted his chest and said, Fellow Taoist, feel free to rest. This matter is simple and can be completed in 2 days. With that, he turned to leave. Not long after, Li Yi saw him bring a few cultivators over and start releasing one after another cute-looking dog-like spirit beasts with slender bodies. Like a ruler, those spirit beasts would use their own bodies to measure the land, and their claws to dig pits were even more rapid to the extreme. And in just a moment's work, they would be able to dig the ponds and waterways that Li Yi needed. The most important thing was their exaggerated ability to work together. It looked like a messy mess, but in reality, the waterways dug by each spirit dog ended up connecting just tightly. They are extremely efficient in their division of labor. Afterwards, Deacon Yang had another cultivator release some spirit beasts that look like they should look like mud cows. They casually walk on the ground and there is earth being controlled, gradually forming the beginnings of buildings such as courtyard walls and pavilions. Still, it seemed that they were being guided, and it was clear that there were cultivators sitting in meditation and pinching on the side. It was thought that it should be guided through one's own divine sense in order for these clay oxen to actually construct a sufficiently delicate building. Li Yi watched from the side for a while before returning to the courtyard. Muttered, Lupin's spirit dog, the yellow clay cow, is a third-order spirit beast used to build a house? That's pretty extravagant. After learning the divine ability of that breath of life spirit transformation scroll, his perception of aura as well as spirituality became sharper and sharper. It was almost possible to surmise the rank of the spirit beasts or spirit plants. Those spirit beasts were undoubtedly the third-ranked foundation establishment stage. Used the spirit beasts of the foundation establishment stage to build the compound. He reclined over the chaise longue in the courtyard, and on top of the stone table on the side was the glazed snow lotus that had been drawn by the avatar, emitting a cool chill and fragrance amidst the spring sunlight and warm breeze. This avatar is indeed amazing enough, but the only thing that's a little bit of trouble is that ink is hard to find. Its ink requires the use of a special technique inherited from the avatar to gather dead chi and make it into an ink that can depict the immortality of the spirit. Fellow Taoist Suya said he invited me to distribute wheat. just to see if there's any chance of finding some. It was just that he definitely couldn't get enough dead chi if he was inside his compound. And on the contrary, it was extremely important to the avatar, who relaxed on top of the rocking chair and looked at the distant golden horned ants in a daze. There seems to be something strange about those golden horn ants. The willow branches of the spirit vein willow were somewhere between tangible and intangible, so they were able to easily penetrate the thick layers of soil. The golden horned ants were actually breaking down the willow branches piece by piece and carrying them into the burrows they were digging, using them to keep digging downward. It's like one tunnel after another. With the help of these tunnels, they can easily dig for minerals hidden in the earth. Even the beavers interfere with some urine, or something like that, and they are quick to notice. It would be a waste for you guys to not go mining with your skills. Wait, digging? Li Yi suddenly recalled that when he had gone to the pill auction some days ago, he had heard that the Mo family was going to reopen one of the gold mines in Migratory End Market this summer. The most precious mineral there is the Buddha's Dome gold, which is capable of producing gold that has the properties of peace of mind and exorcism. There are also some accompanying minerals, what with sharp gold, silver, and brass being considered relatively low and common. Due to the special nature of that vein, they would cooperate with the Four Seasons sect to relocate a full 30 different vein entrances directly into the Four Seasons sect store using the earth vein formation for cultivators to go in and dig for minerals. 50 spirit stones are needed every day to rent the entrance to the vein, and the Buddha's top gold that is dug up naturally belongs to the Mo family in its entirety, but the other accompanying minerals that are likely to appear belong to the cultivators themselves. 50 spirit stones could occupy a day, which was actually considered a disguised way of handing out favors, and it also required some connections to get a spot. At that moment, he made a note of this news, and it seemed that he really needed to ask Suya if he could take up that one, and see if his golden horned ants could give some surprises. 2 days later, Deacon Yang said with a smile on his face as he pointed to the courtyard that was generally the same as Li Ye's original courtyard wall. Fellow Daoist's request has been completed. You go and see if it's okay. If it's okay, then just give me 100 spirit stones as a fee. Li Yi had actually gone in and looked around in the past 2 days, and could be quite satisfied with the compound they had made. There was a flowing stream and brilliantly blooming grass in this compound, and even a small pond and a few pavilions on the edge of the pond. It's perfect for chatting with people and sipping tea and enjoying the experience. So he was very quick to hand over 100 spirit stones to the other party. I've already seen this courtyard and I'm very satisfied with it. The level of your friend Dao is truly worthy of its name. Ha ha. Deacon Yang returned the smile. Fellow Daoist is really flattering. Then I'll leave first. If there's anything you need to do, just go to the Deacon Hall and look for me. Fellow Daoist, take your time. After seeing Deacon Yang leave, Li Yi pushed open the door and entered this brand new courtyard of about 2 acres in size. All of the natural beauty of this compound remained inside, with just a few pavilions, but they blended in nicely with the surrounding scenery. He gave it a cursory glance and realized that the beavers had somehow poked their heads out over the portal to the inner courtyard. They are looking left and right as if observing their new territory. Li Yi also went along with them. They absolutely retreated back to the backyard immediately when someone came anyway, and it was nice to have a big territory to play in. He looked out over this newly constructed compound and pondered if he should plant something as well. Although there were no spiritual veins or spiritual sources, the spiritual chi here wasn't small, so it would be a shame not to plant something. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Bitter Spirit Gourd. Acacia Life and Death Bean. You want to plant something? That wasn't easy. Suya, who had come over with a food box right after he built the compound, sniffed without thinking. I know of a spiritual plant that doesn't need aura that much, and even needs to regulate its concentration from time to time so that it can't be too abundant. That thing is considered an object in short supply within our alchemists. If you can grow some of these spirit plants, a few senior brothers and sisters and I would be willing to buy them at a high price. Li Ye's gaze rested on top of the plate of soft and lovely looking pastries dotted with honey and walnuts that Suya took out and silently gulped. This green dough didn't know what it was made of, emitting an overwhelming aroma that made him, a cultivator who hadn't even eaten breakfast, feel a little hard to resist. Only then did he inquire, what kind of spirit plant is fellow Daoist talking about? From what you said, I'm afraid it's very difficult to grow. Suya teasingly pushed the pastry over. It's called bitter spirit gourd. That's a very special kind of gourd. When it's sprouting into its growth period, the gourd can open and close at will, and at that time, you can put in some materials for spirit pills for storage. It's also amazing to say that as long as the spirit materials or spirit pills that are put inside will be preserved even better than if they were put inside the spirit sealing box, and they are even able to purify the spirit chi. This gourd has different seeds that can grow with different lifespans and in different quantities, all the way from January to a year or even 100 years and 1,000 years. Once it passes the growth period, it will be as hard as iron and begin to warm up the spirit materials or spirit pills inside, and only when its lifespan is over can it take out the objects inside. Cultivators who can grow gourds for more than 10 years are already considered very famous among the sects, because this kind of gourd requires a subtle change in the amount of reiki it needs every day. But in general it doesn't need that much reiki. With that, he flipped his hand and took out a few crimson gourd seeds from inside his storage ring. Here, I still have some with me. If you are willing to plant them, I will now hand over the spirit materials that need to be hidden in the January Hulk along with them. Li Yi slowly ate the sweet and delicious green dough at this moment, squinting his eyes very contentedly, his gaze resting on top of this crimson gourd. Name, Bitter Spirit Gourd, red, January born. Status, waiting to germinate, expecting to die. Mood, looking forward to germination. Bindable, a special turtle-type spirit animal. Special turtle-type spirit beasts, that's a bit too unclear. I've seen panels with clear descriptions before, but this one is very ambiguous. What is considered special? Fellow Taoist turned out to have something to ask for by bringing this box of good rice. Li Yi shook his head. But I've never planted this thing before. This is a bit too big of a dare from you. If it fails, isn't it a loss for nothing? The ugly word is definitely up front. I believe in fellow Taoist's ability. As Suya spoke of this, a somewhat odd expression suddenly appeared on his face. Have I told you that my sister has to go and give gifts to her senior brother on the holidays? It's a plea for her senior brother to plant more of the spirit plants she needs. That one is the owner of the spirit machine vine. After speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. In a few days there will be a number of senior disciples who will be stationed here, preparing for the outgoing missions that take place every 3 years, and at that time I'm afraid that the thresholds of fellow Taoists will be stepped over. You can't really forget me. Goosebumps sprang up all over Li Ye's body and he hurriedly said, Fine, I'll just plant it. Fellow Taoists, don't say such strange words again. Suya's face instantly revealed a bright smile, pushing the box of gourd seeds as well as another jade box over, urging, Fellow Taoist, eat quickly. You still have to go to Senior Uncle's sermon assembly afterward. Sermon conference? Li Yi almost choked. Not this thing you actually informed me even temporarily. Right. Suya nodded. Some time ago, I told Taoist friends that after the wind and snow stopped there would be a sermon by a senior uncle based on the progress of the completion of the Lichuan wheat. Fellow Taoist was first place and finished extremely well, so senior uncle decided he wanted to meet you and preach the Tao himself. His tone was relaxed, but Li Yi felt like his ass was on fire. According to his understanding that there is a high probability that it is a Yuaning cultivator. Yuaning cultivator is going to preach in person, and I'm actually still eating a lot of food? Suya shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the box of delicacies, because this is what that senior did, or used the flint fire kindling of you, Taoist friend. Meet in a while. The real person may also want to ask you how it tastes, is not to eat before you go. Fellow Taoist must be clear with me next time. Li Yi helplessly arched his hand, then began to slowly and methodically enjoy the box of food, which had fish, meat, desserts, soups and staples. Of course, the process did not forget to tell Suya that he wanted to participate in the mining, and the latter agreed in one breath, only saying that he could arrange it when he returned from distributing the wheat. Li Yi was also relieved to start enjoying it. With each bite he could feel his panel jumping numbers, +1, +5, +10. By the time he finally finished everything inside the lunchbox, Suya had already handed over a handkerchief, and the moment Li Yi touched the handkerchief, the space around him suddenly began to rotate and change. It seemed to be just a breath of time. He then appeared inside a rambling field with countless beans growing, and a female amendment dressed in white stood not far away, casting her eyes towards him. Oh, all 5 elements. The 5 elements spirit rising decree is well practiced. If it wasn't for senior brother saying that he wanted to take you as his disciple, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist seeing the hunter and couldn't let go of this beautiful piece of jade that you are. She tossed Li Ye a pair of grayish gloves. The method of scattering beans to form an army that I'm going to teach you requires the right kind of beans, so go and look for them. This field is my accompanying cave, and there are many spiritual seeds and even divine seeds. If you really have the ability to find a good one, it will be much easier for me to pass on the spell in a while, or at least I won't be wasting all this pretending effort on my part. As the words fell, her figure simply disappeared. Li Yi blinked and silently put on his gloves, looking at this endless field. He had just taken a step intending to go forward, but suddenly lowered his head. Ha! He narrowed his eyes, reached out and plucked up a very short bean seedling, and said to the empty front, Elder, this is the one. Swish! The female cultivator's just disappeared figure instantly surfaced. She looked at the bean seedling held in Li Ye's hand, which was at most an arm's length, with only 5 or 6 black and white beans scattered on it, looking wilting and unimpressive. The expression was slightly more subtle. Are you sure you want to choose this item? Well, the late generation sees it as somewhat agreeable. Li Yi nodded with certainty. I definitely have a destiny with it. You kid is so perceptive. It's better to hide it in the future. The female cultivator pointed at the bean seedling and said, the 7 emotions are separated by life and death. This is the spirit seed once left behind by the hell road, and it was not easy for me to purify it. But it's okay, since I've already said so, and you do have this talent and fortune. This acacia life and death bean is yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of aura washed over the bean. The bean's pitch-black surface gradually melted, actually piling up to near black blood. From red to black, you can see how much red has built up, when it was really an extremely terrifying spiritual power. Thank you all for your monthly and recommendation votes. If I can, I'd like to ask for recommendations. At least I know you guys are reading. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Sprinkled Beans. Red beans and green birds. Those red lights piled up around Li Ye's body, and it seemed that many blurred shadows could be seen between the haze of light. Standing on both sides of the black and white river, looking away from each other. Inside that shadow there are men and women, old and young, and quite a few, for example, dogs, cats, cows, and even some blooming grasses and bugs and insects. That scene was extremely spectacular. Li Yi felt like his breathing was being pressurized. Although this acacia life and death bean did not explicitly show any aversion or desire to attack him, just by radiating power, it had already caused Li Yi to be somewhat overwhelmed. The female cultivator spoke slowly. Many say that acacia is only between a man and a woman, but acacia is supposed to be an emotion, not just love, but affection and friendship. Almost all emotions come up after being separated without words. This acacia life and death bean is the demonic plant that was spawned after the demon sect used the method of the hell path to sacrifice a capital city in a raw manner, allowing the countless living beings in it to be separated from life and death, creating countless acacias. I left a prohibition on its body. Your cultivation and divine sense cultivation will reach a certain level before you can unseal the seal behind it. Otherwise you won't be able to hold it in its entirety. Her voice was like golden characters that left seal after seal on the acacia life and death bean in Li Ye's hand. Make sure that the most terrifying power inside wouldn't spill out, and make sure that Li Yi would be able to pick it up. You come with me. Following behind the female cultivator, Li Yi felt that the surrounding scenery was rapidly changing with the wind, and soon arrived at a place that should be inside the kitchen. There are pots, pans, stoves and all kinds of kitchenware. The female cultivator casually threw out a handful of soybeans, and those beans landed on the ground and raised smoke, transforming into a small soybean person. They jumped around and started to pick up various ingredients as well as utensils, and were very skillful in making food. Whether it was making dough and squeezing juice or filling and kneading dough, they were quite quick. The female cultivator found a chair aside and casually sat down, pointing at the soybean villain and said, "The key to scattering beans is in the beans, and also in your mind. I treat these beans as my family and friends, and in this portable cave, I even asked the sex god transformation ancestors to set up some special prohibitions, and it's not me who maintains the cave nowadays. Instead, it's these bean counters that I've come to love that have worked so hard with their own lives to maintain their bond with me, and that's what I get in return. This acacia life and death bean of yours should be a bit easier. It will follow you in life and death as long as it is willing to accept you, and it doesn't require you to make much effort." She reached out and pointed at Li Yi. A rather subtle spell then surged directly into the latter's divine sense. It was like a gentle wind blowing over the lake of divine consciousness, spilling countless characters, yet with the sharpness of a yellow bell that went straight to the heart. It made Li Yi instantly memorize the spell. The name of the game is called Sow Beans into Soldiers, but the effect is not simply to sow beans to turn them into bean soldiers that can help you, but more importantly, to cultivate the ability to make a contract with the beans. Simply put, basic spilling is treating the beans as a disposable item that you can just spill and leave alone. However, this divine ability was to cultivate the soul of the bean, and the spirit of the bean that was scattered could return to the cultivated bean seedling after the spiritual power disappeared. The stronger the bean seedling, the more abundant the spirit, and the stronger and smarter the bean soldier. What Li Yi had to do was to let his divine sense leave a talismanic mark in the core of this acacia life and death bean, which would contact him and this spiritual plant through a special power. Then you can perform the art of scattering beans. He exhaled deeply and sat on his knees, holding the acacia life and death bean in his hands, his eyebrows slowly wriggling as the divine sense that belonged to him was materializing, turning into a crystalline thread. This process is very difficult and very painful, if not for the fact that this spell does not require cultivation, and even the lower the cultivation can be better branded with the bean seedling. I'm afraid that he really can't suffer. What was even more difficult was that when he managed to guide his divine sense into a crystal wire to wrap around the acacia life and death bean, All of the latter's grief piled up from life. Death and acacia passed into his heart. That's the hardest step. Other spirit beings are at best incompatible in their attributes, but this acacia life and death being goes straight into the divine consciousness and soul, and is going to make you experience the pain of acacia that it transmits and piles up. Luckily, Li Yi had the panel in his body, so his perception of spiritual plants and beasts was quite sharp. Plus, he had already gained the favor of many little ones, and in the end, there was the acacia tree with the breath transformation spirit scroll standing in the divine consciousness, so it's not too bad. He quickly touched the spirituality of the acacia life and death being wrapped in layers and layers of deep to black acacia pain, and reached out with a long, warm palm. Come on, I would like to share this pain with you. The light of divine sense that was so clear that it did not have a trace of impurity followed this hand and slowly approached the red bean that was hiding inside the corner. The surface of the tiny red bean seemed to quiver to the point of blinking eyes staring at the hand, finally feeling many breaths inside. There even seemed to be a beaver covered in colorful light smiling towards it with big slate teeth. That's why it didn't resist the big hand's touch. The silk threads instantly wrapped around its body, forming a rune mark that twinkled and flickered, as bright as starlight. Li Ye's wrist also then had the virtual image of a red bean. This means that the rune has been branded successfully. The female cultivator who was sitting in the distance and was eating from a green ball squinted her eyes. How in the world did this kid get so many spirit plants and spirit beast favorites? There seems to be a very special aura suppressing the sea of consciousness. Of course she was able to directly see through it with her powerful strength, but what she hated the most was when elders or mighty cultivators saw through her like this. So naturally she wouldn't do it. Such a good seedling. How could he let senior brother look at him? The female cultivator sighed deeply and nudged at the soybean villain standing next to her. Go move a pot of soil. Consider it a meeting gift from me to this little guy. The little soybean man blinked his tiny eyes and cheerfully went to carry a basin with a bounce and placed it beside the female cultivator. Li Yi also happened to open his eyes at this moment, looking down at the acacia life and death bean in his hand. A deep red halo had dipped between his fingers. He reached out and gently plucked a red bean, then tossed it toward his front. The red bean dripped and rolled on the ground, and in the next second, it changed into a green-colored bird that flapped its wings and landed on Li Yi's shoulder. Its feathers were as clear as the long blue sea, with a wisp of golden light trailing around the edges, but its eyes were red to pitch black, and the contrast between the slightly gorgeous feathers and the dead eyes was extremely stark. Li Yi froze. Wouldn't a scattering of beans become a soldier? How did you become such a green bird? He looked at the female cultivator with some confusion and said archly, Senior, why has the red bean transformed into such a magical bird? The female cultivator didn't care much. This acacia life and death bean had undergone purification by all the divine masters in the cave within my sect at first, so perhaps a touch of divinity was recorded at that time. What's more, scattering beans means seeing what you want it to change into. There was once a man who lingered in the Wanla Fox Palace all day long after learning this divine ability from me, and memorized the likenesses of some beautiful Fox Clan Taoists. You need to remember that in the future. Just know that it's your bean soldier and never be fooled by appearances. Well, you've just tasted the food I've made, so now let's talk about how good it is. If you boast to my satisfaction, I will send you a pot of golden white spirit soil within the gate. If you boast to my dissatisfaction, she smiled meaningfully. Li Yi looked at the large table of delicious food that had been redone beside her, and a drop of sweat silently dripped from the corner of his forehead. The latecomer will do his best. He arched his hand and stifled a bitter smile. End of chapter. Chapter 47. A gourd growing at extreme speed. 2 days later, covering his somewhat bloated stomach, Li Yi slowly walked out of a space door made of light and returned to his home. To be fair, the meals made by that senior's bean soldier were extremely delicious. The spirit materials used were also good, and it also allowed him to replenish a full 500 points of vitality essence. But it's a little hard to get him to critique each course dutifully and say something nice about it. Luckily, he had been baptized with some big data before crossing over, and eventually barely passed his predecessor's test, carrying a pot of golden white soil and managing to return home. It was business as usual in the yard. It was not long after he had entered that a couple of beavers appeared poking their heads out from over the small door to the inner courtyard. Carrick, after they saw Li Yi's return, their small eyes lit up, and their round, ball-like bodies were practically rolling as they ran to Li Yi's feet, rubbing and scratching. After they had easily relieved their love for each other, they suddenly saw a noble and elegant green bird with its head lowered and its deep eyes staring at them. To be precise, it should be staring at the biggest and fattest beaver of them all. The beavers gathered in a huddled mass, moisture glistening in their paws as if to intimidate. But the green bird landed without much care, and chirped twice at the largest beaver. The spiritual light on its body immediately completely converged, turning into a red bean that dripped and rolled in front of the beaver. And the spirituality had long since returned to the acacia life and death bean that had been planted in the gold and white spirit soil. It was given to you. Li Ye's tone was rather playful. When it's inside the courtyard, it can change out of it whenever you need it. It was presumably because when he had drawn the talismanic seal on it just now, the portion of mana within the mana that belonged to the beaver was relatively special, so it made the acacia life and death being deeply impressed. The beaver suddenly dawned, took the red beans and stuffed them inside his thick fur, watching Li Ye's mouth twitch. Do you have a storage ring placed inside your fur? He thought he might have to put a storage ring around the beaver's neck for good measure in the future. After seeing the beaver leave, Li sat down under the pavilion and placed the pot of white golden soil in front of his eyes, observing it carefully. According to that senior who was supposed to be a Yuaning, this golden white spirit soil was one of the most suitable soils for planting spirit plants. Even within the 4 times sect, it was not an object that ordinary disciples could access. In fact, visual inspection is also able to see. These soil texture is loose and delicate, like gold and silver mixed up with dust, but full of vitality and spiritual power. Through the panel and the runic seal contract signed with the acacia life and death bean, he could even feel that these soils were consciously delivering enough aura to the life and death bean, while also gathering the scattered aura from the surrounding area and storing it inside the soil. It's really amazing. It's actually able to detect the needs of spiritual plants. After observing for a while, he carried the pot of soil along with the acacia life and death bean directly to the inner courtyard and placed it on the side of the spirit vein willow so that it could fully absorb the spiritual chi. After placing it, Li Yi gently stroked its branches and soothed, "Grow well. Now I won't go out yet. If I go out, I can't avoid encountering dangers when I want you to protect me." The spiritual light on the surface of the acacia life and death bean flickered brightly and darkly. Although this demonic plant was sealed by the Yuaning cultivator, its combat power was still exaggerated, not to mention that it was still a direct attack on divine sense, and it was estimated that the Foundation establishment cultivators could not block its attacks. In a few days, Suya invited him to deliver wheat, and if he was in danger, he would need to have a means of protection. Maybe not, but always just in case. After settling one of his most valuable treasures at the moment, he scanned the compound. Having not been back for 2 days myself, and with the previous growth, there was quite a bit more in the yard that could be harvested. The abundant aura allowed the spiritual plants and beasts to thrive. For example, those golden horned ants, they were simply like a fish out of water because of the spirit vein willow's assistance, and they had already excavated all the ores that Li Yi had bought in the first place, and also purified them. That piece of shiny ore was placed next to their nest, seemingly like a rent for Li Yi waiting for him to take it away. Li Yi naturally smiled at all of them without any hesitation, and then continued to be busy. Successively fished out some scales of golden red dragon carp, zucchini growing out of water hyacinth, extra branches and leaves of lotus, and lotus root at the bottom. He's already planning to go the boutique route, so he's going to focus on cultivating a handful, and naturally, he's going to scoop up and lay off the extras as he sees fit, leaving just enough to go around. All of these contraptions were what Suya needed. The quantity was indeed a little less, probably not enough for one alchemy, so he planned to give it to Suya after a while. It was all a constant stream of spirit stones. Save more spirit stones so that you won't be embarrassed when you need them. The diligent Li Yi collected everything and placed it into the icy cold spell formation before finally turning his gaze to the bitter spirit gourd that Suya had given him, as well as the materials that needed to be preserved, to be planted in a place where the aura is barren and not too barren. The amount of aura needed daily makes a difference. Then you really might as well just ask for the purity of the aura. He couldn't help but spit out a couple of words. It seems to be able to be planted in places with insufficient spiritual chi, but in reality, it requires far more effort than ordinary spiritual plants, which is no wonder that Suya will be hard to stuff over. But since it can earn spirit stones, and listen to Suya's meaning that this thing in the 4 times sect is also considered to be a proof of ability, that kind of a little bit does not matter. He took the seeds of the gourd to the outer courtyard, feeling the emotions transmitted inside the seeds as he walked, and waited until he found the most suitable place before digging directly into the soil and starting to plant. This stuff has no need for either soil or place to grow it, other than those other harsh requirements. Even a random handful sprinkled on the ground can take root and sprout. After Li Yi buried this one seed inside, it was almost as if the effort was visible to the naked eye, and a tiny shoot arched out from the soil with a bright green color. That fast? He was taken aback and hurriedly picked up the sticks and other objects on the side to build a fence for it, and the gourd vine really grew rapidly as if it had been subjected to some kind of spell. In just a few moments it was crawling all over the freshly built shelves. Several hatchlings of gourds bobbed up there. It even goes right past the process of opening to the direct result. Is this really normal? Hasn't it gone against the grain of the gourd as a plant? This look Li Yi really is a bit surprised. This thing is how to be cultivated. Can grow so fast? Is it the shorter the life expectancy the faster the growth rate? He couldn't think about it that much. Grabbed the gourd and gave it a tap against its shell. There was a muffled sound. The outer skin of the gourd was then directly peeled off a piece, and then he separated a stream of Suya's materials into the inside of the gourd before covering the shell. The shell was then bonded together by the mucus secreted by the gourd, tightly as if it had never been separated. This will be considered a done deal. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Heavenly Light and Clouds. Mountains and rivers become leaves. Is this bitter spirit gourd really troublesome? Early in the morning of the fourth day, Leaf felt strangely muttered. He also didn't seem to sense how troublesome it was, and didn't even say anything about regulating any auras. After a quick growth spurt, it's pretty much unchanged. Thanks to this, he was quite worried, and had specially asked the beaver, who didn't sleep at night, to watch over it, and also had one of the spirit vein willow's willow branches extend directly to this place. As it turned out, a few days went by and there was absolutely nothing to worry about. In that case, I can leave in peace. Li Yi took out a jade slip and gently waved it in front of him, and Suya's silhouette emerged from it. Fellow Daoist Li, meet me at the pier in the marketplace 2 days later. Honestly, he was a little reluctant to leave his home like that, but it's true that immortal cultivation can't just be about staying at home, and getting out and about properly can help, and he really didn't understand why they were handing out standing wheat to mortals. He had heard that even some ordinary cultivators who planted wheat got a lot of spirit stones from this standing wheat mission. It was a bit puzzling that the 4x sect had spent that much on spirit stones, only to end up taking them and distributing them to mortals. But this mystery is about to be solved. He walked to the front of the acacia life and death beans and reached out to remove the only 2 remaining red beans. I'm going to bug you to watch the house this time I leave. The beaver, though intelligent, is still childlike. I don't know how long I'm going to be gone, but anyway, I'm going to have to labor. In these days he has arranged the things at home, estimated that at least need to leave half a month time. Do not arrange if you come back to be a pot of porridge. The surface of the acacia life and death bean flowed with crimson light, dripping lightly, causing the red bean imprint on the tiger's mouth of Li Ye's wrist to feel a burst of heat accompanied by fluctuations in his emotions. It didn't say anything, but only passed on its mood to Li Yi. That was the ripples of lovesickness, the ripples that Li Ye's impending journey to a faraway place had caused in its heart, the attachment and uneasiness, all of which were passed on to Li Yi, allowing Li Yi to experience this extremely difficult feeling as well. This was the price that came with the powerful power of the acacia life and death bean. Li Yi sighed softly and turned to leave. As the courtyard door creaked shut, the powerful formation belonging to the Four Seasons sect virtually isolated the entire compound from the outside world. The beavers silently raised their heads to look into the distance, and even the gold and red dragon carp suspended their swimming. It seemed that in that one moment the spirit beasts and plants in the small courtyard had all fallen into retardation. Calm was restored to the small courtyard. Docks. When Li Yi arrived here, Suya had already been waiting for a long time. At this time, he had changed into a very regular blue Dao robe, and the whole person was redressed, looking immortal and extremely handsome. When he saw Li Yi come over, he directly took out a Dao robe and urged, "Quickly go to the cabin to change into it. Soon the cloud boat will start." Li Yi looked at the Dao robe in his hand. This is the Dao robe of the 4x sect cultivators. Right, fellow Daoist. Hey, Suya waved his hand. Remember to call out to my senior brother when distributing the wheat. Even senior uncle has passed on the law with you, so these trivial matters are irrelevant. Go, go, go. Seeing that he was really determined, Li Yi simply entered this cloud boat and casually found a cabin to change his Dao robe into. With this change, the wind around them seemed to become cooler. A jade pendant engraved with his name had appeared at some point in the belt position of the Daoist robe. After flickering for a few moments, it swayed with his steps. The aura was converged, but there was still a glistening alabaster luster. Li Yi, who was already used to dressing casually, suddenly put on a Taoist robe and was really a bit uncomfortable. But I have to say that after wearing a Taoist robe it really is an excellent temperament, and the whole person seems to have changed. He stepped onto the deck, and by now the cloud boat had already begun traveling. On either side were churning clouds and flowing light like currents, holding the cloud boat gradually upward. In the distance, one could see countless clouds pouring down from the dome of the sky, as if they were climbing a waterfall from below. The scenery was extremely magnificent. The sky was light, and the overflowing cloud light spilled down onto the cloud boat, flowing through his fingertips inside, carrying a slight coolness. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to try and grab a handful of clouds, but they just drifted in all directions and quickly disappeared without a trace. That's quite a view. Somehow, at this moment, he suddenly wanted to bring his spirit beasts out to see such a view as well. The world of immortal cultivation is this big, so it's good to have a home of one's own. It seems like I need to save up spirit stones to buy a spirit beast ring or something that I can carry around for a long time. With that thought, he continued to look into the distance. The pier location of the migratory end market was at the location location of one of the tributaries of the Yunguang Heavenly River that flowed through the entire eastern domain. This so-called cloudlight Heavenly River flowed from the dome of the sky, and had tributary connections with various workshops as well as forces. He had only heard about it before. After all, there were some fees to pay if you wanted to travel to and from various places through the cloudlight Heavenly River. These fees are feed money for the white dolphins of the Tianhe River, which are raised by the Sishu sect, and live in the Cloudlight River. At this time in the vicinity of the cloud boat can be seen a hidden, translucent body like light casting the white dolphins of the Heavenly River to help the cloud boat all the way up, and soon entered the smooth upper layer of the Heavenly River. Raising his eyes and looking out, all directions were filled with constantly churning clouds and heavenly light, vast and boundless. This cloud boat, which wasn't exactly small, was simply as small as a leaf inside the Heavenly River. How? Suya walked to his side. This Dao robe is woven with the silk of the tilted age silkworm, warm in winter, cool in summer, and invulnerable to water and fire. Wearing it is really comfortable. Some days ago, didn't the spirit machine Vine Senior say that the silkworms and mulberry trees could be sent in a few days? This has been 7 or 8 days. Why haven't we seen it yet? Li Yi wondered. Oh, there are some tedious little things. Suya shook his head. I'd better clear the mission of delivering wheat with you this time. His expression was somewhat serious. You remember that when you arrive in the realm of mortals, don't put on the airs of an immortal cultivator. Every mortal town that can be divided up by our clan is blessed by the divine power of the temple of all gods. This generation of mortals may be the future of our senior brothers and sisters. We are originally cultivated from amongst mortals, so naturally we cannot look down on mortals. Li Yi immediately nodded his head solemnly. What senior brother said is true. Senior brother keeps that in mind. Suya smiled. That's it. There's also the question of why the wheat is being sent. This is also to be able to help mortals shed some of their mortal bones, and by taking this kind of wheat where aura and vitality converge over a long period of time, the children that can be born in the future will naturally have some talent. It was still presided over by a master ancestor, and it was she who divided the domain of the 10,000 gods temple, and incidentally carved out the different mountains, rivers, and caves for mortals to inhabit. He paused briefly at this point, then pointed off into the distance. Here, Li Yi hurriedly looked in the direction he pointed, only to see a piece of emerald green branches and leaves suddenly appear in the midst of the skylight and clouds. Within each leaf there is a very distinct view of mortal towns as well as mountains and rivers. He was able to see through the panels what was going on in those branches and leaves. Name, Mountain River Empty Leaf Emperor of the Immortals and Gods. Status, normal. Mood, none. I can see it, but it's a pitifully small amount, and it's too late to see more, because the cloud boat began to slowly accelerate. As the light flowing around the cloud boat gradually shrunk and crashed straight towards a certain leaf, Li Yi's ears were still dazzled with Suya's voice. See, this is the immortal mortal partition that senior divided in the eastern domain, using the branches of the gate's greatest treasure, the Jianmu. In the eyes of mortals, we immortal cultivators are the ones who reside in the cave of heaven. By the end the voice was muffled, because the cloud boat had already turned into a ray of light and crashed into a green leaf. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Heavenly River City. Mortals and Immortal Cultivators. Tianhe City. A group of mortal teenagers who were trying to work out suddenly looked up in unison, only to see the clouds part. A white cloud boat silently emerged and then landed on the tallest hill in the city. Their eyes were suddenly filled with joy inside. It's the Immortals. Ah, is it this year's wheat? And I wonder if the Immortals will take on disciples this year? The old man standing on the side similarly looked up at that high mountain. After looking at it for a while he withdrew his gaze and majestically swept a circle of these teenagers. Go on. This is supposed to be a favor from the Immortals to you. If you have this chance, it would be a good thing to stay with the Immortals. After he said this, the teenagers immediately cheered, and after saluting the old man in unison, they began to climb towards that high mountain. There were naturally some sort of hillside woods or something along the way, but it didn't stop them at all. They were the most resourceful and hardest working group of teenagers in Tianhe City, coming daily to polish their bodies, and also learning some of the canons that the Four Seasons sect had allowed the resident disciples to pass down that were suitable for mortals to cultivate. But the biggest problem was that their spiritual roots weren't very good. In the future, if one were to take the path of spell cultivation that was based on spell aptitude, it would be tough, but taking body cultivation was considered good. The mortal elders knew that it would be a good thing if an immortal would look at them and let them follow them out into the heavenly paradise of the immortal realm. They soon followed the trail that they had traveled I don't know how many times since they were children, to the top of the mountain. At this moment on the mountaintop there was a robust, agile golden ape carrying out bundles of wheat from among the cloud boats. These wheats are sun-dried and need only a little treatment to be flour. Two immortals in blue robes were chatting with the immortal masters stationed here, and the teenagers immediately stopped and stood there honestly. The person stationed here was a female cultivator. She saw the teenagers who rushed over and smiled warmly at Li Yi. Senior Brotherly. Every year in Heavenly River City, there are quite a few mortal teenagers who go to work as handymen within the sect. Although this place is also vast and sprawling, it is difficult for mortals to find the end of the road even after almost a lifetime. But after 100 years it is still a scoop of yellow earth, and the way to cultivate immortality requires chance and resources. Take a look, and if you need it, talk to me. These teenagers are carefully nurtured by Tianhe City. Each one of them has been educated by the clan, plowing and watering the land, and they know everything and are good at everything. If they can return to the clan with you, it would be chance for them. She even arched her hand at Li Yi after she finished speaking, her words sincere. She had been stationed here for a full 100 years, and had practically seen those children grow up into teenagers, only to spend their lives in the mundane world because for some reason they were unable to enter the true immortal cultivation realm. It is true that the areas delineated by that ancestor of the Four Seasons sect through the building of the wood are all connected to each other. The size of the place far exceeded even the residences that other domains had divided for mortals, and there was absolutely no need to worry about any demonic cultivators coming in to do evil. But as she watched those teenagers who became famous in the Jianghu fall, and the red face turned into dry bones, in the end, there were still some sighs and reluctance. Nay, even the 4 times sect could only do so much, and after generations of cultivation, the number of people with spiritual roots born among mortals gradually increased. But wanting everyone to cultivate immortality has so far remained unrealized, so anytime someone comes along these days, she wants to recommend them. At least the senior brothers and sisters who were able to come here were definitely screened, and mortals could follow them without any worries. What is the reason for this statement? Senior sister. However, Li Yi was a little embarrassed. He lived so comfortably, but he didn't want to raise handymen to serve him. It always felt strange. This senior sister was too self-referential, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Alas, Suya shook his head at the female cultivator. Senior sister Lu, this is indeed too much. If senior brother Li is willing to naturally intends to, if you do so, you are violating the rules of the sect. The female cultivator sighed helplessly. It is indeed senior sister who has crossed the line. Senior brotherly, the water gate of Tianhe Mountain has been opened. Why don't I have one of the more resourceful teenagers take you to see it? Tianhe Mountain water gate? That's something. Just as Li Yi was puzzled, Suya came to his ear and said, I asked you to bring the Chiluk flare gold, but you did? When you get over to the water gate in a while, sprinkle the gold in Turtle Old's pool of water, that is. His old man will do you some favors. This Turtle Old man couldn't be the god who sheltered this place, as Suya said just now, right? Li Yi had something in mind and nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble senior sister. A smile appeared on the face of the female cultivator surnamed Lu. Well said. She reached out and waved at the teenagers who stood obediently in the distance. Someone more resourceful. Take this senior brother of mine to see Old Turtle, and the rest of you carry the wheat down the mountain with Golden Ape. The teenagers seemed to mutter something, and out came a tall, handsome teenager with a wheat-colored complexion. He walked over with some excitement and bowed to the few people. Kid Zhao He, meet all the immortals. The female cultivator surnamed Lu nodded casually. Go. Zhao He hurriedly looked at Li Yi and saw that the latter nodded his head as well before he attentively led the way in front. After they left, Suya looked at the female cultivator. How much longevity is left? The latter replied sagely, about 10 years. Senior brother, who will replace me as the town guard of Heavenly River City after I pass away? Suya slowly stepped aside and said softly, you can specify, senior sister Lu. However, you act as the link between the clan and Heavenly River City, which is equivalent to one person's body being exposed to too much karma. So naturally, you are meritorious. On the day you leave this world there will be a Yuaning elder who will come, and if you have accumulated enough qi and merit in these 100 years, you will be able to be enthroned by the seal of immortality, and change into the mountain godland of the Heavenly Riverland. But you have to realize that even the mountain godland needs the help of someone who cultivates immortality. And today I kind of had to put on some face to bring this seniorly here. Until I return from escorting the distribution of the remaining wheat, the affairs of this place are entirely in your hands. He reached out and patted the shoulder of the female cultivator surnamed Lu and re-stepped onto the cloud boat, which slowly started up into a beam of light and went far away. The female cultivator looked in the direction Suya left with an expectant light in her eyes, thinking that she had worked hard for this full 100 years, giving up the prosperity of the immortal cultivation world and staying on Earth to cultivate. She was finally able to have a chance to transform into a land mountain god. However, if she was not mistaken just now, this senior brotherly should not have been initiated yet. So why did senior brother Su have to spend favors to bring him here? She turned to look down the quiet path behind her, thinking for a moment or not following. Hopefully, the boy was resourceful enough to give a detailed account of what was happening in Tianhe City today. These cave worlds inhabited by mortals were said to be treated equally, but there was always some subtle disparity in resources each year. They needed people from within the sect to help, and the latter needed enough merit. so if they could cooperate, it would naturally be excellent. What's more, some spiritual plants are only here to produce seeds and seedlings. Thanks to all the readers for their monthly votes and recommendations every day I've been reading. Thank you so much. End of chapter. Chapter 50. Warm water, tallow pine, medicine for healing. The path to the pool where the turtle old man lives is an extremely deep one, flanked by lush pine trees, each with very large chunks of turpentine on their bark. Those turpentines were burning with blue-green flames that seemed to affect the surrounding temperature, making it seem a little warm. The aroma and heat of the turpentine hits you and it actually feels like a wonderful sensation as if you are soaking in warm water. It seems to be a second-order spirit plant. Warm water fat pine. Is the aura of this kind of place actually able to support a second-order spirit plant to live? He became more and more curious about this place. Obviously the aura here is not very abundant. What's even more marvelous is that the aroma of these spiritual plants has a very obvious tranquilizing effect. Li Yi smelled it and felt that his mind and soul were at peace. It was really like soaking in a hot spring. Li Yi followed behind the teenager. The teenager in front of him seemed to be hesitating for a moment and gathered the courage to introduce himself. Immortal. This is our Heavenly River City Earth Temple Sanctuary, and further down is the deep pool where Grandfather Turtle resides. This is indeed my first time here, so if there are any taboos or anecdotes that I don't know, just tell them to me directly. Honestly, to this day he still didn't understand why Suya had to let him come here. Was it just to experience the mundane scenery, or to explain to himself the power of the Four Seasons sect? Couldn't really want to make himself take a handyman. Perhaps by meeting the so-called turtle old man, or from the words of this young man can be understood. Good riddance. The teenager's guts grew a bit more bold then, and he walked between the trees with quick movements and clear words. Every year, immortals like you come here to worship Grandpa Turtle. Our entire Heavenly River City relies on Grandfather Turtle and the land eunuchs and landladies for shelter in order to have good weather. Landlord and landlady? Yeah. The crops we cultivate every year are handed down from the temple by the land mountain god. And I've heard that they used to be immortals like you. An immortal like me, no right. I should mean an immortal like that senior sister Lu I just met. So it is. Tell me more about the land. I'm interested. Li Yi nodded, a slight idea coming to his mind. Hearing Li Ye's words, the teenager hurriedly said everything he knew in his head. Through his description, Li Yi also sort of knew what this Heavenly River City was really like. It turns out that Tianhe City is said to be a city, but in fact the area is extremely vast. There are tens of millions of people living, and there are quite a few other cities and ponds after leaving Tianhe City, with all kinds of landforms as well as natural landscapes. Like Suya said, it would be difficult for mortals to travel all over in their entire lives, but each city's special resources, such as things like Lichuan wheat, needed to rely on the land mountain god to obtain them with immortal cultivators like Li Yi in the immortal world. Similarly, cultivators can get something special from the mountain godland. In exchange, the mountain godlands were able to develop cities that belonged to them, and the cultivators were able to obtain some special objects that this world had been spawned by incense and merit. After such a chat, Li Yi was considered to have a thorough count. At the same time, he also secretly marveled at the power of the Four Times sect. In such a cavernous sky where there would be absolutely no interference from outside forces, cultivated again for generations, these mortals had long ago been full of loyalty to the Four Seasons sect. Any dead man's guess is not as good as the people raised this way. However, the Four Times sect was indeed extremely attached to these mortal worlds as well. There were no cultivators to cause disasters, and also sheltered the Four Seasons, which was considered to be living quite well inside the immortal cultivation world. While the two of them were chatting idly, the flaming aroma in the distance had formed a cloudy, smoky mist of light in midair, and the further down they went, the denser the mist became. Even Li Ye's mana, which had been purified and purified again, felt a bit strained, but the teenager next to him remained relaxed and at ease, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. By the time Li Yi reached the end of the steps, the flaming light mist in front of him formed a deep pool in the middle of a deep mountain, and there was a huge figure slowly rising up. All that could be seen of it amidst the clouds was its huge silhouette, but the panel worked magically. The name Flint God Turtle, seal of enrollment. Condition, good. Mood, pleasure. Bindable, a sixth-order spirit plant involving flint. That Flint God Turtle stared at Li Yi with eyes like lamp torches and let out a very kind male voice. Interesting brat. You have the spiritual energy of the little one I helped the clan cultivate in you. How much chakra you gold did you bring in? If you have more, bring it all. I'll be sure to give you some favors. Li Yi did bring some, but it was only a mere 2 taels. To know that a strain of hungry bone was purified was only 2 taels. The last one had been turned in, and the 2 taels this time was still what he had saved. He had no choice but to take out the bottles. Turtle Elder, this is all that the late generation has. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. The Flint God Turtle stirred the flaming clouds around it. Just pour in the Chiluk Flare Gold. Snap. Li Yi sniffed and directly crushed the bottle, reaching out and flicking it. With a whoosh, the wind swept the golden liquid into the pool of water where the flint god turtle was. It was obviously so two tails of Chi Yunyao gold, but it colored the deep pool with a golden light. A flowing golden halo of light surrounded the gigantic divine turtle as its mood changed from pleasant to ecstatic. Obviously these Chi Yunyao gene helped it a lot. Li Yi waited quietly for a while, and after about a tea time, a piece of turpentine that emitted an aromatic flavor fell directly in front of him, with a pine tower wrapped inside. This object is the turpentine and pine towers birthed from this warm water fat pine. Soaking in it after igniting it with a flame has the effect of breaking through bottlenecks and can heal the injuries of meridian damage in your body. The most important thing is that you'll be able to perfectly conceal your cultivation by sacrificing this pine pagoda into a magic weapon to carry around with you. It's blessed with my divine power inside, so even a Jean Dan won't be able to see through your roots. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you will come here to see the old man. Perhaps when the old man is sober, he will be able to teach you some flint fire-related divine spells. The flint god turtle slowly returned to the deep pool. When it was on the verge of disappearing, it hadn't forgotten to give a few pine towers to the mortal teenagers around Li Yi, and the crystal-clear pine nuts inside were certainly treasures. Seeing it completely hidden inside the deep pool, Li Yi gave it a slight salute before saying to the teenager, "Let's go." On the way back the teenager wanted to offer those pine towers to Li Yi, but where would Li Yi want them? This was clearly a gift bestowed upon him by Turtle Elder, and of course he could not take it himself, not to mention that he did have a big haul this time. 2 tails of Chi Luck Flare Gold in exchange for a pine resin that could heal his injuries to break through his bottleneck, and a pine pagoda phylactery, all of which already made him quite satisfied. It's not good to be greedy. By the time he and the teenager returned to the mountaintop they had just been on, Senior Sister Lu had already been waiting here for a long time, and she smiled at Li Yi. It seems that Senior Brother's fortune is not shallow. Senior Brother Su has something to attend to, so Senior Brother will wait here for a while. I also still have some things I want to discuss with my Senior Brother, and my Senior Brother will see if he is still willing to let this kid serve next to him. In the future, even if Senior Brother enters the sect, he will always need an errand boy. Li Yi shook his head helplessly. Senior Sister, you always still don't forget, but this kid is indeed resourceful, and I was indeed able to have him wait on the sidelines during the time I was in Mountain River City. He didn't give an affirmative answer, but even so, a smile appeared on Senior Sister Lu's face, and the mortal teenager next to him was even more ecstatic. Even if they couldn't leave, it would be an extremely rare blessing to spend a few days with an immortal. End of chapter. Chapter 51 Requests for Land. Products of Incense. The place that Senior Sister Lu took Li Yi to turned out to be a divine temple. To be precise, it was a land temple located at the edge of the city at the bottom of the mountain, and they entered from the back of the temple in a very low-key manner. Arriving in a quiet room, an old man with a kind face was already waiting. He wore a round-necked officer's robe, an ebony official's hat on his head, and a mountain and river pendant branded with the city's scenery on his waist, which was clearly a landlord's outfit. Li Yi was in a bit of a trance. Previously, although he had also seen Yuaning and the Edict Divine Turtle, it was really the first time for the landmaster to see them. Compared to the casual state of the previous two, there was an obvious majesty about this landlord. "Oh, it's Senior Brotherly." Lan smiled at Li Yi. "Don't be alarmed, Senior Brother. I merely had little enlightenment in the immortal Tao before I took the divine path with the help of the sex power. After the edict I still remember my lay name, which happens to also be Li. If Senior Brother is willing, just call me Senior Brotherly." He casually waved his hand, and between the flashes of light, round wooden benches and stone tables immediately emerged from the ground, with some gourmet delicacies on top. He invited very warmly, Come, be seated quickly." Saying that, he looked towards the teenager who was a bit rushed at the side. "Zhao He, you are also considered to have some immortal destiny. Go and help me rush those lazy guys on how they still haven't sent up the wine. It's inside the temple. Go on." "Yes." Zhao He was relieved and hurriedly led the way. Today was still a little too exciting for him. In the past, the landlord who needed to kneel down and worship had actually appeared in front of him. He even entertained 2 immortals, something he could go back and talk about for days and nights. After Zhao He left, Li Yi was the first to speak. "Senior Brother and Sister, there are really many things that Senior Brother cannot understand. Since we are fellow disciples, let's not be polite to Senior Brother anymore. What exactly do you need me to do, Senior Brother? Just say it explicitly." God knows the apprehension he felt at the sight of the table of delicacies and at hearing that he would have to take the wine. He had gotten used to being straightforward in the immortal cultivation world during this period of time, and suddenly he had to talk about things at the wine table like this, and he instinctively resisted a bit. Senior sister Lu and Lan looked at each other. By the latter opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother, alas, do you know that although we manage the city of mortals, there is really an urgent shortage of treasures from the outside world's immortal cultivators? Spiritual plants, elixirs, spiritual weapons, we're all in short supply. Take those Lichuan wheat for example. Although the clan distributes them all equally, it's always good to have more. That's why we want to cooperate with you, senior brother, and we can also come up with some special objects that can only be bred with incense merit in this immortal cultivation world." He looked aside. Senior sister Lu immediately took out a bag of objects that looked like incense ash from her storage bag and said, "This is ash wishing dust, a special treasure condensed from the wishes and incense of mortals praying for the 4 seasons to go well and for the wind and rain to flow smoothly. Just sprinkle a handful in the ground and you won't have to worry about any bugs harming your crops, while speeding up growth at the same time. We have a lot of them here, and no one wants them." The incense ash gave off a faint gray glow, grainy and distinct. "Ah, this kind of object should be good. Why would no one want it?" Li Yi was a bit puzzled. Accelerated growth, immune to pests. Just these 2 effects is very miraculous. This if you take to sell absolutely can sell a lot of spirit stones. How can no one want? Lan smiled awkwardly, because this item can only be used within our clan. The Heavenly River City, along with the entire mundane world, was bound to the clan's chi, and other cultivators naturally couldn't use it. Alas, it's not a secret that several other cities and pools have cooperated with spiritual plant masters, alchemists, and artifact refiners, among other masters and disciples, and the output of the items is much better than on our side, so naturally we can't sell it. So land has to pull in favors too? But Li Yi was even more helpless. Senior brother said that he wanted to establish spring wheat, but that thing I didn't keep, and the crops I'm planting now are even less suitable. So how can I come to trade with senior brother? It would be a lie to say that he didn't want it, but he couldn't let it get in the way of his planning. How many crops could he grow on that land? How many people can he feed and how much can he exchange? It's a simple matter. In fact, all the products of spiritual plants and animals cultivated in the outside world are treasures to mortals. Senior brother only needs to plant some randomly, and we'll make a trade every once in a while. These gray wishing dusts are only the most basic product of the incense together. There are many magical objects afterward. This is the booklet. Senior brother, take a look first. The land was obviously eager to sign a supply contract with Li Yi on a long-term basis, and took out a booklet from the pocket of the officer's uniform and handed it over, and the latter helplessly took the booklet and carefully flipped through it. "I have to say there are some interesting products here. That ash wish dust is only the most basic product, and even some of the latter what Zhaowang crystal, incense lamps and candles mouse, Yaohua incense oil, and so on a series of incense and fire Shinto output of the object. All of this has to do with planting and farming. Some of them are able to make spiritual plants and beasts mutate or learn special aptitudes. Some of them are able to make the output of spiritual plants and beasts change, and even some of them are able to cultivate and evolve magical spiritual creatures in folklore. For example, it is possible to nurture ordinary forest trees from seedlings and raise them into concentric trees for birds of a feather to live in. Of course, all this is very much in the back of the booklet, and although it is laid out, it is estimated to be closer to a pie in the sky, which looks good, but is difficult to do in reality, and only the description efficacy, not even an atlas. Li Yi is also feeling a little skeptical. What Li Yi cared about was only one of the special objects called the fox hair gourd. According to the introduction, inside this is the divine ability pot in the art and incense and fire spirit fox hair to create things. The sun and moon are long in the pot. Senior brother and sister, can this object store living things? He asked, pointing to what was probably just the size of a palm of a fox fur gourd in the booklet. Lan said as his eyes lit up and he stroked his beard. Naturally, after combining the fox fur of the fragrant fire spirit fox and the gourd, it will be able to create the incense pot. This object can store living things inside and even accommodate cultivators to enter and rest before senior brother obtains to the cave heavenly treasure. This object is the most suitable storage magic artifact. There are some special spiritual plants and beasts that can be carried around. It's definitely an excellent object. Li Yi was dumbfounded. This brother Li is really trying to sell it. Still, it doesn't seem impossible to work together a bit. One part of the essence position produced by one's spiritual plants and beasts is supplied to alchemists and refiners or taken for sale, while the other part is sent here in exchange for enough incense to redeem the treasures unique to the fragrance god's way. By circulating in this way, both low and high order things could naturally be digested, with absolutely no wastage and a better supply for one's own monastic upliftment. So he asked directly, elder brother and sister, what is most needed now? How can I get enough incense faster to exchange for the fox fur of the fragrant spirit fox and the divine imprint of the potentate's art? Senior sister Lu and Lan looked at each other with excitement and thrill in their eyes. Finally, someone said yes. It's really not easy. Thank you, Holy Spirit Warrior Zero Phantom Gia Big Brother's reward. Thank you big brother to the little brothers monthly tickets and recommended tickets. Here to the big thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 52. Do you really want to praise me like this? It's not easy for them, the gods of the mountains and the land. When he learned that Li Yi was finally willing to cooperate, Land was practically in tears. He excitedly waved his hand to summon a golden sapling that had a total of 9 branches, yet only one was currently lit. Li Yi watched the tree but did not get the panel's prompts. It is estimated that this thing is not a spiritual plant, it is just a magic treasure or some magical ability materialized out of the entity. Senior brother, take a look. This is the Heavenly River City's incense spirit tree. Each layer of this has a different product of the fragrant flame divine path that can be obtained. The fox fur of the fragrant flame spirit fox that senior brother needs is on the 3rd layer, and it will take about a few years. This cavernous world created by the ancestors is dominated by people. The more the mortals prosper, the more some of the strange sights will be, and the more incense we will receive. Nay, Heavenly River City was only just started to be built 500 years ago, and there's still a bit of a gap between it and the other cities. That's why we are in desperate need of working with a capable spirit plant master like senior brother. If there are no master brothers willing to cooperate with us, when this little tree completely withers, I'm afraid Heavenly River City will have to merge with other cities. At the end, Land's voice took on a distinct urgency. So it is. No wonder I'm so impatient when I've only just refined my chi. Li Yi was thoughtful. He looked at the small golden tree. The surface of the only branch was faintly like the halo of an extinguished lamp, and very intuitively understood the situation of Tianhe City. Well, it's really not very good. It's not just a little bit of a gap, is it? Both of you, do you think too highly of me? I haven't built my foundation yet. How can one person hold up this Tianhe City? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Land, however, shook his head. It's precisely because you're still young and extremely talented. I also trust senior brother Suya's recommendation. He finished with a deep arch to Li Yi. This is a bit of selfishness on the part of the old me. The situation in Tianhe City is really bad, so I'm sorry to trouble you. Senior brother, to treat this place as an uncultivated wasteland, and sowing seeds might yield some harvest. Li Yi was touched, but he still said, with my humble abilities, I can only do what I can, and the burden is still on senior brother and sister in the end. The two of them were instantly delighted. They had some trust in Suya, and they also knew that Li Yi had received the sect's first infant transmission, so when would they wait if they didn't pull in at this time? This is now a complete deal. After that, it was natural to enjoy the delicious food. Li Yi didn't drink, but senior sister Lu and Land were drinking one cup after another, and next to them, Zhao He was also very resourceful in pouring wine and tea. During the meeting, Li Yi asked in detail what kind of spirit plants or spirit beast products were needed. The answer is that the temple has its own spiritual mechanism to give the right things to the right people. As long as the people who belonged to the Heavenly River City became powerful, there would naturally be incense pouring into the spirit tree, and the tree would be able to give birth to more exotic species. Li Yi also simply gave them a brain of some not so good quality. What he had with him, such as lotus leaves, lotus seeds, lotus roots, gourds, fish scales and other things. The joy in their eyes was even on the verge of overflowing when they saw this huge pile of spirit materials. After all, this was a spirit material that even Suya had praised, so of course they recognized that this was something good. Li Yi didn't feel any pity. These would have been in poor condition and given. After having enough wine and food, senior sister Lu mysteriously brought Li Yi to a storehouse at the back of the temple. This storehouse is full of incense, candles and lights, and there is a wax seal vat in the innermost part. She carefully cast a spell to drill a small hole in the wax seal, and an extremely aromatic, yet somewhat oily odor poured out from within. Immediately afterward, a wisp of golden scented oil slowly gushed out. The scented oil took on an orange-golden hue that looked like solidified sunlight, or streaks of lamplight, and was extremely sticky. Senior brother, here is some Yaohua fragrant oil left from before. This item can open up spirituality after feeding it to spiritual plants and beasts. Let me bring a caddy for senior brother. Looking at her somewhat needy expression, Li Yi knew that this was good stuff and politely took the bottle with a kilogram of fragrant oil and received it inside his storage bag. Then he pulled out a bottle of peach schnapps. Senior sister gave me this good thing. I can't take it for nothing. This bottle of peach wine is brewed by myself, using the peach branches from Migratory End Market. Senior sister, and taste it. How is this good? Senior sister Lu licked her lips. All these years of staying in the mortal world, she would just love to drink some wine, let alone this kind of peach wine that was full of spiritual energy. Senior sister, just take it. Li Yi stuffed it over. Then thank you senior brother. I guess senior brother Suya will still have some time before he returns. Would senior brother be willing to go with me to see the process of dividing the wheat? Naturally willing. Li Yi had originally planned to come here for a stroll. It was rare to come out once, and it was still a pretty safe place. Please come with me. The two smiled at each other and walked out of the warehouse to the front of the temple. At this time, the land temple was simply crowded. The surrounding streets and buildings were packed with people. all of them staring at the mountains of wheat in the center of the land temple. But some people also found some fresh lotus roots, lotus leaves, lotus seeds, and fish scales glittering like jewels next to the wheat. They are a bit unimpressive compared to the piles of wheat, but since they can be here, that means, Zhao He, you just went to serve the immortals. Could these be the treasures the immortals gifted us? Zhao He, who somewhat regretted that he hadn't been able to follow Li Yi all the way, was surrounded by his partners, some of whom couldn't wait to ask. Yes, Zhao He raised his head and proudly said, "This is a gift given to us by an immortal with the surname Li from the Four Seasons Immortal sect." After discussing with Grandfather Land, those people around the room who had their ears perked up at these words were instantly ecstatic. Immortal Li? Hasn't it been 200 years since we've had an immortal bestow a treasure in Tianhe City? An old man with white hair had tears in his eyes. With the immortal bestowing the treasure, our sons and daughters of Tianhe City will be able to compete with those outside. Another old man with a mountain peak body trembled with joy. We have been blessed by the Four Seasons Immortal sect for hundreds of years, and finally we can also have good sons and daughters serve the immortal sect. Whether it was the elderly or middle-aged people, or some teenagers who were all excited and in tears at the moment, their ancestors had been sheltered by the immortal sect in the heavenly river city for several generations. Roads do not pick up. The night is not closed. Every spring planting and fall harvest in the land and mountain gods descended grace, can eat and wear warm, and do not have to worry about natural and man-made disasters. Life is very comfortable. It wasn't like they didn't know how to be grateful. But naturally, the immortal from 200 years ago had unexpectedly fallen, and there had been no immortal to come back and help Heavenly River City. Without the immortal's immortal treasures, they couldn't change anything even if they tried. Today there was finally an immortal Li who was willing to come to their aid. The anger that had been held for 200 years and several generations could finally be smoothed out. Even the court in the secular world says, if you learn the art of writing and martial arts, you will be sold to the emperor's family. Wouldn't it be better if you could work for the immortal sect? They were singing and dancing and banging gongs and drums. Some of them were even planning to go to their homes to build a longevity pagoda for that immortal Li, whom they had never met. Sitting aside in the middle of the tea house, Li Ye's ears were bright. Naturally, hearing these words of theirs, he was very emotional. How in the world did the four-time sect operate? It was actually able to be so well loved, and at the same time it was really difficult for mortals to want to cultivate immortality. Still, he was a little embarrassed to the point of wanting to buckle his toes. I just gave something I didn't want. As far as that goes, do you really want to praise me like this? This can't be something that Senior Li Lan specially made up for me to see, can it? End of chapter. Chapter 53, Land Dividing Treasure. Green Bird Transforming Turtle? While Li Yi was pretending to drink tea calmly, the surface of the piles of wheat in front of the land temple and the pile of spiritual materials on the side were flooded with glittering jade light. A gust of wind whistled through and rolled up the wheat. The wind wraps around the golden wheat and just crushes them all. And not only the ears of wheat, even the straw was also crushed together. These can be spiritual materials nourished by spiritual qi, which are all good things for mortals. The people were immediately silenced and watched expectantly as the wind blew piles of flour in all directions. They knew full well that the flour would blow into their homes and that they would get different amounts depending on each family. Whoever's family can get more wheat is something worth burning incense to their ancestors to show off. It means they have smart people in their family that the land recognizes. If it had been in the past, they would have had to discuss it to see to whom the wheat was flying and who had the most. However, compared to the past, today they are more concerned about the pile of immortal materials next to them. And who exactly would that be issued to? As the wheat is gradually sent away by the howling wind, finally, the wind began to roll up the lotus roots, lotus leaves, lotus seeds, water hyacinths, and fish scales, and this time they were not delivered to their homes. Instead, they landed in front of separate people. The land knew the people living in Tianhe City all too well, so the spiritual materials were distributed to people of all ages, young and old, regardless of gender, and the choices were the most appropriate. The people who got the immortal treasure were very excited. I can have the mercy of the immortals too. Ha ha ha, lotus leaf. I'm holding the biggest one. Gourd. It's a gourd. Great. I'm going to take this lotus seed as a bride price. She'll definitely be willing to marry me. The young man at the end was immediately looked at angrily by the people around him. This is a treasure given by the immortals. Do not think of their own efforts but want to take it as a bride price. The young man's father was so ashamed in the crowd that he couldn't wait to take off his straw shoes and execute the family law on the spot. However, there were some men and women who secretly envied the woman. The woman was truly blessed when the immortal's treasures went as a bride price, but overall it was a great atmosphere. Ah, Zhao He, look. While Zhao He was envious in the crowd, a golden red stream of light fell straight in front of him, which was wrapped in 3 crystal clear scales. It is the only 3 fish scales in this batch of immortal treasures. He reacted quickly, holding the 3 fish scales in his hands, a joyful smile raised on his face, and no modesty in his mouth. The immortal gifted me with a treasure. That's because I studied hard enough and worked hard enough on weekdays. And you guys can't get it purely because you didn't work hard enough. These words were obviously a bit of a plea for a fight, and the surrounding teenagers who studied and practiced with him on weekdays were directly broken down by a single sentence, and they all surrounded him to make him look good. Li Yi, who saw this scene inside the tea house, narrowed his eyes. He felt the brocade pouch he had placed on his chest burn a little. It contained a small drop of qi yin yao jin that he had first obtained, which he had collected. Why is it suddenly hot now? He thought for a moment and said, didn't it say that we can't interfere? Senior Sister Lu, is it really such a coincidence? Senior Sister Lu smiled and replied, he is the most suitable one. His physique is not very robust, but it's strong enough after simmering. It's naturally normal for him to get the treasures gifted by the land. I intend to have him help me communicate with my senior brother and bring back the spirit materials that you want to send. Do you think it's okay? Naturally, Li Yi also had a plan at this moment. He really should have people of his own as well, although Zhao Yi's talent seems to be mediocre. But it's clever, so it's good to stay with him as a handyman first. At least some of the little errands can't always be done by yourself. He could certainly detect some of Senior Sister Lu's thoughts, and having such a person by his side wasn't so bad that he would forget about Heavenly River City. With Zhao He doing well, Li Yi would naturally pay more attention to the Tianhe City side, so they're really desperate to connect with the outside world's spiritual planters. Then I'll have him pack up and leave with senior brother later. Well, I've also reached the time for my daily meditation and cultivation, so I'd like to trouble you to find a quiet room for me where I won't be disturbed. Li Yi felt that he had pretty much seen it all, so it was time to go and refine the piece of turpentine given by the flint god turtle earlier, and incidentally, see what changes the brocade pouch had made. So make an excuse. Good. Senior Sister Lu immediately brought Li Yi back to a Taoist temple on the mountain, finding a quiet room inside and watching him enter it. And after Li Yi entered the quiet room, he pulled out the brocade pouch placed on his chest and gently unraveled the thin rope. The oval-shaped drop of Chi Luck Flare gold placed inside seemed to shine a little brighter. The gold color was purer and gave off a calming aura. He stared at the drop of golden metal inside and muttered, Aura Flare Gold. Could it be because my actions just now brought in the chi? This chi luck comes somewhat easily, but it should be a good thing. After observing for a while longer, he put the brocade pouch away, then took out the piece of turpentine about the size of his head given by the Fusilier god turtle, and with a wisp of flint kindling at his fingertips, he began to cauterize it. As the flames scorched, the turpentine began to drip up in droplets, but before it could hit the ground it turned into smoke around it, while a halo of flame loomed inside. There was simply no need to apply energy to draw it out. It directly flowed into Li Ye's body along his skin. It gave him a feeling like he was immersed in hot spring water from the inside out, and all the hidden pains from the damaged meridians in the past were smoothed out. The feeling that was so smooth all over his body made Li Yi couldn't help but want to moan. The smoke from the burning turpentine also had a calming effect on the mind, and with a soothing body coupled with a relieved spirit, he silently practiced his energy and soon entered into deep meditation. The Chi Luck Flare gold pouch placed on his chest flickered. The pinta that Li Yi had casually placed not far away flashed along with it, followed by the red beans in his pocket. Chirp! With a long chirp, a green bird with an elegant and holy body suddenly appeared and landed on his shoulder. The bird first rubbed against Li Ye's hair, then violently spewed out a mouthful of flame so deep that it looked like black at the turpentine. Originally still slowly melting turpentine quickly melted. The room was suddenly clouded with smoke. Wisps like a stream of water all rushed into the pine tower inside. Only then did the green bird let out a satisfied chirp and nestled peacefully on Li Yi's shoulder, quietly combing its feathers. Time passes slowly. When Li Yi opened his eyes, he saw at a glance that the surface of the pine pagoda he had placed not far away was wrapped in a circle of divine sense threads. This thread was clearly the divine sense threads of scattering beans into soldiers. He tried to hook a finger. As a result, that songtail really did fly directly into his hands. That marvelous feeling of divine connection was as if he could control the pine tower to go out and smash people to death and then summon it back. Ugh, what the hell did you guys do? He wondered as he reached out and stroked the signet mounted as a statue. Why is it that the threads of my divine sense can actually extend to this pine tower? Only to see the green bird proudly raise his head. His body gradually changed, and even turned into the appearance of a turtle. This turtle was extremely majestic looking, with clusters of crystals growing on its shell, like boiling and burning flames. Li Yi was stunned. Isn't this clearly the appearance of the flint god turtle that we just saw? Thank you for the monthly votes as well as recommendations for my little brother. Lots of them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 54 Pine Pagoda Magic Weapon. Samuel Village's Invitation. You said you felt its spiritual power? Li Yi gently stroked the turtle that the green bird had transformed into, at the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. At this time, far away from the mother plant of the acacia life and death bean, its spirituality was slightly weakened, and communication was slightly delayed, but it was still able to express its meaning. It took Li Yi some effort to understand what it meant. Simply put, it had once drawn on the aura of the flint fire god turtle when it underwent purification at the Temple of All Gods, and had perfectly replicated it again in its view. Leaving the Temple of All Gods was also parting. Any parting makes it memorable. Then wouldn't you have the ability to transform when you encounter the gods of the four-time clan again in the future? Turtle nodded. As much as it wanted to hold its head up proudly, turtles and cygnets weren't quite the same structure in the end. Finally, it was silent for a long time, and suddenly turned back into a red bean and burrowed inside Li Yi's pocket. You guy, are you even shy? Li Yi shook his head helplessly and patted his pocket. Thanks a lot. Get some rest. We should be able to go back soon. So the situation now became that Li Yi was connected to its divine sense crystals, and then it was able to control the pine tower. So that pine tower was also within the range that Li Yi could control. So that's it. Li Yi once again beckoned to Matsuda. The latter immediately fell into his palm, and as he activated his magic power, the aroma belonging to the pine resin hoarded inside immediately spread out, turning into a cloud that tightly surrounded Li Yi. Is there more? He tried to catalyze the power of flint. Phew! The pine tower immediately burned with terrifying flames, igniting all the surroundings along with the overflowing turpentine. The power of this flame was able to flow along with Li Yi's mind. He hits where he points. Li Yi curiously controlled and studied its power for a while, and eventually realized that it was just three kinds of power: fire control, outflow of turpentine, and masking of breath. The ability to flow out turpentine like this relied on all the melted turpentine that the life and death bean had just injected into the interior of the pine tower, and once the turpentine was depleted, all that was left was to control the fire and mask the scent. But it's not bad. It was considered a very good magic weapon, and it also saved him the time of sacrificing himself, and in the future, it would move with his heart, and it would be even smoother to use than his hard work of sacrificing. Li Yi directly put it into his pocket. At this time, the injuries within his body had completely disappeared, and he felt that his breathing was smooth, and the vitality essence that he had just brought in was as much as 300 points, counting the ones he had saved up during this period of time. It was more than 1,000 again. He could clearly feel that his vital essence was also beneficial to his body. Even his entire aura was vibrant, emitting a kind of spiritual energy fluctuation that made people unconsciously want to get close. He clearly hadn't practiced any body forging techniques, but his body was already extremely strong and healthy, and all of this was the result of the vitality essence as well as the accumulation of the various spirit materials that he had taken almost non-stop. Even if he hadn't suppressed the aura in his body and purified it again and again, I guess he would have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage directly as if the water had flowed through him. This if I come to the man-eating demons, won't they be drooling? Li Yi muttered a sentence, packed up his things, and slowly stepped out of the secret room. A young girl in a Taoist robe was waiting outside. Upon seeing Li Yi, he hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Senior uncle, Master asked me to wait for you over here, and to take you to Samuel Village to meet her if you emerge from the gate." What is that place in Samuel Village? The young girl's cultivation had only just entered chi refining, and she mentioned Samuel Village with a scowl. Master said that some souls that don't want to enter the reincarnation will go to Samuel Village, and over time a ghost village has formed over there. Sometimes there will be some evil spirits that try to jeopardize the human world, but it's also true that that side will produce some objects that are beneficial to us immortal cultivators. So Master will go there every once in a while to clean it up. And I heard that this time it seems like there's a strain of hungry bone that has undergone a mutation over there. Master said if you're interested to let Disciple take you there. Oh, hungry bones, evil spirits, ghosts. Li Yi thought about the power of flint and fire that he was carrying now as well as the Buddha's light given to him by the beaver. And if he couldn't, there was also the black cat's breath of life spirit transformation scroll as well as the acacia bean of life and death, which was something that wouldn't be a problem no matter what. And since it's a ghost village, there should be something you need, right? So he nodded briskly. Okay then, take me there. The young girl immediately fetched a flying shuttle, then took Li Yi into the sky and flew straight towards the west. The shuttle was extremely fast, and in about half a tea time, it stopped before a slightly gloomy village. From afar, there were countless acacia trees growing in the shadows of that village, their branches shrouded in darkness. Like ghosts, Li Yi stood on the ground and gazed into the distance. He vaguely smelled a stench. This stench is really familiar. Clearly is the stench issued by the original hungry bones. Belongs to the internal soul resentment materialization. Is this such a wide range of hungry bones? He thought carefully and decisively took out a red bean. The red bean that had only just been put in immediately transformed into a green bird and landed on his shoulder, humanely blocking his nose with his feathers. Obviously disgusted. Go. With the green bird standing on his shoulder, he was a little more at ease, and told the trembling young girl to wait here and go straight in after asking for directions. In case there was danger, you would have to be distracted to protect yourself, so you might as well go in yourself and save yourself from having something happen. Li Yi entered the village when he felt that there is a very sufficient dead air that can make ink. More peculiar is that next to those acacia trees are all second-order spirit plant, solid soul acacia. Their dense branches almost blended in with the crumbling house below, and the sprawling branches hid the closed windows, within which human figures seemed vaguely visible. Weeds grew on the sides of the worn green stone slabs, and the cries of unknown birds and beasts were heard in the distance. If he wasn't an immortal cultivator, this wasn't an invitation from Senior Sister Lu to come, or didn't have a protective spell that could deal with ghostly evil spirits, he would never come to a place like this that just didn't look right. But honestly, he was actually a little confused. Why does Sister Lu want herself to come here to see what's going on? Does it also have something to do with her wanting to pull sponsorship? Does she want to show herself something? He slowly made his way deeper into the village. The stench around them grew thicker and the blackness deepened. Then, after crossing a corner, he suddenly saw a huge, fuchsia red door growing on top of the clearing over there, as tall as 3 or 4 people, as well as morose white chunks of bone underneath. The color contrast between the two is extremely sharp, and the panel clearly suggests that the thing is called Hungry Ghost Evil Bone, which is obviously a more horrible existence than Hungry Bone. Senior Sister Lu and Senior Brother Su both stood next to the Hungry Ghost Evil Bone without much tension on their faces. Even Senior Brother Su couldn't wait to wave his hand when he saw Li Yi. "You're finally here. Come over quickly. What the hell is going on here?" Li Yi walked over and wondered. Suya didn't reply. He just took out a small bottle and splashed it directly at the Hungry Ghost Evil Bone. Don't look at the bottle as small, but the amount of liquid splashed out was extremely large. The golden light instantly covered the entire Hungry Ghost Evil Bone between glimmers. Li Yi could see clearly that this was clearly Qi Yunyajin, and this quantity was estimated to be at least a few dozen pounds. An ordinary hungry bone can only produce 2 taels of gold. How much does this much really cost? And, to this day, he still wonders what the hell it's for. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Transporting objects to the soprano spirit. Ink and hungry bones. The surface of the Hungry Ghost Evil Bone that had been sprinkled with Qi Yunyajin began to nourish and change as if it had been splashed with oil, and one vaguely flickering white point of light could vaguely be seen drifting along the wind towards the sky. The dark clouds and black air were stirred by the white points of light and began to drip drops of slightly cool rain, growing a verdant grass on the ground. Li Yi, who had seen the starving bones weathering the inner soul ascending to heaven, was of course clear about what this was. It's just that while those hungry bones were all alone so much, the dots of light in this were so densely packed that they were estimated to be in the thousands. Suya put away the bottles and said to Senior Sister Lu, "Senior Sister, these are all the ones that Senior Uncle is going to take to the Heavenly River City realm to ascend to the heavens. You've been entrusted with Senior Brother Li's blessings." Senior Sister Lu smiled brightly. "Indeed, thanks to Senior Brother Li. With this many souls, I'm sure there will be more additions in the coming year." Li Yi was speechless beside him. "Senior Brother Su, what the hell is going on here? Why don't you tell me more clearly?" Suya laughed out loud. "This involves the clan's handling of the hungry bones, but Senior Brother Li, take a look around first." He blinked. Li Yi sniffed and looked towards his surroundings, only to see that some gloomy figures had appeared in the shadows of those huge acacia trees around him at some point, glowing with malice. The aura was just like the evil spirits described in the texts. This was a type of soul-body equivalent to a cultivator's refining stage. Generally speaking, it is the resentment that has not been dispersed after death in life that will gather to become such a being. That is, it will be some illusionary ghosts hitting the wall and other tricks. It is certainly a terrifying existence to mortals, and being targeted by an evil spirit is bound to be bad luck, and in the worst case, even death. Did Senior Sister and Brother call me here to be a free hitter? Li Yi pointed his finger at the evil ghost in the distance, and the green bird above his shoulder flew out as a ray of light, spitting flint at the evil ghost. There was no longer any possibility for these evil spirits to be transcended. Their spirituality and souls had long since been torn apart by their grievances. Instead of overcoming, This way there is still a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Naturally not. Suya mysteriously shook his head. When the souls here ascend to heaven, there is a definite chance that some interesting little ones will appear in conjunction with the legends of incense within this world. Senior brotherly, let's see if you can catch it. Be careful not to burn them all. Now that he had gotten acquainted with Suya, Li Yi didn't have the cautious mind that he once had. In a ghostly tone, Senior brother Suya, did no one really say that you would be beaten up for selling out like this? Ha! Suya was briefly stunned before he understood Li Yi's meaning and smiled dashingly. The big deal is that I'll make amends when you can beat me. What's the point of not taking advantage of the fact that senior brother has just been initiated to bully and bully? Next to her, senior sister Lu let out a pft and laughed. With these words Li Yi was completely speechless. He simply walked over to the side of the shadowed evil spirits and casually summoned a flinty flame before radiating the Buddha's light that the beaver had given him. The fire and the seven-colored Buddha's light mirrored each other like a flaming colored lotus. This scene is really spectacular and magnificent. Is vaguely Beaver's gibberish sound with the light shining ringing? Sounds really some magic. The two of them, Suya and senior sister Lu, looked at each other from afar, and the latter couldn't help but say, Buddha's light? What exactly is the technique the senior brother has learned, and why is there a gibbering sound inside this Buddha's light? Aren't they all wooden fish or chanting sounds? Her expression was a bit strange. Suya glanced at her. He has spirit beasts that are genuinely fond of him, so naturally he is willing to give his own hard-cultivated spirit power mana to his master. So it is. The female cultivator with the surname Lu drifted off and nodded her head. At this time in the acacia grove, although Li Yi had Buddha light and flint fire protecting his body around him, it was still a bit hard to be tormented by the harsh screams of these evil spirits, so he simply let the green bird spew out more fire. He pondered. According to what Suya said, it was probably because there would be some special spirit souls present. That's why he was told to be careful not to burn to death. Help me find any special spirits. Be more careful. Don't hurt it. Li Yi gave an explanation to the green bird, and the latter chirped twice and hovered in midair, seemingly observing for a moment. Chirp! It spotted something, then swooped down and grabbed a skinny and small soul body with its claws like an eagle and threw it in front of Li Yi. With a flash in front of his eyes, Li Yi directly stretched out his hand to form a cage with Buddha's light and flint fire, and saw exactly what he had caught. It was a walking acacia sapling. It had what looked like human arms and legs, and terrified eyes on its trunk, its mouth wide open, shivering as it huddled within a cage of light and fire. Name with the spirit of acacia. Mood, fear. Status, just born, not conscious. Bindable, any attribute spirit plant that can accommodate a spirit to live in. Is this the object you're talking about, senior brother? Li Yi already knew what it was through the panel though. However, he should not know at this time, so he pretended to be unaware of it and carried the cage to Suya's side. And at that moment, the green bird was still freely purifying those evil spirits that were no longer redeemable. Wisps of white debris ascending to the heavens along with the glittering chakra flare gold on the giant hungry bones. Suya reached out and gave him a spirit artifact that could place a soul before saying, it is this very thing. This is a special spirit born from the Jutsu 5 ghost carrying technique nourished by the power of the incense and fire Shinto. This fellow is able to go through walls and hide in the ground, and after you take it in and go to the spirit machine Vine Master's side to register it, it will be able to carry all sorts of things and deliver messages for you, which is very convenient. The only way to know some confidential things is to have this kind of spirit that belongs entirely to you, so you must remember that. He clearly meant this last sentence, and Li Yi certainly knew this, as he nodded gratefully. I know. Li Yi then loaded the acacia spirit inside the spirit vessel he gave him. Suddenly, he looked aside in his mind only to see that the huge hungry ghost evil bone was on the verge of being weathered, with some black dust swirling about that only he could see. It carried a force that attracted him, a tug from the Avatar Breath Transformation Spirit Scroll that made him somewhat eager to try it out. It is possible to control the power of hungry bones if they can be depicted. He couldn't help but inquire, Senior Brother Su, I don't suppose this hungry bone will work, will it? I need what's left of it for one of my spells. Is it safe to go over there now? Of course it's safe. Just go. Suya was curious as to what spells Li Yi was able to use on the hungry bones. He watched as Li Yi walked over, and the latter seemed to reach out and make a false grab in midair, without any spiritual power fluctuation. In Li Ye's hand there was even an additional ink cast brush, only to see Li Ye's big brush swinging, willfully splashing ink and waving. Although his back was turned to them and he couldn't see Li Ye's specific expression, his movements were wide open, highlighting a wantonness that favored every drop of ink just right. A lifelike ink-hungry bone actually appeared directly in front of Li Yi. This scene caused the two cultivators to freeze. Senior sister Lu opened her mouth. Senior brother. Just now Senior brother Li used the Buddha's light, and now he is waving his ink into a painting. Could it be that he also has a Confucian spirit beast? Suya's face remained unchanged, calmly said, perhaps so is not yet known. This matter you do not want to spread out. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ink-hungry bones. This drawing of the hungry bones can have a trace of the original divine charm. If so, whether it can break the avatar of the hungry ghost road, if it can really be cracked. Seniorly is really a great achievement before he has even entered the door. Thank you Ink Feather Kanglin and Drunken Rain Lilac 2 Big Brothers reward. Thank you Big Brothers monthly votes and recommendation support. Thank you all law. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Homecoming, Purple Oil Spring Rain Streams. With the power of the Breath of Life spiritual scroll avatar, Li Yi was able to collect the ink dropped by the hungry ghost evil bone with a single grab. Then, using divine sense as a pen, he shaped the perfect hungry bone. Li Yi was equally familiar with hungry bone. After all, the beaver hugged hungry bone to sleep every day. He'd also snuck a peek into a beaver den and was naturally comfortable drawing it. When he closed his brush and stood, the hungry bones in front of him had already faded from that ominous color, and the ink color was unusually sharp as if it had separated the two ends of life and death. Hungry bones. He reached out and took the shrunken hungry bone in his hand. I could clearly feel the endless hunger and pain that came out of it, as if there were no boundaries to life and no limits to death. As the scenery that he had depicted with the breath transformation spirit scroll, its role naturally appeared in Li Ye's mind. The effect of this thing was simply to imprison the divine sense as well as the soul and spirit, and also to make the imprisoned person feel endless torture. However, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be another very mild force inside, and the two forces entangled with each other to create the current hungry bone. If he wanted to use it, he would need to endure some of the pressure of opening it. Still, it was a powerful treasure all in all, and it would fill up his treasure trove of collectibles again. Don't be afraid of not using it, just be afraid of not having it. He stood over here feeling it, and when he came back to his senses, he found that the huge hungry ghost evil bone in front of him had already completely weathered, leaving only some gray dust that glowed with a purple light. The points of light that had vaguely surfaced in the dome of the sky had all but disappeared, and even the evil spirits around them that had been exterminated by the green bird had vanished into thin air. The bird had turned into a green light and returned inside his pocket. It's over. Suya walked forward with a long sigh and took out a brocade bag to put all the remaining dust inside. Then he said to Li Yi, "This matter is over. Does Senior Brotherly want to stay here for a while longer or go straight back?" Hearing him say this, Li Yi suddenly realized that he came here seemingly only 2 days ago. Just 2 days' time actually already dealt with so many things. This efficiency is really too fast. Still, this much piling on top of each other made him feel a little tired, so he nodded after glancing at senior sister Lu. "Go back, have Zhao He leave with me. If something happens over here, I'll send him back and forth." Well, that kid is naturally overjoyed. Senior sister Lu had already sent someone to speak to the Zhao He family when Li Yi was in seclusion, to go to the immortal world with an immortal. Of course Zhao He wouldn't refuse, and had already been overjoyed. Li Yi put the ink-hungry bone inside his storage bag and said to the two of them, "I would like to stay here for a few more moments. Please bother senior brother and sister to wait for me for a while, and just go. It's safe here." Aha! Li Yi began to walk around inside this Sephora village, collecting ink that could be used to draw spirit scrolls. Without a moment's work, he collected a bunch of them, and only then was he satisfied to follow Suya and senior sister Lu to leave the top of Tianhe Mountain. When Li Yi saw the white flying boat, Zhao He was already waiting over there with a small bundle on his back. He kowtowed directly when he saw Li Yi. "Immortal is willing to let the kid follow. I will serve Immortal until death." The teenager's tone was slightly choked, but more determined. "Get up." Li Yi nodded his head calmly. "Just follow me and do your best." Zhao He obediently stood up, hesitated, and took out the ham that his parents had forced him to take with him when they left. "This is a ham made by the boy's parents. If the Immortal doesn't mind, please accept it." At this moment Li Yi was in a bit of a trance. It's really like when a child is going to school and the parents take out the only goodies in the house as a gift. He came back to his senses and took it with a smile. "This ham looks good. It must have been hidden away for a few years." That ham meat had obviously been treated to cut off all the mold and insect infested and other parts, and the cut surface had a purplish red sheen, while the fat was pale gold, oily, and smelled of incense. What's more amazing is that this material should be extremely good. There is actually a kind of aura aroma like wine aroma accompanied by incense overflowing. Smelling let a person's appetite. Seeing this ham from the side, Suya was surprised and said, "This should be the hind leg of that spirit Zao pig that broke in here a few years ago. That was the Zao god's delicious dish. This item is really good. Seniorly, when are you going to eat? Make sure you call me. It would be best if you can get another bottle of peach wine. There's wine and meat, and I'll prepare some light tea. So it's really beautiful. You're thinking about it now. Senior brother Su?" Li Yi was dumbfounded and casually put the ham into his storage bag and looked at Zhao He. "This item is very good. Your parents handed over the treasures of their family to you. They also hope that you can learn something. Follow me naturally. I will not treat you poorly. The elixir that prolongs the life of mortals to get rid of diseases. I still have it." "Kid thanks the Immortal." Zhao He's eyes lit up as he knelt down again, For him, it was his aging parents that worried him. Get up. Li Yi waved at him to signal him to get on the flying boat, then looked at senior sister Lu. Senior sister, if there are any spirit materials, I'll have Zhao He come back to deliver them. He had discussed this with senior sister Lu when they were in Samuel village just now. Elder sister Lu told him that there were cloud boats that transported supplies to and from here during fixed hours. It's perfectly fine for Zhou Ha to come back and deliver things on his own, and get some exercise along the way. Hey, senior sister Lu had an expectant look on her face. The next time I see senior brother, I'm afraid that senior brother is going to be transformed. So please remember our heavenly river city. This is natural. Li Ye's tone was solemn. Since he had already promised, he certainly wouldn't break his promise. At this time, all things are ready. After that, the flying boat will start by itself, without any acceleration process, directly into a beam of light rushed to the sky. The scenery below is getting smaller and smaller, and soon it will be shrouded by clouds and fog. Zhao He stood behind Li Yi doing his best to keep from falling over and getting dizzy. The only thing that could be seen at the end was the majestic and magnificent view of the heavenly river after the flying boat had left this side of the cavernous sky. The clouds glowed golden in the morning sun, and the clouds rolled in endlessly. The view was seared into his mind. After returning to the migratory end market, Li Yi said goodbye to Suya and made an appointment to come and see the Orvane in a while, and in the meantime, find someone to repair a house. Only then did he take Zhao He home, and all this way Zhao He followed him honestly and didn't look around. This made Li Yi kinda satisfied. No matter what, at least the surface can't show that you haven't seen the world. As for the arrangements for him later on, he will be given a house in the front yard, and someone else will be found to teach him some basic knowledge. He was then left to walk around and learn on his own inside the relatively safe environment of the migratory end market, but hopefully the resourcefulness would come in handy. Thinking like this, Li Yi pushed open the door of his home. The beaver, who had been waiting behind the door for a long time, jumped onto his shoulder and rubbed his face against him, barking and barking. It's only been 2 days. You guys. Li Yi said this with his mouth, but his hands didn't stop moving, reaching out to give him a good petting for a while before the beaver was satisfied and pulled a strand of his hair, urging him to go to the backyard. Li Yi, who was made to feel really helpless by the beaver, could only say to Zhao He, someone should come to build you a house in a while, so just receive it graciously. Yes, Zhao He did have some apprehension in his heart, but he had long ago received some knowledge about stewardship and was clear that this was his mission. Li Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then followed the beaver, who had long been anxiously yipping, into the backyard. As a result of this entry, he realized that at some point a new small stream had been dug on the beaver's side of the den. What flows inside is actually all purple oil spring rain. It's a dozen pounds anyhow. Why is there so much of it? It's only been 2 days since I've been gone. Did something happen? End of chapter. Chapter 57, Taking Stock of the Harvest, targeted by Sword Cultivator. This half of spring, Li Yi has also collected about 3 or 4 pounds of purple oil spring rain. After all, that thing, according to the spirit machine vine, was a treasure that could unlock the spiritual wisdom of living beings, and as long as it had a spirit, beasts or spiritual plants loved it. Of course he collected as much as he could, but nay only the area where hungry bones existed could somehow gather some purple oil spring rain, and so far he didn't know exactly why. So this sudden appearance of so many was a bit confusing for him. What the hell happened? Li Yi walked towards the beaver's den side and looked at the stream that was no more than 2 meters long. Looked for a long time but did not see any special inside. Beaver in the side of the gibberish call also do not understand what is the meaning of. Finally, he glanced at the viewing mirror mounted inside the beaver's den. Instead, he found that the hungry bones inside had all weathered away, leaving only a pile of golden liquid piled up over there. Could it be that purple oil spring rain gathers when hungry bones dissolve their grievances? He was going to simply buy a viewing mirror with video recording capabilities to monitor this side of the world and always find out exactly why. Well, you take this back. He simply shoved the ink-hungry bone at the beaver, which turned out to be a bit too big, and the beaver's whole beaver fell into the dodo as he curiously picked at it. It caused it to yell Kirikou, and called its companions to come before it whimpered and carried the ink-hungry bone into its own lair. Not too smart looking. Li Yi spat out a sentence, and suddenly felt that if this was the case, shouldn't he consider buying a square mountain river box for the beaver to live in? After all, he was entering the Four Seasons clan in the fall, so he really should be thinking about moving. If these purple oil spring rain streams seeped into the ground, it would be too much of a waste, but putting them in a square-inch mountain and river box might still be of some benefit to the beavers. He was not going to move it, and since these streams were able to flow here, he would take some of them when he needed them, not all of them. There are still over 50,000 spirit stones left after the last purchase. Getting one big enough for 5 beavers to live in should be enough. he took stock and made the rounds of his home. After all, he had only been away for 2 days, and there really hadn't been any major changes. Everything was as it was. If you want to say that there is something wrong, is that those he transplanted to the corner of the cold wheat, spring wheat, actually miraculously began to spindle again. Wheat spirit nestled in the wheat, very cozy, and each of them has the state of being in the process of nurturing my dawn. It's amazing that this winter and spring wheat is still growing. It should be out of season by now. He circled around the wheat and instead, that being the case, he planned to ask later if there was any wheat planted in summer and fall. Now that we have winter and spring, we're just missing summer and autumn, so maybe there'll be some kind of mutation when we collect them all? He was still quite looking forward to it. Even if he didn't get much, it didn't matter. As long as he could produce enough wheat and mitan to satisfy his cravings, it would be enough. After observing his compound once again, Li Yi first put the red bean back on top of the branch of the acacia life and death bean, and the carrier acacia spirit was also given to it to be tempered along with it. Then he went into the house and took a careful inventory of his harvest, this time: healed wounds, pine tower spells, a caddy of yuwa fragrance oil, a packet of grey wish dust, acacia spirits, ink hungry bones, some vitality ink, a ham, and a handyman little brother. It's really rewarding. He breathed a soft sigh of relief and placed all of the objects, the incense oil, the ash wish dust, and the vitality ink, inside his cabinet. At this moment, inside his cabinet were the silver metal produced by the flint crystal worm, the acacia spirit scrolls, the 3 objects he had just gotten his hands on, the ink glazed snow lotus, peach wine, purple oil spring rain, moon liquid beads, and the uneaten mitan. There's a ton of stuff in bits and pieces too. Somehow, too, he felt particularly cheerful every time he saw his cupboard gradually filling up. It was for this reason that it wasn't in a storage bag and could be taken out and looked at from time to time. As for the spirit stones, are just too much, unless he wants to use them to make his bed or set them on the wall. It's not enough trouble to take them out at once. It's so nice. It would be nice to have more. Satisfied, he sat in front of the window and poured a cup of tea and sipped it slowly, looking out over the vibrant landscape of the compound. Rested for a while before deciding to go out and talk about the vein situation. When he left, he made a point of explaining to the beaver and acacia life and death bean that he didn't have to stop anyone if they went into the backyard, and then stop them again if they wanted to take anything away. It wasn't that he was too careful. After all, Zhao He had just arrived, and he really did have to be more careful. There were just too many good things in his own house. Even if Zhao He's parents were in Tianhe City, he still had to be careful. Trust is never built that quickly. Zhao He was standing very awkwardly inside the courtyard. When he saw Li Yi come out, he hurriedly came forward. Immortal, what are your orders? Nothing. I'm going to go out, and if anyone comes, do what I just said. Li Yi casually waved his hand and slowly left the house. Zhao He bowed respectfully behind him as he sniffed the fresh scent of the courtyard as well as the overflowing aura, as if he were in a dream. Soon arriving at the 4x sex store, Li Yi was familiar with the place as well, but after entering the door, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze towards him. There was a special spiritual energy in that sharp gaze. It was as if it was being aimed at by the tip of a sharp sword. However, he didn't panic and just mobilized his spiritual energy to look towards the side, only to see a slender young cultivator standing over there, wearing civil and military sleeves, a sword box on his back, a flying sword in his arms, and his face full of untamed sharpness. Swordsman? I think so. The word swordsman is written all over his face. When the young cultivator saw Li Yi, his eyes just lit up, and he turned his head and immediately yelled at the spirit machine vine with anticipation. Senior spirit plant vine, you're still lying to me. Isn't this the spirit plant master of the 4x sect? I can smell the grass and wood aura on him from a long distance away. He's also wearing the 4x sect's Taoist robe. There was a very obvious anxiety within his voice, and a hopefulness that he was grasping at straws to save his life. This is what's going on. At this time, Li Yi was confused. He really didn't have time to change his clothes, and Suya also said that he was allowed to keep it without having to turn it in. The spirit machine vine was helpless. You brat, you don't even know how troublesome your request is. I say that you'd better hurry up and go over to the clan to find someone. Do not entangle yourself here. Seeing that the spirit machine vine meant to be resolute, the sword cultivator suddenly softened, and was also considered quite a tall person, but with a pleading tone. Senior, I traveled to the boundaries of your sect, and it's really unexpected for this to suddenly happen, so I'll ask this fellow Taoist to take a look for me. As the saying goes, if this sword cultivator were to be more forceful in his demands, then it would really have no problem tying people up and throwing them inside the teleportation formation. But it went soft. You kid. It looked at Li Yi, who was still a bit confused, and spoke. Go sit at the back first. I'll discuss with this disciple and give you an answer if I can. Oy vey. The black-clothed sword cultivator hurriedly stepped aside holding his own sword and watched with an expectant gaze as Li Yi Yi stepped inside the curtain. He even arched his hand at Li Yi, and inside his mouth he kept muttering, 10 million 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 million. Before the curtain closed completely, Li Yi heard the words he muttered. The doubt in his heart didn't diminish at all as he looked towards the spirit machine vine. Elder, what the hell is going on here? He was genuinely confused. Was he just being watched because he hadn't changed his clothes? End of chapter. Chapter 58, Sunlight Pacifying Seed Method, Pacifying Sword Vein Shoots. It actually happened by coincidence. This man is a sword cultivator from the south. His school are used to using their own essence blood to raise the sword embryo at the foundation stage, so that when they raise it to Jin Dan to cross the threshold together, they will be able to unite the human sword. I've diagnosed for him first. It's probably the sword bamboo in his body that appears to be resisting the spirit power. This condition is considered extremely rare, so I guess he traveled over here and had this problem. So he wanted to seek our help in diagnosis and treatment. I also have a spell on my side that should be able to do the right thing. It's just a little difficult. It wasn't that the spirit machine vine had a headache because the spell couldn't be outsourced. After all, this Li Yi in front of him was certain to be initiated. Not only did he have a Yuaning cultivator to bestow the treasure, but its owner was also internalized that he would come to take in a disciple. The rules were all made by people, and except for some particularly harsh old rules such as the requirements of the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, the rest of the rules would give way in front of the firstborn. The only trouble was that kind of spell demanded quite a lot from the cultivator's divine sense. After all, it was about soothing and harmonizing the relationship between the spirit plant and its owner. It was just a test for Li Yi, so it was just a waste of a spell transmission jade slip. It first made the situation clear before saying, think about it, if you don't want to, I'll let him take his chances with the clan and find someone else to treat him. Li Yi frowned. Sword cultivator. It would certainly be good if this kind of cultivator could make good relations. One was in need of expanding one's circle of contacts. Just like an alchemist would have extremely complicated relationships, a spiritual plant cultivator was similar. All of these contacts will be their own help, and if one day in the future they have to travel, more friends will be more ways. According to the seniors, though late, what are the chances that Master Nephew can learn this spell? Under the somewhat subtle gaze of the spiritual vine, Li Yi still changed his name. The former nodded with satisfaction. You just learn. Even if you can't succeed, you can help him temporarily appease the spirit of the sword bamboo. It's still enough for him to head to the sect to seek help, not to mention that he's only a foundation establishment, so he definitely can't find the Jindan, and he can only seek help from the foundation establishment. Just go boldly and do it, with the clan behind you. Why do you need to care about such a lot of trivialities? It took out a jade slip from under the counter. Learn quickly. I'll have that sword cultivator sent upstairs to the quiet room. Now you're learning. Li Yi pressed the jade sketch to his forehead, and the knowledge within instantly surged into his mind like a stream of water. I thought that this would be some kind of divine sense related spell, but I didn't realize that it wasn't just divine sense, but that it also involved sound. The sunlight fudging seed law. A bitter smile surfaced on his face. Senior uncle, is this really possible to learn quickly? It always feels extremely complicated. Simply put, this spell is to use one's own divine sense to condense into a sunlight bell, imitating the warmth of the sunlight to emit the sound of a bell. Use the bell sound to stabilize the spirit seed in its infancy, and use it to help the cultivator establish a connection with the spirit seed. It is quite like the kind of spiritual comforter. No wonder that the sword cultivator to come here to look for help is indeed the right medicine. The spirit machine vine replied, everything grows, the sun and the moon are reborn. This spell is actually learned differently by each cultivator, and although each has basked in the sun and spent leisurely days in daylight, the senses are ultimately different. Want to condense out the sunlight bell is not difficult. According to the jade brief said in the water can be made, but the bell sound of the sunlight bell, but all depends on the cultivator's state of mind cultivation. So this spell doesn't require a high level of cultivation. Li Yi sniffed thoughtfully. The four-season sex arts that he had recently come into contact with seemed to be related to the cultivation of the mind's divine sense. The spreading beans into soldiers some time ago was, and now the sunlight fudging seed law was even more so. Then again, considering that earlier the spiritual vine said that there was no need to rush to learn too many spells, could it be that the four-season sect cared more about the cultivation of divine sense and state of mind? Was it also a trial that it wanted to let itself learn? Master Nephew was willing to give it a try. He picked up this jade slip once again and read it carefully. As a result, the more he read the more he felt, the knowledge and words felt like they were actively drilling in towards the inside of his head, like a dunking, and he quickly understood what it meant. A breath of time passed. Li Yi's expression kept changing from confusion to disbelief to sweating profusely. This spell was quite difficult to learn even with the spell transmission jade slip. It would have been difficult if his divine sense wasn't strong enough, plus the fact that there were spirit plants and spirit beasts that had a sense of the sun's rays on weekdays. But the good news is, He made it. When the divine sense belonging to him rippled a little, snap, the jade slip shattered completely. Li Yi was blissfully unaware of this and continued to exert his divine sense spiritual power. The ripples shone with a translucent halo of light that belonged solely to the divine sense, and slowly formed into a white bell that emitted a warm and genial light, and what seemed to be a peaceful chiming of the bell. In Li Ye's heart, sunlight was naturally very special, and the connection he had established with the spirit plants and spirit beasts through the panel as well as the gong method, he could occasionally feel the wonderful experience of them enjoying the sunlight shining on them. Warm, genial and full of life, like soaking in warm water. The closest spirit machine bind certainly felt Li Ye's bellows. It is very curious. The general convergence of the sunlight bell are gold red or orange red, while Li Yi is almost white. It didn't understand, but Li Yi had indeed been able to condense the sunlight bell, so without hesitation, it stretched out a vine and gently tapped it on top of Li Ye's forehead. The somewhat slightly cool touch caused Li Yi to instantly wake up. Seen your uncle? Li Yi was puzzled. Look at your divine sense. You have to go and help that sword cultivator cast spells in a while. Don't waste it here, when you've just learned it's the time when you have the deepest sense. Now, go! As its words fell, Li Yi felt his chair suddenly pop up. The ceiling above his head quickly changed, forming a hole, and he was then chairs to a quiet room. The entire process didn't take more than 2 breaths of time. One breath was on the side of the spirit machine vine, but the next breath had already arrived in front of that black-clothed sword cultivator. The latter was sitting cross-legged with a sword laid across his lap. Fellow Daoist is indeed a spirit plant master. He opened his eyes, but his tone was unusually calm. I can feel the seedlings of the sword bamboo are rejecting me, so I'll trouble you to help me cast the spell. If it works, I'll definitely be grateful. With that, he spread out his left hand at Li Yi. Only in the center of his palm was a tender green bamboo shoot that seemed to be growing in the flesh and blood. Name, sword vein bamboo shoots. Mood, disgusted. Irritable. Status, about to detach. Lack of blood nourishment will wither. Almost without much perception, Li Yi could detect that aura of loathing emanating from this sword vein shoot. It was as if it wanted to headbutt itself to death. So what exactly did this black-clothed sword cultivator do? Could he actually make the sword vein shoot loathe it like this? Or was this shoot itself like this? Li Yi pondered in his heart, but his mouth said, I will try my best to help you, Dao friend. To pacify this spirit plant, the result cannot be determined, but I will try my best. That's good. No matter what, I will thank you, fellow Daoist. The sword cultivator's face paled a bit. Seeing that this was already the case, Li Yi no longer hesitated and closed his eyes, and a wisp of white fluctuation gradually began to flicker at the center of his forehead brow. White bells slowly emerged. It swirled a circle of ripples with a gentle bell sound, gradually wrapping around the sword vein shoot. It didn't work well at first. The sword cultivator could still feel the resistance of the sword pulse shoots, but not a moment later, the shoot suddenly calmed down, and actually took the initiative to start drawing on his essence blood and spiritual energy. The sword cultivator's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly activated the secret method within the sect, transmitting his essence blood and spiritual energy into the sword vein shoot, which almost grew longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. About 10 breaths later, a bamboo sword then appeared in the sword cultivator's hand, the emerald green bamboo body shining with wisps of blood aura, emitting an extremely powerful spiritual energy. It's done! He was overjoyed and casually waved the bamboo sword twice, but because he failed to skillfully control the increase in spiritual power brought by the bamboo sword, he accidentally cut a strand of Li Ye's hair. Not good. Seeing the strand of hair slowly fall to the ground, the sword cultivator's expression froze. Li Yi also opened his eyes at this time, and took a ghostly glance at the strands of his hair that had fallen to the ground. I was kind enough to help you, and you had to chop off my hair. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Mechanical Veins. Brother Rat. Fellow Daoist, this is my fault. The sword cultivator didn't dare to offend Li Yi, and after carefully putting the bamboo sword into the scabbard, he hurriedly clasped his fists and apologized, and took out a bunch of spirit stones from his storage bag. His tone was sincere, causing the fire in Li Ye's heart to decrease slightly. Here's 500 spirit stones, fellow Daoist, take it. 500? Just casting a spell once and getting a spirit stone. That didn't seem too bad. If you add these 500 spirit stones, Li Yi instantly felt that there does not seem to be any problem. Not just a strand of hair. Lose a little hair can get 500 spirit stones, when it is not bad. He waved his hand and watched carefully, putting his hair away nicely, and the spirit stones along with it. Only then did he say, this is fortunately didn't injure me. You Taoists still need to hone your skills. Intentional or not, one's hair can't fall out here. What fellow Taoist says is very true. The sword cultivator nodded and introduced himself. I am Wei Qingye. Dare to ask your name. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be things to ask for your help, or to look for you. Li Yi, out of the consideration that he had at least received 500 spirit stones from others, Li Yi hesitated or said, that spirit plant seems to be very resistant to you, fellow Taoist Wei should still pay some attention. Wei Qingye was quite spontaneous. With the help of fellow Taoist Li this time, it will probably be 2 months without any problems. I'll come back for you in 2 months, and I'll bring you a few spirit plants unique to the southern region then, said he once again cupped his fists. I still have a few more demonic beasts to go and kill. The newly obtained spirit sword is really unpleasant if it doesn't see blood. Fellow Taoist Li, see you in the coming days. He took it in stride. As Li Yi watched him leave, he couldn't help but mutter, I almost saw my blood, but am I going to walk on? He looked around, and as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the chair was once again driven into silent motion. In a few moments, he was back in front of the counter of the spirit vine. The latter asked after seeing him, how many spirit stones did that kid give you? Looking at that spirited look, it should be that the problem has been solved. Gave me 500 spirit stones. Oh, that's not bad. After all, you're only refining chi now and your reputation has not yet been revealed. 500 spirit stones isn't a small amount, not to mention that he'll be looking for your help in the future. It's an ongoing income. It's really kinda rare that would happen, and I don't know what the hell he did. Tomorrow Pulse Sword Mountain's sword planting secret art is already considered very mature. Suddenly, something goes wrong on our side. It seems that we have to send someone to keep an eye on him. The spirit machine vine pondered for a moment and shook its head. That's just it. You can consider it as a diagnosis and treatment of the spirit plant's injuries. When your cultivation rises in the future, your mind perception increases further, and your reputation rises again. The spirit stones you receive will naturally rise. After all, our Four Seasons sect is truly unique in spirit plant healing, and some of our senior brothers have made a lot of money just by healing spirit plants. Any of the arts cultivated to a high level are useful and can earn spirit stones. By saying this, Li Yi knew that the opposite side didn't see that he didn't know much about these things and gave less spirit stones. It should even be considered as giving more. But there was still some doubt in his mind. That shoot-type spirit plant is very resistant to him. Such resistance. Sword cultivators don't all want the sword to be moved by the heart. And get it right? If the sword is not smooth, then isn't it dangerous? Why does he still want to force such a cure? Is it not good to simply change it? The spirit machine vine guessed that Li Yi would ask and replied, the sword doesn't sharpen unfavorably. It also has to sharpen with the sword cultivator. This sword vein shoot is quite spiritual. If the grinding is good, it is from the foundation will polish their own life magic treasure. It was estimated that he was treating this as an experience. Although such a thing had happened, the sword cultivation path really had to crush all difficulties, and replacing it at will might lose some of his mind. Not to mention that the bamboo itself is an object of clear spirit. Like this cultivator with a heavy killing aura, he can't wait to have a trace of clear spirit accompanying him. That's why he's so anxious and refuses to let go. The changing of the sun and moon, the changing of the four seasons, the breeze and the rain, are all future chapters of this spell. So it is, Li Yi then realized. At the same time deeply felt that it was such an important thing to have such a knowledgeable elder to be able to preach and explain. He slightly arched his hand towards the spirit machine vine. Hey, you don't need to say thank you. Since you have taken the inheritance of the sunlight fudging seed method, there will be an examination when you enter the gate in the future. And I take it your batch of hungry bones should be settled as well? Should we take more this time and take away 10 plants? Then it's better not to. Just 5 plants. Li Yi hastily shook his head and took away the box containing the 5 hungry bones inside the muttering of the spirit machine vine. Then he also didn't forget to inquire. Previously, senior nephew and senior brother Suya made an appointment to take a mining vein quota. This matter obviously didn't lift the spirit machine vine spirits, and it lazily took out a token. Take this and go to room C9 up there, that's it. The vein isn't open to the public nowadays. You can pick a favorite one. Senior mouse brother over there should be able to tell you the specifics. Go go go. Oh yes, the mulberry trees and silkworms will be delivered to your home tomorrow. So remember to take good care of them. After handing the token to Li Yi, it directly shrunk back, incidentally placing a no one sign on the table. Then you have a good rest. Senior uncle. Li Yi picked up the token and walked towards the upward steps, quickly finding room C9 and gently knocking on the door. Immediately a shrill voice came from behind the door. Come in. Only then did Li Yi push the door open. Just inside this room stood a large closed iron door with a rocking chair in front of it. On it was lying a white-furred mouse in a vest, about the size of a child, in human form. Name, Mining Spirit Mouse. Mood happy, leisurely. Condition, good. Bindable, a spiritual plant that can constantly produce a variety of high-grade veins that can be used as a bed without digging. When the white-haired mouse saw Li Yi, his small eyes showed great doubt as he sat up. When did another disciple of the sect come here? Boy, when did you enter? I have not yet entered the sect, Li Yi said. I got the autumn harvest token from Master Spirit Machine Vine site earlier, and I plan to enter the sect in the fall. Hiss, the white-furred rat jumped in surprise. Autumn harvest token. To be able to make the spirit machine vine boss give autumn harvest tokens, could it be that real person wants to take on an apprentice? That's a lot of caging. Its small eyes rolled and its tone suddenly warmed up. Hiya, so it's the senior brother who was about to enter the gate. Isn't it a coincidence that you're here to take the vein? Come. Elder brother will pick a good one for you. It reached out its hand and tapped at the door, and the interior immediately caved in, emerging as a tunnel that appeared brightly lit with lamps hanging on both sides. Then I'll trouble senior brother. Li Yi also probably knew what was going on with this guy's sudden enthusiasm, so he simply smiled back and followed it inside the mine tunnel. The white mouse walked ahead with a bounce in his step and a mining hoe on his shoulder. Introducing, senior brother should have already understood the vein since he wants to occupy it. This place was given to us by the Mo family to operate, and the Buddha's dome gold produced inside cannot be taken out of the vein, but must be handed over in its entirety. The rest of the various minerals can be taken. However, if senior brother's spirit plants or spirit beasts needed it, it wouldn't matter as long as they were eaten inside the vein. Time flies pretty fast when you're talking to senior brother, that's all. Fast? It's been less than a minute. It was the first time Li Yi had seen such a talkative and mercenary spirit beast, so he could only follow and nod his head in agreement before looking towards the front. The space ahead suddenly became open. At this moment, Li Yi and the white-furred rat were standing on top of a platform constructed entirely of cubes and other organs, and in the distance, many gears set into the rock wall could be seen slowly rotating. The whole place was filled with an ineffable sense of regularity, the sound of gears turning, the movement of machine rattles, as if in the interior of some mechanical giant. Of course, the most notable thing here was the 30 portals that stood lined up not far away, with water rippling around their edges. Leaf blinked. That wouldn't be a space portal, would it? It's just a mining operation. Is it really necessary to make such a big scene? End of chapter. Chapter 60 Ghosts of Stone Fat, Ground Fat Fragrance Mines. This object is an organ space door built by the Manga family. It has been bound into this organ and is able to directly weed out the Buddha's top gold that you want to take out of the house, so it is possible to take home and carry out mining yourself. Senior brother, just pick one at will. The white mouse scratched his already small head of fur with his paw and muttered in a lowered tone. Well, it seems that I have vaguely heard that the 11th vein on the left-hand side is a bit strange. Alas, I don't want to be blamed for my bad memory, senior brother. It arched its hand with a paw, a knowing grin all over its face, its little eyes blinking several times. Li Yi, it's still a wonderful mouse. Be that as it may, he would return the favor. He stifled a laugh. Senior brother has a bottle of peach wine over here with some purple oil spring rain added to it. If you don't mind, senior brother can try it. A bottle of about a couple or so was held out to him. Oh, the white mouse's eyes lit up. Of course it's good. Of course it's good. Senior brother, and go take a look. Remember to be careful. In the end, the mine path has been closed for a long time. There is no high-level demonic beasts but also some small demonic creatures. I'll just drink here and wait for you. With this wine, it's really a good time. It's enough. It clutched the bottle of peach wine, its eyes full of intoxication, and then a deep sniff as the whole rat are a little trembling up. Staggering, all rely on the back of the tail and the support of the body will not fall down. Purple oil spring rain is indeed a good thing that spiritual beasts and plants can't resist, but it said there were some little monsters in there, so it looked like it would be a good idea to clean it up yourself. Then senior brother, I'll go and take a look first. Li Yi pondered, and in his mind, he found the portal of the 11th vein on the right-hand side as the white mouse said, and looking at the watery portal in front of him, he straightly stepped in. After a brief trance, a very deep mine tunnel appeared before them. He looked around. This place was only about able to accommodate 2 people walking together, and the height was only about 3 meters. A slightly taller cultivator would feel a bit cramped. Behind Li Yi was a portal made of organs and gears. The walls of the mine on either side were hung with miners' lamps, and amidst the wavering lights could be faintly made out a subtle strand of exposed ore. They stretched out in patches, glittering under the light of the lamps, like pieces of colored light in succession. Even if Li Yi didn't have much understanding of mineral veins, this should definitely be considered a rich mine. If we bring those golden horned ants here, they'll be digging like crazy. That's what makes someone good at what they do. But what in the world is Buddha-topped gold that would allow the Magi to spend this much effort or even nearly give it away for nothing to allow people to mine the vein? I'll see if I can find a piece. He tried to start searching inside, but after walking for about half a cup of tea, he couldn't find any materials related to gold. What other copper and iron ores were seen a whole lot. Having nothing to show for it, it was naturally a little discouraging. Honestly, he wanted to occupy this vein purely because he wanted the golden horned ants to be able to help him earn some extra money and evolve along the way. At least they were bound with a lot of vitality essence at their own expense. Being able to cultivate them should have a promising future. As for himself, of course, he does not know any spells for finding mines, and wants to find mines in such a deep mine. He vaguely sensed a gloomy aura flickering from the far wall of the mine, and a white liquid dripping down. Is there really a monster? Just now that moment could barely see a white shadow peeping at him over there. Being peeped at is easily felt for immortal cultivators. Li Yi didn't back off. This was the vein he was about to mine. If there was any danger, it had to be cleared out earlier. Senior Mouse Brother had only said to be more careful, so that meant there was no threat to him. The danger must be eliminated. He quickened his pace and chased after him, the shadow fleeing just ahead, seeing that he might not be able to catch up, so he calculated the distance when he was about to approach, and pointed his finger aura at the ground while throwing out several golden red fireballs. Go! The earth surge technique that had been strengthened by the spirit pulse willow instantly melted the ground and even the mine walls. The rock tumbled and blocked the monster's path, and the fireball blasted up. Woo! The monster let out a howl, and the golden red fireball was like igniting grease, instantly setting its entirety ablaze, with a strange aroma accompanying the flames. It burns very fast. It was almost burned out by the time Li Yi arrived, but thankfully the panels still work. Name: a stone fat ghost. Mood: feeling pain. Status: about to be incinerated by flames. Ghosts of the stone fat. Li Yi watched as the monster quickly burned out like a candle amidst the flames, looked up at the deeper mine tunnel in the distance, and took a deep breath. The strange aroma from the burning of the monster still lingered in the air, with a cold fragrance that wasn't unpleasant, and was even a bit refreshing. If he is not wrong, I am afraid that there is a stone resin incense mine here. That is, a special mineral wax. Before he talked to Suya when he heard the latter said, this kind of wax is the material for making ground wax. Ground wax can enable cultivators to meditate and concentrate, and when one is lit, the firelight it emits can also illuminate everything to the smallest detail. It's an excellent aid for cultivators who refine pills, draw talismans, assemble organs, and build formations. Suya's voice at that moment he still remembered. There was a clear expectation in the words. Obviously this thing was not something that could be acquired casually either. That means I found the treasure. Muttering a sentence, Li Yi kept his caution and continued forward. According to the monsters fleeing just now, it doesn't know any wall-piercing and hiding spells, and it keeps running this way, which means that there must be something on this side that can save it, and it might just be the lair. Being able to find its nest naturally led to the discovery of the stalagmites. Li Yi slowly moved forward, exterminating dozens more stone fat ghosts one after another, and finally found a piece of gnawed and unseemly wax wall in a downward depression. This wax wall is the original stone of the stone resin incense mine, which is connected to the surrounding stone wall and emits a cold and clear scent. So much? How much does it have to be? Li Yi's eyes glowed and he started mining without saying a word. But the mining didn't go very well. The stuff looks like wax, but it's very hard. Even when Li Yi exerted his mana to pick up the mining hoe for mining, the shock caused his tiger's mouth to ache vaguely. In the end, it took a lot of effort to mine only about 60 pounds or so of ore, and that mining hoe became very obviously cracked. So hard. That's just it. Let's go out first. It's been an hour. If we don't go out in case Senior Mouse Brother looks for someone, it'll be troublesome. He looked fondly at the piece of wax wall that was full of wax, and could only put his harvest into his storage bag, then left a little mark along the way and left the mine tunnel. And after he left, the mine tunnel, plunged into total darkness, suddenly rumbled. It seemed as if something huge had tumbled over the body, completely burying that wax wall in the ground and replacing it with an ordinary stone wall. The mark left behind by Li Yi of course disappeared completely amidst such an earth-shattering change, and the mine tunnel once again returned to silence. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Bearing to Yulon, purchasing Spirit Bee and Spirit Turtle. Just as he thought, he went in for a full hour, and the white-furred rat outside was already a bit anxious, pacing back and forth over there. This would definitely be bad luck for it if something happened to Senior Brotherly in there. But what if it's something good found inside? It's torn between going and not going. It was relieved to see Li Yi come out before it hurriedly greeted him. Suddenly his nose twitched as he approached. Senior Brother, you found the ground resin fragrance mine, haven't you? It sounded extremely certain. As a clan of mine-seeking spirit rats, and still able to come to the outside world to take charge of mineral mining, its skills were certainly not bad, and it knew what kind of mineral it was just by sniffing it. Yes, Li Yi didn't think to hide it. Just now when I was turning around inside, I found a few stone fat ghosts, and followed them up and found this item, and I have to thank Senior Brother. He took out the biggest piece and handed it to the white mouse, but the latter waved his hand repeatedly. I can't accept this. Your own chance. If you have the opportunity to bring me 2 bottles of wine again in the future, is it? The rules of the sect, it is still clear. Able to rely on the management of these veins to get some benefits, but the revenue brought by the veins themselves, it will not even touch. Well then, I'll bring another bottle of wine for my Senior Brother after a while. Li Yi didn't insist and asked the doubt he had been having. Why does the Mo family want the Buddha top gold so much? It's a thing. It's really just a matter of the Mo family getting enough Buddha's dongbul to build some organs, plus distributing some resources to the lower-ranked cultivators. It's just like the reason why the migratory end market exists. It's always necessary to give low-ranking cultivators some opportunities to advance. Who knows if there are any people in the huge immortal cultivation world who have excellent talent but are buried? After lamenting like a wise man for a few moments, the mercenary smile piled up on the white rat's face again. Rubbing his paws, no, seniorly is the pearl. The time in the dust is shorter. When it's really a good thing, elder brother can really boast about people. Li Yi humbly smiled. I will certainly also invite senior brother to come to my residence for a gathering when I am initiated. Peach wine is enough. Very good, very good. Senior brother, you and come over here. I'll help you register. Then you can take the organ space door away. The mining time is 3 months. I'll come to your door to recover it after 3 months. Senior mouse brother could be described as smiling with joy, pulling Li Yi to register on a jade board at the side. Then without knowing what organs were activated, the portal of the mineral vein Li Yi had just selected instantly morphed and folded, changing into a small iron casting organ portal. This object is it. Senior brother, do not take it out of the migratory end market. It only works in the migratory end market's formation. When you get to your home, pick the right spot, press the bump on this, and it will unfold. The portal was casually handed to Li Yi by the white mouse before it led Li Yi out of this organ mine, sending him all the way out the door with that warmth. It was even so passionate that it made Li Yi a bit overwhelmed. He had also come into contact with the cultivators of the 4x sect before, but none of them looked like this. Li Yi, who left the store, didn't go home, but strolled around the marketplace outside. It's been a while since he purchased anything. Let's see if he can pick up the pieces, just in time for spring, now that it's warming up. A lot of the bazaar was filled with various types of spirit plants for sale. At a cursory glance there are any number of magnolias, Buddha sea smile, azaleas, jade stamens, really a variety of all kinds. The air is filled with fragrance, but most of these are just ornamental or embellish the cave as well as the residence. The price is even cheaper. A few spirit stones can move a pot. It didn't seem necessary for Li Yi to buy these. He was going to pick a spiritual plant that could be symbiotically bound or picked up, so he walked slowly. Not a moment's effort to find a cultivator placed in front of a plant branches like jade carving. Natural stretching. The top of the duo is crystal clear as jade marigolds like a strange tree. That a jade marigold-like inside seems to be still dense with mist. The sunlight spilled from the dome of the sky into it. More than a touch of golden halo can be described as brilliant. Jade tree gold, when it is really extremely beautiful. Name, bearing du magnolia tree. Mood, showing off. Spreading branches. Condition, excellent. Bindable, beautiful wasps. What the hell? This one tree actually flaunts it and wants beautiful bees to bind it? Li Yi instantly became interested. As a result, just as he stepped forward, that stall owner took the initiative to get up and arch his hand. Fellow Daoist is a cultivator of the 4x sect, right? Could it be that you have also taken a fancy to this bearing du magnolia tree of mine? He had a slightly proud look on his face, as if it was something to be proud of to be able to be looked at by a cultivator from the 4x sect to cultivate a spirit plant. Yeah, people greeted Li Yi with a smiling face, and of course he wouldn't put on airs. Fellow Daoist, this bearing du magnolia tree looks spiritual. I would like to buy a few. I wonder what the price is. Ha ha. The cultivator's face showed an expression that this was indeed the case as he introduced. These dew-bearing magnolia trees were specially cultivated by me to be able to carry the pure morning dew that has not dispersed in the early morning. He sighed when he said that. It's just that they have some problems that I have to make clear with you, Taoist. Though they grow in such splendor, they refuse almost all bees to pass on the pollen and collect the nectar. So much so that they can only be used as spiritual plants for collecting morning dew and ornamental purposes. Originally, the nectar born from this item was also a spiritual material, but after rejecting the spirit bees, it was no longer difficult to obtain. Li Yi nodded. So that's how it is, but it doesn't matter. I mainly just want to bring it back as a floral ornamental. Just say how many spirit stones it is, fellow Daoist. 100 spirit stones per plant. Fellow Daoist, according to the rules, it's impossible to reproduce. As a second-order spiritual plant with special effects, this price is really not high. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't produce honey, it was estimated that it would be a bit more expensive. After all, spiritual plants can survive for a longer period of time than spiritual beasts. As for the inability to reproduce, this was a common problem with spirit plants. Almost every family that bred their own spirit plants had some method to curb them from reproducing. Buy one plant and you only get one plant. Li Yi didn't care and directly took out out 500 spirit stones and took away 5 trees. Each of these bearing dew magnolia trees was more than 1 person tall, and 5 of them to take back would be enough to decorate one's inner courtyard. After obtaining the Chenglu Yulan, his goal was clear. Now he only needed the tortoise-type spirit beasts of the bitter spirit gourd and the beautiful bees, so he could just follow these 2 to find them. Fortunately, now that spring is warming up, there are of course more bee-type spirit insects, and he didn't have to spend much effort to find a bee called Jinghua spirit bee. These bees are crystal clear and extremely gorgeous, and when they fly through the air their wings and fluffy body reflect the sunlight, transmitting a rainbow of colors. When he got the bees he quietly sensed with the Chenglu magnolia tree and found that the latter did not resist, which made him buy it. After buying the bees, Li Yi casually bought a few first order, able to live inside the land spirit turtles before rushing to the Mo family's store. He spent 10,000 spirit stones to buy a beaver can accommodate the beavers can live in the square-inch mountain and river box, holding a thick instructions for use full of return. When I get home, I'm going to make attempts to see if the bitter spirit gourd can be bound to turtles, and what happens when the bearing dew magnolia tree is bound to spirit bees, as well as moving the beavers and arranging for the mine to be mined. When you think about it like that, there's a lot going on, but all of these give a clear benefit and enrich your compound, which is really nice. Thank you 7 kills and Source Heavy Pure 2 Big Brother reward. Thank you Big Brother to my little brother's monthly ticket and recommendation support. End of chapter. Chapter 62, the gourd accompanies the turtle, and the beaver moves home. When Li Yi returned home, Zhao He's residence had already been constructed by the cultivators of the Deaconess Hall. It was a small separate door in the corner of the courtyard, and another point of land had been circled. That's the beauty of having a lot of vacant land around, being able to remodel as much as you want. After all, a gardener really doesn't mind having too much land. Zhao He didn't know when he found a broom in the yard from whence he came, and was cleaning up the leaves in the yard, tidying up very neatly, except for the bitter spirit gourd side where everything was as usual. This practice made Li Yi very satisfied. Don't be foolish enough to go near an unknown spirit plant thinking you're cleaning. Getting close to those things when you don't have the skills to do so is likely to have immeasurable consequences. Immortals. Zhao He immediately stood straight after seeing Li Yi and took the initiative to speak. That immortal Yang from the Deacon Hall said that building my residence would cost 10 spirit stones. Oh, just give it to him when the time comes. Li Yi didn't care much. This quantity seemed to be less than what he thought. But where did you get this broom from? The broom looked very fine and was obviously not the same as the one in his own house. It was gifted to me by Immortal Yang. Zhao He replied. He also said that he could go over to the Deacon's Hall to learn a few things, so that he could better help you. Immortal, with your tedious chores, do you think I should go? He didn't dare to make his own decisions after all, even when the matter was clearly a good one. He didn't dare to agree to it. Just go. There are a lot of things going on in the workshop, and since you want to come and be my handyman, you should study hard and talk less and learn more. Why don't you go over to your quarters, and I'll call out to you if anything happens. Li Yi casually said a few words and said nothing more. I think the education over in Tianhe City should be clearer and more understandable than here in his own place, and he barely knew that much sense in this regard, and there was no need for him to dictate what he didn't know. He had given his trust and it was up to Zhao He to do it. Zhao He respectfully saluted. Yes. He then took a broom and finished clearing the leaves that had piled up on the ground and went back over to his place. Only then did Li Yi take back his gaze, came straight to the front of the bitter spirit gourd, took out the several turtles he bought and started to try one by one. And finally there was a reaction on a mediocre, earth-colored turtle named Earth Turtle. Binding consumes 20 points of vitality essence. Since it could be bound, Li Yi certainly wouldn't refuse. 20 points only. He'd saved up another 1,500 or so in that time yet. Bind. Accompanied by the panel's 5 colored streams of flashing light, that earth-colored turtle suddenly had some reaction. It was extremely fast, and with its own little short legs, it came to the location of the roots of the bitter spirit gourd, and then started digging straight up. I can tell by the name. It's a turtle. Turtles that can live in dry land are of course more or less capable of digging, but why dig where the roots are? Aren't the roots of spiritual plants all very delicate? Li Yi frowned as he watched from over there, only to see the earth turtle whimpering and digging for a while. It really found the main root of the bitter spirit gourd, and immediately afterward, that main root had the spirit to wrap itself around the earth turtle. Then, as the earth turtle began to slowly swim inside the land, it actually directly brought the entire bitter spirit gourd with it and began to move as well. Although this guy was only of the first rank, but at least it was a spirit beast, and its size was also large. Dragging a shelf or something was still simple, not to mention that this earth turtle had a toughness. It stalked ahead and swam inside the dirt, hard enough to rip the shelf loose. After a few platters, the shelf collapsed, and one by one the thickly growing gourd vines on it were bitten off and torn to pieces by the turtles. Eventually there was just one gourd-bearing vine left clinging on. the gourd stood on the turtle's back, and the rest of the vines were wrapped around the turtle along with the roots, seemingly transmitting their own aura. Coincidentally, those chewed-up vines were hanging from gourds that hadn't placed anything, and the 3 gourds that had placed things were all still well and truly on the turtle's back. Li Yi could be said to be dumbfounded as he watched from the side, gazing at the gourd vines and turtle slowly swimming in the earth, and for a moment he was completely at a loss as to what to say. The world is so big, I want to see it? Li Yi followed the earth turtle around the courtyard for a while, and suddenly realized that the aura drawn by the gourd vine was almost entirely passed on to the earth turtle. And the earth turtle was very stingy in exuding so little aura supply to the gourd vine. It carries the gourd on its back armor like this, with vines wrapped around it and roots trailing below. On his own, he swam slowly through the dirt, stopping to bask in the sun when he came across a nice sunny spot, and continuing to move when he wanted to. They even nibble on the leaves of the gourd a few times when they're hungry, but the moods of both are shown to be pleasantly satisfied. It's really a wishful thinking, when it's really magical. That means the gourd had to consume its excess aura to grow this luxuriantly. Originally it was just 1. The earth turtle has an ability similar to the earth escape technique, and it can also draw in excess aura, and its own aura emanation is small, which fits the characteristics of the gourd that doesn't quite need too much aura. He had begun to take notes with a booklet. Inside this booklet were also previous records about flint crystal worms, silver moon grass, golden red dragon carp, microchuan beavers, and the like. Although these guys were all under the influence of their own vital essence to be able to bind symbiosis in this way, it was at least an experience, and in the future there might be a chance to argue with someone. When he finished writing and put the booklet away in his personal storage pouch, he stared at the earth turtle and gourd and muttered, "That also leaves the question of the lifespan of the bitter spirit gourd, which only has a lifespan of 1 month. But turtles are considered to have a long lifespan. Could it also be affected? This will obviously require him to wait patiently for January time. Maybe we'll have some surprises?" He didn't think much about it. It was just a month or so, which was fleeting for cultivators. After taking one last look, he turned around and went to the inner courtyard, planting the bearing dew magnolia tree in the right place. Binding was then performed on them and those crystal and spirit bees. The binding of course still chose the queen bee, and he specifically asked for a full 5 queens and a sufficient number of swarming hives that came with them. Binding consumes 100 points of vitality essence. After using 500 points of vitality essence to bind the finish, nothing seemed to have changed. It was the crystal Hua spirit bee that began to start circling around the Changlu magnolia tree, seemingly collecting nectar. But if you look closely, you can see that what they collect is not nectar, because the magnolia does not have nectar, but only dew that it collects in the morning and before dawn. That dew was collected by them and brought back inside the hive, and then I don't know what happened. Ugh, I'd love to see what's changed. Li Yi shook his head helplessly and took out the square-inch mountain and river box he had purchased to the beaver's residence. The box was 20 feet long and 10 feet wide, with a mechanism inside that was capable of admitting the spirit vein and spirit spring. The reason why this thing is expensive is because people have a small spiritual spring attached to it, and the array pattern depicted inside the organ can ensure that a near equilibrium temperature is maintained in the box, and even has the effect of treating dirt. You guys come and move. He knocked on the square-inch mountain and river box that was placed on the ground and said to the beavers, "I'll bury it directly near the spiritual spring, so you guys can just move in later." When I bought the beavers earlier, they were living in this kind of box, so there was no surprise at this moment. There was just gibbering in delight. Each of them was as fat as a round ball, rubbing around Li Yi's pants leg again and again, pampering them enough before staying to the side, watching with anticipation. Li Yi dug out a pit large enough to hold the square-inch mountain and river box with the earth surge technique. The box was buried into the earth, tightly sealed, with no direct contact with the surrounding earth, as if a side of the landscape had appeared out of nowhere. Then it was the beavers' moving project. Li Yi didn't care much about it, and after binding the newly obtained hungry bones one by one, he went to busy himself with the mining search. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Changes in the Mining Cave. Black Cat reappears. The space organ door was arranged over a clearing and fenced off by him. Then he communicated with the spirit vein willow again, making sure that it could extend its branches inside the portal. He didn't even need to guide them. The golden horned ants, who had long been used to cooperating with the spirit vein willow, already rode on the willow branches that extended towards the portal and entered the mine. Li Yi followed behind and watched as the golden horned ants, who had already expanded their colony, began to cut down a willow branch to search for minerals inside the rock wall. His eyes filled with anticipation. Granted, it might be a bit too much to let such a nest of golden horn ants excavate a mine that big. However, he was originally just trying to make the golden horned ants evolve, and the gain from the ore was actually not too much of a concern. Instead, he was more concerned about the future than these tiny gains in front of him. When the golden horned ants got used to digging for ore and the colony expanded once more, that would be the time of harvest. It's not much different from growing spiritual plants, and also to wait for the roots to take root. I hope I don't disappoint. He glanced at the busy golden horned ants and took a step towards the depths of the mine, but the more he walked the more odd his expression became, because he surprisingly didn't notice the mark he had left behind. The flint fire that had been thrown down with his spiritual power should still be burning, but he searched hard for it, as if it had mysteriously disappeared. This caused Li Ye's face to go from odd to gloomy. It wasn't that he was lost because of the loss of those geosmines, but this situation represented that something had changed here that he couldn't predict or even know the reason for. It was the kind of thing that worried him more than whatever stone-fat ghosts could apparently be seen. After all, hell knows if something will happen to the vein, such as a collapse or something, so he immediately decided to enlist the help of professionals. He summoned Zhao He and handed the latter the jade pendant that came with his Dao robes, telling him to go to the Four Seasons sex store to look for Senior Mouse Brother to help. As for himself, he brought out the spirit vein willow and the golden horned ants. Not long after, Senior Mouse Brother hurriedly arrived after Zhao He, involving a possible change in the mineral vein. Senior Mouse's face was filled with a serious expression. It was sniffing around inside the vein, and from time to time, it even performed the earth escape technique to drill into the mining wall to check it out. Finally it stroked its beard and said to Li Yi, "It should be an earth tremor earthworm. Senior Brother mustn't go deeper into the mine in these days. Shallow is fine. I'll personally head over to the Mercer's side to discuss a solution with them. I'll talk to Senior Brother in detail when I return. Farewell for now." It came and went in a hurry, and departed with a grave look on its face. Li Yi was also a little worried in his heart when he saw it like this, but it was good that he didn't intend to venture inside, just letting the golden horned ants dig at a shallow level. Plus having an earth attribute spirit plant like the spirit vein willow in charge of monitoring, there shouldn't be any problems. There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm lucky to have it and I'm lucky to lose it. The good thing was that he had already tapped into some of the geode incense mines, so it wasn't that much of a loss. The next day, a cultivator wearing the Four Seasons Sex Taoist robes paid a visit to the door. "Senior Li, I am a cultivator of the Sex Heavenly Engineering Hall, Qian Fong." He took out a small piece of amber from inside his storage ring after introducing himself. Inside seemed to be sealed a tree with lush foliage and some stray silkworm eggs vaguely visible on the tree. "This is Senior Brother Li's summer mission this time. The Ingyao Spirit Mulberry and the Pouring Age Silkworm. Senior Brother and C. There is no problem with Elder Song's seal. This Senior Brother Qianfong speaks and does everything with a straight face." Fortunately, Suya had said to him before that this amber seal was to ensure that no problems would occur during the transportation of the spirit plants and spirit beasts, so he knows what to do. He nodded right after his inspection. Indeed, there is no damage. Upon hearing this, Qianfong handed the amber to Li Yi as if he was relieved. The serious look on his face instantly disintegrated and he raised a smile. "After that, there will be a few more senior brothers who will join me in helping the cultivators and refining weapons on this side of the workshop, so Senior Brother Li can always seek me out if he needs anything. By the way, I will be the one to collect these silkworms from now on. That's a pretty quick turnaround. If Senior Brother has a need, he will definitely pay a visit at his door." Li Yi returned the smile. "Well then, I'll leave first. Senior Brother will see you in the future." He waved his hand and turned away. After he left, Li Yi took the placement's surplus obsidian spirit sang and pouring years marigold and entered the inner courtyard, injecting his spiritual energy into them before placing them on the ground. Amber slowly dissolves. A very shiny, flourishing mulberry tree that looked like it was carved out of golden crystals then directly began to grow larger, with its roots deeply rooted into the land, and in just a moment, it had grown into a height of more than 3 people. The mulberry leaves are also very peculiar, but all of them are heart-shaped. Each leaf emitted a shining golden halo as it swayed in the wind, and one silkworm egg wrapped inside the leaf could be clearly seen. Meow! Just as Li Yi was admiring, the long-lost Sephora spirit scroll flipped open at an unknown time, and a pitch-black cat lightly leapt onto Li Ye's shoulder. It stretched out its own barbed tongue to gently lick at Li Ye's cheeks, and some slight tingling sensation caused the latter to instantly return to his senses. "Senior Xian Cat?" Li Yi was very surprised as to how this big brother suddenly came out. Meow! The black cat pointed a paw at the mulberry tree and summoned another acacia spirit scroll. Clattering through one of the pages, it gestured for Li Yi to take a look, only to see that there were densely written words on that page. Li Yi gazed at it. It was actually a spell. It was a spell that could work with the Breath of Life Spirit Transformation Scroll. It's called Rooted in Silk. Feeding the silkworms with water and ink, they can live for a while longer after transforming into moths and spit out silk once again. And these silks can help the spiritual plants extend their roots? Li Yi blinked his eyes. feeling incredulous. Silkworms can help spiritual plants extend their roots? It can also do what the roots can do. This spell is a bit too magical. Meow. The black cat shook its head and pressed its paw into the blank space behind the spell. Some small hidden words immediately appeared on it, and when Li Yi read it carefully, his expression grew more and more trance-like. There was another spell behind this one, which was to mix the collected ink and spirit stones, add some special materials and mash them together to create a strange kind of ink. It is called breathable spirit ink. By feeding the silkworms with the spiritual ink, they will leave behind special eggs after the second spitting and cocooning, which have a certain possibility of hatching out the ink spirit silkworms. This ink spirit silkworm specializes in spitting out the silk needed to perform the wrap silk as root spell. It's just that this method requires many spirit stones. One tail of ink would require at least 3,000 spirit stones, and some other treasured materials. Why is Elder telling me about this method at this moment? Is it because I got the mulberry tree and silkworms? The black cat shook his head and meowed a few times. Li Yi's expression became even harder. It meant that Li Yi should have enough financial resources to be able to research such spells at this moment. Having been a little too poor before, how can I be considered poor? But, does look the same in comparison? Thank you to 16 Knights of Tao Tai. My son is called Yuan Bao, and Kazka for their rewards. Thank you to the other big guys for giving my little brother monthly votes as well as recommendation support. End of chapter. Chapter 64, The Confusion of Spirit Stones, Beaver Foundation Establishment. So you're telling me now because I'm good enough? Or is there some other reason? The black cat leisurely lay on top of his shoulder, meowing, informing Li Yi of some of the information his master had learned during his lifetime, probably meaning that Li Yi did have the ability. At the same time, it also told Li Yi some extremely important information. Low-ranked spirit stones were only consumables. There were many formations and magic weapons and even alchemy and talisman making that required the stabilizing spirit power inside the spirit stone as a catalyst. Spirit stones are categorized into natural spirit stones and spirit stones that have been crafted. Compared to the spiritual energy flowing from spirit veins as well as other spiritual sources, the spiritual energy of spirit stones was more stable. So the number of spirit stones made by the big clans, and whose spirit stone spiritual power was closer to that of natural spirit stones, were all ways to compare the strength of the clans. So it is. The black cat's words and the amount of information contained in them eased the doubts Li Yi had been harboring slightly. Thinking about it this way, the value of low-grade spirit stones would indeed decrease, and it was no wonder that Suya and the spirit machine Vine had both said that the prices here were regulated. On the one hand, the great sects led the resource regulation, and on the other hand, the value of the spirit stones themselves was placed over there. By separating the lower and higher ranks, it wouldn't lead to the devaluation of spirit stones by inflating their quantity. Both high-ranking and low-ranking cultivators were able to obtain the resources they needed and would not be unable to cultivate. It was indeed completely different from what he had imagined before, but that would suggest that the system must be controlled by the will of a higher power, and the abundance of material resources is bound to be rich. There is some way to get the aura, or else all the sects would not be of one mind. Mom, it's not going to get struck by lightning, is it? Li Yi hastily threw these strange and bizarre thoughts out of his mind. Since it still exists today, it makes sense. Perhaps it would be better to wait until one reached a higher order to understand the inner workings of this. A chi refining minor cultivator. What was the point of thinking about these things now? The black cat watched Li Yi's expression with round eyes, and only after seeing Li Yi completely calm down did it let out a soft meow. Try to earn spirit stones. It then jumped into the book again and disappeared completely. Only Li Yi was left to look at the Xingyao mulberry tree and the eggs of the tilted age silkworms on it, and muttered after a few moments of contemplation, "This thing is really not too good to cultivate. To ink but also spirit stones and so many materials. First get the silkworms out and then say it. The task is prioritized." After deciding so, Li Yi carefully removed all the silkworm eggs and brought them back inside his house, placing them inside the jade box he had prepared long ago. This leaning age silkworm's favorite thing is jade objects, and even mixes some jade powder when feeding mulberry leaves. Although they love jade as long as it's jade, there are disparities between different jades. Previously, Li Yi had bought some first-order spirit jades, and he would wait until the silkworms broke their eggs and hatched to test them one by one to find out the most suitable ones. As for that Yingyao mulberry tree, it needs enough daylight to shine. He planned to cast the sunlight caressing seed method whenever he had something to do, not only to improve his proficiency a bit, but also to liaise with it. After the mulberry tree came, Li Yi was almost housebound, observing the silkworm eggs daily. If there was anything he needed, he would ask Xiao He to help himself to buy it or liaise with the store side of the Four Seasons sect. Having been out of the house a bit too much for a while now, he still enjoyed staying at home, It was just that as the aura in the yard was elevated, coupled with the fact that he had nourished the spiritual plants and spiritual beasts that he had mainly cultivated with the grey wishing dust he had gotten in the yuwa fragrance oil, this had led to a little too much aura. They almost couldn't wait to offer their respective auras to Li Yi, and had even fought over it. Just like the moment Li Yi stepped out of the door, the spirit vein willow that was close by would fire the aura directly over, and the ones that were far away and didn't have that much control could only spill the aura inside the compound. He had long since arrived at the 10th level of chi refinement, and foundation building was about turning the origin aura in his body into spiritual liquid. Now that he was overflowing with aura and the purity of his spiritual energy was extremely high, it would naturally become liquid. Plus, there were so many auras that could help him break through the barrier that he didn't even need the help of any boundary-breaking pills. Even he felt that if he didn't tense up accidentally, he might have to break through to the foundation establishment stage in the next breath. Breaking the realm too easily is also a kind of torment. He sighed helplessly, and could only reach out his hand and use his spiritual energy and divine sense to transform into the sunlight bell, controlling it to patrol inside the courtyard. Jingle bells. The gentle bell sound shone like sunlight on the spiritual plants and animals in the compound. This was one of the most mana-consuming spells he could do, and incidentally, he was also able to bond with the spirit beasts and plants. With his sunburst bells soothing them, they too could feel happy and joyful. The spring breeze is warm and the bells are gentle. Li Yi leisurely leaned on top of the recliner, enjoying the abundant spiritual chi, taking a few decored lotus seeds to eat every now and then. As he reached for the lotus, he suddenly saw a group of golden horned ants running out happily from the distant organ space door. They came straight to Li Yi's face and spat out some tiny gold nuggets in unison. The nugget was no more than the size of a soybean, but it glowed with a compassionate color in the sunlight. It was like a glittering light phase on top of the Buddha's head, instantly attracting Li Yi's attention. Buddha-topped gold? How did you guys bring it back from the inside? He was surprised to take the Buddha's top gold. On the contrary, the eyes of the beaver squatting in a sunbathing spot lit up, and with a nimble leap of his chubby body, he picked up the soybean-sized piece of Buddha's top gold. Carrick, it climbed onto Li Yi's body, took the Buddha's top gold and shook it. Its body overflowed with 7-colored light, wrapping around the Buddha's top gold like a flame. It actually directly financialized the soybean-sized Buddha's dome, turning it into a near-transparent disc. Gold was the base color, and the Buddha's light that belonged to it wrapped around the gold flakes, solidifying into a translucent solid that glistened. It would really look like the light phase behind the Buddha's head. Li Yi picked up this small round piece and rubbed it in his hand, suddenly surprised. You can still refine weapons? No. When did you advance to foundation establishment? The beaver's body emitted spiritual energy had already been liquidized. If not for this guy's display, Li Yi would not have been able to find out that it had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. He blinked his little round eyes and chirped some more. The other 4 beavers heard the news and also stood on top of the table. Their bodies were also liquidized spiritual energy, and all of them were actually foundation builders. Although the foundation building of spirit beasts was not quite the same as that of the human race, they had indeed arrived at the 3rd stage from the 2nd stage, crossing a big hurdle that was extremely difficult to handle. Li Yi himself hadn't even built his foundation yet. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Earth-moving earthworm hatchling. Mining cave demonic creature. The Lord is weak and the beast is strong. Li Yi had mixed feelings when he thought that he was still unable to build his foundation. He was furious from the bottom of his heart, and evil from the side of his guts. Straight away, he grabbed the beaver who was still fooling around and needed him. The latter was enjoying himself at first, but then he held his paw and begged for forgiveness. Carry. It was still refreshing to hold that Tsukiji in his mind and rub it in his eyes when he should have said no, and he quickly accepted the situation with open arms, simply observing the thin sheet of gold that the beaver had produced. There was no doubt that this was already a magic weapon. The Buddha's light that came from the purification of unjust souls birthed from ascension to heaven was already considered an extremely superior power within that book of the heart sphere lotus saving suffering law. If Immortal were to carry this with him, he would be afraid that he would never encounter any demons or devils in his entire life, of course. Only the lower ranked ones. You said you learned it from within the heart phase lotus saving suffering method? Carry. The beaver nodded, then stretched his paw again and pointed at the Buddha's top gold, making a bonding gesture, meaning that this metal was capable of carrying the Buddha's light. Pretty impressive. Nice. Reward you with a few lotus seeds to eat. He handed the ice lotus seeds he was going to eat directly to the beaver. All 5 beavers immediately ran over, reaching out to grab the lotus seeds one by one and stuff them inside their fur, then ran over to the side of the pool where the fish were kept, sat down in unison at the edge of the pool, and ate the lotus seeds with their paws in their hands. The fish in the pool swam around underneath but didn't dare to make any movements. This is a 3rd order spirit beast. In the past when they were of the same 2nd order they could still rely on their size to bully the beavers, but now that they have all reached the 3rd order, there is naturally not much they can do. Ugh. Li Yi retracted his gaze. This if he took it out to sell. People asked which high monk gave the enlightenment, and how to answer. But he stood up and followed the group of golden horned ants that were already preparing to return to the mine, intending to see what was going on over there. Why were they able to bring out the Buddha's top gold? Is there another change inside the mine? When he followed the ants through the space organ door, the view inside caused him to have a moment of silence, only to see that originally should be densely covered with a lot of low-ranking ore on the wall, but densely growing clusters of golden coral. In the illumination of the mine emitted a compassionate light. All Buddha-topped gold? This is very wrong. Li Yi didn't act rashly. First he found the anthill placed at the entrance, and straight away broke open a small opening, and saw the plump ant queen inside. Is there an aura in here that you fear? He inquired. The ant queen was at least a second-stage spirit insect, and it was also nourished by his vital essence and spiritual energy, transmitting an intermittent meaning. But it's good to be able to hear, there's something huge down there. Down there? Where is it? Have your golden horned ants take me there? The fat queen ant had flicked her head, and immediately a group of golden horned ants drilled out and started crawling in the distance from in front of Li Yi. Since Senior Mouse Brother had hinted to never go deeper, Li Yi had been calculating the distance, and if it was more than 100 meters, he would stop exploring inside. Good thing the distance wasn't more than 100 meters. It had even only just gone 30 meters or so, just a few more turns, when the swarm of golden horned ants stopping in front of a fissure where a spirit vein willow branch had extended in. The fissure was also the size of a fist. Li Yi crouched down to take a look inside along the hole in the ground, and was barely able to see the scenery below through the gaps in the rocks. The view made him instantly suck in his breath. Hiss, only to see that underneath the hole in the ground was a golden coral bush, and a huge, earth-colored earthworm that looked like a 1,000-year-old giant tree was staying over there, constantly devouring the Buddha's top gold and ores. Even the branches of the spirit vein willow were pressed underneath its body, but the spirit vein willow seemed to be willing to gift it with its spiritual energy without any pain. Name earthworm. Mood, painful. Irritable. Status, about to split. Meet death and give birth to offspring. Li Yi had already hung the Pine Tower Phantasmagoria on his waist when he came over, concealing his own aura, so he wouldn't be detected by this geomantic earthworm. He gazed at the huge earthworm and realized that the latter's epidermis was being torn apart. All the metallic minerals flowed through it, and every now and then sharp spikes would form to rip at the epidermis. A slow trickle of slime ran down the body of the earth-moving earthworm. Inside, there was actually a small strip of geodesic earthworm. Compared to their mothers, these geodesic earthworms were pitifully small, estimated to be the thickness of a baby's arm at best. As soon as he was born, he began digging around the rock wall to escape. The ones that didn't manage to escape were all crushed in the agonizing tumble of the giant earth-moving earthworms, melting into the metal around them, and he didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the metal seemed to be getting a little bit more. Li Yi took a deep breath. The slightly chilly atmosphere of the mines, however, made him feel unusually calm. Help me, I'm going to catch a hatchling of a geomantic earthworm. He gently touched the branches of the spirit vein willow that extended downward. Even Senior Mouse Brother's expression was so serious when he brought up the earth-moving earthworm. It must mean that this was an extremely treasured spirit beast, and with the help of the spirit vein willow, he could definitely abduct one through the earth surge technique. When it's time to take a risk, you must take a risk. Not to mention that today the sky is the limit. Otherwise, it would be a waste to wait for all those earth movement earth hatchlings to leave. The branches of the spirit vein willow swayed gently, accepting his divine sense and the influx of spiritual energy, and the downward branches began to affect the rock walls around the earth-shaking earth. Since the spirit vein willow had been staying over here, it had long since gained the trust of the earth-moving earth, and the latter had pressed on with no move of resistance. Coupled with Li Ye's subtle control, a geomantic earthworm hatchling was quickly guided to arch towards this side. Seeing that the hatchling of the earth-moving earthworm was getting closer and closer, Li Yi however felt some trepidation in his heart. The brocade pouch at his chest began to burn slightly, and the acacia life and death bean actively transformed into a green bird and stood on his shoulder. The slightly cool beak touched Li Ye's earlobe. Jojo, I know. Li Yi stroked its feathers. Don't worry, obviously something is about to change, and it's never good. That feeling made him speed up the infusion of his spiritual energy, and as the geomantic earthworm hatchling finally reached the hole in the ground, he reached out and grabbed it with one hand. The slimy earth-moving earthworm hatchling in his hand made his heart happy. Then without saying a word he executed the wind harnessing technique to take away all of the golden horned ants and spirit vein willow, and ran off with his legs drawn. The strengthening of his body from taking various spirit materials for a long period of time as well as the enhancement of his mana allowed him to leave this spatial organ door in just a few breaths of time, holding the ant nest and dragging the spirit vein willow with him. The moment he was out the door he also heard a mournful sound. The voice was extremely shrill. It caused his divine sense to be slightly shaken and tingling. Even standing in the bright sunlight, he still felt a little uneasy. He simply reached out and closed the portal for the moment, but the moment it was closed, there was a hideous claw sticking out of it. Ka-ching! The closed portal was like a sharp guillotine, cutting the claws right off and falling to the ground with a muffled thud. Li Ye's expression was calm. He looked down at the claw and noticed that the surface was flecked with metal, and the reddish-brown liquid that oozed out quickly condensed into clumps on the ground, giving off a rusty odor. Thank you for all the readers' big brother to the small brother to vote for the monthly vote and recommended votes to support the end of the month. In advance, I wish you all a happy April. End of chapter. Chapter 66 Mining Invitations. Murray's Workshop. A cultivator holding a ruler sighed slightly. Fellow Dioist mouse, that earth-moving earthworm was indeed something that we didn't monitor, nor did we anticipate that it would die suddenly. If you hadn't come to warn us, I'm afraid we might have caused some trouble. With that, he bowed deeply. Thank you, fellow Daoist. The white mouse sat upright on a chair to the side and waved his hand. This matter was still discovered by one of our clan's senior disciples, and the credit does not belong to me. Once this earth-moving earthworm died, the trauma it had accumulated from the earth should be released. Minerals that were originally within our reach will be transformed into ghosts and spirits, and there is no lack of some Jindan's existence. How do you feel about that? This matter in the end is still the Maja family placed in the 4x sex door open to the public. The two sides is a cooperative relationship. Shirley Can nodded a word to decide. The Mo clan's cultivator replied back. I've already inquired about the sex masters and decided to make this matter public after your friend came. That grievous spirit is dangerous, but it's also a chance. Cultivators fight for heaven and earth, and in the end, they can't always have smooth sailing. If there were those who were willing to go amongst the veins to cut down the demons, they would naturally be able to harvest a batch of resources. But of course, there was also the possibility that they would fall. We made peace with the matter and left it to the monks to decide for themselves. What do you think? Under the cultivator's gaze, the white mouse shook his head indifferently. Cultivation fights for its life. It should be like this. It should be the first time for you to cooperate with our 4x sect, although we will also protect our shortcomings and cover our bases. But all choices come at their own cost, good or bad. It stretched out its claws and gently pointed at the jade light screen in front of it, and an imprint appeared above one of the doors. But this door has already been occupied by my clan's cultivators, so I'll trouble you to hand over the organic talisman to me. Didn't you just say that choices come at a price? As a result, now they want to ask for the organic talisman. That organic talisman has already surveyed the entire mineral vein, forming an absolutely detailed map. According to the map to explore, isn't it picking up treasure? The Mo clan cultivator's heart slandered, but his mouth still smiled. If it wasn't for the reminder of your clan's disciples, really when that earth-moving earthworm falls, and the cultivators go into mine, there will definitely be some troublesome things. The jade talisman should also be handed over to Dao Yu. He took out a square jade talisman and handed it to the white mouse. I'll trouble you on your side to spread this message far and wide. Good to know. The white mouse picked up the jade talisman. Then I will leave first. Fellow Dioist, take your time. The friar watched it leave. The white mouse leapt after leaving the Maja organ workshop and directly entered the underground formation to penetrate inside. Quickly arriving at the store of the 4x sect, it found the Reiki vine to clear the matter all up. The latter listened and spoke in a calm tone. I know about the earth-moving earthworms too. This spirit beast is very special. Once one dies, the rest will also die one after another. It's the earth that has undergone some changes. Without their suppression, the mines would definitely be chaotic. But this was also a chance for the cultivators. I will send out notices to the public to let the cultivators know about the mine and its benefits, and it is up to them to decide. However, according to the Maja side, these earth-moving earthworms should not have reached the end of their lifespan yet. I think that perhaps the earth has changed a little, since this vein is in the vicinity of the migratory end of the market. That is our territory. Take your sons and nephews with you and go check it out. And if there's really something hard to handle, ask the senior uncles in the gate for help. Yes, the white mouse solemnly clasped his fists, then once again burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Reiki Vine was left staring at the sundial sitting on the side. After a while it summoned Xianfang and Suya, and told the latter two about the matter before ordering them to meet Li Yi. Other side, Li Yi had already determined that the liquid flowing from the claws dropped by this monster was a special kind of blood copper ore. Think of the stone-fat ghosts you've seen before. He guessed and felt afraid that not all the ores in it had changed into this ghostly apparition, and that this ghostly apparition was it born because your mother left? He set his eyes on the earth-moving earthworm writhing on the ground to the side, where the spirit vein willow was forming a circle to make sure it didn't escape out. It looks like a cut of earth-colored radish, round and chubby, and not at all the kind of nausea of earthworms. The epidermis is smooth and moist, like yellow jade. Just as Li Yi was thinking, Zhao He's voice came from outside the courtyard. Immortal Li. There are two other immortals who have come to visit. Immortal Su and Immortal Qian. This is really a sleepy pillow. Li Yi explained to Spirit Vein Willow and the beavers who had come to watch. Took a step into the front yard and opened the door. He met the two senior brothers, Suya and Qianfang. Two senior brothers. He raised a smile and arched his hand. Please sit down and speak slowly. Zhao He saw the three of them take their seats and then very smartly went to fetch tea and some pastries, and after placing them on the table, he saluted and left. You should know about the change in that vein. Suya drank a mouthful of tea and took the lead. Earth movement earthworm? This spirit beast is said to be a special spirit that is capable of regulating the veins of minds. According to the central state sensory heavenly concept, mineral veins were the bone and blood of the earth, born from the interplay of spiritual energy. Overexploiting the bones and blood of the earth will damage the spiritual energy of the earth. Evil spirits such as mining ghosts will also be born in those veins to attack beings who want to mine the minerals. A geomantic earthworm is a special spirit beast that can slowly restore damaged veins. Take the vein that senior brother you occupy. It contains a full 30 or so earth movement earthworms that the Mo clan and our 4-time sect put in together. After mining the vein for a period of time, it has to be completely closed while injecting spiritual energy into it. In this way, the earth-moving earthworms are allowed to slowly repair and replenish the mineral veins, in order to achieve the effectiveness of living. He paused, and Chen Fong next to him picked up, but now the earth-moving earthworms in there have inexplicably died. The damaged mining spirits it had once accumulated within it were afraid to create countless mining ghosts. Without its appeasement, it will be up to us to kill all those mining ghosts, and then seal the vein to appease it with the method of super dissolution, so that the vein can be returned to normal. After the two explained, Li Yi was sort of dazed. It seemed similar to what he had just guessed, so it turned out that earth-moving earthworm was actually able to repair the mineral veins. This ohm that as long as it is properly raised, will not be able to have a steady stream of spiritual minerals produced? Originally, he hadn't planned to reveal this, but now it seemed like a good time to say something about it in a moment. To learn more about the earthquake. So the two senior brothers didn't just come to solve the confusion for senior brother, right? Li Yi was curious. Yes, Qian Fong smiled faintly. Although the mining ghosts are dangerous, they are also capable of dropping some rare ores. I and a few other senior brothers have to acquire everything on our own now that we've left the clan, so we're kind of salivating over the minerals in there. If senior brother needs it, we can help you mine the mines together, and the minerals we get will also pay you spirit stones as much as we can. Before he could finish his words, Li Yi waved his hand and righteously said, "This mine was originally only occupied after I took advantage of the clan. Senior brothers are willing to help. I am begging for it. It's just a matter of distributing some of the minerals mined to senior brother. It's really hurtful to talk about spirit stones." In fact, just now, Li Yi was considering whether or not to go and ask for help, although he was also confident that he could go in and explore, and there were also acacia life and death beans and beavers to help him out. But in the end, he was fighting alone. There was no telling how much could be mined from such a large vein, and in case there were also mining ghosts inside that he couldn't fight against, it would be trouble. The output of the vein itself might be worth some spirit stones as well, but compared to making good relations, he still favored the latter. He had already received too many benefits, and his eyes certainly couldn't be so narrow. Besides, he said that out loud. Could it be that senior brother Qian would really let himself suffer? End of chapter. Chapter 67, Earth-shaking Earth's ability. Elder brother's powerfulness. This, Qian Fong was slightly stunned when he heard Li Ye's words. He didn't understand this senior brother Li's nature before. That's why he offered to buy it. Because some cultivators didn't like the idea of others sharing their chances. I didn't expect this senior brother to be so generous. Suya put down his teacup next to him. His eyes were also full of laughter. Look at what I'm saying. Even though senior brother Li hasn't entered the sect yet, he's similar to his brothers and sisters within the sect. Didn't you talk to me about that matter on your way here? Tell senior Li if you've already thought about it. Qian Fong followed with a nod, and took out a jade box from his personal place. Inside was a piece of wriggling white jade-colored meat. Name mineral Tai Sui. Mood, none. Status, none. Bindable, any kind of spirit plant that grows out of the mineral deposit, with different symbiotic effects depending on the type of spirit plant, can be bound multiple times. Ha! Leaf blinked. The information on this thing seems to be the most you've seen since you crossed over, right? Even the previous Fusilier turtle didn't have so many instructions and emphasized that it could be bound multiple times. But how does it feel? A little familiar. Mining Taiyang. It seems that I have seen it in the booklet on the site of Tianhe City before. It's a spiritual object of a higher level than the fox fur gourd. This object is a mineral Teiyukai. It is capable of devouring almost all ores, and every time it swallows an ore it will drop the corresponding Taiya meat, which I got from the side of the elders in my family. It is also a product of incense and Shinto. There was a certain chance that feeding its Taiya meat to a spirit beast could cause it to mutate and acquire the special power that the ore carried. Being able to harvest Taiyu meat was definitely more profitable than going to sell ore alone, and various kinds of Taiyu meat were considered bestsellers in the sect. What do you think, senior brother? How else can it be? Being able to mutate spirit beasts was indeed something that could not be refused for the planters. Li Yi, of course, immediately nodded his head. Naturally good. Thanks to senior brother Qian for taking out such a precious treasure. I've seen this item on the incense booklet in the Heavenly River City before. Right. He paused slightly to wave to the inner courtyard. Read it. Chirp. Immediately, a clear chirping sound came from the inner courtyard. Amidst the somewhat puzzled gazes of the two of them, a green bird arrived grasping a topaz-like geomantic earthworm and placed it on top of the table. Then it leisurely landed on Li Ye's shoulder to comb its feathers. Senior brother is lucky to have caught an earth-moving earthworm hatchling. Two senior brothers. Can it help us get some more ore? Li Yi pointed at the earth-moving earth hatchling with a bland expression. Qianfang and Su Ye, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on their faces at the same time. This was the earth movement earthworm, right? Legend has it that this creature is only born when the mother dies, and after birth it will quickly merge into the earth, all requiring some special method to capture. As for trying to capture, at the time of maternal death, that's almost impossible, because the spiritual energy of the earth-moving earthworm when it was on the verge of death was extremely terrifying, and it was also able to set off the spiritual energy of the mines and veins of the earth, so even a Jin Dan couldn't do any good. What kind of luck did this senior Li have to catch one? Senior brother. Qianfang stood up excitedly. I have a kind of spiritual water fluorescent mine here. Could you help senior brother raise it with the power of ground motion earthworm? I'm willing to give you 1,000 spirit stones a month, until it grows or clusters. 1,000 spirit stones a month. Although Li Ye's heart was moved, but he didn't hastily agree to it, but personally poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Senior brother, and calm down a bit. Senior brother does not yet understand the ability of this earth-moving earthworm. Please do not be stingy with your advice. Qianfang anxiously drained his tea in one gulp. Earth-moving earthworms require extremely pure spiritual energy to feed on. From hatchling to adult, they also have to be fed many cherished mineral materials, and the nest is best when the many veins of spirituality are mixed up. Every 7 days that passes since its birth, it can spit out a kind of spirit liquid, and this spirit liquid poured on top of the mineral can make the mineral grow extremely slowly, and the stronger it is, the better the effect will be. So that's how it is. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yi nodded. Senior brother is naturally willing to help senior brother cultivate the spirit mine, but it's also only just been born, so we might as well deal with the mine before we make plans. That's how it should be. Su Ye patted Qianfang's shoulder. Let's go inside the mine first and collect some ores to make a nest for this little guy. Senior Li promised you that there wouldn't be any problems. It was only after a burst of persuasion from him that Qianfang sort of calmed down and was a bit embarrassed. The spirit water fluorescent mine involves the life magic treasure I want to build, so I was a bit anxious. Don't blame me, senior brother. It's okay. Li Yi gave a spontaneous smile. Wait a moment. I'll take out that organ space door. Senior brother's combat power is low, so it's all up to the two senior brothers. With a free fighter's hand, it was just as well for him to see just how strong this senior brother's fighting strength was. The 4-time sect couldn't just have a wonderful method of cultivating spiritual plants and beasts as well, could it? Half a cup of tea later, the three of them entered inside the mine successively. By now all of the Buddha's top gold on the rock walls of the mine had disappeared, and even the mining lamps had been damaged a bit, making it look slightly gloomy. As soon as he entered, a grotesque-looking, beast-like evil spirit that looked like it had been randomly pieced together, and it was missing a claw, rushed up at him. The scarlet eyes were filled with undisguised malice. Yo, blood copper ghost. Su Ye casually pinched out an elixir and threw it that way at the evil ghost that was running wildly. Rumble. Just like some kind of blasting talisman, the elixir instantly exploded and the fire inside erupted, completely turning the blood copper ghost into a puddle of copper water in an instant. The marvelous thing was that not a single bit of the firelight leaked out, and despite the noise, it was all wrapped around the blood copper ghost. The foundation stage ghosts were killed just like that. Li Yi watched behind the two men, and thought in his heart, gunpowder seems to be the stuff that alchemists come up with. And when you think about it, alchemists don't really seem to be weak. Senior brother's fire burning Dan has gotten better and better. Qianfang smiled and stepped forward. Taking out an organ toad from the storage ring, the toad immediately opened its big mouth to the copper liquid on the ground for a while and sucked it all directly into its belly and closed its mouth. It's okay. Su Ye took a step back, then said, there is still a batch of ghosts in front of us, and senior brother, we'll leave it to you. A school of fish heads protruded from the distant mining wall. Only the heads were filled with sharp teeth with crystallized spikes, and their mouths were open as if they were smiling. The scene was pretty creepy inside a mine that was a bit dark because the lamps had been destroyed. Oh, it's a fish scale crystal. Good ghostly thing. Look at my magic weapon. One of the bracelets Qianfang wore on his wrist quickly disintegrated. After flying out, it formed a piece of jade in midair, and from within the jade burst out a channel of deep purple lightning, unhindered, blowing the pile of fish heads into pieces. The jade bits did not disappear after destroying the fish head, but instead floated around Qianfang spinning like a small jade shield. He then cheerfully ran over to the toad to make it swallow up a piece of crystal with fish scale marks on its surface that had fallen to the ground, not taking the ghostly creature into consideration at all. The next section of the road was even more eye-opening for Li Yi. Senior Qian could pull out all sorts of magic weapons at any time. Some of them were capable of blasting the rock walls in front of them, some of them could build bridges, and some of them directly formed prison cells to keep the ghosts inside. Although senior brother Su had only taken out different pills, it was indeed quite impressive to be able to use pills to achieve the effects of magic weapons and talismans. Even if it was littered with all sorts of ghostly creatures, it was like walking on water. Li Yi could be said to be lying down after the two, picking up a large pile of various ores. The three of them walked and chatted with no tension at all, until a sea of swaying carnelian appeared ahead, and only then did the two senior brothers' expressions become slightly more serious. Even though it's April Fool's Day, I have to tell you guys and gals that it's expected to hit the shelves next week after discussing it with the editorial boss. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Technique of Earthly Affection. Red Jade Skeleton Crystal. That sea appeared abruptly. Behind them was still narrow, just removing some serpentine ghostly tunnels. Before them suddenly opened up, and the carnelian-colored sea seemed to stretch to the end of the line of sight. It's beautiful, but there's no aura to it. So large a sea, but it gives a strange feeling of a withered forest standing over there. This place does have some trouble. There should be some kind of ghost occupying this place. Suya stopped just a few steps away from the sea and tried to throw out several pills, but all of them were muddy dragons that went into the sea without a trace. The swaying sea seemed to swallow everything. His eyes rolled back and he didn't try any further. Qianfang followed along beside him, scratching his hair in some difficulty. The terrain of the veins here is naturally so, plus it is fused with this spiritual plant, turning it into a natural spiritual plant formation. Without a spiritual planter or formation master accompanying you, it is indeed a bit troublesome. The two of them glanced at each other and suddenly turned their heads in unison to look at Li Yi. Li Yi almost couldn't help but take a step back when he was looked at. He helplessly spread his hands. Two senior brothers, I simply don't know what this object actually is, nor have I studied this knowledge. How can I think of a way? Luckily, I was prepared. Suya's expression seemed like he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In such an urgent moment, the spells handed over to me by my senior uncle can be handed over to you as well. This isn't considered to be passing on the law before you've even started. It's just for emergencies. Don't you think so, senior brother Qian? Facing Suya's gaze, Qianfang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He nodded with a straight face. Right, at such an urgent moment, it's only natural for Seniorly to make a breakthrough on the spot. I just don't know what kind of spells are being imparted. Is it the sound rhythm of the sun and moon rotating and the four seasons alternating? Or is it the spirit silk of spiritual interactions and mana blending? It's the earth sentiment spirit technique. Suya straight away took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Yi. Put feelings on a piece of land and it will respond. Now we are located in the middle of a mineral vein with many spiritualities converging. If you, senior brotherly, can sense the spirituality that exists within this sea, you will naturally be able to know exactly where that mining ghost is hiding. Just discover it and leave the rest to the two of us. Li Yi took the jade slip and asked after a moment of hesitation, Senior brother Su, is this really not intentionally given to me? This is a bit too much of a coincidence. Looking at the two, it seemed as if they had meant to do this for a long time. Of course, originally, Li Yi thought that Suya would still say something, but it turned out that the already small amount of tension on the latter's face instantly dissipated. If N or vein can be difficult for the two of us, then our 4x sect doesn't deserve to be called a top-tier sect. Relax, it's rare to have such a good opportunity. With us guarding you, this vein is nothing more than a trial. No need to worry. That's right, Qianfang nodded along. The situation of the earth veins is ever-changing, so it is indeed the most suitable trial. I said the two of you came here leisurely and vacation-like. How will suddenly this confused and difficult? So it is really pretending. Li Yi spat out a sentence in his heart, but his body was well-behaved and nodded. Then senior brother will try. If it doesn't work, then ask the two senior brothers to step in. He directly sat down on his knees and placed the jade slip at his forehead. It was similar to the previous process of acquiring the sunlight caressing seed law, still with many characters pouring into the sea of consciousness. This method, in the inheritance system of the Four Seasons sect, is one of the human vein. Simply put, is to contact the earth with their own spiritual energy, through which to get the return of the earth. Everything has a spirit? But why is this considered one of the ways of man? He's weird. Suya immediately explained. There is a spirit you also have to touch with your own emotions to be able to do so. Although I have not studied the inheritance of the spiritual planter, but I have some understanding from listening to the sermons of the masters and uncles within the gate. The spirituality of heaven, Earth and nature is just pure spirituality. How to influence the spirituality with the emotions belonging to human beings, so as to achieve what you want to achieve. This is the focus of the human path. Of course, the spirituality of heaven and earth and nature is very keen, and it is difficult to get their approval. This spell, like many other inheritances, can be learned at the chi refining stage, yet it requires a long polish in the future path of the Tao. Is that so? Then I'll continue to study a bit. He continued to sink his mind into the study of this dharma as time passed by. There were some mining ghosts that came over during the period, but they were all wiped out by Qian Fong's spells, and they didn't even come close. Only after 2 hours did Li Yi open his eyes. He gently inserted his fingers into the dirt in front of him, letting the cool touch wrap around his palms as the spiritual energy flowing from his body spread out in all directions. Among them was also his divine sense. After fully familiarizing himself with this spell, he realized that it had something in common with the spreading bean spell that the white-clothed female cultivator had taught him, or rather it was the ability of this spell to communicate with natural spirituality that was the basis of the former. It's like a branch extending from a main trunk. Thanks to the female cultivator's transmission of the method and his accumulation of communicating with spirit plants and spirit beasts on a regular basis, he was able to quickly master this technique. Divine sense and mana spread out towards the middle of this carnelian sea. He was generous enough to sow his mana and divine sense into the earth, truly expecting it to respond. Then, actually responded. There was an invisible force tugging at his divine sense, discovering a disharmonious aura hidden in the depths of the carnelian sea, and seemingly transmitting a sense of anger. It was interesting. The sea itself of course resisted Li Yi's probing, but the earth that carried the sea pointed out the direction directly. Could it be that this sea has drawn too much aura to cause this result? 2 senior brothers, he snapped, about 300 meters to the southeast. Before the words fell, several pills were carried by a paper kite to the direction Li Yi pointed, crossing there in an instant. The pills fell with a deafening popping sound. Rumble. The sea instantly became dim, and the sea that had stretched as far as the eye could see began to shrink, and eventually it shrunk to about half a point or so, right around the spot that had been bombarded. Apparently what came before was just an illusion. The rest of the place was all gray and filled with dried cracks that had been drained of aura. Suya and Qian Fong stepped into that side, and soon took out a cornelian skeleton that had been blown to pieces, and it still had clusters of dense thorns growing on it. Luck. This is a third-ranked spirit mine carnelian skeleton crystal. This spirit mine possesses a very horrible spirit-sucking effect, which is not so obvious when there are no mine ghosts to control it. But with a mining ghost it will crazily draw on the spiritual energy around it, eventually turning into a sea of carnelian. It's like what we just watched, but after being polished and crafted by our refiners we are able to make very good bottles for storing spirits, and the effect should be second only to the bitter spirit gourd. Senior brother Su, I'll leave a few for you when the time comes. Qian Fong shook the carnelian skeleton crystal in his hand and inquired, but Suya shook his head. No need. I've already asked Senior Brotherly to help me plant the bitter spirit gourd. There's still a need to use this kind of thing there. Keep it for yourself. What? Qian Fong immediately felt that the carnelian skeleton crystal in his hand wasn't so fragrant anymore, and looked at Li Yi with a grudging face. You can't be thick-skinned. Senior Brotherly, wait for me to go back and help you build some interesting magic weapons. You can also help me store some spirit materials inside the bitter spirit gourd. Good point. Li Yi is not much to reject the idea. Is to plant more than a few bitter spirit gourd is? Anyway, his yard is still big enough. It is hard not to be able to plant all full not. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Suya's Farewell, Daylight Brews Honey. Chapter 1. Suya's Farewell, Daylight Brews Honey. Another enjoyable time of digging and treasure hunting ensued. After speaking through on the side of the Red Jade Sea, Qian Fong and Suya no longer hid. There was nothing that could stop them along the way at all. After 3 days, during this period, Suya taught Li Yi 3 more spells one after another through various ways, but this time it wasn't a very special kind of spell like the art of earthly affection. They were the spirit storage method, which was able to store excess spirit energy in a spirit vein or spirit spring, the spirit eye, which was able to observe the operation of the spirit energy of spirit plants, and the weapon nurturing method, which was able to warm up magic weapons. Obviously Suya had gotten the command from the spiritual vine and knew that Li Yi had now reached the peak of the chi refining stage. There should be a need to be able to temporarily suppress mana, as well as a possible future need to warm up the original spell. And then this exploration of the mine came to an end for the time being. Those mining ghosts were not unintelligent, and after realizing that these 3 people were not to be messed with, they had already begun to hide, and the harvest behind them was getting smaller and smaller. However, even this had harvested a full several hundred pounds of various spirit materials, and all of them were fine spirit materials that had been augmented by the spirituality of the mining ghosts. In terms of the value of spirit stones alone, how could it be around $100,000? After leaving the mine, Li Yi left some of each, and fed the rest to that mine Taiyu. Watching the Taiyu slowly split into pieces of differently colored Taiyu meat. You can feed these Taiyu meat to the spirit beasts or accumulate them for the time being. They won't decay anyway, just feel free to put them inside the vat. Those ores can be used to make a nest for the earth-moving earthworm, but it is best to buy a square-inch mountain river box. This matter will be handed over to elder brother me. Xianfang seemed to have thought of something, and hemmed and hawed. I'll go to the Mo Plan's cultivators in the name of a sparring match. A smaller square-inch mountain and river box is definitely still manageable. Senior brother, I'll come back in a few days to help you build a nest for the earth-moving earthworms, so I'll take my leave now. He was obviously very attached to this matter. After all, it involved the refining of his original magic treasure, and left in a hurry. When he left, Suya looked at Li Yi and smiled gently. Instead, bad news came out of his mouth. I'm going to leave the workshop for a while. I'm leaving tomorrow. If the bitter spirit gourd is ready to be picked, you can just give the materials to Uncle Spirit Machine Vine. Perhaps our goodbye will be in the middle of the clan. Ha! Senior brother is in such a hurry to leave. Is there something urgent that is inconvenient to talk about? Li Yi was still quite reluctant to let go of Suya. This senior brother had indeed helped himself too much, and the two of them had similar temperaments. There are some things. Suya's face raised in a smile, but it's a good thing. All the way east from the migratory end market is the east extreme Yangtze. There is a shark clan living over there that works closely with our clan, and both the shark beads and the shark images are very good spiritual objects. I need to go and prepare the materials for the benthic magic treasure, so I'll have to go over to their side to find some good stuff. By the way, there are still a few more family letters to be submitted for a few senior brothers within the gate who have the bloodline of the sharks. The worries in Li Ye's heart instantly disappeared. That is indeed a good thing. He raised his head to look at the sky that had completely darkened, and invited, Senior brother Su might as well wait for a moment. I'll go prepare some dishes and consider it as a farewell drink for you. How about it? Senior brother invited me. Of course I won tea refuse. Is it going to be the ham that Zhao River sent you? Suya licked his lips. Right. Senior brother, wait a moment. Li Yi hurried back to the inner courtyard to start preparing the food. When he was forced to compliment the dishes by the female cultivator some time ago, he also learned quite a bit about how the dishes were prepared. He was originally a person who loved to eat, and he had also researched on his own during this period of time, so it wouldn't be bad to take it out for guests. In no time at all, he produced several dishes and took out an altar full of peach wine. 6 pounds of it. Senior brother has been waiting for a long time. At this time the moon was high in the sky. The light of the bright moon was like a water wave that illuminated the surrounding area as if it was daytime. But under the cool moonlight there was a table of delicious food, bringing a touch of fireworks. Suya looked at this table of dishes. The look on his face was very moved. The smile was even more obvious. And to bother senior brother to make these delicious dishes. AI. Senior brother has helped me a lot. I don't have much to offer. It's just a table of dishes. Li Yi waved his hand, poured a cup of wine, and solemnly arched his hand. Many thanks to senior brother for taking care of me during this period of time. Have a safe journey on the high mountains. Suya drank the wine in one go. Then thank you for your good advice, senior brother. The two of them began to casually chat about some things, and Suya obviously intended to tell Li Yi about some things, talking about many knowledge that was difficult to access for casual cultivators. Of course the two didn't forget to enjoy the delicacies. One of the soup stewed with ham is really delicious. The soup base is creamy and extremely tasty, with the spring bamboo shoots and meat placed inside. It is simply drinkable that people can't stop. Some of the other dishes such as fried fish scales, fried lotus root cubes and iced lotus seeds are also quite delicious, but pleasant times always go by fast. The two are immortal cultivators. When they see the east vaguely appeared a touch of red light, only suddenly surprised. It has been a full night time, but there was nothing to be sentimental about. Suya waved his hand at Li Yi as always, and stepped onto the shuttle swiftly flying towards the sky. It soon disappeared into the rising daylight. Li Yi watched him leave, and an odd thought somehow flooded his mind. Was this driving a flying shuttle considered drunk driving? He even gave the issue some serious thought before he was dumbfounded and called out to Zhao He to come over and pack up his things. On his own, he slowly walked inside the inner courtyard. As usual, the beaver ran over and hugged the corner of his coat. This little guy's spirituality seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and could even sense Li Ye's inner feelings. It doesn't matter. Li Ye reached out and placed the beaver on his shoulder and was about to go back inside the house. However, he suddenly noticed the crystal splendor spirit bees surrounding the Chenglu Yulan tree growing on the side. This is not rare. What is rare is that they are spitting out some crystal clear beeswax from their mouths, and they are actually starting to build their nests around the dodo circumference of the magnolia tree. Even the queens of the bees had been brought out by them, and those bound to the magnolia trees were riding inside the largest magnolia on each tree. surcharged with crystal and nectar around them. Why are you suddenly building a nest over here? Li Yi came closer, then his eyes widened instantly, for it was only after getting close that he realized that the spit of beeswax he had just seen was only a portion of what could be seen, and that there was also some nearly transparent beeswax that had long since bonded itself to these two. The beeswax builds bridges and passages between the separate blooms, as if making cover after cover for them, with only a few prismatic gaps showing. That is to say, the upper part of this bearing duyaka was transformed into a huge beehive. The crystallized spirit bees moved in and out inside these passages, very busy collecting the dew and bringing it to the magnolia marigold where the queen bee resided. The sun was slowly rising at the moment. Bright light poured over the Chenglu magnolia tree, shining amongst a jade-like marigold, as if some catalytic effect had occurred. An extremely sweet aroma with warmth suddenly emanated. Li Yi could see very clearly that there were more light golden-colored sticky honey around the queen bee. It was the aroma they gave off that made Li Yi couldn't help but lick his lips. Wouldn't this be great in honey water? It's just a pity that senior brother Su didn't get to drink it. Thank you from the Nightwork people, Big Brother's reward. Thank you to give my little brothers monthly ticket and recommendation support. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Rehashing Spiritual Soil. Strange boxes. Li Yi extended his hand to the swarm. Give me some of the honey. As soon as the words fell, before those swarms of bees had time to react to send the honey over, a sneaky long-footed acacia directly grabbed a handful of honey and offered it to Li Yi with bated breath. Carrier acacia spirit? Li Yi looked at the foot-long acacia tree and almost forgot about this fellow's existence. Previously, after returning from Tianhe City, Li Yi had handed it over to Hongdo to look after, not expecting it to be trained only now. The green bird landed on Li Yi's shoulder and chirped at Samuel's spirit. The latter immediately rushed back inside the house in a hurry, brewed a cup of warm honey water and brought it over, handing it over to Li Yi with both hands resting on his eyes. It's up to you. Li Yi stroked the green bird's head and flirted, then took the cup holding the honey water and savored it. The resultant flavor was unexpected. It was bland. One could even say it had no flavor at all, like an ordinary cup of warm water, but it wasn't until he smashed his mouth after drinking it that a hint of sweetness flooded back. The smell was faint, yet enduring, with a slight warmth. The spiritual energy inside was also quite soft, to the point that if Li Yi hadn't been paying attention, he wouldn't have felt any spiritual energy enter his body. It's as if it's just a regular glass of honey water that lingers in your mouth. At least he was familiar with Suya's relationship. Li Yi naturally knew that this kind of spiritually soft spirit was a good material for alchemy, and could even be used as a catalyst. Hey! He shook his head and drank the rest of the nectar in one gulp. Then he looked at the queen bee that stayed in the middle of the jade-like door, devouring the honey. The intention is to observe how much honey the colony needs to sustain its developmental needs and take all the rest. And at the rate the bee colony is growing, I don't know if the honey produced by these Chenlu magnolia trees will be enough, so I'm afraid I'll need to buy a few more plants. That's just it. Go ahead and take a nap. You have to cultivate your own land when you wake up. Li Yi didn't dwell too much on what exactly these honeys were produced for. A long time would always reveal something. This sleep went straight through to dusk. By the time Li Yi stretched his back and came to the courtyard, the sun was gradually sinking in the west in the distance. The daylight was not as bright as it had been in the early morning hours, but a few of the dew-bearing magnolia trees in the yard still held the light of day. That eliminates the need to install lamps. He looked at the still busy crystalline spirit bees for a moment and scanned around his compound. After 3 full days inside the mine, not much had changed in the courtyard. The silkworms that were raised were tended by the beavers, and the Ingyao mulberry tree stood in the most aura-rich part of the compound, also shining brightly and bearing a slight resemblance to the Changlu magnolia tree. Chirp! The green bird, Red Bean, landed on his shoulder as usual, and in the next breath a still scowling acacia spirit handed him a cup of honeyed water at just the right temperature. This time, Li Yi didn't take the honey water, but gently patted the soft-touch Sephora spirit. Work well for me. No need to worry about anything. He finished speaking before picking up the honey water and enjoying it slowly, and when he was done he handed the cup back to Samuel's spirit. Then he went straight to the area where the wheat was originally planted and sat down on his knees. It was true that he had not paid attention to the land for some time, because of the abundant spiritual chi in the courtyard as well as the presence of the earth pulse healer that he had bought earlier. And besides, he didn't have any special spiritual soil. There was no need to be particularly concerned about the land at all. But while in the mines, Suya and Qian Fang told him that cultivating his land was very necessary. The land that was his own would be easy no matter what spells he cast. Being able to more accurately perceive the situation of the spirit plant, even the future spell of Earth Pulse Synthesis element was based on such a foundation. The art of Earth Sense is the spell that can cultivate the land. Li Yi sat on the ground and slowly probed his spiritual energy and divine sense into the soil, wrapping a grain of soil with his spiritual energy before turning the ground with his ground surge technique. If you had to say it was like frying chestnuts, the earth emotion technique was the flame. divine consciousness and spiritual power was it, and the earth surge technique was the spatula for the stir-frying, ensuring that every grain of soil would be tainted with his spiritual energy, and that his divine sense would be able to flow through it unhindered. This process was actually quite a huge test of his spiritual power control, because a qualified spiritual field must have a very even distribution of spiritual energy in it, and there cannot be a situation where there is more on this side and less on the other side. Is there a certain possibility of the spirit of the land appearing by giving emotions to the land and then warming it with some special spiritual materials? He looked at the soil that was wrapped up in his spiritual energy and had a shimmering glow on its surface, and felt that it was still a long way to go. So within the next few days, once he had some free time, he would sit on the ground and bury his palms in the earth. The land tumbled naturally, a grain of soil tinted with the aura of mana. It wasn't until Zhao He carefully told him outside the courtyard that Qian Fong and a few other immortals were visiting that he got up from the ground, some dust inevitably staining the casual piece of cloth he wore. Qian Fong didn't come alone. There were several qi refining cultivators behind him. He introduced them one by one. This is Master Wang, Master Yi, and Master Yu. Those cultivators and Li Yi greeted each other. They should also have just joined not long ago, and their eyes were still a bit curious as they looked at the senior brotherly that senior brother Qian was talking about. However, Qian Fong was quite bitter towards these siblings. After the introduction, he directly sent them off to dig inside the mines while he himself sighed to Li Yi. These are all senior brothers and sisters who just joined the Heavenly Engineering Academy and are considered to come from good families, but their brains are a bit too stupid. The main reason I brought them to the migratory end of the world workshop is to let them build more basic magic weapons. One thinks of tall buildings without thinking of laying a good foundation. So overambitious. It can't be helped. We inner disciples always have to take on the heavy responsibility of teaching our senior brothers and sisters. Senior brotherly, you'll have to do the same after you enter the gate. The 4x sect was a large family with countless cultivator clans and small sects under its doors. Some cultivators were able to get a chance for their family's juniors to be initiated, but they were only outer disciples. In front of him, this Li's senior brother got the autumn harvest token given by the door's firstborn Zhang Jinjin's Lingji vine, and also completed a lot of tasks, and there is another firstborn to pass on the law. As long as the 10,000 Gods God Temple does not go wrong, that the entrance is the inner door. The equivalent is a starting point with him. Li Yi heard Qian Fong's meaning from his words. He would be an inner disciple as soon as he entered the gate? That's pretty good. But when he opened his mouth to ask again, Qian Fong took out a 1-inch long and short square-inch mountain river box straight away and smiled. Senior brother, this is the box that I won in a bet with the Mosey family. Senior brother Qian was obviously very pleased, and even patted the box, saying, inside this box are the machine guides that our Heavenly Engineering Institute and the Mo clan side have come up with. So come and take a look. Under his gentle press, a square piece of aura shone on the surface of the box, which began to expand along with the rotation of the gears. This box can even change its form? End of chapter. Chapter 71, Selling Mines, Moonflower Spirit Gold. That box gradually changed from an inch in length to a size larger than the square-inch mountain and river box that Li Yi had given to the beaver to make a home, and it was clean and dry, but it was strewn with some mysterious patterns. Li Yi blinked his eyes. This thing seems to be a bit interesting. If it can raise living things inside, is not it a real portable square-inch mountains and rivers? Qian Fong introduced, this uses a cloud mist spirit stone that can be extended, as well as the Empyrean stone powder used in the storage bag. Inanimate objects can always be placed inside, but animate ones definitely not. Sure enough, although it was a bit of a pity, Li Yi was also clear that this was impossible. A cave that can be carried around and can be expanded at any time, and breeding spiritual beasts and planting spiritual plants. There is, but the price is too high. This is also considered a very good magic weapon. At least it's able to place some guys and gals, and it will be very useful for moving. Li Yi marveled. I didn't realize that senior brother was already able to craft this kind of magic weapon. Wouldn't that mean that he would soon be able to create storage bags and storage rings? Storage bags are simple, but storage rings are a bit troublesome. Qian Fong shook his head. When you enter the gate, a deacon's hall will issue a storage ring bound to your mana as well as your soul. Here, like the one I have, is clan issued. The interior has just started to be a full acre in size as well, and if there are spirit stones and spirit materials, it will still allow the deacon's hall to continue processing. He displayed a ring on his hand with gold trim outlined on the bottom of a jade buttress. The ring is indeed extremely beautifully designed, like a sun-drenched earth thriving with grass and vine branches. From this ring, one could tell that the 4-season sex attainments in this area were definitely not low, and it was aesthetically pleasing and atmospheric. After hearing senior brother speak so well, I can't wait to join the sect. This is really the truth. Every day to suppress the spiritual energy is also very hard. Obviously long ago can break through the foundation establishment none to suppress until now. Not long now. Qian Fong smiled mysteriously, then said, Senior brother will take out all those minerals and place them in this square-inch mountain and river box, so that you can give earth-moving earth dwellings. So you guys really do like to make up stories, don't you? Li Yi was speechless, but he guessed that he was afraid that there were also some things that Qianfang was not convenient to explain, in which case he could really look forward to it. So he didn't care much. He turned around and went to fetch those minerals he had gotten, and started to place them in the formation inside the square-inch mountain and river box together with Qianfang. After placing it, the originally empty mountain and river box was already covered with various minerals, emitting a glittering spiritual light, and these minerals seemed to have formed a peculiar spiritual force field. When Li Yi took the earth-moving earthworm and put it in, the earth-moving earthworm that was still a bit uneasy was like it had returned home. It began to wriggle between those minerals, occasionally nibbling a bite before spitting out a bit of spirit liquid. Qianfang looked overjoyed at the situation and hurriedly took out a jade box and handed it to Li Yi. Senior brother, this is the key material needed for my own magic treasure, so I'll leave it to you. He took the initiative to dispel the talisman cast by the spirit light on the surface of the jade box, opened the box, and removed the palm-sized piece of jade inside. The crystal-clear earth-colored jade had liquid-like spirit inside it, emitting an astonishing aura. The other party trusted himself like this. Li Yi wouldn't reject it, and his expression was solemn. I don't know much about these things, so if senior brother has time to come and visit often, he can also instruct senior brother. With that, he placed this piece of earth-colored jade into the very center of the square-inch mountain and river box, almost right next to the earth-shaking earthworm. Thank you, senior brother. Qianfang was slightly relieved. This earth-moving earthworm was a spirit born of the earth. It was not something that could be captured with strength, but also with a certain amount of merit and qi. He had also searched for the elders within the sect who kept the spirit beast, but nay, they were all already scheduled to be full. After all, the higher the level of the cultivator, the more they craved for rare materials. How could they leave a place for him? The only elder he had asked his master to find who was willing to help would not be available until 3 years later, and that was 3 years. It was enough for him to advance to the 7th level of foundation establishment. The sooner the embryo of the essence magic treasure was cultivated, the better, so he thought about whether he could come outside and try his luck, and he didn't expect to actually stumble upon it. Thinking about this, he felt more and more comfortable looking at Li Yi. And Suya seems to be absent. His eyes turned, and his tone became more enthusiastic. Senior brother and Master Su cooperated. Some materials were given to him to refine pills, but he is not here now. Materials are kept. Is there any good ones for me to refine weapons? The selling price is split 50-50 with senior brother. Material? Hearing him say this, Li Yi really has some idea. Before those golden horned ants stayed up all night to purify the mineral material, really need to find someone to sell. And there was another very special object that he had wondered about for a long time. These are things that Suya doesn't need. After all, there are close and distant people. Qianfang helped himself quite a lot, but compared with Suya is still a bit worse. Senior brother for a moment. After Li Yi said that, he turned around and entered the inner courtyard, and in no time at all, he walked over with a box filled with large and smaller chunks as well as a tender silver-colored metal and placed it on the table. Ha! This ore is all very pure, as if they were separated one by some spirit beast and soaked inside the spirit liquid for purification. This kind of extremely pure ore is indeed rare. Let's see. There's Buddha top gold, sharp gold, and aura silver. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. The instinctive magic treasure he was going to build was to be made from different kinds of but extremely pure ores, and the ones inside this box all fully met his requirements. 3,000 spirit stones. Qianfang scratched his head in embarrassment. Senior brother, these mineral materials are really good. I want to keep them for myself. 3,000 spirit stones is fine with you? Just now, he said that he would help build magic weapons to go out and sell. The magic weapon was definitely more valuable than the ore, and as a result, he wanted to keep it for himself now. 3,000 spirit stones? Li Yi looked at the various ores that were at most a dozen pounds, and although there were several precious ores in it, could it be up to 3,000 spirit stones? Elder brother can keep it for himself if he wants to. There's no need to buy it at a premium. He felt that taking advantage couldn't be done like this. Last time, the elixir was explicitly priced, and it was just as well to share it, as the money earned was all other cultivators' money anyway. Ha ha. Qianfang let out a sigh of relief and spoke in a light tone. Don't worry, senior brother. Since I've offered this price, it's definitely worth it. That's the price for those who need it. Just take it. I'll take all the ores that are purified like this in the future. He took out 3,000 spirit stones and handed them over to Li Yi before picking up the thumb-sized silver shoots that were placed on the side of the box. His expression was calm at first, but the more he looked at it, the weirder it became. At the end of the day, a sweat even trickled down from the corner of his forehead. The inside of his mouth muttered, "Yin and yang intertwine, and all things are then born." This is the perfect fusion of moonlight and fire essence in order to forge the moonlight spirit gold, a material that can only be seen at the Jindan stage. Qianfang swallowed hard. Originally, He had only cooperated in refining weapons in return for Li Ye's help in raising ores, and although he had been a bit concerned before, spiritual planters still cooperated more with alchemists. I didn't expect to first see an extremely high purity ore and then lunar spirit gold, so much so that the look he gave Li Yi was a little fiery. The thought of digging in was long overdue. Thank you for just a passing skin god Big Brother reward. Thank you Big Brother to my little brother's monthly vote and recommendation support. End of chapter. Chapter 72 Earth Devil Ginseng. Sect Mission. Li Yi wasn't scared by his deja vu gaze. Suya had looked at him with this gaze too many times before. He said calmly, "Elder brother, I'm not exactly a delicacy. Calm down." Senior brother is curious as to what this is, and would also like to ask senior brother to be generous with his advice. Pushed over a cup of tea in passing. There can be no rush. Xian Fang admonished himself thus, pushing the thoughts down for the moment and explaining, the interplay of yin and yang qi will give birth to some miraculous materials, and the sun essence and moonflower are among the most common, readily accessible yin and yang forces. I see that this moonflower spirit gold of the senior brother, there should be silver moongrass, another part of the flame stabilization. I am afraid that it is not a flint fire. Should I say it's worthy of being an inner disciple of the Four Times sect? The senior brother Qianfang was indeed as discerning as a torch, directly seeing that this was a product born from the combination of silver moongrass and flint fire. That's true, but I don't think flint is part of the sun's flame, is it? I've heard that it took a predecessor drilling wood and striking stone to create the original flint. Li Yi raised his doubts. This is what you do not understand. Qianfang smiled mysteriously. After that senior created the flint fire. This magical flame gives shelter to the human race in the midst of the darkness, dividing the pitch-black night and lighting up the darkness with roiling starry flames. So there are some cultivators who believe that compared to the sun that hangs forever in the sky, the flint fire's yang energy is more abundant and stable, and it also has a certain divine effect of suppressing qi. Senior brother has been to Heavenly River City, should have seen Master Flint God Turtle. It's because of its specialness that its old man was sent to suppress a place's qi. After he finished speaking he paused. Senior brother will be able to build his foundation by the autumn harvest initiation, and at that time he will also have to prepare to make his own native magic weapon before he can advance to a magic treasure at Jingdan. The 5 elements spirit rising decision is very pure power of the 5 elements. Has senior brother ever thought of using this piece of metal to create a yin and yang harmonized magic treasure? Look, he took the silver-colored shoot and placed his palm in front of Li Yi. It was only that the spiritual energy surging from his fingertips seemed to want to enter this moonflower spirit gold, but there was an extremely fine silver-colored film of light on the surface of the moonflower spirit gold, blocking Qianfang's move. Li Ye's heart moved slightly as he took the silver-colored shoot and tried to inject his spiritual energy into it. As a result, the spiritual energy entered almost unhindered, and the silver glow covered his palm like a wave of water with a slightly cool touch. In this moment he remembered the scenery when he had seen the flint crystal worm worshipping the moon. He didn't realize that this little guy had gotten himself established here, given the first pot of money, and now he had a huge surprise. He inevitably felt some emotion, and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed the moonflower spirit gold. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Qianfang flexed his fingers and lightly knocked on the desktop to call back Li Ye's attention and sighed. Alas, you've seen it too. This moonflower spirit gold will only accept your spiritual energy. If you forcefully inject it you will only destroy it completely. In the future, you won't even need to expend any effort to polish it. It's your best magic weapon material. As a refiner, if he could see such spirit-filled materials, it was really necessary to go to the Ancestors' Hall to pay homage. Qianfang was able to figure out exactly what kind of magic weapon he wanted to make just by thinking about it a little bit. Even the spirit water fluorescent mine that had just been handed over to Li Yi not long ago could be thrown away. When Li Yi heard Senior Qian's words, he just put the moonflower spirit gold inside his pocket and smiled. With elder brother's ability, he can naturally find perfect spirit materials as well. That said, if I want to make an intrinsic spell, do I need to have a yang attribute spirit material that corresponds to it? That shouldn't be necessary. This piece of spirit gold itself is a spiritual object born from the interplay of yin and yang. The reason why I'm favoring Yuehua, I guess it's because there's still some gap in the spiritual power attributes, and it's fine if I can make up for that gap, Qianfang replied. Senior brother is taught. Li Yi had even thought of what kind of magic weapon he wanted to make in his mind at this moment. Speaking of yin and yang, naturally it was that one circle. It just so happened that Suya had already taught him the means of warming magic weapons. Before entering the sect he would warm up all of this moonflower spirit gold, and after entering the sect he would find a way to build magic weapons. The two of them sat over here drinking tea and chatting, and after about an hour, the cultivators who had previously entered inside to mine also came out. Only their expressions didn't look very happy, and one looks grimy. What happened inside? Qianfang's tone was calm as he scanned these senior siblings and realized that they were actually injured. The inside of that mine had already been cleared by him as well as Suya and Li Yi, and even left behind some warning exorcism spells, so why was there still this situation? Senior brother Qian, senior brother Li, a martial-looking female cultivator came forward and cupped her fists in salute. Just now, a few of us bumped into some weird spirit plants inside, and they were controlling the mining ghosts to launch attacks on us. This is the image we recorded. She placed a retention crystal, designed for recording purposes, on the table. That shadow-retaining crystal immediately surfaced an image, only to see a huge ginseng suddenly appear in the middle of the pitch-black mine. All sorts of mining ghosts converged around it, and the ginseng, which was supposed to be a convergence of clear and spiritual energy, carried an unspeakable devilishness on it, and its rough epidermis resembled a withered human face, grinning at this side. Then it was time to flee. The cultivators were obviously not stupid. This was no longer something they could deal with. So the first reaction was to take out the life-preserving talisman and throw it backwards, then flee. The escape was pretty smooth, and the mining ghosts only threw out a few spells without causing too many casualties, and that's where the scene ends. But in a few breaths, Qian Fong pressed the shadow retention crystal once again, staring at the strange ginseng and pondering for a while before finally looking at Li Yi. Sure Fu, come with me to meet with Master Spirit Machine Vine. With this kind of change happening here, we naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. In case this thing rushes out of the ground with the mining ghosts, it would be a huge impact on the surrounding cultivators and mortals. He stood up with a serious expression on his face. The eastern region is our 4x sex territory, so no matter which disciple sees it, they can't just sit back and watch. Li Ye's expression followed suit and became serious. Then let's go now. If you need me to do anything, just ask. Although he hadn't formally joined the 4x sect, he had received a lot of benefits and had been internalized, so this matter was naturally something that could not be refused. You can't just take the benefits but not contribute, can you? Just like that, Li Yi followed Qian Fong to the store of the 4x sect and handed the staying shadow crystal to the spirit machine Vine, who turned off the crystal after looking it over. Its tone was as calm as ever. Earth Demon Ginseng. It is said that this item is a demonic creature born from the convergence of resentment and magical power when the earth suffers. It has no offensive power of its own, but is able to control earth beings that are just as damaged as it is. I will activate the migratory end market's earth vein formation and encircle it in an area as a trial for you. Speaking here, it looked at Li Yi and spoke. The earth demon ginseng is sick, so naturally it needs a spiritual planter to fix it. Senior nephew Li, this matter will be left entirely in your hands. After this matter is resolved, it will also be a great achievement. Li Yi was watched by it, and instantly felt some heavy pressure on his shoulders, but he strangely felt his blood boiling. Maybe it really had been a while since he'd been comfortable, and he did want to get out and see some walks, so he solemnly arched his hand. Yes, Master Nephew leads the way. Senior Nephew Qian, you go and notify the people of the surrounding several clans in the marketplace and ask their family heads to come and meet me. Senior Nephew Li, follow me. The spirit machine Vine led the way in front, bringing Li Yi into a quiet room. On top of the jade platform in the middle of the quiet room was enshrined a bronze-colored ruler with countless bird, fish, and insect patterns carved on it, exuding an extremely bright spiritual light. End of chapter. Chapter 73, Bronze Ruler. Green Lotus Flying Light Method. This is a shadow of the clan's greatest treasure, the Divine Farmer's Ruler. The spirit machine Vine didn't introduce too much. It just gestured Li Yi to come forward. Go ahead and touch it. Li Yi took a deep breath. Shinong Ruler. Isn't that the treasure of Shinong clan? Before he guessed whether the Flint Fire was created by the Flint clan. Now it seems that it should be, since the shadow of the Divine Farmer's Ruler was here. Wouldn't that mean that the Four Seasons sect was related to Divine Farmer? It seemed that this sect was a bit more terrifying than he had imagined. His mind pondered this, but his footsteps didn't stop, and he had already come to the front of the Divine Farmer's Ruler, reaching out and touching the bronze-colored ruler after a slight salute. There was no imagined transmission of any artifact spirit, only some characters that poured directly into his mind. This is a spell called Green Lotus Flying Light Method. It was able to turn its own spiritual energy into fluttering green lotus petals, sensing with its own spiritual energy, and then dissipating the pain of the spiritual plants and beasts through the green lotus petals filled with vitality. Like the sunlight nurturing seed method and the art of earthly affection that I learned earlier, it is necessary to understand where this pain is coming from before it can be dissipated. After Li Yi accepted the spell, the Divine Farmer's Ruler in front of him was still slightly glowing, and a crystal clear lotus seed that seemed to be made of green jade appeared in front of him. Name: Flying Light Green Lotus Seed. Mood: none. Status: spiritual casting. Bindable: a wood attribute spirit animal that matches its spiritual attribute. Accompanying the lotus was a message. This lotus was a yuan spiritual plant. This kind of spiritual plant is formed by yuan qi and spirituality. It does not need conventional cultivation. As long as there is enough spiritual qi and the ability to harness it, it can be made to bloom into a continuous sea. Li Yi took hold of the lotus as he saluted the divine farmer's ruler once again. Many thanks to the ancestor for the treasure. The divine farmer's ruler was still gently rotating over there, shining with a brilliant spiritual light. When the spirit machine vine saw that Li Yi managed to get the treasure, its heart was relieved. Before, it was worried that Li Yi would have problems if he didn't get the sect ultimatum, but it didn't expect that this supreme treasure was much smarter than it was. Its tone lightened a bit. Let's go, kid. Hey, good. Li Yi hurriedly followed it and left. After one person and one vine left, that spiritually glittering bronze ruler disappeared abruptly, as if it had never existed. By the time the spirit machine vine led Li Yi into a room upstairs, there were already several different-looking cultivators waiting inside the room, with powerful spiritual energy that could not be concealed. This kind of spiritual power is undoubtedly the Jindan stage. Among them was a spirited old dowager who looked somewhat similar to Zhou Qiumai, and she revealed a kind smile after seeing Li Yi. The remaining few patriarchs were also pleasant to Li Yi. Lingji Vine came straight to the second chair at the top and sat down, leaving the topmost chair empty, with Li Yi and Qian Fong standing below. It spoke. Several of you are the patriarchs of the prestigious clans near my migratory end market, and now I have a task for you. The earth demon ginseng has appeared in the vein that the Mo clan and our Four Seasons sect are guarding together, and this evil thing will evoke the wounds deposited in the earth and turn into evil demons and ghosts. I intend to force it to a place where it can then be dealt with by the disciples of the clan. You guys see who's willing to contribute their spirit land. Without enough aura, I'm afraid that guy will put up a resistance. As soon as its words fell, several voices rang out in succession. My Zhou family is willing. The Jiang family is also willing. Just leave it to our Jiang family. The patriarchs of the several clans present were surprisingly scrambling to be the first to fight. There wasn't a single person who was unwilling, and it looked like if it wasn't for the spirit machine vine being here, they were even going to have a big fight. To them this was a rare opportunity to be able to make a contribution. Hadn't that laborious Zhou family made a contribution 100 years ago to receive the blessing of the Four Seasons sect's heavenly voiced thunder god? Why else would they grow so much spring thunder wheat every year? The spirit machine vine swept a glance at the foolish family lords and pondered for a moment. I'm afraid that there is more than one earth demon ginseng, so let the Zhou family take out a piece of spiritual land first, and after that, it will be the Jiang family, the Lu family. You guys will go along one by one. Although all the clans present were mentioned, it still allowed that Zhou family to take the lead, which still made the patriarchs very upset. Our Zhou family will definitely try our best to cooperate and complete the mission to remove that evil demon. The Zhou family's old Taijun didn't care what they thought, and took on the task very solemnly. The spirit machine vine nodded. Aside from the Zhou family, everyone else should leave first, and I will notify you when needed. Farewell, latecomers. The other patriarchs saluted the spirit machine vine and left one after another. She waited until everyone else had left. She first thanked the spirit machine vine and then said to Li Yi, I've met little friend once at the banquet. I'll have that boy Chiomai cooperate with you when we arrive at our Zhou family in a while. Little friend, whatever you need can feel free to. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the spirit machine vine. You don't need to take out any treasures. You only need to put out people and spiritual power. The earth's spiritual power stretches on, and the resentment can't be stopped. If any powerful spells were used to directly destroy that earth demon ginseng, there would surely be even more terrifying evil things that would appear in the future. You take this back and prepare to open the teleportation spell formation in a moment. The spirit machine vine directly threw out a jade pendant and unceremoniously sent the Zhou family's old Taijun away. Its words were unkind, but the old Taijun walked away with a pleasant smile on her face, even putting away her cane. When she had left as well, the spirit machine vine spoke. The reason why I chose the Zhou family is indeed because of your face. Rather than choosing some family you don't recognize, it would be better to have the Zhou family. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you can solve the Zhou family's side of things, the rest of the earth demon ginseng shouldn't be a problem either. But you have to remember that you're only going on a clan mission. The Zhou family can't accept any bribes. We don't lack that. And there are naturally many benefits to completing the mission. Towards the end its tone was unprecedentedly serious, and its voice was directly engraved in Li Ye's mind. The latter nodded his head in a hurry. Disciple obeys. Qianfang, you teach Li Yi more. Yes, sir. Qianfang nodded his head. Go go go. sending the two away. This now left only one vine, the spirit machine vine, inside the room. It raised its head to look at the chair placed at the very top. Senior sister, what the Southern Region Sword Cultivation Kid encountered. The news that Senior Mouse Brother sent back. And this earth demon ginseng. God have mercy. It was just looking for the most leisurely and comfortable place to try to do a task. How come we encountered this kind of thing continuously? Shouldn't we ask the cultivators within the gate to labor on such a laborious matter? The white-clothed female cultivator appeared on top of the empty chair, holding a bottle of peach wine and drinking it, according to that group of poor mountain viewing clerics in the central region. Nowadays, when cultivation is in full bloom, naturally we can't be the only ones to monopolize the righteous path, like the two sides of yin and yang. Yang flourishes and naturally yin flourishes in order to achieve a balanced state. Perhaps some little mice have infiltrated the eastern region and want to provoke the prestige of my 4-time sect. There have been many such things in the past, but they were all planted inside the devil-suppressing valley by me and the senior brothers and sisters, so there is no need to worry about anything with me here. Just let the juniors try as much as they want, although it is difficult for Li Yi, but at least it is my senior brother who wants to take in a disciple. The more resources he gets, the more responsibility he has. We've all come this way. The only thing I care about is whether or not this kid cares too much about the chance of the 10,000 gods divine temple. Life and death in an instant. Decisiveness is also a rare quality, not to mention the clan mission. No matter how this belongs to him, I hope he can see better. She gently raised her palm, and in the center of her white, snow-like palm quietly floated a small ball, and inside that small ball there were mountains, rivers, and earth, and if you looked closely, you could also find the landforms of the migratory end of the square city. It was like holding the migratory end market along with everything around it in the palm of his hand. Thanks to all of you big guys for giving my little brother your recommendation and monthly support. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Planting You in the Lotus Flower. Chapter 74, Planting You in the Lotus. Things are urgent. Li Yi returned home before leaving to bring acacia life and death beans and Dusty long-time magic weapon. Also fished on the Beaver. The rest of all things at home were left to the care of the carrier acacia spirit as well as the acacia life and death bean. And if anything happened, let Zhao He go over to the store of the Four Seasons sect to notify himself. Especially since the tilted yearling silkworms are about to hatch. This matter is important. Leaving the house at a critical time like this, he always felt a little uneasy. Xianfang watched Li Yi busy and couldn't help but remind him, if it's not a particularly troublesome situation during the clan mission, the space array will continue to operate. If your handyman comes to notify you, just come back and take care of it. Can it still be like this? Li Yi didn't expect that doing a quest could actually allow him to go home at any time. Of course, Xianfang led Li Yi towards the middle of the portal. While walking, he said, there are spatial formations laid out by our predecessors everywhere above this land of the eastern domain, and unless one wants to personally walk all over the land, one can teleport at any time. That would be convenient. Hey, senior brother, I took the summer mission after all. Li Yi sighed in relief. Don't worry, you can just go back anytime once something happens. The two had already traversed the portal formed by the formation as they spoke. Behind the door was Zhou Qiumai waiting with a group of Zhou family disciples. At this moment, Zhou Qiumai had a serious expression and immediately saluted. Welcome the two Taoists from the Four Seasons upper sect. I am instructed by the matriarch to let me know if I need anything, so please come with me, both of you. He didn't spend the first moment catching up on old times, but instead led the two of them through a long corridor and arrived before a flourishing spiritual land. This spiritual land was dotted with spiritual rivers and springs, as well as quite a few spiritual veins, about 20 acres or so, with extraordinary spiritual chi. In the past, it would have been a beautiful place with a great view, but now it was tainted with a dark color. From the bottomless cavern at the center of the spiritual land, countless mining ghosts are crawling out on their hands and knees, coming to the sunny human world from the dark underground. The scene is really extremely grotesque and bizarre, Zhou Qiumai said from the side. According to the orders of the upper sect, the spell formation will successively split up the chi refining and foundation establishment as well as the last possible Jindan stage and release them in batches. Li Yi looked into the distance following Zhou Qiumai's words and nodded. They all have the resentment of the earth demon ginseng on them. This resentment is really hard to describe. I'll cast a spell in a moment, and afterward take my lotus petals with me and make sure to place them into the spiritual nodes of these mining ghosts. He took a step forward. The flying light green lotus seed held between his fingers was gently thrown towards the ground, and immediately a crystal clear green lotus bloomed from the ground, emitting a hazy clear light. The moment it finished growing, Li Yi felt his divine sense being strengthened. Through the clear light and the roots of the lotus growth, it had been possible to detect the malice spewing in the distance. There was still a huge gap between his divine sense and consciousness compared to the mining ghosts that crawled out in the distance. In fact, He would mumble in his heart, could this matter really be given to him as an alchemy spirit plant master? Do all spiritualists have to go through this hellish difficulty? But it was already too late to think about that much, as the Zhou clan cultivators next to them as well as a few disciples from the Four Seasons sect were all ready. Li Yi could only sit behind the lotus and close his eyes. The increase in mana and divine sense from the lotus allowed him to perform dozens of green lotus flying light spells in a matter of moments, and the flap was grabbed by a handful of cultivators who had already assembled and began to wrestle with those mining ghosts. However, none of them could be killed during the struggle, and the lotus petals that Li Yi had cast out needed to be placed into the spiritual nodes of those mining ghosts, so that Li Yi could sense this is actually much more difficult than just killing the mining ghosts. Fortunately, those who could be chosen to come here were also the carefully selected sons and daughters within the Zhou family, and next to them, there was also the assistance of the cultivators of the Four Times sect, so it wouldn't be very difficult. So the scene became rather strange. The mining ghosts certainly wanted to be lethal with every attack, but the monks rolled over with the help of their spells and artifacts, pressing a flap into the former's body. The locations of the spiritual energy nodes on the mining ghosts varied, but fortunately Qian Fong brought his senior siblings with him to mark them out one by one with their magic weapons and assisted from the sidelines. The aura of various spells shone among the pitch-black mining ghosts, accompanied by a greenish haze spreading. The petals would begin to take root as soon as they fell, and a green-colored lotus accompanied by threads of spiritual energy would directly press all of these mining ghosts to the ground. No matter how much they struggled against it, they could not break free. At the same time, the halo that came with the flying light green lotus began to pacify these mining ghosts. The roots at the bottom of the lotus began to grow, and crystal-clear threads spread on the ground, connecting around the flying light green lotus in front of Li Yi, wrapping around Li Yi like a cocoon. The grievances entangled in the mining ghosts naturally passed through, and even though it was aided by the flying light green lotus, it was also a huge challenge for Li Yi. Each of the threads in front of him represented a grievance, and to dissolve them all was what he was currently struggling with. As he reached out to touch his finger, another tiny paw suddenly rested on his hand as well. Li Yi saw the beaver that had originally been staying in his pocket chirp twice at him, and his body lit up with a Buddhist light that was as if it was substantial. The Buddha's light gradually extended to Li Yi's body, as if he also emitted Buddha's light. There wasn't even a need for any communication spells. The beaver itself was extremely humane, and with Li Yi's binding with his own vital essence, it was completely able to follow Li Yi's instructions. Didn't raise you for nothing. The corners of Li Yi's mouth rose slightly as he began to meet those grievances. What surprised him was that these grievances didn't attack very violently, but instead the pain that vaguely assaulted him was unrelenting. Like a small opening in your limbs and all your internal organs, there is a tearing agony whether you breathe or walk, which is rather more unbearable than the intense pain. There is no way to predict when the pain will appear, and there is no way to make it go away. With every breath and every walk, there is the potential for pain to arise in every part of the body. No wonder the resentment is so deep. It is indeed painful. But how come it's somewhat similar to my meridian damage in the first place? That's kinda a good thing for him, because he does experience that kind of hurt, so he's more able to embrace it wholeheartedly. Coupled with the beaver's Buddhist light on the side to filter out the erosion of resentment, the process went surprisingly smoothly. The resentment in the thread he held was gradually accepted by him to filter and dissolve. The lotus connected to the silk thread then faded away from its inner pitch-black color and gradually became translucent, and the mining ghost that had been suppressed underneath completely entered a state of slumber. Once the resentment of the earth demon ginseng was dissolved, the flying light green lotus would completely suppress them underneath, gradually turning them into real ores. This was the compensation that the Four Seasons sect had given to the Zhou family. Inside, the next time Li Yi used his divine sense and spiritual power to control the green lotus flying light method to continuously purify and dissolve the grievances, and the lotuses on the ground bloomed one after another. It was also at this time that Li Yi realized why what he had learned before were all laws that had to do with the state of mind and heart. This is never possible without sufficient mind cultivation to have the patience to sort out and dissipate grievances. Mana is not so important at this time, as long as the state of mind is sufficient. As usual, can be done with the help of the flying light green lotus can be called the general divine effect of the degree of transformation. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Changing Spirit Gold. Earthly Love Mycelium. The time quickly went from midday to sunset and dusk. This would not be a good time to continue fighting the mining ghosts, so the Zhou family's sons and daughters began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, and the formations around the spiritual land rose up, locking in all the mining ghosts that tried to chase them out. The Zhou family's children who had been fighting all afternoon leaned against the ground in 7 different directions, panting heavily, devoid of the panache of an immortal cultivator. It looked obviously tired. that's not unusual. In fact, it was also true that they had never experienced this kind of really solid, life-threatening fight, and some of them had even suffered minor injuries. The fact that there wasn't a single dead cultivator was already enough to show how powerful they were. When the cocoon beside Li Yi cracked open and he stepped out, what he saw was a scene that looked like the aftermath of a war. The cultivators were leaning against the ground unimaginatively, with blood more or less oozing out of their arms and bodies, and the physicians were busily treating the Zhou family's children. In the distance, a huge curtain of light rose to keep all the mining ghosts inside. On the ground were patches of lotus buds. Only a few dozen were in full bloom. More lotuses closed tightly. Those dozens are what he got in half a day. The price was that Li Yi was now standing over here as if he could still feel the pain in his body as if it was tearing apart. And there was a burst of blackness in front of his eyes. And the black aura of resentment seemed as if it was not dispersing. Are you alright? Qianfang rushed over at the first opportunity, reaching out to try to hold Li Yi. It's fine. Li Yi shook his head and refused his assistance, looking at the sky and said softly, I can kind of see why I need a healthy and cheerful mind. It's not something that can just be fixed. He found a place to sit down, first placing the already exhausted beaver into his pocket. Then with a wave of his palm, his spiritual energy condensed into a white bell that appeared right in front of him. He stretched out one finger and flexed it against the bell. Jingle bells. The gentle sound of the bell then passed out, and I don't know if it was a slight change in my state of mind after the day's grievances were dispelled today. The light it emits becomes charged with a splash of color and appears even more magnificent. It wasn't the simple white glow it had been. In the dark, moonless night, it was the gradual spread of colorful daylight that made the monks who were receiving treatment and resting raise their heads and stretch out their fingertips to touch the daylight. Li Ye's spiritual power was certainly not enough to support the daylight to cover such a large area, but just being able to touch and feel a little warmth made the cultivators feel comfortable. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. A cultivator was the first to rise and clasp his fists. I didn't expect to see the sun at night. The warmth of this daylight is truly wonderful. The rest of the cultivators followed suit and thanked him, but Li Yi just smiled bashfully and reached out to haul a sliver of light inside his pocket, like a blanket covering the beaver who was huffing and puffing. This is. He suddenly felt some fluctuation of spiritual energy inside his other pocket, so he took out the 5 silver-colored shoots placed inside and rubbed them in his hands to observe them. The surface of the originally silver-glistening shoots glowed with a hint of warm color, clearly a change that had occurred after drawing on his spiritual energy. Qianfang, who was on the side, came closer to see this and lowered his voice. This is the spirit gold of yin and yang interactions. Wait until when you can make it change between yin and yang at will. Senior brother, it will be a great accomplishment. Difficult. How could Li Yi not know that? It was just that when he tried to change, he felt a serious sense of sluggishness, and it was obvious that he still couldn't do it right now. It's hard to start everything, just take your time. Qianfang extended his hand to Li Yi. Let's go. The Zhou family side has prepared a banquet. The bells had rung in the distance. Aha! Li Yi waved his hand and dispersed the sunlight bell, and together with Qianfang, he walked towards the big hall over there, in which delicious food had indeed been prepared, none of which was full of color and flavor. The cultivators were also very observant and didn't come to disturb Li Yi and the rest of them, the 4-times sect cultivators. This made Li Yi satisfied and happily enjoyed a delicious meal before staying over here temporarily. Although I can go home, but after all, I am doing the mission. In case of any problems, it is still convenient to deal with close by, and I want to go back until this side is stabilized. A good night's sleep. While Li Yi woke up early the next day to wash up, a disciple hurriedly arrived. Senior brotherly, something happened over there. There were some fungus that popped up. Li Ye's movement slightly lurched at his words, and he sped up to wash up, then followed him to rush over to the spiritual land. Just as this disciple had said, near the lotus from which the flying light green lotus had been born, there was a dense growth of still writhing mycelium. The mycelium slowly covered the top of the lotus, eroding the latter's petals that were overflowing with green light. What's even weirder is that there are some humanoid black figures walking around inside those myceliums, as if they were living. They even built the beginnings of a house or something like that, and prepared pots and pans, as if they were going to set up camp here. Li Yi gazed at those mycelium, and the panel naturally emerged. Name, ground love mycelium. Mood, painful, longing to be eaten. Status, driven by earth devil ginseng. Bindable, able to hold any spirit plant it lives on. Mycelium? Is this thing counted as a spirit beast inside the panel's categorization? That's why it needs a spirit plant. And why is the name Earth Love so coincidental? Senior, Qianfang's voice interrupted his thoughts. These should be fungus derivatives of at least the third or even close to the fourth order, and their appearance is not what we expected. I'm going to enable some of the Zhou family's magic weapons to remove these mycelium. What do you think? Outbursts like this are best just cut it all off and make sure things can get back on track. I want to wait. Li Yi shook his head. I don't feel any resentment or pain from them. And look at their movements as they transform into human form. Li Yi pointed to the distance. The walking humanoids were obviously making some food. What with the noodle stalls, fried sliders, pies, gourds, almost all in the form of food. According to the panel's hint of desire to be eaten and the information in The Art of Earthly Love, which says that only by giving emotions to the earth can young shoots be produced in the soil that is cherished, he guessed that something unimaginable was likely to happen if he rushed out to do so. Is that so? Qianfang followed Li Ye's advice and planned to go back to seek help from his senior uncle. Then just as he was about to speak, he saw that Li Yi had already fetched a string of pitch-black gourds through the silk thread of the flying light green lotus. This senior Li was looking down at the string of gourds that didn't look quite right, seemingly pondering whether or not to take a bite. Qianfang's eyebrows suddenly jumped. End of chapter. Chapter 76. So it's a gift to be eaten. You mustn't. Qianfang originally thought that this senior brotherly of his was quite calm when he planned his move. Why did he suddenly want to eat this mycelium of unknown origin? If anything happened to senior brotherly, he would never be able to accept it. I didn't plan to eat it either. Li Yi withdrew his gaze. Then he said to Zhou Qiumai, who was at the side, I'd like to trouble you, fellow Daoist, to go and look for a random beast. I'm going to try this thing out. Good. Zhou Qiumai ordered people to go without saying a word, and soon brought in a chubby pig. That pig saw the gourd made up of mycelium in Li Ye's hand. Humph. Its tiny eyes actually erupted with great joy, humming and arching, and within a few breaths it had eaten it all. It's still really edible. Zhou Qiumai was surprised that this pig was a spotted pig that was specialized in distinguishing between poisonous and non-poisonous. Its ability to discriminate between food is more powerful than a cultivator's. As long as it's willing to eat, that means something like this can be eaten and will taste good. Maybe it's more than just being able to eat. Li Yi looked at the accelerated growth and satisfaction statuses displayed on the panel and suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. He looked at Zhou Liqiu. Nowadays, how many animals in Dao Friend Zhou's clan that need to be fed? You can rush here as much as you can and eat all of these fungi cleanly. I'll do it right away. Zhou Liqiu still immediately arranged for people to go and drive the captive livestock here without saying a word, while Li Yi was making preparations while he went to drive the livestock. Those mycelium have to all be attracted to safety. During this process, Qianfang as well as the other cultivators were assisting as much as they could, so it was considered to be quite smooth, and the mycelium was soon led to a safe location. Though the mycelium was dark, it was a variety of dishes laid out over there. Even after the cultivators took away the dishes that had already been made, the remaining mycelium would once again draw on the aura and absorb some of the power from the mining ghosts to make more delicacies. From a distance Li Ye could feel the mycelium boiling with joy, like it was saying that finally someone would eat the food it made. The mycelium was more than a little freaked out when head after head of livestock was herded in and started feasting. It wriggled frantically and forcefully stabbed inside the mining ghost's body, using more spiritual energy and nutrition as its own sustenance. The various mycelium humanoids did not stop for a moment. Hard to keep up with the speed of these hungry livestock devouring. Like a chef making a running dinner, the scene silenced everyone. They had thought that they were going to go through a vicious battle, but it turned out that they didn't realize that people were sending them to the door to give them food, and it's still thrashing the mining ghosts and sending a steady stream of food up. The cultivators on the Zhou family side who were responsible for taming the beasts and taking care of the domestic animals uttered in surprise. Surprisingly, they've grown fat. It's going to have a calf? Why are you dropping so many eggs? For the first time today, people with their hands full appeared. Surprisingly, it was the cultivators of the Zhou family who kept domestic animals. They quickly brought the still memorable livestock into the clearing, delivered the babies, and picked up the eggs. The scene became a little strange. Senior brother, you are really awesome. Qianfang was really speechless. If he were to lead the team, he would definitely have to suppress those mycelium directly with thunderous means. Senior brother should still be cautious. Li Yi then gently twisted up a bean and handed it to Qianfang. Look at crushing it. Be careful. Qianfang directly took out a box before placing the beans inside, and raging flames naturally erupted, instantly burning the mycelium completely. But in the instant that the mycelium was destroyed, an extremely terrifying hostile aura erupted from within the mycelium, and it was as if there were countless withered shapes struggling within that hostile aura, almost damaging the jade box. This scene shocked Qianfang. This magic weapon of mine is also considered to be a third-ranked magic weapon, specializing in dealing with objects that are difficult to handle. That means this resentment will even be close to the fourth order. How can it be this terrifying? Li Yi revealed an expression that was really like that and said, as far as I can guess, this mycelium might be trying to gift us with food, and once we damage the food, That's what will happen just now. After all, the earth provides us with countless amounts of food, yet there are those who waste it, and the resentment piles up beyond belief. According to you that earth demon ginseng is even capable of counting on us, I'm afraid things will be a bit more troublesome. Qianfang frowned. Spiritual plants that had spirituality and could still calculate were the most terrifying, and the harm they could cause was extremely great, not to mention being on the opposite side of the fence and having no knowledge of it at all. I'd like to think it's an opportunity. Li Yi already had a calculation in his mind and said directly, since this mycelium is under the control of the earth demon ginseng, it should be able to be tightly connected to the latter, otherwise how can it suppress this horrifying resentment? So if we properly utilize these mycelium and exhaust its power, won't we be able to consume the power of the earth demon ginseng at the same time? By my thinking, even if I can't catch it outright, it would be nice to have the mycelium dogfight. Most importantly, senior brother, as you can see those domestic animals are showing signs of growth after consuming these mycelium. It would be a waste not to make good use of these mycelium. If we can capture it and hand it over to the clan, wouldn't it be an even greater feat? The opportunity was there for the taking and naturally it was not to be missed. Qianfan obviously didn't think as deeply as Li Yi in this regard, but after Li Yi reminded him like this, his eyes also brightened up. Just as Li Yi said, since this mycelium had such an effect, it would definitely be useful to send it to the door. Indeed, I didn't think of it. Qianfang arched his hand at Li Yi. Laughing, he said, Spirit Machine Vine Uncle said that this side by the senior brother you directly arrange is, if we really can't do it, the big deal is that we can call out to our uncle to save our lives. It is with the help of senior brother and all senior brothers and sisters, as well as senior uncles backing that I had this bold idea, and regardless of whether or not it succeeds, naturally, all of you have a share of the credit. He arched his hand at all the senior brothers and sisters around him, with a gentle smile on his face. Together with his more and more natural and ethereal temperament during this period of time, it was truly like a spring breeze on his face. Pity these people recently these days by Qianfang hateful reprimand. Where has experienced such a spring breeze treatment? One by one hastily said, just do as senior brotherly commands. We don't understand these peculiar myceliums, so we can only take more trouble. Senior, elder brother, what should we do next? Li Yi shook his head and looked into the distance. This matter also requires the Zhou family to follow and help. If it's done properly, we don't even need to roll over to the other family's side anymore. It depends on how much of the mycelium can actually feed the livestock. He waved at Zhou Qiumai in the distance, then whispered a few words to the latter. Hearing Li Ye's command, Zhou Qiumai immediately rushed to the place where the old Taijun lived and relayed Li Ye's request in its entirety. Fellow Taoist Li said that he wanted us, the Zhou family, to take the lead and invite all the other families to come over with their livestock, charge some entrance fees appropriately, and then let them eat and drink as much as they want. The old Taijun quietly looked at her great-grandson with her dragon head walking stick, her face strange. Then what are you still asking me for? Qiumai, this friend of yours has already handed you the favor. I leave this matter to you. You must have your own decision, or else will you not have to ask me for everything in the future? Go on. You represent our Zhou family to invite similar families. All the spirit stones collected will be handed over to Li Yi after counting. No deductions. Keep your eye on this, and anyone who dares to stick their claws out will be chopped right off. On my orders. Yes, Zhou Qiumai understood the meaning of the old Taijun, could not hide the joy on his face, and left with a big stride. End of chapter. Chapter 77. Another way to complete the task. The things that happened on the Zhou family's side naturally could not be hidden from the Spirit Machine Vine. Li Yi had also sent a disciple over to inform the Spirit Machine Vine of this matter, and if he wanted to get into something he had to report it. Incidentally, there's a space array to borrow. The Spirit Machine Vine is quite satisfied with this. It is to be so improvised. As for the spatial formation, use it. It topped off with a small lookout blooming on its head to the top position. Sister, Earth love mycelium. The white-clothed female cultivator nodded. There is indeed some connection between this thing and the art of earthly affection. If Li Yi can detect it, it will be very beneficial to cultivation. As for its appearance, it should be the tactics of those guys from the Hell Road. Evil causes brew bitter fruits. They are trying to prove that even in our 4x6 great land, there are buried evil causes. According to what you said, senior sister, those Hell Road cultivators really did us a favor? Nonetheless, if it is said that the cause of evil is tasted by whoever buries it, then I would not feel anything. But the cultivators of the Hell Path exploded the evil fruit, causing innocent people to suffer from it as well. How innocent are those people to be subjected to this calamity? A murderous intent surfaced on the white-clothed woman's body. The Spirit Machine Vine stepped back slightly and hastily changed the topic. Calm down, senior sister. Earlier, Suya told me that Master Li's nephew seems to know a very special kind of spell, painting with ink, drawing the undissolved spirituality of things, and even drawing hungry bones. It sounds like a Confucian tactic. The anger on the female cultivator's face quickly dissipated. She flexed her fingers against the armrests of the chair and tapped lightly. Elder brother is in charge of the hungry bone matter, and he'll be here anyway, so I won't say anything more. It's just that I'm curious about that beaver of Lie's. That what the heart phase saving bitter lotus method. Is it really a Buddhist cultivation method? Hearing this, the spirit machine vine froze. When he was about to say something, he heard the female cultivator mutter again. 9-colored lotus, mana pure bottle and willow branch. Her form faded away as if she had never been there. Other side, Zhou Qiumai moved extremely fast, or rather couldn't wait to enter the migratory end of the world market, inviting emissaries from other clans in the name of the Zhou family's seal as well as the Four Seasons sect. It wasn't known exactly how he said it, but anyway, on this day there was a long line on this side of the migratory end market's teleportation array. All sorts of cows, sheep, pigs and other domestic animals were sent to the Zhou family. Each one of them would be charged an entrance fee of 1 spirit stone, which really didn't sound like much, but these were domestic animals captive raised by several immortal cultivation families, numbering more than hundreds of thousands of them. Although the space formation of the Four Seasons sect was also constructed just inside the Four Seasons building, the migration of this huge number of domestic animals was still a spectacle for many cultivators to see. Did the Four Seasons sect dabble in family intentions? This many domestic animals, truly worthy of the four-time sect. That's enough to feed a few dragons, isn't it? The monks watched in wonder but didn't know what was going on, and the spectacle wasn't watched for more than a few moments, because the spirit machine vine really couldn't tolerate this many domestic animals traveling through it. It simply gave a little permission for the spatial array to connect directly to the Zhou family's side without having to make a midway stop. That's it. The domestic animals were herded to this side of the Zhou family's spiritual land, where a running feast of mycelial delicacies awaited them. Due to the sheer number of them also had to be limited to less than a tea break for each livestock. Originally rested overnight essence of the Zhou family children completely did not expect today actually do not need to fight to get rid of the devil. Directly one by one to change into the dirt-resistant coarse cloth clothes began to maintain order. The variety of humming, mooing and bleating was deafening. Even the cultivators had to cast some spells, or else the sounds alone would be enough to rival some sonic spells. In the end, it's still you who have the solution. Senior brother. Sort of busy Li Yi and Shen Fong were sitting on top of a tower that was very close to the spiritual land. The latter also arranged a soundproofing spell formation, and the Zhou family sent fragrant tea and pastries, which can truly be described as a quiet place in the midst of the noise. Elder brother is wrong. If it wasn't for the prestige of elder brother and all the senior brothers and sisters as well as our clan, how could we get the Zhou family to cooperate like this? I'm just mentioning an idea. Li Yi didn't dare to take credit for it. He looked at the busy cultivators below, but all he could smell was the aroma of tea, and a chubby beaver was sitting on the table, munching happily with a piece of pastry. At this moment he was truly experiencing the benefits of having a powerful clan behind him. And then there's the power of knowledge. Just a little reminder from the panel and he's able to fix it, which is awesome. When we enter the sect after this mission, we have to quickly buy an illustrated book of spiritual plants and beasts, so that we can better utilize the role of the golden finger. You're too modest. If we really attack those myceliums as my method, I guess it will cause some incalculable consequences. It would be a real shame if you and I had to yell out for help from our senior uncle. Qianfang picked up the tea and took a sip. His finger flicked at the jade board in front of him, and the scenery within the distant spiritual land immediately appeared on it. Those myceliums, because they had to produce a sufficient number of delicacies, went straight for the jugular towards their friends, the mining ghosts. It even simply went deeper inside the hole in the ground to capture more mining ghosts to draw spiritual sustenance. It was reasonable to say that it would be almost impossible for it to have anything left after it drew like this. And with the mineral ghost's spiritual power completely gone, the minerals would naturally lose their effectiveness. However, Qianfang had noticed this early on, so together with Li Yi, he planted many small spell formations using the flying light green lotus as an anchor point for some mining ghosts who wanted to escape to enter inside. The mining ghosts were like cattle and sheep that were being driven, coming up and first being drawn on by the earth-love mycelium one by one for their spiritual energy, then ran over 1,000 dangers to take refuge on Lotus's side, and was suppressed and planted into the ground. There was no need for the cultivator to take the trouble of placing the lotus on their spiritual nodes, and they directly threw themselves into the net. Why do you feel a little sorry for them? Qianfang couldn't help but mutter. I think so. Li Yi nodded along, but the next time is the most troublesome time. I don't know if the earth demon ginseng will endure the mycelium to suppress it like this. If we can keep providing mycelial delicacies, we can ask Uncle Spirit Machine Vine to shift more pressure here. I'll be watching. This was indeed the most important thing to care about. Qianfang stared at the jade board for a while before he suddenly said to Li Yi, Senior brother, look, he pointed to an object on top of the jade board with a somewhat hesitant and serious tone. Li followed where he was pointing and looked over to see a purplish-red hungry bone slowly rising from the depths of the mycelium intertwined spirit land. No, not just hungry bones. Rather, it is the evil bones of hungry ghosts. Thank you bookfriend 2022031315125680 Big Brother's reward. Thank you Big Brother's monthly votes and recommendation support. End of chapter. Chapter 78. It's good to have someone to support you. In fact, as early as after analyzing the role of the ground sentiment mycelium, Li Yi had doubted that the hungry bones would appear here because they were just a bit too similar. Instead, he wasn't surprised now that his worries had become a reality, just pondering whether there was a bigger force behind this, and if there was really someone involved. Would the 4x sect intervene? There doesn't seem to be much to that answer. It's a sure thing. Perhaps there were mighty cultivators staring at this place right now, so naturally there was nothing to worry about. He does what he can, and when the sky is falling, there are people in high places to mend it, so he was even in the mood to take a sip of his tea. Not in a hurry. Let's see what it's going to do. Why do I feel that you, senior brother, are more calm than I am? Qianfang shook his head helplessly. But yeah, there's no rush. He followed suit and poured a cup of tea, gazing at the hungry evil bones in the distance. But strangely enough, that huge and weird spirit plant didn't make any movements after it appeared. It was standing quietly over there, even allowing the mycelium to wrap around it, and the demonic fuchsia red bloom was even showing signs of gradually wilting. The Weichuan beaver beside Li Ye's hand, which was originally hugging a pastry and eating a lot, suddenly raised its head, looked into the distance, and let out a warning sound of kirikou. Through the closer and closer connection, Li Yi was able to hear what it meant. Hungry bones was being scrambled for food. He immediately felt a creepy coolness, and after gently stroking the beaver a few times to calm it down, he said to Qianfang, "My spirit pet says that hungry bones is fighting for food by the mycelium." Scramble. Qianfang instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. The hungry bone itself was the only place for the souls of those poor people who had died of famine to stay, and now it was surprising that they had to be fought over. Hungry mouths for food. Thinking about it, he knew exactly how the hungry bones inside, which had originally been forced to fall silent, would react if the seizure actually succeeded. At this time, deep in the spirit land, the mycelium slowly wrapped itself around the body of the hungry ghost evil bone and began to draw on the resentment within the latter's body as well as the spiritual energy to maintain its existence. Since there are many friends waiting to eat, it sucks in a hurry. This also led to the evil chi in the depths of the hungry ghost evil bone being stirred. That was the grievances sealed inside by the 4x sect's mighty cultivators. It is the souls of those who have been counted by the monks of the Hell Road and faced drought, floods, and locusts to the extent that they end up with no harvest, and have their children eaten in exchange. Not some pitch-black resentment, but a resentment like blood. It slowly flowed out from the purplish-red stamen, and where it passed through, not to mention the mycelium, even the aura on the ground was eroded. In life they could not cope with being robbed of their food, and they could not do anything about trying to earn their way to heaven. But the power of resentment piling up after death causes them to erode everything they can see. It was logical that in the face of such danger, the mycelium should have retreated at the first opportunity. But the mycelium stood in its way undaunted. The densely growing mycelium was like a wall, forcibly resisting the red resentment. Even if it was gradually eroded, it never retreated. Not even the food supply over there has been left behind in drawing on these grudge-making. This caused Li Yi and Qianfang, who were already planning to evacuate the herd of livestock and put up a good formation defense, to faintly stare. A bold idea popped up in Li Ye's heart. Sure Fu, I want to send all of the flying light green lotus to the depths of the mycelium and touch the resentment extended by the hungry bones head on. So I'm going to trouble elder brother to go back with the red beans and fetch the inked hungry bones at home for me. If we can unbind the earth demon ginseng, I guess this hungry bone should be able to fall into a deep sleep. He handed the green bird that had been staying on his shoulder to Qianfang, although the green bird was very reluctant to leave, but thinking that there was still a red bean over here. It didn't say anything more and only stared at Li Yi with a grudging look. Okay, I'll be back soon. Qianfang didn't ask anything. He just pulled out a crystal-clear emerald leaf from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Li Yi. This is the blade of the emerald jade god within the clan. If there is any danger while I'm not back, you can just crush it directly. Remember, our lives are more important than everything. After the explanation, he stepped on a shuttle and left quickly, leaving Li Yi sitting on top of the tall tower. He looked down at the emerald leaves, and the warm touch made him feel slightly more at ease. Then, getting up and looking into the distance, he muttered, "How is it that I'm still somehow thinking of something when I clearly want to hide in metal for a while?" he did find it rather strange. He should have found a place to hide by now. Was it just because he knew there was a big brother watching his back that he wanted to give it a try? It's time to say no. This feeling of having someone to prop up the bottom is just wonderful. He tucked in the beaver, who had stopped eating, to look cautiously into the distance, and got up and went down to the tower to meet Jo Tsumai, who was already waiting below. Li Yi directly ordered, "I need your clan to transport all of the flying light green lotus to the vicinity of the mycelium, and then the supply of spiritual energy around the flying light green lotus should be increased by at least 10 times, as ordered." Seeing Li Yi's serious face, Jo Tsumai didn't ask any more questions and immediately gave the order. After this period of time, the mycelium wouldn't hurt them anymore. There are some minor dangers at best, but that's not a problem. After explaining to the Zhou family's cultivators, Li Yi said to a few of his fellow disciples, "I'll trouble you guys to help me protect the law." These fellow disciples, although they might be lacking in enlightenment, making Qian Fang is racking his brain trying to teach things, are not at all ambiguous in this kind of thing. They clasped their fists and scattered in all directions. Soon, the Zhou family's cultivators picked up a lotus and ran towards the mycelium side, with all sorts of spiritual lights shining on their bodies, and in no time, they were sent to the mycelium wall side. In this way, Li Yi was able to directly control the flying light green lotus to send the silk threads deep into the interior of the fungus wall, carefully touching the red grievances. Among the grievances that looked blood-like and sticky were countless souls. There were old and young, male and female, but without exception, all of them had swollen bellies, withered limbs, and shriveled skin with sores. It's clearly the look of a hungry ghost. They discovered Li Yi's divine sense and immediately struggled and pounced over, their eyes full of undisguised desire for food. Carrick, however, a beaver silhouette emitting colored light blocked the front of Li Yi's divine sense, and the chubby beaver pulled out all sorts of food from inside its own fur. What lotus seeds, lotus leaves, lotus roots, maidan, flour, cut fruits, pastries, anyway, as long as it can be eaten. It was extremely generous to pull out from inside the fur. With a wave of its claws, the food was scattered as a rain of light to the hungry ghosts. The group of hungry ghosts seemed to freeze for a moment, then scrambled nonchalantly. Each hungry ghost that scrambles for food can't wait to swallow it, and then a golden glow rises from its body. Li Yi saw it clearly. That was clearly the flash of Qi Yinyajin. There seemed to be some deeper golden light. Could it be the beaver's merit? In the halo of light they seemed to shed that hungry ghost look and gradually became a little more normal, bowing in gratitude to the beaver and then stepping in front of him. Thus, Li Yi, who had intended to cast spells, was surrounded and protected at the end of the group, but it was the food thrown out by the beaver that purified more and more souls. Li Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Well, I was trying to put up a good fight, but I didn't realize that spirit pets were so powerful. But was this guy suddenly enlightened? Why does he look so powerful? End of chapter. Chapter 79. If it bullies you, you beat it. This question confused Li Yi for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. It was too normal for something strange to suddenly happen in such a world of immortal cultivation, and it was good to be able to help himself. He took advantage of the fact that the beaver was blocking the way in front of him and wrapped the threads of the flying light green lotus around the body of the hungry ghost, branding a piece of the lotus seal and gradually shifting the reddish, blackened resentments. The transferred grievances were injected by Li Yi into more blooming lotuses. Since the Zhou family had taken a few spirit veins to supply spiritual qi without stinting, a green lotus bloomed beside Li Yi at an extremely fast speed. They were all gradually eroded by resentment though, and red surfaced amongst the green-colored petals. However, the external glare remained, and while it looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch, it was actually extremely tough. As a yuan spirit plant given by the divine farmer's ruler, its malleability could almost be said to have no boundaries, because it must be able to cope with the damage caused by the growth of grievances in the opinion of the divine ruler. But the one controlling it was just an ordinary cultivator. It could keep growing and expanding if it had aura, but Li Yi had taken on an extremely huge pressure. The only thing to be thankful for was that Li Yi had experienced the pain caused by starving bones many times and had pretty much gotten used to it. Even if a different cultivator sat here, even if his cultivation level was a bit higher than Li Yi's, he would never be as relaxed as him. The whole scene became rather strange at once. The mycelium produced a steady stream of food to give to the livestock herd, and Li Yi sat on the edge of the spirit land, lotus sprouting one after another beside him, and further away the wall of fungus resisted the crimson resentment. It just seemed to freeze. I can feel that it's the earth demon ginseng that's transferring a steady stream of grievances over, which means that if you want to break the game you have to remove the interference of the earth demon ginseng. Otherwise, with my divine sense and will, I wouldn't have been able to hold out for that long anyway, and I'm even afraid I'll have to break the realm if necessary. At this moment, Li Yi was truly feeling that his chi refining cultivation was limiting his play. If he could advance to foundation establishment, his divine sense could definitely skyrocket, and he would be able to hold on for a longer period of time, so he might be able to catch the earth demon ginseng. But the Pantheon, he bit his lip and eventually could only sigh. If the situation is really urgent or if there is a chance to solve, let's see how it goes. Li Yi no longer considered the gains and losses, and continued to channel the grievances to the lotus side to store them. The cultivators of the Zhou family were not idle either. They were at least a cultivation family, and there were ways to dissipate grievances in their clan. Although it was ineffective against Hungry Bones' grudge, it did help Li Yi to share some of the pressure. Time passes by breath by breath. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only a cup of tea. The beaver turned to Li Yi with some difficulty. Kirikou, the originally fat fur on its body had already deflated, and even the light began to dim. That means, stuff has been posted. It's okay, you've done well, and we have help coming. Li Yi put it inside his pocket. His originally clear eyes were already streaked with blood as he looked towards the back, only to see a green bird grasping a full 4 chubby beavers with an ink-hungry bone on top of its head. It flew like an arrow and shot into Li Yi's arms. You be careful. Li Yi, who had been knocked out of sight, was just about to say something about it when the blue bird rubbed its head against his palm, with a very obvious concern in its red eyes. This made Li Yi's heart soften and gently patted its head. It's okay, it's just in time. He nodded to Qianfeng, who was waving in the distance, and continued casting spells. The beavers quickly began to intervene with the help of their bosses as they arrived, and although they were the second to bind, it was nice to be able to help. With their help and the aura emanating from the ink-hungry bones, Li Yi finally managed to extend the threads of the lotus extension towards the depths of the hungry ghost evil bone, and found a ginseng root following the deep resentment. It was undoubtedly these ginseng whiskers that suppressed the seal of the hungry ghost evil bone, along with the craving of the mycelium, that led to the current result. Finally, it's catching up with you. Li Yi nonchalantly wrapped the silk threads of the lotus over, wrapping around those ginseng whiskers and pulling hard. The silk threads tightened at once, then the ginseng whiskers snapped off one by one, and some golden characters gradually surfaced on top of the hungry ghost evil bone, beginning to suppress its power and forcing it to fall into slumber. Effective! Li Yi's face was delighted as he hurriedly shouted outside, quickly lead the livestock away. Remember to make sure to attract the mycelium to follow them. Qianfeng sniffed and immediately began to drive away the livestock with the Zhou family cultivators. Seeing that the guest who was willing to eat his own food actually wanted to leave, the mycelium did not care to fight with the hungry ghosts and evil bones any longer, and even chased after them to leave the spiritual land, following the herd of domestic animals far away. Without the forced draw of the mycelium and the interference of the earth demon ginseng, the hungry ghost evil bone finally began to slowly close. The resentment that flowed out of the pistol began to slow down until it came to a complete stop. The beavers were not idle. Following the grievances fated to continue feeding the food to the other side, mouth inside the gibbering barking, the Buddha's light on the body more and more shining. Li Yi wrapped the broken ginseng whiskers in the silk threads of the lotus and gradually probed downwards, trying to follow the trail to find where the earth demon ginseng was. However, as he gradually made his way downward, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle. It's really interesting that little friend's divine sense power is this special. The laughter was non-male and non-female, but it was full of sadness and compassion. No good. The moment he heard the voice, Li Yi didn't hesitate to directly break through the realm and quickly drew away with the help of the power of divine sense that had skyrocketed during the foundation establishment stage. But it still didn't come in time. A white palm pressed down on the lotus silk thread in the depths of the dark hole in the ground, gradually passing the divine sense over and appearing in front of Li Yi's eyes. It was actually a fox with 8 pink furry tails behind it, wearing a fur robe. Unable to see its face clearly, only a pair of peach eyes with watery waves looked at Li Yi. It seemed harmless enough, but no matter how you thought about it, it couldn't really be harmless. Maybe it was just pretending. Li Yi looked at the existence in front of him as if he was a great enemy. The beavers were a bit intimidated but didn't hide, and the green bird, Red Bean, even branched out its feathers but didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Obviously this guy is never that simple. I'd love to chat with little friend, but unfortunately there's always someone messing with me and I can't even say a few words. The Four Seasons sect can be so overbearing. It blinked at Li Yi, its tone slightly sighing. At the same time the tail behind him swung hard, blocking the sudden blizzard. But it was obviously not too easy. All 5 tails were frozen, and the wind and snow, which seemed small, carried a great power capable of freezing everything. Fox took a step back, but his expression remained calm. Ah, my tail, ouch, it said without the slightest bit of emotion in its tone. A white-clothed figure emerged with the wind and snow and blocked in front of Li Yi, his tone carrying a bitter cold wind. Bullying my 4 times sect disciples. Ha! The Yuaning female cultivator who had a previous encounter stared at the fox. She didn't want to spend more time here either, and said directly, I know it's just your divine sense, but you've come to my 4 times sex territory. Have you ever thought that I'm not the only one here? What? The fox's originally calm eyes suddenly shrunk as it saw another figure appear beside Li Yi, and that person handed Li Yi a wooden ruler. It also patted Li Yi's head. There was a rather obvious smirk in his tone. Apprentice, it bullies you, so beat it. End of chapter. Chapter 80, 10,000 Gods Divine Temple. Kenwood Seed. Holding the wooden ruler in his hand, the tiny wooden ruler seemed to carry endless spiritual power inside, blooming around it with a flower of spiritual power, the petals fluttering along with the breeze as if it was never-ending. He had long hated the fox with a passion. If it wasn't for it, why would he have suffered so much on this side? It caused him to still feel confused, so he did not hesitate to directly take the ruler and hit it hard. And when that ruler fell, there seemed to be countless grass and wood shadows flashing by, directly slicing off a full 3 tails of the fox. Those 3 tails fell to the ground and surprisingly transformed into solid bodies, with the roots of the tails still carrying blood. Ah, you guy, aren't you in the southern region's heavenly vein mountain? The fox wailed at once, and there was no more tenderness in those peach eyes, but only fierce hostility. The few remaining tails couldn't help but curl up, their tips quivering, but surprisingly it didn't even put in a harsh word and simply fled. It was literally fleeing. It dug a hole, burrowed in and disappeared, moving with great speed and considerable skill. Strangely enough, neither of the 2 cultivators made a move to stop them in the process. It was only after it left that the white-clothed female cultivator said, "Senior brother, you stay here. I'll follow and take a look." The male cultivator nodded. "I've already localized its location, but I don't think I can catch its body, so it's fine to just press my divine sense into the demon suppression valley. Well then, this brat will be handed over to you, senior brother. Well done. I thought you were going to hold back and refuse to break the boundary." She glanced at Li Yi and headed towards the place where the fox had escaped, opening a spatial portal and following. It was only at this moment that Li Yi completely came back to his senses and hurriedly saluted the cultivator beside him. "Former, you should call me master." The cultivator had a playful smile on his face. "I've even lent you my magic treasure to play with. This is something only disciples get." He picked up the 3 foxtails that had fallen on the ground and waved them at Li Yi, raising an eyebrow. "Call out to master. I'll make a good thing for you to play with." "Is this really a Yuaning cultivator? How is it the same as teasing a child?" "Master," Li Yi immediately shouted out. He was simply refreshed after this shout. He actually had a Yuaning master now? "Hey!" The friar nodded in satisfaction and flicked his finger at the fox's tail. After the spiritual light flashed, those 3 tails quickly shrunk and finally turned into a small duster that floated in front of Li Yi. The great cultivation world will always have some dangers that you can hardly handle. Even my disciples from Trace Star will fall. This tail is the Earth Wish Spirit Fox's life preservation item. I have already refined it for you. If there is truly an irresistible danger, it can take the place of the dead 3 times, and after it is inspired it will take you to escape into the depths of the earth without a trace. What? 3 times as a scapegoat? An escape? Wouldn't this be a top-notch treasure? Li Yi immediately took the duster and rubbed it in his hand a few times, saying joyfully, "Many thanks, master. A small gift only." The retrospective star realist waved his hand, then stared at Li Yi. "Foundation establishment. Ah, then it looks like I can only exchange the reward for this mission for this item." He took out 3 tokens and reached out at Li Yi again. "Take out the autumn harvest tokens. Although your master and I have some skills within the sect, it's still a bit of a hassle when it comes to the rules of the Hall of 10,000 Gods. But this thing is purely helpless, and made this kind of merit. If really do not understand the human feelings instead of appearing to be our old-fashioned. So I'll take you through a drill. Right, I've taken out 10,000 spirit stones for you first, so you'll have to pour tea for me properly when you officially pay your respects." Upon hearing this, Li Yi hurriedly took out the autumn harvest token. The moment the autumn harvest token appeared, the other 3 tokens bearing the word spring planting, summer growth, and winter storage respectively flew up, rotated around the autumn harvest, and finally merged into one. A grayish 4 seasons token appeared in front of Li Yi, and was held by the latter. The moment he came into contact with the 4 times token, Li Yi felt that his cultivation had unexpectedly dropped to the refining chi stage, as if he had not made a breakthrough. He looked slightly shocked. What kind of divine ability was this? "That'll do." The Trace Star realist smiled in satisfaction, but did not explain, just stretching out an arm. He shook his sleeve. "Apprentice, tug on my master's sleeve. I'll take you to the temple of the 10,000 gods and take the chance to go so fast." Li Yi had a moment in worrying about this side of things, but then put down his worries. Since the real person said it, there must be an arrangement. Good. He reached out and tugged at his master's wide sleeve, and then the scenery around him began to change, seemingly spanning thousands of miles in an instant. By the time he came back to his senses, he was standing in the middle of an ancient temple. What you see in your eyes is an idol of a spiritual plant and beast. What you smell in your nose is a cool sandalwood fragrance, and what you hear in your ears is a mellow bell ringing. This place seemed very simple. Just a grey temple had countless idols, could not see the edge, but had a feeling of itself extremely small. It was as if all of those idols had gods watching over him. There was curiosity and doubt and joy and admiration in these gazes, just nothing negative like disgust. "Seniors," Shu Weixing said aloud, "this is my 6th disciple Li Yi. With the 4 seasons of Shunsui token in his hand today, I ask you seniors to spare no effort to bestow the treasure." As soon as the words fell, the token in Li Ye's hand was wrapped in a force and disappeared into the temple, followed by a voice. "All times are good. Ha, all times are good. Senior Sister Ginkgo, please leave his name on the Sex Jade ultimatum for him first." "As you wish," an old female voice rang out. A wind wrapped in ginkgo leaves blew violently from the depths of the Temple of All Gods. Phew! One of the ginkgo leaves circled around Li Yi and transformed into a jade pendant, replacing the one dangling from the edge of his Dao robe. Li Yi looked down, and there were clear words on the undissolved aura. "Inner disciple, 6th disciple under the seat of tracing star realist, Li Yi." In the next breath, the aura slowly dimmed. That spiritual light gradually dimmed down when the surroundings also followed the darkness. The trace star real person beside him had already disappeared, and the boundless darkness surrounded him. It was really just him. The beaver and the signet were gone. The voice from earlier continued to ring. "Disciple Li Yi, there are blessings from all the gods since the creation of the clan in this pantheon. Move forward. The best for you is just ahead." Yes, perhaps the 4 times sect had already given Li Yi enough security. Even if it was dark here, he had nothing to fear, and after saluting and saying yes, he took a big step forward. The sides of the road ahead were lit up with a little starlight. The first one to appear was a peach tree. It didn't grow very tall and its branches looked slender and graceful, yet it looked like it had experienced countless years. A female voice came out from inside the branch. "You have wasted this opportunity by choosing me. I have already taught you the Peach Fairy Brewing Rain's magical ability. Just come to me for instruction when you have the chance in the future." When it finished, it disappeared. Then appeared a huge divine tortoise, whose body burned with an unquenchable flinty fire, like an unending torch for 10,000 years, illuminating the long obscure night. "I'd like you to pick me, and I can't, so keep going." Still disappeared after saying that. Next, there are 3-legged golden toads, gourds of the 5 elements, fish of yin and yang, trees inhabited by golden crows, mycelium, rice and wheat. All kinds of gods appeared one after another, but they all just passed by in a flash, not even giving Li Yi a chance to choose. At this time Li Yi had already walked far, far away, but behind the front was still dark, until in front of him appeared a straight and branchless tree, but the top was full of branches and leaves, giving a short and tall, strange tree. There was a consciousness in that tree watching Li Yi. There are many other friends who are waiting for the right person just like me. The spiritual energy in your body is chaotic, yet very harmonious, like all the living beings are genuinely giving you their power. In the future, perhaps you have more spiritual energy to contain, so it will be just me who is best suited. Come forward. My name is Kinky. Li Yi took a deep breath and placed his finger on the branch of the building wood. Its branches were very rough, like the texture after being sharpened by the wind and sand of the years, and an extremely powerful yet gentle force came from within, injecting itself into Li Ye's body. It flowed through all the limbs and bones and finally formed a tiny seed in the Dantian location. The inheritance of a divine ability naturally entered Li Ye's mind as well. Breath breaks the ground and the world is shaped. This is the Jianmu given the planting method. From the Dantian planted spiritual energy, carefully cultivated, will grow into a small Jianmu can be in the body to form a world of its own. Jianmu penetrated the heavens and the earth. It was the demarcation of everything. Naturally it could also carry everything. It was the most suitable for cultivators like Li Yi who drew on extremely complex spiritual energy. In the future, no matter what kind of spiritual energy and spells he had, he could store them in the building wood and access them at any time, and at the same time, he could also use them to help the building wood grow and even bear Dao fruits. Disciple thanks ancestor Jianmu for his blessings. Li Yi bowed after reading the inheritance of the avatar, with an overwhelming joy on his face. Heaven and earth within the body. What kind of divine ability was this? It was simply terrifying. There is no need to be polite. Jianmu said, "This is meant to be fate. I have also bestowed this blessing on some cultivators, but very few were truly able to cultivate it. It doesn't have any consciousness. Everything is dominated by your consciousness. It grows into whatever you want it to be. When you want to conclude the Golden Dan, you can come and find me and I will provide you with some special objects to break the boundary. Go." and do not stay much longer in this place of darkness, your world is out there. The words fall. The surrounding area was suddenly lit up with bright sunlight, and Li Yi realized that he was lying on a grassy field. His cultivation had already recovered to the foundation establishment stage. Not too far away, the retrospective star realist was standing over there and smiled after seeing Li Yi waking up. Apprentice, Jianmu's bestowal of blessings is considered to be the top of the line batch. Originally, my master thought that you were going to be blessed by Fusong or Laurel, but I didn't expect it to be Jianmu. But that's good. He reached out and pulled Li Yi up, then returned the beaver and the green bird back to Li Yi, explaining, after entering the sect there are going to be 3 years where you can't leave, so you should take care of the things outside first. Counting the time your second senior brother should be back from the central region in 2 months. At that time I'll have him bring you into the sect. The retrospective star realist gave Li Yi a deep look. Go back. There are still some very interesting little ones over there should allow you to earn a lot of spirit stones and become your own property. This is the reward you deserve. And there will be times later when you will have to deal with hungry bones. Accumulate enough spirit stones. There are many places that need spirit stones after joining the clan, and there will be some special treasure permissions opened up when only joining the clan. I'll wait to see you at the clan. As the words fell, a spatial portal appeared behind Li Yi, enveloping him and sending him away. The remaining retrospective star realist looked into the void, seemingly communicating with someone. Samuel Tree, isn't that just right? I just hope he can save up enough contributions to go to Peach Capital Mountain. This apprentice is very good. I'm very favorably disposed. If he really doesn't break the realm only to wait for us to save him, then I don't think this kid is very good. But I didn't expect him to be willing to break the realm. In the end, even though we are there to support the bottom, but between life and death is only a matter of moments, and waiting for us is still not good enough. The real person shook his sleeve robe, and the sunny grass around him shone with a flash of starlight, which then dissipated into nothingness, disappearing along with this Dharma body of his. End of chapter. Chapter 81. The idea of a mycelial feed store. Shifu, Shidoshi, Jianfeng carefully pushed Li Yi. After he saw the lotus over here suddenly burst open, he immediately rushed over, only to see senior brother Li lying over here alive or dead. That heart was in his throat. It was good that after he pushed twice Li Yi woke up leisurely. Li Yi sat up and couldn't help but stretch before noticing Jianfeng's relieved expression and instantly wondered. Just now, I was taken away by my master, Trace Star True Man, to the temple of the 10,000 gods. What? Jianfeng's expression was as if he had seen a god. Trace Star Realist, the 10,000 gods divine temple? He looked Li Yi up and down for a long time and found a jade pendant at the location of the latter's Dao robe, staring at it for a few moments before saying, "This place cracked not long after I just gave you what you wanted and your spirit pet. I came over immediately afterward. In just a few short breaths of time you've already worshipped the Trace Star Realist and even made a trip to the 10,000 gods divine temple? A couple of breaths? Could it be some Yuan-ing cultivator's great power?" Li Yi didn't think much in this regard, and even intentionally skipped over it. Right, he was in an extremely good mood, and even picked up the jade pendant and shook it, saying in a brisk tone, "Here, this is still a fresh jade pendant. How is it?" "Of course I know that's the jade talisman of an inner disciple." Jianfeng took a deep breath, knowing that Li Yi skimmed over the topic and stopped asking, just waving his hand. "That's just it, that's just it. Now I can rightfully call you senior brother. That's just as well. You'll make the decisions on this side of things." Without saying a word, he pulled Li Yi away from the scattered and separated lotuses and came outside, pointing at the spiritual land in the distance and said, "Look at it," only to see that the spirit land in the distance was densely dotted with all kinds of mining ghosts, which stayed in the center in a tightly guarded manner, obviously protecting something. It was worth mentioning that the space portal had closed and the hungry ghost evil bone had disappeared. That would also mean that the earth demon ginseng should be on the ground right now. "What about those mycelium?" he inquired. "It's been lured to another location, but it's agitated, probably because it lacks the nourishment of resentment to produce enough mycelium." So, Li Yi quickly had a calculation in his mind. "Just now master, and he said that some spiritual plants here were somewhat interesting and could make money, referring to the recycling of earth demon ginseng and earth sentiment mycelium for sure. So that leaves one last bit of trouble as well. Senior brother, how about we collaborate on a business?" He's seduced. "Master has already said that he will give me the mycelium and the earth demon ginseng, so let's simply use it to open a store that specializes in providing food for domestic animals. What do you think? You have also seen that those domestic animals have a very obvious effect of accelerated growth after consuming the fungus silk, and their spirits are also much better. So that means that this business is definitely viable. Incidentally, we can also take on some quests to purify the grievances. Being able to earn 2 portions of spirit stones at once, wouldn't that be great?" Jianfeng's expression shifted, obviously spoken for. Although he was generally not short of spirit stones as a noble refiner, he couldn't help that the things he wanted to buy were extremely expensive, and the better they were, the higher the price would be. In a sense, this was the Four Seasons sect's young conspiracy. The good stuff is just over there. Either do the sect tasks honestly to save contribution, or work hard to earn the spirit stone to buy it, or even more need to work hard for both, so that they can get the treasures they want. But the monks really ate it up. The base building pills that were rare to see in the outside world, the gold building pills and even the baby forming pills were clearly marked. This visible treasure was really motivating the cultivators to move forward, and at the same time, the Four Times sect had also gained a lot of excellent disciples. Senior brother is willing to take me to get rich. How could senior brother not be willing? Qianfang laughed. Just tell me what you need me to do. Capture the earth demon ginseng here. It has appeared. By the way, this is the emerald leaf that elder brother gave me to save my life. Return it to you. Li Yi handed the emerald leaf to Qianfang and arched his hand. I will transfer those lotus that have sucked up all the grievances back to the Four Seasons building, and ask Uncle Spirit Machine Vine to find a place to put them. I hope elder brother has succeeded by the time I return. Just leave it to me. Qianfang waved his hand confidently, called out to a few other disciples, and went over to the mining ghosts with a great deal of vigor. Before, he didn't dare to kill the earth demon ginseng due to the fact that he had to seduce it out, but now he didn't have that much to worry about. It's finally a good way to get out of a bad situation. After watching him leave, Li Yi called out to Zhou Qiumai and began to carry up the green-laced red lotus on the ground and transport it back to the Four Seasons building. That resentment without the help of the hungry ghost Evil Bone had long been completely silenced, and Li Yi also asked the beavers to be the supervisors, and soon transported a lotus to the Four Seasons building, and Li Yi also found the spirit machine vine. The latter's mood instantly became very good after seeing Li Yi, and flirted. You guys are considered to have truly joined our sect. Just call me senior brother from now on. Good day, senior brother. Li Yi called out to his senior brother in a submissive manner, then reported the situation over there one by one. In the end, he didn't forget to wonder one sentence. What kind of treasure is the Four Seasons token? The spirit machine vine replied, what's the point of thinking so much? But the 4-time token is indeed a treasure, and your kid should still have something to ask for, right? It was a really raw change of subject, but Li Yi went along with it. Yes, senior brother has a favor to ask. I'm looking for a store in the marketplace, and the place has to be big enough for me to put down those lotuses. After he finished speaking, he told the Reiki vine about his calculations. It's also to see if I can get some advice, and maybe there's something in there that I don't know about yet. The latter nodded approvingly. That's a good thing. There are a few stores near the Four Seasons building, so choose one as my introductory gift to you. The ground love mycelium. That mycelium is actually really fertile ground in a sense. It was only fertile soil for raising spirit beasts, and as the earth affection mycelium underwent metamorphosis, the effectiveness of feeding spirit beasts would increase. Your kid is also lucky just happened to stumble upon this thing. If in the clan, it would have been scrambled out of sight, but you have to remember to communicate with it more often with the art of earthly love. Although it could transform grievances into delicacies to feed spirit beasts, grievances were in the end inferior to auras. Whenever you can get it to transform between aura and grievances at will, you'll be able to feed the augurs within the gate. It's still senior brother who is knowledgeable. If there's anything that senior brother doesn't know in the future, please senior brother must teach me. Li Yi heatedly smiled. You kid, you're getting greasier and greasier. Saying that, but the spirit machine vine was quite happy. Li Yi's formal entry meant that it finally had a veritable junior apprentice brother. Still, this is such a great little master. In the future when it is introduced it must show off with its kin to show off. It's the one that unearthed this diamond in the rough. The more he thought about it, the happier spirit machine vine directly took out a token and handed it to Li Yi. Quickly go and clean up your store. But remember that things can't be left behind over there either. I'll give you some access to the other mines and the earth demon ginseng will be driven to your side as well. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yi took the token and left with light footsteps, quickly finding the store, because this store was just a short distance away from the 4 times building, estimating that it wouldn't be more than 100 meters. Outside it just looks like a very ordinary little 3-story building. That's quite a place, so close. He used the token in the doorway of the big lock head flick, unlocking the array seal after stepping into the store inside. The inside is really also flat, but the underground has a hole in the sky, a full 10 acres of land size. The underground was similar to what he had seen before over at the Four Seasons building, and there was also a magical array pattern at the top that transferred the sunlight and moonlight from the outside world in, and at first glance there was almost no difference between it and being outdoors. It's also very handy to be able to control the light here. Li Yi nodded repeatedly as he watched. It is such a place will be just right to place flying light green lotus. Inside put in the end or resentment. If a hard by daylight, maybe some problems, but there are still some spirit veins needed to make the lotus grow continuously to maintain it. It's still a bit troublesome for me to purchase a spirit vein with the spirit stones I have today. The 100,000 spirit stones from the last wheat harvest plus some more spirit stones that had been spent selling materials one after another during this period of time. The total amount of spirit stones left was just over 30,000 spirit stones. 3 first-order spirit veins were afraid that it would be difficult to feed this many lotuses. That still lacks some start-up capital. The spirit stones that the Zhou family spirit land had already obtained absolutely could not be touched, and had to be handed over to the clan in no less than a cent, and since he had already obtained a store, he could not go to the spirit machine vine senior brother for help with everything. So, we can only seek help from senior brother Qian. He thought about it and started to let the Zhou family cultivators carry in the lotus one after another. Zhou Qiumai was responsive to Li Ye's requests and did not interrupt at all. Zhou Qiumai helping out like this made Li Yi suddenly feel as if pulling him in was also a good choice. First of all, the Zhou family is a local snake on this side. Some things are convenient to deal with. Secondly, sooner or later, he will enter the sect. This side also needs someone to take care of it. Furthermore, his own identity and background also makes him absolutely not dare to be greedy for spirit stones. The strongest relationship is always a relationship of interest. He has a good view of Zhou Qiumai, and is also willing to pull him into the gang. Thinking like this, he pulled Zhou Qiumai aside and said, "I'm planning to open a store here, which is to sell the feed made from those mycelium. I want you to do me a favor. What do you think?" Zhou Qiumai was very pleasantly surprised. He had been monitoring the entire process of every single spirit stone that was credited to his account, so of course he was well aware of how huge the benefits were, coupled with Li Ye's background, so he did not hesitate to agree to it. Fellow Taoist Li is willing to trust me. Then I think I have some connections near migratory end market, not to mention that this fodder of fellow Taoist is indeed extremely good, so naturally there won't be any problems. He was close to patting himself on the back. I naturally trust fellow Taoist. Li Yi smiled faintly. Then I'll ask fellow Taoist to look after this place. I'll go over there first to see if senior brother has fetched the items. As the saying goes, if you suspect someone, you don't use them. Since he wanted to work with Zhou Qiumai, he would leave some things to the other party. Farewell. Li Yi waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, take your time. Zhou Qiumai watched Li Yi leave, calculating in his heart that if this side can operate, 0.5% of the molecule may seem meager, but considering the amount of food of the spirit beasts in the workshop, that must be a lot of money too. The old Taijun intended to mention him, and he also needed to have spirit stones in order to recruit his men to work for him, so this was really a sleepy pillow for Li Yi, making a fire burn in his heart, to be able to meet fellow Taoist Li, and fellow Taoist Li even instructed me about my Dan. Isn't this just good fortune? Is it possible that great things are to be expected when working with people of this kind of destiny? He narrowed his eyes and immediately went into the store to continue his busy schedule, this time obviously much more uptight than earlier. Other side, when Li Yi sent the beaver as well as the green bird home and returned to the Zhou family's side of the spiritual land, Qian Fang was already carrying a cage and waiting at him. What was placed inside was none other than the earth demon ginseng. It was similar to what was seen inside the shadow retention crystal before. This thing really looked a bit scary, and it also made a cry like a baby crying. Elder brother is divine, Li Yi complimented, then stared at the earth demon ginseng. Name devil ginseng. Mood, extremely bad. Status, controlled by the fox stench of the earth-wishing spirit fox, which can be lifted by lotus aroma. Bindable, any kind of lotus below its rank. Ha! Controlled by fox odor? No wonder the mood is extremely bad. It is indeed a bit pathetic to be subjected to foxes like this. Li Yi looked at it for a few eyes, and decided to bind the lotus words, or simply bind those hoping lotus in his own home. While there may be quite a few lotus to be able to choose from, those lotus are the ones that you have been cultivating yourself and will be a little easier to control. This earth demon ginseng was caught, but senior brother, what about that earth sentiment mycelium? It's not easy to find its core amongst the millions of mycelium. Just a moment ago Qian Fang had actually tried to find it, but found nothing, even though the mycelium is all piled up over there. Trying to find the core of the mycelium is impossible. I have my own methods for this matter. Li Yi blinked. Finding the core was just a matter of a few glances for him. He wasn't in a hurry to find the mycelium as he still had to deal with the other earth demon ginsengs, and having had the previous experience, he was already quite sensitive to the resentment of earth demon ginsengs. It should be easy to deal with the earth demon ginseng again. Qian Fang didn't doubt Li Ye's ability and followed. Then let's finish dealing with those mining ghosts in one go and let senior uncle put more earth demon ginseng in. when this is officially over, and we have handed over the task to Master Spiritual Vine, we will then take the Earth Demon Ginseng away, which can be considered as having a beginning and an end. What do you think? Of course, but it's enough to have me here. There are things to trouble elder brother about. I pulled Zhou Qiumai into the gang. With his help the clientele shouldn't be worried. There is also the side that needs spirit veins to maintain the existence of the flying light green lotus. Li Yi scratched his hair, a little embarrassed. Spirit vein? Qianfang froze for a moment, only to realize when he saw the look on Li Yi's face. Ha ha, so it's about this matter. Just leave it to me, then I'll leave this side to you, senior brother, and I'll go see if there are any improvements that need to be made. Elder brother, go well. Li Yi quickly sent Qianfang away and returned to the rooting ground of the flying light green lotus to start working. After advancing to foundation establishment, and with the stabilization of the Jianmu tree in his body, his control over the flying light green lotus had risen to another level. Coupled with the mycelium, the mineral ghosts are planted into the lotus piece by piece. Extremely quickly, he was busy like this, and when he waited to move his body at his leisure, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a slight change in the Jianmu seed in his body, like the throbbing of a new bud as it breaks through the soil. Wisps of rain like halos wrapped around the vicinity of the seed and were noticed by him. End of chapter. Chapter 82, Brighting Silk, Sunlight Avatar. This light rain looks slightly familiar. Li Yi's heart stirred. Its color is gold with a deep light, which gives it a sense of dignity and understated luxury. Merit? Somehow, such a thought popped up in Li Yi's mind. Previously there was a speculation when he had seen these radiants on the beaver, and now that it had appeared on him as well, it should be the power of merit undoubtedly. So merit helps the Kenwood seeds grow? That light rain is obviously in the nourishment of the seeds of Jianmu. If according to reason this seed wants to break through the soil of the Dantian, growing young buds at least a few years of water grinding. After all, it could grow into a world in the future, so it was understandable that it was slow to germinate. But under the nourishment of these rains of light, there were even vague signs of groundbreaking. So, if you want this seed to germinate faster you have to get more merit. Work on purification. He looked at the mining ghosts in the distance, and after making his decision he was suddenly filled with energy, looking forward to the moment when the Kenwood seeds sprouted. This also led to the fact that in the next few days, apart from meditating and resting, as well as taking care of the necessary food and drink, he stayed in the lotus to deal with the mining ghosts. 5 mines were cleared of Earth Demon Ginseng one after another with great efficiency. Even the Zhou family had to give some of their less precious ores to other families, and the mycelium was even converting grievances moment by moment, like a machine rattling at full speed. Having this kind of endurance was also thanks to his previous experience of engaging in a tug-of-war with the hungry ghost Evil Bone. He now had a strong tolerance for this kind of thing, to the point where he could almost ignore it. Coupled with the Kenwood seed, he felt more and more energized. Qianfang came to him several times, and when he saw him being so serious he also held back and didn't bother. It wasn't until Zhao He carefully found him and said that the silkworms had hatched that he finally went to inform Li Yi. Seniorly, did something happen? Li Yi opened his eyes. Your tilted age silkworm hatched. Moreover, Senior Uncle Spirit Machine Vine asked me to send you a message that this matter can't be rushed, and that Senior Brother Mouse has some news on his side. Qianfang said, so, it is indeed time for a break. Li Yi sniffed and walked out of the lotus, stretching his muscles under the sunlight and letting out a sigh of relief. The sunlight shone on top of his still spotless Dao robes, and his arms as well as his cheeks seemed to be inlaid with a ring of gold, causing Qianfang to squint as he looked at them. The latter thought about it but still reminded, I feel that there is something wrong with your spiritual energy. Daylight is extraordinarily bright around you. Do you have any spells that have produced changes? Spell? Li Yi immediately thought of the sunlight caressing seed spell. Then his heart jumped. The seeds of Jianmu were also considered seeds, right? This spell could work on the seeds of Jianmu? The stirring made him impatient to try it, but surely he couldn't try it outside, so he nodded knowingly. I guess so. Go back soon then. A rare moment of having spell enlightenment can't just be wasted. Go, go, go. Qianfang reached out his hand and pretended to drive away. Rest for 2 more days and come back. Even we immortal cultivators can't be this tired. Good riddance. Li Yi certainly wouldn't reject this kindness. After saying goodbye, he immediately left the place and quickly returned to his home. The first thing he saw when he entered the door was still Zhao He sweeping the ground inside the front yard. You're back, Immortal Li. Zhao He was happy to see Li Yi, stopping his broom and respectfully saying, just now, that immortal bird of yours told me that the immortal silkworms had hatched, so that's why I went to find Immortal Chen. Well, you're doing fine. I'll let you take a trip back to Tianhe City with some things in a few days. After casually drawing a pie, he hurriedly entered the inner courtyard, and the beaver immediately warmly came forward to greet him, causing Li Yi's somewhat rushed mood to calm down immediately. Missed me again after not seeing you for a few days, I guess. He stroked them one by one, and couldn't help but laugh at the way the beavers squinted and angled their heads in ghostly day-eyed enjoyment. Look at you. Where is the slightest bit of your precious majesty from before? The more and more spiritual beavers suddenly dissatisfied gibberish a few times, under the leadership of the beaver boss, one by one jumped down, to find the golden red dragon carp to swim. Watching Li Yi couldn't help but smile again, raising his eyes to look at the compound. Everything was as it was. The familiar scenery made his heart completely calm down. It's better to be home. I'll be sure to bring everything here with me when I enter the clan. Taking a sip of the honeyed water handed to him by the carrier acacia spirit, he resumed his usual leisurely state and slowly walked into the room where the silkworm eggs were placed. The inside of the room was dark, with little light. Come to the table. A fat silkworm had already hatched in the jade box placed on top of that. Their alabaster bodies were covered with many lines that looked like they had been randomly splashed with dye, but miraculously formed beautiful patterns. This is actually a characteristic of the tilted age silkworms. Their mood will be directly reacted to the pattern on their body surface. The more gorgeous and magnificent the pattern is, the better their mood and the better their condition is. Nice. This batch of silkworm eggs is all good. Li Yi after checking one by one. This batch of 50 tilting age silkworms are really in good condition. Then the next step is to let them and spit silk and cocoon into a nest. The so-called pouring out years actually means pouring out years, and the rotation of the sun and the moon is years, because of its need to condense the sun and moonlight into silk, so the name pouring years. Of course, the so-called light is just a fancy name. All they need is different kinds of light, and the sunlight and moonlight coming from the leaves of the mulberry tree are their favorite materials. Li Yi carried the jade box holding the tilting age silkworms inside the courtyard, all the way carefully shielding it from a ray of light, until he walked to the Yingyao mulberry tree. Then he opened the lid of the jade box. This is because the silkworms begin to devour light as soon as they hatch, and the light they eat for the first time produces the most silk threads. The wriggling silkworms inside immediately branched out, their mouthparts moving one by one, and actually directly devoured the light transmitting down from among the crystal-clear heart-shaped leaves of the mulberry tree. It was literally swallowing the light, and the beam of light clearly disappeared. 50 silkworms ate like this, directly hardening a small dark zone around the jade box. During this period Li Yi kept the holding position and waited until they were full and no longer moving before rushing back inside the house with the box. He had just replaced these silkworms inside a large jade box when the tilted age silkworms sprayed a large golden liquid from inside the spitters on their heads, which quickly solidified in the air and changed into a thread of silk as they swung their heads. Silk threads do not know how to stick in mid-air. Anyway, hardened into a piece of net, silkworm's wriggling body to the top of the net to stay safely motionless. Is this the silk thread of the tilted age silkworm? It's quite beautiful. Li Yi stared at the jade box curiously. The network of silk threads woven by the aging silkworms inside the jade box glowed in the dimly lit room, and there were streams of light shining on them, which indeed had a marvelous feeling of the passage of time. But this is still just daylight. Wait until the moonlight bright time also go to let them swallow some moonlight to strengthen this silk network. The sun and moon beams flow. That is the real pouring age silk. After admiring them for a while, Li Yi got up and went to prepare suitable mulberry leaves for them. These mulberry leaves are washed in rootless water and each one is exposed to sunlight or moonlight in the water. It also has to be coated with their favorite jade dust, and the treatment process is considered quite complicated. One silkworm has to eat about 10 mulberry leaves a day, and 50 would be 500. In order for the mulberry tree to be able to produce a sufficient number of mulberry leaves all the time, he also needed to provide the mulberry tree with enough spiritual energy as well as light. In short, it was complicated. Watch carefully, but in the future, all these tasks will be entrusted to you. He had the carrier acacia spirit watch while he prepared the mulberry leaves, instructing the latter on how to make them. The poor object-carrying acacia spirit nodded its head repeatedly, clearly on the verge of being conditioned into a qualified handyman. By the time he had prepared the mulberry leaves it was an hour later, and he watched as the mulberry leaves he had prepared were gobbled up by the tilted yearling silkworms, carefully observing the panel. It was only after making sure there was no change that he finally sighed in relief. This should be the most troublesome spirit beast and spirit plant I've ever raised. He rubbed his brow, finally feeling a hint of exhaustion, and decided to take a break. He then instructed the carrier acacia spirit to fetch pastries and tea, and then lay straight down on a chaise longue in the courtyard. The familiar wind, the familiar incense and sunshine made the events of the last few days seem like a dream to him. Not only did he sabotage the plans of a fox powerhouse, but he also worshipped the Yuaning tracing star realist, and even received the blessing of Jian Mu. There was that one seed inside his dantian at the moment, but it's kind of a dream come true. So what exactly has changed for you? Let me see. Li Yi reached out and summoned the sunlight bell, flexing his fingers at the small white bell and flicking it. Jingle bells. The light emanating from the sunlight bell attracted the surrounding sunlight, condensing but not dispersing, surprisingly resembling a small round of sun. Well, I don't think I had the ability to converge daylight before. And Li Yi suddenly realized that the seed in his body was actually transmitting power to him after sensing the chime. It was a touch of warmth with a slight burning light. This is a progression of spells. With this power, you can gather daylight through the sunlight bell to launch an attack, or you can turn daylight into a light spell and store it somewhere. It was equivalent to changing the nature of two of his spells at once. What was even more amazing was because the light spell had already received a power modification from the silver moongrass before, which resulted in the spell being able to hold both daylight and moonlight. It is even capable of blending daylight and moonlight. These were the messages that the Kenwood seed had passed on to him. This sudden change made him feel strange. This Jianmu seed clearly did not have any consciousness. This point had been explicitly stated by Jianmu, and he was able to feel it. After all, no one would want a foreign object to appear inside their dantian, or a foreign object with self-awareness. That would be strange. How could it send messages to itself like that? And then there was the fact that before, because of his excitement, he had completely missed the fact that since the sunlight caressing seed method was to appease the spirituality of the seed, but the seed of the Jianmu clearly had no spirituality. It was just a shell of a divine power. So why did this spell still work? Does it appease the myself? Li Yi was blessed with such a strange idea that suddenly popped up. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Refining Magic Treasure. Lotus Flower Evolution. Chapter 83, Refining Magic Treasure. Lotus Evolution. The seed in that dantian seemed to be agreeing with him, gently throbbing a little, and a ray of joy spread out from the bottom of his heart. Yes, I need comforting myself. It's strange, but it really is what it is. Perhaps it was true that deep down he also had thoughts of liking the sun shining on him, like this moment when he was lying on a recliner, enjoying the early summer daylight. That's true. Isn't cultivating immortality seeking a free ride? One should indeed satisfy oneself. With a flick of his fingertips, the spiritual energy from Kenwood and the sunlight bell combined. The white bell was suspended in the dome of the sky, constantly drawing on the spiritual power of daylight to emit bright ripples. All the spirit plants and spirit beasts in the courtyard sensed the subtle change in mood within the bell sound. If the original was just to soothe for the sake of soothing, at this point there was really Li Yi's own soothing mood of enjoying the sunshine in it. Spells that are my own, of course. Li Yi nodded with satisfaction before taking out the moonflower spirit gold from the flint crystal worm that had been kept close to him. Let's begin. With this power, I can refine my own magic weapon. Spiritual energy was injected, and these 5 shoots rolled over in his palm and gradually began to melt. Daylight shone on the silver metal, gradually adding a touch of gold, and the breath that had been a little cooler inside was becoming warmer. He had previously decided to refine this spirit gold into his own life magic weapon, and in the future, after crossing the Jindan Thunder Tribulation, it would completely change into his life magic treasure. Before, it was only refining chi, and it was still a bit difficult to refine it. Now it's different. With the help of the 4x6 unique refining method that Suya had handed over to him on his way out, coupled with his control over his spiritual power nowadays, it was already enough to fuse these shoots together after melting them. Soon, all 5 moonflower spirit golds melted, melting into a bracelet under Li Yi's spiritual power control. The moonlight of the Yin attribute and the flint firepower of the Yang attribute intertwined on the surface of the ring, creating a strange scenery of silver and golden red colors alternating with each other. My original magic weapon. A little bit of essence blood is still needed though. He looked at the ring and without hesitation, he sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. The vibrant essence blood instantly merged into the ring's body, and in this moment Li Yi established a connection with it. It was a heartfelt connection. If it seems inappropriate to call you Vajra bracelet, let's call you Sun and Moon ring, Li Yi said. The sun and moon ring gently trembled, dripping and spinning, and took the initiative to set it on top of Li Yi's wrist, emitting a spiritual power fluctuation that was cool and warm at the same time. Li Yi looked down at this sun and moon ring, suddenly thinking that all the novels he had read in the past had been able to put magic treasures into the dantian to warm them up, but it seemed that he couldn't do it now, and I don't know if I can do it later. It's just about the last step. 2. He took a deep breath, taking out the brocade pouch from its personal location. He took the 1 or 2 Qi Yin Yao Jin inside that he had already been carrying around for a long time in his hand, and gently affixed it to the top of the sun and moon ring, and began to refine it. Even though the beavers were constantly purifying the hungry bones and harvesting quite a bit more chakra flare gold, however, this 1 or 2 were the ones he had been carrying for the longest time, and had long since merged thoroughly with his spiritual energy, so naturally, they were also excellent materials, and he rightfully chose this one. After adding this bit of Qi Yin Yao Jin, there was an additional golden dividing line between the ever-changing silver and golden red colors of the sun and moon rings, which were also changing with it. Although Li Yi didn't know exactly what kind of change had occurred, it was definitely a good change, and he should know it when he used it in the future. This time, the process of refining the intrinsic spell was quite smooth. and it didn't take long for the refining to be completed, all thanks to his daily accumulation. Listening to senior brother Suya said that the intrinsic spell weapon also has to be branded with a variety of runic imprints, and that the good stuff is all in the Four Seasons sect, so it seems that we have to go into the sect and buy it again. He stroked the sun and moon ring on his wrist and closed his eyes. This was still just an embryo, so he couldn't just use it. At this time the daylight is bright and the bells are gentle, just the right time for a good night's sleep. He stayed at home for the next few days. It wasn't that he really wanted to be lazy, but the tilted age silkworms and Ing Yao mulberry tree were in a critical period, and he had to sit at home. The spirit machine Vine and Qian Fong were clearly aware of his situation, and had never come over to urge him, but a disciple would still be sent to send a letter to inform him of the daily situation over there. It was basically the same as killing the ones that should be killed and trapping the ones that should be trapped. Knowing that there were still several clans waiting for their turn in addition to the Zhou family, completely unwilling to lag behind, they hardened their hearts and sent out some resourceful sons and daughters of the clan to come and take over the Zhou family and continue the work of clearing the spiritual land. While the Zhou family definitely disagreed, the spirit machine Vine had to strike a balance. It had already given the Zhou family enough favors in face, so naturally it couldn't completely favor the Zhou family. So after the spirit machine Vine himself gave the word, the sons and daughters of the other clans were sent over. This also led to those sons fighting for their lives more than anyone else, and while the number of injuries spiked, the mining ghosts were also killed and discarded, surprisingly catching 3 earth demon ginseng hard. But it's still not as good as you, senior brother, resisting tens of thousands of mining ghosts with the power of one person, and even removing a hungry ghost evil bone. Speaking of this, the disciple who came to deliver the letter took out a brocade box. Senior uncle said, "This is a reward for you, senior brother." After he opened the brocade box, inside was the earth demon ginseng that Li Yi had caught at the earliest time, with the sealed runic life filaments wrapped around its body. Falling into a state of slumber, it is no longer necessary for it to provide grievances. The earth sentiment mycelium has several other earth demon ginsengs to provide grievances, which is why senior uncle specifically ordered this item to be given to you. Li Yi smiled gently. Then thank senior brother spirit machine Vine for me. I have other things on my mind right now that I can't run to the front line, so I've made you all labor a bit more. Here's some honey from my own spirit bees. Brewing water and drinking it can relieve your fatigue, so I'll bore you to bring it to the Zhou family and let senior Qian Fong share it. The carrier acacia spirit at the side, who had already been trained as a qualified handyman, immediately handed over 3 bottles of honey, all of which were jade bottles of around 6 taels. This, many thanks to senior brotherly. This disciple obviously didn't expect that he would still have the honor of tasting honey produced by such a spiritual plant master. I had heard senior brother Qian Fong praise Li Yi many times for being a genius in plant cultivation and beast taming, so what was the taste of this spiritual honey like? Just a little homegrown item. And why is there a need for so much politeness between masters and brothers? Li Yi waved his hand very casually, instantly making the disciple feel as if he was in the spring breeze, and happily excused himself and left. When the disciple returned to the Zhou family to hand the honey to the tired Qian Fong, the latter froze for a moment before hearing that it was given by Li Yi and immediately became interested. He took out a jade cup and gently poured out less than half a taels of honey, then added the warm spirit spring water and stirred it, tasting it. At first there was some confusion on his face, but as the sweetness of the honey slowly came up, the sweetness of the mild daylight made him feel the exhaustion in his heart follow, and then sleep. This could be quite rare. The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the harder it was to have real sleeping time. The last time he slept was probably a year ago. It had been so long that he thought he'd forgotten what it was like to sleep, and he didn't think he'd actually feel sleepy again at this moment. So he said to the disciple, "Take the rest of them away and distribute them to the senior brothers and sisters. I'll take a nap." Yes. The disciple hurriedly picked up the rest of the honey and left. After the disciples left, Qian Fong waved his hand and the spirit chain on his wrist transformed into a jade bed, allowing him to sleep on it just in time. It was like napping in the sun, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. A good night's sleep was predictable, and perhaps even the spiritual energy in the body could operate much more smoothly. Other side, Li Yi didn't have time to rest. He took the earth demon ginseng to his lotus pond, chose a suitable one, and then symbiotically bound it. Binding requires the consumption of 1,200 points of vitality essence. This number made him raise an eyebrow slightly, and he became even more convinced that even for spirit plants of the same rank, the amount of vital essence needed to bind symbiosis varied. Why else would that soprano spirit scroll, which was able to break free of the restraints, only cost 2,000 points? Anyway, he had eaten quite a lot of good food during this period of time, and with the bonus brought about by breaking the boundary, he had accumulated a full 4,000 vital essence, so consuming such a small amount would not be a problem. Bind. As he realized, the vital essence was rapidly depleted. The earth demon ginseng that was originally in slumber actually woke up miraculously, and the rough ginseng face carried eagerness as it struggled to get close to Lien. Go on. Li Yi exerted his spiritual power and flicked it, instantly removing its prohibition. Then watch as it rushes impatiently inside the lotus pond, gently rubbing its body against the high and beautiful lotus. The lotus swayed gently and lovingly. This scene makes Li Yi instantly recall the word licking dog, not licking dog. The earth devil ginseng rushed to want to approach, but Lien is very cold. But it wasn't really a love affair, because Li Yi noticed that the lotus plant had some changes. The branches, trunks, lotus leaves and even the roots and lotus roots buried in the silt were slowly pulling away and growing directly on the body of the earth demon ginseng. It is thus detached from the mud, but it is the earth devil ginseng that roots itself in the mud, and willingly becomes the mud of the lotus. What's even more amazing is when the local devil ginseng was completely buried inside the mud, only revealing the upper end of the ginseng whiskers. With it as its center, the silt ground began to become translucent, changing from blackened silt to a texture like jade paste. The somewhat muddy water stirred up by it instantly became clarified. Nope. Li Yi bent down and stretched out his fingers to gently touch the surface of the water, and the result was really a slightly cool and soft touch in his hand, like a pastry like green dough. This water has changed form. He hastily glanced at the other lotuses, only to find that they were all out of the mud inside the status column. What the hell is going on here? Obviously, there was still a lot of grievances inside the earth demon ginseng that hadn't dissipated. So how was it possible to turn the silt and all this water into something so marvelous? The bad side of not having much of a description comes out here. Fortunately, although the earth demon ginseng didn't really want to take care of Li Yi, it was obvious that it was still holding a grudge. But Lien was happy to serve Li Yi. The earth demon ginseng reluctantly passed out a realization. Should I say that this guy really deserves to be a spirit that possesses spirituality? Its consciousness was very clear, probably meaning this was its natural aptitude, able to transform ordinary earth and water into an environment suitable for the growth of a certain kind of spiritual plant. What it had transformed now was the most suitable environment for the hapling lotus. This ability, however, requires it to consume the minerals stored in its body, almost visibly. It has gotten smaller, and the human face on its body has even gotten a little younger. Can transform the environment? This was indeed something that Li Yi hadn't thought of. This contraption that looked so much like an evil spirit actually had this kind of ability, and it seemed that even the spirit machine vine didn't know about it. Mentioning this, the originally honestly rooted earth demon ginseng suddenly passed on a sense of pride. This was its inherited return to the ancestors' aptitude. It was only that it had almost failed to inspire, but now after getting the clear scent of the lotus, it had unexpectedly inspired it. Ha! Li Yi had a smirking expression on his face. Then you still dare to ignore me like this? If it wasn't for me, would you have been able to break free from the fox's bonds and be able to inspire the returning ancestor's avatar? Originally I was expecting some awe from you. Now it seems that there are still some necessary means to do so. He took out a somewhat dull-looking forbidden word and directly affixed it to the body of the earth demon ginseng. Although this forbidden word had been heavily damaged by the black cat, the damage was not as severe as imagined, and using it could still be useful. For example, right now, Li Yi took it and placed a ban on the earth demon ginseng. The earth demon ginseng did not resist. It just continued to help the hapling lotus transform this tiny pond, and it was even very calm. Not even a little bit of resentment flowed out. Li Yi didn't say much either. This was its own yard. Not only was there a forbidden word restriction, but there were also acacia life and death beans protecting it, so no matter what it couldn't make much of a fuss. He had the patience and confidence to wait for the earth demon ginseng to voluntarily recognize its owner. It's a good thing that this guy, although not very obedient, and the lotus he's been carefully nurturing are very sweet. The lotus growing on the earth demon ginseng swayed gently with the wind, emitting a refreshing aroma. That aroma, accompanied by spiritual energy, was injected into Li Yi's body before being stabilized by the Jianmu seed in his dantian. And this time the reinforcement was surprisingly not a spell, but rather a direct effect on his divine sense, adding a little bit of divine sense power to him. This little bit of divine sense compared to his own divine sense should be able to be compared to the ocean in dew. But don't underestimate this little bit of increase in divine sense power. It was a real increase. A cultivator's mana was good to repair, but divine sense was hard to refine. So that accumulating less and more would sooner or later accumulate a terrifying power of divine sense by itself. Why would it raise divine sense though? He was rather puzzled. Originally, he had thought that he would be given some kind of purification or dispelling ability, but he had not expected that the power of divine sense would be given at all. He stared at the lotus for a while, and a thought popped up in his mind. If it increased the power of divine sense for himself, then wouldn't its lotus seeds, lotus roots, and lotus leaves be able to enhance divine sense as well? Unfortunately, it's not time for the lotus to be able to be harvested, and it's also clearly transforming a new power for gestation, so it will have to wait. Luckily he was patient enough. End of chapter. Chapter 84, End of mission. Preparation for the opening of the shop completed. After staying at home for a few more days and thoroughly teaching the object-carrying acacia spirit to provide mulberry leaves for the tilting age silkworms on a daily basis, Li Yi headed over to the Zhou family to continue his busy schedule. If you finish this side of things earlier, you can take the mycelium to open the store earlier. If you delay for a day, what you lose can be bright crystal spirit stones. When he came here, but all the cultivators he met would greet him respectfully, and Li Yi didn't put on airs and nodded in response one by one. When he arrived at the Zhou clan's compound for the cultivators of the four-time sect, he found Senior Mouse Brother sitting over there, talking to Qian Fong with a smile on his face. Brother Mouse suddenly came over. Could it be that there's a result? Li Yi walked forward. After sensing that someone had entered, the man and the rat looked over in unison. Senior Mouse Brother looked Li Yi up and down and laughed. Disciple of a real person. Senior Brother, I've long seen that you're not an ordinary person, but I'm really right, aren't I? Ha ha. Li Yi humbly smiled. A fluke. But looking at Senior Brother's high spirits, is there a harvest on the mind vein side? I'm guessing it's supposed to be happy? Joyful event. Joyful event. Senior Mouse smiled wider and wider. You've come just in time too, saving me from having to search for you to say it again. It paused and continued. I searched for a few days with my sons and nephews' descendants in the middle of the vein, and with the help of a sword cultivator kid from the southern domain, I finally found some clues. Apart from the influence of that Fox clan powerhouse that sneaked into our side, it turns out that there is a vein of demonic energy being nurtured. It was it that was used by the Fox clan's great powers to kill the Earth Movement earthworm that maintained the order of the Earth veins. Demonic gas vein? Li Yi hadn't heard of such a thing, and just wondered. This doesn't sound like a good thing, so why is Senior Brother still saying it's a happy thing? Qian Fong picked up at this time. Under the gathering of demonic qi will squeeze spiritual qi, so there must be spiritual objects derived from spiritual qi around the demonic qi veins. Not to mention that magic qi can also make some special magic weapons. This power doesn't really have a pure distinction between good and evil. It's just that our philosophies are different, and there are devil cultivators who are against us. Senior Mouse nodded. Exactly. The appearance of this vein of demonic qi is a good thing for us, and it won't be long before a real person hauls it back to the sect. The cultivators of the Mo clan and I have completely sealed the hole where the demonic qi was leaking out, and with the Mo clan's control, the mining ghosts should be getting fewer and fewer as well. Elder Brother Spirit Machine Vine stated that as long as the mining ghosts stopped increasing, the vein could be opened up to outside cultivators. Now there are already many people who have been inquiring openly and secretly, wanting to take the ores inside. Before, it was us who had to deal with the controlled earth demon ginseng inside, but now it's not necessary, so your mission can end. It spells out the most important things. Li Yi didn't expect the end to come so suddenly. He was even prepared to be busy for a few more days and nights before he arrived. And this is the end of it? It was a bit of a shame about those merits, but after thinking about it for a while he felt that it didn't matter. Without the mine ghosts to replenish them, the earth demon ginseng would surely be captured soon. The remaining merits would definitely not be much, so why bother grabbing this little bit of chance with those cultivators again? And it was also not necessary to please the Spirit Machine Vine because of this matter. Thinking about this he smiled easily. Then I've come at the right time, so I can go with Senior Brother Qian to hand in the mission. That's why it's said that Senior Brother Li is a blessed cultivator. This is indeed a good thing. Qian Fong laughed along with him. In that case, Senior Mouse Brother looked at Li Yi. You go and collect the Earth Sentiment mycelium first. After collecting them, if there's nothing else, go with me to see Senior Brother Spirit Machine Vine to turn in your quest. Good. Li Yi nodded his head, then came over to the side of the ground sentiment mycelium that was still providing a steady stream of food, and pretended to scan through the mycelium. In no time at all, he discovered the extremely well-hidden body of the ground sentiment mycelium through the panel, and grabbed it with a quick eye and placed it into the spirit storage box. That mycelium proper hasn't even looked back yet. On the contrary, those surrounding mycelium exploded, as if they were crazy trying to block them, but they quickly became dull and spiritless, because once the core of the Earth Sentiment mycelium's body was caught and locked up in this kind of spirit storage box, it would quickly lose contact with the outside world, and even if it was rampant before, it would be honest when it went into the box. These remaining mycelium can still feed some livestock, Li Yi said to Zhou Qiumai. Just let you handle it, fellow Daoist. Thanks a lot. Zhou Qiumai cupped his fists and thanked him before taking off a ring from his finger and handing it over. This is the spirit stones that mycelium has been selling during this period of time. In 15 days, a total of 700,122 heads of various domestic spirit beasts had come. The The proceeds of 711,200 spirit stones are all here. Li Yi took the ring and examined it carefully. Inside, there were indeed more than 700,000 spirit stones piled up. This amount did not make him feel exaggerated. Knowing that the surrounding area can be full of immortal cultivation families, there are hundreds and thousands of various livestock to be consumed every day. And even this number he still feels that it is less. Thought it was going to be millions. After confirming that there were just the right amount of spirit stones, Li Yi put it on his finger, intending to give it to the spirit machine vine in a while. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Exactly 711,200 spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Joe, my store should be opening tomorrow, so I hope that you will help me publicize and advertise it. After he made an appointment with Zhou Chou-mai, he followed behind Senior Mouse Brother and left the Zhou family, where he had stayed for half a month. Finally, I can go back and turn in my assignment. After a while, for seasons building. After hearing Li Ye's words, the spirit machine vine picked up the ring and the flying light green lotus seed, casually placing them aside, and said, "The rewards for this quest have been released to you in advance." Aha! Li Yi nodded. Whether it was the store or the other 3 tokens that his master, Trace Star Realist, had taken out, they were all worth a lot of money, and he was already satisfied. Seeing that Li Yi had no objections, the spirit machine vine turned its head to Qian Fong. When you return within the sect, you will have one chance to enter the Jade Gargling Cave. A look of surprise appeared on Qian Fong's face. Great, it's a well-deserved reward. The clan's mission will not treat you poorly. After the spirit machine vine finished speaking, it directly gave an expulsion order. Don't even stay here with me. Senior Mouse Brother stays behind. You two do what you need to do and go. Yes, Senior Brother excuses himself. Li Yi and Qian Fong left the room of the spirit machine vine, and the two of them looked at each other. Then with great understanding, they headed outside and soon came to the side of the store where they were going to open. First of all, the upper floor of this store has been installed by Qian Fong with the organ counter researched by the Mo clan and the Four Seasons sect. To put it simply, it is something like a vending machine, where you only need to put the spirit stones into the counter, and the goods corresponding to the number of spirit stones will be taken out automatically. There's absolutely no need to have any kind of clerk to greet customers. What price does Senior Brother intend to set for this mycelium? Qian Fong inquired. I will now debug the organ and set it. Price. Li Yi thought for a moment. Why don't we just make it 10 spirit stones for a caddy of mycelium gourmet? That's not much more or less. The price you've set is considered cheap. If you were to specialize in those spirit beast feeds, the price would be at 10 spirit stones or 2 at any rate, and even 100 and higher prices are available. I naturally know, but this side of the migratory end market is still dominated by casual cultivators. We can't sell it too expensive. We have to make it affordable for ordinary cultivators. Li Yi replied. This kind of store was also mainly for casual cultivators to sell within his vision. As for those big families, if they really have an idea, they will certainly take the initiative to come to him for cooperation, and retail and group purchases are of course to be counted separately. Not to mention that in the future, if we can continue to improve the ground love mycelium, there may be different qualities of feed that are also counted separately. It seems that Senior Brother also understands the concepts of our 4-time sect. Go go go. Go and take a look down there. He pulled Li Yi towards the stairs. The remodeling is even more exaggerated down here. Enough 3-second order spirit veins were used to supply the spiritual chi, and array patterns were depicted and arranged near each lotus. Spiritual energy flowed between the lotuses, and the amount of aura needed for each lotus was regulated through a spell in the shape of an iron lock, ensuring that there would be neither more nor less. Looking at Li Yi was very satisfied. It was true that this kind of thing should be left to the professionals. Li Yi exclaimed in admiration. Worthy of being Senior Brother Qian. He's actually even this proficient in formations. Qian Fong said. This formation is considered very basic. It's mainly these flying light green lotus of Senior Brother. But after Senior Brother turns in his flying light green lotus seed, will he still be able to store grievances in the future? When these are used up, it won't be impossible to replenish them, right? That was really the only thing he was worried about. Now this business is mainly in the ground love mycelium transformation of grievances into fodder. Grievances is the raw material. Figuang Kinglian is holding the raw material of the apparatus. The 3 rings are closely linked to the indispensable. If there was no flying light green lotus to replenish it in the future, and there was a problem with the supply of raw materials, then the business would immediately go out of business. This, however, is not something that Senior Brother needs to worry about. Li Yi stretched out his finger and flicked it at a flying light green lotus, making a crisp ringing sound. As long as there is a sufficient supply of aura, this lotus will not wither. That would be excellent. Senior Brother, look over, here is the cage I built for the Earth Love mycelium. He led Li Yi to the deepest part of the formation, where there was a square floating in mid-air, made up of countless pieces of square jade combined. The jade kept changing, and the square followed suit, constantly changing and rotating, glowing with light, and it did have the flavor of an immortal's treasure. When Li Yi tried to put the mycelium body inside, the mycelium proper floated right in the center of the jade slice, supplying it with a steady stream of resentment as the squares around it shifted. With the supply of grievances, the originally shriveled mycelium immediately perked up. It stretched its body inside the floating cube and began to change into a humanoid form, creating various delicacies. Once the delicacy is made, there is a psychic knife to sever its connection to the body, ensuring that there is no danger and that it will not grow. The nature of the earth sentiment mycelium is that only the essence has the ability to draw on the resentment to keep growing, and when Qianfang pressed a mechanism next to it, the jade piece automatically closed up and transformed into a spirit storage block that could put the earth sentiment mycelium into a deep sleep. That's pretty nifty. Li Yi nodded. I knew that pulling my senior brother into the gang was really the right thing to do. Now that everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow to open the store to welcome customers is all. As for this split, I'm going to give Zhou Qiu my 0.5% share, and then you and I will split the rest 50-50. How's that? Although Li Yi held the most central means in this matter, Qianfang also contributed a lot. The spell formation as well as the spirit veins were all set up by him. Anything more or less would be inappropriate. Simply still 50-50. 50-50 is fine. Qianfang nodded. I wonder how many people will buy it. There will always be some. There was some anticipation in both of their minds. End of chapter. Chapter 85, A Bustling Shop. The next day, as the day dawned, there are already several cultivators who have come to the store called Ground Sentiment Feed. All of them are scattered cultivators, but they are all well-informed scattered cultivators. It was natural to have heard about what those few clans had made a fuss about some time ago, and it was said that the cultivators of the Four Times sect had researched spiritual fodder suitable for domestic animals to consume. Those big families had sent their livestock over, as well as the reputation of the Four Seasons sect being here. That really wasn't something that could go wrong no matter what, so they came early. Upon entering the store, the row of empty counters caught their attention. Murray's organ counter. Hiya. I thought I'd be honored to meet a few cultivators from the Four Times sect. What are you thinking? How can people sell you fodder here? Several people were also on good terms, and after chatting and joking around, they tacitly occupied a counter each and started buying feed. That's a very cheap price. One of them was surprised. A caddy of this earth affliction fodder is actually only 10 spirit stones. Another person had already purchased a caddy, and after that counter had swallowed up the spirit stones, a large blackened chicken leg was quickly served. That's quite an odd-looking feed. The friar took the chicken leg and looked at it again and again, and suddenly a strange thought popped into his mind that he would love to nibble on it and taste it. But this thought was still suppressed by him, because there were already cultivators coming one after another waiting behind him. This was livestock fodder no matter what. What was it for him? A cultivator. To eat it? So he quickly bought a few more pounds, and after saying hello to his companion he returned home with these ground love feeds. As an ordinary migratory end-of-the-mile market casual cultivator, his most important home base is the 3 white ink buffaloes raised at home. These buffaloes can produce dozens of kilograms of buffalo milk for him every day, and each kilogram can be sold for hundreds of spirit stones. It was because of this that he had come early to purchase this ground sentiment feed, but due to some sort of concern, he had decided to buy some to try out first, and then go back for more if it was suitable. Coming to the bull pen, he reached out and touched the white-inked bull that rubbed him tenderly with its horns, and laughed. Don't be in a hurry. I've brought you some goodies. Moo. After raising it for all these years, the white-inked cow had long been psychic, its clear and innocent eyes staring at its master's movements, and when it saw those ground love feeds, its eyes lit up. Shaking the cloth-covered black and white body then blocked the stone trough. Before his companions could gather around him, the buffalo began to gorge himself, eating a full 10 pounds of feed as if it were a windfall. The cultivator was dumbfounded and didn't react until the white-inked cow arched him with its horns, signaling to milk itself, and it turned out that this time the milk production was actually several pounds more than usual. Having raised the white-inked cow for so many years myself, how could I not see its joy at this moment? There was also the fact that it was producing a full 5 pounds more milk. Seems like a small purchase. He was a little chagrined. What made him even more helpless was that several other white-inked cows surrounded him, stretched their heads and sniffed the stone trough, and their originally pure and innocent eyes were suddenly filled with anger. Moo! The few white-inked buffalo that didn't get the ground love feed started wrestling with the one that did, obviously pissed off. That, and actually getting angry. He was quick to reassure them all and promised to get them right away. The result was that the buffaloes, who were still wrestling, looked over in unison, and, with their horns against him, urged a quick purchase. This made him both joyful and helpless, and he quickly rushed to the store of the ground love feed. But by the time he arrived here, the place was already filled with a long queue. The store was already filled with people, and outside, he didn't know how many cultivators were waiting to buy the ground sentiment fodder. It was simply crowded. There were even quite a few sons and daughters of various families inside. So many people? Thinking of the several wailing buffaloes at home, he had to queue up honestly and wait under the blazing summer sun to buy fodder. The The situation over here was quickly known by Qian Fong and Li Yi. Why are there so many people? Although Li Yi was confident that there wouldn't be no one to buy it, it wasn't like there was a long string of queues like now. Those clans are all human savants one by one. Knowing that we're opening a store will definitely send their children over to buy things, although they can't give us any favors during the mission, so they're probably thinking of looking for compensation here. Paying some spirit stones will give us some impression of them. It's a beautiful thing for them, so I guess it'll be less tomorrow. Qian Fong was knowledgeable about this kind of thing. He drank a mouthful of honey water and put down the Reuben lock in his hand, and continued, plus the Zhou family's Zhou Qiu, my Taoist friend, left no stone unturned to publicize. It's normal to have this kind of pomp and circumstance. Here, look at this. He pulled out a jade tablet and handed it to Li Yi, signaling the latter to take a look. Li Yi received the jade board and looked at it. What was displayed on it was surprisingly the number of spirit stones sold on the side of the organ counter, which was still changing. Before noon had even passed, tens of thousands of spirit stones of ground sentiment fodder had already been sold, and all that had been paid for was some of the grudges that had been previously stowed away inside the flying light green lotus. That's a real business. He watched the spirit stones on there grow like a stream of water and felt very comforted, but he still felt a little uneasy. The first concern is the tolerance of the ground love mycelium. Before, the earth sentiment mycelium was that huge on its own to supply out hundreds of thousands of livestock to dine on at the same time, but now it was down to a single core, and there wasn't much room for it to stretch out. Wouldn't it be a little bad for it to still make it like that? If you wear out the mycelium, it's a big loss. The second thing was that as more and more quantities were consumed, the grudges stored inside the lotus of the flying light green lotus would also be rapidly depleted, and there was currently no way to replenish it, although the current reserve quantity is still enough. But in case the supply is not enough, then it will be a problem. This store is intended to operate for a long time. Cannot earn a vote and leave. The last thing is for some interest restriction of purchase, and it is only when something is restricted that it might be more revered and have a reputation. So he spoke after a brief moment of thought. Senior brother Qian, I would like to make some adjustments, and close the store until tomorrow if we sell 20,000 spirit stones of ground sentiment fodder per day at the most. Here's what I think. He informed Qian Fong of his thoughts. The words in front were fine, and when Qian Fong heard Li Yi say that the purchase restriction could bring in more revenue in the back, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit. Those who don't know would think that I have a deacon of the Feiyuan Chamber of Commerce sitting across from me, but let's do it the way you want it. I'll make some adjustments here. Qian Fong immediately began to adjust the organ formation. In no time at all, the number of 20,000 spirit stones for sale over there was completely exhausted, and a cold voice resounded inside the store. Fellow Taoists, today's sale quantity has been exhausted. Please come back tomorrow. These words immediately exploded in the group of cultivators. What? I've only just gotten here. My sheep are still waiting for feed. Of course the cultivators were reluctant. After all, who didn't have a spirit stone in their hands? But nay, after making a sound, the store's internal mechanism counter automatically closed, and it was a bit humiliating for them to argue here. One could only leave with an unhappy face. Some of them were even saying things like never coming back to buy again and that the store was too big for them. In response, both Li Yi and Qian Fong were calm. The fact that there is such a sale already shows that the quality of the ground feed is excellent, so there will be no worries about selling it. Even Li Yi was in the mood to make a bet. I guess someone will come to buy it after midnight this night. Does senior brother want to bet with senior brother? Qian Fong was curious. Sure. What's the bet? If senior brother loses, he will be penalized 3 cups of peach wine. If I lose, I will be penalized 3 cups of honey water. What do you think? Li Yi blinked his eyes. Ha. Qian Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior brotherly, this bet is very good. I also think it's very good. The two waited in silence. Sure enough, by the time the clock had just struck midnight in the evening, immediately, a group of cultivators entered the store and began to purchase the ground sentiment fodder. The cultivators came and went in an endless stream, and the sale ended without even waiting for the morning. By the time the sun dawned, the cultivators who had worked so hard to get here almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when they saw the store's organ counter that had been tightly closed. Living in a workshop can be amazing. Who can't find a place to stay? Some cultivators who didn't reside in the migratory end market immediately decided to stay at the inns and pavilions here for a few days, purchasing enough ground situation fodder before going back. The cultivators of those inns and pavilions were simply overjoyed, although they weren't worried about no one living there. But the difference between having people living there and being full was quite huge. This thing actually also set off some fever. Everywhere is inquiring about the ground situation feed cultivators. Obviously the role of the purchase limit is still very obvious. If it is randomly available to buy, always missing something. Time passed like this, day by day, and after 7 days, Xian Fang and Li Yi called out to Zhou Qiumai and gave him 0.5% of the proceeds from these 7 days. Although it was only 0.5% of the proceeds, it was still a full 7,000 spirit stones. Zhou Qiumai hurriedly thanked him. Many thanks to you two fellow Taoists. No need to be polite. Li Yi laughed. This is the share that you should get, without you publicizing outside. It probably wouldn't have gotten to that much. These words would of course be just polite words. The cultivators who kept spirit beasts in the migratory end market alone would already be able to take up a share of 20,000 spirit stones per day. After all, spirit animals eat a lot. Zhou Qiumai also knew this, and he waved his hand. Fodder of this quality from Taoist Li is definitely not a worry. In the end I took advantage of it. Xian Fang frowned. Don't continue to be polite, since we've already cooperated. Let's be straightforward with what we say. He looked at Zhou Qiumai. Now there is something I have to ask of fellow Taoist Zhou. You're looking for a place where a stable supply of grievances can be found, and the Zhou family is considered a local snake here, so they should have an eyebrow, right? At those words, Zhou Qiumai immediately began to think. These two Taoists of the 4 times sect would definitely not be lacking in this kind of information, so it should be a test of his ability, which he was bound to do. End of chapter. Chapter 86. The offspring of the gourd and the tortoise. The facts were indeed pretty much as he had suspected. Although Li Yi and Xian Fang had their backs to the 4 times sect, so they were definitely able to find such places, but business was supposed to be about everyone contributing. The current situation was that Li Yi had the ability to grow spiritual plants and the store. Xian Fang provided the facilities and formations, while Zhou Qiumai contributed relatively less. Business is business and fellowship is fellowship, or maybe the more relatively equitable the distribution, the more effort is put in, rather than helping to solidify it. Li Yi didn't want to have a bit of nastiness when the time came because of the money he had earned. This was a decision that the two of them had made together after Qian Fang had taken the initiative to bring it up with him. A place where grievances converge. Zhou Qiumai thought carefully for a moment. It's not difficult, and there's no need for the two fellow Taoists to go there personally. I will bring over those resentment-filled things at that time. I just have to trouble you, Taoist Li, to deal with them. Li Yi smiled warmly. Then please, fellow Taoist, there are enough grievances to allow the earth sentiment mycelium to continue to produce fodder. It's a business that keeps on coming, so the grievances must be sufficient. I'm not quite able to leave the workshop, so I'll have to leave it to you, Tao friend. Zhou Qiumai nodded. I'm still somewhat familiar with this neighborhood. Just leave it to me. The atmosphere was a little more harmonious, but Zhou Qiumai didn't stay long, and after a few words of conversation, he excused himself and left. Li Yi and Xian Fang didn't have more things to discuss, and that spirit stone split was expected to be 1 point per month for both of them. Otherwise, it's a bit of a hassle to have to come and share it every 7 days. What's more, counting the time, today seems to be the day that the bitter spirit gourd arrived at the time. He still have to rush back home to see how in the end the situation. So Li Yi also quickly excused himself and left. By the time Li Yi counted the time to return home, it was exactly the same time in January when he had planted the bitter spirit gourd in the first place. He sat down at the stone table and raised his eyes to the earth turtle running around the yard, keenly sensing that something had changed in it. It is molting. All that could be seen was that the shell that had been carrying the gourd and the gourd vine was slowly detaching itself from the earth turtle's body. It wasn't the armor alone that was coming off, but the bones along with it were detaching. The earth turtle struggled to get out from inside its shell and stood frozen on the sidelines, the whole thing looking bloody. What's going on here? I don't think earth turtles molt, do they? Li Yi looked closer and found that the gourd's roots and vines began to slowly melt, as if they were going to merge into the turtle shell. Instead, the gourd that contained the materials Suya had given him crashed to the ground. He picked up the gourds, which still retained their warm, jade-like texture. The shell on the surface had been slightly raised and could be gouged open with a slight touch, which meant that the contents could be removed. Samuel Spirit, fetch 3 bottles of peach wine and 3 bottles of honey. Li Yi shouted to the courtyard, and a grayish, long-legged acacia tree came silently before him, carrying a storage bag. Samuel Spirit patted the storage bag, meaning that all the things that Li Yi wanted were contained here. Well done. Take these over to the 4 times house. He handed over the gourd. Yippee! The carrier acacia spirit nodded at him and placed the gourd into his storage bag before drilling into the ground and leaving along the migratory end market's formation. Seeing the acacia spirit leave, Li Yi sighed with some melancholy. I also don't know what's going on over at senior brother Su's side. To be honest, he still misses senior brother Su a little bit. Just that it's true that the mountains are far away, so he can only send a little something. It's just that. Anyway, we're going to enter the sect in 2 months, so there's always a chance to meet. He shook his head and looked at the molting turtle, only to find that the latter had put its shell back on at some point. Wearing it? Is that a vest? What was even more outrageous was that the gourd vines that had originally melted into the turtle shell grew back. This time it was completely fused with the turtle shell. and there were even cracks on the surface of the vines that resembled turtle armor. It was slowly contracting as if it were alive. Turtle blood as well as aura flowed within, and it was very different from the previous aura-less state. Even the name has changed. Name: Turtle Spirit Gourd. Mood: none. Status: reborn with the help of the Earth Turtle's aura, completely bound to the Earth Turtle in symbiosis. A brand new spirit plant? This was the first time since he had used the panel so many times that a spirit plant had undergone such a drastic change, directly transforming into a newborn. He walked over, his fingers lightly tapping on the turtle shell and vines. With the help of the panel and the connection he and this turtle and gourd had established over time, he wondered what had changed in them. After sensing for a while, he had a strange expression on his face. Both this turtle and the gourd vine have only one strong consciousness, that of reproducing offspring, or to be precise, the two of them to reproduce offspring. You don't even have the same race. How can you reproduce offspring with one spirit plant and one spirit beast? It was unknown if he had sensed Lie's consciousness. The Earth Turtle glanced at him, then slowly and leisurely, he took the gourd vines back over to his nest, and ended up sealing the whole thing off with earth. You guys can't really reproduce, can you? This was really giving Lie a little bit of a whole won't. His whole body was in a bit of a trance, muttering, "Can you guys get results like this?" Because he was really curious about what this gourd and turtle could end up with. Lie nonchalantly probed his divine sense in. After all, how could an earth seal block a cultivator's divine sense? He fist-pumped with the intention of watching the love story of turtle and gourd, but people lay still after entering the inside of the nest, and only the vines of the gourd grew slowly, with small gourds sprouting up. Is this how you reproduce your offspring? Lie was greatly disappointed, and he didn't know what to be disappointed about. Anyway, he was just a little disappointed. Unbelievingly, he swept through with his divine sense every day, but no matter when he swept, he couldn't see what he wanted to see. And so 7 days passed. As he did his usual sweep, he noticed that one by one the gourds fell off the vines and began to quiver as they hit the ground. Born? Lie immediately rushed over. When he came here, a small earth turtle had already poked its head out of it and broken its shell, numbering more than 30. They struggled away from the shards of the gourd, a translucent gourd the size of a fingernail set in their back armor. It still looks a little cute. Name: Huling Turtle. Mood: new and eager to explore. Status: a life spawned by the life force of an earth tortoise in the gourd of the turtle spirit gourd. Bindable: any kind of gourd seed. Depending on the attributes of the gourd seed, the gourd spirit turtle will change. Lie was so shocked that the jade calabash in his hand almost fell off, and it actually hatched. Gourds and turtles actually do breed offspring, or a whole new species of spirit turtle. After these young turtles that were at most the size of a baby's palm hatched out, the turtle spirit gourd and the earth turtle directly ignored them, wandering around inside the yard as usual, like his own dashing parents who don't care about their children. There was no way around it. It could only be handled by Lie. He brought all these young turtles to the inner courtyard and was struggling with what to feed them when the young turtles moved on their own. They crawled slowly towards the gushing side of the spirit spring. This was also surrounded by curious beavers holding lotus roots during this time. Finally, one by one, the hatchlings dipped into the spring, the zucchini on their backs bubbling visibly. In no time, the translucent zucchini was full of water. The hatchling turtles carried small gourds filled with water on their backs and found a land filled with aura to gather into a ball and fell asleep straight away. The two words, sound sleep, were added to the status column on the panel. Coincidentally, the place where they were lying was exactly the side of the spiritual field that Lie had cultivated by exercising the art of earthly affection, and that was the place in the entire courtyard that had the most abundant spiritual chi. Just water? Although the original earth turtles didn't need to eat meat either, they had to eat the fruits and roots of spiritual plants. But it turns out that you guys actually only need to drink water. Lie observed to make sure that they were really drinking their fill before he thoughtfully began to take stock. Is it able to bind any kind of gourd seed? I don't have the seeds of the bitter spirit gourd in my hand anymore. Or else I could try to bind the symbiosis once more and see. Why don't we just go buy some seeds? It would be a bit of a waste if a special spirit beast like this wasn't utilized properly, and he decided to immediately go over to the Four Seasons building to purchase some seeds. Gourd seeds? The spirit machine vine looked at Lie, just puzzled, then handed over a jade board. Here, it's all over here, you can see for yourself. Thank you, Senior. Lie received the jade board, which was surprisingly an inventory list of all the gourd spirit plants in the entire Four Seasons building, ranging from the first order to the fourth order. For example, the Ganin gourd, which is capable of extracting water aura and turning it into sweet rain, the earth aura gourd, which turns spiritual materials into soil, and the dust gourd, which collects the waste materials of spiritual plants and beasts and converts them into fertilizers. In addition to this, there are also the 5 elements spirit gourd, and the sun, moon and star 3 light spirit gourd. There are many different types. It simply made Lie pick his eyes. He looked at it for a while and finally placed his gaze on the 5 elements spirit gourd. The name of the 5 elements spirit gourd here was simple. It was named after gold, wood, water, fire and earth. But according to the introduction later, they can change into the 5 elements of yin and yang after careful cultivation of the gourd. For example, gung gold and xin gold, a wood and be wood, c fire and d fire. Each type of gourd has a different divine effect. Senior brother, it shouldn't be easy to cultivate this to a yin and yang split 5 elements spirit gourd, right? He was somewhat moved. Naturally, it's not easy, the spirit machine vine replied. For example, a wood and be wood, 1 yin and 1 yang. The source of a wood's chi is mostly from sky-high trees, while be wood comes from vine grasses. If you want to cultivate these gourds, you need to get the 5 elements of yin and yang chi, and the quantity can't be small. How easy is it to talk about? But if you can really cultivate it, the spirit materials produced by this yin-yang 5 elements spirit gourd are good treasures for alchemists and refiners. It's definitely a no-brainer. 2. So, Li Yi considered for a moment, then looked at the most basic gold, wood, water, fire and earth gourds selling for 100 spirit stones a seed, and decided that he'd better buy some to try. Firstly, the price wasn't very expensive, and secondly, his natal magic weapon followed the path of yin and yang, so being able to touch the 5 elements in advance was definitely beneficial. At the end of the day, well, naturally, with the panel in hand, it's possible to do some marvelous stuff with it anyhow. Seeing that Li Yi had the idea of purchasing, the spirit machine vine also directly sold him 10 seeds of each type of gourd. Then it said, before you that honey is really good. Can have the idea and the clan within the contract supply? Supply the clan? Yes, this is the contract given to you by the clan's alchemy hall. You can take a look at it before making a decision. The spirit machine vine handed a contract to Li Yi, who took it and looked at it, and the more he looked at it, the more odd the expression on his face became. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Letter from Afar. Specialties of the Shark Clan. For every caddy of that kind of honey, the purchase price given by the alchemy hall was surprisingly at 1,000 spirit stones. Knowing that the crystal Hua spirit bee was only a first-order spirit bee, this kind of honey was at most a few tens of spirit stones a caddy. After all, there are just too many beekeepers, and just from the last time I visited the marketplace alone, I saw so many bees that I think I know the market for honey has long been saturated. What's even more amazing is that underneath the contract, there's a comment from the master alchemist on the crystal light honey. Spiritual energy is crystal clear. With the vitality of morning dew and the warmth of sunlight, it can be used as a supplementary ingredient for many kinds of elixirs. Even if Li Yi was an alchemy novice, he knew that this was a very high evaluation. This is an evaluation written by Suya's sister, your master's senior sister. Li Yi blinked his eyes. His first thought was, how should the master's senior sister be addressed? Then he thought, wouldn't that still be called master's uncle? On second thought, the spiritual vine was reminding him that this Uncle Su had a good relationship with their lineage, so he didn't have to worry about being pitched or anything, since it was Uncle Su himself who asked. Then of course disciple is willing. Li Yi agreed, but the amount of honey I'm producing now is not much. I need to raise some more before I can do so. He had only purchased 5 Chenglu magnolia trees before, and now the crystal Hua spirit bee was only able to produce 3 pounds of honey per day. This was still a situation where he had taken care of it carefully, and the Chenglu magnolia tree had grown extremely lush in it. Drinking it yourself and giving it to friends was certainly more than enough, but supplying it to the clan was definitely a bit less. 3 pounds a day? That's estimated to be gone immediately upon entering the clan. Just take care of this matter yourself. Anyway, the clan won't have too many. Send as many as you can. By the way, this batch of hungry bones is almost purified, right? You can simply take 100 plants directly this time, and I'll put them in a spirit sealing box for you, and sooner or later you'll be able to finish purifying it. Plus you purified that hungry ghost evil bone not too long ago. This time, you're already in first place for the hungry bone quest in the migratory end market. The spirit machine vine took out a whole 100 spirit sealing jade boxes from under the counter and stacked them on top of the counter. Good senior brother. Li Yi was dumbfounded. Elder brother really has enough trust in him. Before I heard that the migratory end of the market inside the other take the task or one plant to give. The result to him this directly is 100 plants. But this is good. Directly take away 100 plants also do not need to send another person to get. He loaded these jade boxes inside his own storage bag, and it was only until this time that the spirit machine vine remembered something. It hurriedly took out a jade box with the 4 seasons sex seal from under the counter and pushed it in front of Li Yi to open it. Ahem. I almost forgot about this matter during this busy period of time. Here, this is your inner disciple's storage ring, only to see that inside the jade box quietly lay a ring with a gold silk hooked edge on the bottom of a jade buttress, exactly the same as the ring he had seen on senior brother Qianfeng's side before. Storage ring. Li Ye's eyes lit up as he reached out and touched his finger. The moment he touched it, a suction force came from inside the ring, drawing a bit of his mana and divine sense, followed by a marvelous sensation of heart-to-heart. It was as if he himself had refined the sun and moon rings. This object has been bound to your mana as well as your soul. no one can open it, and in the future, if you want to expand the ring space, just look for a cultivator from the Heavenly Engineering Hall to remodel it. It also has the power to store spirits. Even living things can fit inside, but not for more than 3 days. As for the other effects, you can just study them yourself. I won't see you off. Go on your own. After the spirit machine vine finished its explanation, it immediately shrunk back. If it wasn't for Li Yi coming over to buy something, it wouldn't even be willing to come out. Now that the summer sun is rising, it's still painful for it. Then, Senior brother takes his leave. Li Yi had also known for a long time that his senior brother was treating him more and more casually now, which was a good thing, so put on the ring and left in a huff. As he walked, he could clearly feel the huge space in the ring, the size of an acre of land, and with just a thought, you can take out the objects inside as you wish. I don't know how much more convenient it is than a storage bag where you have to reach in and get it. What's more, this ring is worn directly on the finger. The storage bag has to be hung on the waist. Compared to the ring is definitely more dashing. At least now he, Li Yi, was an inner disciple of the 4 times sect. That's a nice ring. It was obviously just a ring he was wearing, but he felt like he was even walking much lighter. However, he didn't forget about the main event, and found the cultivator selling the bearing du magnolia tree inside the bazaar, and bought all 20 of his remaining magnolia trees in one gulp. That cultivator seeing Li Yi was simply like seeing the god of wealth, and specially left behind a transmitting note. He said that if Li Yi needed it he could call him anytime, and that he had more of these bearing du magnolia trees at home. If there is a need, I will definitely contact fellow Daoist. Li Yi took the transmission note and left. Then he purchased a corresponding number of crystal Hua spirit bees, and only then did he return to his home with great excitement to start planning the planting area. The original Chenglu magnolia trees naturally couldn't be moved, so Li Yi simply used them as the center and started planting them around the area, dividing the area into a planting area for Chenglu magnolia trees. This was followed by symbiotic binding of the crystallized spirit bee to these bearing du magnolia trees. Thinking about it, he knew how much honey this vast expanse of bearing magnolia trees could produce for him. Looking at those flying crystal and spirit bees, it was almost like a piece of flowing spirit stone was flying. After finishing the planting and symbiotic binding of the Chunlu magnolia tree, Li Yi selected the Huling spirit turtle to start binding, 2 for each of the 5 elements, 10 in total. It wasn't that he didn't want to bind them all at once, but the vitality essence was consumed very quickly. These spirit turtle bindings surprisingly required a full 300 points of vitality essence. This, coupled with the binding du magnolia tree and the crystalline spirit bee that he had just bound, had already depleted the vital essence that he had saved up over this period of time. Ugh, it's pretty hard to feel this empty. No vitality essence, he always feel less something, so he called to transport things acacia spirit to take some pastries, while eating while watching the action of the gourd spirit turtle. Those gourd spirit turtles after binding crawled towards different places with their respective gourd seeds and dug pits directly to hide them. Then it was watered over and over again with the gourd carried on the back armor. It was clear that they were only young turtles as well, but they were very tough, and even after a trip back and forth, they didn't have any fatigue. Until the gourd seeds needed enough aura, they dug pits around them and stayed there. It's still too short a time to see anything. Li Yi swallowed the pastry in his mouth. The germination of the seeds of this 5 elements gourd should also take about 10 days, so we'll see then. He shook his head and returned to his recliner to close his eyes. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period Li Yi wasn't idle, and when he had time, he would go over to the Earth Sentiment mycelium to communicate through the art of Earth Sentiment. Incidentally, he also extracted the grievances from inside some objects with extremely heavy grievances brought by Zhou Qiumai. The Earthly Situation feed store was already completely on track, selling 20,000 spirit stones of feed every day, and was only waiting for the spirit stones to be divided after the January time. He could still stay here for more than a month, and by then, he should be able to buy something by collecting a sum of spirit stones to enter the sect directly. But there was another surprise on this day. The transporting acacia spirit brought back 2 things. It was a lingering bead and gift sent by senior brother Suya, who was far away in the east extreme Yangtze. Looks like it received my honey. Let me see what elder brother is doing over there. Li Yi immediately put down the task at hand and sat down in front of the table and gently pressed the shadow retention bead. A magnificent view of a vast ocean of sea, with sunlight pouring down on the turquoise blue sea, flooding it with 10,000 golden rays of light, instantly appeared on that bead. Vaguely, one could also see some crows with black feathers edged in gold flying around above the ocean, while in the middle of the seawater there were sharks with human body and fishtails frolicking around. It's just really like a fabulous view. This made Li Yi, who basically hadn't seen much of the sea, yearn for it. It's beautiful. He decided to make a trip to the east extreme Yangtze in the future no matter what, but for the moment it was better to see what Suya said. In the image that surfaced from the beads, Senior brother Suya had already changed into a slightly cooler outfit, and was sitting with a shark with a naked upper body and black hair cascading down like seaweed. As if chatting face to face, Suya pointed at the shark and laughed. "This is the young carved Taoist friend I met over here. Senior brotherly, this honey of yours is almost entirely taken by this guy." It sounded like a complaint, but by the look on his face it was clearly flirting, and he was obviously on good terms with this shark. The shark wasn't exactly handsome, and there was a masculine aura about him. He said as he looked toward the staying shadow bead, "Fellow Daoistly, I've already sent a few of my clan members to rush to the migratory end market, wanting to discuss this honey matter with you face to face. I won't hide it from you. This honey has extremely pure sunlight power within it. It's transparent and clear, and it tastes extremely beautiful when mixed with the Wangshu clear dew that my clan collects under the moon. That's why I want to work with you. Specific matters will be discussed with you in detail when my clan arrives at your side. Along with the staying shadow bead, I have sent a few of my clan's specialties, and I hope that you will accept them." These words made Li Yi feel like he was talking to the sons of the big families, completely lacking the speculation that the sharks might be a bit barbaric as he had imagined before. Suya seemed to be able to see his doubts through the shadow-retaining bead as if it was a general. Yang Q is the young patriarch of the Yang Yao lineage. Remember to never ask for spirit stones, just ask for the specialties of the sharks directly. Look, this is his mansion. After saying that, Suya grabbed the staying shadow bead before leaping into the sea. Puff! Waves and water waves drifted across the screen, and a crystal palace at the bottom of the sea could be clearly seen. That palace is flowing with color. Next to coral, giant clams, onyx and flowing a spiritual vein surrounded. It is estimated that it is not much worse than what underwater dragon palace. The image ended there, but the view still made Li Yi linger. Did even the sharks have to send people from thousands of miles to buy this honey? It seems I have underestimated the value of this honey. He muttered something and took out the brocade box that came with the shadow-retaining beads. After opening it, there were 3 huge silver pearls placed on the red silk inside, emitting a special beautiful luster. The pearl refers to the pearl. These 3 pearls are really glittering with treasure, and that aura is simply about to converge into a spiritual liquid. Specialty can be really rich. Li Yi didn't know what to say at all. This pearl is the specialty? Doesn't seem wrong. End of chapter. Chapter 88, The Shark Steal. No wonder in so many stories mortals spend their entire lives trying to get a piece of immortal treasure. Just this one piece of local specialty can create unknown waves in the mortal world. He rubbed the pearl, the salty scent of the sea air lingering on the tip of his nose, and the moonlit coolness of the pearl's interior. He was no stranger to this aura. Moon liquid beads. Right now, he still had some moon liquid beads inside the box where he stored his spirit. Is it related to the tie-in moonflower? He flicked his wrist, and the sun and moon ring automatically flew out, wrapping the pearl in the ring after a spin. This item was originally a moonflower spirit gold, and with the advanced version of the light brightening technique that Li Yi had learned through the Jianmu seed, he was naturally able to draw on the spiritual energy inside the pearl. Originally almost the same size as a walnut, the pearl was wrapped in the sun and moon ring. The surface began to rustle down the pearl powder. Each time you drop it, a bit of psychic energy is drawn from the sun and moon rings. Although these pearl powders were no longer spiritually powerful, Li Yi still collected them and gave them to the golden red dragon carp in the pool to add to their meals. Incidentally, the silkworm sand produced by the tilting age silkworms were also fed to them. That's the thing about fish, they eat everything. As the spiritual power within the pearl was stripped away, his innate magic weapon clearly reacted with joy. Obviously for it these moonlight powers were considered a great tonic. Li Yi had anticipated this situation. It looks like we need to trade more of these pearls to make it work. He put the sun and moon ring, which had already sucked up all the spiritual energy, back on his wrist and continued to warm it up. You can't absorb too much spiritual energy at once, especially this kind of fey spiritual energy. Otherwise it might not be able to transform and affect the original spiritual energy within. After all, it was still just an embryo and needed to be carefully warmed up. Although he had already made the decision to trade with the shark race, he didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. The very next day, a rather beautiful woman came straight to the door. She was wearing a piece of clothing that looked like it was woven from fish scales and yarn. Her figure was tall, yet her skin was extremely fair, and her entire body looked quite agile, like a fish in the sea. Fellow Daoistly, this woman introduced herself. I am an emissary of young Lord Yangchuan, and have come to make a deal with you on behalf of the young lord. Oh, Li Yi frowned slightly. Didn't that mean that she was merely representing Yang Q alone, and had no relationship with the Yang Yao clan? And there was even the meaning of cutting. In an instant he brainstormed a big drama of seizing power, but on his face he didn't show it in the slightest, reaching out his hand to invite. Let's talk inside the courtyard. I don't know how to address your friend? The woman followed him into the courtyard and took a seat before she spoke out. Fellow Daoist calls me Shu Yao. Well then, fellow Daoist Shu Yao, This is my honey, so why don't you take a look at it first? Li Yi didn't exchange much pleasantries, and ordered the carrier acacia spirit to fetch a bottle of honey, directly placing it in front of Shu Yao. When she saw the honey, she dipped her fingertips lightly into a small amount and brought it to her mouth to taste, then nodded his head repeatedly. It is this very honey that has the spiritual power of morning dew and daylight in it. I wonder how much you are prepared to sell it for. The purchase price given to me by the clan is 1,000 spirit stones per catty. Of course, if your young master wants to trade, I would like to exchange it for the specialties of the shark race, Li Yi said. Although this price can't be said to be known by everyone, the sailor race also has cultivators within the clan, and inquiring about it will certainly be known. It's not good if you sit on the ground. The big deal is that when the quality of these spiritual nectar goes up in the future, the price will be raised again. Shu Yao didn't expect Li Yi to quote the base price so readily. She had been prepared to bargain. This made her feel much more relaxed and she smiled. Then we are willing to purchase it at a price of 1,200 spirit stones per catty. Fellow Daoist, this is a list of what we can take out for trade. Obviously Shu Yao was also well prepared, directly took out a jade brief and handed it over. Li Yi took it and probed his divine sense into it to check it out. Inside was indeed a specialty of the shark race. Each of them had drawings and detailed descriptions, and there were more than 30 of them, which naturally included the local specialties that Yang carved and gave to him earlier. It's called Wangshu's Tears. It was a kind of treasure produced by the Wangshu shell in the eastern extreme Yangtze cave heaven. According to the description, it is said that the teardrops of the shark women are to be put into the shells, and with the teardrops as the core, such pearls will slowly form. According to the gestation time, different grades are divided into 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. This one of Li Yi is the 5-year bead, and the price of 5-year beads, 5,000 spirit stones apiece. It was really rich and generous, directly giving away 15,000 spirit stones. But Li Yi saw this and was puzzled. Fellow Taoist Shu Yao, Wangshu bead tears need to be nucleated by a shark tribe woman's teardrop? Is it hard to specialize in people who shed tears all the time? Shu Yao had already explained this kind of thing to people more than once, so once she heard it, she knew that Li Yi had spoken quite politely. The cultivator I met last time even said with one mouth, "Are you treating your clansmen as bead-producing slaves?" It simply pissed her off. This involves a special situation for my clan, she explained, but fellow Daoist can rest assured that for us, shedding tears is a good thing. There are even clansmen who expect their tears to be chosen to nurture the pearl, as it is a sacrifice to the god Wangshu. Wangshu Shen, isn't that an alias for the moon? And look at the fact that most of the specialties in here are Yin attributes and moonflower related. As a result, the place where you live is actually the east extreme Yang Sea, such as the sea of abundant Yang energy? Li Yi felt puzzled but didn't ask, just nodded his head and continued to check carefully. After looking at it like this for a while, he had a number in his mind. The first thing was that this kind of pearl, which was beneficial to his own original magic weapon, was something that must be exchanged. The second is the spiritual spring beads sold by the sharks. This kind of bead possessed within it a spirit spring equivalent to the spirit power of the corresponding level of spirit vein, and it could also be combined and iterated, which was certainly very useful for farming. As for the last item, he was slightly hesitant and simply asked, "I see that fellow Taoist has a spirit beast called the snowflake fawn in here. Is it really as described here? Capable of turning moonlight into snow and creating a midsummer snowy landscape?" Li Yi before he asked the spirit machine vine about the flint crystal worm and silver moongrass. The other party replied that even if it wasn't winter, awakening was possible. There was just no way to produce moon liquid beads. But that's enough. Prolonged hibernation was actually a helpless move to slow down the consumption of aura, and even if they waited for the coming winter, they would still be weak. But if he was able to stay awake, he would be able to get his hands on some spirits that would be good for them to keep well. The matter had always been on his mind. Shuihua Fawn? Shu Yao replied, "That's right, that spirit beast is indeed capable of condensing moonlight and cold air into winter snow in the middle of a small area, but it requires the aid of a formation, and the amount of moonflower required is extremely high." "That's fine," Li Yi said without hesitation. "I see that the selling price here is 1,000 spirit stones apiece. I'll start with 10. Samuel Spirit, fetch 10 pounds of honey." Hearing his command, Samuel Spirit immediately came out from the inner courtyard with 10 pounds of honey and placed it in front of Shu Yao at Li Yi's gesture. She looked at the 10 pounds of honey, clarified pale golden honey inside a jade bottle, like mixing the morning dew with sunlight. The color was extremely enticing, and even with the cork tightly tucked in, it seemed to smell if anything. "Since you, Taoist friend, are so eager, then after I return, I will send the Shuihua Fawn through the channels of the upper sect." Shu Yao took all the honey. These 10 pounds of honey are equivalent to 12,000 spirit stones. After removing the 10 Shuihua Fawns, there are still 2,000 spirit stones. "Do you have anything else you need? 2,000 stones?" Li Yi thought for a moment, Then let's have some spirit-gathering coral trees. I see that thing has the effect of stabilizing aura. Good. Shu Yao nodded her head in agreement, then said earnestly, we want to establish a long-term trading contract with fellow Taoist, at least 10 pounds of honey in January. If there is more, we will collect as much as we can, and in the future, if there is an improvement in the quality of the honey, we will also raise the price. Does that look good to you? Naturally. Li Yi had also intended to sign a long-term contract and directly agreed. Then how will we trade in the future? Just go through the upper clan's teleportation channel, and if you have any spare time in the future you can come to the East Extremity workshop, at which time the young patriarch will take you on a tour of the victorious scenery of the East Extremity Yangtze. She stood up after signing the contract with Li Yi. Then I'll take my leave. The spirit deer and coral are expected to be delivered a day later, so please get ready, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, take your time. Li Yi got up to see her off, then quickly walked to the Majia organ workshop. Originally, I just wanted to buy a square-inch mountain and river box and leave, but I didn't expect the ink master sitting in the organ workshop to see him and immediately get up to welcome him. Fellow Taoist Li, you recognize me? Ha ha, I do know the great name of fellow Taoist. This young Mo clan cultivator came a little closer and said, the matter of the earth-shaking earthworm is thanks to the reminder of fellow Taoist, so we were able to deal with it swiftly and didn't cause any trouble. After saying that he took a step back and spoke in a warm tone, I'll give you a discount on whatever you want to buy. Fellow Taoist. Li Yi was helpless, he just wanted to buy something, didn't expect to run into acquaintances. However, his expression remained calm. I see. I came here this time to buy a founder's mountain box that can hold snow chi. Accommodate snow chi? Then it must be closed and also have the effect of aura flow. After a brief moment of reflection, Master Mo brought Li Yi to a quiet room and took out 4 or 5 boxes. Fellow Taoist, see which one you like. The 4 or 5 boxes placed in front of Li Yi are of different sizes, and the complexity of the inner formation mechanism is also different, so the price is naturally different. Even the most exaggerated one of them was worth 100,000 spirit stones, with a complete formation of aura circulation and spacefolding inside, as well as artifact spirit control. Just put a spirit animal or a spirit plant into it and you don't have to bother. Of course Li Yi definitely couldn't afford such an expensive one, so he bought a box of about 10 feet, costing over 3,000 spirit stones, and then excused himself and left. He was going to go home and prepare first, and wake up the flint crystal worm and silver moongrass as soon as the Shuehua Fang came tomorrow. They are their oldest credits and must be treated well. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Flint Crystal Worm Recovery. Dying Sword Vein Shoots. The following day at noon, the carrier Acacia Spirit went to the 4x house to retrieve a large box sent by the Shark Clan, which was made from the first-grade spirit material cold jade. After opening it, there are unmelted snow blocks inside, as well as some small silver coral. That coral is the spirit-gathering coral, to ensure that the aura will not be scattered. At the same time, it is also the food that spirit animals love to eat and spirit plants like to root and entangle. There were also 10 nimble fawns bouncing around inside. They were no more than palm-sized with slightly convex antlers, making them look petite and cute. Name Shuehua Fawn. Mood happy. Status, bouncing and jumping without worries. It's still in really cute shape. Li Yi looked down at these small deer that were no more than the size of a palm, and they weren't afraid of Li Yi at all. Opening their round deer eyes to stare at him, the eyes revealed a clarity and purity. It looks stupid. Although the words were said like that, a smile appeared on Li Yi's face. With that, he stretched out one finger to condense the moonlight collected last night into a ball and gave it to Shuehua Fawn. The silvery white fawn swallowed the moonlight mass in one bite and chewed a few times. The small, cute horns on top of his head lit up slightly, and immediately afterward, silver white snow flew out of them. Snow fell in droves inside the box made of cold jade. Nice, come with me. Satisfied, he took the cold jade box and began to move the snow fawn into what was, of course, the square-inch mountain river box that had already been prepared last night. After taking about a tea time, Li Yi put the spirit-gathering coral tree, the prepared moonlight orb, and the deer into the box. Then watch as they begin to merrily nibble on the moonlight, transforming it into snow. A time snow flurry. If you ignore this as too small body, alone this ability to create snow, probably enough to be called by mortal snow god. The square-inch mountain river box's spell formation followed suit, and a curtain of light emerged from both sides of the box, eventually intersecting to ensure that the cold and icy snowy air inside would not spill over to the outside. Only when the snow was almost piled up did he take a deep breath and move the flint crystal worm and silver moongrass inside the square-inch mountain and river box from inside the spell formation on the side, then waited somewhat nervously. It's got to work. Well, did not wait too long. Is a few dozen breaths of time? Round and fat flint crystal worm wriggled a bit. Since a few months of hibernation to wake up, they don't appear to be anything bad inside the status column. Even just after waking up, they began to squirm and nibble on the pearl powder that Li Yi had prepared for them. It was the powder that had been ground out from the remaining 2 Wangshu pearl tears. When they had gnawed for a while, They raised their heads in unison to look in Li Ye's direction, and a small cluster of fire sprang up on their heads. The fire looked weak but extremely tough. There was a surge of joyful realization coming from the side of the flint crystal worm and the gradually reviving silver moongrass. It seems to say thank you. I should be the one to say thank you. Li Yi sent more moonlight power collected during this time into the box and spoke in a gentle tone. Live well here. There is no need to worry about the change of seasons. He reached out his fingers to gently touch the flint crystal worm. It was like the first time they met, the boldest of the flint crystals struggling to arch up against his fingers, sending a warmth from their bodies that was very different from the coldness around them. But Li Yi rejected the power. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Nurture yourself well. Why don't you try my flint fire to see if it's delicious?" A golden red halo surrounded the flint crystal insect from his fingertips, and the latter immediately comfortably stretched its body, its spirit getting better and better. One by one, they infused these flint crystal insects with power, after many more times to make sure that there were no problems, and finally giving a stern warning to Shu Huafan not to go near the silver moongrass and the flint crystal worm. He then left with a full heart. After his efforts had finally awakened the flint crystal worm and silver moongrass, the next step was to nurture them and wait for the winter that truly belonged to them. Inside the compound, he also didn't know if today was indeed a lucky day. Li Yi saw that the gourd seeds taken care of by the gourd spirit turtles were also starting to take root and sprout. Depending on the attributes of the gourd seeds, the gourd spirit turtle had more or less changed. Originally uniformly just gray and black, they now became colorful, with the 5 colors of gold, wood, water, fire and earth surfacing on their tortoise shells, as well as the gourds inlaid in their back armor. Even its name is changed to something like Earth Gourd Spirit Turtle or Fire Gourd Spirit Turtle. Different gourd types can really change you guys, Li Yi muttered. I also don't know what the gourds will look like when they grow up in the future. It's a pity that these gourds don't have the kind of growth rate that the bitter spirit gourd has. The change is certainly a good thing. The unique spirit plants and spirit beasts brought about by the bound symbiosis had already created a lot of revenue for Li Yi, and it was because of this that he was able to go so smoothly. But there's something to be annoyed about too. That is the 5 elements of qi. 5 elements gourd growth need to draw the corresponding 5 elements of qi, not simply 5 elements of aura, and also to separate the 5 elements of the yin and yang, like A and B wood, G and C gold. Although it's a bit troublesome, compared to cultivators who work hard to accumulate resources, this is already considered very comfortable for me. Next, just wait for more spirit stones to be credited and then go buy them. He glanced his gaze towards the lotus growing amongst the jade, and then at the golden red dragon carp and the spirit water phoenix eye lotus, counting the time. It seems that when you guys mature, the feed store share will be available, and there should be more than 200,000 spirit stones. Li Yi took a sip of honey tea and suppressed the dryness brought on by the impending harvest of spirit stones. Another dozen days passed, and the daylight grew hotter and hotter. It was exactly 1 month old, so Li Yi and Qian Fang divided the proceeds from the Ground Love feed store. After excluding the 0.5% given to Zhou Qiumai totaling 30,000 spirit stones, the two of them each split a full 285,000 spirit stones. Regarding this harvest of spirit stones, Li Yi had already expressed his great calmness. After all, he had already counted how much he could share. After putting the spirit stones into his storage ring, he turned to Qian Fang for help. I want to purchase some 5 elements qi. Senior brother, where do you think I can buy it? It was hard for him to mention this. He had thought that he could buy anything on this side of the Four Seasons building, but it turned out that the spirit vine told him that there was none when he wanted to buy the 5 elements of qi. It would be easy to buy these if you entered the sect, but the Four Seasons building side wouldn't sell them easily. There was no stock at all. Qian Fang heard Li Ye's request for help. Qi of the 5 elements? That thing really isn't available on the side of the Four Seasons building, because most of this stuff arises in the land of the 5 elements, and cultivators are encouraged to explore to get it. After all, this isn't a clan after all. Li Yi sighed along with him. Then how on earth can we buy it? It's simple. Qian Fang pointed out a path. Just look for the cultivators who are in this neighborhood. There are many cultivators looking for all sorts of rare and exotic things around the migratory end market. Even we, sometimes, have to help these loose practitioners. Otherwise, how can they make money? It's also a tactic of the clan. Scattered? How is this to be found? Li Yi didn't really know. Just send out a mission outside the four-time building. Write down what you want to buy, and someone will soon deliver it to your doorstep on their own. If you don't believe me, go post a notice and try it. Qian Fang said. That's good. Li Yi immediately found a pen and paper and wrote that he wanted to acquire the 5 elements of qi, and then pasted it onto the wall outside the Four Times building. As a result, not long after he had just returned to this side of the room, someone came to inform him that someone wanted to turn in a quest. Why? So fast? He was surprised. That's normal. Compared to those treacherous merchants, the loose cultivators are definitely more willing to sell these things to our four-time sect cultivators. After all, the price we give is certainly not low, and we won't kill people on the spur of the moment. so go quickly. Xianfang stood up. With this amount of spirit stones I'll be able to buy some interesting materials and go on a closed-door refining session. Li Yi followed suit and stood up. Then I wish senior brother to get what he wants. Together. Xianfang laughed. So the two of them left successively, led by Li Ye's disciple inside a quiet room to meet a young cultivator who was already waiting over here. The other party's back was turned to Li Yi, and the black power suit and the sword case on his back instantly reminded Li Yi of someone. With a movement in his heart, he tentatively asked, "Is it fellow Daoist Wei Qingye Wei?" The sword cultivator immediately turned around, carrying an unbroken aura of blood and killing intent, and smiled brightly. "That's exactly what I am. I happened to come over just now and saw you, Daoist, posting the notice, so I just took it." Having not seen him for more than 2 months, the sword aura on this sword cultivator's body had already reached a somewhat piercing level, and the divine sense felt uncomfortable at the slightest proximity. "Fellow Daoist, please take a seat first." Li Yi extended his hand to indicate, and after waiting for the two to take their seats he inquired, "How is that sword vein shoot of fellow Daoist?" "Oh, look." Wei Qingye reached out and handed a bamboo sword to Li Yi. This time, his control over sword chi seemed to have improved a bit, and even though the bamboo sword was already close at hand, there wasn't a single trace of sword chi emanating from it. Naturally, there were no more haircuts. Li Yi looked at the bamboo sword and narrowed his eyes slightly. He originally thought that this sword vein shoot hadn't completely adapted to the other party's spiritual energy. Now it was very well behaved. As a result, he saw sword pulse shot status near death on the panel. There's even a countdown on the back. There was only half an hour left for it to die completely. However, from the surface this bamboo sword is aura compelling and vibrant, not dying at all. What is the reason for this? Doubt surfaced in his mind, and he asked without moving, "Do you think this sword vein shoot is alright?" Wei Qingye keenly noticed Li Ye's change in demeanor and said directly, "Just tell me what you have to say directly. Is there something wrong with this sword vein shoot?" Since the other party had already seen it, Li Yi didn't beat around the bush and pointed at the bamboo sword. "It's dying." End of chapter. Chapter 90, Sword Cultivator's Merit. The Law of Lotus Dan. Wei Qinghua was stunned. It was rare to have a sword cultivator reveal such a look. He looked down at the bamboo sword in his hand and extended his fingers to gently brush the blade. "The sword vein shot has been transformed into an innate magic weapon by me using the sex secret method. If it dies, I will also suffer heavily. Fellow Daoist, feel free to ask any questions. As long as they don't involve the secrets of my Dao, I'll know everything." This was obviously a very serious problem, but Wei Qingye became much calmer after saying it instead. "The patient is in a normal mood, which couldn't be better for the doctor." Li Yi also felt a bit more at ease and asked, "I've already pacified it for you once, so by all rights there shouldn't be any problems. Or what exactly did the Taoist friend do to make it so disgusted with you? Maybe it's because the process I took it in was a little." Wei Qingye thought about it and smiled bitterly. "A little bumpy." Without waiting for Li Yi to ask if it was convenient to elaborate, the sword cultivator then continued, "I was not its first owner. When I found it in the bamboo forest, there was a senior brother who had fallen dead in the forest. I removed this sword vein shoot from senior brother's hand." Such encounters seem to be unsurprising in the immortal cultivation world. Cultivators, exploring the previous cave or relics of the tomb. There are too many things are obtained in this way, not to mention that it's not uncommon for people to kill for treasure out there. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding between fellow Daoist and that cultivator? Li Yi continued to inquire. "On the contrary, that senior brother and I are considered to have an extremely good relationship with each other, having entered together and practiced swords together, and at that time, I had actually already obtained another sword vein shoot, yet I still picked it up. I was just trying to bring his sword out to look at it then." Wei Qingye brushed his fingers over the bamboo sword's blade once more. This time the sharp sword chi and blade had cut his fingers, and blood roiled over the sword. If Wei Qingye is not lying, then the only thing Li Yi can suspect is this sword vein shoot. The previous owner accidentally fell, and the current owner is about to be seriously injured. It's just a matter of looking at the 5 elements. He frowned. "I will use my spells to help fellow Daoist communicate with the sword vein shoots. Perhaps I can find the cause, but I am unable to guarantee what the outcome will be." "Ha!" Wei Qingye laughed. "Has anyone ever said to Daoists that you're actually very kind? You originally didn't need to be in charge of this mess." The sword cultivator took out 2 jade bottles from his storage ring. "Regardless of the outcome, this armorwood chi and Capricorn water chi are both your friends." Li Yi had gently waved his hand to summon the sunlight bell at this moment. Smiling, he said, "Then, have you ever heard anyone say that you are actually quite smart to take out the benefits so generously?" I really couldn't say no anyway. Without waiting for the sword cultivator to reply, he had already flexed his fingers and flicked them at the sunlight bell. Jingle bells, the power of the sunlight, which had metamorphosed significantly again during this time, gently enveloped the sword vein shoot. According to Wei Qingye, he tried to appease the sword vein shoot from the aspect of losing his old master. When he first started probing, Li Yi didn't feel anything, but at this time the golden streams of light from the sun and moon rings on his wrist separating the yin and yang flickered slightly, like a puncture or something. He suddenly vaguely sensed a very faint golden glow within the sword vein shoots, even under the daylight of the sunlight bell. That glow was still familiar to him. Merit, Li Yi said in his heart, looking towards Wei Qingye, who was already completely immersed in communicating with the sword vein shoot. This sword vein shoot actually had merit within it, completely different from the kind of nuisance master's guess he had just thought of. And is it true that this Chi Luck Flare Gold is able to detect merit? It was just not something he should be worrying about. He was just a healer now, that was all. He didn't continue exploring too much. He just used the power of the sunlight bell to help Wei Qingye communicate with the sword vein shoots. It was like that for a while. The near death on the sword pulse shoot had miraculously disappeared. What was even more outrageous was that there was a wave of merit passing along Wei Qingye's side. It was just like when he had removed the mining ghosts over at the Zhou family's spiritual land. The silk was sown on the Jianmu seeds. There's merit in saving him? This is really an unexpected joy for Li Yi, who was very short of merits to make Jianmu grow rapidly. Just what is the reason for this? Wei Qingye exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. The body was already wet with sweat, but he still laughed happily. Fellow Daoist's divine ability is truly worthy of its name. I used some methods to completely merge with the sword vein shoots, using my own blood chi to maintain its existence. It is finally willing to completely merge with my divine essence blood. Li Yi waved his hand. I just did what I should do, not to mention that you also paid this much for the diagnosis. If you still need it in the future, just come and find me. Then thank you, fellow Daoist. Wei Qingye gave a solemn salute. I'll still be cultivating near the migratory end market these days. I should still be able to find some 5 elemental chi, and I'll still be trading with you, Dao Lord, when the time comes, just like the last time. After solving the problem, this sword cultivator left with a big farewell and couldn't wait to try out his sword. And Li Yi hesitated for a while or went to find the spirit opportunity vine and told his senior brother about the merit he received on Wei Qingye. As the weather got hotter and hotter, the spirit machine vine was no longer selling things outside. It was lazily staying in a pool of spiritual water when Li Yi found it. Each vine leaf was steaming with a light green mist, almost as if it was in a hot spring. After hearing Li Ye's words, it replied, "This brat should have some luck in him, but his luck isn't something that goes well in everything, but rather he needs to suffer a lot of trials and tribulations. You will naturally be able to share in the merits when you are his honored one. Not to mention that you purified the evil bones of the hungry ghosts once, and removed those many grievances as well as the mining ghosts with yourself. There is definitely quite a lot of chi in you. I thought you were smooth when I first saw you, so I guess it's because of the chi." It paused, and its tone became a bit serious. In the future, don't just go out and heal people. After you have learned the method of chi observation, then you can decide for yourself if you want to help. You have quite a bit of chi in you. Not everyone can afford it. These words had cleared up quite a few doubts in Li Ye's mind. In fact, he had always felt that his luck was quite good, and it turned out that he was lucky. Where did that initial chakra come from? Did it save the flint crystal worm as well as the silver moon grass? But it's really a walking merit to be able to interact more with Wei Qingye if you say so. Senior brother understands. Li Yi nodded and said with concern, "Senior brother looks weary in his mind recently. Is there anything that senior brother can do to help?" Reiki Vine waved his hand lazily. "It's just summer. Just go about your business. Then senior brother will take his leave." Li Yi quickly left the room. He went back to his home and took out the 2 jade bottles given by Wei Qingye, which contained the wood and deca water of the 5 elements respectively. The first thing to look at is, of course, the Kejai. It is said that this special 5 elemental chi can only be obtained in forests where there are many giant trees in the sky, and it is the wood chi that belongs to the yang side of the spectrum. When Li Yi exerted his spiritual power to wrap it and take it out, it dyed his entire palm pale green. This is the aura of armor and wood. He carried this special aura to the place where the hewling spirit turtles resided, found a most agreeable wooden turtle, and passed the aura to the latter. The gourd on top of that gourd spirit turtle's back armor immediately absorbed all of this aura, and the gourd, which was originally light green, gradually became pale green. Immediately afterward it ran on its short little legs to the gourd seedling that belonged to it and opened its mouth. Phew! Aiming at the root of the gourd, he spat out a stream of aura, as well as turtle blood along with it. The gourd seedling sucked up enough aura and fed back a surge of aura. The turtle nestled slowly in the root position of the gourd seedling, its back armor touching the latter, and its shrunken head soon fell asleep, not knowing how. Li Yi looked at the two of them as if he was watching a couple frolicking with each other. A ridiculous thought came to mind. Could you also have offspring with the gourd? This question was not destined to be answered now, and with the fact that there had already been a previous love story between gourd and turtle, Li Yi accepted this well. After he gave the chi of armor and wood, he gave the chi of Capricorn water to another gourd spirit turtle. As for the other turtles, they would have to wait a little longer. He posted a notice outside the Four Seasons building when he was about to leave, hoping to get more 5 elements chi soon. After solving the problem of the gourd, he turned around and came to the place where the hop spirit lotus was planted. The lotus had been able to be harvested in the past 10 days or so, and I wonder what it tastes like and what it does. Just as he was about to reach out and pick it, the earth demon ginseng, which had been silent, suddenly took the initiative to send out a stream of consciousness, presumably meaning that it knew a method of lotus dan. It was able to help Li Yi refine the lotus seeds of the harmonious spirit lotus into a lotus dan. Oh, Li Yi looked at it with a smile on his face. This should be this guy taking the initiative to show weakness, a bit earlier than he expected. He wasn't hard on the other man either, just curious. Where did you get this method from, to be able to refine lotus seeds into a potion? I've never heard of such a technique. From the fox. Fox? Wouldn't that be the earth-wishing spirit fox from back then, whose tail was still being worn on his body? If it was a technique of a Fox clan powerhouse, then he was really curious about it. Immediately, he took the initiative to extend his divine sense to communicate with the earth demon ginseng. It was only after about half a tea that Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there was still some doubt in his eyes. This earth demon ginseng did give him a technique, but this technique is not the imaginary, directly on the lotus body refining, but need to create a lotus lamp. After connecting this lotus lamp to the lotus with a special spell, one can use the lotus aura to burn in the lamp and refine out the lotus dan. That means it has to be fed with the essence of the lotus and the spiritual energy of the lotus seed, lotus root, and lotus leaf. But there should be a problem with this method, right? If all the essence is used to supply the lotus lamp to burn, can it still grow successfully? Li Yi could see that there might be a problem here. But the earth demon ginseng replied, I can supply these essences. It met Li Yi's gaze and gently stretched its ginseng whiskers with a firm attitude. Okay then. Since this was the case, Li Yi didn't have anything to question. He concentrated for a while on the making of the lotus lantern. It turned out that the production of this lotus lamp was not complicated, and the difficulty was only the rune pattern on the lamp. It was good that Li Yi's divine sense control was strong. Drawing rune patterns required a strong divine sense. After buying the materials and spending another night, a jade lotus lamp had been crafted. He took the lotus lamp and placed it in the midst of a lotus that had already bloomed completely, and the lotus bracts then automatically closed up, leaving only the upper part of the lamp exposed outside the bracts. Immediately after that, Li Yi reached out his hand and lit the lotus lamp. A little golden red fire burned at the top of that lotus lamp. It burned extremely slowly, and one could clearly see the complex runic patterns on the body of the lotus lantern's lamp flickering faintly, drawing on the essence of the lotus, accurately drawing on the essence of the earth demon ginseng. This guy's spiritual energy had long been thoroughly bound to the harmonic spirit lotus, so it could be provided. Is it going to take 7 days to refine? Li Yi looked at it for a while and decided to wait for 7 days to see what result could be refined. And the first batch of silk threads from the pouring age silkworm should be harvested after 7 days. The lotus lamp is burned out. Coinciding with the tilting of the year, the silkworm spits out its silk. Breath of Life Spirit ink is also ready, but counting the time. It's almost time for me to leave this workshop. He sighed softly. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Second Senior Brother. Entering the sect. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. During this time, Wei Qingye paid a visit to his home and drank him a bottle of peach wine. Then he took out 3 bottles of decanter's chi and forced them to Li Yi at almost a half sale, half gift price. The other party was so enthusiastic, Li Yi was too embarrassed to refuse. It was only half-heartedly accepted, and then reviewed for him. As a result, this shoot actually really has not been completely before that kind of situation appeared. And even Wei Qingye wholeheartedly, not the slightest bit of aversion at all. The clear spiritual chi belonging to the bamboo within this magical sword vein shoot purified the killing and hostile chi from the sword cultivator's body, causing Wei Qingye's aura to become more and more internalized. It's unbelievable. It's like being transformed. When he sent Wei Qingye away, Li Yi couldn't help but murmur. It's really like what senior brother Lingjivine said. Crossing the tribulation is a wide sea and a wide sky. However, if one didn't survive this calamity, the death of the sword vein shoots and the destruction of the innate magic treasure, this was definitely a huge blow to the cultivator, let alone still a sword cultivator. If Li Yi were to choose, he would never want this. It seems I really can't be a sword cultivator. It's better to farm my land honestly. Silk from tilted yearling silkworms can be harvested later. He turned around and entered inside the room dedicated to raising silkworms. Inside the jade box placed on the table had appeared a cocoon of gold and silver silk intertwined together. This cocoon was the tilting tilting age silk that could be harvested. According to the information inside the jade slip given, the tilting age silkworm was able to spit silk twice, and after that, it would turn into a moth to lay eggs and eventually die. While carefully picking up the cocoons, Lee pondered if he should start feeding them the breathing spirit ink that the black cat had taught him in the first place. He had already purchased enough materials to create some breathless spirit ink after harvesting the first amount of spirit stones from the ground sentiment fodder. Right now, the spirit ink was sitting in his storage ring. Let's try feeding a few first. He hesitated for a moment, took out a small jade bottle, and fed the sticky black ink inside to the 5 silkworms with spirit power control. Those 5 silkworms didn't have any unusual reaction after eating these spirit ink. That is, the color of their body surface began to change, and the original colorful and magnificent patterns turned into black and white. There is nothing else. After observing for a while to make sure it was fine, Li Yi handed the cocoon to the carrier acacia spirit and instructed it to take it to Brother Qian to hand in the task. He, on the other hand, came before the lotus pond of the hapling lotus, looked at the still bright lotus lamplight and noticed that a few translucent lotus dan had appeared in the lotus bud of the lamplight. Lotus dan, is this alchemy? He waited patiently for the flame to die out before reaching out and carefully removing the lotus lamp from the lotus bud, looking down to see the clarified lamp oil in the lamp. That lamp oil was soaked with a total of 13 alchemy pills inside. Each one was also the size of a lotus seed and looked like some kind of wax pill. Condense the entire harvest into these 13 lotus dan, preferably with divine effects. He glanced at the earth demon ginseng and took out one into his mouth. The lotus dan melted in the mouth and split into 2 warm streams. One strand went upwards into Li Ye's sea of divine sense, turning into enough divine sense for January's hard cultivation. The other strand went straight into the dantian, turning into spiritual energy to nourish the physical body. Plus 100 points of vitality essence? This numerical increase in vitality essence represented that it was no longer inferior to the elixir that had been specially asked to be refined out by Suya. It didn't even just increase vitality, it also had the effect of increasing divine sense and mana. 1 elixir, 3 satisfactions. Not bad. He didn't mince his words of praise, and reached out to draw out a stream of pure aura from the spiritual vein in the courtyard, splashing it directly onto Lotus and the earth demon ginseng. This kind of elixir was really a bit magical. Even if he wouldn't take it out and sell it, it would be excellent to take it himself. So an idea popped up in his mind: could he buy more earth demon ginseng over and expand the scale of cultivation? If he could have more Lotus to produce Lotus Dan, he would basically not need to buy elixirs regarding his cultivation. And if he planted a large enough number of them, he would also be able to raise his cultivation in the future with less time spent meditating. It's simply 100%. It might also be easier to buy it while he hadn't left the migratory end market, so he had the object-carrying acacia spirit that had just returned make another run. The message the latter brought back was for Li Yi to wait for a few days, wait for the second brother to get here. After hearing this news, Li Yi was silent for a moment, looked at his compound and said softly, "It's about to go." Although slightly reluctant, he was still looking forward to entering the sect. The current courtyard was still a bit too small for him, and he would be able to better realize his ideas after entering the sect. Another few days later, on this day, Qian Fong came solemnly to invite Li Yi to Four Seasons House. Seeing this, Li Yi became clear. Is it my second senior brother who has arrived? Aha! There was also reluctance in Qian Fong's eyes. Although Li Yi this was leaving, there were still tasks waiting for him to complete inside the workshop, and he wouldn't be able to return to the sect until at least the next spring. Let's go then. Senior brother, why worry? We immortal cultivators have a long lifespan. We'll just meet again in the future inside the sect. Senior brother is really articulate. He was quite open-minded, and in a few words, he untied Qian Fong's mind. The two of them talked and laughed as they made their way to the Four Seasons building, where they met a tall male amendment chatting with Reiki Vine in the middle of a quiet room in the deepest part of the building. That male cultivator was extremely tall and wore a somewhat taut Dao robe. Being able to wear such a loose Dao robe with the feeling of a straitjacket was indeed exaggerated. He had a rugged look, with angular features and clear eyes with a masculine aura. It's not quite like a cultivator from a sect like the Four Times sect, but rather like a lineage of physical cultivation. When the male cultivator saw the two come in, his first glance was towards Li Yi. Junior brother. A smile surfaced on his scarred face. Finally we meet. Senior brother. Li Yi gave a slight salute. My Dao name within the sect is Yutian. Although true man Yutian was rough-looking, his tone was gentle. Although I would love to talk to you more, there are still tasks that I need to return to. I can't stay here long, so I'll go help you move now. Senior spirit machine. Hey, the spirit machine vine was also finally called a senior brother, and took out a jade plate from the side, pointing somewhere on it. This is senior brother Li Ye's residence. Yu Xianjin nodded, the ring on his finger flickering with a shimmering light. A translucent ball of aura was instantly formed. That ball of aura directly disappeared into the jade board, and when it floated up a few breaths later, the silhouette of a small courtyard had already been added inside, and even Zhao He was inside. This made Li Yi look very surprised. What kind of great magical power was this, to be able to directly split down his small courtyard, and it was also able to divide it only through the jade board? Here, take it. With a shake of his sleeve robe, the aura ball landed in front of Li Yi and was carefully held by the latter. Then he asked, is there anything else? If not, I will take you away now. Yes, the one who spoke was not Li Yi, but the spirit machine vine. It took out a few spirit sealing boxes and handed them to Li Yi. This is the earth demon ginseng you asked for. It's considered a gift from me to you. I'm going to be here for 3 years and won't be able to see each other for a while. Although its voice was calm, Li Yi could still hear the extremely deep sadness hidden within its voice. It was the spirit machine vine that had helped him when he had just crossed over here. And if elder brother Suya was the later guide, the spirit machine vine was the first and most important guide. Li Yi loaded all the earth demon ginseng into his storage ring and laughed. I will remember elder brother. When the time comes, I will also send a letter to senior brother, and perhaps ask for advice, so senior brother mustn't find me annoying is all. You this kid are going to be initiated even still want to trouble me. Are so many senior brothers and sisters and uncles not enough for you to ask? The spirit machine vine was dumbfounded, but at the end of the day, he said, a letter is a letter, and I'll explain it to you. Seeing as how you're not a bad kid, it knew very well that Li Yi was being snarky, but being needed by a senior brother still made it happy. Afterwards, Li Yi said goodbye to Chen Feng again. The latter took out a packet of spirit stones from his storage ring. If you want to get started, you'll definitely need spirit stones to buy a cave and various objects. You'll take the second month's cut up front. I'll just deduct it myself when the time comes, but you can't forget to send in your grievances when you're inside the clan, or else the store here won't be able to stay open. There was nothing to refuse. Li Yi did need spirit stones, so he nodded very directly. Then thank you, senior brother Qian. Don't worry, I won't forget this side of the business even after I reach the clan. After bidding farewell to one man and one vine, Li Yi looked towards Yu Tianjinlun and clasped his fists. I'm ready. Well, let's go then. As soon as the words of the real person fell, a huge river of light that ran endlessly appeared before Li Ye's eyes. This river of light was vast and boundless, and the currents within were all translucent and colorless yet extremely magnificent spiritual energy. His body, on the other hand, was sitting on top of a canoe. As the canoe slowly advanced through the river, True Man Yutian's voice came from the front. This is the river of earth veins that our sect has divided in the middle of the eastern domain. 1,000,000 miles can be crossed in an instant through this river. Although you are an inner disciple of the sect recognized by Master his old man, there is still some small test when you arrive at the sect in a while. For you this test should be no difficulty at all, and it will also give you some interesting small objects to decorate the cave, so remember to deal with it properly. Oh, there it is. It also seemed like only 3 or 4 breaths of time had passed before the canoe left the river of earth veins. Li Ye's eyes lit up slightly before he appeared on top of a huge platform carved entirely out of white jade. This platform is surrounded by endless mountains, and there is also rich enough to condense into a spiritual liquid of spiritual chi in the mid-air refracted a rainbow. Occasionally between the mist stretching can be seen there are strange and exotic beasts shuttling in the mountains. Hey, seniorly, just as Li Yi was shocked by the scenery in the distance, a rather familiar voice came. That was Suya's voice. End of chapter. Chapter 92, 3 Triple Trials. 3 treasures. The meeting of old friends is indeed a joyous occasion. Li Yi looked back and didn't find the figure of true Lord Yutian before he naturally walked towards Suya. The two slowly made their way forward on the platform. There's no need for any pleasantries or politeness. From the moment we met, the slightest bit of sadness and rawness from the brief parting dissipated. This is the clan's Divine Jade Terrace, Suya introduced. Further on is the Divine Jade Valley. That's where the entrance cultivators are tested. The art of earthly affection, the sunlight nurturing seed method, and the 5-element spirit ascension decision that senior brother had learned would all have to undergo a test. If the test can be passed, you will receive the corresponding reward, and if you can get a grade A or above comment, the reward will be a bit better. Then what if I can't pass? Although Li Yi was confident that he could definitely pass, he was still curious about what would happen if he couldn't. Suya didn't say anything, but only stared at Li Yi with an odd gaze. The latter then instantly knew that it would be a real shame if he couldn't pass. Nowadays, he was at least a disciple of a Yuan-ing realist, and he had been blessed by the Jian Mu of the 10,000 Gods Divine Temple. That would be truly humiliating. For cultivator's face is really important. That's why Li Yi immediately ignited his fighting spirit. Don't worry, leave it to senior brother I am. The two of them had already walked to an attic carved out of white jade by now. Li Yi said so and walked in with his head held high. There was a momentary trance before his eyes the moment he entered. And then, what appeared before him was a barren land. The earth was dry and cracked, and all that grew on the ground was dead grass and tree trunks that stretched across the ground like barren bones. Seeing what was going on here made it clear what his first test was. Inner disciple Li Yi. A voice came out from the vault of the sky and landed on Li Yi's ears. Ancestor Tianwen once said that when love touches the heavens, even barren lands will give birth to prosperity. How much prosperity you can make this wasteland give birth to will determine the outcome of your test. Sure enough, it was an examination of the art of earthly love. Li Yi nodded in understanding. Disciple knows. Then, he sat down on his knees. Fingers were gently inserted into the somewhat dry and hard soil. He had practiced and performed the art of earthly love many times before this, and he had thought that it shouldn't be too difficult. But after actually touching the earth, he realized how wrong he was. The aura in the earth was chaotic, and the emotions he could perceive were filled with death and barrenness, even giving him an illusion of contacting the spiritual power inside the hungry bones for the first time in a trance. Can't really just respond to it. He gathered his mind and put all his energy into the earth. According to his thoughts, like this situation can no longer expect the earth to bloom luxuriantly. It is already very good if it can recover. Even though the voice above the sky dome said that the assessment requirement was to make the earth grow and flourish, he instinctively felt that it wasn't really normal to use his limited spiritual power for opening. So he did what he wanted to do. He gifted all his emotions to the earth and expected it to recover. Time passes by breath. Beside Li Yi, the earth suddenly tumbled. But what tumbled out was black soil that looked like it was dripping with oil. And there was also a little bit of water flowing out from the depths of the soil. The water flowed over the soil around him, smoothing out the otherwise dry ground. However, the water flow and spiritual energy could only diffuse to about an acre in circumference. Tender green grass sprouted from the soil, and some very, very small ones were hidden among the grass. Grass and small surrounded him. Phew! Li Yi opened his eyes at this time, feeling physically and mentally exhausted, but with a smile on his face, he said to the sky, "Disciples can only do this much." What responded to him was a pillar of light that carried an extremely pure spiritual chi, which quickly restored his divine sense and spiritual energy when it entered his body. In an instant, he directly advanced from the first level of foundation establishment to the second level, and his spiritual energy and divine sense were restored as much as they could be, a bit better than his state just now. The voice from earlier followed suit. Disciple Li Yi, the art of earthly affection is rated as a superior. Li Yi's body was carried towards the sky by the pillar of light. Only after he had risen to a sufficient height did the voice continue. Look at it, to the earth. It is prosperous like a brocade. In the middle of the barren and dry land there is a small piece of verdant green grass, an unknown small place, and the surrounding barren contrast, just looking at it makes the heart happy. Sure enough, Li Yi had guessed that the art of earthly emotions was changing the earth with his own emotions though, but it doesn't mean that the already barren earth should be forced to use its aura for opening up a place to flourish. It seemed very flashy to him. Lush meadows and a flowing stream, that's what I'm talking about. He looked at the small patch of green that his power had created and nodded in satisfaction. The body had been pulled by the pillar of light to a radiant palace. He looked around and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It's just too bright. Bright sunlight filtered down through the glazed walls, and many golden doilies grew around them. It appears to be anemones, but each disc has a metallic-like texture around the edges, and with the curved petals, it looks like a sun totem created out of metal. Name, Dongjun Ing Yang. Mood, none. Status, sleeping. Such an environment gave Li Yi a feeling as if he was inside a temple. It was very solemn. The voice from earlier sounded again. Inner disciple Li Yi. This place is the temple of the Eastern monarch god for the test of the sunlight fudging seed law. How can you make the surrounding Dongjun Ing Yang resonate with your sunlight bell is the goal of the test. Li Yi nodded and reached out to summon the sunlight bell. He remained very serious this time, gathering his spiritual energy in his fingertips to flick at the white bell. Jingle bells. As a result, the unexpected happened. The moment the bell sounded, the surrounding Dongjun Ing Yang swung the disc in unison and aimed it at the tiny bell, and the metal flaps on the edge of the disc began to flicker. Immediately after, swish, 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 countless bright and dazzling beams of golden light shot towards the sunlight bell. The sunburst bells come to the rescue, while gently shaking it to emit a gentle bell sound. It transformed Dongjun Ing Yang's spiritual energy into a piece of daylight crystal and absorbed it. This scene was not unfamiliar to Li Yi. This was what he did on weekdays when he prepared daylight for the Tilted Age silkworms, first converging them with the sunlight bell, and then condensing them into crystals with the light brightening technique. I didn't realize that using it for a long time had actually subconsciously changed the power of the sunlight bell. He was about to wave his hand to recall the sunlight bell, but the voice rang out again. Disciple Li Yi. The sunlight caressing seed method assessment is a superior. All that is now gained may be taken away. This time there was surprisingly a tiny bit of surprise within the voice. Then the scenery in front of Li Yi flowed again, and he was sent to a room filled with jade. Release your aura. the voice said. Yes. Li Yi stretched out his palm and released an aura, which flew towards the surrounding jade. It was broken down into countless different colored shadows as it flew around, and eventually landed on top of the jade. Images of all sorts of spirit beasts and plants appeared on the jade stone all of a sudden. For example, what microglacial beaver, silver moon grass, flint crystal bugs, hop spirit lotus, spirit water crested lotus, lichuan mai. There was even the shadow of a jinmu plant looming at the end. This much? The voice that had been guiding Li Yi was no longer just a small surprise this time. It was truly a bit shocked. It had guided many cultivators here, but never one that had just reached foundation establishment and was able to receive the wholehearted gratitude of this many spirit beasts and spirit plants for giving so much pure aura. No wonder the Trace Star realist had to specially account for it. In that case, it can give rewards too. Disciple Li Yi, you have passed all 3 levels of the test. All 3 levels are A upper, and the results of the last level of the 5 elements Spirit Rising Decision Test are particularly special. This is your reward. Along with its voice, 3 glittering treasures appeared in front of Li Yi: a piece of land that looked like a miniature, a golden medal, and a bagua disc. When Li Yi placed his gaze on any treasure, its effects automatically surfaced in his mind. The first piece was really a piece of land, a 10-acre unsullied spiritual field, which was able to quickly accept Li Yi's spiritual energy and emotions, changing into a spiritual field that best suited him. If properly cultivated, it can also grow an immaculate golden lotus on the land, which will transform into a spirit and help him manage the land. The second piece is a Dongjun sun gold capable of creating a true sunlight bell. The third piece was the 8 trigrams empty sky disc that was able to summon the spirit beasts and plants that were perfectly compatible with his spiritual energy at any time and any place, no matter how far apart they were. Li Yi's breathing was much heavier. These 3 treasures, if the first 2 were expected, then, was this third magic treasure that could summon spiritual plants and beasts across thousands of miles at any time and place a little too generous? The voice of the guide saw Li Yi's doubts and replied, "This is what you deserve. It's not easy for you to be treated wholeheartedly by this many spirit plants and spirit beasts at the foundation establishment stage." In addition to the fact that the last tracing star realist had sent a message back from the southern region to explain, so he specially gave you this magic treasure in the hope that you can utilize it properly. Now, leave. The 3 treasures automatically flew into Li Yi's storage ring, and he was teleported out of the place and back to Suya's side. Li Yi was in a trance for a moment before coming back to his senses. When Suya saw Li Yi come out, he curiously said, "How did it go?" Naturally, Li Yi was in a very pleasant mood at this moment, specially stretching his voice to sell a secret before saying, "All armor on." Now that he was in the clan, he didn't need to hide his clumsiness. As a result, Suya just nodded his head, with a bland expression. "Expected. If you can't even get the armor on, then it's indeed a bit too weird. Let's go. I'll take you to the Tianwen mountain range to look for a cave, and on the way, I'll tell you about the sect on the way." End of chapter. Chapter 93, Cave Planning. What passed within the 4 sect was not the space formation that Li Yi thought it was, or not all space formations. For example, they are now walking on a rainbow bridge that stretches across the dome of the sky, and as long as they step on the rainbow bridge with a single thought, they can be sent by the rainbow bridge to various regions. Li Yi was now standing on the rainbow bridge with Suya chatting as the clouds whisked by. With a little sideways glance, you can see on both sides of the rainbow bridge the triumphs belonging to the 4 Seasons sect, the towering mountains, the great lakes, the endless forests. There are even special places with 4 seasons, blessed lands that are always in the spring, summer, fall and winter seasons, azure oceans with the sound of waves, and caverns where the sun and moonshine can be seen faintly. Honestly, it's like being in another world. If you're more of a bumpkin, it seems okay to say that this is the fairy world? How big is our clan? Li Yi couldn't help but ask. It's much more powerful than the immortal blessed land I imagined. A proud expression appeared on Su's face. Our clan is a small thousand world. What outsiders can see is only what the clan has specially placed outside to welcome guests. Small thousand worlds. Even Li Yi couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He had already guessed how special the 4 sect was before, but the truth would always shock him even more. Our clan is really powerful. Li Yi heartily lamented. That's natural. Suya was also quite agreeable and continued. The cave in the Heavenly Question mountain range is similar to the one you had over at the migratory end market before, and initially, although there is only a 3rd order spirit vein and a few spirit springs, money will be able to buy them later. The cave is free. Every month you get 3,000 spirit stones from the inner disciples as well as 10 bottles of spirit cleansing pills and a variety of products as benefits. Speaking here, he stretched out his finger and pointed down. This brings us to the Tianwen mountain range. Just take out your identity jade pendant and shake it. Li Yi looked downwards, but what came into his eyes was a vast and boundless body of water. Above the azure water floated a shining star. The stars linked together as if it were the Milky Way on Earth. It's a mountain range? Li Yi felt strange. Senior brother Su, is this really a mountain range? Are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place? Suya shook his head. The so-called Heavenly Questioning Mountain Range is actually a mountain of spiritual power built on top of a huge earth vein spell formation. Otherwise, no matter where the cave is built, it will always be more or less different from the rest of the world. This is the only way to ensure that each cave enjoys the same amount of sunshine and rain. In a moment you will enter the cave after you have made your choice, and I will not be able to enter it with you, so I will come back to visit when you have settled down first. So that's how it is. I know. Then senior brother. See you later. Li Yi reached out and took out his identity jade pendant, flicked it at the bottom, and a brand new starlight suddenly lit up in the middle of the vast and boundless waters. Then the rainbow bridge carried him straight down, slamming headlong into that starlight, but without the trance brought on by the spatial shift. He had then appeared on top of a land filled with aura, which had a glazed color, and underneath, 5 colored liquids could be seen flowing outwards. The extremely pure aura drilled directly into his body. It made his entire body feel unusually soothed. Is this my cave? Questions just popped up in Li Ye's mind. The identity jade pendant held in his hand then flashed faintly, and a stone tablet appeared beside him, which transmitted some information into his mind. This is his cave. There was a full 100 acres of land in area, as well as a third-order spirit vein with all 5 elements and 3 spirit springs, 100 acres in size. This area made Li Yi secretly staggered. What is the concept of 100 acres of land? Equal to 50 small courtyards he originally lived in. How many spiritual plants could be planted and how many spiritual beasts could be raised in such a vast land? Just a sudden feeling of outrageous wealth. However, he quickly calmed down and took out the spiritual power bead that had been carefully kept by his second senior brother, True Lord Yutian, who had previously cut down his small courtyard, and placed it on the top of the stone monument. That spiritual energy bead quickly fused with the stone tablet. A curtain of light then appeared in front of Li Yi. It was a map of the terrain of the entire cave, allowing him to choose where to place the small courtyard. Right here. Naturally, he did not hesitate to place the small courtyard at the location of the third-order spirit vein, which was this area where he was currently standing. Without any turbulence, or even just a glance of his eyes, he stood in the middle of his familiar small courtyard, as if he had never left the migratory end market. All of the spirit plants and spirit beasts hadn't changed from when he left the small courtyard, and they seemed to be oblivious to the fact that they had been put inside a spirit powerball and had come to the Four Seasons sect again. But the aura cannot be faked. After the small courtyard appeared here, the spiritual energy from the third-order spiritual veins entered the courtyard in a steady stream, causing all of the little ones inside the courtyard to show expressions of surprise or realization. But in the next breath, they began to draw on this spiritual energy. It's really crazy to draw on. The pure aura of the third-order spiritual vein possessed an extremely significant effect on all spiritual creatures, almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. The leaves of the spiritual plants stretched out at will, and the spiritual beasts shimmered with a spiritual light. It's expected to change quite a bit. There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's okay to draw it out slowly. He sighed helplessly, but his eyes had been drawn to what was floating on this screen of light in front of him. That is, the magical power that can transform the cave. For example, it is possible to split a spiritual vein into different numbers, allowing the vein to supply spiritual energy to a specified area. There are also terrain changes that transform the earth into rivers or lakes, or mountains in deep valleys. There is even a seasonal spiritual land that can transform a certain area of the cave into different seasons of spring, summer, fall and winter. In addition to this, there are some special objects for sale. What spirit veins, spirit rivers, spirit springs that were all basic. Even all kinds of spirit mines were available. It could be said that as long as there were enough spirit stones, the cave could be instantly transformed into what Li Yi needed. But the amount of spirit stones required was also very exaggerated. For example, a fourth-order spirit vein would cost 1 million spirit stones. Li Yi only had 600,000 spirit stones on him right now, and he couldn't even afford a fourth-order spirit vein. No wonder Master said that he wanted me to earn more money. Is this fourth-ranked or higher spirit item even still sold for a limited time? He was practically drooling as he looked at the pile of stuff on the light screen. But I'm really shy, so he can only look at objects that he could afford, and that would be helpful to him now. Ask for a spirit river. It's only 20,000 spirit stones. After having this spirit river, I'll be able to farm more aquatic spirit plants and spirit beasts. He first paid 20,000 spirit stones to purchase a spirit river, and after the spirit stones were sent into the stone monument, the shadow of a spirit river appeared on top of the monument. With a movement of Li Ye's mind, this spirit river was sent to a location not far from the small courtyard, and directly began to flow over there. And then there is still a need to give the Chenglu magnolia tree and the Jinghua spirit be enough daylight. Well, is 100,000 000 spirit stones an acre? You can only rent but not buy? Looking at the sunlight spiritual land written above the light screen, these spirit lands were benefits that could only be purchased when one was just starting out, and if one wanted to buy them in the future, one would need to accumulate contribution points in order to do so. He hesitated or chose to lease, and anyway, now that there was enough space, he was definitely going to plant more Qinglu magnolia trees and keep bees. Solely rented while there's a discount for just getting started. So 100,000 spirit stones were given out, and a piece of spiritual land appeared to the east of the small courtyard where the sunlight was a bit more gentle than the surrounding area, and it wouldn't change as the days and nights changed. It would always be in the sunlight. Next, Li Yi also spent 100,000 spirit stones to rent a snow spirit land. As the name suggests, this spirit land is within the scope of the never-ending snow and wind. In order to cooperate with the snow spiritual land, he also rented a moonlight spiritual land in the area of the snow moon spiritual land. In this way, the moonlight would shine over there. This would have already cost 320,000 spirit stones, and these spirit lands would subsequently need to pay a monthly fee, which was 1,000 spirit stones a month. That's okay. The place that made him want to spit out the most was that this thing could only be leased acre by acre. He couldn't lease a single point of land if he wanted to, otherwise how could he consume so many spirit stones? But it does count as value for money. In order to give the spirit vein willow as well as the golden horned ants a piece of space to develop, he bought another piece of first order spirit mine, which possessed various types of ores worth more than 100,000 spirit stones within it. But the purchase price was at 100,000 spirit stones. That means it can be earned, but not much. 420,000 spirit stones. Li Yi swallowed hard and gritted his teeth again to buy a small stream for the beavers, costing 10,000 spirit stones before calling it quits. The remaining spirit stones he still had to go and buy spirit plants and spirit beasts that could bring him profit, and he also had to buy all kinds of spell tomes, so he should save what he had to save. Although there were various lists displayed above this light screen, there was no way to cheat with the panel, so it was only possible for him to buy it in person. After such a flurry of buying, he began to move everything inside his small yard out, including, but not limited to, a bearing-dew magnolia tree, a square-inch mountain and river box that holds flint crystal worms and silver moongrass, golden red dragon carp and spirit water phoenix eye lotus. It's the beaver that comes last. At first the beavers were reluctant to leave, but after Li Yi's repeated reassurances and assurances that the creek was right next to the courtyard, after just needing them to help themselves to comb the spiritual energy inside the spirit stream and live or stay over here, they finally reluctantly left the small courtyard. Before leaving, that biggest beaver even gently bit Li Yi's palm before leaving in a huff. It made Li Yi helpless. It was also at this time that Li Yi finally felt that his place was a bit too big, so simply another 3,000 spirit stones placed a ready-to-go spatial portal at each key location. After working for a whole day, he looked towards Zhao He, who had followed him for a long time and helped a lot. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he shouldn't buy some spirit beasts that could help him farm. With such a large cave, such good spiritual land and facilities, it was indeed time to form his own squad. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Augur and Aquatic Spirits. Li Yi casually found a rock outside the courtyard and sat down, starting to think about the next thing. First and foremost, the spirit land side must be utilized. The combination of the bearing-dew magnolia tree and the crystallized spirit bee could come in more. And anyway, the longer they grew, the more spiritual energy they accumulated, and the price would definitely increase. The only trouble is this bearing-dew magnolia tree. Can it be given out over there? He thought about it and decided to send Zhao He on a trip. Incidentally, the output of some scattered spiritual materials for Zhao He to bring back to Tianhe City. Over there at least there is still senior sister Lu waiting in agony. Saying do it, he immediately summoned Zhao He to explain. You replace me to go to the migratory end marketplace to find this person. After giving a detailed explanation, he asked Zhao He to go and buy 100 plants of the bearing-dew magnolia tree and the corresponding number of crystal flower spirit bees, so that he would have a full 125 plants on his side. This amount was already the limit in Li Yi's mind. Any more than that might affect him, and these 100 or so plants would have to be arranged for advancement as well as cultivation matters later on, and it was something he would have to take care of carefully. Originally, he'd thought about going boutique early on. Yes, when Zhao He heard that he could go home for a visit, his mood was like stepping on a flying shuttle to the sky, and he immediately did what Li Yi said. As for whether or not he would be able to arrive without any problems, this was something Li Yi wasn't worried about. What about holding your own token? If you dare to speak and ask, there's a straight path everywhere. After seeing him off, Li Yi wrote the word honey after the jade sketch about the sunlight spiritual land, and then continue to plot for other places. Then there is the area where the flint crystal worm and silver moongrass are located. If you are here, raise some attribute spirit beasts or spirit plants that like snow and moonlight, and likewise take the path of small numbers but fine products. It will be up to me to see if I can pick up the pieces myself. After he left another mark on the jade slip, he raised his eyes to look at the spirit stream not far from the small courtyard, and then at the spirit river in the distance. It seemed like it would be good to raise some aquatic spirit plants or spirit beasts, and it was a waste to have so much water empty. With the help of the beavers and spells such as the spirit gathering technique, the spirit plants and spirit beasts inside the water system were naturally the best. As for the last is the arrangement of the spiritual fields. Although this is a full 100 acres of land, but want to all planted full really need a period of time to arrange. Spiritual veins and spiritual chi regulation, planting what spiritual plants, breeding what spiritual beasts. So all he could arrange now was the reward of 10 acres of unsullied spiritual fields given by the previous assessment and the 2 acres of land he had gotten up one after another some time ago. More places he had ideas for, but it was definitely going to be left to the people who helped him farm. As for the rest of the place, go for the boutique route as well. He took a deep breath. First busy with these, see the crops are planted and then sit and wait for the harvest to learn Gung Fu Canon is also. It's time to invite senior brother Suya. The following day at noon, there are always cultivators like me who don't want outsiders to enter their cave. Right, so how do they find people to help take care of their cave? Li Yi poured a cup of honey tea and handed it to Suya. The eyes were filled with a pleading look. Senior brother Su took a sip of honey tea before he spoke. You can ask the senior brothers in the Heavenly Engineering Hall to help you build a machine carrier, and use the power of the machine carrier to plant and harvest the land. You can also go over to the Deacon's Hall to find some outer disciples whose ancestors have stayed in the gate for generations and whose families are clean to help. It was also possible to go over to the Spirit Beast clan to find some spirit beasts to help out. Take your Weichuan beavers for example. There are dozens of beaver packs in the middle of the Weichuan, all helping us with our cave. Speaking of which, he glanced toward the distance, observing the beaver. Surprised, he said, "This beaver of yours is indeed a little too finely raised. I guess you can even go over to Weichuan to collect some minions." Accepting a little brother? Li Yi was puzzled. Was it what he thought it meant? There is naturally a rivalry between the beavers of the weak river, and the beaver who is stronger and can provide more food for his clan will, of course, be able to gain the defection of his kinsman. I don't think you need to get this beaver press at all. Just let the 5 of them go in for a spin, and they'll be sure to bring back a bunch of minions. His words instantly made Li Ye's heart flutter. If the beavers had all brought back some minions to help out, it would certainly have been a better way to help with their own vision. He nodded and continued to ask. Then, senior brother, what aquatic spirit plants or spirit beasts are more popular within the sect? Oh, Suya's eyes lit up. Are you planning to raise spirit beasts and grow spirit plants in the middle of the rivers in your cave? His eyes lit up amazingly. It made Li Yi couldn't help but dodge. It was almost like he was going to eat him. It was horrible. Ahem. After coughing slightly, Suya took out a jade board. In terms of our alchemists, the aquatic spiritual plants and spiritual beasts required are nothing more than these. You can take a look, all very capable of earning spirit stones. Oh, then senior brother, take a look first. On top of that jade board were diagrams of a total of a dozen species of spirit plants and spirit beasts. Li Yi viewed them one by one. The ones he wanted to pick were the ones that could flourish on his side, cultivating and optimizing them from generation to generation. He didn't want any disposable spirit plants or spirit beasts. As a result, he saw a spirit beast named Xianshui Jiao at a glance. A dragon? He was somewhat moved. Who wouldn't want to keep an auger? And at a glance, it has a high ceiling. Senior brother. He pointed at the crystal blue Xianshui Jiao on the jade board and asked, "This spirit beast, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage now. Can I raise it if I let the beaver help?" Suya was not surprised by Li Ye's choice. The auger is indeed a little too special. He offered, "There's no point in me talking to you over here. Why don't we just see it for ourselves? Let's take a trip to the Xianshui pool. That's where the Xianshui Jiao is cultivated within the sect." Li Yi readily agreed. Then let's go. The two left the cave one after the other and stepped directly onto the rainbow bridge. In about a few breaths of time, he arrived at an extremely strange place. It was supposed to be located in the middle of the water, with all sorts of aquatic plants growing as far as the eye could see around him. The aura shone in the midst of the slightly darker waters. A crystal blue, mighty auger dragon with a body size of about 10 zhang was swimming around, seemingly close by, but in fact, they couldn't see Li Yi and Suya at all. "Two senior brothers," a very gruff voice rang out. Immediately after that, an auger dragon rushed over from a distance, and after getting close, it transformed into a naked, tall man in the aura, and rushed at the two of them with a slight salute. "Spirit Jiao's senior brother." Suya nodded. "This is senior uncle Su Xing's disciple Li Yi. He wants to come to your side to buy a few Xianshui Jiao." Disciple of senior uncle Trace Star. The man was startled and laughed nervously. "Senior brother Li, I wonder if you're purchasing the Xianshui Jiao to use it to raise for yourself, or if you have other uses for it? Li Yi smiled gently. Naturally, I raised it myself. I don't know much about Xianshui Jiao, so I'd like to ask senior brother to tell me about it carefully. There were panels floating before him that only he could see. Name, Xianshui Jiao transformation. Mood joy. Status blessed by the Dragon Father to take shape. This Spirit Jiao senior brother is actually a Xianshui Jiao in disguise. Doesn't that mean the same race sells the same race? It's still a little too weird. Well. The Spirit Jiao was completely unaware that his roots had been clearly seen, reaching out to lead them in vain as the three of them walked slowly through the water. The Xianshui Jiao is a spirit beast of the third rank. It's very special. There can only be a maximum of 2 Xianshui Jiao in each river, and it will gradually transform the river into an environment suitable for them to live in and look after the aquatic spirits. This Spirit Jiao senior brother spoke eloquently. Li Yi also roughly knew about the Xianshui Jiao. This strange kind of Jiao had a docile temperament and was quite humane. It could also help take care of the aquatic people in the river. The scales it produces, its blood and the Xianshui bead that it can nurture are all very common materials among alchemists and refiners. Nice spirit beasts indeed. What about the price? How many spirit stones does a Xianshui Jiao cost? Since Li Yi decided to buy it, he directly asked the price. A juvenile Xianshui Jiao is 20,000 spirit stones. The Spirit Jiao replied, only by raising it from a young age can we ensure that it is fully devoted to you, senior brother. At this time, the three of them had already arrived at the deepest part of the Xianshui pool, where instead, the spiritual light shone brightly. There was a milky white pool of water under the ring of some crystal blue jade stones. Inside, there were some scaly dragons that were also about 2 feet swimming. The scales on their bodies were all still tender, so they should be the hatchlings of the Xianshui Jiao. Then I will buy a male and a female. Li Yi took out 40,000 spirit stones and handed them to Spirit Jiao, then asked, can I be allowed to pick them myself? Naturally. Spirit Jiao made a gesture of invitation. Li Yi then approached the pool of water that had young augurs swimming in it, carefully sizing up an Xianshui augur. After about half a tea's worth of work, he finally spotted the panel prompting for the bindable Xianshui Jiao, so he pointed at the two and said, let's go with them. Good riddance. A spiritual power immediately wrapped 2 young scaly birds to Li Yi's face, and those 2 young scaly birds looked at Li Yi with their vertical eyes open, and there were obvious doubts and curiosity inside their eyes. Li Yi stretched out a finger and gently touched the Xianshui Jiao's head that was tinged with coolness, and softly said, in the future, you will follow me. The little augur opened its mouth and let out an ow. The voice was still childish and completely lacking in the majesty of the augur class. It seems like they really like you, senior brother. Spirit Jiao laughed in delight. If these 2 little guys have any problems, senior brother can always send a message to me. Aha! Li Yi temporarily put them into his storage ring. He then consulted with Spirit Jiao and Suya, plus considered the ecological constructs in the river and the need for panel binding. Finally, he bought a batch of bibocarp that could feed the Xianshui Jiao, 1,000-whiskered jellyfish, and Xianjing water algae, Kanshang potato, and other spirit beast spirit plants. In the end, the total cost was 70,000 spirit stones. After all, the river in that cave of his was still very long, so of course he had to buy a sufficient number of spirit beasts and plants to reproduce. In this way about the spiritual beasts and plants inside the water flow was even arranged. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Cave Ecology Planning. After purchasing the aquatic spirits, Suya took Li Yi to the marketplace used for free trade within the sect. Of course, this bazaar was just for cultivators below Jindan to trade, and because the area of the sect was simply too vast, there were a full 20 or so bazaars, each selling different objects. It is also subdivided into 4 categories of bazaars: spring, summer, fall and winter. They are now here is the Winter Bazaar, which sells a variety of objects such as spirit weapons, spirit pills, spirit beasts, spirit plants, and array spells and talismans, all of which are biased towards the Een attribute and snow-related. Previously still under the deep and strange water, after leaving the Rainbow Bridge, he came to a vast marketplace with snowdrifting, which was much more organized than the migratory end market. At least around the pressure is not directly on the ground stalls. Each cultivator has a stone house as a store. In the store outside there is also a sweep with the Divine Sense can know what objects are sold Divine Sense standing sign. In addition in this side also planted all kinds of winter will only open the spiritual plant. What plum, waxberry, snow lotus, cold chrysanthemums and other flowers open is brilliant. Even the winter snow scene also added a lot of bright colors. I don't know if it was the flurry of snow and the surrounding ring of spiritual plants that made the cultivators eliminate some of their impatience. Anyway, the cultivators coming and going walked slowly. There was no urgency at all. How come there are Taoist symbols on the branches of these? Li Yi had been looking at it properly, but suddenly realized that there were the words years of cold on that branch. That's how you spirit plant masters climb over each other. Suya bristled. There are just so many bazaars in the sect, and each of them will change their spirit plants at the beginning of each year, and that's when the spirit plant masters compete. For example, all of the spirit plants within this winter marketplace right now were cultivated by the efforts of the age-cold realist. I've heard there's still a big fight every year over the spot. I can't believe there's such a thing, but it did seem to be a way to gain fame. And this bazaar was like an advertisement for the unknown number of people who traveled to and from it every day. But speaking of that, elder brother, how come I haven't seen a spirit plant master? In the past, it was fine if we couldn't see them over at the migratory end of the world market, but how come we still couldn't see a spirit plant master when we arrived within the sect? You know about the hungry bones. Almost the vast majority of the spiritual planters have been drawn over, and some have gone with Uncle Trace Star to the southern domain to help build a wondrous site over there. Suya's face showed some compassionate expression. Senior brother, the spirit plant master's examination is the one that senior Uncle Trace Star is in charge of, and when his old man comes back, you'll have to learn the spell aptitude in spirit planting painstakingly. At that point, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to chat and banter with me like this. Master is actually the examiner? Thinking about it, he knew that master, his old man, would definitely not let himself pass casually, and might even be stricter. Li Yi took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Then senior brother, I will have to take care of the matters within the cave as soon as possible, or else I will have to study hard when the time comes. Where will I find the time to take care of the cave? He quickened his pace. Senior brother, don't walk slowly either. Quickly take me there. The prodded Suya countered with a subtle smile. He himself was once plagued by the alchemist's test, but now that he could finally laugh at his senior brother being plagued by the even tougher spiritual plantsmith's test, it was really enjoyable. The two of them spent an hour picking out the right spirit plants and spirit beasts. Coincidentally, when that shopkeeper knew that Li Yi wanted to raise spirit beasts to plant spirit plants in the middle of the snow and moonflower spirit land, he immediately recommended several kinds. It also swore that these were all certified by the real person of the Age of Cold. This real person's great reputation had been seen too many times just now, and Li Yi certainly trusted the recommendation of the yearning cold real person, and after selecting the ones that fit his boutique plan to be able to keep and nurture them all the time, he chose the cold green banyan tree, the glazed ice needle pine, and the snow-treading spirit deer. After that, I purchased the Misty Leaf Ropewalker through a panel pickup. This cost another 50,000 spirit stones. When he came, he had brought 600,000 spirit stones, but now he was missing a 0 and only had 60,000 left. It was really like water just went out. After buying this huge pile of spiritual plants and spiritual beasts, Li Yi thanked Suya and then rushed back to his cave and started to get busy. The first thing to place was naturally the spiritual plants and beasts inside the water system. He took out the 2 young augers and took out the canching potato. While the former was naturally the crystal blue-colored auger, the latter had continuous leaves and vines, as well as roots the size of stone piers that should have grown in the water. Being an auger but thinking about eating potatoes, Li Yi looked at the 2 juvenile scaly scales. The information displayed on their panels were both able to bind with any kind of aquatic, rooted edible spirit plant. At that time, he thought for a long time, and finally chose the Kansan potato that is now in front of him. It's a meta-spiritual plant. It was said to be consumed as the main food by certain sects in the southern region, or an ancestor surnamed Zhang brought them back to cultivate them, and they could grow as long as they were placed in water filled with spiritual qi. The purer and cleaner the aura inside the waters, the bigger and sweeter it grows. He glanced at the Xian Shui Jiao and activated the panel. Binding requires 700 points of vitality essence. 700. Li Yi had accumulated about 3,000 more points of vital essence since he had dealt with the crystal Manhwa spirit bee in the binding of the Changlu magnolia tree, which was half a month's time. You should be able to save 6,000 points a month if you do that, only if you keep taking in enough fruits and vegetables full of vitality as well as dishes or elixirs every day. Of course, it's a bit less than I thought. A third-ranked spirit beast, is it because it's a juvenile? He thought about it and chose to bind. It directly used up 1,400 points of vitality essence. After the binding was completed, he threw the Xian Shui Jiao as well as the Ken Shui potato into the river along with it, then walked along the shore and threw the remaining spiritual plants and spiritual beasts such as the bibocarp, thousand-whiskered jellyfish and Xianjing water algae into the river. Some of the remaining bibocarp and Xianling water algae were sent inside the stream. Bibocarp, which have scales that look like waves, quickly begin to stir up the water after entering it, causing a wave to rise up from the calm surface of the river, over which they swim, happily cruising to their new home, but did not wait for them to fool around for a long time. From the water appeared 2 crystal blue tail. Snap, a wave of water directly draw away. Immediately after that, the Xian Shui Jiao that had originally stayed in the water quietly looked at the bibocarp. and the latter's colony was suddenly in great chaos before it honestly began to act according to the Xian Shui Zhao's will. Should I say that it is worthy of being a Xian Shui Zhao? Just 2 juvenile Zhao can suppress more than 200 by Bocarp. This bloodline suppression is indeed exaggerated. As for the 1,000-bearded jellyfish, these guys scattered immediately after entering the water. Shaking his densely packed tentacles began to filter the water for impurities and spiritual energy to act as nutrients. The metaphysical crystal algae, on the other hand, was spreading outward along the waves of water, drawing on the spiritual energy to grow. Each grain crystallized and glittering, drawing on the spiritual energy, still expanding and splitting. This is the basic ecosystem that Li Yi is thinking of. Located at the top is naturally the Xian Shui Zhao, which is able to eat the Ken Shui potato as well as the 1,000-bearded jellyfish and the bibocarp. The 1,000-whiskered jellyfish in turn filters food debris and impurities, and the bibocarp devours basaltic algae as well as kanzui potatoes. Finally, the Xianjing water algae and Ken water potato can grow when they draw on the aura. In this way, the simple ecosystem should be set up. It seemed to be a bit rudimentary and idealized, but with the help of Li Yi as well as the beaver, it was still able to function. Afterwards, if you can encounter more interesting spiritual plants and animals can also be added, gradually building up the ecology of the waters in your cave. And the Xuehua spiritual landside is similarly constructed. He first released the snow-treading spirit deer that was covered in snow-blue fur, about 1 person tall, and had sharp antlers. But unexpectedly these spirit deer did not leave. Instead, they slowly knelt down in unison to Li Yi bending their forelimbs. It makes a soft, melodic yoo-hoo sound. Li Yi was slightly stunned, then realized, "You guys are trying to recognize your masters, aren't you?" The snow-treading spirit deer nodded in unison. The Xuehua fawn that ran beside him at an unknown time raised its head to look at these fellow clansmen who were not much bigger than itself, and its pure and innocent deer eyes were filled with shock, and then followed them by crouching down on their knees. This scene was quite comforting for Li Yi to watch. It was true that it was still these deer that had spirituality. He directly waved his spiritual energy, making each deer accustomed to the fluctuation of his spiritual energy. Then he took out the misty ropes, which could float in midair like the misty ice breath, and selected a few to symbiotically bind them with the panel. Then he explained to the spirit deer, "Take them wherever you think fit to live, these will be your food from now on." Yoo-hoo! The spirit deer immediately left against these misty ley-line rope walkers, and the snowflake fawns followed closely behind their fellow clansmen, the horns at the top of their heads still spewing out icy mist, obviously happy. This scene was also very comforting for Li Yi to watch. He next picked some places to plant the bought cold green banyan tree as well as the glazed ice needle pine, although the number was not much, only a dozen or so, but it was enough in the range of 1 acre of land. After this hustle and bustle, currently his spiritual land and water system had been arranged. What remains is also how exactly the spiritual fields that are actually used to cultivate crops should be arranged. This was something he planned to ask at the Deacon's Hall if he could take on some clan tasks while familiarizing himself with planting. He had a calculation in his mind. His footsteps were certainly not in a hurry, and he slowly walked to the location of the flint crystal worm and silver moongrass. As a result, he suddenly realized that the top of that silver moongrass had actually started to grow a red and silver bead again. The red one was naturally the fire seed, while the silver one was clearly a moon liquid bead. I didn't expect it to grow inside such a least spiritual land. I just don't know if the sect still wants the moon liquid bead now. End of chapter. Chapter 96, Sect Quest, The Uncollected Huling Turtle. Senior brother, this isn't a moon liquid bead. When Li Yi arrived at the Deacon's Hall, the disciple who was responsible for receiving him shook his head after testing it with a magic weapon. The moon liquid bead is the product of the festival spirit plant silver moongrass. It can only coalesce under the light of the winter moon. All the rest of the output cannot be considered moon liquid beads, but moonflower beads. The disciple also handed Li Yi a jade tablet, and what was displayed on it was surprisingly a comparative catalog of the spiritual power of the moon liquid bead and moonflower bead. A neat list of the differences between the two psychic powers. The moonflower and the cold aura are almost the same, except that the wintertime aura is missing. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yi nodded. He really didn't realize that this was not even considered a lunar liquid bead. But senior brother, these aren't unsellable. That disciple added. Although the moonflower bead has less of the unique aura of winter, the Tai-in Chi is much purer. Moreover, senior brother, the aura of these beads is extremely pure. If senior brother intends to sell it, I can register it for you in the Deacon's Hall right now, and the Tiangong Hall side will also receive the news synchronously. Then I'll bore you with the registration. Li Yi took out his identity jade pendant and handed it over. This jade pendant was not only a symbol of identity, but also a trading voucher for sect contribution points and spirit stones. The Deacon Hall disciple took the jade pendant and placed it on the side of the magic weapon and gently touched it, then let out a surprised eek. Senior brother, you have yet to receive your inner disciple's tome. Here is also a jade slip that your master, Trace Star Realist, specially left for you. His tone became more and more respectful as he took out a bunch of books totaling 5 thick books from within that magic weapon, and took out another jade slip and handed it to Li Yi. The canonical books? Li Yi looked down and flipped through it. It turned out that the tome was actually the complete book of spirit plants, the Atlas of Spirit Beasts, the basic spells of Qi refining and foundation establishment, the 4 seasons sect, a basic introduction to the 5 domains, and an introduction to the 100 arts of cultivation. No wonder he had been curious as to why there were no clan texts distributed down after his initiation. It turned out that he was coming to collect. No. Senior brother Suya seemed to have mentioned that, but he ran off at that moment. That's something he probably wouldn't have been able to buy if he hadn't come over to pick up the back stupidly. After receiving the tome, Li Yi asked again, "Is there any clan mission that I can take? I want to plant something in the spirit field." The disciple gave him a strange look. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Senior brother should have just started not long ago, right?" "Yes, that's right then. There should also be a 4 seasons jade jewel issued by the sex quests within Senior Brother's cave, so you can pick it up directly over there. But since Senior Brother is here, I'll take the tasks that Foundation Establishment Stage Spirit Plant Masters can accept and give them to Senior Brother to pick from." The Deacon Hall disciple took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Yi. "Trouble Senior Brother," Li Yi said, placing the jade slip on his brow to view it, and the information within quickly flowed into his sea of consciousness. There were indeed quite a few tasks in here, but the requirements were extremely strict, and there were even penalties if they couldn't be completed. Completely different from the tasks that were close to delivering benefits that they had seen earlier over at the migratory end market. For example, there is the Summer Flame Wheat quest. The requirement is that at least 95% of the seeds must survive, and the quality must also reach the B level. If you can't finish it, you'll have to deduct the clan's contribution points. Could it be because the migratory end of the world market side is screening useful talents and giving benefits along the way, instead of being strict when they are all family members inside the sect? He thought it was still a real possibility. Then you can't really pick a task that's too difficult. First plant the land while feeling it out and take your time. After deciding, he continued reading. It turns out that there are some other highlighted quests in here that are clearly indicated to gain merit. It even quantifies the amount of merit. For example, if you plant spiritual grasses planted in the returning ruins for your clan, you can acquire 1 or 2 merits. What exactly was the concept of 1 or 2 merits? He wasn't quite sure, but he didn't ask right away. Just keep your doubts to yourself and keep reading. As he read down one by one, his mind stirred and he realized, cultivating a spirit beast or spirit plant not recorded in the clan's Jade Ultimatum, one could obtain 100 taels of merit. 100 taels. Li Yi couldn't help but gulp. Does one's gourd turtle count as an unrecorded spirit beast? His mind instantly pondered, torn between hiding and showing, and in the end the mind of showing prevailed. Nowadays, he was the disciple of the Yuan-ing realist, a cultivator who had obtained the 4 seasons Shunsui token to enter the temple of the 10,000 gods, so why would he still need to hide his clumsiness? The sect would give him enough space and resources to move upward, and security. Therefore, he said to the disciple of the Deacon's Hall, "If I wish to submit an unrecorded spirit beast, what is the constitution? I'm going to ask a real person from the Deacon's Hall to come for this." That disciple didn't show a particularly surprised expression. In fact, he had been doing this for a long time and had seen a lot of things. Naturally, there were also some cultivators who wanted to submit spiritual plants or spiritual beasts that they thought were not included in the 4 seasons sect, but basically no one succeeded. But this is the disciple of the Trace Star realist, is it? If there were really unrecorded spirit plants or spirit beasts, it would certainly be able to increase the 4 seasons sect's reserves. Even the slightest possibility should not be spared. Thinking about this, he immediately contacted the real person stationed at the Deacon's Hall. Li Ye? The real person who came was a female cultivator dressed in simple white cloth. She casually tied up her hair with a wooden hairpin, and her looks were clear, giving her a very down-to-earth feeling. Senior uncle. Li Yi always felt that this real person seemed a bit familiar, then suddenly remembered. How come there was some resemblance to Suya's face? Well, I'm that kid Suya's sister. Real Su smiled. It was also me who issued the Alchemy Hall's contract to acquire honey from you some time ago. So it's Uncle Su. I thought it looked good. I didn't realize it was you. Li Yi followed suit and laughed, while giving a slight salute. So what exactly is this unincluded spirit beast you speak of? Su Jinran looked at Li Yi. Just say it though. The object is in my cave. Before he could finish his words, Su Jinran asked Li Yi for his identity token, and with the help of the token, he cast a spell to open a spatial portal. Go on. She handed the token back to Li Yi. Since he had already opened the spatial portal, Li Yi certainly wouldn't delay any longer and quickly took out a gourd spirit turtle and placed it on top of the jade table. Ha! Su Jinren looked at the tiny spirit turtle and murmured as a spiritual light flickered in his eyes. It doesn't have the yin and yang sympathetic chi that belongs to tortoise-type spirit beasts to each other within its body. Instead it has a force of birth that belongs to a gourd. And it's still a special spirit gourd like the bitter spirit gourd. Rather, it's really a spirit beast not included in the clan's Jade ultimatum, but there's still a need to identify what exactly this spirit beast is capable of. As she said this, she slightly arched her hand toward the sky. Disciple Su Yu, please grant the treasure to the ancestor. Only a slight flash of aura was seen. A bronze ruler with birds, fish, insects, vines and grasses then appeared in her hand. It was the Shinnon ruler. With this treasure you will be able to find out exactly what your spirit turtle is capable of. She took the divine farmer's ruler and gently tapped it against the gourd spirit turtle. Dang! There was a muffled thud when it was clear that the bronze was making contact with the turtle's shell. Immediately afterward, the bronze ruler's light flowed and abruptly coalesced into a jade slip that landed in Real Su's hand. She pressed it to her brow and read it briefly before musing. The divine farmer's ruler says that this spirit beast is a spirit beast conceived by the bitter spirit gourd and the earth turtle under extremely coincidental circumstances. The bitter spirit gourd was given to the former by the earth turtle when it was about to die by gifting the core spiritual energy in its own back armor. Coupled with the special nature of the earth turtle's breeding, it happens to coincide with the bitter spirit gourd's gourd gestation time. Due to the fact that they possess the potency of the bitter spirit gourd to contain all auras, coupled with the lifespan of the earth tortoise, that's why they're able to accept almost all gourd auras and grow into spirit beasts with unpredictable upper limits. Is the creation of heaven and earth really this amazing? Although Su Yu mainly studied alchemy, he was at least a Yuaning real person of the 4 times sect. Under the ears and eyes naturally know a lot of knowledge of spiritual beasts and plants. A spiritual beast like this one has the right place, the right time, and the right people. No wonder senior brother Trace Star said that this little guy Li Yi had excellent luck. She looked at Li Yi and said in a gentle tone, 100 tales of merit will then be sent to your cave. Master Nephew Li, I don't know if you've ever wanted to specialize in breeding this kind of spirit beasts. They were born under your care and are also shaded by your chi. I will submit an application to the sect to specifically provide you with a piece of spiritual land suitable for this kind of spirit turtle to live in. And if you have any needs you can also apply to the sect for material support. Provide spiritual land and material support? This gave Li Yi a vestigial feeling of having to do some kind of research project. He didn't expect that just a spirit beast would cause such a big deal. Real Su could see Li Yi's entanglement and spoke. Our 4-times sect is also considered a dominant level sect in this cultivation world, with its power tentacles spreading across the 5 domains and 4 seas. For so many years it had already recorded all the spiritual plants and beasts that could be recorded in the Jade ultimatum of Senior Uncle Ginkgo. Now that an unrecorded spirit beast can still be born, and it's still in our clan's boundaries, that means the clan's chi is still strong. Change is good. How about you think about it? Hearing these words from Real Su, a flutter welled up in Li Ye's heart. What else? Disciple willing, just promise to do it. The clan didn't even say that they would take this spirit beast away, or give it to him to cultivate before. He had originally thought that the gourd spirit turtle was going to be taken away to be cultivated by the clan's spirit beast master. A gentler smile appeared on Su Yu's face and he opened his mouth when he was about to say something. A spatial portal suddenly surfaced on the side, followed by a robust and sturdy male cultivator walking out from inside. It was none other than Li Ye's second senior brother, Yu Tianjinren. End of chapter. Chapter 97, The Man's Skate and the Stimulation of the Beaver. Came this fast. Su Jinren shook his head helplessly. Master Nephew Yu Tian, do you not think that I will bully your junior brother? I remember you still have to prepare the silk for shipment to the southern region. Rushing here in such a hurry. What? You can't trust Master Uncle me? Yu Tianjinren, who had just stepped out of the portal, was flirted with by Su Yu like this, but he could only laugh along. That's not natural. It's just that I happened to see Senior Uncle dividing 100 tales of merit for my youngest brother, so I rushed over out of curiosity. It is also for fear that junior brother's lack of understanding will upset you again. This sounded like an explanation, but Su Yu heard it clearly. This was clearly being more protective, whether it pissed her off or not. Just don't get angry anyway. She didn't bother to say anything else and simply waved her hand. Since you're here, then you can explain for your young master brother. I still have a furnace of pills to go open, so I'll leave first. Real Su's figure directly disappeared. Li Yi was left blinking his eyes at his lanky second senior brother. The latter also looked at Li Yi. The two couldn't help but smile at each other, feeling quite familiar with each other. Then True Lord Yutian sat down and said in a casual tone, when I sent you to the sect I was in a hurry to go and resume my orders to the sect master's uncle, so I didn't have time to explain too much to you. How's it going? Are you still adapting to staying in the sect? Li Yi nodded. It's very adaptable. I didn't expect our clan's environment to be this good. He scratched his head. The place is just too big, and it's a bit troublesome to build the cave. Ha ha, the second senior brother laughed. That would be right. After all, your cave is issued according to the qualifications of an intersex spirit plant master. He looked at Li Yi with gentle and pleased eyes. Uncollected spirit beast, junior brother, your luck is really good. Li Yi hurriedly said modestly. Senior brother, I was just lucky to barely get this kind of spirit turtle, but it's also extremely rare for my generation of immortal cultivators to have luck. True Man Yutian bristled. You and I, master and brother, do not need to be polite and say so many words here. It's a brand new spirit animal you've discovered, so it's up to you to name it. The materials needed for research on it can be requested from the clan, but it must be fruitful. If a new Dan formula or magic weapon can be developed through the spirit materials produced by this spirit beast, it would be a great achievement, and the merit would be even more incessant. Li Yi nodded. I understand. I've actually been breeding them. I tried planting some gourd vines near the nest to see if they could mutate after I saw that they were the offspring of a gourd and a spirit turtle. What is being studied now is the effect of the 5 elements spirit gourd on them. 5 elements spirit gourd? True Man Yutian thought for a moment. Then you definitely need 5 elemental chi. I have a piece of 5 elemental spirit jade spring here, so take it and use it first. The real person took out a jade pendant that was divided into 5 colors, and trapped within that jade pendant was a spring, which was shaped like a natural taijutsu, gushing out the yin and yang sides of the 5 elements of chi respectively. It looks quite amazing. How is this good? I can apply to the sect, right? How can you let your senior brother out of the spirit like this? As a result, he heard his second senior brother say, it's actually this jade spring I've been using for a while now. It's just right that I'm taking this opportunity with you to get a new one. When it runs out, you just keep applying for it. Then senior brother will take it. The words had come to this point, of course there was no need to continue talking. He directly took the jade pendant and accepted it. That's right. That said, you have to learn so many spells and aptitudes as well as take care of the cave. Can you manage alone? Second senior brother asked again. Senior brother is also hesitating to go over to the spirit beast clan to seek help. Li Yi said back. Go on then. He handed a token to Li Yi. For you to have such good fortune and talent, you will definitely have a lot to do in the future. The complicated chores of taking care of the cave and receiving the cultivators can be left to other people or spirit beasts to do, so as not to delay the cultivation. This token is the credentials to the One Race territory, Tai Weapon Mountain, and when you get there, you can directly look for their patriarch to ask for a few juvenile One Race to bring back to your cave to raise, and let them help you take care of your cave. After speaking, he stood up. If there is anything you can send a message to me, nowadays. Although Master is not in the sect, eldest brother and the other senior brothers are also outside the sect, but you don't need to be afraid of anything, just be bold. Master Sect Master is still waiting for me. I'll leave first. He came suddenly and went quickly, directly disappearing before Li Yi had a chance to speak. Li Yi glanced at the jade pendant engraved with the word Tai weapon in his hand, and decided to settle the matter of the cave today, and first go to this Tai weapon mountain to look for the skate fish, then take the beaver to Weichuan to collect minions. After all, the second elder brother said is indeed right. He cannot put too much energy on these things. Leisure time used to planting and relaxation is okay. Li Yi soon arrived at a strange realm through the token. In the distance as far as he could see was a towering mountain peak, and from the top of the peak there was an incomparably clear stream of water flowing down and toward the west, seemingly transforming into a river. Some strange greenish-white spirit beasts shaped like carp with a fish body but with bird-like feathers could also be seen vaguely. Name, Skate. Mood, happy and free. Status, no worries. Bindable, a firebird spirit beast of equal rank possessing mountain and sea divine blood. Mountain and sea god's blood? Wait a minute. This isn't a spirit animal from the classic of mountains and seas, is it? Before crossing over, Li Yi did read some of the classic of mountains and seas, but there was just too much variety in there. And I didn't expect to be able to see spirit beasts that existed alive in the mythology of the books. Don't really remember exactly what happened to the manta rays. As he was observing the distant Tai Weapon Mountain, a gentle water-like male voice rang out. Disciple of the 4x sect, what is your business here in the territory of our One Race clan? Phew! One could only see a huge one-ray fish floating in the distance. Its bird wings even covered the sky. Endless water vapor and wind breath surrounded its feathers. The water and sky were extremely beautiful. The article ray stared tightly at Li Yi, with a smarter-than-human light shining in its eyes. Obviously the sound that was heard just now was from this article ray. How can this kind of pressure be at the level of a Yuan Ing? Li Yi felt that this pressure was even more vast than the fox powerhouse he had seen before, and hurriedly took out the token he had been holding in his hand. Disciple Li Yi is looking for senior to ask for a few one-race Taoist fish to help me take care of my cave. A gust of wind swept the token towards the location of the giant manta ray. Immediately after that, the male voice sounded again. It is the token of Yutian. You should be his little junior brother. Both. Another gust of wind wrapped around 3 ray fish about the size of a palm and the jade slip were delivered to Li Yi. My clan's children have excellent talent in tending to caves, so read the jade slips well and don't treat them harshly. As the words fell, the huge ray disappeared. Li Yi, who had already gotten used to the fact that big brothers all preferred this method of disappearing, arched his hand at that side and saluted. Many thanks, senior. Then he carefully placed the 3 article rays and the jade slip into his storage ring and left the place in a hurry. He quickly rushed back to his cave and released the ray fish. These 3 rays, which were also the size of a palm, were however quite smart, and as soon as they came out, they opened their reddish mouths at Li Yi. The result was a chirp so crisp it sounded like a chicken's crow, but a little more regal. Immediately afterward, they scatter and begin to fly, flapping his green and white met feathers. Immediately the wind swept away to pile up the debris in the yard, and their tails were not idle, and after a gentle wiggle they were able to create a whirlpool on the surface of the water, separating all the impurities from the water before being carried aside by the wind and set aside. It could even induce the water flow to turn into spiritual rain, evenly watering every spiritual plant. Just like that, in no time at all they flew towards the various parts of the cave, happily going about their business. Looking at Li Yi, he froze. Is this really a noble spirit beast? Thanks to him, he thought that he had to communicate with them before he could get them to work for him, but it turned out that they just came over and knew how to do it. Carrick, the beavers, who had been sleeping inside the yard, sensed the ray and came out to see the guy doing all their work. At once, they felt that their status was threatened, and hurriedly came over and hugged Li Yi's thighs one by one, tilting their heads pitifully, obviously competing for favor. They couldn't compete with that weird bird's ability, but would they lose to anyone in the area of competing for favor? You guys. Li Yi was a bit helpless at first, but on second thought, isn't this just right? These guys used to be completely stress-free on their side of the fence and were reluctant to admit their own kind over. But now that there's pressure, isn't it just the right opportunity to stir them up to collect more minions? Li Yi's eyes turned, and he followed the advice. You see, these rays are much more powerful than you guys. If you want to catch up, you'll just have to call more of your fellow clan members over. At least you guys have to be united. You can't give up your dominance inside the waters. Otherwise won't your food be eaten clean by them? The Weichuan beavers are smart enough, but where have they ever endured this kind of setup? Let alone the one that set them up as their owner, who has always taken good care of them. Being snubbed like this by their own master, the fighting spirit of the Weichuan beavers was immediately galvanized. They chirped in unison. There was actually some sharpness in the otherwise lovely voice. Seeing that his agitation was successful, Li Yi nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll take you there now, but you'll have to be ready. 2. Li Yi very uneasily stuffed some spirit stones inside the small storage pouches on their necks and carefully explained. This is what led them to the ancestral home of the micro-river Beaver. It was also the first major river within the Four Seasons sect. Weichuan. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Recruiting beavers. Planting gourds. Weichuan. It doesn't seem like a big place by the name, but in fact, when Li Yi had not yet been initiated, he had heard of the great name of this place many times since the end of the Weichuan, converging 10,000 waters into a river. It is the Weichuan. The source of the Weichuan River is said to be a spring inside the cave of the ancestor of the Four Seasons sect. Due to the special water source, the flow accommodated thousands of currents along the way, eventually transforming into an incomparably vast and enormous water system. This area that Li Yi came to was just a tributary of the Weichuan River, and it was also the area where the beavers lived the most. The real main trunk is the forbidden land of the Four-Time sect, which only Yuaning cultivators can enter and exit, and there are some larger tributaries that are used by cultivators as cave rentals. After all, although the caves in the Heavenly Question mountain range were already doing their best to mimic real natural scenery, there was still some difference between them and a spiritual river like this where thousands of water veins converged. Honestly, Li Yi came here originally thought that he would see a river with abundant grass and trees, but it turned out that what he saw was, indeed, the water and grass are abundant, and all kinds of spiritual plants are born in the rivers and streams. Rather than a river, it was more like shallows and wetlands, with spirit worms fluttering in mid-air, and the rising aura was like clouds drifting away. One dike after another is very visible above the river. Those dikes divided the huge river into one section, and there was a micro-river beaver busy in it, which seemed to be planting and raising fish in the middle of the dikes. It's like being in the beaver kingdom. Carrick, the few beavers that followed Li Yi's footsteps, barked a little hesitantly. Isn't this where you're from? It's only been a few months, not even a year full with me. Have you forgotten where you came from? Li Yi flirted. He looked at this piece of water and grass-rich microchuan spiritual land, suddenly felt that the spiritual spring he prepared for the beaver was really sketchy enough, and people were at the end of the line as soon as they were born. With the protection of the four seasons, sex, great powers, and such a spiritual place to live. Could he be reincarnated as a beaver? I don't know if the sound of his voice startled the beavers who were busy in the distance. The packs of beavers that were clearly split into different layers looked this way in unison. Then, a line of beavers wearing Taoist robes came out of the lair in formation. They were holding some flags in unison. Some of them hold up "The beaver is clean," and "All matters are in order." There are also some on which it is written "Spring planting and fall harvesting," versed in the four seasons of the season, "Measure the sunny and rainy, through all the things of the appropriate," and so on. The Weichuan beavers don't scream around Li Yi, they just wave their flags, and the meaning is clearly, "Choose me, choose me." This scene made the corners of Li Yi's mouth twitch a little as he watched. These beavers are so smart that they have even learned to advertise furtively. Why is it still written? Did you write it yourself or did you ask the monk to do it? He really did pick his eyes a bit. It all looks so smart, and the panels showing Bountiful are all exactly the same. There's no such thing as a special guy. It was also at this time that the 5 beavers by Li Yi's feet suddenly barked. Immediately afterward, the 5 of them took a few steps forward in unison. Starting with the beaver at the head, a colored glow lit up his body. But what appears is not the light phase of the lotus. Instead, it's a variety of foods. Those foods floated around them, and because of the special nature of the heart-saving bitter lotus method, they were extremely colorful. Red raked pork, red and white pastries, oily fried sticky cakes. Surprisingly, it is really lifelike, like the real thing, combined with their enriched, oily fur. Standing over there, they were a stark contrast to the wild beavers in the distance. Snap, snap, snap. The little flags which the beavers had been selling fell to the ground at once, and there was great surprise and envy and longing in their little eyes. Here's where the special nature of the microglacial beaver comes into play. Their ancestors had long been accustomed to eating a wide variety of foods with the ancestors of the Four Seasons sect, especially those made by the human race. For some spirit beasts feel disgusted with the smoke and fire and oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and other condiments to make a meal. For them it is the perfect flavor. There is also the fact that while the structure of the microglacier can supply even twice as many beavers, they are eager to get out and about. This is why so many beavers wait to make a pact with a monk to leave. And now, in front of them is a group of very good in the outside world. The fur is shiny. It seems to be a pretty good life. The same family suddenly stood on this side, and they are very powerful. A line of beavers who were meant to be fighting for the chance to go out and work looked at each other, and then a ferocious light appeared inside their tiny eyes. Kirikou, waving sharp little claws and baring big slate teeth, eyes on the fight. Fortunately at this moment, the beavers standing in front of Li Yi Kirikou barked a few times, with a flavor of compassion in their voices. Then they walked slowly up to the front. To their own kind is a burst of extremely harsh picking and choosing. Each picking a suitable one will be gibberish call 2 times. The beavers that are picked will also have a flattered look on their faces that comes alive. It didn't take long to pick out 100 or so beavers. After leading it to Li Yi's face, it rushed to its master and invited him to Kirikou twice. Witnessing this, Li Yi felt breathtaking. Your own beaver is really smart. And this is a direct abduction. Oh, no selection of a bunch of quality labor. It was also at this time that the Weichuan rippled in the distance. The moist vapor from the watery swamp as well as the wind from the countless grasses and spirit beasts blew around Li Yi, transforming into a voice. I've seen you at the Temple of the Pantheon. Take care of these kids. Send them back if they are disobedient. Do not bully them. Accompanied by a gentle voice, the contract floated in front of Li Yi. The regulation on top of that contract was very simple. The beavers would help Li Yi work until they were no longer needed. It was also written very directly below that Li Yi could not mutilate these beavers, or else the water god of Weichuan would come to his door. Late generation knows. Without hesitation, Li Yi left his mana imprint on top of the contract and then waved at the beaver. Come on, I'll take you back. Carrick. His 5 beavers followed and waved their paws, taking one last look at Weichuan, who had given birth to himself, and striding off with his kinsman to follow Li Yi, leaving together. More than 100 beavers came to the cave, and there was no need to worry about Li Yi at all. These beavers were obviously much smarter than when Li Yi first started buying those beavers. They looked left and right, and soon realized exactly what the work inside the cave was, and then they began to get busy. Building dams, combing waterways, preparing nests. They are familiar with this kind of chore and have obviously studied it. Since Li Yi had already spoken to the Xian Shui Jiao in the river and the wind rays flying in the sky in advance, so of course they wouldn't try to harm the beavers. All at once it was full of beavers hurrying about. They seem to be a bit more capable than you guys. Li Yi teased to the beavers nestled on top of the soft cushions beside him. Didn't you guys learn these tricks? He was answered only by the lazy gibbering of the beavers. Are really getting lazy. He shook his head helplessly. Remember to go over to the kitchen later and teach them how to cook. Saying that, Li Yi walked to the core of his cave and found the reward of 100 taels of merit issued to him by the sect. It was a huge golden dollar. Reaching out and weighing it, he realized that it was really as heavy as 100 taels. Can merit even be quantified like this? Li Yi muttered and began to try to absorb them. The result was very smooth, and the golden yuan bao quickly turned into a stream of light under the pull of his power, surging into his meridians and heading directly towards the Jianmu seed. The amount was probably around 10 times the amount of merit he had gained through the hungry ghost evil bones and by resolving the earth demon ginseng and the mining ghost some time ago. Under the irrigation of these merits, the Jianmu seed trembled slightly, and yet, in the end, they were not able to break ground and sprout. Well, is it still about 10 taels short? He could clearly feel this time that he still needed 10 taels from the amount of merit needed to germinate. Looks like we'll just have to find another way to get more merit. That's just it, and there's no rush. It's better to digest all of this harvest first. It was a shame, but he didn't get very anxious and quickly put it down. He purchased some seeds of the 5 elements spirit gourd through the jade light screen of the cave and bound them to the remaining gourd spirit turtle. Then he brought the successfully bound gourd seeds and the spirit turtle to this side of the spirit field. The 10 acres of unsullied spiritual fields as well as the 2 acres of spiritual fields that he had gotten himself into one after another were all in front of him. That immaculate spirit field is a kind of white soil with a bit of golden light that is somewhat holy, a bit close to the golden white spirit soil that is planted with the acacia life and death beans, but it is not as special as the golden white spirit soil. He decided to plant all these spiritual fields with gourds. The gourd was a good thing, plus the fact that he was going to carry out the cultivation of the gourd spirit turtle, which was the first step towards his emergence in the sect, and had to be treated with care. Prove yourself and get more resources, particularly merit. Kenwood germination and growth should both require a sufficient amount of merit to catalyze. It is natural to want merit to prove competence. The unsullied spiritual fields and the spiritual fields that he had made were very suitable for growing gourds and raising turtles, and there was no need for the sect to provide any more spiritual land. I've heard that this unsullied spirit field can be controlled by the art of ground sentiment. I'll give it a try. Li Yi sat on his knees and slowly inserted his fingers into the land. In this moment, he felt the goodwill of this immaculate spiritual field towards him, and his spiritual power was as easy and casual as an arm in it. The art of earthly love even spreads directly to the spirit field. The seeds of the gourd were wrapped up in the churning earth, and then through Li Ye's idea of sensing the seeds themselves, seemingly randomly but carefully selected to be planted into the soil. Then another water current was controlled by Li Yi to flow through the spiritual field, providing the first watering for the gourd seeds planted into the soil. The gourd spirit turtles have already settled down inside the spiritual field, looking for those gourds belonging to their respective bindings to live slowly and leisurely. Of course, the 5 elements spiritual spring jade was also buried in the center of the unsullied spiritual field by Li Yi, ensuring that the gourd and the gourd spirit turtle could always draw on the spiritual energy inside. It took 2 days to arrange it properly. This officially ended the arrangements regarding one spiritual field. The next step was also to go through those books, as well as the jade slips given to him by his master, and to build the sunlight bell, as well as to deal with the 8 trigrams Empyrean plate. End of chapter. Chapter 99, The Song of Love, the Tablet of Eternal Life. Still in the middle of the familiar small courtyard, Li Yi lay down on the recliner, took out the jade slip left behind by his master, Trace Star Realist, and pressed it on his brow, reading it carefully. He had thought that this would be the place where the master had left his homework. After all, he was definitely going to undergo the spiritual plantsmith's examination, and it was only normal to set out his homework in advance for him to study. But the result is not those spiritual plant masters tests need to learn the magic spells, but a kind of called love song chi nourishing method. The love communicated here is the love of heaven and earth, and the love of all things. Simply put, it is to use one's own heart song to communicate with emotions, and when one learns something profound, one can even communicate with all things in the world and realize the changes in the 4 seasons of heaven and earth. Li Yi held the jade slip with surprise on his face. The method of nurturing chi that senses heaven and earth? This kind of divine ability was even given to me directly? He took a deep breath and said excitedly, Master Atmosphere. This was exactly one of the dharmas he was most eager to obtain. Because of the panel's help, he was already able to sense the emotions of some spirit plants and beasts, and with this spell, it was even better. Earlier, he had wanted to see if he could learn some spells for communicating with spirit beasts and plants, and he had directly obtained such a powerful divine ability. I think it is because the master saw that he could communicate with the spirit beasts and plants without the help of the magic door, so he specially gave such a divine ability. He was really feeling warm in his heart, although he had only met with his master once. His care as well as his elder brother's attitude made Li Yi feel warm. Then we must study hard. He closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in the knowledge of the jade slip. Time passes by breath by breath. The sun and moon change, day and night. He had already built up his foundation, of course he could properly refrain. This learning took a full half a month until his body had already accumulated some dust. It was only then that Li Yi finally opened his eyes. The look was a little tired. He couldn't help but mutter, "So hard." The difficulty of learning this divine ability was beyond his imagination. According to the description inside the jade slip, this divine ability is divided into 5 levels. The first level is to condense the heart zone through one's own divine sense and mana. If you blow your heart, you will be able to communicate with your feelings. But the result is, Li Yi reached out his hand and gently shook it. A slender blade of spiritual light then surfaced in his hand. He brought the blade close to his mouth and gently blew, but the blade just barely emitted a very peculiar sound before it instantly dissipated in smoke. Can't even coalesce a heart zone for long. It seems that my divine sense and mind cultivation are still a bit short. He was not particularly disappointed, although he was also considered somewhat enlightened. But it was normal that this kind of divine ability that was divine at first sight could not be learned so quickly. If he really fell into the trap of wanting to learn the hard way, I'm afraid that he would really go off the deep end because of his obsession. He had already experienced that feeling once and really didn't want to experience it again, so he decisively gave up his studies, not even bothering to read the other canonical books, and decided to change his mind. He turned to take out the Dongjun Sun Gold that he had obtained from the previous trial, then summoned the Sunlight Bell and covered the metal with daylight melting onto the white bell, saying that it was to build a magic treasure. In fact, it was just to pinch a solid entity out of the Sunlight Bell with Dongjun Regine. Naturally, without the help of any refiner, he could complete it himself. This time it went quite well, and was far easier than learning the flux zone. It also took a day for him to have a small white bell in his hand, and as he gently shook it, it gave off a bell sound as warm as daylight. The potency was several times more powerful than the previous bells that were simply condensed with mana, and it was also able to collect and hold daylight to turn it into his means whenever and wherever he wanted. Nice. Satisfied, he hung the brand new Sunlight Bell on the side of the sun and moon rings that had plenty of young energy, and then took out the 8 trigrams empty sky disk. After thinking about it, he called out to a beaver, "Stand still." He used the 8 trigrams empty sky disk to input his mana against the beaver, and the light on the disk flickered slightly, followed by a small 8 trigrams seal appearing on the beaver's body. The beaver blinked suspiciously at Leaf. "Is this even done? It's so easy." Li Yi told the beaver to stay where he was, while he himself went to a place far away from the small courtyard and injected mana into the 8 trigrams empty sky disk. Immediately, the beaver's scent was felt. All it takes is a thought. The beaver then appeared directly in front of him, and on the beaver's body there was a brand of 8 trigrams slowly hidden. "Kirikou?" The beaver had a confused look on his face. In fact, Li Yi was also a bit surprised. This was a bit too simple, not even consuming much spiritual energy, easily summoning the beaver over. "So what kind of psychic power did you activate it by?" Li Yi carefully examined the Bagua empty sky disk, only to see that the Bagua on the disk body had a little bit of dimming and was slowly rotating. It should be accumulating spiritual energy. This time, summoning the beaver only consumed a very small amount of spiritual energy, and it only took 2 revolutions for the 8 trigrams pattern on it to have regained its aura. "This thing is pretty good. It doesn't require me to use up my spiritual energy, and I can summon my spirit beasts anytime, anywhere. But how many spirit beasts and plants can be bound?" With this thought in mind, he made successive attempts to record all the spiritual plants and beasts inside his cave that were compatible with his spiritual energy. That quantity was exaggerated, and he didn't even let go of a single golden horned ant and crystal hua spirit bee alone. The result is, after a busy time, all the spiritual plants and beasts were all recorded in it, and the 8 trigrams empty sky disk was still far from saturated. It was estimated that even if there were 10 times 100 times the number of spirit plants and spirit beasts again, they could still be recorded. This made Li Yi secretly smack his lips. What level of treasure is this? It's a bit too strong. Emotionally, he shrunk the 8 trigrams empty sky disk and similarly hung it above the sun and moon rings. Then he looked at his cave, always feeling as if he had forgotten something. After thinking carefully for a while, he suddenly remembered that he had asked Zhao He to return to Tianhe City with some of his harvests to purchase the Chunlu magnolia tree incidentally. And how many days had passed since then? And how come he hadn't come back yet? Did something happen on the way? At least Zhao He had been on his side for a few months. This teenager was very capable of hard work and did things to his liking, so if something really happened, there would still be some regrets. He thought of asking over at the Deacon's Hall, but before he could reach the cave's spatial teleportation array, he saw the array light up, and the figure of Zhao He, who he hadn't seen in more than 10 days, appeared inside. The teenager was carrying a large bundle on his back and appeared a bit winded, but the whole person was in a rather good and energetic state of mind. Immortal Li. When Zhao He saw that Li Yi was actually here, He hurriedly put down his bag and saluted. Well, come with me. Li Yi signaled Zhao He to follow him over, and after arriving at the courtyard, he let him find a stool to sit on before asking, "Been gone all these days, but did you run into any trouble on the way? If anyone dares to bully you then say so. My person Li's person can't be bullied by anyone." In the end, with his identity and background, Li Yi all felt like he was talking a lot harder. No. Zhao He hastily shook his head and smiled somewhat coyly. Immortal Fuji and Immortal Chan both helped me a lot after I returned to Migratory End Market. The reason I'm slow to come back is because he dug inside his large bag and took out something. This is what Immortal Lu asked me to bring back for you. What is it? Li Yi took the piece that looked like a tablet and looked at it, only to find that the words offerings to Immortal Li were engraved inside. The past events that were bragged about earlier in Tianhe City instantly surfaced in his mind, causing him to feel extremely complicated. So those people had really offered him the tablets of immortality? All he's paying for is some. Don't want the spiritual material. Li Yi also felt a bit of heat on his face at this moment, and what made him even hotter was that there was a very obvious power of merit inside this tablet, which was slowly drilling into his body. Although this merit is far less pure than the merit he received from the clan, the incense inside is accompanied by the seemingly pious desire to offer incense and prayers every day. This wisp of meritorious power surged into his dantian, causing the Jianmu seed, which was already on the verge of germinating, to go even further. I guess it's only about 3 or 4 tails of merit away from sprouting. Immortal Li. Zhao He was still continuing to pull things out, and this time, what he took out was surprisingly food like bacon and sausage, as well as pastries made with spirit wheat powder. That a big parcel full of people was actually all brought to Li Ye's food, and every piece was made of spiritual materials. This makes Li Ye's mood even more complicated. Tianhe City's spiritual materials. These are what the folks in Tianhe City asked me to bring you. Also, I have done what you asked me to do. In this storage bag is a total of over 120 bearing du magnolia trees. This is the remaining spirit stones. He removed all of them, describing each one carefully and clearly organized. Li Yi looked at Zhao He and then at the pile of food. After pondering for a while, he suddenly spoke. From tomorrow onwards you will take 1 golden red dragon carp scale every 7 days. In a while, go pick a gourd of spiritual water phoenix eye lotus by yourself and hang it inside the house, and suck the spiritual energy inside day by day, and I will teach you some body forging techniques later on. You are the hope of Heavenly River City, and as my subordinate, you need to be somewhat competent as well. Zhao He, who was also considered to be articulate, suddenly froze. How could he not hear Li Ye's meaning? Isn't this the time to really start grooming him? He was so excited beyond words that he hastened to kneel down and pay great homage. Thank you, Immortal Li. Li Yi accepted this gift openly before speaking. I hope that you won't forget your hometown even when you have cultivation in the future. After that he looked at the pile of food and the Eldritch tablets. Even if he knew that there might be a secret authorization from senior sister Lu in this, he was willing to not think that much about it if it could make him feel happy and enjoyable. I believe that senior sister Lu also knows this kind of reasoning. How can a cultivator who can stay over there for so long and still be transformed into land be so simple? Not to mention that the genuineness of the sign can't be faked. The emotion in there made him think. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Ink Silkworms, sent to the door. After letting Zhou Ha leave to go back to rest, he organized the things on the table and put them all inside the storage bag dedicated to food, instructing the beaver to send it over to the kitchen. He then looked at the tablets of immortality and muttered, "Can the passion song perceive the feelings in this? Alas, the desire to try is tormenting." Saying that, he was actually able to regulate his mind very well. The matter of cultivation cannot be rushed. He had been here for less than a year and was already sitting in the cave of the inner disciple of the 4 times sect, the overlord of the eastern region. There was also the Yuaning cultivator as a backing backer. It was already an extremely rare chance. Anyone would have to say a word of God's talent. Jingle bells. Shaking the bell in his hand, his mind quickly stabilized with the soothing sound of the bell. Why don't we simply see if there are any interesting tomes? Li Yi thought about it and took out those previous tomes and flipped through them. The first thing to look at is naturally the basic spells for chi refining and foundation building. His expression was still calm when he first started to turn it over, but the further he turned it over, the more surprised his face became. At the end of the day, he couldn't even help but be surprised out loud. That much? This thick book inside from the basic dust art to the foundation stage can learn the short flight of the air control art are all complete. Even some rare divine sense attack spells are more than 30 kinds. There are even some variant spiritual roots that can learn such as lightning attraction and wind mastery, all of which are listed. It's called basic spells, but it's actually a book of spells. If this book alone is casually given to a family, it can definitely be regarded as a family heirloom, no matter what the spiritual root. As long as it is still in the foundation establishment stage, the spells inside are all complete. The 4 season sex depths are always revealed inadvertently like this. It had been a long time since Li Yi had been emotional. It seemed to him that all of this basic inherited knowledge was this well thought out, and was important for talent development, even more so than how powerful the top tier was. He would have read it as if it were a treasure. But unfortunately, after studying the Flux song for a full 15 days, he really didn't want to learn any more spells, and after hastily flipping through a few pages to memorize the spells he was going to learn, he picked up another book. The Spiritual Plants Book and the Spiritual Beasts Atlas. Look at the title of the book to know that it is the introduction of all kinds of spiritual creatures, although the highest is up to the 4th order. But on Lie's knowledge base to help the help of the very effective. The 4 Seasons, 5 Domains basic introduction introduces the customs of the entire cultivation world, including the 5 domains and the 4 seas. The 5 domains are very simple: southeast, northwest, north, and central. The 4 seas are currently completely in the hands of the human race to control as the east extreme Yangtze, north Sui Empty Sea. The remaining South Yanquan Sea as well as the West Polar Dimming Sea were in contention. What surprised him was the sword cultivator called Wei Qingye from before. The heavily veined sword mountain that guy was from was actually a dominant level sect in the southern domain, relying on the material assistance provided by the 4 Seasons sect-based clans. The sword cultivators had been suppressing the demon race outside the southern region. There were really a lot of things recorded in this book. Li Yi slightly flipped through it for a while before deciding to use it as his leisure time reading and turned to the last book, The Introduction to the 100 Arts of Cultivation. He wanted to see if he wanted to learn some interesting sidelines. Alchemist, formation, puppet. In his thoughts he thought that his current divine sense was more powerful, and he had also learned some divine abilities to communicate with the nature of heaven and earth, so it must be better to involve this aspect. However, after looking at it for a long time, and also lingering on top of dermas such as Formation Master and Talisman Master and even Heavenly Painter, but in the end he gave up. Let's ask Master when the time comes. Maybe there's something I don't know yet. He was also someone who had a master, so when the time came for him to come back and ask, maybe there could be some special gains? For the next month Li Yi stayed inside the cave and continued to be busy, reading tomes to enrich himself. If you really feel that you can't continue to learn, you can collect honey, lotus dan, and all kinds of spiritual materials. It should be said not to mention that the sense of experience that comes after treating harvesting as a form of distraction in this way is truly pleasing to the mind and body. The various spirit plants and spirit beasts that had been planted some time ago with so much effort had finally begun to grow and reproduce, and it was thought that it wouldn't be long before the cave would be truly vibrant. There is also the fact that the tilting yearling silkworms he bred have finished spitting out their second silk, and the silkworms that were supposed to die after cocooning into moths spit out their third silk, an ink-colored silk. Li Yi took these silkworms in his hands and gazed at them carefully. Silk carries an indescribable sense of illusion, seemingly shifting between the real and the imaginary at all times, slightly cool to the touch, and almost non-existent in weight. Is this the ink silkworm's silk? He felt very marvelous. Why could this silkworm spit out such silk after swallowing ink? That black cat should know something. But the black cat hadn't come out for a long time, and if Li Yi hadn't flipped open the Acacia Spirit Scrolls to occasionally see that guy playing around inside, he would have thought that it hadn't passed away silently. He hadn't seen any descriptions involving this aspect even after flipping through the Spirit Beast Atlas, so he could only call it quits. But that's not even the point. The main point is that he saw that the silkworm that should have been called the yearling silkworm was displayed on the panel as the inkworm. Although the name had indeed become not so nice, the bindable column had appeared, with an additional entry. It could be symbiotically bound with any kind of spatial attribute spirit herb. It means that after it evolved into the raw inkworm, it is in urgent need of space attribute spirit grass to help itself change something. Like this mutant species, if it changes again, it will certainly have strange effects. Is it a spiritual grass with spatial attributes? Go and look for the 4 Seasons Jade Jewel. Since there is no limit to the grade, the lower grades shouldn't be too difficult to obtain. Li Yi decided to try out the ability of these silkworm silk. According to the winding silk into roots technique taught by the black cat before, it was able to play the role of the root of the spiritual plant. Since it was able to replace the root, would a spiritual plant similar to potatoes, where the root changes into food, also work wonders? Or does it not work? It was up to him to make the attempt. Such interesting spiritual materials and spells are meant to be studied for multiple possibilities. What if something turns up? Saying so, he went to the river's edge and shouted to the busy beavers, "Help me find a canching potato. Don't touch the xianshui jiaos." In the dike above, the busy playful beavers immediately Kirik response, and then several beavers together flopping jumped into the river, and soon brought a plant canching potato to Li Yi. "Thanks a lot." After casually speaking to the beaver, He silently recited the spell of winding silk into roots and formed a sword with his fingers to control the silk to wind towards the roots of the kansheng potato. And then the magic happens. The silk that resembled water and ink condensed into a silkworm surprisingly connected tightly with the end of the root of the kansheng potato, and then began to fulfill the duties of the root, drawing spiritual energy and water vapor from the surrounding area. What's even more amazing is that a part of it actually got progressively thicker. Because the kansheng potato itself is a yuan spirit plant, it can grow rapidly with enough aura and nutrients. At the moment, the roots of the ink were as if they were the roots of a real kansen potato, transforming into tubers that could be eaten. Does work, and the xianshui jiao lurking in the river off to the side has already taken a big bite out of it. Surprisingly, is it really possible? What is the reason for this? If it is just the ability to draw nutrients and aura instead of roots, then I can understand. But you grow directly into a tuber. Li Yi specially put the acacia spirit scroll aside, and then made all kinds of side comments, hoping to make the black cat come out to solve the confusion. But the black cat just wouldn't come out, leaving him feeling helpless. In the end, he could only remove this ink-colored tuber and bring along the rest of his harvest from this period of time, intending to go to Suya to see if he could sell it. Exchange for some spirit stones then so you can buy that whatever spatial attribute spirit herb, although this thing doesn't seem to have an equilibrium limit, but he felt that it should be the higher the grade the better, and since he was going to get it, naturally he wanted to get the best. As for the experiment, just wait until you buy it back and then continue. In case something changes in the inkworms, the silk should change as well. So he took the items and went straight into the cave's own space formation, choosing Suya's cave as his destination. The two were already quite familiar with each other, so familiar that they didn't even set up prohibitions on each other's cave dwellings, and they could enter and exit casually without the need for their master's consent. Li Yi walked into the spatial spell formation as if he was visiting his neighbor's house, and familiarly entered the outer courtyard of Suya's cave. However, what he didn't expect was that Suya was not the only one in Suya's cave, but there were also 3 cultivators wearing the Taoist robes of the inner sect cultivators who were here. 2 of them were embroidered with a Dan furnace in one corner of their Tao robes, and the only one embroidered with a pattern of 8 trigrams and formations was actually a formation master. The 4 of them talked to each other. Seeing Li Yi come over, the first one to react was Suya. "Senior brother Li, you've finally given up and come out from inside the cave." He smiled and introduced Li Yi. "These are senior brother Jiang, senior brother Yi and senior brother Wang." He then introduced the 3 of them. "This is the disciple of Master Trace Star's uncle that I mentioned to you just now, Master Li." The 3 cultivators naturally greeted each other cheerfully. "So it's senior brother Li. I was just listening to Suya." Yes, the spirit material that senior brother Li planted is indeed special. Could it be that there is some new spirit material this time? The Jiang alchemist's eyes rolled, staring intently at the ring Li Yi wore on his finger with a very obvious salivation in his eyes. He had seen those materials in Suya's hands before, especially the spirit material that was placed inside the bitter spirit gourd. That spirit material also didn't know how exactly senior brother Li stored it, but it even had an extra touch of raw spirit chi. He had long had the intention to pay a visit, but Li Yi had always closed his doors and thanked his guests, so he didn't go. And there were several other senior brothers and sisters who thought like him. The heavenly gift of opportunity even let Li's senior brother take the initiative to send to the door. This time, no matter how, can not let go again. End of chapter. Chapter 101, returning to the Dan to become a lotus. Scrambling for kansheng potato. Suya sighed slightly at the sight. However, although he was very covetous of the spirit materials on Li Yi's side, he didn't intentionally hide them, and even took the initiative to help Li Yi publicize them, because he was pretty sure that Senior Li would definitely give him the first choice. And things were just as he thought they would be. Li Yi said with a slight apology, "These are the spirit materials that senior brother Su has ordered." Right. Suya took over the conversation. "These are all spirit materials that I ordered long ago, but it's rare for senior brothers to come to my place as guests." "Senior brother Li, why don't you see how about letting the senior brothers follow along and enjoy it?" "Of course." Li Yi nodded. So he placed the lotus stand he had prepared to bring to trade, the ink can raw potatoes, honey, and a bunch of other assorted materials on top of the table. Suya originally thought that it would be the same old story, but as a result, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch several times when he saw that lotus stand and kansheng potato. What kind of brand new spirit material is this? I should have known not to share it with my brothers and sisters. Look at their wide-eyed looks. The 2 alchemists and an array master on the side all had astonished expressions on their faces. They stared intently at the lotus stand. "This thing is a pill refined by lotus, right?" "Yes and no. Why do I see that it was refined with some sort of magic weapon to aid the lotus? What kind of magic weapon's rune pattern is capable of refining such a treasure?" Alchemy is actually closely related to formations in weapons, especially the furnace, which is a manifestation of the comprehensive strength of a clan. A qualified Dan furnace could be more than just a magic weapon. It was also a jewel that had been delicately carved out by refiners and array masters, capable of bringing together the essence of all things and turning it into a furnace of elixir. So now it turned into alchemists wondering what kind of materials were used to refine the spirit pills, and formation masters wondering what kind of magic weapons and formation patterns could be refined. Naturally, they were completely unable to sit still. After Suya and Lie's promise, one by one, they picked up a lotus dan and started discussing it. It was interspersed with words that were less than friendly and even in a trance about to come to blows. This must be the essence of the lotus all in one body all gathered here. You have not even seen the really interesting spiritual lotus. What are you talking about over there? Just the essence of the lotus? Why don't you say that the fire and aura within this elixir are extremely well blended? And there's even essence? Don't even talk about it. Does your furnace really have this kind of formation inscription? You've never seen it before and you're talking about it. Li Yi and Suya were listening from the side, the former casting a puzzled look at the latter. Is this how you usually discuss things? Suya couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a bit and return a look. Both feel it's right. Of course each will be unable to convince the other. So it is. Li Yi nodded and simply waited patiently for them to discuss the results. But what he didn't expect was that these few senior brothers discussed and took out their furnace on the spot, intending to use the lotus dan as a main ingredient for refining. Even Suya joined in with them. He just watched from the sidelines as several people discussed what fire to use, what auxiliary materials to add, and finally how to condense it into a dan. Even senior brother Wang, who was a formation master, was drawing some formations on the spot to control the fire as well as combining the three people's divine sense, which made Li Yi do nothing on the side, but he was also looking forward to what kind of elixir he would actually end up concocting. In this way, 7 days passed in a flash. By the early morning of the 7th day, the senior brothers who had stayed up for 7 days without much blinking stared intently at the gradually opening dan furnace, only to see that in the middle of the furnace was placed a lifelike plant. Even the root and leaves and bracts were all complete with a small lotus. Li Ye, is this refining the lotus dan from a pill back into a lotus? Suya murmured over there. This lotus dan is actually really refined out with the essence of a whole lotus plant. Not right. This essence seems to be a lotus, but it should be provided by another kind of spiritual object that can perfectly blend with the essence of a lotus. What kind of spiritual object is it? As soon as these words were spoken, the two alchemists beside him who had long been waiting to refute him immediately opened their mouths. You guys are really trying to monopolize this strange spirit material. Didn't you say just now that this is the spiritual material you ordered? As a result, you didn't know its spirituality at all when you made the elixir, and you want us to analyze it step by step. Although he was spoken to in this manner, Suya pressed on, and instead laughed. Two senior brothers, this place is my cave. If it is not my relationship with Senior Li, you guys still can't see this kind of precious spirit material. Now that the Dan has become a reality, why don't each of you go back to your cave to rest? You, this one, the guy. The Jiang and Yi alchemists almost couldn't help but take out their magic weapons, but nay, they did stay inside someone's cave. They could only give Suya a hard look before looking at Li Yi with a warm gaze. You're still relying on Master Li to be here? Let's see you run wild when they dig in. Suya naturally knew this kind of look in their eyes. His expression remained calm, not worrying about being tapped at all. Knowing that Li Yi must have already had many doubts beside him, he didn't continue to fight and said, just now, several of us have already tested the medicinal properties of this elixir. It possesses a very powerful nourishing effect on the divine sense. But, speaking of this, he showed some puzzled expression on his face. But it's strange that the spiritual energy in here seems to be unable to be drawn upon at will. Logically, it should possess the effect of moisturizing the physical body and increasing the divine sense. That's why we decided to completely refine it into an elixir that has an effect on divine sense. Senior brotherly, you can swallow it and taste it first. Regarding his comment about not being able to draw on his spiritual energy, Li Yi had some ideas. Perhaps it was because this lotus and the earth spirit ginseng were already close to his spiritual energy, so he could draw on it at will. But these senior brothers were also powerful enough to be able to refine this kind of thing. He nodded dryly. I'll be respectful then. Saying that, he approached the Dan furnace, and under Suya's reminder opened his mouth to that whole lotus plant and sucked it in that way. Phew! The lotus instantly transformed into countless rays of spiritual light into the inside of his mouth, and the spiritual energy contained within was still one on top of the other, but this time it went a little more towards the spiritual platform sea of consciousness, and he could also feel those converged divine sense powers forming a small lotus plant in his sea of divine sense. The lotus took on a semi-illusory, transparent form. Gently swaying between them seemed to spill an aura of fragrance that belonged solely to the lotus all over the sea of consciousness, making him feel that his entire being had cleared up quite a bit. This was an effect effect that had not been felt before when swallowing the lotus dan. It seems that he really did the right thing by taking out this lotus dan. Although the method given by the earth demon ginseng is good, it is still not as good as a real alchemist's processed elixir. Just as such a thought rose, senior brother Jian couldn't wait to inquire. How was it? How does senior brother Li feel? I feel great, Li Yi described the general feeling. The three alchemists nodded their heads repeatedly as they listened, then looked at each other. And finally, it was Suya who spoke. This should be considered a brand new kind of elixir. The lightness of the lotus for the nourishment of the divine sense may not be so important to us cultivators who already live in the blessed land of the clan, but it should be very important to sword cultivators, body cultivators, and some magic cultivators. So senior brother Li, would you like to cooperate with us to keep this elixir on file for inclusion in the sect? There should be some merits and rewards. Merit. Li Ye's expression shook when he heard these two words. Wasn't he just lacking in merit? This time, even if it wasn't as much as the one bestowed by the unrecorded spiritual plants and beasts, as long as there was more than 4 taels of merit, it would be enough for the Jianmu to germinate. 4 taels, how should it be? Not to mention that he originally wanted to come and cooperate with Suya. It wasn't like he was going to take the path of alchemy, so of course he needed a competent alchemist to cooperate with him. This cooperation was not just a cooperation in terms of benefits. He also had to gradually let Suya and possibly other alchemists in the future get used to the effects of his output of spirit materials. The final product is Li Ye brand elixir, so he agreed in one gulp. Then I'll trouble you senior brothers. I don't know much about how to price this elixir, so I still need the help of all the senior brothers. Good to say, good to say. Suya had already taken out his sister Suyu's voice transmission token sword, intending to ask his sister to personally come and leave the file to be included. And during the time they were waiting for real Suya to come, they started rummaging through the other spirit materials that Li Yi had brought with him. Suya was already quite familiar with those spirit materials, only the somewhat illusory ink kansenyam. Just now, my attention was occupied by the lotus dan, but now when I take a look at this kanshang potato, there is an extremely special, intertwined aura of life and death within it. While he was observing the kanshang potato, the formation master Wang on the side was also watching, and the more he looked, the more peculiar he felt. He couldn't help but voice out, is this spirit potato able to be used to draw formations? I see that the transmission of spiritual chi in here is extremely smooth, and it's even more special than the willow branches of the spiritual vein willow. That spirit vein willow's willow branches can be used to create formations that require extremely high levels of spirit power transmission. How could this spirit potato be even stronger than it? Suya, who was immersed in sensing the kanshang potato aura, retorted without thinking, such precious spiritual materials should be alchemized. What kind of waste is it to grind it into powder to draw formations? What? Alchemy? The other two alchemists who heard those two words also looked over, and soon immersed themselves in sensing the aura of the ink kanshang potato as well. The mouth naturally chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Senior brother Wang, just don't rob us of our spirit materials. These words made senior brother Wang unable to resist gritting his teeth. You alchemists can't walk away when you see spiritual materials. Are they not array masters? The requirements of formations for spiritual materials are also extremely high. It is rare to see a spiritual material that has never been seen before but has such a strange effect, and you even want to fight with me for it. Thanks to me helping you guys refine the lotus pill just now, he could really get angrier and angrier as he thought about it. So he simply took out a voice transmission order sword and similarly sent a voice transmission to his master. The content was probably that there were unseen spiritual materials for drawing formations here. Come quickly. After transmitting the voice, he sat over there in a big prickly manner and didn't argue. He just kept on getting close to Li Yi. The compliments were practically overflowing from the words. Li Ye. He could only deal with senior brother Wang very painfully and happily. Time passed by breath, and while the three alchemists had already discussed how they were going to split the ink kanshang potato to make it into spiritual materials, two vast auras came out from within the spatial spell formation of the cave in the distance. It was only when he felt this aura that senior brother Wang finally looked relieved. Master is finally here. I don't know if I can compete with Mr. Suyu for this kanshang potato. It would be best to sign a contract with Master Li. This kind of spiritual material can be used to draw formations, and it can definitely effectively reduce the cost of formations. While he was relieved on his side, the three Suya's faces changed. How could they not know that this real person who had suddenly descended was definitely here to snatch the ink kanshang potato? Senior brother Wang is really good at this. Suya gritted his teeth. Thanks for the compliment. Senior brother Wang arched his hand and tilted his body towards the back, his tone carrying a sense of owed beatings. We can't let you alchemy hall take up all the benefits. The alchemists almost gritted their teeth, and if they hadn't been unable to fight, they would have definitely taken out their magic weapons to compete with the array master. And so, as Suyu and another long-bodied and handsome-looking real person walked side by side with a smile and a laugh, all that could be seen was the alchemists with unhappy faces, the array master leaning back in his recliner with a dejected expression. and a spirit plant master over there who was a bit embarrassed with his hands at his feet. This left the two real people feeling very helpless, but also curious. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any conflicts between masters and brothers if there wasn't any treasure involved. What kind of treasure could make them look like this? The real people looked at each other and swept their divine sense. It had already noticed the pile of spirit materials placed on the table. To be precise, it's the incandescent potato placed inside as well as the lotus dan. It suddenly dawned on me. End of chapter. Chapter 102 Lien Dan Contract. Jian Mu breaks the ground. Suyu spoke naturally to his brother. Aai, why are there so many things on this table? It's rare for senior brother Lu to come. Why don't you put them away? Hey! Suyu's quick eyes and hands were about to put things away first, but real Lu glanced at him and spoke. Wang Kong, are you just going to watch when you come to be a guest in someone's cave? What I teach you on a regular basis. The formation master surnamed Wang immediately had a jolt and hurriedly clasped his fists. Yes, he immediately went forward and wanted to pack up the pile of spirit materials on the table. But of course, Suyu would not give in. Then, the two froze over. The four eyes seemed to burst into flames. The two real people, on the other hand, had long ago found a place to sit down on their own and watched from left to right, the corners of their mouths slightly upturned. This is really a situation where no one can back down at this point. One was the alchemy hall and the other was the formation hall. Although there is a vague comparison of highs and lows within the door, but when it really comes to it, it is no one who was willing to give in. Seeing that both sides were going to barricade themselves like this, Li Yi hesitated. Then he took the initiative to walk forward to pack up those spirit materials under the gazes of the crowd. He also laughed. The two senior brothers and the senior uncle are sitting here. How can I sit on the sidelines? It's better to leave it to senior brother. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere was much more soothing. Suyu also said with some bragging tone in her tone for some reason. Look, brother Lu, this nephew Li is not bad, right? Realist Lu naturally nodded. Not bad, resourceful and penetrating. That spirit material doesn't need to be put away. So you and I will see what divine effect it has that can make these little guys fight over it like this. Similar to the geese raised in my cave. A few of the brothers who were compared to geese could only smile with them. And then the spirit materials were placed on the table, and the two real people began to inspect them one by one, and there was eye contact between each other, nodding from time to time. This made Li Yi look confused. Could it be that riddlers like this are a clan specialty of the Four Seasons sect? After about half a cup of tea, Real Suyu looked at Li Yi with a strange gaze. Although this spiritual material is of a lower grade for us, the quality is indeed extremely good. No wonder AAI is always telling me about it. If I had such a spiritualist as a friend, I would want to show it off to people. Without waiting for Li Yi to say anything modestly, the real person continued. This lotus pill is somewhat similar to some of the means I've seen before, but the strange thing is that this lotus dan has not only the lotus's all-clear chi in it, but also the spiritual power of the spiritual ginseng. And the power of this spiritual ginseng is extremely deeply associated with the earth's veins. As the saying goes, the lotus comes out of the mud. But in fact, there are some seniors who feel that this lacks some of the heaviness of the earth, and I did not expect that this lotus dan can be a perfect match. The most important thing is that such a material can even improve the existing dan formula if it can be combined with other spiritual materials. Her eyes grew brighter at the end of the sentence. The inheritance of the Four Seasons sect is indeed a lot, but precisely because of the many, it is rare to have some variables. And the waves that these many variables can set off are the things that these real people of theirs are looking forward to the most. Leaf has brought this variation more than once. Lu Xinjin took over the conversation at this time. I have also read that incandescent potato, it should be related to silkworms, but silkworms can even grow tubers. I think it should be the ink. I once heard that you approached the hungry ghost evil bone with an ink-hungry bone when you were in the migratory end of the world market. That ink and these inks, are they the same type? He looked at Li Yi. His eyes were clear, without any meaning of coercion. It seemed that he was just an elder who heard a rare thing and came to ask curiously. Yes, Li Yi nodded. That ink does have some special features. It was made with the undispersed vitality of dead beings. Now that this incandescent potato is placed on the table, with the insight of the 4x sex gene dan real person, he should be able to surmise some of it, and there is nothing to hide. That's it. Realist Lu nodded. The living breath sprouted on top of the spiritual plants and had the effect of a root. No wonder the transfer of spiritual chi was this fast. This mutated canching potato can be used to draw formations if it can be ground into juice and some materials added. He decided directly. I want to sign a contract with you in the name of the Formation Hall to acquire this mutated canching potato indefinitely. Senior brother Trace has already registered and kept a book for you in the Spirit Plant Hall, and generally speaking the clan will allocate contribution points or merits for you when acquiring a particular spirit material. It's issued for you based on what the formation can gain, so right now I can't give you an exact purchase price. Li Yi has also heard of this matter. When the clan acquires some kind of spiritual materials unique to a certain cultivator, it is to use this kind of division method. The better the sales of the objects made from the materials, the more the division is given. Contribution points and merits were so much more useful than mere spirit stones. Oh oi, senior. Su Jinren saw that this guy even wanted to directly set down, and quickly said, "This mutant canching potato we alchemy hall also need. How come you are the only one to monopolize it?" But Real Lu simply said, "You have already taken possession of the lotus dan, so let us have this canching potato." The extra words were not said, but Real Su couldn't help but skim his lips. This is said as if it's pitiful, but you guys don't get fewer tilted resources than we do. Didn't the Hall Master Senior Brother specially chase down to the southern domain to cry about poverty with the Traystar Senior Brother some time ago? How dare you say that in front of the juniors? Lu Zhengrong almost changed his face. He already knew that this Su's senior sister dares to say anything. That can't be in front of the juniors to chew the root of the tongue of the Yuaning senior brother. He was really afraid that Suyu would burst out any more secret stories, so he quickly waved his hand. "The two of us are talking happily to ourselves here, but we didn't ask senior nephew Li if he can produce that many mutated canching potatoes. It's good, but if we take it back and let the juniors fight each other for it, it might start something nasty." Indeed, seeing that he had temporarily dismissed the idea, after passing a glance to Suya, Su Jinren asked Li Yi with a smile, "How much can this mutant canching potato produce in a month? How much can be produced? It all depends on how much ink you currently have in reserve. If one were to simply use the ink silkworm as a root, the silk would last for a long time, but as a consumable then it would truly be a bottomless pit. Growing this mutated canson potato requires the consumption of ink and silk, which can only be obtained in places where there is a residue of the spirituality of living beings that have died not long ago, and it also requires feeding tilting age silkworms. A tilting age silkworm can only spit out about 2 tails of silk at the moment. As for more, senior nephew will have to go back and test the trials to find out," he replied. The two real people's faces changed slightly as they heard this. Real Su mused, "The pouring age silkworms are easy. The pouring age silkworms you submitted to the alchemy hall's masters and brothers all said they were good, and this task will be generously distributed by the clan as long as you're willing to apply for it. The only ink you speak of, no wonder this spirit material was so special, so there were this many restrictions." "That's just it." Realist Lu smiled gently at Li Yi. "It's true that we were a bit anxious to see such a spirit. We will help you keep an eye out for a place to go where you can acquire the ink. You plant it slowly first, and if you come back to me when you can grow it in bulk for a stable supply, the contract I promised you will always be valid." This matter was indeed poorly considered by senior nephew. Li Yi also knew that this was something he hadn't fully understood, but he also really did not expect such a piece of ink canching potato can alarm real people to come here. It seems that in the future to do things to be more cautious to do. It's not that you're not well thought out, it's just that this object is truly rare. Su Jinren also smiled gently. "Don't have too many burdens and pressures." The words of the two real people really warmed Li Ye's heart. However, Real Su had just finished speaking when his words changed. "But can that lotus dan be supplied in bulk? At least let Suya as well as the rest of the few master nephews familiarize themselves with the lotus dan's spiritual power structure first. The proceeds gained are the same as what Realist Lu said just now. Didn't you just say don't stress me out?" Although Li Yi wanted to spit, he knew that the situation in the alchemy hall and the formation hall were very different. The latter side of the materials would be just good enough to buy whenever a formation master wanted to learn or use them. However, the pills made by the alchemy hall were to be tested by countless cultivators, and even if there were only so many of them in the beginning, they were to be supplied in a constant stream. Let's see how the cultivation community reacts. He also knew very well that this was the regard of Real Su. However, Li Yi still didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, and just said, "This lotus pill can only be formed once in 7 days, and it needs the aura of the earth demon ginseng. I only have but 6 earth demon ginsengs today, coupled with the fact that this lotus dan is also a bit of a drain on the earth demon ginseng as well as the spirit lotus of the harmonized spirit. I can only take out at most 12 of them in a month, and the rest of the time I'll have to nourish them." 12 pieces a month? Real Su nodded. "Then let's sign the contract. If your previous crystalline honey wants to be converted into taking merit as well as clan contributions, we can draw up a new contract." "Good," Li Yi agreed. After completing the contract he handed over this month's 12 lotus dan to Su Zhengrong, and then was pitifully persuaded by Su Zhengrong to go back to the cave. Even Real Lu and Senior Wine were sent away just as politely. The reason for this was of course that Real Su was going to be working on a new dan formula with the 3 alchemists here in Suya's cave. With the addition of a brand new ingredient, there was much more to be done. As for the other spirit materials, they were still divided according to the previous cooperation, and after Suya refined them and sold killed them, he would then hand over the spirit stones to Li Yi. When he left, senior brother Wine was very enthusiastic and left him the token of his cave, saying that he must go and sit over there sometime. Li Yi naturally agreed with a smile. When he returned to his cave, he found that the special place in the cave where he had placed the items transported from various places, there was actually a packet of spirit stones, as well as about 5 taels or so of merit. He then remembered that it was another month. It must be the share from the Earth Situation feed side. He picked up his storage bag and looked at it, and sure enough, it was the share of 285,000 spirit stones, also a letter from Moneyfan to him. In the letter, Xianfang told him that although the grievance reserve was quite sufficient, he still urged Li Yi to replenish the stock as soon as possible. The sales of the ground sentiment fodder were really hot, and the daily quota of 20,000 spirit stones was always snapped up. There were also some clans that wanted to cooperate with him to purchase this kind of ground love fodder for a long time. He didn't reject it directly, but instead wrote to ask what Li Yi was thinking. Li Yi took the letter and thought about it, taking out his pen to reply. Since those clans wanted to buy it, of course they couldn't miss it. But you can't just trade spirit stones. You have to take an equal amount of grievances in exchange. It was thought that with the help of these great families, there should be no shortage of grievances. After writing this letter, he put pen to paper to write another letter to senior brother Ling Jivine. He talked about his life within the sect, enclosed a few lotus dan and purple oil spring rain with the letter, and finally asked for some advice as usual. Only after resolving the letter did Li Yi pick up the 5 taels of merit and return inside his small courtyard. As always, he lay back in his recliner and poured the merit into a rain of light on top of the kenwood seed. That should be enough. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. The power of merit instantly surged into the seed. After Li Yi had gotten it for about 4 months, it finally started to break the ground and sprout. A little bit of young seedling slowly breaking the ground in the dantian. At that moment there seemed to be a sound like a heartbeat synchronized with Li Yi's heartbeat. He felt as if he had become the seed and was trying to break through the ground and germinate. The process was not difficult, but rather exceedingly smooth. It's like shedding all the shackles. Li Yi was completely immersed in it, trying to grow with the power of merit. What it breaks through is not dirt in the conventional sense. Since the moment he broke the ground, Li Yi felt that his entire body was floating, and the indescribable pleasure made him even unable to resist moaning out. It was also from this moment, the kenwood seed truly establishes a connection with the world. Li Yi was able to clearly feel the almost terrifying vitality transmitted from within the Jinmu seed. Plus 10,000. The vitality brought by the seeds was enough to increase his vitality essence by 10,000 points. It was this terrifying vitality that suddenly surged into his body that gave him an indescribably soothing pleasure. And that's just the beginning. As Kenwood slowly grew into a seedling, he could feel all the spells he had learned so far transforming into some strange rune marks circling and dancing around Kenwood. Those rune marks were branded on the various locations of the Jianmu seedling after rotating 770-49 times. Immediately afterward, a hollow appeared abruptly inside of Kenwood. Although it wasn't appropriate to describe it as a divine sense checking out a storage ring, but when Li Yi probed his divine sense over, he did have the wonderful feeling of looking at a storage space. The interior of that void was dark and deep, but filled with a life-full liquid, only about an acre or so, blessed to the core. Li Yi immediately knew what it was, a small world that belongs to Kenwood. It's just that it's now missing the most important thing of all, the light that can illuminate the darkness. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Light of the Panel, Almighty Empyrean Grass. Speaking of light, Li Yi's first reaction was naturally daylight. The light of the sun nourishes everything, so it should be okay to use it as the first light of your inner world, right? Just as the doubt rose, he knew daylight was definitely not the best option. Kenwood is the equivalent of his heart. How can you use daylight when your own mind is wondering? So what other light is there? Light of the 5 elements, starlight, moonlight, and Buddha's light. Finally he suddenly remembered something very important, his panel, the silhouette that shimmered with multicolored light. Through his inner vision, he stared at the Jianmu seedling in his dantian. The panel did come up as usual. Name, Jianmulie. Mood, doubtful. Tentative. Status, nascent shoot. Lacking the necessary light. Exploring, drawing light on the panel. Bindable? Since you are inside my body, am I able to dominate you? Or rather, are you going to accept my domination? He struggled to get it in his mind. Come on light, come on light, come on light. I don't know if it was really his chanting that worked or if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to actually see the light flowing from his panel stagnate for a moment. Nope, it's really working. This was because he felt the vital essence that was originally filled inside his body rapidly dissolve and finally return to zero. Tick. At this moment, from the edge of the panel slipped an extremely tiny drop of light falling into the Kenwood. A clear and shocking sound was emitted, the first ray of light and the first sound of the Jianmu small world. In that instant of work, the originally dark little world inside Kenwood was filled with bright light. There seemed to be a faint flash of five-colored light embedded above the small world's heavenly dome, which gradually faded away, but brought a gentle light to the entire world. The light and the waves of water that existed within the Kenwood mirrored each other as if they were connected. It's really coming together. Li Yi looked at the panel. In the line of binding, the question mark had disappeared, replaced by the words bound. It still flickered quietly. Eternity flickered under the gaze of Li Yi's puzzled and surprised disbelief. What the hell is going on here? He was truly confused. This golden finger actually responded to himself, using up all of his vital essence to give a drop of light that belonged to it. Could this be some kind of magic treasure? Or is it some kind of divine power? What was even more incomprehensible to him was that although that light illuminated the Jianmu small world that was filled with the water of vitality, it did not bring about any changes. According to what he thought, since this panel of his own was so divine, it should always have some effect on the world of Kenwood. It turned out to be literally just shining a light, and that's it. No matter how much he meditated or scanned with his divine sense, he could not understand it. Eventually it had to be abandoned. Maybe when I'm a little more cultivated. Turning to the study of the harvest that Kenwood had brought him after it had sprouted, the first thing was the increase in cultivation and divine sense. He had already crossed the threshold of the second level of foundation establishment to enter the fourth level of foundation establishment, and his divine sense had more than tripled. The second thing was that all the divine abilities and spells he had learned so far were branded on top of the branches of the Jianmu. It was equivalent to the fact that he could use Kenki's spiritual energy to replace his own when casting spells, as long as Jianmu's spiritual energy was not depleted and his divine sense could control it. It was basically close to an infinite spell, and the aura inside Kenwood was so abundant that it was simply unimaginable. No matter how much spiritual energy he drew in, he could send it into the building wood for storage. And then he spread out his palm, and in the middle of his palm floated a small water ball, which did not have any color, but gave a very translucent and bright magnificent feeling. The water of life. He stared at the water balloon for a moment, then casually waved his hand. Phew! The water balloon immediately landed on top of a spiritual water phoenix-eye lotus that was in the courtyard. That phoenix-eyed lotus grows at a speed visible to the naked eye. The branches and leaves become thicker, and the water hyacinth grows with it. The fish in the pool nearly jumped to the bank in shock. In just a few breaths, it was as if it had grown for more than a decade. Hypnosis is here too. Nice. This was the divine ability that Jianmu brought to Li Yi, to be born into shade. The spirit water that was nurtured inside the Jianmu small world possessed the effect of catalyzing the growth of spirit plants, but the price was that he had to consume Jianmu's own vitality in order to condense this kind of vitality spirit water, and he also needed his help in conditioning the spirit plants after they grew wildly. The last thing is naturally the Jianmu small world itself. There seemed to be basic rules inside this world. If Li Yi wanted to put something in now, it was perfectly fine, even planting a field inside. However, it had just been born and was still unstable, needing a lot of spiritual energy as well as merit to nourish it before it could turn from a shoot into a seedling, when it would surely undergo another great change. That is to say that planting is definitely not possible now, but the benthic magic weapon can be put in to nourish it. He threw in the sun and moon rings straight away. So the next major task is to acquire merit. The raw inkworms that the Tilted Age silkworms have turned into can only be considered a mutated species, and cannot be considered a new species. I must get more species not included in the clan in exchange for merit. Li Yi felt his mind clearer than ever. After pondering for a while, he walked over to the Four Seasons jade jewel within the cave and began to search for a suitable spatial attribute spirit herb that could be symbiotically bound to the raw inkworm. Spirit herbs with spatial attributes were certainly expensive. The lowest price is the third-ranked Empyrean grass, which grows on the Empyrean vein. Empty underworld ore was also the main material used to make storage rings, storage bags, and other spatial magic weapons, so the empty underworld grass also possessed some spatial attributes. With his current authority, he could only see the 4th order mid-grade spatial attribute spirit herbs, and further up to the 5th order that would involve yuaning, which was no longer something he could see. The price of the 4th order mid-grade subspace crystal grass is not only 2.3 million spirit stones, but also 10,000 contribution points. This is still his inner disciple, the identity of the first baby disciple to have the authority to buy. This disparity in price gave him a profound knowledge of the gold content of sect contributions, and then without hesitation, he chose to fee 30,000 spirit stones to buy an empty underworld grass. As the spirit stones entered the Four Seasons jade jewel, a jade box soon appeared in front of Li Yi. He opened the jade box, and inside lay a small light gray grass, which had a grass seed about the size of a green bean at the top in a translucent form. Name: emphysema. Mood, none. Status, none. Bindable, any kind of spirit animal that is willing to be bound to it. The description made Leaf blink. With such a broad requirement, and with this double no-no, is it just one plant alone? Or is it all airweed? He simply bought another plant. The results panel showed exactly the same as the first strain, with no changes. Wait, I seem to remember that there is a little bit of space inside the empty plain grass, isn't there? Lee suddenly remembered something very important. Wasn't the previous hint of ground sentiment mycelium an arbitrary spirit plant that could accommodate its life? The empty plane has space and is willing to bind to any spirit animal. Ground sentient mycelium lawns for spiritual plants that accommodate their lives. Wouldn't that be a match made in heaven? Instinctively, he felt that the empty plain grass should be able to bring him no small surprises, and wouldn't it be beautiful if this spiritual plant, which had almost no limitations, were to be combined with a spiritual beast? So he bought 2 more plants, and in the meantime, he called out to the carrier Sephora Spirit, and asked the Sephora Spirit to inform Zhao He to make a trip to the migratory end of the world market to fetch some of the earthly affliction mycelium's native mycelium. After the explanation, he took the empty underworld grass and was just about to go and bind with the raw inkworm when he suddenly remembered that he didn't have a single bit of vital essence right now. It was already empty. It made the corners of his mouth twitch a few times. Then he turned around and went to prepare the meal, plus a series of crops containing aura and vitality such as Maidan Liandan, intending to replenish the vitality essence with a big meal. One day later, after gorging on food and even getting high on pills and replenishing another 3,000 points of vitality essence, Li came to the raw inkworm and began to bind it to the empty underworld grass. Binding requires 1,000 points of vitality essence. He chose to bind without even a frown. After consuming 1,000 points of vitality essence, he suddenly realized that the vitality inkworms had disappeared. Just as suddenly as they had disappeared, it must be here. He directly looked at the small grass seed at the top of the empty meditation grass, and sure enough there was a small raw inkworm silhouette in there, and that guy was spitting silk and making a cocoon after entering it, wrapping himself up. Miraculously, the dyeing that was originally displayed on the panel had disappeared, and the name had changed as well. This guy had become an empty ink spirit silkworm. As for more changes that would be unknown at the moment, it seemed that it would be better to wait until it had actually finished the cocoon and see then. After temporarily dealing with the matter of the raw inkworm, he summoned a beaver and prepared to bind symbiosis between the beaver and the other empty underworld grass. Beavers, they're the friendliest of creatures. After Li said a few words the guy nodded his head obediently, and after spending another 1,000 points of vitality essence, the empty underworld grass and the beaver also underwent a bound symbiosis. And surprisingly, after the binding was completed, the beaver actually grabbed the empty underground grass and put it inside his mouth and just chewed it and then ate it directly. This took Li by surprise. Then he saw a small gray plant sprout up on top of the beaver's head, the grass seed at the top of the plant swaying with the wind. How can you grow it back when you've eaten it all? His doubts were destined to remain unanswered, because the beaver just stared at Li with blank little eyes, a dumb and clumsy look. Forget it. Li couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and change the topic. What are the effects of this grass? Carrick. Now the beaver was listening. As soon as it grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground, it shoved it directly into the grass seeds of the airy plain grass. Is that really it? Li couldn't help but skim his lips. He couldn't even put anything into his own carry-on space yet, and as a result, the empty nether grass had brought the beaver such a benefit, an on-the-go space. That meant, then, that the hollow grass binding should do just that. He quickly recruited a snow flake fawn and made the same attempt. The result was just as Li thought. The head of the Shuehua fawn also grew an empty meditation grass. That fawn naively and clumsily arched towards the ground, stuffed a small handful of grass seeds into it, and then happily continued to bounce away, running really fast. Li, who had wanted to test how many volume of items the empty undergrowth could hold, could only find the beaver from earlier and continue to observe. Eventually he realized that the space was roughly the size of a brocade box. However, the Empyrean grass was able to continue to be upgraded as long as enough Empyrean stones were provided. The space inside the Empyrean grass could continue to be upgraded. This was good for one's nurturing program that was ready to go the boutique route, but one also had to plot and see what spirit beasts were suitable for binding Empyrean grass, and what wasn't. After all, there is only one binding, only one at the moment. After the beaver had such a storage space, under Li's watchful eye, he was very dejected and went to show off to his fellow clan members. Kiriko's sound was endless. The other beavers watched their kinsmen with envious eyes as they took out their beans one moment, loaded them the next, and now and then took a few nibbles with their big slate teeth. They were very smart and knew that this was the change that Li had made their kindred undergo. So one by one, they looked at Li with expectant eyes. Looking at Li with a shudder and hurriedly dodged away. he still has a lot of things to do yet. To count the specific consumption of the output of the lotus dan, to plant large quantities of ink cans and potatoes, but also to study what spiritual beasts and plants can be born once again unrecorded spirits. There's also spell practice that can't be left behind. While Li Yi Mansion was busy inside the cave, Real Su had already refined the improved elixir with the three of them, Suya, and sought out the western region's Forged Spirit Mountain cultivators as well as the Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain sword cultivators intending to market it. Of course Real Su didn't have to say anything at all. She simply took out the jade box that held the brand new spirit elixir and placed it on the table to open it after she had greeted each other with the two Taoists who were also Jindan. Then he leaned back in his chair and smiled. The two outer sect real people were already quite familiar with her staging such a fanciful act, not to mention that they didn't have the energy to care about that, because an elixir branded with a lotus pattern on its surface placed there attracted all of their attention. Unseen brand new elixir. Being able to be dispatched by the sect to stay on the side of the 4x sect, they certainly had a certain level of appreciation, and could speak of the merits and demerits of everything from spirit elixirs and spirit materials to spirit weapons and formations. The aura of clarity is excellent, and the thickness of the aura and the aroma that soothes the killing intent. After realizing this is good stuff, the sword cultivation realist said bluntly, "Realist Su, is this the latest spiritual elixir developed by your clan? Let's order 1,000 pills from our Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain first." 1,000 pills? What are you guys eating for dinner? The body cultivation realist sneered. Eating for dinner is also so little. Let's order 3,000 pills for our Forging Spirit Mountain first. It's amazing that you don't even ask the price. However, the smile on Suyu's face grew brighter and brighter, and the words that came out of her mouth caused the hearts of the two real people to sink. We can only produce 6 a month. 6? Waiting for the elixir is starving. They immediately quit, taking out this kind of good stuff, and now saying that there are only 6 of them a month, so that's 3 per person. Kidding? No hurry, no hurry. Suyu instructed his disciples to bring fragrant tea to the two of them and let out a long sigh before saying, "I'm sure that the two fellow Taoists can also sense that the ginseng liquid of the earth demon ginseng has been added in here, and it has to be ginseng liquid that was once demonized. If you two really want to get some more of this elixir, I heard that the earth-wishing fox clan isn't controlling the earth demon ginseng to look for trouble everywhere. How about exchanging that earth demon ginseng for it? If I can kill a few earth-wish fox clans, I will also thank you two fellow Taoists on behalf of one of the disciples within the sect." The resentment of the earth demon ginseng might be something for them to patiently get rid of or penitentize, but for the clans behind the two real people in front of them, it would really be a matter of a punch and a sword. In this way, not only will it be able to strike down the earth-wishing fox clan, but it will also help Master Li's nephew to replenish the earth demon ginseng to produce more lotus pills early on. It's simply the best of both worlds, and the sword cultivator and body cultivator real people glanced at each other. They certainly didn't care about making a grudge with or without the earth-wishing fox clan. After all, those foxes were already domestic animals raised by the Hell Road, so it didn't matter if they were killed. Sooner or later, he would have to kill it anyway, and now he could still bring it over for some pills and have another favor to earn. It's simply the best of both worlds, so they immediately agreed and went back to prepare. End of chapter. Chapter 104, 5 Elements Gourd Oil. Strange effects. In the meantime, far away in the southern region was sitting in front of an endless large lake fishing. The Trace Star realist had also gotten the news. Although he wasn't inside the sect, as the Vice Hall Master of the Spirit Plant Hall, there were only big and small things that happened inside the sect that he didn't want to know, and there was nothing that he couldn't know. He had always been concerned about that apprentice of his, Gourd Spirit Turtle, Ink Kansen Potato, Lotus Dan. After pondering for a moment, Realist Shuashing said to his second disciple, who was sitting beside him in utter boredom, "The Gourd Spirit Turtle is indeed a brand new spirit beast that has never been seen before, but the Ink and Mo Shang Potato and the Lotus Dane should both have traces of it. You don't want me to go?" True Lord Yutian woke up with a jolt and hastily refused. The Ink is definitely involved in the Confucian inheritance from ancient times, and the Lotus Dan is even related to that legendary supreme treasure. Have mercy, my chi can't support these treasures. He couldn't help but clasp his fists at the end and put on a pitiful look. But it's no good, Trace Star Reality said without any good humor. However, it is also clear that the Ink and the Lotus Dan method, which is suspected to be linked to the Paulin Lantern, is really not something that can be afforded by the sky. Even he didn't deliberately try to help Li Yi with his scheming. What comes naturally is a good thing, but if it is really forced, for Season's sect, although it can afford the karma in the middle of this cultivation world, it is also possible that it will lead to a disaster. So he turned to ask, "I've heard that your senior brother stays in the cave all day long and doesn't leave much, so he's not very familiar with any of the lower-ranked disciples in the sect. much less have they experienced the mountain-moving and reclamation drudgery of the outer disciples. That's why I want to give him the portion of the spiritual plants among the dwellings that the clan is scheduled to reclaim for the outer disciples. What do you think? Though this sounded like he was asking for Yutaka's opinion, since the master had already taken up the idea, the rest wasn't a matter of whether he could or couldn't, but rather concrete planning. Senior brother instructing junior brother is supposed to be the proper thing to do, Yu Tian replied. It's also just the right time for him to familiarize himself with our sect's spiritual plants and beasts. Junior brother has gotten too many good things. I always worry that he won't be able to see down there. Can't say much about it. He has his own chances. I'm not willing to teach him the Dharma so quickly. I'm just passing on some methods to nourish the mind, just to let him cultivate his mind first. When the state of mind cultivation goes up, the divine power is naturally good for cultivation. Not to mention that this incident may allow him to truly comprehend the passion song. The retrospective star realist sighed slightly. Alas, having a disciple with strong chi fortune is really a lot to worry about. So you specifically called me over to show off little master? True person Yu Tian, who had been worshipped under Trace Star since he was a child and did not have so much order of honor and inferiority between words, asked quietly. Exactly. Trace Star realist nodded his head. Yutaka said in his heart that he should never have asked. But during these centuries, even though he knew what his master was going to say, he was still foolishly following the words. Inside the next long period of time, the two didn't talk about anything big again. A Yuaning and a Jindan were sitting by the largest lake named Mondesort Lake in the southern region, just like two low-ranking immortal cultivators who came here to fish for fun. Even the retrospective star realist was interested in chatting with some of the fishing-loving cultivators who arrived behind him. Incidentally, he also instructed his second disciple to pretend to be an ordinary tsukiji, casting a rod for a while and fishing for fish. Master and disciple are having a great time. The 4 time zones. Li Yi was standing in the middle of his spiritual field, looking in amazement at the gourd vines that had already grown into a continuous shade. The small gourds that still had a little bit of fluff on their surface didn't stay honestly on top of the gourd vines, but dragged their respective vines and followed the gourd vines corresponding to the gourd spirit turtle around. From a distance, in front of the back of the pack gourd turtle slowly crawling, followed by a long string of small gourds still pulling the vines. A jump, quite strange. If this gourd had also mutated, then Li Yi would still be able to understand. But the name of the gourd shown on the panel was still the original 5 elements gourd. So how in the world did this gourd follow the turtle around on the ground? He observed for a long time, and looked through some canonical books, but came up empty-handed. Because the gourd spirit turtle itself was a product that had not even been included in the 4 Seasons sect, and it was not yet the same as a mere raw inkworm undergoing a mutation. It was a completely and utterly new species, so he couldn't even find an example to refer to. But it doesn't matter. Is it hard to observe this thing more difficult than cultivation? My only worry is whether this gourd will have spiritual beings inside that are similar to those of the spirit turtle, and if so, how to pick and dissect it? He muttered. However, he suddenly glimpsed that where those gourds were jumping around there seemed to be objects that were refracting light in the sunlight falling inside the spiritual field one by one. Ha! Li Yi directly waved to that side. An aura immediately wrapped around the object on the ground and fell into his hand. He lowered his head to see that it was a small gourd. Nope, it's the seeds of a gourd. Name 5 elements spirit gourd. A wood. Mood, none. Status, none. This would be a triple whammy if you add in the fact that the bundle is nothing. Li Yi rubbed this tiny gourd seed in his hand and sensed its inner self with the help of some spells, only to find that it was actually still the seed of a yuan ling plant. All one needed to do was to inject enough spiritual energy into it, and it could germinate and grow in an instant. Since he could test it, how could he not do it? Li Yi immediately reached out and drew in a stream of spiritual energy as well as the 5 elements of qi into this tiny gourd seed. Immediately afterward, the seed of the gourd took root in the palm of his hand. Yet it grew out of no lush vine, just a poor vine with 2 gourd leaves clustered around a gourd a little smaller than a beaver. It crashed down directly after the gourd grew. Immediately afterward, both the vines and the leaves withered rapidly, and even without the wind blowing they had already scattered into countless pieces of aura, fluttering about as if a subtle rain of light had fallen around the gourd. Li Yi reached out and brushed through the rain of light with a slight coolness to take that small gourd in his hand, and was able to clearly see that the gourd that resembled a verdant green was filled with a bit of liquid. It also makes the sound of liquids clashing after a gentle shake. 1 or 2 at the most. Could it be? He already had some guesses in his mind. Directly and carefully break open the gourd mouth. The inside immediately revealed a like in the pale woods between the dense wood aroma. The aroma is not the kind that wafts out and fades away. Instead, it seemed to stick to the inside of the surrounding air, and kept giving off an aroma that didn't become pungent or fade. Well, after taking out a bit to look at it, he had determined. Grease, huckleberry grease, and it's also a gourd oil with an abundance of armored wood. Why gourd? Forget it. Li Yi was also clear that this must be another marvelous reaction that occurred under the effect of some aura. After all, even turtles and gourds can breed offspring, and beavers have storage space. What else is impossible to happen? The immediate concern now was how to use the strange gourd oil. He smelled it soothingly, but it didn't seem to be of much use. Is it to anoint the spirit plant? With this in mind, he immediately found a large tree within the cave and then took out a bit of grease to apply it. As a result, that big tree's panel immediately showed intoxication, joy, inside the mood column, while inside the status column it appeared that it was accelerating its growth after absorbing the oils that contained the aura of armor and wood. So does this gourd oil speed up the growth of spiritual plants? Li Yi still felt a little strange, so he ran to find other different gourds, and then planted them all out to sea. A sliver of gourds lined up in front of him. The yin and yang sides of the 5 elements are all here. He then proceeded to try. The first thing that can be ascertained is that all of these gourd oils do have a special aroma, and the flavors that the aroma overflows vary according to the yin and yang and the 5 elements. The second thing is that it works. The wood-based A and B trees are both capable of providing accelerated growth as well as accompanying mood-boosting effects for spiritual plants, and can work on almost any spiritual plant, from large trees to vines. The gold system's Gung gene and Xin gene seem to be able to have a maintenance effect on some spiritual weapons, and when he tried it with the first-ranked magic sword that he had been keeping, it really became a lot sharper. The water system's Deca water and Nona water, on the other hand, were each able to gather the aura in the water currents and change into a piece of transparent spirit paste that was soft like a pastry, with more effects that were still unclear. The fire system's C-fire and D-fire tested down to be able to be used as lamp oil, emitting a firelight aura capable of warming the fire and expelling the surrounding auras of other attributes. The earthy E-earth and He-earth are poured on top of the land, and depending on the area where the land is located, the land where more sunlight shines absorbs the excess yang into the grease, and the same is true for the land where the backlight is more yin. This 5 elements spirit gourd, different yin and yang subgenre, even each has a special role alone test out their specific efficacy. It cost Li Yi 3 days, but after staying up for 3 nights he was still in high spirits and took his previous book to record all his findings. I should say that it is really worthy of the gourd and turtle born of the gourd spirit turtle and after the panel symbiotic binding, and then raise the spirit? This different efficacy alone was already exaggerated enough. Not to mention that this was only the spirit that an immature gourd could give. If those gourds really matured, what treasures could they produce? You can't just pop a huckleberry out of it. It was quite ridiculous when he thought about it. But looking at the information recorded on top of the book, he muttered, "Nope, if the effects are really this divine they must need more aura or something. These gourds have dropped seeds just once." Li Yi thought of this quickly came to the center of the spiritual field where the 5 elements spiritual spring jade was placed, and sure enough, he found that this piece of jade, which was originally dense with spiritual light, was already gradually losing its luster. It was reasonable to say that even if this Jindan level treasure was used to plant a field and let the spiritual plants draw on it casually, it would definitely be able to be used for a dozen years or even decades. But it's only been a short month or so, and it's already been depleted. That meant that if those gourds wanted to continue to grow, the amount of 5 elemental chi needed was astronomical, which was no longer something Li Yi could afford. Ask for help. So without any hesitation, he divided his findings as well as the gourd seeds and all the gourd oils currently being produced into their respective portions and submitted his application to the Sex Deacon Hall through the 4 Seasons Jade Jewel. Then as he turned around ready to wait for the results, not even 2 steps, 2 jade slips as well as 2 pieces of 5 elements spiritual spring jade then flew out from the jade, flashing with dazzling spiritual light in midair. "Ha, getting back to me so quickly?" Actually, Li Yi thought that even with the efficiency of the 4 times sect, he would have to wait for 2 or 3 days, but it turned out that he really replied that quickly. He hurriedly picked up one of the jade slips and placed it on his brow to read it. Inside the result are only very simple words: continue to cultivate, and the gourd oil will be counted as your contribution in merit after you turn it in. This feeling of being able to conduct research without caring about depleting funding is really refreshing. It's better to have your back to the tree, Li Yi lamented, then picked up another jade slip. Instead, it said that he was told to go to the Sex Deacon's Hall at the beginning of the fall to preside over the task of repairing the residence for the new batch of outer disciples and to take full responsibility for the spiritual planting. It was still his master himself who had arranged the mission for him. He was a little stunned for a moment. "Ricky, isn't that the day after tomorrow?" Gulping, he hurriedly went off to get busy, at least to completely stabilize the situation on the other side of these gourds before he went on the clan mission. At this point, inside the Deacon's Hall, the deputy hallmaster of the Deacon's Hall who had just replied to Li Yi looked at the pile of jade bottles and gourd seeds placed on the table, and there was an obvious smile on his face. He couldn't suppress his inner joy. "Look, how long has senior nephew Li's application for this gourd spirit turtle only been submitted? And surprisingly, he has already arrived at a result. It's a real relief compared to the dozens and dozens of years of applications." Hearing what he said, The several real people from the Formation Alchemy and Alchemy Hall were silent at the same time. It was indeed true that the Four Seasons sect was willing to support them in their research despite their large family, but in fact, the results of many research topics are not very satisfactory. If it were anyone else they might have held a grudge against Li Yi, but they were clear that the words would only stay in this quiet room. The unsatisfactory result was his own problem. The clan had already given enough support. If he came to hold a grudge against a potential junior because of this, that would be truly hopeless. Even they wouldn't have heard these words if they hadn't happened to come here to discuss things with the Deacon Hall's Vice Hall Master. Under the sullen atmosphere, Suyu took the lead to speak. The next step is to take these gourd oils and actually use them, right? We just happened to come here, might as well split the difference. With her breaking the dreary atmosphere, the real people immediately divided up the words between you and me. But in the end, it was decided to simply find some cultivators to test the effect on the spot to see how it really works. After all, the results that Li Yi was able to test out didn't necessarily really apply to their situation. Not to mention the need to make substitutions for some things to see if they are cost-effective and can be applied on a large scale. Pile on the problems. So let's just settle it here. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Outer Disciple Who Moved Mountains and Stuffed the Sea. The various real people quickly summoned their favorite disciples to conduct the test. Since the Spirit Plant Hall's Hall Master and Vice Hall Master were outside, they could only find 2 random Spirit Plant Masters. Incidentally, the testing of the Spirit Beasts was given to them to do together. Suyu of course unsurprisingly called out to Suya. When he came, Suya was still in a bit of a trance. It had only been a short time since the end of alchemy. How come senior brother Li had come up with this kind of treasure again? This continuous excitement made him somewhat suspicious that this senior brother Li of his couldn't be the reincarnation of that ancestor within the sect, right? Still, he quickly got into the swing of things when he heard the true people's commands and began to test out the effectiveness of that fire-walking gourd oil. According to the instructions given by Li Yi, this item was able to warm the fire, and if used as fuel it could also repel other auras around it. It was like they would also use some means to warm up the fire when they made pills, the most common being the grease made from the seeds of Dongjun Ingyan within the gate. This golden-colored grease came from Dongjun Ingyan's accumulation of daylight spiritual power, coupled with Dongjun's divine power. It was considered to be the best kind of spirit to warm the fire within the entire current alchemy hall. According to the growing time of Dongjun Ingyang, as well as the spiritual environment is divided into 4 types of heaven: earth, basilica and yellow, and the lowest level, the yellow level, should correspond to this peculiar gourd oil of Li Yi. Let me try. When Suya successively put 3 fire seeds into Dongjun Ingyang's grease as well as 2 types of grease from the fire-walking gourd oil, it could be clearly seen that the fire infused by Dongjun Ingyang's grease burned so vigorously that it was like a small round of sun, emitting a steady and scorching halo of light. The fluctuation of spiritual power displayed on the spiritual power jade next to it was very stable. This was very helpful for alchemy, or at least the vast majority of elixir outputs. This was something Suya was already quite familiar with. What surprised him was the 2 fires infused by the sea fire and D-fire gourd oils on the side. Although the degree of stability was not as good as Dongjun Ingyang, the spirituality shown on the spiritual jade jewel was exceptionally exaggerated. It even exceeded Dongjun Ingyang's by more than twice. Its kind of rejection of external auras seems to further ensure spiritual purity. Spirituality is a very special item. It represents the chance that the elixir may have a spirit when it is formed, and the quality of the elixir cannot be quantified. 2 elixirs that were the same, but had a difference in high and low spirituality stats if compared. Definitely the ones with high spirituality stats are better and have better efficacy after swallowing. Dan Ling? Could it be that I'm finally fortunate enough to be able to refine a spirit Dan with a Dan spirit? All I'm missing is the Dan spirit. He moved in his heart and waited until the data was all recorded to start refining the elixir. And the final data of the finished elixir was indeed a bit better in favor of the gourd oil. Real Sue, this is my data. So he looked up at his sister. The latter already knew the results of the data and nodded slightly at him, with a bright smile on his face. He then looked at the refiner and array master and spirit plant master on the side. The situation was even simpler on the refiner's side. They were more than fond of these fire-activated gourd oils. There was a chance of refining a magic weapon with spirituality, and that alone was enough to make them go crazy over it. But wait until they try to warm up the various magic weapons with the gourd oil of the Golden Row. Hurricane discovered that gourd oils with different yin and yang attributes had different effects on attacks, defenses, and spells of special nature. For example, offensive is undoubtedly to use Gung Jin, but defense, flight and other magic weapons, or Xin Jin is better. but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after waiting for a cultivator to fetch his own magic weapon that possessed an artifact spirit to try applying it, that artifact spirit actually emitted emotions of pleasure and joy. The spirit data of that artifact spirit also had some faint fluctuations, indicating that it was possible to raise the spirit of the artifact spirit. Real people. This refiner directly couldn't help but stand up. Disciple is willing to take some losses and replace all the spiritual oils and waters that are used to warm up magic weapons on weekdays with this kind of grease. This grease is also used as fuel when smithing. Big deal. I don't want the spirit stones I can claim. I just want this kind of material. You're thinking pretty well. Realist Juan from the Hall of Refinement reprimanded. Just keep doing your thing. After being reprimanded by the real person, that cultivator's eyebrows still carried a joyful look that was hard to hide. He knew very well that this meant that the real person had already had some ideas. Something as good as this naturally had to be given to them. The useful people. That's all. One after another. The disciples submitted the results and data of their respective experiments to the true people for verification. The last to turn in were the two spiritual planters. The 5 types of gourd oils, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, were all successively tested by them, and came to similar conclusions as Li Yi. Pretty much means, it's equally helpful for spiritual planters. After whispering for a while, both were surprised. They really didn't know when such an interesting senior brother had come, thinking that they must pay a visit to the door after things were over in a while. Inside a period of time afterward, the true people took their disciples to test all the fats and oils of the 5 subgenres, and finally came to the conclusion. The most crucial thing about these oils and fats is that they are full of spirituality inside, and they don't even lose out to some other high-priced spiritual materials at the same rank. The 5 elemental chi is also quite pure, and can be used inside the system of alchemy and refining spiritual plants and formations, even though it only works for those below the 3rd order. Wouldn't senior nephew Li be able to continue cultivating gourds as well? Suyu had a joyful look on her face. I want to choose some potential Dan masters in the alchemy hall to specialize in researching alchemy with this kind of grease. If we can really give birth to a few more Dan spirits, it's really excellent. Several other real people nodded along. Spirituality is a really important thing. Formations, pills, and refineries. If they can produce some products with spirituality, the price is doubled. Although the 4 Seasons sect also had some materials and divine spells that could increase spirituality, but the output of those materials wasn't really particularly stable, and the difficulty of spells and aptitudes wasn't small, highlighting the fact that there were too many monks and not enough meat. Even the Jin Dan and Yuaning cultivators had to wait in line. So how could they give random practice to lower-ranked disciples? Now that a material that happened to be of a lower order possessing spirituality had appeared, wouldn't it be just enough to make up for this flaw? In the eyes of the truthful people, the low rank was not a problem, rather it was a good thing. To be able to cultivate from a low rank to a high rank, the process itself was rare. They had enough time and patience to wait. They were going to discuss the idea of simply choosing a few disciples each together and setting up a small hall around Li Yi. In the future, if Li Yi has any new thing, let these disciples try it first. Wait for the output to stabilize when the time is ripe and then send it down to the whole clan everywhere. And when the real people decided to give Li Yi a shock, Li Yi had already arrived at the Deacon's Hall, got the specifics of the mission from the disciples over here, and was slowly making his way over to the teleportation array. On the way, he took a closer look at the mission's description. In simpler terms, it means that every autumn, the sect will take in a group of outer disciples, numbering around 10,000 people. Some of these disciples were casual cultivators who were fortunate enough to have broken through the clan trials, and some were brought in by the shade of various family cultivators. The 4 Seasons sect's assessments and trials were very fair, and even if there was a little flash of light, they would be assigned to different areas for cultivation. Those who needed to build a temporary residence like this were generally speaking nothing flashy, belonging to the most ordinary, the type that would most likely end up in the sect for the rest of their lives in the future. But even so, the 4 Seasons sect would still give adequate treatment. The compound, spiritual veins, and fields will not be given less. What Li Yi was responsible for was to cooperate with the cultivators who had come specifically to build the formation in this area to plant spiritual plants, ensuring that the spiritual energy and vitality of this place was close to the natural cycle. And of course the most important thing is to establish a sense of belonging to the clan. The first task of these outer disciples when they entered the sect was to build the area that belonged to them to live in, together with the other senior brothers. In the future, if one is fortunate enough to enter the inner sect to enter the Heavenly Question mountain range, their respective residences can also be split down and taken away directly. Even the best place to live would not be as comfortable as a house that he himself had built and placed, and this was something that Li Yi knew all too well. Even though the area in his cave is large enough to build an immortal palace that is even more splendid than a palace, he still feels more comfortable in his own small courtyard. When Li Yi arrived at the mission location through the teleportation spell, however, he suddenly realized that he was now in a flying boat, which was hovering over a vast and boundless piece of water. The water was azure, windless, and stretched as far as the eye could see, so it was obviously the sea. Didn't you say you were going to build a residence for the outer disciples? How did you get me into the sea? He wondered if the clan's teleportation spell formation had gone awry and sent him to the wrong place. It's Senior Lee, isn't it? A voice came from not far away. Immediately after, Lee saw a crane covered in snow white elegantly and calmly flapping its wings, spilling a few plumes of light and slowly landing in front of him. That crane is all snow white without a trace of color. In the eyes and two slender life eyebrows straight down, with the wind blowing slightly swaying, really have a kind of immortal air. More importantly, the aura emanating from this senior crane brother was clearly at the Jindan level. Name, Spiritual Crane. Mood, normal. Status, serious. Senior brother is indeed Li Yi. I don't know how senior brother is addressed. Li Yi slightly arched his hand. Just call me Dan Hong. Senior Crane's two narrow longevity eyebrows gently twitched as if he was smiling. Looking at senior brother's appearance, there seems to be many doubts. Come on. Why don't you take a look down there and I'll talk to you slowly. It led Li Yi to the edge of the flying boat, and since then looking down he could clearly see that there was a group of cultivators carrying a piece of yellow earth rubble of different sizes, struggling to move forward on the surface of the water. The number of people was extremely large, tens of thousands at any rate. During this time, it seemed that when someone couldn't hold out due to lack of spirit and mana, a cultivator would lend a hand next to them. Working together, it's amazing that so many people didn't fall in line. So, could this be the outer disciples who are going to be initiated? Exactly. Senior Crane nodded. What they are carrying is the cornerstone of this Ding 5. 625 outer sex residence. After arriving at the place in a while, throw the cornerstone into the water, and the mountains will be revealed by themselves. Is this the means I just saw in the middle of the mission that said to establish a sense of belonging to the clan? Your guess is not wrong. Senior Crane pointed down with his wings. Do you see the varying sizes of the yellow dirt and gravel on each person? This was what they had mined in the Tianwen mountain range in the middle of the introductory examination, and at that time every piece of lust was infused with their heart and soul and energy. Only the hard-earned will be cherished. Moving mountains and reclaiming the sea was the first task given to them by the sect. Here, it's not reclaiming the land. The outer disciples, who had finally arrived at their destination after 7 days, carefully threw their respective stones into the waters around them. With the sound of flop, 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 that piece of yellow earth rubble of different sizes branded with the names of various cultivators grew rapidly and gradually expanded. They grew larger in the waters at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually fused and converged, and finally grew into around about 120 hectares of land of 12,000 acres of islands. The island was bare, with only the cheers of the cultivators who had taken 7 days to finally transport the yellow soil and gravel here resounding, sweat dripping down from their cheeks and blending into the yellow soil. Li Yi looked surprised. 120 hectares of land. This is not much of a surprise. After all, the last thing the Four Seasons sect lacked was land. He was surprised that these lands were actually grown in the sea by these outer disciples who were at best at the 10th level of chi refining on their backs. Then there is the perseverance of these disciples. Looking down from above the flying boat at their excited chatting and celebrating over there, Li Yi actually wanted to join in a little bit. That kind of enthusiastic atmosphere made people want to get closer even from this distance. How about it? Does Senior Brother Lee want to go over there? I can drive you there, Senior Crane suggested. Although these disciples look young, each one of them is either a family descendant or a casual cultivator, and they have seen a lot of things. Naturally, they are also very good at having fun. Li Yi was indeed very moved, but he also knew that he would only influence these disciples to celebrate in the past, not to mention that he didn't participate in this mountain moving and reclamation. The pressure given off by this Dao robe on him alone, which represented the inner disciple, Yuan Ying's personal transmission, was quite great. When did he become an uninvited guest who interrupts other people's gatherings? Since Senior Brother wants to go, then follow us. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Then several cultivators who were also dressed in inner sect disciples' attire came over with smiles, except that the smiles on everyone's faces gave Li Yi a creepy feeling. The smile was sincere, but it gave him the illusion that these senior brothers and sisters seemed to be trying to eat him. Is he some kind of honey-dusted gnocchi? Or braised pork with a bright red sauce? End of chapter. Chapter 106, Sowing Spiritual Plants, Lost Country Soil and Trees. After a conversation, Li Yi finally realized why these senior brothers and sisters were eyeing themselves. It turned out to be those gourd oils that made things happen. After several real people unanimously agreed, even to specifically for him to form a hall, there are special spirit produced by the hall within the senior brothers to study together to use. That's why these older brothers and sisters want to get close to each other, close to the water, the first to get the moon. God knows how strange the look on his face was when he heard the news, but after thinking it over he wasn't stressed. since the truthful people think that his gourd oil and the spirits it produces are enough to pay such a price. Does he still have to be presumptuous or humble enough to say that he doesn't need to use it? That would really be a bit too modest. After he realized the intention of these senior brothers to get close, he politely declined some things and was very good at pretending to listen to the arrangements of the real people altogether. Kidding aside, he didn't want to involve himself inside this kind of fight, even if this kind of fight was because he was important. He definitely didn't want to. Hell, if there was any complicated relationship behind it. If you get along well with these brothers and sisters in the future, if you can drink tea and discuss, then do so. If not, forget it. Seeing Li Ye's resolute attitude, the several elder brothers and sisters also probably knew what the reason was, and they all wisely stopped talking and changed the topic to talk about the construction of the island of Ding 5,632. And on top of that, Li Yi was quite serious. This was considered to be one's first mission into the sect, and there was absolutely no room for error. The flying boat landed on top of the island after a while. The few disciples of the formation master landed on the ground, then directly took out some jade slabs from inside their storage rings and floated them to their sides. A shimmering light of spiritual energy flowed from the surface of those jade slabs, measuring the land as they went along and leaving some formation patterns on the surface that only cultivators of the formation hall could read. As they moved forward, they communicated with Li Yi. Nowadays, this island is purely built up with yellow soil and rubble, and if you want to have circulating earth veins and spiritual structures, you need to have the help of spiritual plants. Senior brotherly, you've read the scroll just now. If there's anything you need, we'll always adjust it according to your requirements. In fact, their task was quite heavy. According to the treatment provided by the Four Seasons sect to the outer disciples, it was that every single one of them had to have a first-order spirit spring as well as a first-order spirit vein and an acre of spirit field inside their compound. To realize that this was a full 10,000 cultivators was 10,000 spiritual veins, spiritual springs and spiritual fields. Even if they had the help of the sect's treasures, it would still be tough to build a formation in this Four Seasons sea very smoothly. More importantly, they couldn't just simply finish setting up the formation yet. We also have to consider the future development, to leave enough space, and to communicate with the spiritual planter to establish the natural cycle of the Din 5,625 islands. Li Yi knew that they had a lot of work, so he nodded sharply. Just as I said before, a few senior brothers and sisters will go ahead and set up the general veins, and I will go around the island to see where it would be appropriate to plant the spirit plants. There you go then. Just like that, Li Yi took a storage ring filled with basic spiritual plants and started strolling around the island. Inside this storage ring were the three types of spiritual plants that the Four Seasons sect was currently using for the construction of the outer disciples' residence. The first being the micro-spiritual grass that had to be spread onto the land. Next is the watchman's poplar tree, which has extremely well-developed and luxuriant roots that stabilize the soil and water and the entire island. Lastly, there are spiritual plants to be planted in the water veins and in various places, such as the bibbo grass that purifies water vapor and the star glow wood that can pull the sun, moon, and starlight in. This is the most basic ecological construction. With every step he took, a few grass seeds fell around him while the sunlight bells hung to his left, tinkling and spilling soft, warm light onto the earth, and to his right was a small jade purification vase, inside of which was pouring out spring water with aura, constantly spilling onto the ground, supplying aura and nutrients. Those grass seeds took root when they landed on the ground, and with the previously stored spiritual chi and the spiritual liquid in the jade pure bottle, the differentiated roots quickly transformed into a piece of grass, which was then connected together. And in between the grass there was the path that Li Yi had left in place according to the requirements of the formation. With the help of the panel and the ability of the building wood and the flux zone, Li Yi could know exactly where each of these grass seeds wanted to grow, sowing them according to their own ideas and needs. That's why the grass seeds he sprinkles grow with extra spirit. From afar, Li Ye's side was set with a circle of bright sunlight, and his entire body was glowing. A lush meadow spread quickly with him at the center, interspersed with trees of a pale blue color with dots of starlight on their branches and tall white poplars planted in the middle of the land. Everything is so smooth and spontaneous. Li Yi was immersed in this feeling, and could feel that his passion song seemed to have undergone some changes. Senior Crane watched from afar above the cloud boat, scratching his head with his claws strangely. Why is what this senior brother planted so pleasing to the eye? Those grasses and trees looked like they were blown by the greatness of nature. It had also seen quite a few spiritual planters come over to be responsible for planting the spiritual plants in the outer disciples' residence, but there had never been one like Li Yi, giving off such a relaxed and natural feeling. It was as if he had met the grass and tree spirit clans that lived in the sect's cave. However, those spirit races' perception of nature also required the consumption of divine consciousness spiritual energy, and it was far from as easy and comfortable as Li Ye's. Right, almost forgot. After watching for a while, it remembered the spirit machine Vine Boss's command and hurriedly took out the shadow retaining crystals to aim at Li Yi, who was in the midst of waving and sowing seeds, and recorded the scene in its entirety. This is the most difficult and workload-intensive part of the process. Li Yi alone needed to walk all over this land with 120 hectares and plant all the spiritual plants. If it was for other Foundation establishment spiritual planters who were also in the inner sect, it would be a very tough challenge, because spiritual plants weren't just planted and left alone, but it was easy for Li Yi. He walked to the back really just by the panel as well as the perception of the divine sense. Randomly sowing, the divine sense grabbed a handful of seeds directly thrown out coupled with the help of the sect's magic weapon, the 1,000-mile shuttle. In just 5 short days, the spiritual plants of the 120 hectares of land were completely sown. The array masters were shocked by his efficiency. What kind of person gets 120 hectares of land done in 5 days? So when Li Yi entered the area where the outer disciples were temporarily residing for their second job, the formation masters were still working day and night on laying down the spell formations. Strangely enough, this time the laying of the spell formation went exceptionally smoothly. Every blade of grass and tree on the ground seemed to be planted just right, and that kind of natural and wonderful feeling mesmerized the formation masters. Why do I feel like this grass and trees are planted as if they were natural formations? A formation master couldn't help but say. Has senior brother Li even learned about formations? His companion was also feeling rather strange. I feel as if I'm not laying down an array on a barren island, but a real land, and the aura here is truly exceptionally harmonious and cordial. The others nodded along in agreement. Indeed, could it be that senior brother Li studied formations in his spare time? He couldn't have chosen formation as one of the 100 arts to learn, could he? The last person's words instantly made the array master's eyes light up. If that's true, wouldn't that be a joyous occasion? A so special spiritual plant master is willing to learn formation, not to have more time to contact. Spiritual plant together they may not understand, but the formation together is absolutely no less than the disciples of the Central Region Poor Observatory Mountains. They couldn't help but look towards the area where the outer disciples were working feverishly to build their respective courtyards, but they couldn't see Li Yi's figure. Just have to keep working, and Li Yi was already talking to an outer disciple at this moment. Senior brother, where did you bring these soils from? He bent down and gently brushed his fingers over this piece of land on the ground that was so black it looked like it was dripping with oil, amazed at the spirituality carried within the soil and the vibrant spiritual plants growing on this soil. The one chatting with him was a somewhat naive-looking disciple who was around his 30s. This disciple's eyes were filled with pride as he looked at the soil. This is the soil that has been cultivated and nurtured by our Lu family for generations. It was dug out for me by my father himself from the middle of the ancestral land, and my family's spiritual orange tree. My father said that as long as the soil is still there, I can grow a world by myself inside the clan. Li Yi looked at this spiritual field that was out of place with the surrounding spiritual environment, and smiled after pondering. Indeed, I can feel your emotions pouring out from within this land. The emotion of blood, just as shame. The spirituality within these spiritual plants and soil that were far from their homeland would be rapidly lost, and the spiritual land that this senior brother Lu was so proud of would eventually be assimilated by the spiritual energy here. The fruit that grew from that spirit orange tree that had been dug up from amongst his family would certainly hardly be as sweet as it had been before, and would perhaps be nothing but bitter. Before chatting with the senior disciple Lu, he had visited dozens of outer disciples one after another and found that they had all more or less brought spiritual plants from their respective original caves as well as their families that they wanted to plant. The environment needed for those spiritual plants was fine. After all, the Four Seasons sect was able to provide a variety of formations for planting, but the earth's energy carried in the soil could not be preserved for long. It's a different environment in the end. Moreover, even with the power of the Four Seasons sect, it was absolutely impossible to individually build spell formations capable of stabilizing the Earth's chi for each outer sect cultivator's compound. He was even able to see the more or less lost status on the panels of these spiritual plants. Those soils and spiritual plants were emitting a painful emotion, as if they were going to be washed away by the torrents of this island and lose their colors. Even this situation had affected him, as he was the one who had sown and planted all the spiritual plants on this island. So, is this a disease? And is it a test in the middle of his mission? He vaguely felt that if this matter could be resolved, it would be very helpful to the cultivation of his empathic zone. Whether or not you can even coalesce a heart zone quickly depends on this one. It was actually a very odd thing, but he just somehow felt sure it would help with the flux zone. Is this the legendary blessed heart? So he decided to ask Senior Crane. End of chapter. Chapter 107. It's people who forget. You. Senior Crane was slightly shocked after hearing Li Ye's words. It seems that you've learned the art of earth emotion well, to the extent that you're already able to sense the emotions within the soil as well as the spiritual plants that each of these outer disciples carry. It sighed softly, but unfortunately, this matter is very difficult to have it both ways, and the spirit plants in lands that have lost their homelands will have difficulty maintaining their spirituality warmed by the soil and water and rain in faraway places. Some disciples have enough spirit stones to be able to purchase spell formations that stabilize the earth's chi and the soil's spirituality, but the vast majority cannot afford that kind of formation. This was something that Li Yi had thought of just now. That kind of spell formation that could individually preserve spirituality and earth chi within a certain range belonged to a very high-level spatial formation, which was equivalent to having to cut out the compound independently. There was such a spell formation inside his cave, but the number of inner disciples and outer disciples is 1 in 100. 000 is considered to be too much. This huge island cannot have an inner disciple in the future is hard to say. I know, Li Yi simply asked. I can feel the emotional connection between those disciples and the soil and the spiritual plants. It would not be a good thing to lose those emotions, so can I do anything? At this moment it was no longer just thinking about how it would help his own cultivation, he was also wondering if it would help the clan as well. These words made Senior Crane couldn't help but look down at Li Yi. There have been multiple spiritual planters who have asked me this question, and I have answered many times. It's that there's a spirit beast that can temporarily preserve the earth's aura and emotions, and it won't let the land be assimilated by the vast spiritual energy of the outside world as long as it's still living on a certain piece of land. Saying that, Senior Crane got up and flew inside the cabin of the flying boat, and in no time, he placed a small object in front of Li Yi. It was a fat, plump dog with fur that was close in color to a tiger's skin with markings. It tilted its head stupidly after being placed on the ground and looked at Li Yi, its little tail behind it wagging vigorously, tongue huffing and puffing. Name: Guardian Tiger Spot. Mood: pleasure. Status: looking forward to my own compound. This kind of spirit dog was bred by a master uncle a long time ago, and as long as it stays in a certain place, it can rely on its own spiritual power to guard the spirit and earth chi that's going to overflow. Hearing this, Li Yi knew there was definitely going to be a twist. Sure enough, Senior Crane sighed once again. However, this kind of spirit dog regards human emotions extremely highly, and once it recognizes its master, if it is abandoned, it will die of depression. Originally, that senior uncle was planning to give each outer disciple one of these spirit dogs, so that they would be able to guard their compound. But then, those tens of thousands of spirit dogs actually died with only dozens left. Senior uncle's blooming anger, if your master, Trace Star Realist, hadn't stopped it from happening, I'm afraid those outer disciples would have had to endure a very heavy chastisement. Li Yi was surprised. The outer sect disciples that we handpicked to come here. It's not as if there are only a dozen or so people in 10,000 who haven't abandoned their spirit dogs, and the others are even this bad? That is a spiritual dog personally issued by the real person of the sect. Even if it is a little cute, it won't be easily abandoned and will be well kept, right? There may be some hidden secrets and circumstances that you and I don't know about, but that's the way it is, Real Crane said to Li Yi. Since then, no spirit plant master has made an attempt. Li Yi really couldn't understand what the reason for this was. He thought for a moment. Could you lend this spirit dog to senior brother? I would like to take it for a walk around the island. Naturally, but you must not hurt its life. If you like it, it's good to take it back and keep it for yourself. Senior brother knows. Li Yi bent down and gently touched the still soft fluffy hair on top of the guardian yard tiger Spot's head. The little guy then immediately stuck out his tongue and licked his finger, his eyes reflecting his reflection, clear and bright. Even he didn't know he was actually this smooth. Go. He led the pup away. Senior Crane looked at Li Yi's departing back and muttered, what a keen kid. That's just it. I'll talk to him after he finds out why. Senior uncle should be able to come back. Li Yi walked on the island with little dog, smiling and nodding with the surrounding outer disciples who were busy. Just a short walk away he realized something was wrong with the little canine. It hadn't changed in its demeanor though, and even its walk was still jaunty. However, inside the status column displayed on the panel, the prompt, spiritual power imbalance, earth chi change, appeared. This is really very strange, because only the panel prompted like this. Even Li Yi couldn't detect any change in it through Jianmu's spiritual perception. On the contrary, the green bird red bean that had been silent inside the pouch hanging on his waist suddenly drilled out, and chirped twice to Li Yi. You noticed it too? Li Yi was surprised. Then do you know what the reason is? Jojo. Sherry shook her head. However, Li Yi seemed to sense something through its emotions. If you think about it. He glanced at the little dog following behind him, found the disciple surnamed Lu who was chatting quite well just now, and said to the latter, does your family have a dog? What did senior brother say? Lu Swaling almost thought he had heard wrong. I'm supposed to be staying over here for the next few days, and I'd like to store this little dog at your house for a while. What do you think? He decided to observe for a while, and if it really didn't work out, the big deal was to take the dog away. Sure, how could Lu Swaling refuse? Not to mention that he also had a dog at home, and his eyes were full of joy when he saw this plump dog wagging its tail at him. He brought the dog inside the yard, which had not yet been fully repaired, and fed the little canine some food from the dry food he had brought from home. Seeing this, Li Yi left with temporary peace of mind. Luckily, planting spiritual plants was a very easy thing for him, so within the next few days Li Yi was able to spare his energy to focus on this side of the situation. However, the situation is very bleak. The panel of the Guardian's tiger spot showed a more and more serious situation. The state of dying has been added after spiritual imbalance. Earth chi changes, but it's not any different than it was before. Bouncing around after Lu Suiling was very cheerful, and those earth chi and spirit overflows inside Lu Suiling's yard had indeed stopped, and that spirit orange tree was growing more and more spiritually. Since the yard is fine, then there's something wrong with the person. Ugh, I wonder if I'll get reprimanded by the division heads for doing this. Li Yi's fingers gently brushed the head of the green bird red bean on his shoulder. The delicate fluffy hair tickled him, and his heart was already set. So once again, he came to visit Lu Suiling at his home. Perhaps it was because Li Yi had been coming more and more frequently in recent days. Lu Suiling wasn't stupid as he said. Senior brother, is it because of this spirit dog? In just a few days Lu Suiling had grown fond of the puppy that would only snuggle up and sleep outside his door at night, and there was a touch of undisguised worry inside his voice when he asked, "But what's wrong with it? Can I get elder brother to help heal it?" However, Li Yi just looked at him fixedly and said, "Actually, it's not that it has a problem, but that you have a problem." Me? Lu Suiling was confused. "What's wrong with me?" Li Yi walked to the side and gestured for him to sit down, then reached out his hand and gently made a move. A slender light leaf appeared in his hand and was put to his lips and blown. The dots of spiritual light scattered and overflowing when the heart song was blown floated inside the courtyard. They merged into the land, into the trees, and even into the tiger dog that wagged its tail. The pulsing of the land, the rattling of the trees being blown by the wind, and the barking of the tigresses echoed in the melodious tune, and it was as if a small compound was reflected in the music. The only difference between the compound and here is, no more Lu Suiling. This is, Lu Suiling closed his eyes, but it dawned on him. One can no longer accurately recall the scenery of one's hometown. The vague memory felt like it was separated by a layer of fog. It was as if he had already forgotten the scenery of his hometown. And in this short period of half a month, the Four Seasons Sect's victorious scenery had already made him forget the way he came. That little tiger dog can retain the compound's Earth's energy and the spirit of the land, but only can't retain the owner who has gradually forgotten his hometown and has begun to have a difference with the spirit of this place. That's why it's near death. Its owner no longer needs it, even if it has been a hindrance. When Li Yi returned to the top of the flying boat with a heavy heart and met Senior Crane, the latter seemed to have already known the purpose of his visit. After sighing softly, he said, "This matter is not something that you or I can change. Senior brotherly, the clan taught these disciples the art of earthly emotions, but they couldn't make them remember their homeland. Even though Senior Uncle made an effort, not even the Guardian Yard Tiger Spot could retain the scattered emotions." Li Yi followed with a sigh. "I originally didn't understand why the art of earthly affection was a mandatory spell for every disciple, but now I do. If you can forget the land where you were born and raised, you can certainly forget the four seasons. Only by infusing the earth with one's emotions can such heaviness firmly anchor a monk to it. It shouldn't just be the death of the Guardian Tiger Spot that made that master angry in the first place. I'm afraid there's also the hidden worry that they forgot about their homeland so quickly." "Exactly." A voice sounded behind Li Yi, and that voice carried a pleased smile. "I bred this spirit beast out in the first place because I didn't want them to really forget the land that gave birth to them." Li Yi silently turned around. "Master." He bowed profusely to his master and hesitated for a moment before asking the question he had been having. "Isn't this good for our clan? If we don't forget our hometown, how can we serve the clan more patiently?" He was already waiting for a beating or a reprimand after asking this doubt. However, after a short wait only a warm palm gently patted his head. There was also the soft laughter of the Trace Star reality. Silly apprentice. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Tracing Star Realists Preaching. The night is late and the dew is heavy. What blew on top of this island that had taken root in the Four Seasons Sea was not the sea breeze, but the fine breeze that had been transformed by the Array Masters and transformed by countless spiritual plants. The retrospective star realist walked gracefully on the path between the meadows and said to Li Yi, "What you are thinking is not incorrect. It is indeed a good thing to forget where you come from and forget where you came from, only to remember that we are the Four-Time Clan. It's just not good for this cultivation community." He gestured Li Yi to look at the courtyard where Lu Suiling resided. This disciple was a descendant of the Lu family that was vigorously cultivated before he was initiated, even capable of inheriting the position of the family head, and he received the secret method of planting spirit orange trees as a legacy early on. However, the Lu family is only a foundation-building family. Even the Lu family's old ancestor that is enshrined in the ancestral shrine. Nowadays, when you see you have to respectfully call out a senior brother, in order to advance and get more resources. He went to great lengths and effort before he finally passed the entrance test and entered the Four-Time Sect. Saying that, the real person took out a round orange from inside his sleeve robe and threw it to Li Yi. Smiling, This is what your second senior brother went to pick. The spirit oranges of the Willow family castle are considered to be famous near and far. Then the disciple is really lucky. Li Yi took the orange and easily peeled off the peel. The inner orange petal was crystal clear, and the orange complex left the entire petal with a gentle jerk. After eating in the mouth just a touch of lips and teeth, the juice will splash out. Neither too sour nor too sweet. The flavor seems to have been specially modulated in general. There is a kind of fresh breath into the body. It does taste good. Are such delicious oranges not available later? Li Yi looked at his master and asked. You are clever. The retrospective star realist also peeled an orange and slowly ate it. He ate it very carefully, picking every single orange complex. The rule of the Lu family is to pass on the secret art of planting spirit orange trees to the first-line descendants, and the first line of this generation is Lu Suiling. However, he is unable to take on the responsibility of expanding the cultivation of the spirit orange orchard, and his family has benefited from his joining the Four Seasons sect, so perhaps only a portion of the older people will continue to plant spirit orange trees. You say, isn't it funny that this spirit orange tree, which has nourished the Willow family for a full 1,000 years, should face the possibility of extinction just because we recruited a disciple? But isn't this necessary? Li Yi retorted. It's not like we're forcing it. That's why the spirit orange tree might be extinct. Not to mention that the Lu family's habit of passing on the first line of the family and not the commoners should be the biggest problem. Makoto, however, shook his head. There is too much to say about this, and some of the senior brothers in the sect, and I feel that it is always not a good idea to concentrate everyone within the sect. Even if a spiritual orange tree like this is protected by a formation and planted out in the sect, the output is not as tasty as Lu Jialing. Other more spiritual plants and animals are even more so. Li Yi instantly realized that this was the philosophy that Master said he had, and it might even be a philosophy that clashed with some real people within the sect. It wasn't something that could be avoided just because of his cultivation level. He had to face these problems the moment he worshipped the Trace Star Realist as his teacher, but there was nothing to regret. Master did show him enough love and care, so much that he thought he was some kind of meat and potatoes. He thought hard. So what do you mean, Master? I am telling you this only because I want you to know that there are real people within the gate who have ideas that are contrary to mine. But you don't need to worry about anything. Although we have conflicting concepts, we won't do anything to the younger generation of children. No matter what comes up, you can trust your senior uncles. As for what I thought about having to wait for your Gene Dan to provide me with a boost, now I'm going to check to see if you've studied hard enough to play the Flux song out. A playful smile surfaced on the face of the Trace Star Realist. The corner of Li Ye's mouth twitched slightly, and he knew that this was really still homework. But luckily he did have some epiphanies in the meantime. Then the disciple will make an offering. So after confessing his guilt, he sat down on his knees on the spot, stretching out his hand and pinching it in front of him. A slender leaf of light once again appeared in his hand. Bring it to your lips and blow gently. The sound of music as gentle as a breeze traveled far and wide amidst the moonlight and the night wind, like a slender, supple branch that gently grew from his body in all directions. Not bad. The Tracing Star Realist nodded slightly, then shook his sleeve robe. The beam of light from the Flux song played by Li Yi instantly grew rapidly from this small area, extending to the entire island of Ding 5. 632. The magnificent light of the music even hides the starlight and moonlight. The cultivators who hadn't fallen asleep yet looked up to see the Flux song that looked like a glazed jade branch, and looked a bit dazed. I seem to have forgotten something. The commune translates the feelings of the land within the compound they live in and within the objects they bring in their homes into music that surrounds their ears and hearts. All the things that he had once experienced in the family, the scenery that he had seen on the path of dispersal, all seemed to be clearly visible as if they were fresh in his mind. One of the most emotional was Lu Suiling. He stroked the small dog that lay spread-eagled beside him, looked at the orange tree that he had brought from the clan not far away, and suddenly wanted to see when he could apply to the clan for a visit home. The old ancestor had spent so many resources to allow him to enter the 4x sect. Did he really want to stay inside the sect for the rest of his life? Above the sky dome of the Sea of Four Seasons, several real people who were also Yuaning looked down below. They could see the empathic song that had grown out in the middle of the entire island. And one of the heroic-looking female cultivators couldn't help but say, that would be the chapter in the 9 songs. Is Trace Star going to teach the 9 songs to his disciple? Next to him, an old man with white hair and immortal style nodded. The chapter of mountain ghosts among the 9 songs. But what makes him think that this kid can withstand the greatness of the latter 2 chapters of the 9 songs? The 9 songs is one of the top legacies of the Four Seasons sect, and the 9 songs actually has 11 chapters. Except that generally speaking, it can only be passed down to the first 9 chapters. That is, the greatness that their grandmasters had gotten from the gods of legend. This inheritance had always been controlled by Trace Star's real master, and had never been passed on to anyone. Even if Traystar had taken in a full 6 disciples now, the first 5 had not been able to obtain the inheritance. I didn't expect that nowadays it would have to be passed on to a junior who had just built the foundation. And what was even more outrageous was that this junior had actually played the passion song. Whether or not it's bearable is up to Traystar to decide. Besides, with his favoritism towards his disciple, he definitely won't let Li Yi do something that he can't accomplish. This junior is quite talented in spiritual plant cultivation and spiritual beast cultivation together, and is able to learn the empathic song so quickly. Traystar is quite lucky. Although the several Yuaning real people were dissatisfied with Traystar, there were many compliments in their words towards Li Yi. That old guy was against them for a long time, but this little guy represented the clan's chi. There's no way in hell they're going to do something to get in this little guy's way anyway. They even discussed the new things that Li Yi had come up with during this period of time with considerable interest, intending to try them out as well. After all, they were stationed at the sect. There was no way for them to go to the outside world to obtain resources for the sect like the other senior brothers and sisters, and it was indeed boring to stay for a long time. Below, the retrospective star realist listened clearly to the conversation of the several senior brothers and sisters above him, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Looking towards Li Yi, who was on the side, it was exactly 1 tea break now. Li Yi opened his eyes, slightly exhausted as he dispersed his heart song, but his eyes were bright. Playing the flux song in its entirety this time was very helpful to him. Not only did it cleanse his divine sense, but it also made a slight change in his state of mind. How? The retrospective star realist smiled and threw over another pink peach. Blowing thirsty, eat a peach. Thank you, master. Li Yi took the peach, which was as big as 3 fists, and gently bit into it, and the sweet peach juice entered inside his mouth. It seemed that there was also an extremely special aura nourishing his divine sense, a clear one. Very good. However, before he could praise the peach's deliciousness, a finger gently tapped on his brow. He nearly dropped his peach. Accompanying the finger in that instant was knowledge like a tidal wave. All the knowledge that a spiritual planter within the gate had to learn. It was like a seed rooted in Li Yi's sea of consciousness. As Li Yi gradually learned and progressed, it would gradually take root, and every flourish and every green leaf would be a spell aptitude. There was a lot that Li Yi could learn right now alone. It includes a series of esoteric divine spells such as earth vein regulation, spiritual plant diagnosis, condensing the 5 elements of qi, influencing the growth and change of spiritual plants with mana and talismanic patterns, and building formations close to the natural environment. And of course the special spells of the 4 times sect. It is also the advanced aptitude of the little cloud and rain technique, which is the 4 seasons calling aptitude that can control natural celestial phenomena. To put it simply, the cultivators of the 4 seasons sect believe that the wind that blows, the rain that falls, and the thunder that roars are the most suitable for the growth of spiritual plants. The cultivator's divine ability was able to simulate such things though. However, it is still far inferior to that of nature itself. So there is the 4 seasons calling, which is a divine ability to collect the power of each festival, reproduce the changes in the sky at the time of the festival within the limits of psychic power. Looking at Li Yi, who seemed to have returned to his senses, it was only then that the Traystar True Lord spoke. These are the spiritual plant inheritances that you are able to learn at the moment. In a few days, it will be the first summer, and I'm asking you to collect some of the power of the festival during the first summer. At the very least, you have to set up the Heat Summer Cloud Palace in the middle of your cave so that I can bestow the same spirit plant to you. The real man gestured at the peach in his hand. No, it was already explicit. Li Yi hurriedly recalled the inheritance about the heat stroke. This festival represents the termination of the summer heat and the change of clouds. In the 4 seasons calling legacy, there are 2 types of divine abilities that can be cultivated by collecting the power of the seasonal energy of this festival. The first is to be able to separate the hot and cold air in a certain area with the help of a spell formation or a talisman. The second is to collect the ever-changing clouds from the vault of the sky to make cloud treasures capable of planting places in falling snow and rain. This was quite an important part in the system of spiritual planters, and it would definitely be incomplete without the Cloud Palace's spiritual planters. Even spiritual planters will compare each other whose Cloud Palace is bigger and more majestic. After all, that represents the foundation of falling snow and rain. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Outer Sect Cultivation. Potato Jiao Bead. After a long night of talking, the retrospective star realist brought Li Yi to sit at the edge of the island of Ding 5,632, and the 2 of them looked together at the rising sun that was rising from the sea in the distance. The golden red light poured over the entire surface of the 4 seasons sea, and one could faintly see countless islands looming in the depths of the sea, each of which was filled with outer sect disciples, planting and breeding all sorts of spiritual creatures. This huge sea has actually never been quiet. One could even say it's very lively. I want you to stay on this island until the arrival of the Virgin Summer to help your masters with any problems they may have. The only way to get a clear idea of some of the spells off the bat is to actually experience them. Not to mention the fact that you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders when they call you senior brother. Master reached out and patted Li Ye's shoulder, his figure gradually dissipating in the halo of the rising sun, waving his hand in a dashing manner. Although it was a bit of a hassle to travel here from the southern region in a godly manner, you did surprise me quite a bit. Apprentice, do not stay in the cave every day in your spare time. Our Four Seasons sect has a lot of heavenly sanctuaries that you can apply to enter. You've done well. Don't tire yourself out and save me the trouble of having to bring you another elixir to cure you. After saying that, his figure completely dissipated. Only Li Yi is still bowing and saluting. The words of good journey master in his mouth drifted away with the sea breeze, scattered into tiny waves, reflecting dazzling light in the morning light. Inside the next period of time, Li Yi stayed on this island and simply built a hut to respond to the requests for help from the outer disciples. The process of his planting had been smooth sailing, as he was able to easily observe and sense the state of the spirit plants, as well as having the beavers and other little ones to help him. However, these outer disciples will encounter some problems from time to time, just like what kind of insect pests aura overflow unknown diseases even the land can be a problem. During the period of time Li Yi stayed here, he had solved no less than 300 various problems. He helped the cultivators remodel the compound, remodeled the earth vein formations, and even at the end of the day those few formation masters simply handed over the formation pivot diagrams of the place to him. He was also happy to take the formation pivot diagram and continue to hone his skills here. A rare experience for him indeed. At least he had received various spells personally transmitted by the Trace Star Realist, and with the help of the panel, as long as it was a problem encountered by a spirit plant or a spirit beast, all of them could be easily solved. Coupled with the fact that he had always treated people gently and did not have the stance of an inner disciple at all, many cultivators would come and beg for his help when they encountered problems. Of course, these disciples were at least the elites of various clans as well as experienced casual cultivators, and when they came to invite him, they would also send some spirit stones or specialties that they brought with them. So it's surprising that I've actually collected quite a few interesting things over the course of time. By the time it looked like the summer heat was about to set in and he was planning to leave, he was even cheered on by the disciples, with all sorts of homegrown crops and spirit beast materials filling up a huge pile. Thank you for your love, masters. Li Yi looked at the crowded disciples in front of him, a warm smile on his face that was still white from the wind and sun. I'm going to be busy for a while this time back, but I'll definitely be back if I have time. Those outer disciples were instantly happy and smiling when they heard Li Yi's words. With the help of such a powerful inner sect senior brother, they were really too much more comfortable in farming. Immediately, all the cultivators said in unison, "Thank you, elder brother." The sound went straight up into the clouds and was deafening, making Suya, who had come to take Li Yi back, couldn't help but feel a bit tasty. Senior brother Li has been staying over here for a while. Has he already forgotten that there's still someone like me? To this Li Yi was helpless. What is senior brother Su saying? Really? He even got goosebumps when he heard that. Suya was obviously also a bit speechless by his own words, and hurriedly changed the topic. The sect has already prepared a hall for you, and there are a total of 15 cultivators, including me, who are resident. If you have any new gadgets or discoveries in the future, just send them directly to the inside of the hall through the formation, and we'll look into exactly where they'll be useful. Is that so? Li Ye's interest also came. Did you find anything with the lotus stand I gave before? And later on, the gourd oil, and what can you use it for? Speaking of this, Suya was in high spirits, and his face wore a joy that he couldn't hide. Another senior brother from the weaponry refining hall and I have already successfully refined spirit pills with Dan spirits and artifact spirits as well as artifacts. Here, he carefully took out an elixir the size of a dragon's eye. The surface of that spirit elixir had 3 glittering danlines as well as a light green halo, which appeared to be very strange between the interplay. What was even more amazing was that the silhouette of a spirit cat could be vaguely seen inside that elixir, and that little guy was curled up hugging his tail and sleeping soundly, just like a real spirit cat. Name Phantom Dan Spirit Small White. Mood, curious, inquisitive. Status, sleeping, spiritually deficient. Bindable, any kind of spirit plant with darkness spirit power that is close to its rank. Is this Dan spirit even considered a spirit beast? And it binds, but is the suffix on the back of this the name anyway? Li Yi asked tentatively. Senior brother, this Dan spirit looks truly magical to the extreme, and this strange little fellow must have a nice name, right? The other day I saw someone on the island just being lazy and naming their spirit pet something like Little Black and Little White. It's pretty funny. A crack appeared in Suya's originally somewhat dejected expression, and he grudgingly continued to smile. Indeed, I'm going to name this guy by Ling. As soon as his words fell, the panel Profound Dan Spirit Small White changed into Profound Dan Spirit White Spirit. Oh, so that means it's actually seeing names? names? Then why can't other spirit animals and plants see it? There was no way to explain this question, so Li Yi didn't care much about it, but asked, "Are these Dan spirits of any use?" Of course it works. The Dan spirit is able to burrow inside the furnace to help us observe and control the changes that occur during the refining process of the elixir. The aura they emit can also affect the quality of the finished pills. Hearing that it could affect the quality of the finished Dan, Li Yi immediately remembered those Lotus Dawn of his own. So could the Dan spirit affect their quality? Sure fu. I'd like to buy a couple of Dan spirits. I don't know if there's any way to do that. He made his request directly. I can help you think of a way. He said this on his lips, but Suya put away the profound Dan handily before saying, this little guy is after all the first one I've refined. I can't hand it over to you. It's not like I'm going to rob senior brother's white spirit. Li Yi bristled, seeing that he had already reached the teleportation hall in front of him where he was going to be teleported back. He simply said, I'll go back to the cave first. Let's go over to the hall and meet the senior brothers and sisters again in a little while. Okay. Suya had originally come to show off the Dan spirit he had refined, and incidentally came to see if Li Yi had returned. He also knew that spiritual planters would always worry about their own spiritual plants and spiritual beasts when they went out. So he said cheerfully, it just so happens that I'll call them all over in a while, and they still have some questions they want to ask you. Good. So the two said goodbye. Li Yi returned to his cave through the teleportation formation. Just as soon as he came back he saw that the 5 beavers that he had first kept were lying in front of the entrance of the teleportation room of the cave, and there were soft grass mats underneath each beaver's body, obviously using this place as a nest. Hearing the sound of Li Ye's return, they immediately raised their heads in unison, with very obvious joy inside their tiny eyes, and chirped around Li Yi for a while. Fine. I know it's been a little long going. He could only pacify them one by one, and then was about to help the beavers take the nest back, when he saw them call out a few more times, and immediately a dozen or more beavers came over and carried the nest away with them. That scene is just too old man. You guys are really enjoying yourselves. Li Yi was dumbfounded, but he didn't interfere much. The relationship and life between spirit beasts was very different from that of the human race. Just like the current situation, those beavers were obviously just enjoying themselves. It would be bad if he interfered instead. So after he placed all the things he had gotten from Ding 5,632's side of the island inside the warehouse, he began to patrol his cave. As a result, he found that all the harvests and outputs had been collected by the beavers as well as the manta rays and neatly placed inside his yard. The presses don't need him to collect them one by one. It's quite a relief. He nodded with satisfaction and went to the riverside, wanting to see if there were any interesting changes in the Xian Shui Jiao and the Kanching potato. For example, it's not a bad idea to have a potato-borne scoop. When he pinched the water avoidance technique and entered the river, his eyes just lit up only to see that the surface of the vines of the Kanching potato had lines like dragon scales, densely covering the entire bottom of the river. The Xian Shui Jiao was hiding inside the vines of the Kanshang potato, chomping on the Kanshang potato that had already grown long and thin, like a dragon's horn. This could barely be considered a normal situation. After all, strange things always happen after symbiotic bonding. But when Li Yi approached the 2 Xian Shui Jiao, he suddenly realized that there were a few Kanching potatoes underneath their bodies. Those Kanching potatoes have undergone a more obvious mutation. Not only is each plant like a scaly dragon across the bottom of the river, at the top of the vine that looked like an auger head, there were a few crystal clear potatoes in the middle of those 2 huge Kansan potatoes that were almost as big as dragon horns. Inside them, a curled up auger could be seen looming, and the panels prompts heck yes, potato auger. Li Yi almost choked on his own mana and immediately thought that he had misread the situation. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Surprise After Surprise. Just by the name it seems delicious. He couldn't help himself. The Xian Shui Jiao couple next to him, who were originally nibbling on their Kanching potatoes and feasting on them, immediately raised their heads and wailed excitedly at his side. The voice didn't seem to be rejecting him, but rather like an invitation. Li Yi was a bit confused. You say it's delicious? Isn't it your child? A Xian Shui Jiao immediately swam over, then grabbed a potato jiao bead with its claws and gently crushed it. The tiny potato auger inside immediately swam out, drawing on the surrounding spiritual energy as well as the nutrients from the mother plant of the Kanching tree as it swam, growing longer and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only blinked a couple times. That potato auger has grown to be more than several times larger than the Xian Shui Jiao itself, and stretched across the river. Actually really had a few shadows of a dragon. Ow! This time the 2 Xian Shui Jiao screamed twice in excitement. They swam over and stretched out their sharp claws to scratch at the potato auger for a while, and soon handed Li Yi a piece of red potato that seemed to still have some blood in it. As for the rest, they feasted on them. After the potato scallop was eaten like this, it was actually in a very happy mood. Its size returned to its original size, and it drilled back into the bead again. Well, one way or the other, So was this born of them or not? Li Yi could see clearly that this potato block was actually just mutated canching potato. It wasn't really auger meat, but it did resemble auger meat. Even the texture inside as well as the blood filaments were extremely similar. That means this stuff is really edible. So how does it taste? He left the river after observing the area for a while without finding anything more. He went straight to the edge of the riverbank, and then instructed the beavers to fetch the barbecue grill that he had asked senior brother Chin Fong to build earlier. This rack is bracketed on the inside and is able to flip over as well as provide fire automatically, and even comes with an automatic seasoning sprinkle. It used the flint fire that was still the latest output of the silver moon grass as the fire source, plus the charcoal made from the branches of the Chunlu magnolia tree that Li Yi had collected. The flavor of the roasted things was absolutely perfect. He put the meat of these potato scallops on it, and in a short while there was a very peculiar smell of meat, mixed with the flavor of potato aroma, and the surface of the oil is still moist. The grease dripping down onto the charcoal even exploded with a wonderful aroma that tantalized the senses. Even Li Yi, who was used to eating good food, couldn't help but lick his lips. It'll be a while before it's cooked. It's still hard to wait. Within moments, however, a group of beavers had gathered around. They blinked their tiny eyes and looked over. Knowing that the number of beavers working in Li Yi's cave at this time was more than 100, it was surprising that all of them had surrounded him. Eyes that kept looking this way with their eager little eyes. Li Yi had no choice but to wait for the potato auger's meat to cook and share some of it with them. That's it. Go eat on the sidelines. It's a good thing beavers aren't big in the first place, or this wouldn't have been enough to share. The beavers who got the baked potato scalloped meat felt hot paws while gnawing with grim expressions, each of them eating with the corners of their mouths dripping with grease and chirping with great joy. Freshly roasted, and it's cheap for you guys. Li Yi couldn't help but mutter. After feeding the beavers, Li Yi finally had time to savor it for himself. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth to chew and feel it. The flavor turned out to be extremely tasty, with a texture that is uniquely meaty and the fresh aroma of canned raw potatoes. He wouldn't get tired of eating several pieces in a row. It also seems to have some special incipient effects and is quite satiating. It instantly brought a thought to his mind. Heck, wouldn't it be a whole new source of food if there was more production of this stuff? It was important to realize that the Kansan potato itself was a food that was widely consumed over in the southern region, and there were even some villages and families that used the Kansan potato as a staple food. But the canned raw potatoes themselves don't have the magical satiety and that grease of this potato scalloped meat. But he didn't rush into it. After all, the lesson of the lasting Kansan potato was still fresh in his mind, and haste was not an option. Let's observe how much production there is first. You can bring some to your senior brothers and sisters to try later. On second thought, he simply left the matter in the hands of the beavers. These little guys are just like what they said on the flag they saw over at Weichuan. They do have some special skills. Not only can they read and write, but they can also count. To be honest, all these beavers raised by Li Yi himself were far inferior to these new beavers in this aspect. But on the contrary, the new ones listened to the old beavers very well, which was also really strange. The surprise brought by the potato jiao made Li Yi decide to check out the other spirit beasts. On the snowy side there was also the snow-treading spirit deer and the misty Sealy ropewalker. When he came to this side of the Shuehua spirit land, the snow here was already quite deep, not even past his knees. The moonlight poured down on top of the deep snow, refracting a dreamlike mist of light. But fortunately, he was a foundation stage immortal cultivator, and an ability like stepping on snow was already considered basic. Crunch! As he stepped through the thick snow toward the spirit land, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be pieces of antler everywhere. The pieces were stuck inside the snow piece by piece, and at first glance you'd think the deer was snowed in. Are there only antlers? Where did all the deer go? This spiritual land was only an acre in extent, and he just turned around and reached the head. He also went to look at the flint crystal insect and silver moongrass, which were living comfortably and even immediately passed out some aura when they saw Li Yi. Li Yi of course accepted everything as it was, then took out the spirit liquid and spirit stone crumbs that he had refined and watered the silver moongrass to feed the flint crystal worm. He continued to look for a while after he left this side. As a result, it was hard to find the treading snow spirit deer as well as the snowflake fawn. It was literally as if they had disappeared. Weird. He simply flew up into the sky and carefully scanned with his own divine sense, sweeping around twice, and then only just barely discovered that there was a huge underground cavern somewhere extremely hidden. The spirit deer and the scent of the misty lorikeets were over there. How did you run away to live underground and dig such a big hole? There was nothing like this before I left. Li Yi quickly arrived. and as he approached, the snow that had covered the cave suddenly melted. A snow-treading spirit deer and a snowflake fawn snuggled up and bowed their heads to him as a sign of respect, then led the way in front. Why would you suddenly run underground? He went straight into the cave. This cave was dug extremely delicately, and also used ice cream to freeze all the walls of the cave, and there was even some spiritual energy inside that was glowing faintly. As he gradually walked downward, the cold spiritual energy below became more and more abundant, and there were some antlers seemingly randomly stuck over there on both sides of the cave wall. Just now, I didn't pay attention to see, but now at a glance, these antlers appeared to be guiding the aura from above into the interior of the cave, and surprisingly, they had the effectiveness of a formation flag that guided the aura. His interest grew. Eyes swept over the deeper tunnels. It was very much a sure thing. There's definitely a surprise waiting for me, as he thought, when he actually reached the deepest part of the cavern. It was clearly a full 100 meters above the surface, yet there is still a very bright light. On top of the land of half an acre of land not only grew fine grass, but there were also densely packed misty ley-line rope walkers growing in midair. The fog they spread gathered in the center of the land and condensed into an ice pool. The spirit deer were the ones that lived around the ice pool in the surrounding area, and they hurriedly rose to greet him upon seeing him. Ooh, Li Yi smiled at the deer that had gotten up to greet him. Not bad at all, but how the hell did you guys dig such a big hole? Yoo-hoo! The leader of the deer herd brought a snowy Chinese fawn with small grasses growing on its head to Li Yi, then demonstrated on the spot how they did it. The larger deer used their horns to dig up the dirt, which is then compacted by the snowy wattled fawns through the air medusa, and then transported to the ground over and over again through the other deer. They just divided up the work and in no time at all they had dug out a hole. Awesome! He indeed could not have imagined in any way that such a small plant of empyrean grass could be used in such a way. This was really making the best use of things. After the compliment he asked curiously, "And your antlers, why do you stick them out?" At the mention of this, a flash of aura flowed through the eyes of the leading snow-treading spirit deer, and it cautiously came forward, signaling Li Yi to place his palm on top of its head. Li Yi reached out and pressed his hand on its warm brain, and instantly felt a very strange spiritual energy surging inside his body. No, it's not just psychic energy. There is also some fine print and information. In a trance, it was as if he had seen a huge spirit deer running forward on endless frost and snow. Its body was more majestic than the mountains. Its antlers looked like they could support the sky and the earth, and it exuded an ineffable divinity. The area where that spirit deer traveled through, there would be some huge, heavenly pillar-like rope walkers forming a very subtle pattern on top of the snow, turning the snow chi into spiritual energy. Those patterns were the messages that this spirit deer was trying to convey to Li Yi. It was actually a formation that could regulate the Earth's veins, transferring the excess Earth's chi to other areas through the formation flags. The material for the formation flag is the horns of the snow spirit deer mixed with the juice of the misty Lian Luo TV. That's how simple it is. Nothing else is needed. This formation was not something that could be compared to a simple formation for transferring spiritual energy. It was very close to the natural change itself, and would not even cause fluctuations in spiritual energy. It was important to realize that even the most powerful formations had the potential to cause spiritual turbulence. It was only after recording this knowledge and backing it up with a jade slip that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yi looked at the deer that was gentle in front of him and said, "I didn't realize that your ancestor was actually a spirit deer that was close to being a divine beast." What was also unanticipated was that after the misty ley-line ropewalker was bound to it in such a symbiotic manner, it could even produce the divine effect of returning to its ancestors. Originally, Li Yi had thought that the symbiotic panel binding would only solve the current dilemma. It was completely unexpected that it was still possible to make spirit beasts return to their ancestors, and that meant that it was likely that more spirit beasts and plants would be able to return to their ancestors in the future. He could even take the initiative to go through the canonical books to see what spirit beasts and spirit plants had connections in the long past, so that he could better prescribe the right medicine. He stayed in the Shuehua spirit land for a while before he got up and returned to his small courtyard, and at that moment, Zhao He, who had been waiting over here for a long time, was waiting at the entrance. After seeing Li Yi come over, he hurriedly took out a spirit sealing box that he had kept close to him for a long time and handed it to the former. "Immortal Li, this is the mycelium you instructed me to get and bring back." Li Yi picked up the box and beckoned to him. "Come up here, I'll pass on a spell to you." Before that, he had specifically asked his master if he could pass on some of the teachings inside the sex canon to the handyman. The master told him of course he could, and he was also given a special divine ability that was capable of transmitting spells. Like right now, Li Yi directly stretched out his finger and tapped it on Zhao Yi's brow, and he was able to directly a spell named 5 Elements Body Forging Technique was imparted to the latter. This Dao forging method was just like the 5 Elements Spirit Ascension Technique. It was considered the most popular method, but it didn't have the hidden effects that the 5 Elements Spirit Ascension Technique had. But even that was a heavenly surprise for Zhao He. "Thank you, Immortal Li." The young man immediately knelt down in great reverence after endeavoring to memorize the Dharma. After he had this body forging technique, he would be able to formally embark on the path of immortal cultivation. Don't look at the fact that this Dharma was among the most common and versatile within the Four Seasons sect. It wasn't that easy to obtain outside. Not to mention the fact that this technique had been tested by countless predecessors of the Four Seasons sect, and that accumulated experience would allow him to take too many fewer detours. For a mortal like him to be able to follow the path of immortal cultivation was already something very extraordinary. This is the reward you deserve. I'm satisfied that you do your job. Li Yi waved his hand at him. Go back and study hard. There will always be a time for you to serve me in the future. Yes. Zhao He once again bowed respectfully before leaving, and when he was far away, Li Yi's divine sense could see this kid jumping violently, also flipping several times, obviously overjoyed. In the end, it's just a child. A smirk appeared on Li Yi's face. With his identity and resources today, actually do not have to care so much about some small things. A little bit of benefit revealed between the fingers. It is enough to let many people take a very different path, off the grid. Just like the master's teachings and the kindness once shown to him by the Reiki vine, he was willing to change someone's fate a bit, provided it was worth his while, of course. After pondering about this matter for a little while, he shook his head and began to research about the binding of the earthly affliction mycelium to the empyrean grass. The process certainly went very smoothly. After consuming 1,000 points of vitality essence to bind it, the mycelium directly burrowed into the grass seed of the empyrean grass, but there were still some mycelium exposed, entangled in the roots of the ethereal grass. Immediately afterward, it controlled the empty underworld grass to look around, seemingly searching for something. Of course Li Yi knew what it was looking for, so he directly took out a thick stream of grievance chi. That airy grass really did immediately stick some of its mycelium into the grievances, and collected the grievances into the grass seeds again. Without a moment's work, a disc made of mycelium grew at the top of the grass seed of the empty underground grass, with all sorts of mycelial delicacies growing inside. The mycelium controlled the empyrean grass and ran towards the distance as if it had long legs, growing all sorts of delicacies at the top of the disc as it went, seemingly inviting the spirit beasts to savor them. The deliciousness of ground-loved mycelium certainly goes without saying. It was soon surrounded by beavers like it was a buffet. The beavers kept eating and the mycelium kept doing. When the beavers had had their fill, mycelium continued to run towards the distance, looking for more spirit beasts willing to savor its delicacies. Li Yi, who had been paying attention to that side with his divine sense, bristled. Not only do you have to do it, but you also have to send yourself to the door to find someone to eat it. This is really just what you want. He thought that if he could get more of these mycelium that could move on its own in the future, wouldn't that be equivalent to an automatic feeding fungus that could feed the spirit beasts inside the cave? After thinking about the scene, he was actually looking forward to it. It's just a shame that an origin mycelium that can grow like the earth sentiment mycelium is really hard to split, and if you cut more than one it can even kill the mother, so it's just going to have to take its time. He decided to take a break and rest first. He had to meet his elder brothers and sisters later. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Yi Tang. Invitation from the 9 Heavenly Queens. Leafy Hall. This was the hall that took Li Yi's character as its name, specializing in new things that Li Yi had come up with. When Li Yi saw the word Yi Hall on the plaque, he almost wanted to turn around and leave. This was too embarrassing, but since he was already here, he couldn't turn back. One could only take a step into this ancient mansion. Then he was gazed at by a full 15 lines of sight, only to see 15 cultivators inside the compound looking up at him in unison. Men and women of different ages. Among them were Su Ya, whom Li Yi had known for a long time, as well as Formation Master Wang, whom he had only met before, and the rest were cultivators he hadn't seen before. And the most important thing was that there were actually 2 spiritual plantsmiths here. This appeared to be the first time he had seen a spirit plant master inside the clan. Everyone's eyes were blazing. Seniorly, a senior sister wearing a light blue palace dress, looking graceful and elegant, stood up. You're finally here. We are having an item that we want to present to you. Right, another senior brother chimed in. This was made by the combined efforts of our Alchemy Hall and Formation Hall, and the ones from the Alchemy Hall were watching from the sidelines. It was unknown what kind of hatred or grudge was involved, and to step on a cultivator of the Alchemy Hall. The corners of those 3 Alchemy Hall cultivators' mouths were twitching. The spirit plant master, on the other hand, was hiding inside a corner and secretly watching the action. Is kinda energizing. Such a thought popped into Li Yi's mind before his attention was drawn to an item handed over by his senior sister. It's a formation disc. In the center of the array plate there was a lotus seed carved out of spiritual jade, and on it was lying quietly a lovely white creature. At first glance it looks like a cat, but has a narrower and longer body and tail than a cat, with soft but short fur and eyes that reveal cunning. Name Earth Spirit Formation Disc Spirit. Mood expecting to recognize the owner. Boredom. Status, none. Bindable, it can help it control the aura of the array plate. and the roots can extend as far as possible to any tree spirit plant in the distance. This item is an earth spirit formation disc that was created by our brothers from the formation hall and the alchemy hall together, and it can help you manage your cave. It was meant to be a gift for Senior Brotherly, but I didn't expect that the use of that gourd oil would give birth to an artifact spirit. It seems that this is the arrival of Senior Brother's chi. The senior sister smiled as she introduced herself, skimming over the alchemists in passing and humming softly. Nothing was said, and it was like everything was said. Suya and the other 3 alchemists were almost so angry that hot air was coming out of their heads. Nay, Suya was the only one who had refined the Dan spirit, and they were also working hard to refine more Dan spirits. They just hadn't gotten anything yet. Li Yi felt in his heart that this senior brothers and sisters were truly spirited. Opening his mouth, he said, "After all, this is still the great craftsmanship of the senior brothers and sisters. How can you just say it's my chi?" Politeness was certainly something he was good at, and after a few casual conversations like this, he naturally sat down next to the stone table and took out his food box. "I've also brought some interesting food with me, so I'd like to invite you senior brothers and sisters to taste a bit of it." The food box was opened by him, immediately revealing the flesh of the auger potato sitting inside. There were baked, boiled, steamed and fried strips of an auger potato meat strip. That special aroma of auger potato meat between meat and potato instantly attracted the attention of the elder brothers and sisters, especially the 2 spiritual planters. "It's not meat, is it? But then again, it tastes like meat." "Well, it smells like it has the odor of Kansan potato and the aura of Xianshui Jiao." As spirit plant masters of the 4 times sect, they were of course spirit beast masters as well, and instantly recognized the heel of this thing. However, Li Yi didn't answer, but just mysteriously reached out his hand in invitation. "Gentlemen, taste it first." On hearing this, the senior brothers and sisters tasted the delicacies one by one. All of them are very complimentary. It does taste good, a very special texture. It's much better than the rescue pill. If only I had these to eat when I was in closed door refining. Do you guys think monks can eat this stuff? This last sentence instantly caused the senior brothers and sisters to look at each other, and then inexplicably started discussing the monk. "It should be fine, it's not like it's meat, but those monks probably won't eat it when they see how close this is to the shape of meat. Who knows? I've also heard of some monks secretly nibbling on the tribute chicken legs offered to the Buddha statues in the middle of the night to eat." Ugh no. Why would a chicken leg be offered in front of a Buddha statue? Seeing that the topic of discussion was getting weirder and weirder, the senior sister who had first opened her mouth earlier hurriedly coughed and pulled back the topic. "Senior Brotherly, this should be the mutated Kanching potato that you planted? If the yield is enough, it should be able to be used as food for mortals, and maybe it can even nourish the body and give the offspring more possibilities to follow the path of immortal cultivation." Although she wasn't a spiritual planter, she was in the 4 Seasons sect, so she naturally knew that food was the most important thing for the people. Like if they come across any mutant species, their first thought is whether they can eat it and what the yield is. Li Yi nodded and shook his head again. This is also considered a mutated Kanching potato, but it is the flesh of the offspring of the Kanching potato and the Xianshui Jiao. Just after these words were said, a dazzling light immediately erupted in the eyes of those 2 spirit plant master brothers, who couldn't help but ask, "What? The offspring of the Kanchang potato and the Xianshui Jiao? The offspring of spiritual plants and beasts?" It would probably involve the evolution of complex vitality chi. For the spiritual planters, it was like a hungry ghost seeing food. They even wanted to brazenly beg Li Yi to let them go and take a look. "Exactly," Li Yi said calmly. "I'm cultivating them with all my heart. It's not the right time yet. When there are results, I will invite my senior brothers and sisters to take a look." The 2 spirit plant masters hurriedly said, "Then when the time comes, senior brother must tell us that this is the token of our cave, and just send someone directly." Li Yi, who had harvested 2 tokens, smiled and nodded. Definitely. After solving the problem of the potato jiao, the next various cultivators each took out the objects they had refined. There are fragrant dews made from gourd oil, pills made from lotus dan, magic weapons after being coated with gourd oil, and formations made from ink canching potatoes. All of them are contraptions made out of objects that Li Yi turned in. Suya pointed at the elixir and said, "The lotus dan is selling very well over at the southern region's forging spirit sect and Heavenly Pulse Sword Mountain, and all the lotus dan that can be produced at the moment has been ordered by them. Realist Suya wanted them to take the earth demon ginseng in exchange, so they should have a harvest soon." As for this fragrant dew, it was still suggested by Senior Sister Song, made with gourd oil. The aroma is long-lasting and able to warm the spirit. The Myriad Sound Pavilion in the central region is already interested in purchasing it, and is planning to send someone over to discuss it in detail, so it shouldn't be able to get away. The other senior brothers and sisters also each introduced the objects placed in front of them, and in general, it was that the quality and effects of these things were good, and Li Yi would soon be able to get a large amount of merits and contributions. This was certainly a great joy for Li Yi. Merit he certainly doesn't have too much of. After all, any amount of merit was nothing in front of feeding the Jin Mu, and it was estimated that one would need around 100,000 merit to cultivate the Jin Mu to the next stage. It was also the time when he realized how special and sought after these things of his were. It was already an object that was clearly different from the clan's existing system, so it was no wonder that the senior brothers and sisters were explicitly trying to request materials. He thought about his current output, and agreed to what he could, and simply refused what he couldn't, just in case there are any more problems. After a conversation, Li Yi basically mingled with the senior brothers and sisters present. After all, they had the intention to befriend each other, and Li Yi was very good at talking, so naturally, they had a good conversation. When they heard that Li Yi was going to condense cloud energy to make cloud treasures during the summer vacation, they simply proposed to go to a cave in the sect called Nine Heavens Cave to have some fun. This Nine Heavens Cave sounded extraordinary, but Li Yi was completely unaware of this aspect and simply asked directly, "What kind of place is this cavernous place to go?" That palace-dressed senior sister Jiang explained, "There are many caverns within our sect, all of which were created by our predecessors. Among them, there were about 100 or so cave heavenly blessed places that the foundation establishment stage could enter, and there were all sorts of resources within, which could be obtained as long as one was able to pass the tests set by the seniors who were the lords of the cave heavenly blessed places. And this Nine Heavenly Queens, it was actually considered one of the simplest caverns. There is the light of the sun, moon, and stars in there that the predecessors have received directly from the high heavens, as well as all kinds of cloud chi, and if you want to condense cloud treasures at the time of the summer heat, that side is the best place to do it. The test generally speaking also involves the sunburst bells." That's right. Li Yi had a new question. Then according to what you said before, senior sister, will the test inside be difficult? Can master pass? Hearing what Li Yi said, not only senior sister Jiang, but even the surrounding senior brothers and sisters who were originally drinking tea all revealed expressions that were hard to explain. Looking at Li Yi, his heart fluttered. Is it a difficult test over there? As a result, it was still Suya who opened his mouth. Senior brother, has anyone told you that being humble is a bit too much? If even you can't pass, wouldn't that mean that the vast majority of disciples wouldn't be able to pass? Go. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding senior brothers and sisters who also felt that Li Yi was really modest to the point of being a bit infuriating immediately flocked to Li Yi to leave. Li Ye, but I'm obviously telling the truth. He was helpless and could only half-heartedly follow his brothers and sisters forward. The crowd directly passed through Yi Tang's teleportation spell formation, instantly arriving before a large gateway K that stood high above the clouds. There was bright to somewhat holy sunlight all around, shining on the jade doorway that seemed to be holding up the sky and the earth, plus the clouds and heavenly light flowing in the distance. Magnificent and spectacular. People stand before this doorway as tiny as ants. It's really like being in the fairy world. End of chapter. Chapter 112 Sunlight Spirit Seal, White Dolphin's Treasure. After entering the door queue, it was considered to have officially arrived at the Nine Heavenly Queens. Li Yi had thought that this place would be off the beaten path, and that he could only look out and see the sea of clouds churning and the fairy-like golden bridge and jade corridor that stood in the daylight. As a result, after actually coming in, he suddenly discovered that over the golden bridge and jade corridor, which was hidden in the sea of clouds, there were many cultivators walking in pairs, talking and laughing. The level of bustle was not even comparable to the winter market that he had been to before. Just, inexplicably, a strange feeling of having arrived at some tourist destination. Even the name of the place, Nine Heavenly Queens, after careful consideration was very much a gimmicky tourist attraction, so his expression was slightly subtle. Isn't it surprised to? Suya laughed out loud. This is one of the most popular cavernous blessings for the disciples, and there are cultivators here almost every minute of the day. There are even cave dwellings for sale here, and the price of each is not low. After he finished speaking, he looked at the magnificent view of the sea of clouds churning in the distance and said, "At the beginning of my immortal cultivation, this was the view I was thinking of, and I think that other cultivators feel the same way." Elder brother is extremely right. That's really true. Li Yi also felt that this kind of scenery was very suitable for the word immortal cultivation. I didn't realize that so many monks like the grunge as well. Let's move forward then, Li Yi proposed. Senior brother does want to take a good look around here and enjoy the magnificent beauty of this sea of clouds. Go! Senior sister John waved her hand. The group talked and laughed as they walked forward along the jade cloister. On the way, Suya still introduced the situation of the Nine Heavens K to him. Nine Heavenly Queens, as the name suggests, is divided into 9 layers. The higher up you can see the sun, moon, stars, 3 lights and clouds more and more. Our foundation establishment cultivators can walk up to the 3rd layer. Further up is where only Jindan real people can go. Each floor has some special tests, but in general they are all related to the Sunlight Bell, because this cave itself was built by the master ancestor who created the spell Sunlight Bell in the first place. Li Yi nodded. That meant that he was going to be tested on his abilities regarding the Sunlight Bell in a few moments, but that spell had been transformed by himself, so he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Walking forward on this path also encountered a lot of disciples. There are the inner door and the outer door, and there is nothing to meet to salute and greet, just slightly nodded and passed. After all, there were so many people in here, if they all greeted each other one by one, it would really be a monkey's errand. Being surrounded by his senior brothers and sisters like this, Li Yi didn't feel uncomfortable and concentrated on the beauty of the surroundings. Perhaps it was true that he had stayed inside the cave much longer. It was quite nice to look at the scenery like this, and he felt like his mind had opened up a lot. It was about half a tea walk. Suya suddenly voiced out a reminder. We're about to enter the second level of the heavenly K in front of us. Senior brother, your test is coming. Li Yi hurriedly looked toward the front, only to see a side of a pool the size of a dozen acres of land appeared in front of him, which was full of clear and translucent light, and the light coalesced into a number of musical instruments, which danced freely in the haunting mist in the pool. What jade flute, Kong Ho, ocarina, zither, zhang, pipa, have everything, a few thousand pieces. The panel flashed wildly in front of his eyes, giving hints. Every musical instrument in there is actually a magic treasure with a spirit. Are these all magic treasures? He was indeed quite surprised that so many magic treasures that possessed artifact spirits were just placed here with a big grin. Right, with a look of adoration and longing, senior sister Jiang said, these are all magic treasures left behind by the same ancestor who built the 9 heavenly queens, and each one of them was handcrafted by her when she was at the Yuaning stage. I wish I could also leave behind this kind of heritage for the clan when I am a Jindan Yuaning. After slightly lamenting twice, she explained to Li Yi, that's right, senior brotherly. This first heavenly K is considered simple. You only need to go up and shake the Sunlight Bell, and if you can meet that ancestor's requirements, a token will be delivered to you from this pool. Li Yi sniffed and took 2 steps forward. When the surrounding cultivators saw another disciple trying to obtain the token, they all looked over curiously, and for a moment the scene turned out to be completely silent, with only Li Yi being watched by the many cultivators either with curiosity or anticipation. It was a good thing that Li Yi was sort of used to being watched like this, so he just calmly took out the Sunlight Bell and shook it gently against the pool. Jingle bells. The gentle sound of music instantly surged inside the pool, stirring the clouds and also stopping some of the instruments that were happily frolicking around. However, the next moment something happened that made all the cultivators quite surprised. After the sound of the bell was transmitted into the cloud pool, there was a flash of crystal bright light that burst straight towards the Sunlight Bell in Li Yi's hand. Immediately after that, the countless musical instruments in there suddenly began to chime. Hundreds of musical instruments and thousands of treasures surprisingly began to chime at the same moment, but the sound of the music was not harsh at all. It was like a gentle stream, spreading the sound of the music in all directions. They didn't play music only to Li Yi, but rather, they offered their music to all the cultivators who were currently still on the first level of the 9 heavens K without discrimination. Ooh, the cloud pool plays music. Today is considered a creation. This musical sound washes the divine consciousness, removes distractions, and might even bring up the divine consciousness cultivation a bit. The crowd of cultivators knew in their hearts that this was the work of this unknown senior brother, and they all glanced at the latter with eyes tinged with goodwill, and then immersed themselves in the wonderful music. However, only Li Yi could see in a trance a woman clad in neon feathers smiling faintly at him. Elder Jianmu has taken care of me a lot. He gave me good karma, so I should also give chances to my juniors. In the future, if you can carry this Tao forward, do not forget to come here to leave your legacy. The words fell. The Sunlight Bell in Li Yi's hand appeared like a tiny round shape branded by golden sand grains, with curved radiating lines of the sun, which was as bright and flickering as breathing. This was an avatar rune seal that belonged exclusively to the Sunlight Bell. The only effect it has is the ability to continuously nourish the Sunlight Bell with daylight. It would definitely be able to make the Sunlight Bell give birth to an artifact spirit and warm it up, pulling up the upper limit of the artifact spirit. Senior, thanks for giving the treasure. He wanted to bow to the figure, but the latter had long since dissipated, and only the token for entering the second heavenly K and the Sunlight Bell shone in his hands. After another while, Li Yi and his senior brothers and sisters finally entered the second level of the Heavenly Queens. It wasn't that the surrounding cultivators had caused them any trouble, they simply wanted to finish listening to the music played by the instruments in the cloud pool, and as a result, they were hard controlled here for a full half hour. He was still a bit reluctant to finish. I don't know if I'll be able to hear it again. This music is so refreshing and beautiful that it's hard to describe. Suya followed with a nod. Indeed, but there should rarely be a second chance. After all, you won't be able to condense the token on your second visit. So naturally, you won't be able to invoke the musical instruments and chimes within. That's really a pity. Li Yi was slightly saddened, but he had gained benefits in the future. think about it and let it go. Then he looked up and around. The second heaven seemed to daylight shine a little brighter, and the figures of some spirit beasts appear in the sea of clouds. The translucent spindle-shaped body. Wasn't it the skylight white dolphin that he had seen in the Skylight Cloud River when he went to Sky River City before? There is a very high population of skylight white dolphins here. Even when they swam together in mid-air, their bodies connected to each other, and when they whistled through in general, it was truly like an aerial river had appeared. Raising his eyes, he was able to clearly see that the entire sea of clouds was filled with skylight white dolphins, so many that Li Yi felt that it was somewhat abnormal. Li Yi was puzzled in his heart, especially when he saw that the surrounding senior brothers and sisters were looking a bit subtle. He felt even more like there wasn't something wrong here. Chirp! It was at this time that it was accompanied by a long drawn-out cry. From inside the distant sea of clouds, a group of skylight white dolphins carrying a single wrapped skin on their backs burrowed out, and they cut straight through the clouds to the front of the group. They helped each other to remove the wrapped skins and summoned the clouds again. Surprisingly, it was hardened to form a circle of tables around it, and on top of the tables were arranged shells, fish, pieces of clouds, jade. Anyway, it's just a mishmash of objects that look like they were picked up from somewhere random. The skylight white dolphins chirped at the crowd expectantly. Li Yi actually miraculously understood what they meant, wanting them to buy these things. At least one person should buy one. Why is there still forceful buying and selling? Li Yi lowered his voice and asked Suya. The latter shook his head rather helplessly. It's not like it's a forced purchase. It's just that these little guys are just having fun with it. Their ancestral master was the builder of the 9 heavenly queens, where no one dared to harm the heavenly light white dolphins, but they are mischievous and this is just a joke. What's more, you can see that all these objects come from the boundless sea of clouds of the 9 heavenly queens, and perhaps there are times when precious objects can really be brought by them. Around is just to buy a random piece. Senior brother, you find it good looking to give them 1,000 spirit stones is. After giving them spirit stones, they can lead us directly to the location of the portal of the 3rd heavenly palace, which is also considered a saving grace. So saying, Suya has already checked up if there is any object that is not, so lose panic. After all, 1,000 spirit stones to buy some specialties is actually really a little loss. Seeing that the senior brothers and sisters had already started to pay the toll, Li Yi also picked up, and as a result, he swept his eyes. The panel just suddenly appeared. Name, Drunken Light Spirit Muscle. Mood, none. Status, sleeping. Can't be awakened for the time being. Bindable, a young attribute spirit animal that can emit light, with different symbiotic effects depending on the light. Spirit muscles? He suppressed his surprise, placing his eyes on an inconspicuous, like half of a leftover leaf-like object on the cloud table. If it wasn't for the panel's reminder, he wouldn't have been able to see that it was actually a spirit clam. Is he so lucky that he can pick up the pieces again? Without saying a word, Li Yi took out 1,000 spirit stones and handed them to the heavenly light white dolphin that was staring at them, followed by picking up the gnawed leftover half of the leaf. Suya on the side had already bought a translucent white jade block, and when he saw what Li Yi had chosen, he didn't say anything. It was probably because Senior Li couldn't walk when he saw this suspected spirit plant object. Aren't all spiritualists like this? The other 2 spiritual planters beside me have also picked out what is suspected to be some kind of spiritual plant rhizome and leaf contraption. End of chapter. Chapter 113 Unexpected Test. Destroyed Blade. After paying the toll for the skylight white dolphin, they were finally able to step on the white dolphin and head straight towards the depths of the churning sea of clouds. It's actually quite a rare experience. Stepping on the white dolphin was so stable that it was like stepping through the air on his own, with the clouds around him billowing and draping around his body. The thrill of this journey is actually very satisfying. It's like flying through the clouds. But sadly, due to the extremely fast speed of the skylight white dolphins, they arrived at their destination in less than half a tea time, and after putting the crowd down, they did not hesitate to walk away with a flick of their tails. Li Yi was still a bit unfulfilled. He felt that if he could experience the thrill of flying with a dolphin for 1,000 spirit stones, it didn't seem too bad. It doesn't seem to be a loss. Not to mention the fact that he also picked up a spirit clam that he didn't know what it was. Senior brother doesn't look like he's had enough fun. A senior brother spoke up. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until you reach the 3rd heavenly palace before you can have some fun, said he with a mysterious smile on his face. Next to them, there were several other senior brothers who followed and agreed. The third wait is indeed interesting. It took me a lot of work to barely get used to it the first time I came to the triple heavenly palace, but when it's really something rare. Listening to them being so secretive and selling their secrets, Li Yi was really aroused with curiosity. He simply said, "Then I'll go and undergo the test right away to see what kind of surprise it will be." In front there is a continuous jade pillar hidden in the clouds. This is the place of the second heavenly Q test. When Li Yi walked up, Some words emerged above the jade pillar nearest to him that was so tall that it went deep into the clouds. Please send down sunlight and grace for the mortals. Immediately afterward the clouds suddenly converged. An extremely clear jade light screen appeared under Li Ye's feet. It was actually a city where mortals lived. The largest area that could be seen in the city was the fields that had already been planted with food, and there were mortal farmers picking up water to water the fields, their tanned faces full of anticipation for the harvest. Ha! The older brothers and sisters let out a sound of surprise in unison. How come it's this test? A spirit plant master was even more very surprised. Another spirit plant master narrowed his eyes. This is difficult. This should be the most troublesome of the many tasks in the entire second heavenly K. And why did it appear? The test of the 9 heavens K would change depending on the cultivator's cultivation of the Dharma. And generally spiritual plantsmiths would just be testing the ability to control the He Guang bell. But there will be rare instances where a very troublesome ordeal occurs. For example, in this case now, it is necessary to extend the spiritual power of the sunlight bell with extreme precision within the land within the jade jewel, soothing all the seeds within. Be aware that this can be very troublesome. Failure to do so could result in not only failing the test, but also taking responsibility for affecting the lives of mortals. Tests like this hadn't been seen for a long time. After all, immortal cultivators interfered with the lives of mortals, and were suspected of treating mortals as playthings. Real people have said that this is a bad habit. Why did it suddenly appear? Give up if you can't. I'll send a message to the real person from the Deacon Hall. Suya spoke. Such a test is afraid that the 9 heavens K blessed land has some problems. Yeah. Senior brother Su is right. We can ask a real person from the Deacon's Hall to take care of it. This test is just a little too much. Don't go. Seniorly, the other senior brothers and sisters advised. However, Li Yi knew that it wasn't out of the question. It was because only he could see the woman who had just given him the benefit of the doubt over at the first heavenly palace standing over there. Obviously this was a customized test for him. I want to try. Li Yi took a step forward with a light smile on his face. Since the test came out, I believe I can do it. Big deal. I will also give enough compensation. Hearing Li Yi say this, the elder brothers and sisters didn't persuade any further. Perhaps there is a reason they don't know, and it is also unknown. Since Li Yi chose, as an immortal cultivator has to bear the consequences of the choice. But in order for Li Yi to pass, they still came up with some ideas. I have a magic artifact here that can strengthen divine sense. Why don't the senior sisters of the formation hall help me make a small formation for senior brotherly? I also have pills to increase divine sense here. I just looked at the situation in the middle of that jade land. It should be a spiritual plant like micro-spirit rice. Li Yi of course will not refuse the good intentions of the senior brothers and sisters. Later returned is, after all, his heart is also a little drum. This thing is really so simple? So it was only after he was sitting in the formation, with a cauldron suspended above his head and a spirit elixir inside his mouth, that he finally summoned the sunlight bell. Jingle bells. A soft halo of light instantly surged within the transparent jade disc. At that instant Li Ye's divine sense seemed to be pulled to an infinite distance. He felt the lack of aura, the deadness of the city and the lack of nutrients. The seeds that tried to grow but could not germinate no matter what. It was already too late to think more about what exactly was going on with this jade. He shook the sunlight bell, and from the dome of the sky fell daylight spiritual energy so dense that it was like substance. Those spiritual powers were scattered into the fields. Exalted God. The farmer who was plowing looked on in amazement at the scene, his dark face wearing an incomprehensible trembling look, but choked to the point of speechlessness. The soothing power for the seeds from within the sunlight bell as well as the aura that had been accumulated earlier was soon spread into the land, seemingly dispersing something. Anyway, the rice seeds that were not able to break through the ground sprouted and grew as much as they could. In just a short moment, the original still empty piece of land above even grew a person-high rice. That rice spike heavy, radiating abundant vitality of power. A grain of light rose up from the middle of the land, surprisingly passing right through the curtain of light, and no one could detect its presence. It landed inside Li Ye's pocket. Then, the jade light screen simply disappeared away, disappearing extremely abruptly. A token appeared in front of Li Yi and was grabbed by him. What the hell is this? Li Yi had a strange expression on his face. Have you seen your brothers and sisters ever seen this before? Why do I feel that something is not right now? The others looked at each other in disbelief. This whole thing does reveal a bizarre situation. Wait for a real person to come over. It's not something we can handle anymore. So they simply didn't move on either, and instead waited over here for the real person from the Deacon's Hall to arrive. Without waiting for much longer, a figure wearing the Taoist robe of the Deacon's Hall appeared next to him. His face was very serious as he directly said, "You must not speak of this matter to outsiders. This is an order from the sect master real person himself." The city that disciple Li Yi went through the test just now is one of the leaves of the Jianmu that has long been determined to be destroyed. The crowd's expressions all followed suit and became serious. As inner disciples of the Four Seasons sect, Of course, they were all well aware of the cavernous paradise created by the ancestor way with the Jianmu specifically for mortals to live in. But this Jianmu is not the real mythical one after all. It will have its moments of wilting. Once the kenwood withers, the world it holds will perish with it. Generally speaking, before the signs of withering appeared in the building wood, the clan would immediately send out mighty cultivators to transfer the entire mortals living there to another area. That is to say that the Jianmu blade should have been empty at the time of its destruction. But just now they saw very clearly that there was clearly a town of people coming and going in the middle of that blade. If it was not for the fact that those present were cultivators who could knead wrong souls and evil ghosts into dough, they would have seriously thought that they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, inside the deacon's hall, the vice temple master sat with an old man with white hair. In front of them was a curtain of light that was so huge that it could not be described, that had formation patterns as complex as the roots of a tree, and points of light that shone like stars. What each point of light represented was a cavernous blessed land. The stability of these caves and paradises basically relies on the building of wood and the formations that have been set up by successive generations of cultivators who have devoted their lives to them. And at the very bottom of these densely packed root formations and starlight, there were small blades that were sealed up by a pale silver glow, and a city could be vaguely seen in the blades' lines. One of them was the city where Li Yi had been tested just now. That's the way it is, the vice hallmaster said respectfully to the old man. Senior brother, was it because that little guy Li Yi had the blessing of Jianmu that he accidentally touched that blade? The sect master realist shook his head. There have been a few people who have been fortunate enough to receive the blessing of Jianmu before, but no one has ever been able to manage to resonate with the blades that have already been sealed by us. I've already contacted my senior uncle in the upper realm, and she said that it was probably because the spirit god of the nine heavens K thought that Li Yi would be able to solve the problem of that seal leaf, and that's why it was revealed. That was the very first batch of small worlds created by Master way back then, and it said that because of some demonic sects, it left behind pollution in it that couldn't be dispelled. You also know that the basis of those small worlds is the ability to produce the spiritual objects from the myths in some way, and because of that we, the 4x sect, have gotten some unimaginably powerful treasures. Senior uncle told me that there should be some mythical treasures inside that leaf as well, and I didn't expect it to be triggered by a disciple who hasn't been in the sect for long. Here he paused before ordering, reinforce the formation around that leaf, and then invite the spirit god of the nine heavens K to ask for the crime. That disciple has only just built his foundation. How can he hold up such a huge cause and effect? Has this spirit god been relaxing inside the nine heavens K for so long that he doesn't even have much of a brain anymore? He was really angry. Originally Trace Star was sending letters to him every day muttering, don't give Li Yi more pressure, to let nature take its course. All of them, the Yuaning real people and the several god transformation senior brothers and sisters, were still there, and the spirit god had the audacity to just cross them over to meet that young disciple. Can it be that the four-season sect's heavens already need to be topped by a childish son who has yet to grow up? End of chapter. Chapter 114 Cloud Island Deal. Sunlight Rice Seed. There are many opportunities left behind by our seniors within the 4x sect. Li Yi, you happen to come across them this time, so you don't have to worry too much. The real person from the deacon's hall said something like this on his way out, with the sect master's real person and the hall master concerned about this matter. It's unlikely that anything will go wrong no matter what. Then he just left. It seemed that he came over just to tell Li Yi the truth about this matter, which made Li Yi, who was originally ready to take up the sect's mission, a bit uncomfortable. But the brothers and sisters next to them were used to it. Senior uncle is indeed right. There are many opportunities left behind by the seniors within the sect, not to mention that even the real person has said so. Why are you still worrying so much? Let's go. Let's go to the three heavens quickly. We still have to search for Cloud Island. Didn't I tell you that? Suya directly pulled Li Yi forward. The two instantly traversed the portal of the third heavenly palace, and then they were directly suspended in the middle of a vast cloud, with an endless dome of sky above them, and flowing clouds below them. Without the land and the golden bridge and jade corridor built in the middle of the sea of clouds, it was surprisingly floating directly between the vastness of heaven and earth. This sudden weightlessness caused Li Yi to have a moment of discomfort, but soon he became aware of the wind that surrounded his body as if it had a spirit. A foundation establishment cultivator would have been able to fly briefly as well. Plus there was a spiritual wind here, so he easily adapted to it, and even had a marvelous feeling, adapting fast. Suya looked at Li Yi from the side and nodded, then urged, hurry up. If we can find Cloud Island faster we can come in time to set up the formation. What about the other senior brothers and sisters? Aren't they coming? Li Yi looked around, and as a result, he didn't find them. They're all going to search for their respective Cloud Islands, and after we find them in a while, we'll be able to connect together by using the cave token to contact each other. Suya explained. Well then, let's get going. Hearing him say this, Li Yi no longer hesitated and directly began to fly between this vast sea of clouds. It would not take any effort at all. Even the mana consumption was extremely low. In this sea of clouds, there are many cloud islands that are already occupied by people, and you can vaguely see that there are pavilions or ordinary courtyards on those islands, and the cultivators are busy on them. The cloud island here was likewise left behind by the owner of the Nine Heavens K, that mighty senior. If it's an ordinary cultivator who comes here to occupy the cloud island, needs to pay some spirit stones related to the volume of the cloud island every month. If it's a spiritual planter, they need to condense the cloud treasures of the heatstroke and scatter some of them inside the cloud sea. This matter had been known to Li Yi before, and he also knew that if he was able to occupy Cloud Island, he would be able to undertake the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars on it. The most important thing is that during this period of time in the heat of the summer, the 4 Seasons sect will open up the teleportation spell formations that lead to this place from the alien spirit lands that live in the various caves and heavens. Those alien races would take some of their unique spirits in exchange, so it is considered an excellent time for cultivators to harvest all kinds of rare materials. I know it, let's find it fast. Li Yi nodded and began to focus on finding the unoccupied cloud islands with Suya. It's a good thing they're still lucky. It was only a tease work later that a small island, which was also about half an acre, was found at the edge of a thick, shimmering cloud of lightning. After the 2 of them entered Cloud Island and placed their identity jade pendants into the formation jade pillar in the center of Cloud Island, it meant that they had officially occupied this Cloud Island. The other senior brothers and sisters also brought their respective Cloud Islands over one after another, hard splicing together with this Cloud Island, turning it into a small Cloud Island with tens of acres of land. They then began to frequently travel to and from their caves, bringing all sorts of materials here and starting to remodel Cloud Island on the spot. At the same time, there was also the output of various types of spirit elixirs, array discs, spirit weapons, and spirit plants, and other items that had been accumulated for a full year were also brought here. A few days passed in a flash. During this time, Li Yi had already inspected the things on this Cloud Island. Simply put, it is a welcoming pool of light and a spatial array that can lead to their respective caves, as well as allow foreigners to be transported here. Just go and gather the cloud treasures by the time of the first summer. The spiritual plant master brother surnamed Sun explained to Li Yi. We will handle the situation of the foreign guests coming. There is no need for you to bother about this side. Just take out any special objects you have and put them on the stall to sell them together. After saying that, he blinked his eyes and asked impatiently, could you first show me the object you're going to put up for sale? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. AI. Another spirit plant master with the surname Jean hurriedly arrived just in time to hear this, and instantly hated it. This guy even came alone. Not just now said that he would wait for me to come together to find seniorly? Such a face is truly a shame for spiritual planters. After senior brother Jean spoke very angrily, senior brother Sun was unimpressed and said, look at what time it is now. Didn't you also save the idea of coming alone? The anger on senior brother Jin's face faded like a tidal wave at these words, scratching his head. Then isn't it that you can't wait to see senior brother Li? In the end, the spirit plants and spirit beasts in senior brother Li's hands are a bit too special. By the looks of these two, they should be fairly well acquainted. Besides, there was nothing that couldn't be shown. If he could steal and learn by merely looking, then his golden finger would really be wasted. Therefore, Li Yi directly went into the cave and took out the objects he was going to sell this time, which were actually crystal honey, the flesh of the potato jiao, and the lotus dan, as well as some other materials. He said graciously, a portion of this was also meant to be put into the Hall of Leaves. His body shook a little before he said the awkward Yi Tang. So if the 2 senior brothers want to see it, then feel free to do so. I'm going to prepare to accept the cloud chi of the first summer heat to converge into cloud treasures. So I'll leave first, and I'm counting on you two as well as the other senior brothers and sisters over here. After saying that, he was very relieved to pile up this large pile of various materials and turn to leave. The 2 remaining spiritual planters looked at each other. One by one, they were picked up and examined before the others arrived. As the 4 Seasons sect's genuine spiritual plantsmiths, they were certainly able to discern the characteristics of these materials. It seems that Senior Li is following the natural path. Things are not more precious than they are. Just, the 2 of them glanced at each other, puzzled as to what kind of a complex environment was needed to create this much material that possessed spirituality. Just how much effort did that senior brotherly put into creating the cave? It was important to know that the structure inside the cave was actually considered a unified plan out of the sect. Although there is a sun and moon flow inside, also have the wind and rain, but compared to the real natural environment in the end is still a little worse. It is difficult for such a unified place to have enough spirituality to give spiritual plants and animals. Wait, senior brother Jean suddenly said, I remember seeing the diagrams left behind by senior brother Li when he planted spirit plants on the island of Ding 5. 632. And even amongst all the records in these centuries it would have gotten an A-class rating. Then what you mean is that Senior Lee has a talent for spirit plant arrangement that is unattainable by ordinary people, and is even able to get close to the natural environment? Senior's son instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. If this is really the case, then if Senior Brotherly continues to set up the cave in the future, wouldn't he be able to truly turn it into a natural land, which is one of the conditions for generating a house spirit? Li Yi, who was far away in the light-bearing pool, did not know what exactly these senior brothers were brainstorming about. He was currently sitting cross-legged in the center of the pool that was built out of jade like an altar. I've even showered and dressed. The halo around them was extremely hot as it was gathered by the jade of the altar. It even gave him the strange sensation of sitting under a convex mirror. It's still quite uncomfortable. Li Yi tried to control his body to stabilize and looked at the daylight gradually rising in the distance. When the sun rises, it's officially the first day of summer. He adjusted himself and waited until the moment daylight rose, recited the magic spell and began to gather up some special clouds that had suddenly risen between heaven and earth. Those clouds carried an ineffable spirituality, and even if Li Yi had the help of the light-bearing pool, it was quite difficult to capture them. From afar the clouds surged above the pool of Changguang. Wisps of white clouds slowly converged and circled around Li Yi, and after being tainted with his spiritual energy, they changed into a white cloud that settled inside the light-bearing pool. This process requires Li Yi to run the festival chi aptitude at all times, but also all the cloud chi stained with their own spiritual power, and through the divine sense to suppress the spirit within want to soar engraving rune patterns. Even with a powerful divine sense like his plus the help of Jian Mu's spiritual power, he could basically only manage to get half a caddy of cloud treasure in an hour. But it was during this process that he suddenly realized that he seemed to have an alien source of psychic energy in him, right inside the pocket. What could hide from his divine sense and stay inside his pocket all the time? He was instantly creeped out. Hastily, he pulled out the thing inside his pocket and held it in his palm to inspect it carefully. It was actually a rice seed. Name Sunlight Rice. Mood, confused. Status, sleeping. Bindable, any kind of rice-type spirit that changes according to the opponent's spiritual attributes after being bound. When did this come to me? Li Yi instantly thought of the sudden trial a few days ago. If something was wrong it was definitely there. Sunburst Rice. What an amazing name. He suddenly realized that the surrounding clouds and halos were gradually converging towards the side of the rice seeds, densifying into droplets of water glowing with golden light. This color and the daylight-filled aura inside together with the environment we are in now. Could this be daylight spirit water? He didn't even dare to guess that it was the sunlight divine water, but that was only in the heavenly queens above the 7th layer that there was a very small probability of being able to coalesce a star and a half. Could it be that this thing is actually rice? So it needs this what's-her-name daylight spirit water? Li Yi naturally couldn't think about it too much and hurriedly helped the seeds of the sunlight rice to gather the sunlight spirit water, incidentally not forgetting to converge on your own cloud treasure as well. The speed was surprisingly more than twice as fast. Senior Brotherly seems to be going well. The senior brothers and sisters who were busy glanced at Li Ye's direction from afar and withdrew their gazes. That will be a relief. At this moment, the space portal in the distance had already begun to operate. Only a few figures were slowly walking out. They were all dressed very coolly, a stark contrast to the Four-Season sect cultivators who were dressed in Taoist robes and covered up tightly. Suya was slightly surprised and took the initiative to welcome him. Yang Qiu, did you even come out from inside the tribe? The cool sea air was draped around the visitor, and it was none other than a few Dao friends from the shark race. The young patriarch of the Yang Yao lineage had a sunny smile on his face, paired with healthy wheat-colored skin and a richly raised family. Surprisingly, he was not inferior to the inner disciples of the Four Times sect in terms of temperament, and had another unique charm in him. The old man went into the outer sea to look for the augur, so I was able to leave the tribe, and this coincided with the summer fair, so I came. He first greeted each of the several Four Seasons sect disciples who were over here, then looked around and wondered, how come we haven't seen that fellow Taoist Li? The light-bearing pool can only be seen by disciples of the Four Times sect, and outsiders are unable to see through that special hidden formation. Suya replied, Senior Brotherly is busy with important matters, but he still took out some treasures, so come and take a look if you want to. That's good. Yang Qiu spoke to the few sharks following him. You guys go and look at the other things. If there's anything suitable, buy it. There can't be any bad objects from the Four Times sect Taoists. Yes, the few sharks immediately dispersed in all directions and went to buy other things. The sharks themselves didn't have as profound a refining technique as the Four Times sect in the end, so they often needed to purchase spirit elixirs and spirit weapons. After they scatter in all directions, only Yang Ke and Suya were left to walk forward slowly to the side of the stall where Li Ye's items for sale were placed. The natural thing to use here is also a mechanism counter, only needing a sweep of divine sense to know the purpose of each item. The first thing Yang Qiu looked at was of course the honey, which was now contained in a translucent jade marquee. sticky with the color of daylight, sells extremely well. The quality of this honey seems to have gotten a little better again. Almost every month, that quality goes up a little bit. The contract I signed with Senior Brotherly in the beginning now seems like I've earned more. Yang Q came here actually mainly for this matter, because the honey given by Li Yi could raise the quality by a minuscule amount almost every month. But on the off chance that such a little bit was accumulated, that would be a considerable amount of raise. Plus, this honey was so popular within the clan that even some of the clans that competed with them for resources started to look for where exactly it came from. So he wanted to come and update the contract. 1,000 spirit stones a caddy no longer works. Suya understood what he meant and was about to speak when a few more people stepped out from within the distant space portal, and the few who came this time were wearing armor made from special furs, and their bodies were draped in a ferocious and unbroken blood aura. But the looks are quite innocent. There's even something like one of those handsome scribes with a war helmet on his head and ears that peek out like a tiger but are slightly more slender. The fierceness and innocence were surprisingly uncomfortable in them, and quite compatible. They looked around after arriving here, their noses twitched slightly, and their eyes just lit up. With that, he quickened his pace to this side of the stall, pointing at the potato scalloped meat sitting there. Fellow Taoist of the 4 sect, as many as there are of this item, we, the enlightened clan, will take them all. Listening to this wealthy and generous tone was clearly a master who did not lack spirit stones. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Many orders, not so many sales. The enlightened ones. This was likewise one of the foreign races that the 4 sect had once subdued. Aside from some of the communities within the 4 Seasons sect, almost all of the rest were serving as guards and soldiers in various dangerous places. They fought with that fearlessness and were also born with a special talent for building weapons and armor. Even amongst a sect like the 4 sect, the preferential treatment that came with war merit was exaggerated. With the help of these bloodcast battle honors, the enlightened race was able to occupy a top 5 position among all the foreign races belonging to the 4 Seasons sect. Because they were special like this, generally speaking the other alien races would not clash with them and would even actively avoid them. That's the way it is now. Yang Qiu took the initiative to take 2 steps back towards the side. He was prepared to wait for them to finish their purchases first before talking to Suya in detail. Are a few of you buying the meat of these potato scallops? Suya smiled and spoke. A few of you are truly discerning. This item was painstakingly cultivated by my Senior Brotherly, a disciple of Trace Star Realist. Inside, there is the blood chi from the Xian Shui Jiao, possessing the efficacy of a grain-repelling elixir, and it also doesn't have the turbid chi that meat carries with it, so it's truly a precious product. These words were all thought of in a twinkling of an eye, and he spoke them with such vigor that even Yang Ke, who was on the sidelines, was a little curious as to whether this thing was really that good. Wait, the clansmen of the enlightened clan felt their heads buzzing a little. The young man at the head of the group hurriedly called out to stop. Fellow Daoist, how do you call yourself? My name is Suya. So it's fellow Daoist Suya. The youth arched his hand. My lineage was fortunate enough to have an ancestor give me the surname Li, and my name is Li Sui. Surprisingly, it was the Lai word tribe within the Kaiming clan. Suya's expression was a bit more cautious. I heard that you guys were still guarding Dongsung town after the Hungry Bone incident. Now that you're even able to return to the clan, could it be that there's a solution to the matter over there? Not really. Raya sighed slightly, shaking his head. The situation over there is still not optimistic. The older people within the clan have all been stationed deep inside, and the only ones who can leave briefly are those of us who are younger and more enlightened. There was a special formation within the East Sung town where that Hungry Bone grievance was entangled, and it was impossible to swallow too much meat. But on the contrary, we are meatless, which is why I was doubly surprised to see this just now. We really need it, so I hope you can give me a solid price. What's the lowest you can sell it for? Directly using the enlightened gold ingots produced within our clan to make a deal, or signing a contract through the Deacon's Hall of the 4 Seasons sect is also possible. At those words, Suya frowned. If it was truly the enlightened clan station in Dongsung town, then this item could not be sold at a high price, and it would even have to voluntarily lower its price. It is already considered military food in a sense. Military food, of course, is more important, but the benefits are sort of obvious. Enough to trade for enlightened gold ingots. That kind of spirit material could only be created by the enlightened clan in the vast cultivation world. It is a spiritual material that can be added to almost any metal to enhance spirituality and quality. Generally speaking, the Kaiming clan rarely took this kind of gold ingot to trade. It was obviously that this potato scallop meat was extremely special to draw such a sidelong glance from the Kaiming clan, but he really couldn't make a decision for Li Yi. The only person who can make a large number of orders is Li Yi, and he will definitely not cross a little bit of boundaries in this regard. So he said, if you have something to do, you can come back in a while, and wait for Master Li, the owner of the potato jiao meat, to come over, and then we can discuss the matter in detail. That won't be necessary. Ritsu simply waved his hand. I'll tell the other clansmen to wander elsewhere. I'll just stay here and wait. I wonder if there is a quiet room where I can bathe and rest. The enlightened clan's 1,000 husbandmen patted his armor, which already bore many scars, and said in a casual tone, I also killed quite a few hungry ghosts before coming here, so I'm still a bit sleepy. That's natural. This was originally Cloud Island, and there were so many formation masters and refiners around, that wanting to build a house could even be accomplished with the wave of a hand. Fellow Daoist, follow me is. I'll send someone to invite Senior Brother Li when he comes out in a while. Suya quickly escorted Liu into a quiet courtyard before returning to this side of the stall. After leaving for a while, there were actually several groups of foreigners coming here one after another, all looking at the objects on Li's stall, waiting for him to come back to discuss in detail. After all, everyone else had their own guests to entertain over there. Besides, he had the best relationship with Li Yi and was familiar with the prices and characteristics of these things, so naturally he could only wait for him to come back. Suya, he couldn't help but mutter, what a short job for you, if you don't go back and get me more materials. I wanted to say something harsh, but I thought it didn't seem very threatening, so I couldn't really cut my robe off just because of such a small matter. Could I? The more he thought about it, the more helpless Suya was in the end. He diligently went to receive the guests of the alien race, only praying that Li Yi could feel tired quickly and then come here to deal with things. Other side, Li Yi had taken a lot of effort to spend a lot of divine sense and mana, but he barely managed to get out half a tael of daylight spirit water. For that matter, it was still done with the help of the sunlight rice seed in Kenwood's special dharma. What was even more difficult was that his divine sense was already depleted. On rare occasions, I felt a vague pain in my sea of consciousness, like the pain when skin splits, not very strong, but impossible to ignore. Half a taels of spiritual water, 1 caddy of cloud treasure. Alas, this first summer is only 15 or 16 days in total. He rubbed his brow feeling tired, but unbeknownst to him, he had only just built his foundation to be able to do it was already not easy. Who were the other spiritual planters who had learned about the festival avatar? Who hadn't been able to accumulate it for years and years before it was transformed into the Cloud Palace's cloud treasure? It was good that Li Yi had always been able to comfort himself, not to mention that after getting more good things, he knew that there were some things that could not be forced. So after a short period of frustration it was soon thought of. It's good to get some rest and relaxation. This sunlight rice should be the one to be cultivated with sunlight spirit water. So let's try it when we go back. As he thought of this, he simply leapt straight out of the bearing light pool, intending to go over to the stalls to take a look. It was just the first day of opening. There shouldn't be that many people, so he walked at a brisk pace. When he arrived here in a leisurely manner, he was immediately spotted by Senior Sister Jiang, who shouted at him, "You should quickly go to the welcoming hall at the back. There's a lot of business waiting for you to decide." Senior Sister Jiang's tone was urgent, and it was obviously considered a big deal. Good. Li Yi sniffed and immediately turned around, being curious about what was going on. He quickly rushed to the welcome hall, and as he stepped inside, many more gazes looked over. Why is this scene so familiar? He was very calmly just about to open his mouth when Suya shouted, "No, the rightful owner is here. You guys just negotiate with him." Suya then handed a pamphlet to Li Yi with a tired face and quickly left, as if there was some demonic beast chasing behind him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Yi lowered his head and quickly scanned the pamphlet, and the corner of his mouth twitched that much. It was actually all orders that the Fae wanted to place. If you really according to what is said in here, the amount of honey that needs to come out every month alone is going to be around 10,000 pounds, and the rest of what Lotus Dan, gourd oil, and the meat of the potato auger is even more massive. Among them, the honey required by the Shark clan was directly followed by an unlimited amount of purchase, and the meat of the potato scallop was the same on the side of the Order of the Enlightened clan. No wonder Suya looked like he was being drained. He had no way to give an accurate answer and was worried that it would affect Lia's earnings, so he had been negotiating here. Warmth rose in Lia's heart, and he would definitely have to make it up to Senior Brother Su afterward, but now he had to deal with these alien Taoists. He sat straight to the top seat, his tone bland. "Gentlemen, I can give you an accurate answer. The number of items I can produce here isn't very high, because as you've seen, it's all fine products, and taking care of these spirit plants and spirit beasts isn't an easy task. Like the gourd oil inside, that was almost all to be handed over to the clan, although he could take out a little bit, but only some. There was also the Lotus Dan. That thing was desperately needed even on Yi Tang's side, so it was naturally impossible to take out a lot of it. The rest of the scales of the golden red dragon carp, the moonflower beads of the flint crystal insects, the flint fire seeds, and the gourd output of the spirit water phoenix eye lotus will not be very large. The first reason is that some of them are special cases. Take the golden red dragon carp. He'd sought out the Chow family to buy them later, but there were some panels that were not bindable. Perhaps circumstances in passing had created the need. This is limited by the inability to produce large quantities. The second reason was that he planned to wait for these spirit beast spirit plants to reproduce and gestate seeds, and cultivate them from generation to generation at that time. It is not certain that the plants thus preferred may have a special effect. In the end, the spirit plant can be picked and used actually did not reach the upper limit, or can continue to grow. As time passes, their aura will become more abundant and their potency will grow with it. Of course, he had to keep some good stuff for himself, or as a favor. The local products that he grew himself were excellent gifts. So, from the beginning, he had no intention of selling in large quantities. After hearing his words, the faces of the alien Taoists present, who were almost not much different from the human race, all had a lost expression on their faces. Fellow Taoist Li, just tell us straight how much you can sell. Yang Xiu flashed a smile at him. That way we can also have a bottom in our hearts. When someone asked such a question, Li Yi followed suit and answered, other than the honey and the meat of the potato scallop, the rest of the things are just the ones that are placed on the stalls. Just go ahead and buy it if you guys want it. I can't offer it in large quantities and I won't sign any contracts. If it was said that there was some loss when they heard his words just now, then after hearing those words, the Fey Taoists directly stood up with a jolt. Then, fellow Taoist Li, I'll see you in a while. Yeah, we're going shopping first. In an instant the people inside the house were gone, obviously afraid that they wouldn't be able to grab anything. There were only 3 people left still sitting around. Thanks to senior brother Suya, this pamphlet also has the identities of these 3 people thoughtfully labeled on top. Yang Carving, the young clan leader of the Yang Yao line of the Shark clan. Li Yu, the 1,000-year-old leader of the Kai Ming clan. And one of them is Xian Yu, the emissary of the Xian Turtle clan. Li Yi looked at the female cultivator, who was about the height of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and spoke. Fellow Taoist Xian Yu, the output quantity of gourd oil is even more scarce, and I'm afraid I can't supply it to you. The female cultivator named Xian Yu's expression didn't change in any way. It was always calm as she nodded. I know, but I want to talk to you, Taoist, about another piece of business. I can feel that the gourd oil has a kind of turtle clan spiritual power in it that I can't understand, and that kind of spiritual power carries the power of unceasing vitality, which seems to be able to help my clan to molt their shells. If it is possible, I would like to ask you, Taoist, to help us tend to some of our clansmen. Just the taint of the gourd's breath should help them successfully molt. For each clan member we, the Xian Turtle clan, are willing to take out 1 or 2 earth vein spirit milk, and in addition the shells that the clansmen have molted can be handed over to you, Tao friend, to deal with as much as you like. Help molting? This should involve the special situation of the Xian Turtle clan, and although Li Yi was a bit moved, he didn't hastily agree to it. It just returned. I will discuss this matter with the sect, and if I can, I will notify fellow Taoist Xian Yu at the first opportunity. Xian Yu nodded slowly. That's good. Then I look forward to fellow Taoist's reply. When she finished, she left slowly. This way there were only 2 people left in this hall, Yang Qie and Li Yu. Li Yu decided to deal with the matter of the Yang carving first. He smiled apologetically at Li Yue and looked over at Yang Q. Fellow Taoist Yang, I see you've taken the initiative to offer to want to increase the price of honey per caddy? Precisely. Yang Qie's expression was solemn as he replied. Fellow Taoists, honey increases in quality a bit almost every month. If I don't raise the price, I feel uneasy with my conscience. Is that all there is? Fellow Taoist should have other ideas. Li Yi rubbed his temples. Just say it. I really can't hide it from you. Fellow Taoist. Yang Q sighed softly. Perhaps in the near future there will be other clansmen who will come to buy this kind of honey from Taoist Li. If Taoist Li can refrain from selling it to them, I'm willing to increase the price to 1,500 spirit stones, and I will add the unique East Extreme Yang bead of my Yang carving clan to the list of transactions. With a wave of his hand, he sent a round and flawless golden pearl to Li Yi with his spiritual power, and the light emitted by this pearl was actually extremely pure daylight. It was much purer than the daylight he had been able to draw from both the sunlight bell and the kenwood. If one had this kind of pearl, one should have a smoother time feeding his or her innate magic weapon. The sun and moon ring, after all, the moonflowerine attribute was supplied by another kind of pearl. After a brief moment of thought he made the decision. Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist Li. Then I'll take my first step. Hearing this, Yang Q was relieved, and knew that Li Yi would have to talk to the people of the enlightened clan next, so perhaps there were some things that were not suitable for him to know. So he just got up and excused himself. After he went out, Li Yu took the initiative to speak out. There seems to be quite a bit of merit power in Taoist friend's body after the starved bones are melted away. This enlightened clan's 1,000 husbandmen stood up and walked towards Li Yi, and by the time he reached Li Yi, he directly took out one thing. There was a very obvious confidence in his tone. Fellow Taoist can take a look at this item. and I'm sure you definitely won't refuse a deal with my clan. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Beaver Magic Weapon Space Silkworms. This enlightened race friend is very confident. Oh, what kind of goodies did the Taoist friend take to convince me? Li Yi received the light golden jade brief and took a moment to inspect it, and his face really showed some hesitation. Inside is actually the method of convergence of purple oil spring rain. It is a dharma that draws on the resentment and longing of hungry bones to fight for their lives from heaven. It was pretty much the same as what he had thought before. Spring rains had always possessed the special spiritual power to bring everything back to life, and spring planting was a very important thing, and also the deepest and most essential wish of the souls among those hungry bones. As long as you can plant seeds, at least you won't starve. But, he recalled those uncontrollable grievances and sighed softly. How did fellow Taoist Li obtain this technique? Can you bring it to trade with me? Naturally, Li Yue replied back with certainty. We are in the township of East Song, and we can dispose of all the proceeds at will. It's licensed by the real person. Li Yi nodded. Well then, this method that you took does make me a bit tempted, but the number of potato scalps is not much nowadays, and it only provides about 10,000 pounds or so of potato auger meat per month. This amount is my limit. He directly quoted his base price. The meat that a single potato auger could provide was around 3,000 kilograms, and now that there were a total of 5 potato augers, it would take at least a month of recuperation after each time they completely stripped the meat from their bodies. Although he could provide a maximum of 15,000 pounds, he definitely had to leave some behind. He couldn't promise all of it, and it was always not a loss to keep a hand in the game. 10,000 pounds? Ri Tu revealed an obvious expression of disappointment. As the enlightened race, their daily meals were actually very sizable. He has over 1,000 clansmen under him. I'm afraid 10,000 pounds will take less than 10 days to eat. This quantity is too small. If there are only 10,000 pounds, I'm afraid it can only be exchanged for about half a pound of enlightened gold ingots. Fellow Taoist Li, it's rare that we're willing to take out the enlightened gold ingot as a trade. Can't we really give more? A difficult look appeared on Li Ye's face. It's really not that I'm unwilling to give. Your clan's enlightened gold ingot is also famous in the cultivation world, but I really can't give any more than that. It's a brand new spirit animal, and I don't keep many of them, so just have to say sorry, he said, and arched his hand. Alas. Hearing Li Yi say this, Li Yue also knew that he really couldn't say anything more, and could only say, then subsequently, I will communicate with the deacon hall of your sect to send the contract. Hopefully, I'll be able to take a batch of potato auger meat with me when I leave. That's fine. Fellow Taoist, take your time. Li Yi got up and sent Ri Yi away, rubbing his brow tiredly after the latter's figure disappeared. Just go and get a drink from Senior Brother Su. I also don't know if Senior Brother Su has gone to sleep yet. The time of the first summer is fleeting. During this period Li Yi just stayed over at the Bering Light Pool every day to converge the cloud chi and daylight spiritual water. At first unskilled plus not enough spiritual power and divine sense. Later the more he did the more skilled he became. By the time the summer festival passed, he had already managed to get out more than 30 pounds of cloud treasure as well as about 10 taels of daylight spirit water. Yun Bao was only able to coalesce during the summer festival, but the daylight spirit water was able to come and coalesce often, so he didn't feel any pity. The big deal is just to come over here and coalesce more often. In these 10 days, he had harvested 50,000 spirit stones from the pile of gourd oil and other materials that he had placed outside, plus the monthly share and scattered income from the ground sentiment feed side. Now he had 700,000 spirit stones on him. In addition were the orders of the sharks, the enlightened, and the 3 races of the Shin turtle. Among them, after the enlightened clan communicated with the clan's deacon's hall, it was determined that the potato scallop was a brand new species, and had already issued merit to Li Yi. It was sown to Kenwood's seedlings by his turn of hand, and the Shin turtle clan seemed to have quite a good reputation on the clan side. And when he inquired about the real person from the deacon's hall, the latter told him that he could be assured that he could work with the Shin turtle. This way Li Yi could also take the order with confidence. This trip to the Nine Heavens Cave was naturally considered to have come to an end. He and his senior brothers and sisters gathered to drink tea and sip tea, and after celebrating, they each left to hit the road back home. Back at the cave, Li Yi always felt that there was something wrong inside the cave. Everywhere was silent, and there was absolutely no sign of the beavers that would normally come out to greet him immediately. Even the manta rays that would fly around were gone. His heart stuttered. Pets are quiet, they must be acting up. Is it finally time to break up the family as well? He immediately came to this side of the cave stone monument and probed his divine sense into it, instantly covering the entire cave through the monument's increase. As a result, they were found on the spirit vein willow side. The area where the spiritual vein willow was planted to today was actually the source of the third-order spiritual vein, and although it did not merge with the spiritual vein, because of its characteristics, it could continue to grow by following the flow of the spiritual vein. Li Yi hadn't bothered with it either, letting it grow freely. As a result, nowadays its roots had actually covered tens of acres of land. When Li Yi arrived here, he met the beavers who were rolling around in the roots of the spirit vein willow. The multicolored willow branches spreading on the surface as well as in the shallow underground layers have shown signs of crystallization, and the areas they pass through will become soft as a mud puddle in what was once considered solid ground. From a distance, the 5 hues of intertwined willows flowing inside the gray, muddy puddle were kinda pretty. It was inside these mud puddles that the beavers rolled around, staining their already oiled fur from their original nourishment with layer after layer of spirit-covered dirt. Li Yi took a deep breath. Honestly, he'd never seen beavers make such a mess. What the hell are you guys doing? He found 5 of the first beavers he'd ever raised, only to get close enough to realize that these beavers weren't just playing in the mud. Surprisingly, they were pinching something with their claws and some golden liquid, purple liquid, and the dirt here. It's the beginnings of a lotus. This instantly reminded Li Yi of the lotus petal that the beaver had given him earlier that carried the grievances of hungry bones inside. That was a magic weapon. Could it be that these little guys are doing the spells again? Carrick, the beaver who sensed Li Yi coming over, immediately climbed up and handed him a lotus that he had pinched. The lotus looked rough, but in fact even the lines on the petals as well as the lotus seed inside were made lifelike, and although the exterior was gray, it could vaguely shimmer with a halo of purple and gold intertwined. Under the rough exterior, it actually reveals a bit of finely crafted texture. It really is a magic weapon. How in the world did you guys learn to make spells? Li Yi stretched out his fingers to the lotus-injected aura. The lotus will slowly bloom. From the lotus seed pod flowed out of a trace of purple oil spring rain, in the surrounding dense into a wisp of purple mist. The mist came head-on with a comforting coolness that seemed to have little effect on Li Yi, but the spiritual plants around him were extremely enjoying themselves, even stretching their branches and leaves. The words, spiritual nodding, were added inside the status column. Ha, can you turn purple oil spring rain into mist? I have to say it was indeed a surprise. Surprisingly, it was able to help spiritual plants open up their spirituality. How in the world did the beavers make this amazing spell? Even the beavers couldn't give him an answer to that question, because after waving their paws around for a while, it was clear that these guys had suddenly learned. Even they don't know why, they just do it anyway. I guess it's because of the merit. Li Yi could only guess that it was the merit they acquired when they purified the hungry bones as well as when they helped themselves to deal with the evil bones of hungry ghosts before. Some days it's just a flash of light. It's really hard to put a finger on it. Anyway, it was really helpful for him to build some spells for these lotuses so that they could operate in the cave and sell the mist of the purple oil spring rain. He looked at the lotus and pondered for a while, then suddenly glanced down at the roots of the spirit vein willow and remembered something very important. Spirit vein willow, is this a branch or a root? If it's a root beard, can it be extended through the silk? And will it still have the same effect as the original spirit vein willow after it's been extended? The gift he had gotten from senior sister Jiang earlier looked like it should be the one that could be bound to the spirit vein willow. Wait, speaking of silkworms, it's been almost 2 months. Have those silkworms completely finished mutating? Thinking of this, he got up in a hurry and went to the room where the silkworms were placed. Inside this room were piles of silk threads that looked like they were woven in ink, placed randomly everywhere. But as he scanned the area, he did not find the figure of the empty underworld grass or the empty ink spirit silkworm that resided within the grass seed. Went somewhere. Li Yi swept through with his divine sense and found nothing, then called out to the carrier acacia spirit. Where are the silkworms in here? Didn't wait for the object carrying acacia spirit to reply. An elegant cat purr suddenly sounded. Immediately after that, a book flew out from the silk side of the silkworm, the pages of which were windless, and out of it leapt a cat covered in pitch black. It directly jumped onto Li Yi's shoulder and stretched out its tongue with barbed spikes to lick the latter's earlobe. The coolness from his earlobe made him shiver. The intimacy was uncomfortable. This is just too ambiguous, senpai. How could he be molested by a cat? He was pretty sure the cat did it on purpose. It's really egregious. Meow. The black cat lengthened his voice. It first told Li Yi that those silkworms and the empty underworld grass had not disappeared, but were hidden in the space here. Their latest spit-out silk, if woven, is able to become similar to the storage bag of the miniature space. That's where the black cat was hiding just now. Then there was the fact that it was very curious about what exactly Li Yi had used to be able to make these silkworms undergo such a miraculous mutation. I do have my ways. Li Yi replied directly. Everyone has opportunities. Does senior still want to get to the bottom of it? Just kidding. This place is the territory of the 4-times sect. He's a disciple of a Yuan Ing real person. If the black cat really dared to lash out, it would definitely be held down straight away. Nowadays, he was not the small cultivator who still had to suffer from buying spirit vein willow in the past. The black cat glanced at Li Yi, There was no surprise in his black pupils, only intense curiosity. It was unable to harm Li Yi. The prohibition that its master had set for it was that it could never hurt anyone, not to mention that Li Yi's body was also sheltered by the qi from the four-time sect. That brilliant sunlight qi made souls like it feel a bit intimidated, which was why it hadn't appeared for so long. As for why it suddenly appeared this time, it was actually the fact that it found the little space made of silk so cozy that it couldn't help but stay in there for a while. Of course it would definitely not tell Li Yi about these things, and in the face of Li Yi's reply, it only gently patted Li Yi's cheek with its paw, and then turned around condescendingly and jumped into the acacia spirit scroll. Li Yi looked at its figure and always felt that this guy was quite out of place. Obviously it should still be quite happy, but it has to say something like that. He didn't think much about it, and went straight to the place where the acacia spirit scrolls he had just seen in a flash of surprise had flown out, and took all the silk out of the way, then reached out his hand and grabbed it directly. The place that was supposed to be empty was directly caught by him in a cocoon, and the original transparent color was quickly replaced by the color of ink and water, as if appearing from invisibility. The cocoon had only ruptured a small opening at the top, and one could clearly see 2 or 3 pieces of spirit stones inside, moist soil and an empty meditation grass growing quietly over there. According to the reasoning of the top is also the thickness of the thumb of the cocoon is absolutely impossible to have such a large space. That is to say, this is really similar to the storage bag space structure. Dang magical, could it be because of the symbiotic binding with the Empyrean grass? He pondered for a moment, but he didn't disturb the Empyrean grass. The panel and his divine sense perception all indicate that the empty meditation grass in this small cocoon inside the life is quite comfortable. In that case, let it stay in this inside it. Anyway, there is no lack of this silk. Li Yi just took it and the other silkworms and left the place after cleaning up the silk that was all over the floor. Previously, because of the need to do experiments, he didn't directly buy a lot of empty nether grass at once, and now the results of the observation had proved that the empty nether grass had a miraculous effect after it was bound to the symbiosis of the raw inkworms. There are likely to be extremely high returns as well. Then it would also be possible to just buy enough empty plain grass to bind with the 20 or so silkworms that were now left. So, he spent 460,000 spirit stones to purchase 23 empty meditation grasses, and one after another, he began to bind the empty meditation grasses and raw inkworms. For that he had to eat and drink a lot of nonsense. After all, each binding consumed a full 1,000 points of vitality essence. 23 plants, that's 23,000 points. He also only just had about 8,000 points now. Of course, he had not been idle in the process, first determining that these silks were indeed capable of weaving cocoons similar to storage bags. However, it had to be spat out and cocooned by the empty ink spirit silkworms themselves, and it would consume the spatial power of the empty plain grass, which needed to be replenished by purchasing empty plain stones. The space inside a cocoon is also the size of half a house, similar to the most basic storage bag. At first glance it didn't seem as useful as a storage bag, but these cocoons were capable of carrying living things, regardless of how long they are kept in there. Living things are able to live in them as long as they are allowed to breathe and hydrated. This alone was definitely worth Li Yi's purchase of Empyrean or to feed them. Storage bags capable of storing living things should be available, but the price would be extremely high. It was important to realize that even his ring could only hold living creatures in it for 3 days. As a result, this cocoon was able to directly and without restriction accommodate living creatures to live inside. Wouldn't this be the best environment to cultivate some small spirit insects and spirit beasts? As for more situations, it would be necessary to continue observing and recording until it could be determined, and then consider whether or not to send it to Yi Tang's side. It seemed to him that he'd given his brothers and sisters a lot of excitement lately, so should he hold off before launching anything new? End of chapter. Chapter 117, Sleeping Soundly on the Clouds. Sword Cultivator comes to the door. After resolving the matter of the Empyrean grass and the Empyrean ink spirit silkworm, he continued to be busy without stopping. The first thing was to test the efficacy of those individual silks of the empty ink spirit silkworm once more. It wasn't any different from the silk of the previous raw inkworm, and the ability of space didn't seem to have worked on this. This caused Li Yi to have some disappointment. He had thought that the silk of the empty ink spirit silkworm crafted to become a root would perhaps possess some spatial abilities. Ink is desperately needed. After this batch of spirit silkworms are all processed, my ink storage will also bottom out, and I need to find a way to acquire some more. Although Li Yi had more ideas, but nay, there was not enough ink and water, and the clever woman could not do it, so he could only put it aside for the time being. After that, he purchased some organ bird spells and let them circulate and fly in the cave by themselves, carrying the lotus made by the beaver, and sprinkling the mist of the purple oil spring rain on the area where the spirit plants and spirit beasts lived. There were still quite a lot of reserves of purple oil spring rain, not to mention that he had the kind of spell given by Lai Sui, and when he was able to collect a lot of it in spring, he wouldn't be able to save this. You will never lose money if you can make your spirit animal and plant thrive. In the end, all the harvests gained from this outing were also used in the cave. Sister John's array plate, cloud treasure, drunken light spirit clam, enlightened gold ingot, sunlight spirit rice, daylight spirit water. The first three were kind of pretty smooth to use. He quickly set up the array disc inside his cave, and purchased another spirit vein willow to bind with the array disc's array spirit. The cloud treasure was also successfully crafted into a cloud floating in midair. The enlightened gold ingot, on the other hand, was incorporated into his own innate magic weapon after being purified and then purified again by the spirit vein willow and the golden horned ants, but only that drunken light spirit mussel and sunlight rice. The former cannot be awakened. The latter's change also made Li Yi feel a bit speechless. After he planted the rice seeds in his spiritual soil and watered all the daylight spiritual water, this sunlight rice seed unexpectedly began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then it began to split, changing from a single rice plant to a full hundreds of plants. Each rice plant grows with vigor, and you can clearly see the fullness of the rice inside the heavy ears. It was as if the entire spring and summer had passed in an instant and it was harvest time. What was even more amazing was that it was also constantly collecting the daylight spilling down from the sky dome, turning it into some tiny drops of light golden spiritual water that fell down at the location of the root whiskers. Obviously that's daylight spirit water. Although it was far less than what he had collected over at the Nine Heavens K-bearing light pool, the speed was much faster, and it was instead no less than the speed he had collected before. When he thought of his previous actions of painstakingly going to collect the sunlight spirit water, Li Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Had he known that it would coalesce on its own, Li Yi would have concentrated on making the cloud treasure. When you're ripe, I'll be sure to taste what it's really like, he said viciously and left the rice paddy and flew straight up into the sky, standing on top of a cloud made of the cloud treasures he had collected. The cloud was the size of a penny, white and fluffy, and standing on it was like standing inside a heap. Because it was so cozy, he simply sat right down. Half of his body sank into the soft clouds, stretching his limbs to relax his body, feeling the soft touch of the slight coolness and enjoying the wind and fog blowing in the distance. This made him decide to put aside the experiments he was going to conduct on rainfall and snowfall for the time being, and rest for a while before doing so. Ah, what a relief! Other than that, it seems nice if you use it as a bed. This was because these clouds had long been saturated with his divine sense and mana, so he only needed to move his mind to directly split a small cloud, allowing them to reach any location that his divine sense could cover. So Li Yi directly used his divine sense to control this small piece of cloud he was lying on to split off and aimlessly drift forward with the wind. The manta rays spotted this, almost the only flying thing in the entire cave, and rushed around, flapping their wings and circling around the cloud. At this moment, Li Yi had relaxed his mind and did not think about so many things, lazily squinting his eyes to enjoy the moment of rest. The sun and moon ring that he had placed on his wrist suddenly moved on its own. It spun lightly, driving the sunburst bell above it to sway. Jingle bells. The soft ringing bells picked up the daylight spilling from the sky dome and wrapped Li Yi like warm water. This little guy who just has a little spirit is taking care of its master in its own way. With the soft sound of the bells and the warm daylight, coupled with the gentle wind as well as the cozy clouds, Li Yi soon fell into a deep sleep. His figure seemed to be merging with the wind and light in the midst of the clouds, and at this moment even if a cultivator swept his eyes with his divine sense, he would not be able to detect his presence. Li Yi was quite comfortable sleeping over here, but on the other side, inside the deacon's hall. You said you couldn't reach fellow Taoist, Li? The emissary of the Xian turtle clan couldn't remain calm anymore. She glanced full of anxiety at the children who were carrying turtle shells not far away inside. I know it's because we didn't give the exact time, but I already came immediately. Fellow Taoist Su, you have to help me contact fellow Taoist Li no matter what. In the face of her anxiety, although Suyu was also clear about the reason for this, the Shin turtle clan needed to shed their old shells every 30 years as a way to completely discard their own turbid chi and welcome a new life. Some children, however, are unable to control their spiritual energy, and the molting process can be exceptionally difficult and even life-threatening. Almost every time they molted, there would be young Shin turtle clan who were on the verge of dying because they were unable to molt, or even never able to go further than death. That was why that Shin turtle clan named Shin Yu was so excited and thrilled when she discovered Li Ye's gourd oil. However, this was not the reason why Suyu would bother Li Yi. She knew Li Ye's character. If there wasn't something particularly important, surely he would not return to the deacon's hall without a message. Most likely he was in enlightenment or busy with other things. Moreover, the Shin turtle clan had always been slow and did not give an exact time, which was considered the only thing that was obnoxious about the Shin turtle clan. That's why Suyu spoke out to appease. I will inform you as soon as senior nephew Li has news. Fellow Taoist Shin, first take those little ones to our welcome mountain to rest and relax. Alas, Xian could only nod his head, arching his hand and saying, "Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Su." At this moment, her heart was already angry at the way those slow old men within the clan were doing things. It was obvious that they were already trying their best to find a solution to their predicament, but those old guys still had to discuss and deliberate without any delay. It seemed that what Shen Yu had said was indeed right. Those old turtles had seriously affected the Shen turtle clan. Even if they contributed before, they must now go and send them to their old age before they can do so. After Suyu watched the Shen turtle's messenger leave, she shook the bell, and within a moment, a black-clothed youth carrying a sword case appeared in front of her. "Fellow Taoist." Suyu extended his hand in a gesture. "I don't know what I came to my four-time sect for. Please sit down and speak slowly." The black-clothed youth nodded and asked directly after sitting down, "Your clan's Li Yi. Can he be in the clan now?" Why are you here for Li Yi again?" I don't know if it was because Suyu's expression was just too obvious, but the sword cultivator didn't even wait for her to voice a question before he directly said, "My senior brother Wei Qingye has run into some trouble. It was your sect's disciple Li Yi who helped heal him before. I would like to ask Li Yi to help heal him one more time, as a favor I owe him." Suyu frowned at the words. She did know about this, but that sword cultivator called Wei Qingye was obviously a person of the heavenly vein sword mountain's chi. Helping once is serendipitous. Will continuing to help harm Master Nephew Li's fortune? After all, a sword cultivator's nobleman was not that good. These sword cultivators had sharp chi, and if they were not careful, they would hurt people and themselves. Senior nephew Li is in seclusion now. Suyu shook his head. I can't reach him either. Perhaps this time Li Ye's sudden closure was a warning from the heavens to sidetrack this matter? There's always something uncanny about people of chi. The sword cultivator's brow furrowed and an anxious expression appeared on his cold, hard face. Is it really not possible? I can make the Yuaning. Before he could finish his words, Suyu directly interrupted. Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words. My sect disciples' closed-door enlightenment is a major event, and even if you get Yuaning to come here, you'll never be able to force him to come out immediately. Her voice was cold. The Four Seasons sect and the Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain have always had a good relationship, and Master Nephew Li's master, Trace Star Realist, is still in the southern domain. These words immediately calmed the sword cultivator down. He knew he was being a little too hasty. Surprisingly, he almost blurted out that he wanted to have a Yuaning real person from within the gate come. Once this was said, not only would the Four Seasons sect be outraged, he would definitely not be able to land well within the sect. Who in the vast cultivation world would dare to come and force the Four Seasons sect? It was my slip of the tongue. He clasped his fists and saluted. But my senior brother is indeed in an urgent situation. And before this I had already sought out your clan's Jojinrin to see him, and there was nothing I could do. Dog. He was still about to say something when Suyu glanced at the jade talisman that jumped up next to him. The expression was a little complicated. Master Nephew Li has come out of the gate. You bring someone here, and I'll have Senior Nephew Li take a look. The timing is just too coincidental. Just when she wanted to balk, Li Yi unexpectedly happened to come out of the gate. Maybe there really is a meditative influence of qi? After a good night's sleep, Li Ye's entire spirit was refreshed. When he arrived at the deacon's hall through the spatial portal, he saw Wei Qingye, who had a sickly look on his face and blood at the corners of his mouth, lying weakly over there. Next to him, Real Su and another black-robed real person sat with different expressions on their faces. How come you're getting more and more hurt every time we meet? Li Yi frowned slightly, already knowing why he was asked to come. Disciple Li Yi, meet the two real people. He gave a slight salute. Real Su nodded. This is the real person from the southern region's Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain. He came to ask you to help his senior brother take a look. Just do your best. The sword cultivation realist followed and spoke. Little friendly, do your best. I owe you a favor no matter what. As soon as these words were said, Li Yi felt instantly bad. It seems that Wei Qingye's situation is quite serious, to the extent that a real person has to take a favor. Who doesn't know that a sword cultivator's favor is the most difficult to obtain? His expression instantly became serious. I'll do my best. After saying that, he walked to the front of Wei Qingye, which walked closer. He realized that there was a cluster of tiny bamboo growing above the sword cultivator's exposed skin. The sheer amount of bamboo could be described as dense and slightly uncomfortable. But these bamboos are not sword vein shoots. Name, bamboo. Mood, impatient. Status, eager to grow. Will unceasingly suck the cultivator's essence, blood and soul as nourishment before growing until it withers. He pondered for a moment and approached cautiously with his divine sense. At first the sword chi that was as violent as a storm around Wei Qingye's body had not allowed him to get close. But within a few breaths, a bamboo's clear chi received his divine sense into Wei Qingye's body, allowing Li Yi to see what was going on inside him. This scene was seen by the black-clothed sword cultivator not far away, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Su Junren of course also noticed this scene, and could only lament that this might really be Wei Qingwang's undeserved fate. And of course Li Yi didn't know what the two real people were thinking. He would have already seen what was going on inside Wei Qingnua's body. This guy's meridians even all have a bamboo pole growing inside them. That bamboo pole grows densely, deadening and restricting Wei Qingye's divine sense and spiritual energy flow. His sword vein shoots were trapped in his dantian, resisting very reluctantly. But apparently it wasn't going to last much longer. After that sword vein shoot sensed Li Yi's aura, it even showed a hint of aggression, like it was pathetically waiting for him to rescue it. This made Li Yi helpless. How can I bail out? Completely bewildered, he could only relate what he had seen to see what the two real people had to say. When he heard him finish, a flash of joy appeared on the black-clothed sword cultivator's face. Earlier, Realist Joe told me that if I wanted to solve it, I would need to use my divine ability to make this spirit-restoring bamboo grow rapidly until it withers. But he couldn't probe his divine sense into Qing Yi. The sword vein shoots spontaneously protect their masters, and unless they are wiped out, even Yuaning can't probe into them. He took a deep breath and actually stood up and walked over to Li Yi, cupping his fists and saluting. I'd like to trouble you, little friend, to help my senior brother with that spirit-restoring bamboo. Li Yi hurriedly stepped aside. Fellow Daoist Wei and I are also considered to have a destiny. I can help, will definitely help. I do also have a method to make spirit plants grow quickly. But can Daoist Wei really withstand the essence blood as well as the mana drawn from the rapid growth of this spirit-restoring bamboo? It's not difficult. A relieved smile appeared on the black-clothed sword cultivator's face. Qing Yi is both my senior brother and my own brother. We practice the same dharma and our bloodlines are connected. I will use my essence blood and mana to feed the spirit-restoring bamboo. Just please ask little friendly to do his best. With that, the black-clothed sword cultivator joined his fingers into a sword and cut a slit in his wrist. The essence blood and mana belonging to a Jindan realist surrounded the unconscious Wei Qingnua, creating ripples of overflowing vitality. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Spirit Restoring Bamboo. Turtle Molting Shell. A Jindan realist using his own essence blood and mana to help a foundation establishment out of a predicament. This was truly unimaginable if one hadn't seen it with one's own eyes. Suyu's face showed a very obvious color of surprise. Finally know why this Taoist friend will be so anxious. It turns out that there is actually the existence of blood relations. In that case, she could understand. If anything happened to her brother Suya, she would definitely pay some price as well. Just, what was growing on this Wei Qingyi was the spirit-retaining bamboo, a strange spiritual plant that was used to nourish the soul. She glanced at Li Yi and transmitted her voice to inform the latter about the situation of the spirit-pulling bamboo. After learning this information, Li Yi basically knew what was going on. This Taoist Wei was afraid that he wasn't trying to raise the soul of that fellow disciple of his. That's crazy. Li Yi nodded at her and took a deep breath. A little bit of finger. Drops of glowing spiritual water then overflowed from his fingertips. That spiritual water was like raindrops pouring down, drop after drop accurately landing on the spirit-restoring bamboo on Wei Qingnua's body surface. In this one moment, the water of breath catalyzed the growth of the spirit-restoring bamboo. It could be said that it was at an incredible speed that those bamboos grew rapidly and withered again in just a few breaths of time. The withered and yellowed soul-retaining bamboo seeped out black mist, and the dead cheese surged like a tidal wave. The cycle of blight and glory is repeated. The essence blood and mana belonging to a Jindan realist was also being rapidly consumed. The spiritual power from the water of vitality, the essence blood and magical power of the Jindan realist, both of which contained powerful vitality, could not cover up the deathly aura released by the growth of the. It's not just dead air yet. Li Yi could even see the ink flowing from the barrenness as well as a little bit of golden light of merit. Only after determining that collecting the ink wouldn't affect anything did Li Yi gather up this water ink and collect a steady stream of them inside his storage ring. The amount of each breath can be measured in pounds. It can be seen just how lush the growth of these spirit-restoring bamboos is. Of course the merits were not left behind. They were all collected. Time passed like this. The water clock on the side ticked down. Already a tea time had passed. Suyu looked increasingly serious and spoke out. Do not let this hurt your foundation. To be able to catalyze spiritual plants like this at the foundation establishment stage, it must have used some special method. Suyu was really worried if Li Yi would affect his foundation because of this, and then no matter what favors were exchanged, they wouldn't be able to get them back. It's okay. Li Yi had accumulated quite a lot of water of birth inside the building wood during this period of time, and anyway, it was able to produce a constant stream of output. Exchanging some ink and favors was nothing. It has worked out too. But Uncle Su, before his words fell, Suyu had already thrown out dozens of pills, flashing with the light of stars, forming a turtle shell-shaped spirit shield connected by 7 stars around Li Yi. Only after being protected inside the spirit shield did Li Yi finally breathe a sigh of relief, silently taking a few steps back and hiding directly behind Suyu. Su-yu. She couldn't help but glance at Li Yi, who smiled curtly and even arched his hand. You child. Su-yu had no choice but to take a step forward and blocked in front of this master-nephew of his, because at this moment, the spirit-restoring bamboo on Wei Qingyi who was lying on the jade bed had already begun to grow for the last time, and the withered yellow bamboo leaves as well as the black bamboo body emitted an extremely strong deathly aura. A small portal formed around the dead air. Inside, a faintly visible figure seemed to be heading this way from the borders of death. Fellow Taoist Wei. Su-yu's expression became serious. Your brother is trying to use the spirit-restoring bamboo to raise his soul. How are you going to do it? Having expended an unknown amount of essence, blood and mana, Wei Zhenran straightened up and took the longsword in his hands, and despite his face being as pale as paper, the sharpness of his entire body did not diminish in the slightest. Ugh, how can it be done? You and I have made mistakes, not to mention the fact that this kid is my own brother, so I'll just have to bottom out. The words were there, but there was no hint of complaint in his tone, and even a little smile on his face. It didn't seem like a bad thing to him to be able to make a scene, and as an elder he'd been prepared for that for a long time. Su-yu nodded approvingly. Indeed, I don't have much to give you, only this. She flexed her fingers and flicked an elixir to Real Wei. Thanks a lot. The latter took the elixir without even looking at it and directly swallowed it in one gulp, and a flash of blood color immediately surged on his face. His body immediately turned into a spiritual light and crashed into the portal that was about to fully open and close. The sword chi inside like snow even tore through the haze of death aura, and was like silver light exploding from the sky. That terrifying sword chi even made Li Yi, who stayed inside the spirit shield, feel a slight stinging pain in his skin. It was at this point that Li Yi spoke up and inquired. Just now, I heard you, senior uncle, say that this seems to be a spiritual plant that involves the evil path. Su-yu's back was turned to him and she couldn't see her expression, but her voice was calm. Spirit-retaining bamboos are demonic objects in the devil's way that allow souls to be reincarnated only by immobilizing them in certain areas. But if used well, it does also allow one to reincarnate their loved ones and friends in certain places and even leave some memories behind. There is no good or evil in the law. Wei Qingye is wrong in using his own body to raise his soul, but also hide his master's elders, and when things go wrong, he still has to let his own brother and his master's brother take the blame. Li Yi, you mustn't do this. I know. Li Yi knew what Real Su meant and nodded. Real Su was relieved to see that Li Yi had listened. Actually, there are still words she did not say. This Wei Qingnua body's chi is really peculiar. Seems to want to suffer themselves, but can give others benefits. Li Yi got some merits for this favor and also collected quite a few of those peculiar inks. Although Real Wei had lost a lot of essence and blood, he was able to experience the sensation brought about by the intertwining of death and life once, as well as the spiritual energy of Jian Mu's ascension. It was also that Wei Qingnua was amongst the powerful sect of the Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain. If he was on the side of the devil's path, he was afraid that he would be eaten dry. Is this also a kind of luck? She felt that she could report it to the sect and have the senior brothers in charge of intelligence within the sect pay attention to this sword cultivator. About half a tea time later, Wei Xinjin held a jade bottle containing a soul and stepped out from within the doorway of the dead chi, waving his hand to disperse those remaining dead chi in the process. As the dead chi as well as the power of the spirit-restoring bamboo completely dissipated, Wei Qingye quickly woke up. He looked at his elder brother who did not say a word to him but was pale, as well as the jade bottle that was handed to him by his elder brother. How could he not know what had happened? Li Yi looked at Wei Qingye, who had tilted his head back to pour wine and had not yet dried up his tears, and sighed slightly. This guy clearly did not say a word in front of the two real people. As a result, he turned around and had to come to himself for a drink, and drinking and crying at the same time. A sword cultivator shedding tears. This should be considered a rare spectacle in the world. What are your future plans? Li Yi considered for a moment or replaced the spirit wine that looked like it was rising with flames that he brought with him with peach wine that he had added spirit nectar to. Wei Qingye took the wine cup and drank it all in one go. His tone was still clear. This time it was me who did wrong. I'll go back and go into the sword graveyard to practice, and get the elixir that can restore the essence blood that my elder brother lost. That's kinda true. If this guy is directly a hard drink and cry, then Li Yi estimates that he cannot endure long to give him a polite send out. Actually, we weren't familiar with each other before, but I now think you're kinda in charge, and don't blame me for talking too much. Li Yi said strangely. Compared to casual cultivators, we have many chances to be able to make trial and error, but the prerequisite is to talk to the division elders in advance. It's not like there's anything wrong with you wanting to raise the soul of that senior brother of yours and send him to a place around the Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain to be reincarnated. So why aren't you willing to talk to the senior members of your division in advance? Wei Qingye poured another glass of wine and drank it all in one go, then replied, this is after all a spirit plant from the devil's side of the path, so I'm worried that senior brother will not allow it. It's actually quite understandable. The Heavenly Vein Sword Mountain was a prestigious sect, and it also fought with the devil's side often. It was said that almost every sword cultivation real person had at least several times the lives of demonic cultivators of their own cultivation tier on their person. This shows how fierce the struggle really was. Li Yi stayed in the Four Times sect during this period of time to read through a variety of canonical books. Also know that the Four Times sect also have in the research of various magic spiritual plants, so in this regard actually did not particularly care. But Wei Qinghua guessed that he still couldn't turn the corner. Ugh. When he thought of the fact that when real person Wei left earlier, he specially sent a voice message for him to ask him to enlighten Wei Qinghua. Li Yi felt that this guy was really lucky to have such a real person pampering him. There is no good or evil in law. Li Yi persuaded in this way. Fellow Daoist is also a leader among sword cultivators. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to master these things? Besides, you still have your master's elders who can show you the way forward at any time. So what is there to worry about? When this was said by Li Yi, who was considered a peer, the effect was much better than when his master's elders said it. A flash of realization flashed through Wei Qingye's eyes, and it seemed as if some sort of shackle had suddenly opened on his body. A smile appeared on his face. What Brother Li said is very true. I don't have anything on me that I can take as a gift of thanks, except for a seedling of the spirit-pulling bamboo. He handed a jade box and a small sword to Li Yi. Just when Li Yi thought that this guy was going to break one of his altars, he gently placed the altar on the table and clasped his fists at Li Yi. I'm going to go back and make right the wrongs I've done. In the future, if Brother Li has any need, just release this spirit sword. No matter how many thousands of mountains, I will do my best to come and meet you. After that he took it in stride. Li Yi was able to clearly feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy in Wei Qingye's body that was like an open mind, and muttered, a few words and you've solved the knot in your heart. It seems that this brother is really something else. He looked at the jade box on the table as well as the small sword. So this is my network. It feels pretty good to do good. Putting those two items away, he gave a command to the carrier acacia spirit and quickly returned over to the deacon's hall, where the Xian Turtle clan's emissary was still waiting. A tea break later, Li Yi held a jade box with a smile on his face, followed by 5 small children of the Xian Turtle clan carrying turtle shells on their backs, and returned to the cave. These 5 kids looked like they were just 7 or 8 years old, but communicated in a well-organized and quite polite manner. He brought these children directly to a newly constructed compound, which was surrounded by a well-arranged formation that was able to isolate divine sense from sweeping outwards. A mission was a mission, but he couldn't let these Xian turtles casually look at his cave. It was a private place belonging to him alone. You guys stay here. I'll get my stuff. After explaining to the little Xian turtles, he found the earth turtle that was carrying the gourd around. This guy is now living that is called a nourishing. Something with the gourd hiding in the hole secretly give birth to a nest of baby turtles. When it was idle, it walked around inside the cave, wherever it had been. But the baby turtles that are born are not piped at all. Even if it wasn't for Li Ye's frequent sweeps with his divine sense and the fact that the beavers would look around, some of the huling turtles would have been buried in the holes and wouldn't have been able to get out. When Li Yi found it, this guy was slowly crawling out from inside the cave carrying a gourd, apparently having just performed some rather amazing exercise. Give me your gourd oil. Li Yi directly extended his hand to it. I know you also produce this grease. It's what you rely on to molt. After agreeing to cooperate with the Xian turtles, Li Yi had already investigated in detail how exactly they molted their shells, and it turned out to be a type of grease that the earth turtles gulped out. So he was prepared. The earth turtle gave Li Yi a nonchalant look, then shook its body and spewed out a light yellow grease from within its shell, which was grabbed by the prepared Li Yi. Afterwards, Li Yi directly left with these gourd oils and returned inside the courtyard to hand them over to the Xian turtles who were waiting in agony. After getting the gourd oil, the Xian turtles seemed to be aware that it could help them. It is almost impossible to wait to start molting with the help of these greases. Li Yi had wanted to avoid suspicion, but the Xian turtles said there was no need, so he watched for a while. Originally, he thought that Xian turtle molting would be something very mysterious, but what he saw was the little Xian turtles tugging on each other's shells and then yanking hard. Just yanked the shell off hard. The shell was as if it had grown on their backs, and after it was yanked off, the little Xian turtles were no different from human children except for being slightly shorter. Then the little Xian turtles let out a loud shout of joy at once. Coming down. Your shell is so soft. This grease is really amazing. One by one, they were yelling over there and playing with each other's shells as if they were toys. This scene caused Li Yi to fall into deep thought as he looked at the jubilant little Xian turtle, then looked at the turtle shell that was tossed aside. Isn't the turtle shell attached to the rib organ? He did wonder, but presumably this involved the secrets of the Xian turtle clan, and he didn't want to get involved that much, so he very coldly and directly sent away the Xian turtles that had just arrived not long ago, and then put the shells away. This shell is a good thing, and when ground into powder and sprinkled into the land, It is an excellent spiritual fertilizer. There was also the earth vein spirit milk given to him by the Xian turtles, which was able to replenish his vital energy. Although you may not be able to use it at the moment, it will add to your collection and heritage, and there will always be a time in the future when it will be useful. The bottom line is this: it's only good if you can get it out when you need it. When he had finished packing these things, he went on to his busy schedule. Now that the complicated trivial matters have been basically dealt with, he should prepare to expand the scale of his planting. End of chapter. Chapter 119: Yulan Tree Evolution, Devouring and Assimilation. Li Ye's main spiritual material that he sold to the outside world nowadays was the first thing to increase its production was honey. Whether those honeys were sold internally to the alchemy hall or externally to the shark clan, they were all considered to be in short supply. Moreover, this time, in the trade fair on the Cloud Island side, there were quite a few other foreign races that had revealed that they wanted to buy it. But nay, the number of Chenglu magnolia trees is limited right here. Plus some of the later successive deliveries of Chenglu magnolia trees over there have been normal, without the need to bind symbiosis. So Li Yi had to think of other ways. I now have a total of 130 bearing du magnolia trees, and the amount of honey I produce every day is getting smaller and smaller. Only 130 pounds, but the quality is much better than before. Li Yi looked at the forest of spirit trees that had almost been linked together with beeswax by the crystalline spirit bees and glistened under the daylight, and began to think. As he thought, the first method was naturally to directly use cuttings to increase the number of Chenglu magnolia trees. With Jianmu's breathing spirit water as well as Xian turtle shell powder and earth vein spirit milk, it should be enough to make the small trees grow instantly. The second way was to help the crystal hua spirit bees advance, and incidentally consolidate the swarms, so that they would be saved from the situation where they were fighting on their own like they were today, and the production should be further increased as well. But both methods have drawbacks. The disadvantage of the first is that simply increasing the number of Chenglu magnolia trees will inevitably lead to a surge in the number of bees following. Bees reproduce very quickly, and even if he were to control it, it would be difficult for him to keep it under complete control. The downside of the second one is that there is a risk that the binding will be compromised. Now each Chenglu magnolia tree is bound to what is actually the queen of each colony, and through the queen's commands are transmitted to each spirit bee, creating the special situation that exists today. Would it cause the queens to kill each other if they were to integrate the colony? After all, as far as he knew, this kind of crystal hua spirit bee could only have one queen per colony, but not integrating the swarms would be troublesome because they reproduce very quickly, and there are already instances where they are trying to compete for honey, and simply increasing the number of trees and swarms is clearly not an option. That's just it. Let's try it first. It's kind of his attempt at expanding on his golden handshake. In the future, he would definitely raise more of these spirit bugs with large populations or spirit plants and spirit beasts bound. Is sure to face this problem, inevitably, instead of agonizing over it later. Try it now. After the decision was made, he chose 2 random swarms to combine. This kind of spirit bee was not as troublesome to swarm together, plus his powerful divine sense and his ability to control the crystal huabi swarm. So just break down the barriers between their hives and force them together. The swarm inevitably fights in the process. A single spirit bee buzzed and began to fight with each other, ejecting a sharp sting of light from its wings and tail end, and in no time at all, patches of bees began to fall, struggling to their deaths on the ground. Li Yi watched silently from the side. This is a very normal part of the fight, because the queen bee, the owner of the colony, already knows what he means, and the colony is having to merge, so it will be necessary to weed out a group of less strong bees. The fight between spirit insects was originally very cruel, and it was natural for the best to win and the worst to die. After the 2 swarms, which were originally huge in number, fought with each other, it was surprising that only a quarter of them were left in the end. The queen was carried by her respective worker bees to the jade marigold of the same dew-bearing magnolia tree. There was no longer any separation between them. They seemed to communicate and got along pretty well anyway. The rest of the crystalline hua spirit bees were busy starting to repair the broken hive. This time when they repaired the hive, they didn't make a partition between the 2 colonies, but connected them directly together. It looks like it worked. Will it matter? This should be considered a pivotal moment. After swarming, the queen bee has left the originally bound Chenglu magnolia tree, and it will depend on this moment whether it will have any effect on the binding. He suddenly sensed that the bearing du magnolia tree without its queen bee was transmitting a sense of thirst for his help, presumably meaning that it wanted him to help it grow rapidly. Now that this realization is suddenly being transmitted, is it because of the changes brought about by the merging of the groups, or is there something going on? As you wish. Then, after a short period of thinking, Li Yi simply whipped out a handful of breathwater. With the help of the water of vitality, that bearing du magnolia tree began to grow wildly, and its branches instantly broke through the original hive, causing it to fall to the ground. There was a loud clattering sound. Then, it unexpectedly began to launch an attack toward the other Chenglu magnolia tree. The fight between spirit plants was actually quite simple and rough. under Li Ye's divine sense coverage. He was able to clearly see the roots underneath this bearing do magnolia tree entangling the roots of another bearing do magnolia tree. Like a spiritual python, it began to wrap around and tighten. Thanks to the water of breath as well as the spiritual energy provided by Li Yi, it quickly surrounded its opponent's roots, and its own roots followed suit as it inserted itself into the tree's body. But this time it was quite gentle, and it didn't even affect the 2 queen bees that were living inside the jade marquee of the other tree. As for the rest of the spirit bees, it could only fly around, and it's really changed. The light in Li Ye's eyes flickered. At this point, the display on the panel is: name, Chenglu Magnolia Tree Spirit. Mood, impatient, expectant, pleading. Status, devouring more spirituality of the same race in fusion and evolution. It moved quite quickly, and it was almost as if it had devoured the spirituality of its fellow clan members in just half a tea's work, then replaced the other's roots with his own, hard fusing from 2 trees into one. Inside the body of the tree, which only divine sense could see, the meridians of the tree were also rapidly fusing, surprisingly without any reaction of rejection. The spirituality of the original other tree didn't disappear, but was wrapped inside its own spirituality, equivalent to becoming the relationship between the queen bee and the worker bees. This is actually an evolution for trees, and it doesn't end there. From within the fluctuations of its consciousness came more pleading consciousness, hoping that Li Yi would be able to give it more help. That means it has to assimilate more of its own kind. Li Yi fixedly looked at it for a while, but actually saw the firm emotion in a tree. Then do it. He scattered more spiritual energy, water of vitality, as well as Shin turtle shell powder and earth vein spiritual milk all in one go to this transforming bearing do magnolia tree. Since he was going to do it, then he would give it his all, and he was sure that the Chenglu magnolia tree would give him a surprise. After the latter received Li Ye's full help, he was even more frantic in extending his roots towards his surroundings, and actually began to attack all the Chenglu Yulan trees at the same time. Honestly speaking, this even Li Yi looked a little staggered, thinking that this guy can really have enough crazy, but he did wonder what this madness could actually create. Will it be a miracle or a meltdown? That's why he was even more fully committed to supporting the move of the Chenglu magnolia tree. As a result, this forest of Chenglu magnolia trees, which was already bustling with swarms of bees flying around, became even more lively, with branches on the ground piercing in like sharp blades, and roots entwining and devouring underground. Time just goes by one day at a time. Li Yi had been sitting next to the woods and meditating during this period. After 7 days, that bearing do magnolia tree had assimilated all of its companions, and from a distance this place had long since lost the previous triumph of the hives being connected to each other. Countless branches were inserted into each other's different trunks, almost like a battlefield, with roots as well as withered branches strewn everywhere. One might even say it's a little cold and bleak, and the diametric opposite is the door at the top of each magnolia tree. That's where the queens live. Even the hives are well preserved. It looked magnificent and radiant in the midst of the mess. Although the queen bees were well protected, the rest of the spirit bees didn't quite dare to stay over here, all hovering far away, waiting until the matter was completely over before they dared to land down. As for Li Yi, at this moment, he stood before the Chenglu magnolia tree that had finished assimilating the spirituality of the same race and had already evolved, and stretched out his palm towards it. His fingers were white and long and bony. On his wrist he wore a ring that was constantly changing color, along with white bells and a small octagonal disc that shook gently. I know that you have truly been born into spirituality. As a reward for helping you, offer your true spirit. Li Ye's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable pressure. He was well aware that once grasses and trees were truly born with spirituality, their thirst for freedom would cause them to make some not-so-sensible decisions. To avoid that, he had to toughen up. His words just fell. A small, completely divine sense and spiritually composed Tao surged out of the Chenglu magnolia tree right in front of him and floated above Li Ye's palm. That tiny flower held all the true spirit of the magnolia tree, and if it was crushed or destroyed, the magnolia tree would immediately collapse or even wither. Well, that's good. Li Yi just wanted to put this one away. Then it directly followed his meridians and surged into the vicinity of the Jianmu in his dantian, then landed on the top of the Jianmu and directly stuck to it. He felt that his connection with the Chenglu magnolia tree seemed to have gotten even closer, and he could even vaguely feel the fledgling spirituality in the tree already. Kenwood actually has this effect. It was also thanks to the dual connection provided by the building wood as well as the panel's vitality essence that he finally realized why the Chenglu magnolia tree was able to devour its own kind and still assimilate directly without any adverse reactions. It turned out that it was still because of his vital essence as well as his will, because he needs the Chenglu magnolia tree and the bee colony to change. So the magnolia tree, which was born with spirituality, took control of the whole forest in the most convenient and fastest way. It was also because of his living essence as a connection that it was able to assimilate all of its kind so quickly. This provided Leaf with an unmitigated thought. Since the Chenglu magnolia tree can so other spirit plants should be viable, right? He glanced from afar at the gourds planted in the middle of his spiritual field. Those gourds were grown from countless seeds and had the yin and yang sides of the 5 elements. If they could be completely merged and managed by a unified spiritual consciousness, wouldn't that be equivalent to merging all the 5 elements of yin and yang? However, the situation over there can be far more complicated than here. With that many gourds alone, there was no telling how much breathwater and spirit supplies would be needed, so it seemed that one would need to accumulate a few more things before attempting it. As for now, of course it's about helping the Chenglu magnolia trees and the bee colony to recover their nectar-producing areas. After Li Yi continued to provide more spiritual energy as well as taking out all of the materials to help, as well as the manskate plus the beavers diligently packing and organizing, this forest of Chenglu magnolia trees, which was still in shambles, soon regained its original exuberance, and even advanced a step further. The magnolia trees were all connected to each other by branches, equivalent to going from a single plant to a huge collection of spirit trees. Also because of the tree spirits, each one receives sunlight better and evenly distributed. There is absolutely no chance of them fighting each other. When the sunlight of the sunlight spiritual land poured over this forest, the branches would even move in accordance with the daylight, and the spirituality of the entire forest became more and more powerful. The spirit bees also began to rebuild their hives under the orders of their respective queen bees. This time the hives were linked together, and they also built the hives more and more peculiarly according to the spirituality and consciousness of the magnolia tree. Almost the entire upper layer of the Chenglu magnolia tree forest had been diligently built by the crystallized spirit bees, connecting all the trees and dots to be able to accommodate all the swarms of bees flying around inside. Even Li Yi felt amused as he watched and helped out. This then led to the current hive having completely turned into a formation capable of attracting and transporting daylight, hoarding honey, plus transferring aura for all of the crystalline Hua spirit bees. He even felt that if this went on for a long time, would even this hive develop a spiritual nature? But it's just a guess. When all the dust settled, Li Yi held a bottle of the latest output of honey with a very obvious surprise and joy in his eyes. When comparing this bottle of honey to the original one, the various spiritual powers inside it alone were more than 3 times that of the original. Not to mention that there is also the tree spirit himself to reconcile and nurture, so that these nectar also with its unique spirituality. The so-called spirituality in the immortal cultivation world generally refers to a special power that is naturally nurtured. The production of this power cannot be controlled, and generally more stable as the birth of spiritual wisdom of the spiritual plant can produce some. The rest was entirely up to the will of God. Even the 4 Seasons sect hadn't mastered the method of stabilizing materials with spirituality. Materials with this power attached to them were quite favored by cultivators, and basically whenever there was an output, they were grabbed. It is even said that cultivators often take food with spiritual properties, which will help them to realize the nature of heaven and earth. Previously, his gourd oil had some spirituality within it, which was why it was revered by his senior brothers and sisters. He shook the spiritual nectar in the jade bottle and muttered, "After this new batch of spiritual nectar is handed in, I'm afraid that the senior brothers and sisters will be happy again. Why don't I just solve the potato auger breeding problem first, and then hand it over along with the meat of the potato auger and the space silkworm silk? Hopefully, the brothers will be able to withstand it." Thinking this way, he simply drank all the honey in one gulp. Feeling the sweet warmth and the grassy aura, he got up and went to the river. The second spirit to increase production was, of course, the potato auger, and if it could produce more meat, it could even all but create a whole new type of staple food out of thin air. The revenue and fame it could bring him, it's unimaginable. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Potato Scale Branches, Gourd Spiritual Land. After Li Yi arrived at the riverside, the few beavers that were staying inside their dens immediately ran out and handed him some staying shadow crystals. These are what the beavers recorded about the birth of the potato auger. They could almost be said to be taking turns to work shifts throughout the day after receiving Li Ye's order to keep records of the Xian Shui Jiao as well as those can water potatoes. Honestly, after watching the images, Li Yi felt that the reason they weren't eaten by the angry Xian Shui Jiao must be because he had seriously warned the Xian Shui Jiao. Because in here, everything from Xian Shui Jiao eating to performing some after-dinner exercises, and even normal and abnormal metabolisms, were recorded. It was almost as if a tracking camera had been installed around the Xian Shui Jiao, or the kind that disliked face shots from multiple angles. You guys have a lot of guts. He could conjure up the suffocating look of those 2 Xian Shui Jiao being disliked by the beavers like this every day for face slapping, and there was still nothing he could do to harm them. The beavers were not impressed. Just a few coquettish chirps around him that meant, "Can we go back to resting now?" "Go on." That would have been promised. So Li Yi directly waved his hand, signaling that they could go rest for a while for now. The beavers barked again and immediately turned around and went into the den to pack up their things. In no time at all, he received all of his luggage and soft goods inside the storage bag around his neck and left cheerfully. While walking, they also use their chubby bodies to squeeze each other. Even if they fall down, they just get up immediately and continue to play. looking at their bouncing figures as they left. The corners of Li Ye's mouth involuntarily rose. The joy of these little ones is really simple, and even just going back to rest makes them happy for a long, long time. The infectious power of that cheerfulness is really a rare experience for cultivators, and it's no wonder that so many cultivators like to keep some beavers inside their dens, not to mention how careful and prudent they are in what they do, just for the emotional value that this could provide alone. At least Li Yi was willingly keeping them, right down to teasing a boredom. He watched the beaver's figure disappear at the end of his line of sight before he finally turned back to the beaver and muttered, "They really are getting smarter and smarter." Before the words fell, he saw two augurs poking their heads out from the middle of the river, directly putting their large heads in front of him, and there were even a few pathetic moments in their obviously supposedly majestic vertical pupils. "You two guys, how old an augur do you have to learn about beavers?" He patted the Xian Shui Jiao's head and said, "I already know how the potato Jiao was born, so I need you to labor a little." So saying, he entered the river. It stopped right at the location of the dragon's horn of the huge Kansheng potato shaped like a scaly dragon at the bottom of the riverbed. Well, it feels like it's time to expand the width and depth of the river. He looked around, feeling a little cramped. The width of the Spirit River's channel was 3 fathoms, while its depth was 5 fathoms, which was considered a standard Spirit River configuration. Normally it would be fine, but now that the Kansen potatoes are growing more and more gigantic, they will need to expand a bit. It's better to get it right once than to dwell on it in the future. And incidentally, it's a good way to replenish the variety of spirit fish in here. Saying that he would do it, he directly chose to spend 40,000 spirit stones to purchase 2 more spirit rivers, allowing those 2 spirit rivers to merge with this spirit river today. He also incidentally bought a batch of spirit fish fry worth 3,000 spirit stones and directly scattered them in the river, allowing them to grow and move freely. With the rumbling sound, the flow of water in the spiritual river suddenly surged and gradually began to eat away at the surrounding land, widening and deepening the width as well as the depth of the river. The process is very fast, but the current is not turbulent at all. Even those bibbo carp, metaphysical crystal algae and 1,000-bearded jellyfish that lived in the river were not frightened, but just curiously followed the current to explore the wider and deeper waters. And after a brief moment of confusion, those new fish began to explore their surroundings. What was even more amazing was that the beavers' burrows in the soil where the spiritual plants grew around them were all still preserved, standing in the midst of the raging and flowing river, like a small island. In just a short while, the river has been widened and deepened. It went from 3 feet wide to 9 feet, and the depth increased to 10 feet. "That's okay." Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then beckoned to the Xian Shui Jiao that was at the side. "Come on." The latter obviously knew what Li Yi wanted them to do, but they had done it more than enough on weekdays, so they swam over in a big way. The birth of the potato augur is actually a miracle conceived by their yin and yang interactions, and is not considered to be a product born of mere breeding. It was like right now, although they were intertwined with each other and biting each other, they were only cutting down the scales on their bodies, which still carried the spirit blood belonging to the Xian Shui Jiao. Xian Shui. The Xian Shui nurtured within them was the point, while the 2 Xian Shui Jiao were playing more and more happily. The slightly viscous Xian Shui flowed in the direction of the Kansheng potato and soon wrapped around the vines of the Kansheng potato. It was actually hard enough to induce a new shoot on the vine. That new bud drew on the Xian Shui Jiao's essence blood and rapidly grew outward, and gradually morphed as it grew, really looking like a giant Jiao had grown out of thin air. It soon grew into an augur that was slightly smaller than the vine augur next to it, but between the 2 horns on its head, there was clearly a tiny augur pearl being nurtured. Sure enough, it works. It seems like we need to squeeze these 2 Xian Shui Jiao a little bit, who made them still juvenile and unable to reproduce true offspring. Don't stop. Li Yi bought spirit pills that could nourish the essence and blood of the spirit beasts, and cheered up. "If we can get 3 more, we'll be fine." The Xian Shui Jiao silently glanced at Li Yi. His eyes unexpectedly carried some excitement, and after swallowing the elixir in one gulp, he began to repeat what he had just done. And time passes day by day. After 5 days, the 2 augurs finally completed Li Ye's task, but the entire augur looked a little weak, and directly headed inside the nest, huffing and puffing away. And at this moment, along with the 1 vine augur that was already there were already a full 5 vine augurs at the bottom of the river, but all of them were growing out from on top of the Kansheng potato mother plant. Previously, Li Yi had already observed that the main reason for limiting the growth of the potato augur inside the top augur bead of these vine augurs was the concentration of aura and nutrients in the surrounding area, because they themselves were yuan spirit plants. The characteristic of such spirit plants was that they were able to grow quickly with enough aura and nutrients. Facing this situation, Li Yi had also prepared for it. "It's going to take a branch for you guys." Inside the 4 Seasons sect's spiritual planter inheritance was the inheritance of branching smoothly when the spirit plant itself would not be damaged. It's called the spirit ruler. Li Yi was now holding the spirit splitting ruler in his hand. and began to cut up the location where the canching potato and the vine auger were connected, and during the cutting process he realized that quite a lot of light red powder had also fallen out. These powders exuded a fresh smell, and gradually took on a somewhat sticky texture under the wash of the surrounding water currents, surprisingly somewhat like the thin shell of the outer layer of the potato jiaozhu. Could it be starch? I remember that Canton potatoes do have starch, but that's a little too much starch. Gather some well, and take it to show your senior brothers and sisters what's going on later. He was busy while collecting. As he split the vine auger and the canching potato mother plant, more and more light red starch spread outwards, and had even begun to make all the surrounding water viscous. A blue wave carp swam frantically towards this place, its mouth moving as it began to devour it. This didn't surprise Li Yi too much, but what he was surprised about was the metamorphic crystal algae that were wandering around in the middle of the waters, and those algae were gradually glowing red after absorbing the starch, and it seemed to be glued together by starch and gradually became elongated. There are some scaly prototypes. This scene didn't affect Li Ye's movements, as he sharply planted the finished branching vine augers in different places, his mind still pondering about the Xianjing water algae. The Xianjing water algae was actually a Yuan spirit plant. Inside the Four Seasons sect, the spirit plant's main role was also to feed all kinds of vegetarian aquatic spirit beasts. It was able to grow in almost all bodies of water, so its adaptability was naturally very strong. There are also some adaptive changes that occur with the aura and environment within the body of water. That means it's making changes. Change is good. Li Yi looked at it for a while and was sure that his method of branching was effective before he sighed in relief. This would allow that canching potato mother plant to grow some more vine augers and plant them in various areas of the spirit river. By spreading out, they don't compete for aura and nutrients and grow faster. The Canton potato is also finished. That leaves the gourd to see if there's anything to optimize and change. He got up and left the river, but what he didn't know was that after he left, the arcane crystal algae that had been floating around everywhere gathered. They surrounded the potato auger bead at the top of the vine auger, seemingly invading the inside, and the potato auger inside didn't resist at all, allowing these algae to invade and wrap themselves around it. Immaculate spiritual field. Almost every so often something changes here. What he saw now was a forest of gourds glistening with five-colored spiritual light, stretching out in patches, with countless vines fluttering about, and within them were gourd spirit turtles as well as gourds roaming freely. The reason why it could grow to be so lush in just a few months was of course because this was sort of a testing ground that the clan had allowed him to run. The five elements spiritual spring jade alone had already used as many as 3 of them, not to mention the aura he often channeled over and over to perform the art of earthly affection. It could be said that this was the area inside his cave that burned the most spirit stones, taking spirit stones and piling them up hard. The aura here is very wrong. It seems not to exchange spiritual energy with the outside world. Li Yi frowned. When he truly buried himself in the spiritual field, he was able to feel that just by crossing a gourd vine, the 5 elemental auras around him became very dense. It's like a different world from the outside world. It's like spiritual land. Spirit land. He looked at the gourd vines that snaked into patches in front of him, and the gourd oil that flowed inside the trench he had instructed the beaver to dig. Suddenly it felt like something was wrong. There was a flash of spirituality that crossed his divine awareness. Li Ye's eyes condensed, and without hesitation, he sat down and injected his own divine sense into the earth, and began to perceive through the art of earthly affection. This was originally the place where he often practiced the art of earthly affection, so his perception was very smooth, and he quickly captured the source of the spirituality. Immediately, his face was happy, his body turned into a recluse, quickly swept through the forest composed of gourd vines, and came to the depths of the spiritual land. The terrain here is slightly low-lying. Some of the gourd oil that hadn't had time to flow into the gully formation that had been dug in advance had piled up at this spot, and there was a pit about half a foot deep. There is a 5-colored, translucent lotus bud in the pit. A friendly consciousness was being sent toward him with some trepidation and curiosity. Name, Immaculate Spiritual Lotus. Mood, curious, fearful, pleasing. Status, being mutated. The spirit body composed of spirit field earth chi is impregnated with gourd oil. Bindable, spirit plant that helps it remove the grease from its body, or spirit plant that enjoys the grease with it. The changes will be different depending on the spirit plant. Oh, surprisingly, it was a spirit beast that was able to choose between 2 directions of mutation. Wait, how is this supposed to be a spirit plant, but inside the panel's categorization it's a spirit beast? Could it be because this thing is a pure spirit body? So the subgenre is considered to be in spirit beasts, not spirit plants. He curiously surveyed the lotus plant for a while. Looking at the other party, even the leaves and bracts began to tremble. and even flowed out drops of spiritual liquid as if it was crying. Li Yi put away his curious gaze and pondered what kind of spiritual plant he should choose for it, whether to enjoy the grease with it or to separate the grease. Actually, if you think about it, it's better to enjoy it, because the characteristic of the unsullied spirit field was that it would give birth to such unsullied spirit lotus. One would definitely get more in the future, and would have the opportunity to continue cultivating it. But now this lotus is a mutant species catalyzed by countless gourd vines and grease along with so much 5 elemental aura. Not to mention that it can't really move out of this spiritual field. The choice has been the same since the beginning. Then it's also time to consider what spirit plant to use. To enjoy grease, that is, to need grease or be able to draw on grease to grow, and it must be a Yuan Ling plant to do so. Otherwise waiting for it to grow up slowly would take far too long. Countless spiritual plants flowed through his mind, and that was when the benefits of frequently flipping through spiritual plant atlases came to the fore, and he quickly thought of one thing. He removed the 8 trigrams empty sky disk dangling from the sun and moon rings on his wrist, summoned the object carrying Acacia spirit over to him, and instructed, go over to the Four Seasons Jade Jewel and purchase a plant of lamp lipstick to come. Boing! The carrier Acacia spirit let out a sound and then quickly left. Since when can it make a sound? Or is it a boing monster? Li Yi looked at its departing figure and suddenly realized that this fellow had even advanced to the foundation establishment stage as well. It seems there are more surprises out there where you didn't notice. End of chapter. Chapter 121, The Next Generation of Gourds and Turtles. Multiple spiritual materials. Within a few moments, the object carrying Acacia spirit returned with a candle. That's right, this spirit plant that looked like a candle was the up to 3rd rank Yuan spirit plant lantern grease. It has the appearance of a vertical white candle, and on the surface of the wax body there are some bumps that look like they are formed by the flow of wax oil. Those are actually its branches. Compared to those spiritual plants that produce their own oil, it is actually used to absorb oil, and different oils can make it produce different lipids with different effects. Once upon a time, the ground fat fragrancer that Li Yi had obtained over at the mine was one of the favorite fats of this kind of lamp fat. Out of some consideration, Li Yi chose this spiritual plant. After taking it in his hands, he had wanted to bind it immediately, and it turns out that binding requires 3,000 points of vitality essence. 3,000 points. A 3rd order lamp fat definitely wouldn't cost this much, and the big head is definitely still out on this lotus. The amount surprised him a little, but soon it was joy. 3,000 points means it's worth 3,000 points, and the more you spend the more divine the changes that may occur. Even if this guy wants 10,000 points, Li Yi will have to come up with it even if he grits his teeth. Anyway, it was normal for cultivators to overeat occasionally. Luckily I have. Li Yi spent 3,000 points for the symbiotic binding. The moment the binding ended, the bracts of the lotus slowly bloomed, revealing the rosette inside and wrapping the lamplighter directly inside. This scene was somewhat similar to Li Yi's previous use of the harmonized spirit lotus to refine the lotus dan. It was also because of this consideration that he had specifically chosen this lamp fat. The surrounding gourd oil was rapidly absorbed by the unsullied lotus, and it could almost be said that it was converging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the gourd oil in those gullies in the distance was absorbed. Immediately after, the light grease begins to grow. It grows not simply taller and thicker, but transforms the grease into a part of itself, expanding in all directions, extending like a branch. From the top of the branch grew a colorful fat, all of which were in the shape of a lotus, the number of which was exactly 49. The shape of the lotus gave Li Yi an idea in his heart, and he simply found some materials for refining lotus lamp spells, and carved a spell around the lotus fat. After completing it, he suddenly saw that the lamp lipsticks panel actually had the status of desire to be ignited. Ignite. With all this grease around, you want me to ignite you? This might be that much of a crazy move, but as a cultivator, Li Yi still had this crazy backbone. He flared a different fire at his fingertips, and after inquiring what the grease wanted, tossed a bit of flint over it. The flint flames were precisely divided, and then fell inside each lotus resin's rosette, which instantly burst into flames. These dozens of lipids burned in unison, and the blazing firelight illuminated Li Yi's cheeks, and he was greeted by an indescribable aroma and heat. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A very distinct sound of burning grease can be heard. At first, Li Yi looked quite interesting, but as time passed, 1 day, 2 days, a full 7 days passed before he had some minor panic. Because of this full 7 days time, almost every moment in the burning gourd oil, the gourd oil inside the spiritual field has been consumed. That is a full tens of thousands of pounds of gourd oil. If the senior brothers and sisters saw these precious gourd oils being used up in this way, they would not know how heartbroken they would be. What was even more difficult was that the aura inside the spiritual field was also depleting at a rapid rate. If Li Yi hadn't transferred the main vein of the 3rd order spiritual vein through the array disc, it was estimated that it should have affected the gourd growth. If you don't get anything done, I'm going to be unable to afford you. He looked at Lien, who had been acting as a lamp holder in silence. The latter also didn't know if he heard what he said. The light of the lamp greased those lipids. Burning fire had a momentary pause, conveying a fluctuation of spiritual power. Then, Li Yi saw a gourd spirit turtle followed by a zucchini running behind it. The number was extremely high. The zucchinis, which were supposed to be adorned with gourd vines behind them, have surprisingly detached themselves from the vines and are free to walk around. The tiny gourds left the gourd spirit turtle that had been sheltering them and came this way with a bounce. As it approached Li Yi, the gourd shell began to crack and tremble, clearly about to be born. Li Yi swept with his divine sense and his expression was a bit odd, because the little guy inside this gourd shell was surprisingly still a gourd. As the shell cracked, a gourd with turtle feet and claws laboriously emerged from it. The only difference, though, is that they all walk upright. The gourd stood straight up, with turtle feet and claws growing on either side of its body, while the top of the gourd was topped with a cluster of gourd vine leaves of varying colors. Name: Turtle Spirit Gourd Clan. Mood: pleasant. Status: good. At first they stumbled, but soon they were walking smoothly, dropping all of their respective molted gourd shells inside the pits where the lotus had grown, to be melted by the grease piled up inside. Sure enough, it gave birth to something weird. Gourd Spirit Turtle. Turtle Spirit Gourd. Is this a tongue twister? Li Yi glanced at the gourd spirit turtles with gourds on their backs over there with a very complicated expression. This is sort of after 2 generations of gourds and turtles, right? Are they considered gourds or turtles? Or a whole new race? The panels all say Turtle Spirit Gourd Race. Then I'm afraid it's really a race. This situation was a bit confusing even for Li Yi, but the lamp fat that had been blazing all this time finally underwent a qualitative change after sucking up the gourd shell that the Turtle Spirit Gourd Clan had shed. A small gourd of varying colors was born out of the lotus fat, and after they were born out, they even flew straight up. It dances freely like a celestial maiden emanating from the sky. The abundant spirituality was close to the profound Dan spirit that Suya had babed so much before Li Yi saw it, but it was definitely more than one step better than it. Name: Immaculate Dan Ling. Mood: joyful. Status: sowing aura can help the Turtle Spirit Gourd Clan to breed Gourd Dan. Phew. Li Yi took a deep breath, looked left at the unsullied spirit lotus and the lamplet that had already turned off the fire and rested. Look right at the Turtle Spirit Gourd Clan that was running with its 2 little short legs and the flying Dan spirit. He felt that he just couldn't take the huge onslaught of information on his own and needed to find someone to share it with. Leafy Hall. As Li Yi stepped in, Senior Sister Jiang happened to walk out. Oh, isn't this Senior brotherly? You are also preparing to participate in the fall harvest. Ah. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw that Cajun Li Ye's hand and saw the Turtle Spirit Gourd as well as the unsullied Dan spirit in there. Instantly, he sucked in a breath of cold air, then immediately pulled Li Ye's sleeve and entered inside the house and sat down, and struck the gong that was placed inside the corner several times. Clang! The sound of the gong immediately summoned the members of Yitang who were resting or busy in various places, and they already knew on the way that something absolutely big had happened. So the first thing he did after coming here was to look at Li Yi, who was sitting in a corner drinking tea with a calm expression. Then with a sweep of his gaze, he saw the Turtle Spirit Gourd and the unsullied Dan spirit as well as a bunch of spirit materials laid out on the table. The expressions naturally varied. Among them, the alchemists looked at the unsullied Dan spirit and the latest honey produced with astonished gazes. The artifact refiners and formation masters looked at the silk of the empty ink spirit silkworm and the Turtle Spirit Gourd with difficult expressions on their faces. The spiritual planters, on the other hand, were looking around, feeling that their eyes were a bit overused. What's all this? They were all inner disciples of the dominating sect of the 4x sect, and had seen many things, so why did they suddenly have the marvelous feeling of a casual cultivator entering the sect? Seeing that this was already the case, Senior Sister Jiang said bitterly, I see that it's difficult for the senior brothers and sisters to make a decision here, so why don't we ask the senior uncles to come? She paused as she looked at the spirit materials, and sighed deeply. There's nothing I can do. Everyone in the room nodded. Soon after, Realist Su walked in along with the same Realist Lu that he had met before and an unknown realist, plus Li Ye's second senior brother, Realist Yu Tian. The 4 of them certainly noticed what was on that table when they arrived. True man Yu Tian took the lead and waved at Li Yi. Come over, junior brother. If these 3 go crazy in a while, they won't be able to affect you. Li Yi hurriedly walked over, and the other 3 real people looked at each other in dismay as they went up and examined those spirit materials one by one, and their expressions definitely became even more complicated. All unseen spiritual materials. The quality of this honey is no worse than that of a 4th order spirit bee. Why are there still Dan spirits and, is this a gourd or a turtle? As Gene Dan real people, they could certainly see the special features of these things at a glance, which was why they found it incredible. In this alone are considered extremely rare. The result has even appeared so much at once. This Li nephew on the body of the Chi will not be too horrible a bit. After briefly making eye contact, Suyu spoke. Let's first determine what these things do. Good. The other real people nodded, then called on the disciples waiting on the sidelines on the spot to start the experiment. Instead, Li Yi was called out by his second senior brother, Yu Tianjinren, and entered the backyard. This Yi Hall's backyard is actually also very large, covering an area of tens of acres, planted with a variety of spirit trees. Between the grass cover there is a small path winding. Walking in the middle of this path, Li Ye's original mood that was still a bit restless actually quickly disappeared, and that emotion of wanting to show off also slowly dissipated. He realized why his senior brother had brought himself out. Admittedly, he did get a little restless just now, a little proud of himself for coming up with so many new things and being so special. That's when, it was only by the heavenly truth that he smiled and spoke, "Junior brother, you've gotten out quite a few good things again, but I still think this is better." He turned around, and in his hand was clearly the flesh of a potato auger. "According to you, can this kind of potato jiao live in the waters of the outside world? What about its temperament?" Li Yi immediately replied, "It's possible. Senior brother has already succeeded in branching out. A separate auger vine is able to live in other waters and also produce potato auger, which has a very gentle nature." The second brother nodded approvingly. "That's pretty good. When the time comes, you can cultivate some more to take to the mortals in the Jinmu cave heaven. Isn't it equivalent to having one more food? If it can be cultivated and dispersed to the cultivation world in even larger quantities, it would be an even greater feat of merit. Then what do you think of the other things, senior brother?" Li Yi asked directly. "The other things are also very special." Second senior brother looked at Li Yi, his gaze soft. "You've already done well. There's no need to be so hasty to show more. Show off, and there will be pressure. And let me ask you, how long has it been since you laid down on your bed and got a good night's sleep?" Greeting his second senior brother's gentle gaze, Li Yi suddenly felt a little tired and gently breathed a sigh of relief. "It's been more than half a month." "Aha!" The second brother reached out his hand and flicked it to the side. The wide sleeve robes brought together the spiritual wind, and the leaf petals as well as tree branches that had fallen on the ground were drawn by this force, transforming into a soft couch made of grass. "Go to sleep and get a good night's sleep." He said this, "I'll take you to a place to have a good meal after you wake up from your sleep. Senior sister Divine Snow asked me to take you there." Li Yi looked at his senior brother and then at the soft couch. He suddenly remembered the saying that people who really care about you don't care about your glory, but instead care about whether you're tired or not. For a moment, he felt his eyes sour a little. "Maybe I'm really tired. Then senior brother is welcome." Without saying anything else, Li Yi directly climbed up and closed his eyes. The gentle breeze from the mountains wrapped in the scent of grass and trees made him quickly and completely relax and fall into a deep sleep. After seeing Li Yi fall asleep, Yu Tianjinren gently waved his hand. The grass and trees formed an array to protect Li Yi before he turned around and returned to the Hall of Leaves. At this moment, there were only 3 real people left over here inside the Yi Hall. The true people saw him coming back. It was Suyu who asked, "What about the little one?" "Asleep." True Lord Yutian replied, "Those spirit beasts and spirit plants were born under his expectations, and they will also consume his heart energy. Not to mention," he scanned the table, "isn't it all special?" "Right." Lu Zhenran nodded. "If these things can be mass-produced, it will allow us to produce a lot more new things." Another real person from the alchemy hall also spoke up. "These things are not of a high grade, but they are very novel and full of spirituality. You're from the Spirit Plant Hall. You should best understand how difficult it is to cultivate these things. Is that young master of yours not the reincarnation of some ancestor? That's too much variation. Reincarnation is never possible." True Lord Yutian sat down on a chair to the side and sighed helplessly. "If these things are really taken out, I'm afraid that the other true lords will also be anxious. How can he produce so much? Even if the true people don't take the initiative to mention it or ask for it, it's still a kind of pressure. After all, no one wants their disciple to miss out." Hearing him sigh like this, the other true ones already knew what he was thinking and simply asked, "Just say it straight out. Keep this under wraps. Hide who cultivated these materials until Little Master can officially produce them on a large scale. This is my master's intention." He's worried that Junior Master's chi will be too strong and hurt himself instead. Hearing that it was an order from the Trace Star realist, the expressions of the several realists present all turned serious. This time, they did also feel that Li Yi would not take them too often after seeing them. They were also worried if it could be the pressure pushing Li Yi forward. It's not good to be in too much of a hurry. After all, there's no way around it. These things are just a little too specific. Too good to be true can be a strain. End of chapter.